Zorian wakes in pain when his little sister Kiriel launches herself onto his stomach and cheerfully screams him awake. Kiriel smugly pretends to study the map while watching for his reaction, and Zorian silently regrets not locking his door with magic. When she says their mother told her to wake him, Zorian keeps his temper, waits for an opening, and suddenly flips her off the bed. Kiriel hits the floor angry, but their bickering ends with Zorian admitting she is right that he always sleeps later than she does. Kiriel bounces around asking if he is excited to return to the academy and start learning magic again, but Zorian plays dumb to kill the conversation. He tells her to bother Fortov instead because he needs to pack, and her sudden bright idea makes him realize too late what she is about to do. Kiriel races into the bathroom and slams the door in his face, stealing it out from under him just to spite him. After pounding on the door and getting only a smug answer back, Zorian gives up and goes to get dressed. Back in his room, Zorian changes into his plain clothes, puts on his glasses, and is relieved to see Kiriel did not rummage through everything first. Packing goes quickly because he barely unpacked at all, but he soon notices some school textbooks are missing. When he checks his writing supplies too, he finds the drawer raided again and knows Kiriel has been stealing from him as usual. Needing the textbooks back, he marches to Kiriel's room and finds them hidden under her bed behind stuffed animals. With packing finished, Zorian heads downstairs hoping at least to eat in peace before leaving home. Instead, his mother stops him mid-stare and immediately attacks his outfit as beneath the family's reputation. She insists he cannot go out looking like a common worker, because every Kazinski reflects on the family whether he likes it or not. Zorian decides the fight is not worth it, changes into a pricier outfit, and endures his mother inspecting him like a display piece. He reaches the kitchen hoping for breakfast, but the porridge waiting for him makes him instantly suspect his mother's fake peace offering comes with a demand. She says she made him something he likes, but the porridge has gone cold from waiting, so Zorian reheats it with a quick spell instead of commenting. While he eats in stubborn silence, his mother rambles through a long story to circle toward whatever she really wants. Fed up, Zorian cuts in and tells her to either get to the point or let him finish breakfast after this miserable morning. His mother only laughs off Kiriel's latest stunt and says Zorian takes things too seriously, just like his father. That comparison lands badly, and Zorian snaps back that he is nothing like his father. Then she finally reveals the real issue. She and his father will spend 6 months visiting Diamond and Koth and are worried about what to do with Kiriel. Zorian goes pale when he realizes she wants to leave 9-year-old Kiriel with him while he is away at the academy. He argues he is only 15 and spends most of his day at school, so Fortov would be the more obvious choice. His mother shuts that down by saying Fortov needs to focus on graduating and is far too irresponsible to raise a child. Zorian bitterly realizes the family will dump any neglected responsibility on him again, and he refuses to lose his freedom at school to babysit Kiriel and be reported on. So he throws her own words back at her and flatly shouts no. Kiriel appears behind him asking what they are talking about, and Zorian immediately says they were discussing what a rotten brat she is. He tries to leave for the bathroom at last, but Kiriel blocks his way until a knock at the door gives him an escape. Zorian rushes to answer first and finds a bespectacled academy mage in expensive khaki clothes waiting outside with a thick book. When Ilsa introduces herself as a representative from Scioria's Royal Academy there to discuss his certification, Zorian nearly panics and assumes he must be in trouble. Ilsa quickly reassures him this is routine for third-year students, and Zorian awkwardly invites her inside. After brief introductions, Mother suddenly decides she and Kiriel should head to market, leaving Zorian alone in the house with the academy mage. Ilsa starts by handing him a sealed scroll, and Zorian realizes from the stubborn seal that she is quietly testing him. He works out that the seal needs mana, channels power into it, and opens the scroll cleanly to prove he belongs among certified mages. The document confirms him as a first circle mage, and Ilsa explains he does not need the expensive official badge unless he plans to sell magical services before graduation. Next, Ilsa asks if he will stay in academy housing again, and hands him a strange toothless key. When he channels mana into the key, glowing lines appear, and Ilsa explains that third-year housing uses mana-locked rooms because students now handle first circle spells and other sensitive material. Ilsa skips the long orientation because his train leaves soon and jumps straight to the two decisions that matter most now: his mentor and his electives. Zorian perks up because he knows a good mentor can shape an entire magical career, and he expects at least a decent choice. That hope dies fast when Ilsa admits she reached him late, and every mentor except one is already full. The only mentor left is Svim Chow, and Zorian buries his face in his hands because he has heard Svim is the worst mentor at the academy. Ilsa insists the rumors are exaggerated and says a hardworking student like him should manage, but Zorian still asks if there is any way to transfer. There is not, so Zorian bitterly accepts Svim and moves on to the elective list instead. The elective list is enormous, with magical and non-magical subjects alike, and Zorian realizes this choice needs real thought because he cannot afford another bad fit. But before they go any further, Zorian finally admits he desperately needs the bathroom, all because Kiriel stole his chance earlier. Later at Siren's train station, Zorian trails behind his family in silence and pointedly ignores Fortov cheerfully greeting friends. He avoids even looking at his mother because he already knows she wants him to socialize with Fortov's crowd, and he wants no part of them. The late train makes the crowd even worse, and Zorian endures the station with growing discomfort because large groups always weigh on him like a pressure in his head. Watching Fortov laugh at the center of a crowd only sharpens Zorian's resentment, because his brother is all charm while Zorian gets treated as the competent but difficult one. At last a mana-powered train rolls in, and Zorian pushes his irritation aside to board. He gives only brief goodbyes to his mother and Kiriel, then deliberately picks an empty compartment to travel alone. Once the train starts moving towards Scoria, Zorian settles in for the long ride. Hours later, another station announcement jolts him awake again, and he curses trains for making him sleepy only to wake him every stop. Looking out at Corsa, he sees a heavy boarding crowd and immediately knows his peaceful compartment is about to end. The first new passenger is a chubby girl in glasses and a green turtleneck, and Zorian is briefly pleased when she just sits down and reads in silence. Then 4 loud girls pile in and fill the rest of the compartment, ruining the calm for the rest of the trip. Near Scoria, Zorian sees the great northern forest on the horizon, grabs his bag, and heads for the exit to beat the crowd. He is already too late for a clean escape, and 3 first-year students chatting excitedly by the exit remind him how naive new academy hopes can be. One excited first-year asks him to show some magic, and Zorian dryly refuses because the train wards disrupt mana shaping. When she barely understands even what mana is, Zorian gives her a blunt crash explanation and ends the conversation there. The train stops in Scoria, and Zorian pushes off fast before the awestruck first-years can slow him down. Scoria's station still hits with its massive enclosed scale and non-stop crush of workers, passengers, hawkers, and beggars. Seeing he has time before classes, Zorian buys bread and heads toward the central plaza to relax by the fountain for a bit. As he crosses the city, the strange sight that still defines Scoria hangs over everything: the hole, a giant dungeon entrance, and rank 9 mana well that turned this place into a mage city. Then he freezes at the foot of a stairway when a swarm of rats stares back at him, and their exposed brains make it instantly clear these are not normal animals. Zorian retreats carefully for 1 beat and then breaks into a full sprint, glad he does not have to test his weak combat options against them. Shaken but still trying to reach the fountain, he cuts through a nearby park and runs into a little girl sobbing on a bridge. He patiently gets her to calm down enough to explain that her bicycle fell into the creek below. When he sees the half-submerged bike in the muddy water, he decides to help without climbing down himself. He casts Levitate Object, strains a little against the awkward weight, and floats the bicycle up into his waiting hand on the bridge. The girl gets her bike back, and Zorian leaves before this detour can become another conversation. Dark clouds start rolling in, and Zorian gives up on the fountain entirely and joins the long stream of students heading for the academy. The walk is long from the station to the academy by the hole, and Zorian passes struggling first years while keeping his own luggage light and manageable. As he gets closer, the dense ambient mana around the hole starts replenishing what he spent on the bicycle spell, and the familiar effect lifts his mood. To feel that control again, he takes out the apple he pocketed at breakfast and suspends it over his palm with raw mana shaping instead of a formal spell. The first drops of rain hit, and Zorian gloomily mutters that magic can feel like a rip-off when what he really needs is a simple rain spell or just an umbrella. With no better answer, he starts running for the academy through the rain. At the academy boundary, he discovers the school now has a ward that blocks rain across the entire compound, and he tests it with his hand in impressed disbelief. He steps inside still soaking, notices the whole campus has been freshly painted and prettified, and decides he will learn the reason later if it matters. Because most students hide from the rain, the administration building is almost empty, which suits him perfectly. Even so, paperwork drags on for 2 hours, and he leaves with no final class schedule yet, only a rulebook for third years that he already has no intention of studying. He eventually finds room 115 and braces for more academy housing misery, since the old dorm setup was cramped and miserable. Instead, the new room is surprisingly spacious, and the sight that really wins him over is his own private bathroom with a shower stall. He drops his bag, changes out of his wet clothes, and collapses onto the bed in relieved exhaustion. Lying there, he thinks about how much broader his magic will become this year now that First Circle access opens more of the library and more practical classes. The rain barrier keeps the window silent, and with that small luxury on his mind, Zorian drifts off for a short nap that becomes sleep until morning. On his first free weekend as a third year, Zorian heads straight into the academy library's restricted lower levels, eager to see what 2 years of locked shelves had been hiding. The place blows him away, because even First Circle mages have access to more spells and training manuals than he could ever master in one lifetime. Some of the spells look simple and harmless, which makes Zorian even more annoyed that useful material like this was hidden from him during second year. He gets so absorbed researching ward spells that he only looks up when hunger hits, and by then the morning is already gone. Reluctantly, Zorian checks out a few books and leaves, planning to keep reading in the privacy of his room after he finally gets food. When he enters the academy cafeteria, the real surprise is not lunch but the place itself, because the shabby student canteen is suddenly spotless and newly furnished. Even the cooks are suddenly generous with meat, which tells Zorian something bigger is going on and makes him immediately start hunting for answers. He barely has to look, because Benesek loudly waves him over, and Zorian knows the Academy Gossip Network has just delivered itself to his table. Their opening chat is the usual Benesek noise, with both boys surprised the other arrived in Scoria earlier than expected. Benesek suddenly asks if Zorian is excited for third year, and for one hopeful second Zorian thinks his classmate might finally care about magic. That hope dies instantly when Benesek reveals he meant first-year girls, not higher studies, and Zorian can only groan at his mistake. Zorian drags the talk back to what he actually cares about, and asks why the academy has suddenly been polished until it shines. Benesek is amazed Zorian missed months of gossip and explains that the entire city is preparing for an unusually big summer festival. When Zorian points out that the festival happens every year, Benesek shrugs and says this one is special because of some astrological event he barely understands. Zorian realizes Benesek means a planetary alignment, starts to explain, and instantly scares his friend into backing out before the lecture can begin. The conversation drifts to summer break, and Zorian mocks the question while Benesek insists he is only being polite. Benesek admits his father spent the whole summer forcing him into family work and even pushed him into the brutal estate management elective. Zorian answers more honestly than usual, saying he mostly read fiction and avoided his family, including his mother's attempt to dump his little sister on him. When Zorian lists engineering, mineral alchemy, and advanced mathematics, Benesek finally realizes just how seriously his friend is aiming at a career in spell forges. Benesek suggests Zorian could just fall back on his parents' business, and Zorian's answer is blunt enough to stop the joke cold. He'd rather starve in the street. The mood shifts again when Zorian reveals he got stuck with Svim as his mentor, and even Benesek reacts like he has just heard a death sentence. Benesek proudly says he picked the pretty, tolerant Karabira Aop instead, and Zorian immediately sees the real reason: his friend wants the easiest possible third year. Benesek cheerfully admits academy life is basically a 2-year holiday before real work begins, while Zorian can only shrug at how different their priorities are. Since Benesek is already in full gossip mode, Zorian keeps him talking and learns which classmates passed, which failed, and who is not coming back. One piece of news genuinely pleases him: Veyers Boranova lost control at his disciplinary hearing and got himself expelled for good. But the moment Benesek starts ranking girls, Zorian bails out before the conversation can drag him somewhere he does not want to go. Back in his room, Zorian finally opens one of his borrowed books, only to get interrupted almost immediately by a knock he already dreads. It is Taven, grinning and calling him Roach again, and Zorian lets her in with the weary patience of someone who already expects trouble. Taven immediately sprawls across his bed and casually explains that although she graduated, she still ended up at the academy as Nerthak's class assistant. She jokes that he would see plenty of her in non-magical combat, and Zorian dryly replies that Nerthak already blacklisted him before he could even get that idea. Taven keeps poking at him about exercise and what girls like, and Zorian snaps back hard enough to make it clear she is getting on his nerves. At last she gets to the real reason she came, asking him to join her group on a job in the tunnels below the city. The moment he realizes it is a sewer run, Zorian shuts the idea down with instant disgust. Taven begs anyway, insisting they only need a 4th member on paper and promising the others can keep him safe. Zorian still refuses, because the smell, the risk, and the company all sound miserable, and old resentment from her fake date makes him even less inclined to help. When begging fails, Taven tries to bait him into a bet and a fight, but Zorian knows perfectly well she would destroy him and refuses that too. After all that, Taven simply settles into his bed with a cheerful smile and changes the subject, proving she has no intention of leaving anytime soon. 2 days later, after surviving 3 hours of Taven's verbal siege and wasting the rest of the weekend in a bad mood, Zorian is almost relieved when Monday finally arrives. At his first class, Zorian runs into Akoja Stroh's standing guard with a clipboard, and she immediately accuses him of being late even though class has not started yet. Akoja insists students should already be seated 15 minutes early, and Zorian ends the argument by asking if he is even the last one there. Inside, Zorian takes in the familiar third-year classroom full of mage-born oddities and classmates from all over, but none of them are close enough to pull him into real conversation. His seatmate Briam is trying to calm a nervous orange-red fire drake, and Zorian carefully sits down once the little beast decides not to hiss at him again. Briam proudly explains he bonded with the fire drake over summer break, and that the academy allows familiars in class as long as they behave and stay small enough. While Zorian quietly watches the girls in class, Zack sneaks up behind him and teasingly assumes he is staring at the redhead everyone wants. Zorian denies it and tries to bounce the attention back, and Zack casually admits he is still chasing the same girl because he has all the time in the world. Before that strange comment can go anywhere, Ilsa walks in as their teacher, takes Akoja's attendance sheet, and opens third year with a bit of theatrical flair. Ilsa tells them the injustice is over at last, because now that they are certified third years, they will finally move beyond cantrips into real spellcasting. She immediately turns that excitement into a review on the nature of spells, and Zorian realizes the grand beginning is actually another basics lecture. Ilsa explains the core divide, Unstructured magic is flexible but slow and difficult, while invocations are rigid bounded spells people use because they are practical. To make the point visual, she casts a simple torch spell on a pen and uses it to compare an invocation to the light-shaping exercise they already know. Since most of this is old material, Zorian half listens, doodles magical creatures in his notes, and quietly notices some classmates using animated pens to copy the lecture for them. Ilsa shifts into dispelling and summons stacks of ceramic bowls, then has Akoja pass them around for a hands-on demonstration. The students levitate their bowls with ease, and Zorian finds the task almost insultingly simple after his recent practice. Then Ilsa tells them to hit the levitation spell with the Illuminator, and every bowl suddenly drops with a loud clatter. Ilsa explains that the Illuminator is really a specialized disruptor, proving that brute force disruption can unravel many spells even when it was not designed for them. She immediately warns about the downside too, because disrupting a spell can be more dangerous than letting it finish, especially once larger amounts of mana are involved. Next she has them tear notebook paper into the bowls, and Zorian follows along even after guessing this example is heading somewhere obvious. The class ignites the paper and tries to dispel the resulting flames, but the fire keeps burning because it has already become an ordinary physical effect. After too much random guessing from everyone else, Zorian finally says the answer out loud. There is nothing magical left to dispel. 2 hours later, Zorian leaves disappointed, because Ilsa plans to spend a whole month on basics and has already added a dispelling essay on top of it. The rest of Monday is mostly introductions, except Nora Boole already stands out by overwhelming spell formula class with enthusiasm, bonus lectures, a 60-question test, and assigned reading for tomorrow. History of magic and magical law feel like more unwanted baggage, and by the end of the day even a 200-page history assignment has joined the pile. Tuesday starts very differently, because the combat magic teacher Kirin takes one look to understand. This class will be nothing like a normal lecture. Kirin booms that combat magic is about speed and power under pressure, which makes slow classical chanting nearly useless in a real fight. To prove how outdated old tactics are, he conjures a transparent illusion of an angry minotaur and says modern enemies are far too educated to be fooled by tricks like that. His real point is that modern battle mages rely on spell formulas embedded in tools, and he tells them outright that he will not waste years teaching old-style battle casting. Then he hands out rods of magic missile and has the class fire at clay targets until their mana reserves run dry. Zorian quickly learns the rod makes casting almost effortless, but the spell itself is so mana-hungry that he burns out after only 8 shots. As he stands there drained, Zorian watches Zack keep firing with lazy confidence, and cannot help feeling envious of how enormous the other boys' mana reserves are. When almost everyone is empty except Zack, Kirin dismisses the class early and warns them in a tone nobody doubts that he will personally hunt down anyone reckless with combat spells. Spell formula class should have been a perfect follow-up, but Nora Boole attacks it with such intense enthusiasm that even Zorian feels slightly overwhelmed. She piles on 12 recommended books, weekly bonus lectures, another brutal preliminary test, and reading homework before the students can even catch their breath. By Friday, the week has stayed mostly routine, but now Zorian is finally standing outside Svim's office and dreading the mentor everyone calls a nightmare. The moment he enters, Svim's cold impatience is obvious, and the man wastes no time ordering him to sit and demonstrate the basic 3 shaping exercises. As soon as Zorian starts, Svim cuts him off with one flat criticism after another, repeating start over until the session turns into pure frustration. An hour into the drill, Zorian finally gets the pen moving instantly, and Svim responds by throwing a marble into his forehead just to break his focus. When Zorian protests, Svim coolly says a true master would have kept control anyway and uses the failure to condemn the academy for stunting another promising student. Zorian argues that he mastered these exercises a year ago, but Svim dismisses that completely and says they will restart from the very basics until he can do them flawlessly. Svim adds that this torture is also supposed to teach Zorian patience and temper control, then calmly gives the order Zorian is already starting to hate: start over. By the 3rd week, Zorian has a new worse class, warding, and it is driving him up the wall. The problem is not just the subject itself. Their stern warding teacher skips steps that seem obvious to her, and the textbook reads like a professional manual instead of something students can actually learn from. The exam only makes it worse, throwing Zorian into a long practical question about designing a monster-proof research outpost with a fixed budget, floor plans, and ward choices. Zorian is furious because the test expects architecture, material costs, and even regional knowledge that the class never really taught. He can at least answer one part confidently: against borer wasps, a targeted vermin-repelling ward is better than relying on special building materials. Then laughter from the back of the room breaks his concentration, and Zorian instantly knows Zack is charming half the class again in the middle of the exam. What really bothers Zorian is that Zack should not be this good. Last year he was just a likable mediocre student, and now he is acing everything like he came back from summer as a different person. 15 minutes later Zorian gives up, handing in an unfinished paper and deciding he will have to teach himself warding because the class is failing him. Only Akoja leaves at the same time, but for the opposite reason. Zorian stayed to salvage points, while she stayed to check everything 3 times. When Akoja asks how he did, Zorian bluntly says badly, and she says the same thing in a way that makes him instantly roll his eyes. Akoja is really upset about Nialu, another classmate who suddenly started finishing early and scoring perfectly in a way that feels just as unnatural as Zack. Zorian points out that Zack changed just as sharply, and Akoja agrees at once, convinced the 2 of them and some unknown third girl are acting like they share a secret world. She is especially offended that the overachievers refused promotion to a better tier group, as if they are playing with the academy rules for fun. Zorian admits he is curious too, but he warns Akoja not to turn that curiosity into trouble for Zack when there is still no proof of anything. Benesek suddenly joins them like he smelled gossip from down the hall, and he is just as stunned that Zack turned from dead weight into a genius. Akoja wonders if Zack somehow knows the answers in advance, but Benesek shoots that down by reminding them he even impressed Nora Bull in an oral exam. The conversation dies as they enter alchemy, a class Zorian actually likes because the teacher can explain things and the work makes sense to him. Zorian pairs with Benesek as usual, which basically means Zorian does the work while Benesek provides noise. Benesek immediately starts whispering far too loudly that their alchemy teacher is hot, and Zorian nearly loses his mind because there is no chance she did not hear that. Zorian threatens to stop partnering with him if he wrecks his alchemy grade, then goes back to grinding boar or wasp husks while Benesek keeps grumbling. Benesek keeps mocking alchemy as glorified cooking for girls, while Zorian quietly remembers he was actually taught potion making by a real old-fashioned witch before the academy. Zorian shuts him down with a sharper threat this time. If Benesek does not stop talking, he can find someone else to carry him through alchemy. Across the room, Aslan is openly praising Zack again because he ignored the glue assignment and somehow produced an impressive enhancement potion instead. Watching that, Zorian cannot help wondering whether he would be praised for the same stunt or just scolded for showing off, and he finally understands why Koja is so bitter. Later, in Ilsa's class, the teacher announces the academy dance before the summer festival and makes attendance mandatory this year. Zorian reacts so badly that the class snickers, but Ilsa ignores him and keeps laying down the rules about evening dance lessons. When class ends, Ilsa keeps both Zorian and Akoja behind, and Zorian immediately assumes his outburst just got him in trouble. Instead, Ilsa asks if they know how to dance and reveals she wants both of them to help run the lessons. Her plan is to speed things up with a restricted animation spell that physically guides students through the dances until their bodies learn the movements. Zorian dryly explains the ugly side of that method from personal experience. The spell jerks you around like a puppet until you stop fighting it. That memory clearly comes from Daima forcing the spell on him as a kid, and Zorian is not amused when Ilsa treats it lightly. Ilsa promises students can refuse the spell, but those who do will have to attend more sessions, and she wants Zorian and Akoja helping her cast, dispel, and recast it safely. She chose them because both have good magical control and enough responsibility to be trusted with restricted magic that targets people. After dismissing Akoja, Ilsa changes the subject and asks Zorian how things are going with his current mentor Svim. Zorian answers with deadpan misery. After 4 weeks, Svim is still making him repeat the basic 3 exercise by levitating a pencil while dodging thrown marbles. Then Ilsa drops the real reason for the talk. After the festival, one of her students is leaving, and Zorian is her likely choice to transfer in as her new mentee. Zorian blurts out yes so fast that Ilsa laughs, and for the first time in a while he sees a clean way out of Svim's miserable training. But once he leaves the room, the catch hits him hard. If he wants Ilsa as a mentor, blowing off her mandatory dance is now a terrible idea. At the first dance lesson, students immediately start asking stupid shortcuts, and Zorian has to explain why they cannot just cast the animation spell on themselves. When he tells them they need to learn 10 dances, the room erupts in outrage and Ilsa has to take command again. The packed room presses on Zorian's nerves, so he withdraws to the sidelines just to get a little breathing space. Benesek notices him and asks who his date is, accidentally stepping straight onto Zorian's most hated subject. Inside his own head, Zorian explains exactly why dating feels pointless. Classmates would mock it to death, older boys dominate everyone's attention, and his family name only creates false expectations. So he tells Benesek the truth. He is not getting a date because he plans to skip the dance entirely and fake an alchemy accident instead. Benesek begs him to reconsider because the summer festival matters socially, especially this year, but Zorian cuts him off with bitter contempt for all of it. Then Benesek makes it worse by saying Zorian owes his family a good public face, and Zorian finally snaps in front of everyone nearby. He insists he is a nobody and wants it that way, then tells Benesek to leave him alone before the resentment turns even uglier. Once Benesek backs off, Zorian admits to himself that the worst part is he actually knows how to survive these events. He just hates every second of them. Soon after, Ilsa summons him to her office, and one look at her posture tells Zorian she already heard about his boycott plan. Ilsa starts by praising him as one of her best students and a likely future mentee, which only makes the trap feel more obvious. Then she asks if he is excited for the dance, and when he lies smoothly, she reveals she already knows he meant to boycott it. Zorian instantly blames Benesek in his head, but out loud he tries to wriggle free by claiming it was all rumor. When that fails, he asks why his presence matters so much, and even throws out his real problem with crowds: they give him headaches. Ilsa admits crowds bother her too and says she can give him a potion, but the real issue is simple: she is organizing the dance, and notable absences will stain her record. Worse, she calls Zorian prominent, not because he believes it, but because reaching this level already makes him stand out, and because he is Damon's younger brother. Ilsa notices exactly where that hit, and for once Zorian answers honestly. He hates being measured against Daimon and Fortov for everything. He explains that his parents always played favorites, valued social success above all else, and treated him more like a burdened babysitter than a son. Only recently did they start paying attention to him again, and that was not because they suddenly cared. It was because Fortov failed badly enough to become a problem. With Fortov unreliable and Daimon off being heroic somewhere else, Zorian says his family is dragging him out to groom him as the spare heir for their business, and he wants no part of it. He goes even further, saying he barely feels like part of the Kaczynski family at all and would rather repay his parents for his education than let them decide his future. Ilsa says she does sympathize, but she still thinks those comparisons are unavoidable and tries to soften the blow by praising his own talent. Then she misreads the situation and suggests his real problem might just be getting a date, even offering the easy option of inviting some eager first year. That only pushes Zorian to shut the conversation down. He says he is not bringing a date, and if he must attend, that is all she is getting from him. By Friday evening, Zorian is back at the residence building, dreading the next day so much that even free time feels useless. The corridor walls are already splashed with bright festival colors, a cheerful sight that only makes him feel worse. Then Fortov appears out of nowhere, all fake brotherly warmth, and Zorian immediately knows he wants something. Sure enough, Fortov admits he promised a friend he would make her an anti-rash potion after shoving her into purple creepers during survival class. Zorian corrects him at once. There is no anti-rash potion, only an anti-rash salve, which makes Fortov sound like even more of an idiot. Fortov begs for help and even offers to find Zorian a girlfriend in return, which only makes Zorian angrier. Zorian first tells him to buy the medicine, but all the shops are already closed for festival preparations, and Fortov's panic only deepens. Zorian tries to refuse again, claiming his classes have not reached serious alchemy yet, even though he secretly knows perfectly well how to make the salve. Fortov keeps whining that Zorian is smart enough to know languages and shaping exercises but somehow useless here, and the sheer audacity nearly starts another fight. Then Fortov admits he never cared enough to learn alchemy himself, and somehow that honesty is what finally wears Zorian down. When Fortov explains the girl needs the rash gone before the festival because she is trying to impress a boy, Zorian finally caves just to make him stop begging. He agrees to make the salve and tells Fortov to meet him at the fountain in 3 hours, making it clear this favor now comes with a debt. Fortov bolts before Zorian can change his mind, leaving Zorian to head for his room and gather his own alchemical supplies. The academy workshop is nearly deserted that night, but Zorian is unfazed and settles in to work alone. The cure is ironic. The main ingredient is purple creeper itself, specifically dried leaves that have to be powdered without filling the air with irritating dust. Instead of expensive equipment, Zorian uses a clever little trick. He wraps the leaves in damp cloth and leather, then hammers them flat so the dust stays trapped. With the powder ready, he mixes in honey and oblia berry juice, heats the bowl over a low flame, and calmly stirs until the salve comes together. As the salve cools, a soft voice behind him praises both the finished work and his improvised technique, catching him completely off guard. The speaker is Kale, the quiet white-haired Morlock boy from class, and his calm expertise makes it obvious he knows exactly what he is looking at. Zorian downplays his own work and turns the compliment back around, telling Kale that his alchemy is on another level and that even Zack usually cannot beat him. Kale agrees that Zack's current skill cannot be real overnight growth, especially in a craft like alchemy that only looks that smooth after years of practice. When Zorian nudges the comparison toward Kale himself, Kale simply confirms it. He also has years of practice behind him. Then Kale politely asks for the workspace, and Zorian leaves with the salve and one more uneasy thought about Zack's impossible improvement. Walking away, Zorian ruefully realizes he should have made himself a sleeping potion too, because tomorrow's festival will not let him rest at all. Zorian opens his door in a bad mood and finds Akoja standing there to drag him to the dance. Akoja reveals Ilsa sent her because she thought Zorian might skip the event again. Then she awkwardly admits she is supposed to be his date too, because Ilsa decided he could not find one. Zorian decides not to punish Akoja for it, lets her inside, and grudgingly gets properly dressed because ruining her night would feel worse. Their walk to the hall is painfully quiet, with Akoja uneasy and Zorian enjoying the last bit of peace he expects tonight. At the entrance, Zorian sees a dense crowd of excited students and already feels overwhelmed. Akoja refuses to wait outside, so once they are swallowed by the crowd, Zorian quietly slips away from her on purpose. Inside, the dance turns out to be absurdly expensive, with fine food, rich decor, and animated carvings everywhere. Zorian spends the next hour hiding in plain sight, snacking and avoiding every conversation he can. He also notices the dance is packed with guild, house, and foreign representatives, making it clear this night matters to far more than students. When the first dance is finally about to begin, Zorian returns to Akoja and finds her furious after hunting for him. They dance anyway, and Zorian quietly accepts a few revenge steps on his toes without complaining. When Akoja says people were looking for him, Zorian slips into smooth party manners and flatters her just enough to calm her down. The peace does not last, because Akoja soon starts parading him from one important guest to another under Ilsa's likely orders. One woman hears his surname and immediately connects him to Diamond and Fortov, proving his family reputation follows him everywhere. The woman praises Fortov's violin from the stage, and Zorian has to admit he cannot play any instrument at all. Instead of talking music, Zorian asks how the hall is being filled with evenly balanced sound, and everyone around him just thinks he is weird. Akoja finally takes pity on him and brings him to a table with classmates for actual food and safer conversation. Zorian stays quiet through the small talk until Akoja catches him using the wrong fork for cake. He knowingly uses the wrong fork anyway, and that tiny act finally breaks Akoja's patience. Akoja blurts out that she knows she is not the date he wanted, exposing how personally she took the whole evening. Zorian tries to clarify that he never wanted a date at all and would rather have come alone, but the truth lands in the worst possible way. Akoja hears it as a rejection, looks crushed, and runs away before he can fix anything. An hour later, with Akoja still gone, Zorian gives up on chasing her through the city and climbs onto the hall roof instead. To keep from spiraling, he passes the time naming constellations and dreading how ugly Monday is going to be. At midnight the festival fireworks begin, and for one brief moment Zorian actually relaxes at how beautiful they are. Then he notices a few bright flares are not exploding at all, but dropping toward the city like falling stars. One of those flares slams into the nearby Academy residence building and detonates hard enough to blind and deafen him. When his senses clear, Zorian sees the residence building almost erased and flaming shapes crawling out of the wreckage. The real shock hits when Zorian realizes that was his building, and if he had stayed in his room he would already be dead. Looking across the city, he sees more impacts and understands this is not an accident, but a citywide bombardment. A fresh barrage rises into the sky without any fireworks to hide it, and Zorian finally accepts that the city is under attack. Not knowing where it is safe to run, he decides the smartest move is to warn the adults inside the dance hall. On the stairs he runs straight into Ilsa and Kirin, who demand to know what happened outside. Zorian tells them falling flares are wrecking the city like artillery spells, and both teachers instantly take it seriously. Ilsa orders him back to the hall while she and Kirin rush to assess the attack and prepare emergency teleportation to the shelters. That order reminds Zorian that Akoja already left because of him, and the thought that she may now be dead hits him like a punch. Instead of staying safe, he pulls out his divination compass and tries to locate Akoja before it is too late. When the spell finds her, Zorian decides he would rather risk his life than live with her dying because of him. He slips through the panicked crowd like a ghost, reaches the exit unnoticed, and runs into the burning city. Out in the streets, Zorian has to hide as armed forest trolls stomp past through smoke and fire. The forged weapons tell him these are not wild monsters but war trolls sent as part of a full invasion. Zorian realizes too late that he ran out here without backup, and now the invaders are closing off his path back to the academy. Then he spots Zack in the open, somehow yelling at the trolls to come after him. The trolls charge him, and Zorian thinks Zack is suicidal right up until a roaring fireball wipes them out in one blast. Zack keeps going, throwing up an aegis and slaughtering more monsters with advanced magic no academy student should be able to use. While Zorian is distracted by that impossible display, a winter wolf breaks off and pounces for him from the side. Before the wolf can finish him, Zack blows its head apart with a force bolt that is far stronger than a normal magic missile. After saving him, Zack demands to know why Zorian is out here, and Zorian admits he is searching for Akoja. Zack casually reveals he was the one who warned Ilsa about Zorian skipping the dance, because in every other run Zorian dies in the first bombardment. Zorian cannot make sense of that statement, but Zack brushes it off and agrees to help him find Akoja anyway. With Zack carving a path through the invasion, the two of them push across the city through monsters, skeletons, and even an enemy mage. At last they find Akoja barricaded on the upper floor of a house, too shaken by winter wolves to believe she is safe yet. When she finally opens up, Akoja does not blame Zorian at all and instead collapses into him sobbing that she thought she was going to die. Zack jokes about young love, then cuts to the point, and says they need to get her to the shelters immediately. Akoja latches onto that hope at once, but Zorian catches a tiny flinch from Zack that says the shelters may not be fully safe either. Zack hands over an unmarked teleport rod set to send anyone holding it straight to the shelters after a short delay. Akoja protests that Zack should come too, but he refuses and says he still has unfinished business. A split second later Zorian feels sudden dread and shoves Zack aside just before a red spell beam slices through where Zack's head was. In the confusion, the teleport rod triggers and Akoja vanishes to safety without either boy holding on. Then the attacker steps through the settling dust, and Zorian realizes in horror they are facing a lich. The lich dismisses Zorian with one glance and focuses on Zack as the one who has been killing his minions. Zack tells Zorian to run and immediately opens fire, but the lich answers with casual defenses and deadly purple beams. One blast detonates beside Zorian instead of hitting him directly, but the stone shrapnel still tears into his legs and drops him instantly. Unable to stand, Zorian drags himself behind a cart and watches the battle with growing dread. From cover, he realizes the awful truth. For all Zack's impossible talent, the Lich is still just toying with him. The fight turns ugly when a spear-like red bolt punches through Zack's aegis and impales him through the flank. Instead of killing him outright, the Lich throws Zack into a wall and strolls over like he has all the time in the world. Even wounded and barely standing, Zack still reaches for a spell rod while the Lich mocks how impressive he was for a mere student. Zack answers with a grim line about trying harder next time, and the Lich immediately understands he is counting on some kind of return. When Zack says he will not be dead for good, the Lich reveals he knows enough soul magic to make that confidence meaningless. To prove the point, the Lich freezes Zorian's body from afar and drags him across the ground into Zack's arms. The Lich calmly explains that even an immortal soul can be mutilated and altered beyond recognition. As the Lich chants in a strange language, a wave of pain and wrongness slams into Zorian so hard he cannot even finish his scream. Then Zorian's world blows out into blinding light and total blackness. Zorian jolts awake in sharp pain with Kiriel literally on top of him, and the familiar way she shouts him awake makes his stomach drop for a different reason. Still reeling from the Lich's last spell, Zorian scans the room and realizes he is somehow back in his old room in Siren instead of dead or hospitalized. He asks Kiriel the date, and when she says it is the 1st of Chariot, Zorian realizes he has been thrown all the way back to the day he left for the academy. Zorian throws Kiriel off the bed and checks his room for signs of a prank, but everything is arranged exactly the way he left it. To test whether the past month was just a dream, Zorian casts the light orb spell he learned in Scoria, and the magic works perfectly. Kiriel begs for more tricks, but Zorian is too rattled to indulge her and tries to send her away. Then the memory hits him too late, and Kiriel dashes into the bathroom first, trapping him outside just like before. Resting his forehead against the closed door, Zorian admits his future memories are behaving like reliable forewarning, which makes the coming invasion of Scoria terrifyingly real. Back in his room, he tries to reason it out and gets stuck on the same impossible problem. Magic can bend time, but every book says real-time travel cannot exist. A knock pulls him out of it, and when he opens the door after dressing, he finds his mother and academy teacher Ilsa waiting for him. Ilsa sets out her documents in his room, and Zorian is unnerved when the same official scroll appears exactly when he remembers it should. Reading the scroll confirms this is no vague dream memory, and the scale of whatever trapped him in this reset suddenly feels huge. He thinks about telling Ilsa everything, but the image that comes to mind is not rescue, it is getting treated like a conspirator and dragged into interrogation. So he quietly reenacts the same conversation from memory, making the same choices as before and keeping his secret to himself. Ilsa notices his hands shaking, and that tiny slip pushes Zorian to ask the question he really cares about: can time travel exist at all? Ilsa answers firmly that reversing time is impossible in theory and in practice, and she warns him not to waste his talent chasing it. After she leaves, Zorian collapses back onto the bed and can only think one thing: this repeat month is going to be very long. On the train to Scoria, Zorian stays fully awake and tests reality by probing his mother with private family details, which convinces him this is not an illusion. He spends the ride filling a notebook with every important future event he can remember, trying to turn panic into something organized. One page is devoted to the Lich's final chant, because Zorian is sure that unknown spell triggered this entire reset. Another clue is Zack himself, because no ordinary academy student should have been able to fight a Lich the way he did. He decides not to confront Zack directly until he knows more, because someone mixed up in this kind of secret could be deadly. At Corsa, the same green turtleneck girl appears at his compartment door, and Zorian uses his foreknowledge to escape before the loud group he remembers can pile in. Back in Scoria, Taven pounds on his dorm door until Zorian realizes he has slept past noon again, despite going to bed right after arriving. He opens up to find Taven full of energy and demands, but this time Zorian has no patience for being dragged into her sewer errand. After an hour of refusing to budge, Zorian finally gets Taven to leave him alone and heads straight for the library instead. He spends the weekend digging through library books on time travel and ancient languages, hoping to explain the reset or identify the Lich's chant. The search gets him nowhere, because time travel is treated like nonsense, and the Lich's language stays completely unidentified. By the time classes begin, Zorian gives up on the library for now and pins his hopes on learning something from Zack once school starts. On the first morning of class, Akoja scolds Zorian for being late again, and he catches himself staring because he now knows how differently their month will end. Akoja brushes off his question and pushes him inside, still treating him like someone who ought to set a better example. In class, Zorian sits in the back and scans every arrival for Zack, because the missing boy now feels like the center of the whole mystery. A brief burst of chaos breaks out when Bryum's fire Drake familiar chases another student across the room before being calmed down. Then Ilsa begins the same review lecture Zorian already remembers, except one important piece is missing: Zack never shows up. That absence shakes Zorian more than the repeated lecture, because it is the first major sign that this month will not unfold exactly the same way. By Friday, Benesek confirms the problem is bigger than a skip class, Zack vanished from his family mansion the same day Zorian traveled to Scoria. Zorian gives up on chasing Zack for now, but his school life gets unexpectedly easy because foreknowledge lets him breeze through early classes and surprise tests. That extra time only leaves him more trapped with the real problem. The festival attack is getting closer, and he still has no safe way to stop it. His training with Svim starts again, and Zorian stubbornly shows up even though he already knows the sessions will be miserable. This time Zorian catches the pen Svim throws at him, but instead of saying start over, Svim abruptly demands a harder variation and tells him to make it spin. When Zorian admits they were never taught that, Svim casually demonstrates the spinning pen and declares the academy's standards embarrassingly low. Zorian tries to figure it out on the spot, only for Svim to start pelting him with marbles again whenever he is too slow. He leaves humiliated after barely making the pen wobble, but he grabs a library book on the exercise because he needs some problem he can actually solve. Under that small goal, his real fear keeps growing, because if the invasion is real and Zack is gone, warning people could just ruin his life or get him killed. He rejects the idea of public warnings and starts sketching a safer plan, anonymous letters that might alert the right people without pointing back to him. Benesek catches a glimpse of the notes, and instantly decides Zorian must be planning anonymous love letters for some girl. Zorian tries to shut the conversation down, but Benesek keeps joking that he is an expert on girl trouble and should coach him instead. Ignoring Benesek only makes it worse, and within 2 days the class is loudly convinced Zorian is hiding a crush. Then Neela hands him a hard-covered reading list that looks like more romance nonsense, but Zorian checks it anyway out of stubborn curiosity. The books turn out to be unexpectedly useful, because they hide practical anti-divination advice inside fake forbidden love titles. Armed with that loophole, Zorian carefully prepares his warning letters using cheap supplies, disguised handwriting, and obsessive effort to leave no trace behind. A week before the festival, he drops the letters into different public postal boxes around Scoria and commits to the gamble. The silence afterward is almost worse, because no one comes after him and nothing visibly changes, leaving him to stew in doubt about whether the letters did anything at all. By the evening before the dance, the waiting breaks his nerve, and Zorian decides the only thing he can still control is getting out of Scoria before the attack. He boards a night train and clings to the excuse that if anyone asks, he can always claim an alchemical accident left him confused and far from the city. As the train carries him away, Zorian tries to bury his guilt for doing so little, but sleep only brings back dreams of falling stars and the greenlit lich. Then he wakes in sharp pain all over again, with Kiriel shouting on top of him in the exact same morning ambush. Zorian blurts out his disbelief, realizes he has been reset again, and can barely reassure Kiriel that his anger is not actually at her. And while Zorian is still trying to process a second impossible restart, Kiriel uses the opening to barricade herself in the bathroom again. Alone on the train, Zorian forces himself to sit still and look calm, because if he lets himself think too hard about waking up in the past again, he knows he will panic. This time the lich never hit him, so Zorian starts doubting his first theory and realizes the time jump may have nothing to do with the lich at all. His suspicion swings hard toward Zack, because Zack fought like an expert, aced impossible classes, and kept making comments that only make sense if he has lived this month before. Even if Zack caused the loop, Zorian still cannot explain why he got dragged in too, or why the month repeated again without Zack anywhere near him. When the train reaches Corsa, Zorian briefly wants to run from all of this and waste the month somewhere else, but he makes himself stay on course and keep going to school. A boy pokes his head into the empty compartment, and Zorian instantly realizes his quiet ride is about to be ruined. Byrne asks to sit down, and Zorian politely says yes even though he clearly regrets it. One look at Byrne's mountain of bags tells Zorian he is a first year, and his dry warning about the long walk from the station leaves Byrne looking worried. Byrne introduces himself, and the moment Zorian gives his surname, the conversation slides straight into the subject he hates most, the Kaczynski brothers. When Byrne asks if he is related to Diamond, Zorian pointedly ignores him and hides in his notebook instead. The notebook is almost empty again, but Zorian has already rewritten the one detail he refuses to lose, the lich's strange chant. After letting the silence sting for a while, Zorian pretends he never heard the question, and Byrne wisely backs off. Their talk improves when Byrne asks about Zorian's personal research, and Zorian admits he is stuck on a problem the library has not helped him solve. Byrne casually points out that librarians use special divinations to find books far faster than students can, and Zorian is annoyed to realize he never thought to ask. When Byrne adds that library workers get taught those spells, Zorian stops trying to avoid him and starts listening for real. At the academy library, Zorian barely finishes asking about work before the head librarian cheerfully all but hires him on the spot. Kirathishli explains the academy's rules make hiring hard, but she is clearly delighted to grab any capable student she can get. Zorian asks how often he would work, and his offer to come in 4 times a week makes Kirathishli light up immediately. Kirathishli calls for Ibri, and the girl who appears is the same green turtleneck student Zorian had expected to meet on the train. The introductions go sideways fast when Zorian's surname triggers yet another round of brother talk, and this time the target is Fortov instead of Diamond. Embarrassed protests or not, Ibri is assigned to train him, And just like that, Zorian is officially working at the library. Once classes begin, Zack is missing again, which convinces Zorian even more that Zack is tangled up in the reset but leaves him with no way to confront him. Zorian hesitates over a worse possibility too. If Zack is already some experienced time traveler trying to stop the invasion, jumping in blindly might just get in the way. But since Zack still lost to the Lich before, Zorian cannot trust him to save everyone on his own. With no clear answer, Zorian buries himself in routine, and the only school problem he still cannot escape is Svim's endless pen-spinning drill. The library turns out to be harder than expected, because even basic shelving is buried under rules and classification schemes he cannot master fast enough. After 2 weeks, with the summer festival getting closer, Zorian gives up on waiting to earn favors and corners Kirathishli for help with the book-finding divinations. To Zorian's surprise, Kirathishli praises him as one of their most competent workers, which leaves him genuinely thrown off. Kirathishli explains she has been giving him harder tasks because he learns unusually fast, and the compliment lands harder than Zorian expects. When he finally asks about the divinations, Kirathishli readily agrees to teach him later and offers to search for the topic herself if he shows her what he needs. Zorian takes the risk and hands over the page with the Lich's chant, knowing the words are dangerous but seeing no faster option. Kirathishli admits that chasing an unknown language from phonetic scraps is a brutal search even with divinations, and says he really needs a language expert instead. Ibi unexpectedly saves the lead by recommending Zenemir, the history teacher who also knows more languages than almost anyone at the academy. Zorian finds Zenemir, an elderly scholar in old-style blue robes, and asks him to identify the chant's language and maybe the spell behind it. The moment Zenemir reads it, his face tightens, and he quietly asks Zorian where he got those words. Zorian admits the chant came from an attacker casting at him, and Zenemir bluntly reveals it was a soul magic spell, the kind of necromancy no student should ever be near. That answer confirms the chant was necromancy, not time travel, which pushes Zorian even closer to believing Zack is the one behind the loop. Zenemir identifies the language as Old Majera, notorious for ancient ruins and black ritual texts, and warns Zorian that books on it are not publicly available. Pressed by that concern, Zorian decides not to mention time travel and instead tells Zenemir a half-true story about overhearing plans to invade the city during the summer festival. Instead of dismissing him, Zenemir takes the warning seriously and tells Zorian to go home and leave the rest to him. Back in his room that night, Zorian paces in growing dread, stuck waiting to see what consequences his warning will bring down on him. A confident knock comes at the door, and Zorian assumes someone has arrived to question him about what he told Zenemir. The moment he opens it, a short masked assassin drives a blade into his chest. Zorian barely has time to see the white mask before the assassin yanks the knife free and keeps stabbing until darkness finally takes him. He jolts awake back in Siren with pain still haunting his body, and Kiriel's cheerful wake-up is suddenly the last thing he wanted to hear. When Kiriel asks if it was a nightmare, Zorian says yes, but inside he is reeling from how fast the conspirators silenced him. Later, while Ilsa is speaking to him, Zorian can barely listen because he now understands the invasion must have powerful inside help if a single warning got him murdered that same night. He also starts noticing a grim pattern in himself. Somehow he has already managed to die twice in just 3 loops. Ilsa catches the shaking, asks if he is alright, and Zorian admits he is not but insists he will manage. Seeing his state, Ilsa offers to skip the miserable train ride and teleport him directly to the academy instead. Zorian quickly warns his mother he is leaving, but she stalls him with worried questions about teleportation before finally letting him go. Outside, Ilsa begins the spell, and Zorian tries to pay close attention because he has never teleported before and desperately wants to understand it. The teleport is almost anticlimactic, with the world rippling once and dropping them straight into the academy's redirection chamber. Ilsa warns him that warded spaces make teleportation dangerous, and tells him not to get clever with a spell far above his level. That only makes him more interested, and when he asks her to cast it again so he can study it, she laughs and refuses. Back in his room, Zorian catches himself thinking like the restarts are guaranteed and immediately shuts that thought down, reminding himself each loop might be the last one he gets. With the Lich theory nearly dead, he decides his next real lead is not old spells or lost languages but finding out where Zack keeps disappearing to. That plan falls apart almost immediately, because Zack is a noble heir under constant scrutiny, and even professionals have failed to figure out where he goes. Asking about the girls Zack used to spend time with gets him nowhere useful either, except for irritating rumors about his love life. Another month slips by empty-handed, and on festival night Zorian once again leaves Scoria by train, staying awake with a pocket watch in hand to see exactly when the reset hits. At 2 minutes past midnight, he blacks out anyway and wakes right back in Siren with Kiriel on top of him again. He keeps resisting the truth for several more loops, but after repeating the month again and again with the exact same midnight reset, Zorian finally accepts that he is trapped in a time loop. He has no idea what power source could sustain something this absurd, but he stops wasting energy on the how and starts thinking about how to live inside it. Until now he has kept acting like each month might be the final real one, but after 8 runs the routine has become unbearable. Academically he now knows the first month so well he can ace almost everything, even warding, without effort. That improvement barely changes anyone's view of him, except Akoja becomes clingier and Svim becomes even more demanding. Worse, Svim reacts to his great results by demoting him from pen spinning back to the basic levitation drill, proving there is no end to that man's standards. Done with repeating a boring perfect month, Zorian deliberately changes his plan for the next loop: new electives, lower visible scores, less pointless homework, and more time and money spent on his own studies. But on the first day of school, that whole plan crashes the instant he walks into Essential Invocations and sees one impossible thing waiting there. Zack is finally back in class. When Zorian enters class, he freezes in surprise because Zack is finally back, but the usually flashy boy is sitting near the front in eerie silence and looks genuinely sick. Zorian wants to confront Zack on the spot, but one look at his weak condition and dangerous unknown reaction makes him decide to approach more carefully. He spots an easy seat near Zack because Bryum's angry little fire drake has scared everyone else away. The fire drake hisses at Zorian too, but he glares it down until the creature finally looks away. Bryum is impressed, and the drake snapping at its own owner only makes Zorian wonder again how smart the thing really is. Using the opening, Zorian bluntly tells Zack he looks terrible, and Zack groans that he feels just as bad after whatever that pile of bones did to him. That one phrase is all Zorian needs to confirm Zack remembers the Lich too, but before he can probe further, Ilsa walks in and kills the moment. While Ilsa starts the usual introduction, Zorian mostly ignores it and keeps watching Zack, trying to figure out how to pull more truth out of him without exposing himself. Ilsa suddenly calls out Zack in front of everyone for looking half dead and asks if he really showed up hungover. Zack insists it is not a hangover and awkwardly claims he thought whatever hit him would wear off in an hour or two, which only deepens Zorian's confusion. Ilsa refuses to let Zack stay and tells him to go home or see a healer before he collapses. Before Zack can argue, Zorian volunteers to escort him, happily turning the situation into a private talk and an excuse to skip a class he already knows by heart. Outside the classroom, Zack says Zorian did not need to do that, and Zorian casually admits he mostly wanted to avoid 2 more hours of boring review. Zack laughs, then breaks into a painful cough and mutters that the one who hit him really did a number on him. When Zorian presses him again, Zack dodges the answer and suggests they go eat instead because he is starving. In the cafeteria, Zack shovels noodles into his mouth and jokes that it is funny seeing a proper student like Zorian ditch class to have lunch with a delinquent. Zorian dryly insists this is still an official escort home, and their banter drifts into family pressure, noble manners, and Zack's obvious annoyance with social climbers. Zorian circles back to the real issue, but Zack hides behind the classic excuse that an alchemy accident caused his condition. So Zorian takes a risk and says the symptoms almost look like soul magic exposure. The bait works too well, and Zack blurts out that the Lich must have targeted his soul itself, because the damage lasted even after the revert. The room goes awkwardly silent, and after Zack shrinks under everyone's stares, he suggests they continue this somewhere less public. As they leave for the fountain, Zorian quietly processes the biggest clue yet. Whatever is resetting is not just memory but the soul itself. At the Academy fountain, Zack finally asks the question directly and wants to know what Zorian thinks about time travel. Zorian pretends confusion, and Zack comes right out and says the world resets on festival night and only he remembers each loop. Zack adds that he has lived through this month at least 200 times, and Zorian slips by asking if that means he cannot stop it. That sickness turns out to be even worse than Zorian feared, because Zack says the previous revert left him with blanks in his memory and no idea how the loop even started. When Zorian stays serious, Zack mistakes it for disbelief, so Zorian plays along and asks what any of this has to do with him. Zack says that is exactly the weird part, because the Zorian he remembers from other loops was sharper, more irritable, and never believed a word of this. To test him and cover his own behavior, Zorian admits he has felt oddly different too and has been making choices he cannot explain. Zack accepts that possibility surprisingly easily, then admits most of what he knows is combat magic because he is trying to stop something dangerous. Zack casually admits he charged that enemy because too many repeated deaths had made him feel almost invulnerable. That attitude alarms Zorian enough that he bluntly warns Zack the loop does not protect him from mind magic, geases, soul eaters, or even magic sealing attacks that could carry across reverts. Shaken by the lecture, Zack jokes that Zorian almost sounds like he cares, and Zorian settles on his current strategy. He will keep pretending until he understands Zack and the loop better. Later, when Zorian returns to school, Akoja scolds him for taking too long and the rest of the class swarms him with questions about Zack. He easily fends off the first round with Zack's own fake story about an alchemical accident, but the nosy questions about why he helped and what took so long hound him all day. By the time he locks himself in his room, Zorian is exhausted and finally free to think through how bad Zack's memory damage might really be. Alone, he realizes the Lich's soul attack makes horrible sense, because if he and Zack are looping as soul-level entities, a Lich would know exactly how to harm them. That leads to an even uglier thought. Zack practically told the Lich he would not stay dead, which may have taught their enemy exactly how to strike back. Even worse, Zorian starts suspecting Zack may not be the one who created the loop at all, which opens the door to the terrifying idea that someone else could be looping too. Then his mood shifts, because if normal life means dying in the invasion, the loop starts to look less like a curse and more like the one chance he has to become strong enough to matter. He lets himself imagine becoming a truly great mage, maybe even surpassing Diamond, before forcing himself back to practical planning. His first rough plan is simple: squeeze Zack for what he can, dig deeper into the library, and use his resetting money to improve his alchemy. Not satisfied with that, Zorian starts looking for better options and decides to press his teachers for more useful training. After combat class, Zorian approaches Kirin and bluntly says a month of basic magic missile practice is too easy for him. Kirin answers just as bluntly that Zorian's shaping is good, but his mana reserves are too small for a real battle mage, and that weakness will not go away. Zorian admits he knows that and pushes the real point anyway. If the class stays at this level, there is no reason for him to keep wasting time in it. Instead of taking offense, Kirin disappears for a while and returns with a spell rod, a booklet, and 4 ceramic plates. Kirin proves his point by firing a curved homing missile that bends through the air and smashes a thrown plate anyway. Then he fires a thinner, needle-like variant that pierces a second plate clean through instead of shattering it. For the final trick, Kirin cuts 2 plates in half with an invisible force variant, showing that magic missile is far more flexible than it looks. Kirin explains that most combat mages rely on raw power, but Zorian's edge is precision, so he should learn the harder variations and even chase a perfectly transparent cast. Then Kirin lends him the rod, gives him the booklet, and orders him to practice on his own before reporting back in 2 weeks. A few days later in the library, Zorian tries the job again while Zack stays absent, hoping library access might help him get around restricted spells. He is still focused on Kirin's exercises too, because even adding a simple homing function or making a bolt transparent turns out to be maddeningly difficult under combat timing. Ibi notices he is unexpectedly good at library work, and Zorian awkwardly covers by saying he has done something similar before. Kirithishli joins in and turns the moment into a sharp little lecture about how state libraries all inherited the same organization from the old political order. The conversation reminds Zorian why Kirithishli clashes with authority so easily, and then Zack barrels into the library shouting for him like his old self again. Zack looks fully recovered, and with Kirithishli waving Zorian off, the two head outside to talk. Once outside, Zack bluntly says he came because Zorian is the most interesting person he knows right now, and one of the only people who does not dismiss the time travel story. He even reveals that Neela believed him too, mostly because she loves speculative stories and wanted something impossible to be true. Zack also admits he has already tried to convince classmates, teachers, the headmaster, the police, and even nobles, with exactly the kind of disaster Zorian would expect. When Zorian asks again about the memory damage, Zack confirms the gaps are still there even if they no longer seem to be spreading. That pushes Zorian to say out loud what he is already suspecting. The old Zack was never the kind of student who could invent impossible time magic on his own. Zack does not really deny it, but he abruptly changes the subject with good news. He heard Zorian has started learning combat magic. When Zorian demands to know how that rumor spread so fast, Zack casually traces the entire gossip chain from Kirin through staff and workers to the students. Then Zack drops the real offer and says that because of all his loops, he is excellent at combat magic and has decided to teach Zorian himself. Zorian tests that claim by asking how Zack even got access to serious combat spells, and Zack admits the ugly truth. He stole that knowledge in ways only a time traveler could survive. That answer leaves Zorian uneasy, but he follows Zack anyway, because dangerous or not, this is exactly the kind of advantage he has been looking for. Zack brings Zorian to a lonely overgrown meadow outside Scoria, and Zorian immediately clocks it as the kind of hidden place where something could go very wrong. When Zorian questions why such valuable land is being left to rot, Zack casually reveals the meadow belongs to the Novita estate, and nobody can touch it without his approval. Zack gets curious when Zorian seems to know where the Novita estate is, so Zorian bluffs that everyone knows where a famous family like Zack's lives. The bluff works perfectly because Zack lights up at the praise, and Zorian quietly notes just how easy Zack is to distract by feeding his pride. Once Zorian pushes him back on task, Zack snaps into teacher mode and rapidly summons several moving earth humanoids from the ground across the clearing. Zorian is stunned by how cleanly Zack casts without chance, but Zack brushes off the animated targets as obsolete practice dummies that simply reform after being hit. What really rattles Zorian is Zack flicking out a magic missile with almost no visible casting at all, just pointing a finger and firing. Zack explains that repeated casting turns several combat spells into reflexive magic for him, and Zorian can only grimly admit that endless loop time makes that kind of mastery possible. To start the lesson, Zack asks Zorian to show what Kirin's spell rod training has actually done, even if he still jokingly calls the constructs mud people. Zorian fires at the dodging constructs and shows real progress, steering bolts in flight, and even trying a piercer, but his cutter still collapses into a useless burst of light. Zorian stops before draining himself dry, and Zack's teasing applause turns into genuine praise when he realizes Zorian learned that much in only a few days. The praise comes with a brutal reality check, because Zack points out that students with larger mana reserves learn faster simply because they can train longer every day. Zorian guesses Zack can cast maybe 50 magic missiles, And Zack smugly answers with the absurd truth. 232. That ridiculous gap drives home that Zorian will never outmuscle Zack in raw power, so he pointedly asks whether this lesson includes actual help instead of just humiliation. Zack beckons Zorian closer and suddenly casts an unfamiliar spell on his eyes without warning, crossing a line that makes Zorian bristle on instinct. Instead of rejecting the spell, Zorian reigns in his own magical resistance and lets it settle, which impresses Zack because most students cannot control that at all. With the filtered mage sight active, Zorian suddenly sees the whole as a colossal living pillar of mana tearing up into the sky. Zack explains that the spell filters out Scioria's ambient magical noise, and he wants Zorian to use this view to watch exactly how a real magic missile is shaped. Zack slows down and uses the full invocation for once, while Zorian memorizes the words and motions almost immediately. When Zorian tries the classical version himself, he learns the hard part fast. Casting without the rod is slower, clumsier, and much harder to control. Even so, seeing the mana flow directly helps enough that Zorian finally produces a decent hand-cast missile before exhausting his reserves for the day. On the walk back to his apartment, Zorian admits to himself that he will never beat Zack by brute magical force and needs to find a completely different path. That pushes him back to the real problem, because understanding the time loop still feels like the only useful goal he has, and he hates how underqualified he is to solve it. Zorian decides the one thing he can do is keep improving his magic, and that thought makes him remember Ilsa once offered more reasonable mentorship than Svim ever would. He still waits until after 2 sessions with Svim before visiting Ilsa, partly so his complaint about Svim's methods will sound natural. In the meantime, Zack drags him into daily practice after class, and after 2 weeks Zorian has added homing, shield, and flamethrower to his growing combat toolkit. Zorian knows those spells still mean almost nothing against a true battle mage, but they might buy him the 1 or 2 seconds needed to survive a monster attack. Back at the academy, Zack returns to class as if nothing happened, and his sudden improvement makes every curious classmate start treating Zorian like the person with answers. When Zorian asks what he is supposed to tell people, Zack says he literally tells everyone he is a time traveler, and seems baffled that this is a problem. That flippant answer gives Zorian a flash of remembered pain from the masked assassin who killed him, and he cannot believe Zack acts like there are no risks to saying too much. Zorian says this mess could have been avoided if Zack had simply held back in class, but Zack cheerfully admits he actually enjoys the attention. Zack explains that he barely attends school in most loops anyway, and he is only back in Scoria now because his last run left him battered and with holes in his memory. He also admits Zorian himself caught his interest, because this is the first time he has ever managed to get Zorian to act friendly toward him. That lands hard on Zorian, because he realizes Zack has spent loops trying to know their classmates while Zorian never even thought to do the same. Then Zack says something even stranger. This Zorian feels so different from the one he knew that he is starting to suspect he somehow shifted timelines. Zorian nearly blurts out the truth at that ridiculous explanation, but clamps down and keeps playing dumb. When Zorian mentions looking into time travel books, Zack dismisses the whole field as useless paradox talk and casually reveals he has only visited the academy library once. That answer completely breaks Zorian's brain, because a looper with years of extra time and access to hidden spells still never bothered with the library just because he dislikes reading. Instead, Zack says he learns mostly through mentors, and being the last Novita means powerful mages are usually eager to teach him on the spot. That easy access stirs up Zorian's old resentment toward how teachers favored Daimon and Fortov, and he has to force himself not to take it out on Zack. By the end of the talk, Zorian is more suspicious than comforted, because Zack's mana, status, charm, and convenient circumstances make him feel almost too perfectly suited to this loop. So even while using Zack's help, Zorian decides his best advantage is staying hidden as an unaccounted variable and not revealing that he is looping too. When Zorian finally visits Ilsa's office, she dryly guesses he is there because Svim has already driven him up the wall like he does to most students. Ilsa shuts down any hope of changing mentors, but Zorian pivots and asks for practical self-study advice instead of rescue. Ilsa decides to judge his basics first and hands him a pen, a tiny gesture that feels almost luxurious after Svim's habit of throwing things. Before Ilsa even finishes speaking, Zorian has the pen hovering and spinning above his palm, proving he already mastered more than she expected. Ilsa reveals that advanced variations of the basic 3 are normal mentor training, not Svim's private obsession, and there are thousands of them in total. Then she gives him a heavy book covering 15 interesting variations, 5 for each basic exercise, as a more realistic place to start. When Ilsa says most students only manage 6 such variations by the end of a year, Zorian spots an opening and asks what happens if he masters all 15 before the month ends. Ilsa laughs at the outrageous claim, but she also promises that if he actually did it, she would ignore the rules and take him as her apprentice on the spot. Afterward, Zorian knows he cannot finish all 15 in this restart, but the time loop turns Ilsa's challenge into a long-term plan instead of an impossible one. As he reads, the book finally makes the point of the basic 3 click for him. Light, heat, and kinetic force are simple drills because they sit inside countless other spells. He also realizes the so-called variations are really upgrades, because spinning a levitated pen already means holding two separate magical effects at once. Following the book's logic, Zorian sees the exercises built in a strict order, so he picks vertical levitation as the next real step after pen spinning. He starts practicing by trying to balance attractive and repelling force on a pen against his upright palm, using multitasking control he only recently earned. But even with the right method now in hand, Zorian knows this loop is running out fast, because the summer festival is almost here. In the academy library, Zorian finishes a book divination key to the word Majera, and 7 golden threads snap into place to show him exactly which books mention it. The result is meager, which only confirms Zenimir's warning that almost no books in the library seriously discuss the dead language Zorian needs. He still enjoys how natural the divination feels to him, even if Ibri clearly did not believe he learned her library magic that quickly. He follows one thread to a huge history book and casts a second divination so every mention of Majera flashes green instead of forcing him to read 400 pages. Then Ibri suddenly appears, and Zorian instantly slams the book shut because he does not want to explain why he is hunting references to Majera. One look at Ibri kills his excuse, because her eyes are red from crying and a nasty purple creeper rash stains her cheek and neck. Zorian guesses the truth at once and asks if she is in Fortov's class, and Ibri's flinch tells him his brother caused this. He explains that Fortov asked him for an anti-rash potion earlier, and now Zorian is furious he brushed the request off without knowing Ibri was the victim. Instead of leaving it there, Zorian bluntly offers to make the cure for her himself right now. Ibri tries to downplay it, but her face says it matters, so Zorian presses until she finally admits she wants to come watch and learn the remedy. Zorian knows taking her along means breaking into the closed workshop after hours, but he decides the coming reset makes the risk worth it. When they reach his room, Zack is already waiting outside and casually practicing the same spinning levitation exercise Zorian learned from Svim. Zack starts to ask for another festival promise, notices Ibri, and instantly changes gears when Zorian says he is gathering alchemy supplies for her. By the time Zorian comes back with his supply box, Zack has already charmed Ibri into conversation and learned exactly how badly Fortov treated her. Zack openly calls Fortov a jerk, and Ibri rushes to defend him anyway, which tells Zorian her crush is every bit as bad as he feared. When Zack points out the workshops should be locked, Zorian finally admits he can open ordinary locks with fine telekinetic control instead of an illegal unlocking spell. At the workshop door, he proves it by flooding the lock with mana, feeling out the tumblers, and clicking the warded door open anyway. Zack is impressed, but Ibri gives Zorian a wary look that says she is suddenly wondering why he knows how to break into places. Once Zorian starts actually making the salve, the suspicion fades, and Zack reveals he has no interest in such basic medicine despite all his flashy alchemy talent. Zorian even points out the cure's ironic trick. The anti-rash salve is made from purple creeper leaves themselves, just prepared the right way. An hour later the salve is finished, and Zack quietly helps by conjuring an illusionary mirror so Ibri can treat the rash on the spot. While Ibri is distracted, Zack pulls Zorian aside and hands him a plain gold ring packed with combat spell formulas for magic missile, shield, and flamethrower. Zorian immediately realizes the gift is too valuable to be casual, and Zack's uneasy answer makes it obvious he expects Zorian to need those spells very soon. Pressed about the dance again, Zack refuses to explain and only tells Zorian to survive whatever is coming. Then Zack instantly switches to loud fake cheer, calls out a breezy goodbye for Ibri to hear, and bolts before Zorian can question him any further. With the rash gone and the door relocked behind them, Zorian notices Ibri is still unhappy, and she finally admits the real problem is the dance. She says the boy she hoped would invite her already has someone else, and Zorian gently tells her he plans to attend alone too. That answer makes Ibri stop and look him over, and Zorian instantly realizes he has just walked himself into becoming her date. Festival night arrives, and Zorian goes to the academy dance with Ibri despite dreading both the coming invasion and another painfully awkward evening. To his relief, Ibri is nothing like a Koja on a bad date, because she is polite, undemanding, and mostly too busy scanning the crowd for Fortov to bother him. He eventually takes pity on her and points out that Fortov is already inside with the Academy Music Club, getting ready to perform. Then Zack makes his entrance in full show-off mode, arriving with 2 dates and stunning the room with confident dancing that pulls every eye his way. Watching Zack own the room, Zorian briefly wonders if he should spend loop time on some non-magical skill too, but not one that would force him to fake a whole new personality. As they settle in, Zorian and Ibri both notice this dance is far too luxurious for students alone and feels more like a diplomatic event wrapped around a school party. Ibri has been curious for a while, so she finally asks how someone as private as Zorian ended up tied so closely to the suddenly brilliant Zack. Zorian feeds her the same cover story as everyone else. He helped Zack once when he got sick, and after that Zack just decided they were friends. She pushes further about Zack's impossible jump in skill, and Zorian insists the change is real because Zack has been tutoring him in combat magic and clearly knows what he is doing. Ibri says people have noticed Zorian improving too, but even that ends up getting folded into the growing myth around Zack. Asked for her own theory, Ibri shyly offers a rumor about black rooms, secret facilities where extreme time dilation could let someone train for months or years while almost no time passes outside. She even says some people believe one sits under Scoria near the hole, feeding on a mana well and reserved for carefully chosen users. Zorian privately realizes her wild guess is almost right, and that Zack may be showing just enough talent to shock people without revealing how absurdly strong he really is. Ibri finishes by tying the theory to Zack's bloodline, arguing that desperate Novita guardians might use an old hidden advantage to turn the last heir into someone worthy of restoring the house. The whole theory gets cut off by a violent tremor and a deafening blast outside that rattles the hall and drops everyone into uneasy silence. As more distant explosions roll in, the crowd's fear slams into Zorian's empathic mind so hard he almost faints under a suffocating wave of panic that never hit him this badly before. 10 ugly minutes pass with no answers, and Zorian realizes this version of the invasion is unfolding differently because Ilsa and Kirin still have not rushed to the roof. At last, Ilsa takes the stage and tells everyone to stay calm while she and Kirin go contact the city authorities from the roof. Her speech barely helps, and as some students start slipping out anyway, the crushing emotional pressure on Zorian finally eases back into the headache level he can handle. Right on cue, Zack strolls over with infuriatingly perfect timing, jokes about Zorian bringing an older girl, and acts like this is still a normal night. Ibri tries to push back by asking where his 2 dates went, but Zack just shrugs and says they sensibly left early. When Zorian asks what is actually happening, Zack refuses again, and all they can do is watch Ilsa gather class representatives for whatever comes next. The representatives spread through the hall to collect their classmates, and Zorian leaves Ibri to join his own group beside Zack. Akoja relays the plan: important guests will be teleported out, while the students have to evacuate through the underground tunnels without teachers to shield them. Zack's face hardens at the announcement, and when he mutters showtime, Zorian knows this night is about to get much worse. Out on the evacuation route, it is Rainy of all people who spots the winter wolves first and raises the alarm before the horde reaches them. The warning triggers panic instead of discipline, and the whole student procession surges toward the tunnel entrance in rising chaos. They still do not make it in time, because the winter wolves hit before the group reaches safety. Instead of holding together, the students scatter in every direction, and Zack's desperate shouting for them to stay with the main group is ignored. Zorian grabs Akoja before she can flee into a nearby building, points her toward the real objective, and bets everything on getting people to the tunnel entrance instead. Akoja follows, and a cluster of other students falls in behind them, because even in a stampede people still chase the only plan that looks deliberate. All around them the wolves hunt with chilling coordination, peeling off in small teams to isolate stragglers while screams and spells tear through the street. Up ahead, Zack turns the tunnel entrance into a killing zone by hammering the attackers with volleys of force missiles strong enough to drop wolves by the score. Just when Zorian thinks they might reach him cleanly, a pack of around 30 winter wolves cuts across their path and traps the group in open ground. The students panic and waste spells, but their clumsy barrage accidentally bunches the wolves together instead of stopping them. Seeing that opening, Zorian burns a burst of mana through his ring and slams an overpowered flamethrower straight into the clustered front line. A second, even hotter blast follows a heartbeat later, and the surviving wolves finally break and run. The mystery caster turns out to be Bryam, calmly holding his young fire drake like a living flamethrower while it licks its chops over the kill. With that path finally open, the survivors rush into the entrance building and scramble down into the tunnels. Inside the shelters, a shaken Ibri finds Zorian alive and is visibly relieved, and he realizes he is glad she made it too. As the adrenaline drops, Zorian notices the cruel logic of the evacuation order. Stronger fourth years like Ibri reached safety first, while weaker younger students got mauled in the street. Bryam sidles over, impressed that Zorian used fire magic, and casually explains he summoned his familiar with a recall spell once the wolves appeared. Bryam adds that summoning a bound familiar is much easier because the two are linked through the soul, which gives Zorian one more useful detail to file away. An hour crawls by in the shelters with nothing but frightened stories and secondhand rumors while Zorian tries to piece together how badly the evacuation failed. Then a battered group of teachers finally arrives, and only Kirin looks remotely in control, armored up like a veteran marching straight out of a war zone. Kirin confirms the worst: the strike on the academy was only one part of a city-wide invasion, and Scoria is close to falling. He explains that staying underground will turn the shelters into a death trap, so they must go back outside and fight their way clear before the invaders lock everything down. When someone demands teleportation, Kirin drops an even nastier surprise. The Academy's own ward control has been subverted, and the enemy has shut down magical escape. While the crowd keeps spiraling, Zorian picks up something else entirely. One boy beside him feels wrong, tense with eagerness instead of fear. A second later the traitor smashes a vial of sickly green liquid underfoot, and Zorian reacts on instinct by blasting him in the chest before the poisoned smoke swallows the shelter. Blinded inside the choking cloud, Zorian holds his breath, stumbles through the poison, and barely throws up a shield in time to block a magic missile aimed at his face. Then Kirin seizes control in an instant, dragging the entire poison cloud into a compact green sphere above his raised hand. As brown-robed attackers appear through the clearing haze, Kirin follows with a shining whip spell that slices them apart so cleanly they simply fall into halves. The display leaves Zorian stunned, because Kirin just solved a full ambush in moments, and makes the Academy's earlier failure look even worse. Nearby, even Zack is wheezing from the poison, which is a sharp reminder that loop knowledge does not make anyone immune to dirty tricks. Before Zorian can even answer him, the ground beside him explodes and hurls him flat in a spray of shattered stone. A giant brown worm bursts up from below, and with Zorian hurt and unable to move, its huge tooth-ringed maw closes over him before Kirin can save him. Zorian snaps awake with stomach pain and instantly remembers the worst part of the last restart. The giant worm killed him again. When Kiriel tries to say good morning, Zorian cuts her off and vents about dying, the time loop, and how sick he is of waking up like this. Kiriel has no idea what he is talking about, so Zorian simply flips her off the bed and bolts before she can retaliate. He locks himself in the bathroom, listens to Kiriel scream in outrage, and enjoys it even more when their mother comes to scold her instead. On the train to Scoria, Zorian decides this restart will be different. No library job, and no wasting time when mastering Ilsa's shaping exercises might win him a better mentor. He also makes a hard choice to stay out of the festival invasion for now, because each attempt ends in death, and he still feels badly outmatched. After wrestling with his fear, Zorian realizes the real thing crushing him is helplessness, not just pain or panic. That thought pushes him toward a new theory. If a hidden third-time traveler is behind the invasion, then maybe the whole disaster is being steered by someone far more dangerous than he can handle alone. Until he gets stronger or steadier, Zorian decides he will avoid direct involvement and leave Scoria before the attack starts, even if he has to explain himself to Zack. Walking through rainy Scoria, he finally tests a weather spell he found last restart, and enjoys the invisible barrier that keeps every drop off him. The spell burns mana fast, but in Scioria's rich mana field it is worth it, and a small boost to his pride feels good after being crushed in the invasion. Even while enjoying that little victory, he catches himself wondering what life after the loop would look like and forces his thoughts back to the present. His biggest unanswered problem is still Zack, and Zorian admits he is tempted to tell him everything, but he does not trust what Zack might be hiding yet. So for now he settles on a cautious plan. Watch how Zack acts in this restart first, then decide whether to open up. At the cafeteria, Benesek waves Zorian over with the kind of excitement that usually means gossip, and Zorian reluctantly goes anyway. On the way over, Zorian notices something else is off too. Benesek is here at an unusual time, another reminder that even early in the loop small details can already change. That thought makes Zorian suspicious that Fortov's repeated requests for Purple Creeper salve may not have been an accident at all. Benesek blurts out the real news. Zack Novita escaped from his family mansion after a magical duel with his own guardian. Zorian is stunned, but Benesek piles on. Zack apparently trashed half the mansion and somehow beat Tezen's Very before vanishing into the city. Benesek can barely believe the official story himself, because Tezen is a 7th circle mage and Zack used to look like a mediocre student. When Zorian asks where this came from, Benesek says the newspapers are full of it and the whole school is already talking. Privately, Zorian has no trouble believing Zack could be Tezen, but he cannot figure out why Zack would attack him at all. He asks if anyone died, and when the answer is no, the whole affair starts looking less like murder and more like a buried political scandal. Benesek explains that Tezen is one of Eldamar's elders, so even without deaths he could make Zack's life miserable if he wanted, though public embarrassment may keep him quiet. That conversation finally sinks in for Zorian. Zack once said he rarely spent restarts in Scoria, and now this restart has given him a dramatic excuse to disappear. Since he has no good way to track Zack down, Zorian drops the chase and throws his focus back onto the goal that matters most right now, escaping Svim's grip. The rest of that restart stays quiet, and with Zack gone from school, Zorian buries himself in Ilsa's shaping exercises instead of almost everything else. He skips enough classes to anger Koja, and she eventually drags the issue to Ilsa. Zorian smooths it over by proving his grades are still excellent, and claiming he is working on a serious personal project that will be finished by the summer festival. Ilsa accepts that explanation, but makes him promise to show her what he has been working on when he is done. His single-minded practice pays off fast, and by the end of the restart he has mastered both vertical levitation and fixed position levitation. He does not bother showing any of that to Svim, because Svim is still stuck making him spin a pen and never seems impressed by anything. When the festival night comes, Zorian avoids the city completely and practices combat spells from Zack instead of pretending he can survive the invasion without that ring. This time he watches Scoria from a hill instead, and the distance makes the invasion bearable enough for him to finally study its larger shape. From above, he sees the first stage clearly. The disguised artillery barrage slams into City Hall, the military base, and another unknown cluster of buildings. The academy is not a primary target, and the strike zones soon spill out fire elementals that spread chaos instead of just raw destruction. After that opening damage, monsters pour out of the sewers, and only then do the invading spellcasters move in behind them. The loop resets before the battle ends, but Zorian comes away with one useful conclusion: stopping the first barrage or the follow-up mages matters far more than the monster wave. The next 3 restarts repeat the same pattern, including Zack dueling Taven and vanishing every single time, which makes it clear this is routine rather than a fluke. Zorian still cannot learn anything solid about Taven, because the man is too high-ranking and too distant for public sources to explain Zack's hostility. His work through Ilsa's book keeps moving, but the endless shaping drills start wearing on him despite his unusually fast progress. Eventually he decides to test his luck and goes to Ilsa's office, hoping he can get something useful from her before finishing the entire book. He boldly claims her planned curriculum will not teach him anything because he already understands the subjects she intends to cover. Ilsa answers by pulling out 2 tests on the spot, one familiar and one brutally advanced, to see if he can back that up. Zorian finishes the normal test from memory in minutes, but the harder one pushes beyond class material and leaves him with only a quarter completed. Ilsa schemes the results, declares his theory knowledge spotty, and hands him a reading list instead of the shortcut he wanted. He leaves annoyed enough to want to burn the list, but his stubborn side wins and he decides he will come back stronger instead. On a later restart, Zorian experiments with what those books taught him and casually wins Kiriel over by making several floating lanterns in different colors dance around his room. He realizes the boring shaping variations are not just drills after all, because they also let him tune real spells and make whole branches of magic stronger and cheaper. Kiriel begs for more, and Zorian uses the distraction to slip away to the bathroom before she can beat him there again. That trick backfires a little when Ilsa arrives while the room is still full of colorful orbs, and she instantly notices Zorian has been learning magic beyond normal second-year work. Zorian shamelessly blames Damon's teaching, and Ilsa accepts it long enough to hand him his academy scroll as usual. But this time Zorian finally notices Ilsa is watching him too closely, and that makes him realize the seal itself is the test. The symbols on the seal are not decoration at all, they are hidden instructions for threading mana through it, and peeling it off intact instead of brute forcing it open. He follows the pattern, lifts the seal cleanly, and has to hide how annoyed he is that he could have done this all along. Ilsa praises his control and even compares him to Daimon, then tells him to visit her office again in Scoria before moving on to his electives. When he meets her later, the mood is completely different. Ilsa is now staring at 2 fully completed tests and re-evaluating him from scratch. She admits he scored almost perfectly on a third-year exam and already knows 10 shaping variations, which makes him far too advanced for the class she planned to teach. Zorian immediately tries to turn that into freedom by asking if she will transfer him away from Svim and mentor him herself. Ilsa laughs that idea off and insists Svim should not be such a problem, which only reminds Zorian how little anyone understands what Svim is actually like. He lowers his sights and asks for a written permit to skip her lectures instead, hoping at least to free up some time and silence Akoja. Ilsa refuses that too, saying she wants him in class as an example for everyone else, and promises she will keep him from getting bored. Then she offers a different prize. Since she cannot teach him personally, she will try to place him with a teacher for private instruction in a field of his choice. Ilsa recommends divination or alteration, but Zorian answers without hesitation that he wants to study spell formulas. That choice wins him a mentor at last, but the name lands like a threat when Ilsa cheerfully says Nora Boole will be delighted to have such a determined student. During Nora's test, Benesek notices Zorian's exam is longer, and Zorian quietly dodges the question because Nora is clearly singling him out. Zorian realizes Nora's extra questions go far beyond second-year work, but he can still answer them because he already studied her recommended books in earlier loops. Instead of feeling attacked, he takes the brutal test as a good sign that Ilsa's push worked and Nora is finally treating him like a serious student. When Benesek starts pestering him for answers, Zorian's patience snaps, and he shoves over a few scribbled solutions just to shut him up. When time is called, Nora announces in front of everyone that only Zorian gets to keep working on a special second test, and the whole room turns to stare. Akoja lingers at Zorian's desk while collecting tests, obviously trying to peek at whatever made his exam different. After class, Nora reviews Zorian's papers, and her expression shifts from surprise to outright delight as she sees how well he did. Nora bluntly admits the second test was meant to scare him off, and Zorian is thrown by how happily she says it to his face. She launches into a fiery speech about spell formulas needing bravery and determination, sounding a little too intense for comfort. Then Nora reveals she never expected correct answers at all, only proof that Zorian would not leave the page blank and run away. Instead of giving instructions right away, Nora asks Zorian to explain spell formulas in his own words, pushing him to think instead of recite. Zorian says spell formulas shape mana through set pathways, and Nora lights up because that limiter idea is exactly what she wanted him to understand. Nora explains that spell formulas work like strict or structured magic. Tighter boundaries can make spells stronger and more efficient, but far less flexible and much harder to design correctly. She finally notices how long she has been talking, tells him tutoring details will come through Ilsa, and promises they are going to have fun working together. Right before he leaves, Nora adds that Ilsa wants to collect a favor from him for arranging this, and the warning lands with an ominous edge. Later at Scioria's crowded train station, Zorian kills time waiting for a train that is 2 hours late by experimentally bothering pigeons with weak mana pushes. He is here because Ilsa's favor turned out to be escorting a transfer student, and Zorian decides that wasted class time is worth it if this lets him approach Kale. When Kale gets off the train, Zorian spots him struggling with heavy bags while using his other arm to support a tiny girl glued to his side. Zorian silently starts carrying the luggage, and Kale, surprised but polite, accepts the help while the little girl stares at Zorian with shy curiosity. Zorian introduces himself as the classmate Ilsa sent, and Kale suddenly turns guarded, clutching the child closer as if bracing for judgment. After a tense pause, Kale decides to trust him and quietly says the girl is not his sister but his daughter, Kana. The reveal shocks Zorian, but he immediately promises discretion, understanding why Kale would not want academy gossip fed with something this personal. To make the move easier, Zorian casts a floating disc spell so Kale's luggage can glide behind them as they leave the station. Kale is impressed by the spell and wonders if this is what an average third-year student can do, only for Zorian to admit he is ahead of the normal curve. Kale explains that his magical education was unconventional because he learned as an unofficial apprentice to a village mage and mostly taught himself. When Zorian asks why Kale came to Scoria now, Kale reveals the weeping took both his teacher and his wife, leaving Kana as his only family. Zorian feels awful for his assumptions, but instead of pitying Kale he tells him the academy scholarship proves how exceptional he really is. Kale says the scholarship came mostly from his medical skill and reveals his real goal, becoming a healer great enough to stop another tragedy like the weeping. The talk ends when Kale points out that both he and Kana are exhausted, and Zorian notices the little girl nodding off on his shoulder. Zorian drops the idea of a city tour for now, and the rest of the walk passes in easy silence. Back at school, Akoja corners Zorian about missing class, but her tone feels oddly more concerned than accusatory. Trying to be less dismissive, Zorian simply says he was helping the new transfer student Kale, and Akoja immediately starts judging the boy from afar. When Akoja calls Kale arrogant and girly on sight, Zorian snaps back that she can be arrogant too, and any attempt at being nicer instantly falls apart. Only 2 days later, Nora starts Zorian's private tutoring in a real workshop, and one look at the room tells him she is taking this seriously. Nora picks up the old discussion and insists spell formulas are support magic, so strong invocation skill absolutely matters instead of being irrelevant. Then she introduces the beginner's cube, a standard training block that can become a tiny enchanted item once the right spell formulas are carved into it. Zorian instantly wants one because a magical toy would distract Curiel for hours, and a floating cube would also make great target practice. But Nora does not give him an easy starter project and instead hands over a much more advanced cube covered in compressed formula markings he can barely read. She explains the compression is partly for space and partly to stop him from mindlessly copying a finished design instead of truly understanding it. When Zorian admits he has only used public stabilization formulas for things like alarms, lamps, and heating plates, Nora takes it as proof that he is ready to skip beginner drills. Nora goes off on a cranky tangent about mages who memorize formulas without appreciating their deeper beauty, reminding Zorian again that none of the academy's teachers are normal. At last she demonstrates the assignment. Zorian must recreate a complicated cube on his own, and see how far he can get before their next lesson. As he studies the design later, Zorian realizes this so-called lamp cube is packed with layered functions like voice commands, brightness settings, touch controls, and keyed ownership. Nora gave him the whole weekend, but the project is still overwhelming enough that he doubts he can finish it exactly as she wants. To end the week, Zorian gets called into Svim's office, which he dreads far more than Nora's exhausting lessons. Svim tosses him a pen, and Zorian catches it so smoothly that it ends up floating above his hand before he can stop himself. Instead of praising him, Svim immediately orders him to make the levitating pen glow too, calmly piling one shaping exercise on top of another. After seeing enough, Svim grudgingly admits Zorian's basics are almost decent, though he still insults his attitude and shaky foundations. Because Ilsa asked him to be less of a hard ass, Svim decides to move Zorian to a more advanced drill instead of grinding the basics forever. The new lesson is brutal. Zorian must wear a blindfold and detect mana charge marbles before Svim throws them over his shoulders or straight at his head. The next 2 weeks settle into a punishing routine as Zorian pours most of his energy into Nora's spell formula lessons because she rewards effort with even more teaching. Nora gets so excited by his progress that she even offers extra Sunday sessions, and Zorian starts feeling like her pace would break him if the loop lasted much longer. All that effort finally gets him noticed around the academy, though the attention is more tiring than useful because he is too worn out to capitalize on it. The new attention also ruins his chances with Kale, because the already private transfer student has no reason to get close to someone drawing this much scrutiny. Akoja, on the other hand, seems extremely pleased with everything Zorian is doing, even if he still cannot figure out exactly why. Then the restart ends without warning as a wrenching sensation hits Zorian, and everything suddenly goes black. He wakes back at the start with Curiel sprawled smugly on top of him, which means the time loop reset early for some reason other than the usual ending. Zorian quickly rules out a normal death and lands on the ugly answer. Zack must have died somewhere else, and Zack's reset dragged Zorian's soul back too. That leaves one conclusion Zorian hates. Somehow, he is soul bonded to Zack. Back in his room, Zorian slams the door and fumes because a full day of library research told him nothing new about soul bonds. What he did confirm is ugly. Soul bonds can let one person slowly dominate the other until the weaker side becomes obedient, and almost a copy of them. That possibility terrifies him, because if he really is linked to Zack, then Zack's massive mana, stronger personality, and longer time in the loop make him the obvious dominant one. He feels trapped, because asking anyone for help would likely mean cutting the bond and losing every memory and gain he only has inside the time loop. After he calms down, Zorian admits the bond might not be fully formed at all, since he has not felt any obvious personality change or submission towards Zack. Then someone starts pounding on his door, and Zorian immediately realizes the timing could only mean Taven. Taven barges in with her usual energy, flops onto his bed, and Zorian starts by asking why she is still around after graduation. Taven explains that no expedition wants a beginner, so she is building her reputation first by helping Nerthak and taking outside jobs. Then she gets to the real reason for the visit. She wants Zorian to join her group on a job tomorrow because they are one member short. Zorian quickly pokes the weak point in her story by asking why a job would demand 4 people unless it was actually dangerous. Taven finally blurts out that the problem is giant spiders in the tunnels, then tries to downplay it and promise her group can protect him. Normally he would refuse, but with his thoughts spiraling around the soul bond, Zorian decides a dirty distraction in the sewers might be exactly what he needs. When he says yes, Taven lights up in open surprise and relief. Before leaving, Taven thanks him so hard that she kisses his cheek, and the gesture leaves Zorian rattled because she used to be his crush. Too mentally worn out to deal with any more of this, Zorian downs a sleeping potion and ends the day early. The next morning he wakes calmer, and decides he needs better information, not more panic. Instead of chasing restricted books again, he targets the most useful source he has, Bryum, who is already soul bonded to his Fire Drake familiar. Bryum confirms the bond is already in place, and says it felt strange at first simply because the connection was there. That gives Zorian a flash of hope, but Bryum immediately ruins it by saying only a tiny minority can actually feel a soul bond at all. Still, Bryum is happy to talk, and he reveals that soul bonding is normally a ritual that takes at least 10 minutes, not a quick combat spell. Bryum also says even oblivious participants usually start feeling clear effects within a few weeks as the bond anchors itself. That leaves Zorian in an uneasy middle ground, because some signs could fit a developing bond, but they are all too weak and too easy to blame on the time loop itself. His best guess becomes that the link with Zack is weak, different, or only half-formed because they spend so little time together. From there he makes a hard rule for himself: avoid Zack completely until he understands what this connection really is. He also realizes his whole approach has been too scattered, and if he wants out fast enough to stay safe, he needs an actual learning plan instead of random self-improvement. That big decision has to wait a few hours though, because evening comes and he still has Taven's tunnel job hanging over him. On the long walk to her strange meeting spot, he realizes the path feels familiar when he reaches the same little bridge where he once helped a crying girl with a lost bicycle. The girl is gone, but a small cat on the bridge looks at the torrent and hits Zorian with such raw sadness and loss that he hurries away unnerved. After nearly half an hour of wandering the park, he finally finds Taven in a peaceful chess corner crowded with old men. Taven's teammates look exactly like what they are not supposed to be, 2 rough, muscular boys who seem more like boxers than students. Taven cheerfully introduces them with embarrassing nicknames, and one of the boys immediately objects out of pure exhausted habit. Yurik thanks Zorian for helping and promises they will keep him safe, while Orin barely bothers to look up from the game. Taven tries to get everyone moving at once, but Orin flatly refuses to leave until he finishes his chess round. Waiting there only deepens Zorian's bad mood, because for once he and Taven are annoyed by exactly the same thing. As they head for the tunnels later, the narration widens to explain what the dungeon really is: a vast underworld full of mana, resources, and monsters too dangerous for even great mages to treat lightly. Scoria uses its cleared upper layers as sewers, shelters, and city infrastructure, but the separation from the deeper monster-filled depths is famously full of holes. That weakness also explains how the future invasion will pour monsters up through the city, a reminder that someone prepared the attack with disturbing precision. Even so, Zorian is not too worried about this trip, because the invaders are not hiding an army under the city yet and the upper tunnels are usually survivable. Their employer is far less calm, because the old man takes one look at Zorian and immediately starts complaining that Taven brought a third-year child into a dangerous job. The job itself is laughably cheap but specific. The old man dropped a sentimental pocket watch while fleeing 2 giant spiders and wants it retrieved. Zorian cannot resist poking back, so when the man doubts him, he bluntly lists his combat magic and shrugs that this is what the offered reward buys. Taven pushes back too, insisting 4 mages are more than enough for a couple of spiders, but the old man warns they were fast, stealthy, and maybe not alone. Once the complaining burns out, Taven leads them to the guarded entrance, and the fact that her permit lets her bring others and reassures Zorian more than her boasting ever did. Inside, the upper tunnels are almost disappointingly ordinary, with smooth stone, rats, and none of the horror Zorian expected. Taven makes everyone cast their own floating lantern and spread them out, so one dispel will not leave the whole team blind. The first problem is simple and bad, There is no sign of the watch or the spiders anywhere. Then Taven's tracking plan falls apart too, because every locate creature and follow-up divination she tries comes back blank. That is when Zorian discovers the ugly truth about the team. They are basically combat specialists with no idea how to investigate once brute force stops being useful. So they spend 2 miserable hours wandering the sewers and repeating useless spells until Zorian is ready to call the whole thing off. Before he can suggest retreat, an invisible sleep spell slams into them and almost drops the whole party at once. Zorian's mage discipline lets him resist just a little longer than the others, and then the sleep effect suddenly pulls back from him. That brief relief turns into something stranger, as alien memories and images start drilling straight into his mind instead. The invading thoughts feel emotional as much as visual, with confusion, frustration, pity, and a broken attempt to ask him something it cannot properly say. When the psychic barrage finally stops, Zorian is left with a splitting headache, 3 unconscious teammates, and no visible attacker anywhere. He tries to wake them, gets nothing, and decides the only smart move is to flee before whatever hit them decides to finish the job. He casts a floating disc, piles Taven, Yurik, and Orin onto it, and drags the whole stack toward the surface by himself. The next thing he knows, Zorian wakes up in a hospital bed, confused for one sharp second that this is not another reset in Siren. Once he remembers the tunnels, a worse thought hits him. Mental damage can carry across restarts, so surviving this attack is not nearly as comforting as surviving a normal death. Luckily, the doctors already judged the damage temporary, even if their version of care was mostly shoving him into a room and telling him to sleep. Then Ilsa appears at the door and explains she is there because the academy represents students in legal trouble after incidents like this. Zorian awkwardly assumes he is about to be grilled like a police witness, but Ilsa lightly corrects him and just asks what happened. Before he answers, he asks about the others, and Ilsa says Taven's team woke up yesterday with no lasting harm. She even adds the embarrassing part for them. A third year resisted what they could not and probably saved all 3 of their lives. That suddenly makes Taven's silence and other loops make a lot more sense, and Zorian quietly realizes he may have misread her absence as callousness. He still cannot shake the feeling that the thing in the tunnels was not trying to kill him at all, only to communicate in a way humans were never meant to understand. So he gives Ilsa the safest version of the truth. The sleep spell failed, a blast of painful images hit him next, and when no second attack came, he carried everyone out. Ilsa offers several sensible possibilities, from an intruder covering their tracks to a spell trap, and leaves the mystery unresolved. What she does settle firmly is his punishment. Zorian is forbidden from going into the tunnels again for the time being. Soon after she leaves, a nurse clears him to go home, and the dungeon incident closes with more questions than answers. Later, Taven tries to repay him by helping with training, but she is already whining that standing behind him and tossing marbles is painfully boring. Zorian pushes through the exercise because he wants Svim's Manasense drill without having to survive Svim's brutal teaching methods. He guesses wrong again, and Taven immediately calls him out for just guessing once frustration starts to take over. When she keeps complaining, Zorian reminds her that he asked because she is one of the few people accurate enough to do this and durable enough to keep charging the marbles. Taven softens a little and admits she really is glad he asked, but only because she wants to help him with something much cooler than marble duty. Her big idea is combat training, and she gets excited the moment Zorian confirms he really can cast magic missile, shield, and flamethrower. In her warded family practice room, Zorian fires a shaped homing magic missile straight into a dummy's forehead. Taven praises the control, then casually shows what real combat talent looks like by launching a rapid swarm of stronger missiles that smash the dummy into the wall. Her lesson immediately derails when she asks about his reserves and learns his mana pool is tiny by Kaczynski standards and even a bit below average. Zorian swallows the insult and points out that her fancy multi-shot tricks are useless to him if one burst would empty him on the spot. Adjusting on the fly, Taven decides he needs efficiency instead of volume and asks him to show the rest of his basic combat kit. After he demonstrates flamethrower and a quick shield, Taven abruptly tests the barrier by firing a harmless purple bolt at his face. The shield holds perfectly, but Zorian is still furious at the ambush and Taven acts like this was a completely normal way to check. In the end she still has no better teaching plan, so she grudgingly goes back to the marble drill and promises to rope her parents into helping him next time. Zorian manages to bargain for at least an hour of marble work every session, because despite all this noise, combat magic is not his real priority anymore. The soul bond threat and the recent psychic assault finally force him to admit he cannot keep drifting through the loop and hoping things work out. He lays out the core questions he has to solve next: the time loop, the bond with Zack, and how the invasion fits into all of it. That gives him a new training focus too, because divination, information gathering, and infiltration are now far more important than random magical side projects. He decides the Academy Library has to become a real weapon for him, which means getting a job there and learning from Kirathishli and Ibri how to reach the protected sections. He also notes one change for the next restart already: impress Ilsa again and choose divination early if he wants a smoother path into that field. Then the world cuts out without warning, and Zorian wakes back at the beginning with Kiriel sprawled on him and chirping good morning. He realizes Zack must have died again only a few days into the month, and Zorian can only hope these random forced resets stop getting worse before they truly do. Zorian jerks awake with Kiriel landing on his stomach again, and his first thought is pure anger that the time loop has reset after only a few days for the 5th time. He storms off before Kiriel can keep pestering him, bitter that Zack's repeated failures are wrecking every serious plan he tries to start. Later, Taven finds his new room almost immediately, and Zorian lets her in while quietly debating how to keep her out of the sewers this time. Zorian has already decided he cannot face the telepathic spiders again without better mental protection, but he still cannot stand the idea of Taven walking into that danger blind. Taven chats about her apprenticeship troubles and proudly mentions becoming Nerthak's class assistant before trying to steer him into joining her job. When Zorian points out how suspiciously fast she tracked him down, Taven casually admits she used divination and shrugs off the dorm wards as barely more than basic safety measures. She finally makes the real pitch, asking him to join a sewer run to retrieve a watch and insisting her team can handle anything down there. Zorian pushes back hard, listing deadly spider breeds and pointedly mentioning sentient mind magic spiders, because he knows the threat is far worse than she thinks. Taven dismisses the warning as paranoia and says nothing that bad could be lurking right under Scoria if they stay near the upper tunnels. He drops the indirect argument and bluntly tells her he has a terrible feeling and that the job could get her killed. That hits the wrong nerve completely, and Taven explodes at him for sounding just like her overprotective father. She storms out accusing him of wasting her time, and Zorian is left wincing at how badly that attempt failed. On another short reset, Zorian tries a different angle and greets Taven like a prophet waiting for a foretold meeting. Before she can explain herself, he reveals the exact sewer job and the dangerous spiders guarding the watch, leaving her visibly rattled that he knows so much. Zorian doubles down and claims he has prophetic visions, saying the sewers will kill both of them if they go. For a second he thinks she might believe him, but then Taven breaks into laughter and treats the whole prophecy as one more weird Zorian joke. Her teasing about his old fake confession kills whatever patience he had left, and his rescue attempt curdles into sheer regret. In the next loop, Zorian goes darker and invites Taven in looking hollow and sleep-deprived. He tells her he had an intensely vivid nightmare about going into the sewers with her and 2 strangers, only to be overwhelmed by giant spiders. He graphically describes poison, silk, and being dragged away alive for later feeding until Taven looks sick just hearing it. When he cheerfully asks what brought her here after that story, Taven panics, pretends she only wanted to chat, and escapes as fast as she can. But the trick still fails in the end, because Taven goes into the sewers anyway and never comes back in that restart. So Zorian changes tactics again and casually warns Taven that rumors are spreading about mind magic spiders in the city sewers. This time Taven immediately adapts, deciding a mind ward will make her effectively immune because mental magic is easy to brute force once you know it is coming. Zorian realizes survival might not require stopping the trip, so he refuses to go with her but insists she tell him afterward how it went. A few days later she reports back alive, saying the watch was not found and nothing attacked them, which makes Zorian grudgingly admit the rumored gambit may have worked. After yet another abrupt reset, Zorian wakes to Kiriel's usual ambush and is so relieved by the new chance that he hugs her like she saved his life. Kiriel blurts out that something must be wrong with him, but Zorian just squeezes her tighter and enjoys having a longer restart back. With a little breathing room at last, Zorian corners Kirin after class and asks for serious advice on defending himself against mind magic. Kirin says the standard mind shield is common but crude, because a real mind mage can strip it away or strike before the victim even notices. He adds that most mind mages only prey on weak civilians, which is why ordinary mages underestimate how devastating skilled mental magic can really be. Then Kirin unveils the old solution he misses most: resistance training, where students were repeatedly hit with mind spells until the defenses were burned into them. Kirin offers to personally revive the practice on him, claiming he will go easy, and Zorian knows from the look in his eyes that this is going to hurt. He was right, because Kirin opens with nightmare vision and slams Zorian straight into brutal practical training. On another reset, Zorian wakes and immediately tries to use raw shaping to levitate Kiriel off his chest without a structured spell. The attempt does absolutely nothing, and Kiriel just says it tickled, which turns his irritation into stubborn determination. So he goes to Ilsa for advice and bluntly asks how to lift a person telekinetically using pure shaping skill instead of a spell. When she doubts he has really exhausted the basics, Zorian shows off by spinning a heavy book in the air, forcing it shut and making it glow red at the same time. Ilsa admits his shaping is exceptional, suggests harder exercises like stone crumbling and north finding, and still calls his people lifting goal a silly prank project. Instead of dismissing him outright, she explains his real problem: as long as he relies on his palm as the anchor, his so-called unstructured levitation is still limited and clumsy. To prove it, she twists his hand sideways and the pen drops instantly, exposing how dependent his control still is on the hand position. Then Ilsa casually lifts the heavy book without using her hands at all, showing him what true flexibility in raw shaping looks like. Her final advice is brutally practical: learn to reduce hand dependence first, then practice on tiny living creatures before he ever dreams of lifting a person. Much later, after far more than 15 failed restarts, Zorian wakes once again under Kiriel and finally admits to himself that Zack's mystery problem is both lethal and nowhere near solved. Kiriel pokes, pinches, slaps, and even fake punches him trying to get a reaction, but Zorian barely twitches after everything Kirin has already put him through. When she finally starts sounding genuinely worried, Zorian slowly turns to her and screams in her face just to break the monotony. She tumbles off the mattress and flushes red with rage, and Zorian finally cracks up laughing as her fists start pounding him. Another reset later, Zorian skips straight to revenge and flips Kiriel onto her back so he can mercilessly tickle her instead. Her shrieks carry through the house until their mother comes upstairs and makes him stop. In the next loop, Zorian dryly tells Kiriel he thinks he is starting to hate her, and for once she takes it seriously enough to apologize. That alone tells him she wants something big, so he needles her until she finally admits their mother wants to speak to him. Zorian refuses to move until Kiriel says what she really wants, and she blurts out that she wants him to take her to Scoria instead of leaving with their mother for Koth. That revelation instantly reframes all the old arguments, and Zorian realizes their mother never truly wanted Kiriel to go with him in the first place. Instead of refusing, he smiles and agrees to take her, partly because he cannot deny that hopeful face and partly because it ruins their mother's little scheme. Kiriel explodes into excited celebration and gleefully reveals that their mother already approved the idea as long as Zorian said yes. As he gets up for the bathroom, Zorian notices Kiriel is not racing him there this time and realizes she only ever did that to shove him straight into their mother's trap. After sending Kiriel off to pack, Zorian fills his room with floating colored lights again, still hoping Ilsa might notice and open more tutoring for him before this reset dies early. Downstairs, his mother watches him like a critic waiting to pounce, but Zorian sits through breakfast already braced for the usual attack. His mother circles around the subject until she finally brings up the trip to Koth, and Zorian cuts straight through it by guessing she wants him to take Kiriel to Scoria. When his mother assumes Kiriel must be upset, Zorian casually reveals he already agreed, and her shock says everything about what she expected from him. The moment turns prickly again when his mother frames this as him finally thinking of someone besides himself, and Zorian meets that insult head-on. Still, once money becomes the real issue, they fall into a practical argument over Scoria rent and food costs, and Zorian surprises her by knowing the city far too well. Ilsa's arrival saves Zorian from more questions, and he immediately leads her upstairs so she can just happen to see the floating lights he left behind. Their talk stays routine until Ilsa confirms Academy housing will not allow Kiriel, forcing Zorian to admit he has no place lined up yet. Ilsa then offers a private arrangement through a friend, making it very clear this deal is personal and not Academy business. After pressing her for details, Zorian accepts the room despite the price, mostly because Ilsa says the landlady is good with children and could watch Kiriel during class. The meeting moves on to school choices, and Zorian quietly locks in easy skip electives that keep him away from Akoja's attention. The instant Ilsa leaves, Kiriel comes charging downstairs, thrilled and ready to go. Zorian needles her about the books she stole from his room, and Kiriel instantly panics the moment their mother starts listening. She bolts upstairs in a hurry, and her fear leaves Zorian with an uneasy new thought that he may not understand his little sister nearly as well as he assumed. Later on the train, Zorian cannot even rest for a minute before Kiriel starts whining that she is bored and demanding another game. Their argument about hangman gets absurd fast, with Kiriel accusing him of cheating just because she refuses to believe asphyxiation is a real word. When the train stops in Corsa, Zorian is openly relieved because a new passenger might finally soak up some of Kiriel's energy. Watching the crowded station, Kiriel asks if she could ever become a mage too, and Zorian answers seriously enough to catch her off guard. His blunt reassurance leaves Kiriel quiet and strangely unwilling to meet his eyes, hinting that the comment mattered more than she wants to show. Then Baron Ivern steps into the compartment, and Kiriel pounces on him with introductions before the poor boy can settle down. Baron turns out to be a talkative first year from Corsa with ambitious mage parents, and that makes him perfect bait for Kiriel's endless questions. But the joking takes a heavier turn when Kiriel admits life at home got worse after Zorian left, because their mother had no one else to focus on. That casual confession hits Zorian hard, because he suddenly sees why Kiriel changed so much during the last 2 years at home. Baron then recognizes the Kazinski name and eagerly asks about Diamond, only for Kiriel to shove the question straight onto Zorian. Zorian shuts the topic down with one blunt line that he and Diamond do not get along, leaving Baron disappointed and the compartment awkwardly quiet. After they reach Scoria, Baron sticks with them through the giant station, and what should have been a quick tour turns into a long, shop-filled detour thanks to Kiriel. Their wasted time catches up with them when rain starts pouring, and Zorian reluctantly agrees to get the umbrella-less Baron safely to the academy. He throws up a draining rain barrier and a floating disc for the luggage, turning himself into a walking shelter for all three of them. Kiriel immediately decides the spell is amazing and begs to learn it, only for Zorian to crush that fantasy with the hard truth that she cannot even sense mana yet. Zorian gets Baron to the academy wards first, and by the time he and Kiriel nearly reach their own destination, his mana finally gives out and the barrier drops. At the house, Their landlady Amaya Kurashka drags them inside and scolds Zorian like an ant the moment she sees how soaked they are. A towel to the face and one threat about Kiriel getting sick later, and Zorian realizes this woman treats total strangers with reckless warmth. While he waits, Zorian studies the place and notices the first problem already. Amaya seems to be acting as if they have definitely moved in, whether he has agreed or not. Once Kiriel returns in dry clothes, the three finally talk terms, but Zorian keeps having to yank the conversation back on track because Amaya and Kiriel click instantly. He also has to physically shut Kiriel up under the table, because Ilsa warned him never to ask Amaya about husbands or marriage, and Kiriel is exactly the kind of child who would blurt it out. The deal itself is awkward. The house is really a big family home with shared facilities, and the room meant for him and Kiriel only has one bed. Amaya softens one problem by letting him use a second room for now, but only until another real tenant claims it, so Zorian decides to keep searching for better options tomorrow. The next few days settle into a familiar rhythm as Zorian applies at the library, talks to Ilsa about advanced instruction, and picks divination to pursue. On his own time he drills shaping exercises, especially the north, finding one that should help with divination later. Taven tracks him down anyway, and Zorian quietly feeds her sewer rumors about giant mind magic spiders so she has a better chance of surviving. He ends up staying at Amaya's place after all, mostly because she handles Kiriel so well that the girl stops clinging to him and starts behaving almost suspiciously well. Kiriel even spends long stretches quietly drawing, and that new hobby catches Zorian off guard because he never saw her do anything like that at home. Then the whole restart suddenly stops feeling normal, because the usual early ending never comes and the month keeps going. On top of that, Ilsa sends him to meet Kale and Kana again, and he learns they have rented rooms in the very same house through the very same recommendation. Now Zorian is stuck in one crowded orbit with Kiriel, Kale, Kana, Amaya, Ilsa's visits, Taven's sewer plans, and Svim's next round of brutal training waiting ahead. Later in Kale's basement workshop, Zorian helps grind reagents while Kale once again insists he is somehow taking advantage of him. Zorian brushes that off because this trade is simple to him. He pays for ingredients, Kale lets him learn real alchemy, and both of them benefit. As Kale works, Zorian takes in the improvised workshop itself and notes how far Amaya has already been to support this strange new household. Kale finally admits the real reason things feel easier this time. Kana is happier than she has been in a long while, and he credits Kiriel for that. Zorian warns him not to expect too much, since Kiriel gets bored fast and will be leaving Scoria once their parents return from Koth. Even so, the two boys land in a surprisingly easy rhythm, with Zorian joking that maybe some of Kana's calm could rub off on his sister. Kale laughs that trading Kiriel's spark away would be a pity, then sends Zorian for water celery and returns to the brew while Zorian wonders what the rest of this unusually crowded month will bring. Blindfolded in Svim's office, Zorian can feel a mana-charged marble coming but still cannot tell which side it will pass on. He guesses left, then right, and Svim shoots both answers down with the same board, merciless again. When the misses keep piling up, Zorian rips off the blindfold and catches Svim sending the marble straight over his head. Zorian snaps that Svim is cheating, but Svim coolly says the point was never guessing, it was sensing well enough to notice the trick. Grudgingly, Zorian puts the blindfold back on and admits to himself that Svim is right. He has been leaning on gut instinct, not real control. The rest of the session drags on, and Zorian leaves thinking school is getting harder to endure after more than a year trapped in the loop. He resists the urge to copy Zack and skip everything, because he still needs results, and he cannot afford to look too suspicious. After Svim, Zorian heads to the library on a Friday anyway, since he is in a good enough mood to work for Kirithishli. Kirithishli greets him with suspiciously perfect timing and points him toward a small mountain of donated book boxes because Ibri had to leave early. She explains the books were donated, not ordered, and bluntly admits most of them are probably useless duplicates that the library will throw out. When Zorian teases her for betraying librarian ideals, Kirithishli sweats at him and tells him to stop being smart and start sorting. She hands him a giant reference volume for common duplicates, which looks impossible to use by hand until Zorian realizes it was built for a library divination search spell. Using a spell he learned from Ibri in earlier loops, Zorian tears through the job by linking hurried search lists to the huge catalog. Nearly 2 hours later, the duplicates are separated, and Zorian is already flipping through one of the few spell books that looked remotely interesting. Kirithishli comes back, stunned that he finished so quickly, and sulks because she wanted to watch him suffer before revealing the trick. When he admits he hoped for some lost ancient super magic, Kirithishli laughs that old magic is usually worse, not better. She explains that most lost spells vanished for ugly reasons like impossible conditions, awful practicality, or ethics no modern mage would touch. Her bigger point lands hard. Old mages lacked modern shaping skill, so their spells were rigid, bloated, and often replaced by cleaner modern versions. That neatly explains why so many easy spells still count as first circle work, and Kirithishli adds that prestige and guild politics keep those ratings inflated. Zorian quietly files the lesson away, deciding he wants more of Kirithishli's stories even if he has no intention of diving into guild politics himself. Once Kirithishli finally sends him off, Zorian leaves the library craving nothing more than a quiet evening back at Amaya's house. That hope dies immediately when a shabby middle-aged man waiting by the entrance fixes him with the look of someone who came for him and nobody else. Zorian freezes, wary of another ambush, until the stranger asks if he is Zorian Kaczynski. The stranger introduces himself as Detective Hazlush Excederi and says Ilsa sent him to be Zorian's divination instructor. Zorian hides his disappointment, because a police detective is the exact opposite of the kind of divination teacher he wanted for secret investigation work. Hazlush tells him to come share a drink in a tavern instead of jumping straight into lessons, arguing that first they should see whether they can even stand each other. When Zorian warns that he does not drink, Hazlush asks no rude questions and instead offers a useful trick, a spell that turns alcohol into sugar. Hazlush shows off the plain ring on his right hand and explains he keeps the spell stored there so he can fix a drink without visibly casting on it. He casually adds that ethanol and glucose are simple enough to alter cleanly, and for the first time Zorian starts seeing real value in the man. Inside the tavern, Zorian is relieved to find it merely dark and stale instead of filthy, and Hazlush chooses a quiet corner table. Before they talk, Hazlush lays a long privacy ward over the table, making the meeting feel a lot more serious. Instead of grilling him, Hazlush keeps the conversation easy, and Zorian slowly relaxes enough to ask why a detective is tutoring a third-year student at all. Hazlush says his commander just dumped a ridiculous case on him about rumored mentalist spiders in the sewers, and Zorian nearly gives himself away on the spot. The detective explains that after complaining to Ilsa over drinks, he realized tutoring Zorian could also satisfy a police outreach quota he had been dodging. With a crooked excuse about not having time for both jobs, Hazlush all but admits he is using this lesson to dodge the spider case for now. They part with a promise to meet again on Monday, and Zorian heads home wondering whether the spider rumor will accidentally lead anywhere useful. At Amaya's house, he ends up stuck outside because the front door key is left in the lock again, forcing him to wait like an idiot. When Amaya finally opens up, she looks genuinely worried and demands to know where he has been for the last few hours. Zorian awkwardly explains that his divination meeting ran long, and the whole exchange throws him because he is not used to anyone caring when he comes home late. Amaya lets him in but firmly tells him to send a message next time, because she and Kiriel were both waiting on him. She adds that Kiriel spent the day drawing, playing with his magic cube, and pestering poor silent Kana with one-sided conversation. At first Amaya pretends Kiriel simply missed her brother, then admits the real problem was that Kana fell asleep and the cube ran out of mana. When Amaya casually says Kiriel is in his room reading his books, Zorian immediately knows his privacy is already ruined. Sure enough, he walks in to find Kiriel stretched across his bed with her feet on his pillow, his book open, and a plate of biscuits ready to turn the sheets into a disaster. Zorian snatches the biscuits to stop the mess, and Kiriel instantly howls that he is stealing from her. He turns it into a hostage negotiation, promising the biscuits back only if she cleans every crumb off his bed properly. Kiriel tries to cheat by sweeping the crumbs onto the floor, so Zorian starts eating the biscuits one by one until she storms off to fetch a broom and dustpan. She even complains to Amaya, who sends back another plate for her, but Zorian at least wins his bed back. Even then she does not leave, and before long she has climbed right back onto him while he tries to rest. She says she is bored and complains that his puzzle broke, and he explains it merely ran out of mana and offers to make her another tomorrow. Just as he starts to drift off, Kiriel suddenly asks what a Morlock is. When he realizes she only knows Kale is one of those white-haired, blue-eyed people adults avoid explaining, Zorian finally gives her the plain version. He says Morlocks are an underground branch of humanity whose civilization was wrecked after the gods vanished, and the surface helped finish driving them out. Kiriel immediately points out that this sounds like humans wronged them first, which is exactly why the answer gets uglier. Zorian tells her the old Morlocks were infamous for brutal customs, especially sacrifice and cannibalism, and the word cannibals horrifies her on the spot. He reassures her that modern authorities would never allow that now, though fear of child-stealing Morlocks still survives in ugly rumors. Then he adds the other big reason people distrust them. Morlocks are tied to a banned tradition the guild calls blood magic. He explains that nobody gets official details, but the common belief is that Morlock rituals use sacrificed people or animals to fuel spells. Shaken, Kiriel presses close and says she is glad Kale and Kana are not like that. Zorian pats her head and quietly agrees, ending the long day on one rare, honest moment of comfort between them. At the academy, Zorian writes Amaya a note saying Haslish's lesson will make him late, mostly because he wants to avoid another argument at home. Since he is still at the academy, Zorian decides to gamble on an experimental delivery spell by turning the note into a self-flying paper plane guided to Amaya by locator magic. He launches the enchanted paper plane out the window and watches it zip away, trusting the spell to find Amaya on its own. With classes done and the message sent, Zorian heads off to find Hazlush for their second lesson. Hazlush has picked another tavern, and Zorian walks in under the eyes of the patrons while trying to spot him. At first Hazlush seems to be missing, but Zorian suddenly realizes the tavern is pushing an unnatural urge into his mind and trying to make him leave. Using his divination compass, Zorian traces Hazlush to an ordinary factory-looking man in the corner and walks straight to him. When the disguised man asks if he can help, Zorian answers with a dispel and strips the illusion away, exposing a pouting Hazlush underneath. Hazlush cheerfully admits the whole tavern was treating Zorian like a game, and a couple of patrons even signal that he just ruined their betting pool. Zorian asks him to cut the compulsion, and one snap later the pressure vanishes from his mind. Hazlush explains that divination fails quietly, so natural observation matters, and spotting the trick that fast means Zorian is off to a promising start. Then Hazlush suddenly grabs Zorian's wrist, and the whole tavern disappears into a silent black void. Hazlush warns him not to panic because the spell is harmless, and Zorian realizes this is another test built around what he noticed before the world went dark. Pressed to remember how many people were in the tavern, Zorian can only guess, and the confidence he had a minute ago starts slipping. Hazlush keeps firing off more detailed questions about the room, and by the end Zorian knows exactly how much he overlooked. When the spell ends and the tavern snaps back, Hazlush tells him not to sulk because he still did fairly well. When Zorian mentions he already mastered the north-finding exercise, Hazlush is genuinely surprised and has to scrap the homework he planned. So Hazlush shifts gears and starts teaching practical object analysis instead, laying out a spread of suspicious items across the table. Hazlush tells him this kind of divination can reveal functions, handlers, and protections on an item, and even ties it to the spellforge work Zorian wants. The lesson goes well enough that Zorian starts thinking Hazlush might be useful for more than divination. After thanking him, Zorian asks for privacy wards, making it clear he is finally about to say something dangerous. Inside the ward, Zorian warns that someone plans to bombard Scoria during the summer festival and smuggle war trolls into the city. Hazlush demands to know where that story came from, but Zorian refuses to expose his source and only insists it seemed reliable. Instead of dismissing him, Hazlush grumbles that the festival really is the perfect time for criminals because the city gets crowded and its warding grows weaker. When Hazlush asks how anyone would move war trolls at all, Zorian gives him the key detail that they plan to use the dungeon. Asked why he brought this to him, Zorian admits he suspects high-ranking people may be involved and picked Hazlush because he seems influential but not compromised. Hazlush admits he was tempted to haul Zorian in anyway, but bitterly explains that the Mage Guild would tear him back out before the police got far. In the end, Hazlush agrees to investigate quietly, and tells Zorian to bring him anything else he can learn. Zorian leaves the tavern pleased with himself, though the thought of possible assassins keeps the walk home from feeling too safe. At Amaya's house, he learns the note arrived all right, but only because the paper plane smacked her in the back of the head. Amaya is less impressed by the successful delivery than by the fact that it could have taken her eye out, and Zorian decides some people are impossible to please. Later, with the house quiet, Zorian practices fine control by levitating a struggling live snail, while Kiriel doodles nearby instead of bothering him for once. Kiriel pities the snail, but Zorian insists he is not hurting it and is only trying to practice on a living target that fights back. Kiriel keeps asking where Kale is and tries to start without him, but Zorian shuts that down hard because this lesson is a favor Kale asked for. When he tells her to release the snail herself, Kiriel instantly backs off because she finds it slimy and disgusting. A door opens downstairs, and Zorian's alarm spell tells him Kale has finally arrived. Kale comes in on time, and when Kiriel asks how Zorian knew he was there, he casually reveals he had alarm spells set up. Kale says his training was too patchy for him to know his weak spots, so he asks Zorian to walk him through the first 2 years of academy basics before Ilsa tests him in 3 months. Zorian strongly suspects Kale knows more than he is saying and is only humoring Kiriel, but he decides helping them once in a while is worth the lost study time. So he starts explaining the academy curriculum, from basic mana use and magic items to memorization drills and a pile of theory subjects. Before he gets far, Zorian senses someone coming, and a second later Taven slams the door open and storms in like usual. Taven barely notices the interruption before thrusting a newspaper at Zorian and demanding if he has seen it. The headline hits him hard. Zack Novita publicly claims he killed Oganj, and Alliance officials have already inspected the dragon's corpse. Zorian is left wondering if the short restarts were all because Zack wanted to kill a dragon, and the answer only makes the whole time loop feel more absurd. Taven points out that Zack also ran away from home and now plans to come back to school for a few months, which is the last thing Zorian wanted to hear. Kiriel asks if Oganj was the dragon that wiped out an army, and Kale grimly explains how it trapped the soldiers in a rune-rigged canyon and buried most of them alive. Taven pushes harder, demanding how a classmate of Zorian's could possibly kill something that dangerous when Zack used to look like a total failure. Zorian says Zack really was weak for 2 years and only turned impossible over the summer, then tosses out time travel as a joke answer just to see the reaction. Taven calls that ridiculous, and Zorian admits the few things he does know are so insane no one would believe them, so Taven dares him to try, and Kiriel eagerly joins in while even Kale waits to hear the answer. Fed up, Zorian blurts out the impossible version straight. He and Zack are reliving the same month, and the city gets destroyed by an invasion during the summer festival. Taven just shrugs and says she does not believe a word of it, then cheerfully leaves before the room can settle around what Zorian just admitted. But when Zorian turns back, Kale and Kiriel are still staring at him, and for the first time he realizes they took his wild answer seriously. Kiriel quietly asks if he really is a time traveler, and Kale makes it clear they recognize that he was speaking as a truth hidden inside a hypothetical. Zorian admits yes, and says the clearest proof he has is that every spell and shaping skill he learns survives the reset. At Kale's urging, Zorian starts from the beginning and explains that in the original month he went to Scoria alone while Kiriel stayed behind. He says Zack returned that month as a completely different person, acing everything and throwing around magical skill that made no sense for a third-year student. Then the festival came, the city was hit by artillery magic and monsters, and Zorian saw Zack fighting like a veteran mage before a lich crushed him. The lich hit them with a strange necromantic spell, they died on the spot, and Zorian woke back at the start of the month in Siren. Since then, every death or every festival's end throws him back to that same morning, and even he still does not understand why. Kiriel processes all of that for one beat and then declares that Zorian is the lamest time traveler ever, instantly puncturing the tension. 3 days later, Zorian is almost disappointed that both of them believed him yet kept acting mostly normal. Kiriel keeps peppering him with impossible questions, and Zorian snaps that moving slowly is the only reason Zack has not already wiped or enslaved her. A soft knock interrupts them, and because only Kale knocks that gently, Zorian already expects who is outside. Kale appears in the doorway and quietly asks Zorian to come to his room because they need to talk about something private. Kiriel wants in immediately, but Kale gently shuts her out, and to Zorian's envy she actually listens. Once they are alone in Kale's room, Kale pulls a plain black book from a chest and says his research may have found something about Zorian's problem. He opens the book to a soul magic entry and points Zorian to the likeliest answer. The lich's spell was probably soul meld. Reading the description, Zorian realizes the spell is meant to merge souls and usually leaves the result insane unless some larger ritual changes the outcome. That book makes one thing obvious to Zorian: Kale has private access to forbidden soul magic, so he asks the question carefully and directly. Kale does not deny it, only saying there is more to soul magic than grave robbery and curses, which is enough to tell Zorian he is dealing with a necromancer. Zorian has a brief internal panic over how badly that secret could backfire, but he decides Kale has been fair with him and says he will not report him. Kale relaxes just enough to admit he picked up the discipline through his teacher and insists soul magic is judged more harshly than it deserves. Now that the secret is out, Zorian asks the real question: if soul meld hit him and Zack, why are they still separate people at all? Kale guesses the merge was interrupted before it finished, either because Zack killed himself in time or because some hidden contingency spell protected his soul. That gives Zorian a grimly sensible model for the loop: enough soul contact to drag him along with Zack, but not enough to fully fuse them. When Zorian asks if Kale can examine what the spell actually did to him, Kale warns that this would mean casting soul magic on him directly. Desperate for answers, Zorian agrees anyway and trusts Kale to go ahead. After a long, invisible-feeling examination, Kale can only confirm one frustrating thing: whatever connects Zorian to Zack is not a normal soul bond. Kale suggests examining Zack too, but Zorian refuses because that would mean exposing the truth before he is ready. Kale admits he is nowhere near skilled enough to unravel something this advanced inside a single month, no matter how early Zorian warned him. So Zorian asks the next desperate question and wonders if Kale could just teach him soul magic instead. Kale tells him the real barrier is not talent but soul perception, and advanced soul magic needs a potion made from a freshly harvested dirge moth chrysalis. Then comes the real blow: dirge moths only emerge once every 23 years, and the last swarm was less than a decade ago. Zorian immediately understands the problem. There will be no usable chrysalis for another decade, and preserved ones are worthless. Kale admits there might be darker alternatives, but once human sacrifice enters the conversation, Zorian shuts that door instantly. With no easy answer in sight, Zorian leaves Kale's room deciding soul magic can wait for another restart if he ever circles back to it. The moment he closes his own door, a familiar touch brushes his mind, like the psychic spiders in the tunnels but subtler and far more controlled. A calm voice speaks directly inside his head, recognizes that he is open, and notes with eerie confidence that this conversation will be easier than expected. Zorian tries to fight back mentally and prepares a spell, but before he can act his whole body locks up under a clean, terrifying paralysis. Then the attacker shows itself by leaping from the dark corner onto his bed, not a web-spinning horror but a compact giant jumping spider with huge black eyes and massive fangs. Staring at him with almost human intelligence, the spider introduces itself telepathically and makes one thing very clear: it has wanted this meeting for a while, and now it intends to talk. In his room, Zorian stays perfectly still under the spider's mental paralysis, knowing one bad thought could expose everything in his head. The spider speaks into his mind and bluntly tells him he is an untrained human psychic, not some normal boy she misread. When the spider points out that he can sense her emotions, Zorian is stunned by the idea that he might actually be an empath. Zorian tries to deny it, but the matriarch coolly reminds him she knows exactly what she is doing and shifts to the real reason she came. She demands to know why he set the city enforcers on her web, and Zorian finally realizes his warning to Taven started the whole mess. Zorian insists he never meant to send hunters after them, but the matriarch presses him on how he knew the Arania even existed. Then the matriarch casually reveals she already knows about the time loop, and the floor drops out from under him. She explains the ugly truth. Before ambushing him, she quietly read Kiriel and his friends instead, because they were much easier targets. Zorian mentally curses himself, because death is one thing in the loop, but a mind mage can leave damage that follows him across restarts. Annoyed by his constant suspicion, the matriarch insists she came to prevent escalation, not take revenge, and says Arania are no worse than humans. Zorian dryly notes that humans can be awful too, and for a second it almost sounds like the problem could end there. Instead, the matriarch says the loop itself is far too important to ignore, because she has no intention of being memory wiped over and over. Seeing she will not back off, Zorian asks her to at least release the paralysis if they are really going to talk like allies. The matriarch refuses to trust him inside the house, but offers a later meeting in the city tunnels where both sides can feel safer. She sweetens the deal by promising answers about his psychic gift, clues about the time loop, and access to a hidden spider network spread across the whole city. Now fully aware he has stumbled into something much bigger, Zorian can only stare as the matriarch addresses him by name and ends the meeting on her terms. Before he can answer, she blankets his mind in a gentler but irresistible telepathic force and knocks him out cold. A few minutes later, Zorian wakes alone in his room with no sign the giant spider was ever there. After thinking it through, Zorian admits he cannot really ignore the matriarch without risking worse trouble later. He still refuses to run to her immediately, deciding to prepare first so he does not walk into the sewers blind. Using the name Arania, he finally finds books on the species, but the reports are messy, contradictory, and only make them seem more dangerous. The possibility that scares him most is simple: the spiders might not be one-trick telepaths at all, but full mages with a strange magic system he does not understand. So he starts planning counters anyway, especially protection against mind magic and possible light-based attacks against nocturnal eyes. At the same time, the matriarch's claim keeps bothering him, because the word empath still feels completely wrong on someone like him. Instead of going straight to the teachers, he decides to ask Amaya first, because her house is full of books on obscure magic and she is easier to approach. He catches Amaya while she is washing dishes, and she tells him to sit down and wait until she finishes. Zorian quietly wins some goodwill by stepping in to help with the dishes instead of just waiting. Once they sit down, Amaya lightly teases him for avoiding her and jokingly asks if he came to seduce her, leaving him sputtering. After enjoying his reaction, she lets him get to the point, and he asks about books on empathy and how someone would know if they had it. Amaya admits she has read about it and gets curious when Zorian says another empath told him he might be one too. When Zorian says empathy should have been obvious if he really had it, Amaya counters that many signs are so ordinary people miss them completely. She starts probing with simple questions, and Zorian admits he gets strong, reliable hunches about people almost every time he talks to them. He even admits some strangers stand out from across a room just by the force of their personality, which makes Amaya look at him much more seriously. Then she asks about crowds, and Zorian casually mentions the crushing mental pressure that hits him in large groups and gives him headaches. As Amaya asks what makes that pressure worse, Zorian suddenly connects the last missing piece himself. It spikes when the crowd is emotionally charged. Amaya spells it out for him. His empathy is so strong he feels the crowd's emotions as literal pressure, and Zorian can only pace the kitchen in angry disbelief. He protests that the pressure has only ever been a lifelong nuisance, and Amaya warns that empathy can become a burden when it is too strong or unstable. That thought lands with bitter familiarity for Zorian, who silently decides he will have to learn control somehow, probably from the very spiders he distrusts. Amaya gently asks why the idea of being an empath bothered him even before this talk, and he tries to dodge the question out of embarrassment. She refuses to let him escape, so Zorian finally admits he hated the idea because empathy has a girly reputation and he already gets mocked for not seeming masculine enough. Amaya promises she will not spread it, reminds him there is no real evidence empathy favors women, and then embarrasses him again by calling him a handsome young man. Flustered, Zorian changes the subject, and Amaya asks only that he keep her updated if he decides to develop the ability. After leaving the kitchen, Zorian heads back to planning, because the deadline on meeting the Arania feels very real now. Later, at the mouth of the sewers, Zorian gives Kale one last chance to back out of the meeting with the spiders. Kale flatly refuses and insists Zorian would be an idiot to meet a telepathic spider matriarch alone. Zorian still hates risking Kale's life, even inside a loop, because his conscience has not adapted to treating people as disposable reset pieces. Kale adds one more reason for coming. He has his own score to settle with the matriarch over her rummaging through his memories. They descend into the tunnels, with Zorian leading carefully and dropping stone cube traps behind them in case the meeting turns into a chase. Kale handles the anti-mentalist side, keeping a mind shield on himself and ready to throw one over Zorian the moment things go bad. Zorian chooses to leave his own mind open, because his instincts tell him the Arania see direct mind-to-mind contact as basic respect. Near the place he first met the spiders, a crude telepathic blast slams into Zorian's mind and makes him stagger. Kale is ready to fight, but Zorian recognizes the rough contact as clumsy Arania communication rather than an attack. A second, more refined mental voice takes over through that contact, and the matriarch welcomes him for finally finding them. Moments later, the matriarch skitters into view with 2 spider guards, and Zorian somehow knows which one she is before anyone says a word. The matriarch notes that she expected a private meeting, but since Zorian brought backup, she brought backup too. Zorian says Kale is not just a bodyguard and asks if she can communicate out loud so he can actually join the discussion. To his surprise, the matriarch starts tracing complex leg motions and casts a sonic illusion that gives her a human female voice. That one spell is enough to prove the Arania have more than telepathy in their arsenal, and the meeting gets even more dangerous in Zorian's eyes. The tension spikes again when the matriarch complains that Kale's mind shield is rude, because she cannot read his feelings or surface thoughts. Kale snaps back that invading minds without permission is the real insult, especially after what she did to him. The matriarch answers with her own moral code. She only skims Zorian's surface thoughts because he is open, but ordinary flicker minds are fair game. Before the argument gets any worse, Zorian cuts in and drags the conversation back to the loop and to what being open actually means. The matriarch explains that empathy is only the easiest piece of it, and that openness also points to psychic potential, divination talent, and even prophetic dreams. When Zorian stumbles over the idea, she calmly confirms that with training he could become much more than an empath. She offers to teach him, but only if they strike a bargain over the time loop. Kale immediately asks what she wants from Zorian, already expecting something ugly. The matriarch says it outright, she wants into the time loop too. Zorian realizes she means carrying her memories across resets, the same impossible advantage Kale has secretly wanted for himself. He has to explain to both of them that he cannot even begin to do that, because he barely understands how he and Zack are linked in the first place. Kale admits he already knows that and reveals his own plan: introduce Zorian to people who might help him understand the soul link first. The matriarch offers a different shortcut, saying she could plant memory packets in Zorian's mind so his soul carries them back after each reset. Zorian immediately recoils from the idea, and the matriarch calmly reminds him she already has several things he badly needs. She names the bait one by one: loop knowledge, help controlling his empathy, and spider intelligence that could matter against the coming invasion. To steady the conversation, Zorian asks for something simpler first: the matriarch's actual name. Instead of speaking, she sends him a compact burst of alien images and concepts that turns out to be her name in Arania form. After awkwardly translating it as Spear of Resolve striking straight at the heart of the matter, Zorian gets told to just keep calling her matriarch. With that settled, Zorian finally pushes for the answer he came for and asks why she believed the time loop story at all. Before the matriarch can answer, a huge roar rolls through the tunnel, and Zorian goes pale as he recognizes it. More roars answer the first one, and Zorian realizes a whole band of war trolls is heading straight for them. The sewer deal blows up again when war troll roars thunder closer, and even the Arania matriarch sounds fed up that her hidden web has been found another time. Zorian and Kale immediately run for the way back, and Zorian signals the spiders to follow because this has turned from negotiation into a joint escape. While they run, the matriarch warns that Arania are slower than humans over distance, but Zorian tells her he and Kale left traps behind for exactly this kind of pursuit. The matriarch dryly realizes those precautions were meant to stop her too if the talks went bad, which only reminds Zorian how little reliable information humans have about Arania. The war trolls finally burst around the corner in a packed green wave, and Zorian triggers the nearest sigil cubes to slam a force barrier across the corridor. The matriarch explains she cannot just pacify the trolls because whoever controls them learned to shield their minds after earlier clashes. A second later the trolls smash headfirst into the barrier and collapse into a snarling heap, giving Zorian exactly the head start he wanted. Zorian triggers more barrier traps for insurance, but he keeps the explosive cubes on him because they are desperate weapons and too dangerous to use carelessly underground. At the sewer exit, Zorian braces for trouble with the guards, only to watch the Arania quietly erase themselves from the human senses and slip to the surface unseen. Once they reach the surface alive, Zorian is almost stunned by how smoothly the disaster ended, but the matriarch quickly pulls the talk back on track in a deserted alley. The matriarch says the alley is clear of outside minds and grumbles that even the cephalic rats are not nearby, which makes Zorian stop and ask what those are. She describes the creatures as rat-sized psychics with their brains exposed, and Zorian realizes he actually saw one back in his original run without understanding what it was. The matriarch says the rats likely served the invasion, and that her web drew troll attacks only after the Arania tried to wipe the creatures out. When Kale asks if the rats are intelligent, the matriarch reveals the real danger. Alone they are only clever vermin, but linked together they become one growing telepathic hive mind. She spells out why they are terrifying spies. They fit anywhere, every death is disposable, and each rat can act with the full swarm's power and shared mind. Zorian immediately grasps the human cost. If those things are reading unshielded minds across the city, the invaders could tear through sensitive information without anyone noticing. The matriarch adds that Arania cannot match that level of infiltration, because giant spiders trigger wards and cannot move through human spaces the way a few odd rats can. That revelation sends Zorian into a darker realization. If the rat swarm works for the invaders, then someone on that side has probably heard Zack talk about time travel and at least some loops, and still did nothing. Before he can chase that mystery further, The matriarch cuts back to the real point and demands a final answer about sending her memory packet through his mind. Zorian hesitates because trusting in Arania with his mind feels only slightly safer than trusting soul magic, and he knows exactly how badly that can go. The matriarch argues that she is risking plenty too, because Zorian could milk her for information and then avoid her forever in later restarts, leaving her memories stranded inside him. After a heavy silence, Zorian accepts that he needs what she offers and finally agrees to the pact. Later, walking back to Amaya's house, Kale bluntly tells Zorian that agreeing to that procedure took more nerve than he has. Zorian admits he gambled on what he had already researched. Real mind tampering is slow, obvious, and hard to hide, so the matriarch likely could not have rewritten him on the spot. He even says he asked Ilsa and a combat teacher about mind magic beforehand, suspicious looks be damned, because he wanted to know the limits before making this deal. Kale still doubts he could have protected Zorian against 3 giant spiders at close range, but Zorian reveals the backup plan he never mentioned in the alley. He shows Kale one of the explosive cubes and explains that if the matriarch had moved against him, he was ready to detonate both of them and take her with him. Kale is jolted by the sheer calm way Zorian planned for suicide, and Zorian can only answer that repeated deaths inside the time loop have twisted his sense of it. Still, Zorian is not reckless enough to trust the packet blindly, so he decides to avoid the Arania for several restarts and find someone who can inspect his mind properly. Kale points out that this means the matriarch will stay silent until Zorian delivers those stored memories to her next self, and Zorian accepts that delay without complaint. With the immediate crisis over, Zorian nudges Kale to finally explain his own plan for entering the time loop, but Kale grumbles that he still has not sorted it out in his head. Their talk drifts into the spider's voice spell, and Zorian explains that the matriarch was not sneaking sound into Kale's mind at all, she was making actual sound with illusion magic. Kale is baffled that the guild still calls that an illusion, and Zorian dryly notes that even the Mage Guild sometimes chooses practicality over perfect definitions. As the summer festival draws closer, Zorian notices Hazush losing interest in the invasion warning, and that feels like a sign to stop hoping for help and start planning an exit. He decides that if things keep going this way, he will take Kiriel out of Scoria before the attack rather than let either of them die in the invasion again. He also starts wondering whether he can convince Kale and Amaya to leave with them, but for the moment, he is too exhausted to plan anything beyond dinner and rest. The smell of food hits him first, and then Kiriel slams into him demanding immediate healing for what turns out to be a tiny scratch on her hand. Playing along with a perfectly straight face, Zorian examines the scratch like a grave physician and announces that the only cure is amputation. Kana even starts to play along when Zorian asks for a saw, until Amaya breaks and stops the joke before the kitchen turns into total chaos. Kiriel storms off with a pout and a sharp little insult, and dinner settles into the usual rhythm of family noise with her occasional loud outbursts. After the meal, Zorian retreats to his room to practice shaping, and Kiriel quietly follows him in with a stack of papers instead of starting another fight. The piece ends when Kiriel nervously asks why he still studies so hard even though the time loop makes it look like nothing matters. Zorian answers more honestly than usual. Everything still matters because choices shape who he becomes, and besides, he actually likes learning. When he asks what she really wants, Kiriel gathers her pages, climbs right into his lap, and shyly asks him to judge her drawings. Zorian expects childish sketches, but the moment she starts showing them, he realizes she is not just good for her age, she is genuinely extraordinary. One drawing of Scioria's skyline is so detailed and controlled that Zorian can barely believe his little sister had the patience and skill to make it. Another page shows a faithful portrait of Byrne from a single old meeting, and that is when Zorian finally asks why their mother is not proudly showing this talent off. Kiriel admits the ugly truth. Their mother hates the drawing, refuses to buy supplies, and yells whenever she catches her doing it. That instantly explains why Kiriel has been stealing his notebooks and pens, and she cheerfully confirms it because he never exposed her to their mother. Then Kiriel admits the same is true of books too, because their mother says a proper lady should not waste time on either reading or art. Zorian tries to compare it to how their mother treated him, thinking she will eventually stop pushing if Kiriel stands firm. Kiriel snaps that it is not the same at all, because he and their brothers get to leave home and learn magic, while she is trapped there as the daughter. Then the deeper wound comes out. She says their parents are not planning to send her to any Mage Academy at all, because they already arranged her marriage for when she turns 15. Zorian finally understands the shape of her life in Siren, and his shock hardens into cold anger at the family decision made over her head. Instead of brushing her off again, he tells Kiriel that this time she will not have to fight alone, because if their parents refuse to teach her, he will. Kiriel still does not quite trust the promise, so she seizes his hand in an oath grip and demands that he swear it properly. Zorian squeezes her hand and gives her the promise she wanted, turning a casual reassurance into something binding between them. 2 days before the festival, Kale finally lays out his own lead-chasing plan, but it is vague, scattered across distant places, and mostly useless to Zorian right now. When the festival night comes, Zorian follows his own instincts instead and gets out of Scoria with Kiriel, Kale, and Kana on the train before the invasion can hit them. Amaya refuses to come with them, which hurts but does not surprise Zorian, so the four of them pass the last hours on the train with card games until the loop resets. Then the month snaps back to the beginning as always, and Zorian wakes in Siren to Kiriel's familiar morning greeting. This time he leaves Kiriel behind and keeps his distance, because Zack really does show up in class and Zorian wants no part of him, while the memory packet remains unchecked. Zack keeps trying for a few days and then backs off, but the boy still watches Zorian too closely for comfort, which forces Zorian to keep a low profile. So instead of chasing bigger risks, Zorian spends restart after restart quietly sharpening his shaping, combat magic, divinations, and spell formula while avoiding the Arania altogether. He also keeps Taven out of it this time, because he is not ready to bring anyone back to the matriarch until he knows what is sitting in his own head. One full restart passes like that, then another, until 6 loops have gone by and Zack finally stops trying to approach him at the start of each month. Those hidden months are not wasted, because 3 restarts with Nora and 3 with Hazlush let Zorian improve his spell formula enough to redesign his suicide switch into something smaller and subtler. By the end of it, he is carrying 2 discrete little cubes on his keychain instead of the obvious heavy stones he used in the sewers. He also hires a mind magic specialist to inspect him, and the verdict is mixed. The memory packet is dormant, and nothing else is active in his head, but the experts still cannot prove the packet is harmless. That is enough for now, so when the 7th restart begins and Zack finally leaves him alone, Zorian decides the waiting period is over and it is time to move again. A few days into the new restart, Zorian marches into Ilsa's office expecting an easy sewer permit, only to get shut down immediately. Even after Zorian argues and tries to prove his combat skill, Ilsa refuses to let a newly minted mage risk the underworld alone and sends him out. Once he cools off, Zorian realizes why it worked last time. Ilsa trusted Kale as experienced backup, and this time Zorian came in alone. So instead of giving up, Zorian finds someone who already has sewer access and talks Taven into taking him down there. Taven grumbles that Zorian refused to join her before, then came back days later asking for the exact same dangerous favor. Zorian apologizes, but he still cannot tell her where they are going because he is just waiting for the Arania to notice his mind. Then a familiar alien touch brushes Zorian's thoughts and vanishes, telling him an Arania scout has finally found him. Zorian calls out into the dark, asking the hidden Arania to hear him and pass urgent information to the matriarch, while Taven hears only nonsense. After a tense pause, the Arania makes the worst possible entrance by stepping straight into view in front of both of them. Taven instantly goes for her spell rod, and Zorian has to grab her wrist and stop her before the meeting turns into a fight. When the spider stays calm, Taven reluctantly backs off, and Zorian is left facing her growing anger and confusion. The scout teases him telepathically for shouting out loud, and Zorian has to admit he still cannot start a telepathic conversation on his own. That confession lets the Arania sum him up in one cutting line: Zorian is incomplete, but at least he is not a flicker mind like Taven. Trying to keep things moving, Zorian awkwardly asks if the scout is female and learns that all true Arania are female, while the tiny males are barely sentient. Zorian finally sends the matriarch's true concept name and asks for her, hoping that detail will prove he is not bluffing. That works immediately, because the matriarch's familiar mind cuts in and demands to know who he is and how he knows her real name. Zorian introduces himself and drops the real shock. In another timeline, the matriarch herself gave him a memory packet to return later. The matriarch does not remember any of that and immediately suspects a trap, maybe even one tied to the trolls attacking her web. Since he has no way to prove it with words, Zorian offers the only evidence he has and lets the matriarch inspect the memory packet in his mind. While the matriarch searches his mind, Zorian quietly warns Taven that if he drops screaming, she should blast the spider on sight. Several long minutes later, the matriarch withdraws in a daze, asks for 3 days to think, and confirms the memory packet was real enough to shake her. Before the contact ends, Zorian hurriedly asks for a way into these tunnels without official checkpoints, or dragging Taven back every time. The answer hits him as a flood of tunnel routes and hidden entries, and then the scout simply leaps back into the darkness and disappears. Now alone with her, Zorian gets the glare he was dreading as Taven demands the full explanation right now. Zorian tries one weak joke about how this would be easier if she had waited by the entrance, and Taven shuts that down instantly. So Zorian gives her the cleaned up truth. He is an empath with no control, human mages will not help, and he came to the telepathic spiders for training. Taven is stunned, but once she processes it she mostly calls the whole thing gutsy instead of stupid and asks what the spiders said. When Zorian says the Arania are still thinking about it, Taven just tells him to get moving and save the rest for somewhere with drinks. At an open-air tavern afterward, Taven makes Zorian pay while she hears the rest of the story over drinks. She accepts most of his explanation, but gets hung up on the part where he planned to meet dangerous monsters without backup. The argument turns personal fast, because Taven wants to know if he has done this kind of reckless solo stunt before, and who covered him when he did. What Taven really wants is obvious soon enough. She insists Zorian should take her with him next time he meets the matriarch. Zorian flatly refuses, because he thinks she would get in the way and keep pressing him for secrets he cannot share. Instead of pushing harder, Taven changes tactics and offers to help sharpen his combat magic through a spar. Zorian sees the trap right away, but he agrees anyway because he wants to know how long he can last against a serious fighter. That is how Zorian ends up in Taven's family training hall, facing her with a magic missile rod in hand and a hidden shield bracelet under his sleeve. The non-lethal rules are sensible, but they also cut out a huge chunk of Zorian's usual arsenal because he built his combat style for real killing fights. Taven notices his new spell rod and assumes he wasted a lot of money on a weapon that still will not break her defenses. Zorian answers by revealing he made the rod himself, which catches Taven off guard and lets him enjoy one brief smug moment. Then Taven UPS the show by summoning a spell staff into her hand and lighting its yellow formula lines with a burst of mana. The instant they begin, Taven snaps off a 5-missile swarm at him, moving so fast she already looks sure she has won. But this is not the old Zorian anymore, and his shield goes up clean, dense, and almost invisible in front of the swarm. Instead of trying to outgun her, Zorian uses the exchange as cover and throws a vial of white liquid with his free hand. The missile swarm hammers his barrier, but the overcharged shield holds anyway, proving how much his repeated practice has changed him. Then Zorian pulses mana into the airborne vial and crushes it mid-flight, bursting a thick white coughing cloud right in front of Taven. The trick works, and Taven staggers out coughing just in time for Zorian to drive a force smasher straight at her torso. His empathy screams a warning, and Zorian dodges just before Taven answers with a brutal battering ram spell instead of a shield. The dodge is only partial, and the edge of the blast still catches him hard enough to spin him through the air and smash him into the floor. He lies there dizzy for a moment, while Taven keeps coughing in the gas cloud, which means his improvised attack was stronger than he meant it to be. When he gets back up, Zorian dryly tells her she has a very strange idea of non-lethal combat, and Taven calls him a cheater right back. Taven taps his shield with her staff and stares when it barely reacts, finally realizing just how refined and transparent his defense really is. Zorian explains it is just an overcharged shield spell executed cleanly after endless practice, not some exotic trick item. Still annoyed, Taven says he only lasted because of dirty tricks, so Zorian flips the topic and asks how she tracked him while half blinded by gas. Taven reveals the teacher taught her to flood the area with mana and feel the surroundings through the cloud, enough to catch active spells and aim back toward the caster. That sounds painfully familiar to Zorian, because it is basically his lock-sensing trick on a bigger scale, and suddenly Svim's marble exercise clicks into place. He pushes the idea further, and Taven confirms that using a mana cloud would make sensing tiny charged marbles far easier than relying on raw inborn mana sense alone. Now Zorian feels stupid and furious at once, because Svim was probably testing exactly this method and just never bothered to explain it. After arguing over whether the first match was a draw, Taven drags him through more rounds, and without surprise on his side Zorian loses every one. Even so, Taven admits his ruthless opening could drop real battle mages if he catches them off guard, though that kind of escalation could get him in trouble with the guild. The real payoff comes fast, because once he knows the principle he only needs a few hours to shape a diffuse mana cloud around his own head. By Friday, Zorian calmly tracks Svim's flying marbles, finally meeting the first half of the infamous exercise. Svim is not impressed at all and instantly makes it worse by demanding Zorian sort the marbles by the strength of their mana emissions. Zorian still cannot do that part yet, but now that he understands the real assignment, he is no longer worried about eventually mastering it. Meanwhile, Zack has his own project, trying to throw a massive party at his mansion and pull the whole class there before the festival turns deadly. Zorian sees the real reason at once. Zack is trying to get as many students out of the invasion's path as possible without telling them why. 3 days later, Zorian heads back into the sewers alone, and finds the Arania waiting for him this time. Any doubt disappears when the scout leads him to the matriarch herself, who has chosen to meet in person instead of speaking through a subordinate. The matriarch says she has digested the memories from her other self and no longer finds the time loop story as absurd as it first sounded. She proposes they swap stories, and when Zorian hesitates she dryly guesses that of course he wants her to go first. Her first revelation is grim. Her web has been fighting the invaders for months, and a week ago those enemies suddenly started acting like they knew every Arania trick in advance. The invaders knew secret techniques, unique personal abilities, and even likely responses, so the Arania seriously considered time travel as the only explanation. When Zorian suggests divination instead, the matriarch says the Arania know divination very well, and that field only made the mystery worse. Their future forecasts have gone wild all week, giving different answers every time, but they all hit the same wall. Nothing exists beyond the day of the summer festival. That blank future rattles Zorian, because it suggests the world is not continuing after each reset at all, it is just ending. Zorian is surprised no human oracles raise the alarm, but the matriarch explains long-range forecasting is hard, tedious, and often not worth the effort. Still, she thinks some human groups may have seen the same thing and stayed quiet, then nudges Zorian to ask them since giant spiders are not ideal research partners. Zorian agrees, and the matriarch promises him a list of diviners before pushing the conversation to his side of the time loop story. Zorian gives her the basics of the loop and his own experience in it, but he keeps the more personal details close to the chest. The matriarch immediately points out the obvious missing piece. If Zack knows anything useful, Zorian really should talk to him. Zorian is not willing to risk that, and the matriarch admits she already tried stealing Zack's memories, but could only skim the surface because his mental defenses held just enough. Pressed for an explanation, Zorian says ordinary soul bond detection shows nothing between him and Zack, which means their connection is not a normal soul bond at all. Instead, he shares Kale's theory that the failed soul merge left pieces of Zack and Zorian fused together, tricking the time loop into carrying both of them along. The matriarch says that would neatly explain why Zack missed the first few restarts and later appeared desperately sick. His soul probably took more damage than Zorian's. Even so, the matriarch circles back and asks why Zorian still refuses to approach Zack if that explanation makes sense. Zorian's answer is the real threat hanging over everything. He is convinced there is a third time traveler helping the invaders and staying invisible on purpose. Since that hidden player clearly knows about Zack and still leaves him alone, Zorian concludes Zack either does not matter to their long game, or has already been quietly neutralized. He goes further and argues that Zack looks like the true focal point of the loop, rich, gifted, and central enough that the spell recognizes him even if he does not understand it himself. That makes one possibility especially ugly to him. Zack may have trusted the wrong person, had his memories edited, and been pushed into a harmless direction instead of openly killed. And if Zorian talks to Zack while someone is watching, he fears he could simply be erased because unlike Zack he is not essential to the loop at all. The matriarch calls him paranoid, but only in the backhanded way that also admits paranoia may be why he still has his memories. Since they cannot ignore the problem forever, the matriarch says finding that third time traveler needs to become a priority. Zorian has no idea where to begin, but the matriarch points out one useful limit. Whoever beat Zack early on did not need to be unstoppable yet. When Zorian admits even some classmates could have overpowered or tricked early loop Zack, the matriarch latches onto that immediately. Because Zack fixates on classmates and might trust them too easily, the matriarch tells Zorian to investigate his class for anyone acting subtly wrong or tied to the invaders. By the end of the meeting, the matriarch hands him a list of human diviners to question, and they agree to meet again in another 3 days. Walking away, Zorian is mildly annoyed that his empathy training never even came up, which makes him suspect the matriarch is still deciding whether he is worth teaching. Even with that frustration, Zorian ends the day relieved to finally have an ally in this tangled mess, while quietly worrying he may be trusting the Arania the same way Zack once trusted the wrong person. Zorian heads to a temple on Scioria's outskirts even though temples always put him on edge, because the Arania matriarch said the city's best human future forecaster is here. Before going in, he notices the door carvings and recognizes the old creation myth where the gods butchered primordial dragons and turned the last one into the world itself. The story only makes the gods sound cruel to him, but his brooding is broken when a friendly young priest with striking green hair steps out to greet him. Zorian asks for Priestess Kylie, and Batak says she's busy with a ritual but should be free in about an hour. Instead of sending him away, Batak invites him inside for tea, and Zorian immediately suspects he's about to be tested through polite small talk. Walking through the main hall, Zorian is struck by how huge and deserted the temple is, with only stained glass light and echoing footsteps breaking the silence. Batak explains the temple never recovered from the Weeping Plague, because the church failed to stop it and lost so many priests that smaller temples were effectively abandoned. Even so, the building is still immaculate and expensive looking, which makes the church's idea of a neglected temple feel almost absurd to Zorian. Batak brings him into a messy side room that feels more lived in than sacred, makes tea, and chats through harmless questions about Zorian's life. When Zorian asks why Batak and Kylie still stay here, Batak admits they were basically posted to keep the impressive temple standing and drive off thieves, not because the church values this place much anymore. After circling around the topic long enough, Batak finally asks what Zorian really wants from Kylie. Zorian says he's here because someone sent him to ask Kylie about irregular future prediction results, and Batak's easy smile instantly vanishes. When Batak asks exactly where the prediction goes wrong, Zorian realizes the priest already knows the answer. Zorian lays it out plainly. The future just goes blank after the day of the summer festival, as if the whole world stops there. Batak breaks composure, curses, and starts pacing, which tells Zorian this is much worse than a simple divination oddity. Batak decides this has to be discussed with Kylie immediately, even if that means interrupting her ritual. Left alone for a moment, Zorian can only hope Batak's panic means the priests know something important that he and the matriarch missed. Batak returns with Kylie, a surprisingly young-looking high priestess who sizes Zorian up before sitting across from him. As soon as Zorian confirms he's asking about the same summer festival cutoff, Kylie and Batak realize they were both partly right about the anomaly all along. Kylie asks to speak directly with Zorian's secretive teacher, but he refuses because his source absolutely does not want to be exposed. Zorian pushes back and asks why this prediction glitch has them so rattled in the first place. Kylie offers a trade instead, warning that she has a supernatural knack for catching lies and wants Zorian to go first. Taking a risk, Zorian quietly checks for scrying and hidden mind-linked vermin before deciding to tell them part of the truth. He reveals that terrorists are planning to strike during the summer festival, and part of their scheme involves something exotic enough to wreck future prediction itself. Kylie is shaken enough to admit she'd rather not know anymore, because this is already far above what she wants to be involved in. Even so, Zorian still wants their side of the trade, and Batak explains the church's real fear starts with the angels. Kylie reveals that for about a week nobody has been able to summon angels at all, and even rumors say demon cultists have lost contact with their masters too. That timing hits Zorian hard, because a week ago was exactly when the time loop began. Kylie feels relieved now that the spirit world blackout and the future cutoff may be separate problems, but Zorian leaves the temple more worried than ever. He ducks into a restaurant to think, and the new clue pushes him toward a much scarier conclusion. The loop may be rewinding time itself, not just moving a few souls. The more he follows that thought, the worse it gets, because a loop big enough to hide its borders would have to cover at least a continent, and maybe the entire world. His grim thoughts are interrupted when Taven suddenly drops into the seat across from him after tracking him down. Taven says she actually did ask around for a human empath teacher for him, but the only lead is a hospital healer who demands a full apprentice contract. Zorian turns it down right away, because becoming a full healer would swallow far too much time he cannot spare. He admits the spiders are still his best option, then wonders if mentioning a human alternative might finally pressure them into helping him faster. That slip makes Taven realize he has been going back into the sewers alone again, and she immediately goes sharp on him. When he awkwardly admits it, Taven smacks him in the shoulder and tears into him for doing something that dangerous without backup. Zorian tries to defend himself by saying the Arania are biased against non-psychics, which only makes Taven more baffled. He finally explains that his empathy is really a weak psychic talent tied to mind magic, and the spiders think he could do much more if they trained him. Taven is horrified for a second that he might be reading her mind, and he has to point out he's only catching vague emotions and is trying to learn control. She still refuses to let it go and orders him to ask the Arania for a real reason next time, or she'll march down there and confront them herself. After that, Zorian checks other human future readers, but most either know nothing useful or are obvious frauds trying to squeeze him for money. With divination going nowhere, he turns to a new angle and starts reviewing whether one of his classmates could be the third-time traveler. He quickly rules out Akoja, Benesek, and Kale, because their behavior still matches who they normally are and Kale's last restart actions especially don't fit a hidden looper. Two names stay suspicious: Tinami Aop, because her powerful house is rumored to dabble in mind magic and darker arts, and Eston Greer, because he comes from exile-haunted Ulquinibesa. Eston's background looks even uglier to Zorian because the invasion mages likely came from that same island, and the lich who crushed Zack may have come from there too. Since he still doesn't know his class well enough to judge them properly, Zorian goes straight to the one boy who always knows everyone's business, Benesek. He asks Benesek for the latest gossip and basic information on everybody in class, turning rumor itself into part of the investigation. Later, Zorian reports back to the Arania matriarch, and she is genuinely impressed that human diviners confirmed the summer festival cutoff and exposed another clue about the loop. She asks whether he has anything useful on his classmates yet, and Zorian warns that hunting a possible third looper will take many restarts, not quick guesses. Before they part, Zorian brings up something that has been bothering him for a while, and asks what the Arania really mean by flickermind. The matriarch dodges once, but when Zorian presses, she admits it means non-psychic beings and that most Arania quietly view them as fundamentally limited. She compares non-psychics to a society born blind, making it clear that the Arania's smugness is not just a bad translation, but a real belief. When Zorian asks what being psychic even means, the matriarch answers in almost spiritual language about a great web connecting everything in existence. Zorian bluntly points out that her explanation sounds religious, and she freely admits that this great web is central to Arania's spirituality. Then Zorian mentions he may have found a human empath willing to teach him, just to hear what the matriarch thinks. The matriarch explodes at the idea, snapping that human empaths are terrible teachers who train people to shut their gift down and fear the rest of mind magic. Her outrage is so intense that Zorian suddenly remembers just how terrifying she really is beneath all their careful negotiations. When he asks for an alternative, she fires back that she already promised to help him, and needles him for waiting 6 months to come back. At last she stops arguing and makes a real decision. If he wants proper control of his gift, he should come back tomorrow, and she will start teaching him herself. She leaves him with one last challenge, insisting that after he experiences the Great Web properly, he can judge for himself whether she or the human empath was right. Deep under Scoria, Zorian sits cross-legged in the tunnels and struggles through the Arania matriarch's first lesson, sensing nearby minds with his own. When Zorian complains that there has to be a better method, the matriarch bluntly reminds him that he has only been trying for 3 days. The matriarch explains that this tedious practice still matters, because open minds like the Arania are much easier training targets than ordinary humans, and even she cannot really teach this instinct the way a spell formula can be taught. That stings Zorian's pride, so instead of forcing the exercise harder, he starts treating psychic talent like a branch of mind magic that must have rules he can reason through. As Zorian wonders why psychic power helps with divination too, the matriarch clarifies that it only helps with spells that dump information straight into the mind. That finally clicks for him. Psychic talent is the passive ability to make sense of information entering the mind, so he stops pushing outward and decides to open inward instead. The moment Zorian opens his mind, nearby thoughts blaze into view like suns, and he instantly realizes the matriarch has hidden more guards around him than she showed openly. The matriarch breaks his concentration to praise the breakthrough, and the vision vanishes as quickly as it came. Zorian snaps that this would have gone faster if she had told him he was searching the wrong way. The matriarch coolly answers that she did try, but surface thoughts are fuzzy, especially across different species, so telepathy is not perfect mind reading. When Zorian asks whether language and species really matter, the matriarch says shared words make telepathy easy, but alien concept-to-concept communication is crude, painful, and easy to botch. She adds that most of her guards stay silent around him for a reason, because trying to talk to him directly would only give him a headache. Zorian pushes the topic toward combat, and the matriarch casually names the simplest telepathic attack, a mind blast, which is easy to launch and easy to defend against. The matriarch also dryly points out that Zorian keeps explosives in his pocket anyway, so he can stop acting like she is 1 second away from betraying him. With the breakthrough made, she immediately drags him back to the real goal. His mind sense has to become fast and steady enough to use while moving and fighting. The rest of the month passes in more tunnel drills, and Zorian slowly gains enough control to suppress his empathy for a while, even if he still cannot aim it precisely. That small bit of control makes social situations more bearable, which matters because Zack keeps pressing Zorian to attend his summer festival party. Zorian finally agrees, partly to test his empathy control in a real crowd, partly to see Zack's mansion from the inside, and partly to study his classmates more naturally. He even brings Taven along, and when she keeps asking if that is really allowed, Zorian assures her Zack invited them to bring extra people. Privately, Zorian also wants Taven there as a comparison point, because he suspects she will end up fighting the invaders and wants to see how she performs. They barely reach the door before Zack appears to usher them inside, cheerful enough that Zorian immediately suspects the mansion wards announced their arrival. Zack says he is glad Zorian came, then needles him about acting cold lately, and Zorian instantly wonders whether Zack is fishing for proof that he remembers other restarts. Taven asks what is going on, and Zack makes it worse by joking that Zorian always seems to show up with a different girl. Once Zorian realizes Zack is mixing together different loops again, he furiously denies being some kind of womanizer while Taven, far too calm, asks if that is true. Zack apologizes for the jab and keeps teasing anyway, while Zorian insists Taven is just a friend and wishes this entire exchange would die. As they move deeper inside, Taven notices the mansion feels almost abandoned, and Zack admits most of the staff were dismissed long ago by his guardian. Zorian catches the hostility in Zack's voice and guesses he and that guardian do not get along, which Zack confirms without giving details. Then Taven bluntly asks what happened to Zack's family, and Zorian punches her shoulder in disbelief at the timing. Zack only laughs that off and says he actually likes Taven's upfront attitude, which makes Zorian realize these two may get along far too well. Zack starts explaining how House Novita fell, but Zorian mostly tunes out and studies the mansion around him because he already knows the broad history. The story itself is grim and familiar. The Splinter Wars shattered old powers, and noble mage houses like Novita got mauled when firearms turned battlefields into slaughterhouses. House Novita suffered especially hard because it was a deeply military house that sent battle-ready members straight to the front and paid for that loyalty in blood. Even that did not finish them, but the weeping did, an unstoppable plague that killed whole lines of people regardless of age, health, or magic. By the time the sickness burned out, Zack had lost absolutely everyone and was left as the lone child survivor of a hollowed-out house. Zack finally cuts off the depressing history lesson when they reach the party hall, and Zorian is immediately grateful his empathy is under control because the room is packed and rowdy. Taven wants to mingle right away, so she drags Zorian along and makes him introduce her around, which conveniently gives him a natural excuse to probe classmates. After easing her in with familiar faces like Kale and Benesek, Zorian starts pointing out the more interesting people in the room. He points out Capriva Reed first, a tall green-haired classmate in the middle of a heated argument, and Taven immediately refuses to go anywhere near the gangster princess. Then Zorian spots a group of 5 giggling girls, including Nilu, and warns Taven that they have already noticed the mystery girl at his side and are coming to investigate. Taven pastes on a polite face as the girls approach, and Zorian braces himself for what he already knows will be a very long night. Once the dancing finally starts, Taven quickly finds herself a tall, handsome older partner, and leaves Zorian on his own just as he expected. Zorian slips toward the edge of the room to avoid attention and notices Tanami Aope already hiding awkwardly in one quiet corner. He greets Tanami, surprises her badly, and immediately asks her to dance. Tanami hesitates because she thinks Taven is his date, but when Zorian points out Taven dancing with someone else, she accepts and takes his hand with surprising firmness. Their dance starts awkwardly, but in that quieter one-on-one setting Tanami opens up enough for Zorian to realize her shyness feels genuine, not like some veteran time traveler acting a part. When Zorian asks about her hobby, Tanami bashfully admits she raises tarantulas and likes spiders in general. Instead of mocking her, Zorian says spiders are fascinating and even admits he has a soft spot for jumping spiders, which makes Tanami suspicious at first. But when Zorian keeps answering her increasingly nerdy spider questions correctly, Tanami finally realizes he actually knows what he is talking about. Zorian even tries to stump her with monstrous spider breeds, only to discover Tanami knows far more than he expected, including spider demons and other spider-like monsters. That makes Zorian privately decide that in some future loop, introducing Tanami to the Arania would be too interesting to pass up. Then Zack suddenly appears behind them and jokes that Zorian really did not waste time finding another girl after Taven left. The surprise also tells Zorian something useful. He kept his mind closed the whole time without noticing, which means his new empathy control is holding even while distracted. Zack says he is checking on his guests, but what he really wants to know is whether they are coming outside to watch the fireworks. Zorian immediately agrees, because he cares less about the fireworks themselves than about seeing whether the invasion's opening artillery still happens tonight. Outside in the garden, Zorian watches Zack more than the sky, because he and the matriarch spent the last 3 days trying to derail the invasion before it could properly begin. Zorian stayed personally hidden to avoid drawing the invaders' attention, but the Arania had no reason to stay passive when the invasion was already wiping their people out. Together they decided the cleanest way to cripple the attack was to stop the initial artillery barrage, since Zorian had already tracked where those shots normally came from. The fireworks begin overhead, and not one artillery spell follows them. Zorian quietly enjoys the payoff as Zack stares upward in growing bafflement, clearly waiting for something that never arrives. When Zorian innocently asks what is wrong, Zack brushes it off and clearly does not want to explain himself. Seeing Zack thrown off balance, Zorian happily offers Tanami another dance and heads back inside with her while Zack stays behind under the sky. But Zorian's good mood does not last, because even without the opening bombardment the invasion still comes, and Zack's mansion becomes one of its main targets. Caught totally unprepared, the students are split into isolated groups despite Zack's power, and Zorian ends up trapped in one of them. His stranded group includes Tanami, Taven, Briam, and 4 nearly useless students, all holed up in one of the few rooms the invaders have not smashed yet. The 4 unknown students barely help, but Briam proves invaluable by summoning his fire drake the moment the attack starts. Taven also steps up hard, unleashing a savage fire vortex strong enough to make even the invaders hesitate for 10 precious minutes. Tanami changes completely in battle, calmly firing purple beams from a silver amulet that drop even war trolls screaming and wreck enemy momentum. While those 3 hold the line, Zorian crouches in the corridor behind them and carefully inscribes explosive runes into the walls for a fallback trap. When Taven warns that their position is becoming impossible to hold, Zorian still refuses to rush the last runes and finishes the trap properly. The second he finishes, Zorian orders everyone to retreat through the corridor and takes over rear guard as the others fall back. One useless boy stays with him, but wastes his magic missiles on the charging war trolls instead of the softer-robed mages behind them. Zorian makes the smarter play and uses his smuggled spell rod to rip a line through the floor in front of the enemy casters, throwing up dust to ruin their aim. Then he burns a big chunk of mana on an overpowered flamethrower that still cannot kill the war trolls, but at least breaks their charge for a moment. He throws up one more dust screen with the rod and sprints after the others, cursing the boy who already fled and knowing he cannot outrun a war troll for long. Just when he thinks he is done for, Tanami's purple beam slices past his head and drops the war troll behind him with a scream. Zorian seals their retreat with more dust from the spell rod, reaches the new room, and breathlessly thanks Tanami for the save. As the enemy closes again, Briam warns they are coming and Taven reminds everyone of the plan. Let the whole force commit to the corridor before setting off the runes. They leave the door open on purpose, because they already learned the hard way that a shattered door only turns into deadly splinters. The invaders hit them with beams and battering spells first, then push the war trolls and supporting mages into the trapped corridor once they smell victory. That is exactly what Zorian is waiting for, and the moment the corridor is full he sends a mana pulse into the nearest runes and blows the whole stretch apart. The blast buys them breathing room, and Taven quickly shapes a bubble of clear air so the dust flooding the room does not choke them all. Then the bad news sinks in. The room is a dead end, and with the corridor buried their only remaining way out is the second-floor window. The ground outside is crawling with enemies, but staying here is worse, so Taven asks who can cast floating disc and gets only herself and Zorian. Taven ruthlessly labels the 4 weak students dead weight, takes them first on her disc, and leaves Zorian to follow with Briam and Tanami. Zorian forms a broad floating disc outside the window and jumps onto it with Briam and Tanami, easing them down toward the ground. For a second it looks like they might actually make it, until a flock of iron beaks whips around the corner and turns the whole escape into a death trap. Zorian and Taven knock down only a handful of the birds, nowhere near enough to stop the incoming storm of razor feathers. When the iron beaks unleash a glittering cloud of deadly feathers, Zorian chooses to fall over certain death and dismisses the disc under all 3 of them. The 3 of them plunge toward the ground, and Zorian has just enough time to think he probably traded one death for another. Instead, an unseen spell catches them just before impact and lowers them to the earth as gently as feathers. Before Zorian can even ask what happened, Zack appears behind him and wipes out the entire iron beak flock with a swarm of flaming missiles. Zack jokes that Zorian gets into suicidal situations almost as often as he does, while Zorian mutters a weak denial and helps Briam and Tanami back up. Zack says he has found a place that should be safer, and with no better option Zorian's group joins the larger pack of surviving students following him. They do not get far before the attackers find them again, and Zorian realizes this is not bad luck at all because the invaders are obviously tracking Zack on purpose. While Zack deals with another flock of iron beaks, a giant brown worm suddenly erupts from the ground right in the middle of the students and tears their formation apart. The worm sends students scattering straight into circling winter wolves, and Zorian can do little but watch the chaos spread. Tanami refuses to just stand there and fires one of her purple beams into the worm, making it scream and instantly focus its killing intent on her. The worm dives underground to come at her from below, and Zorian shuts out the noise of the battle so he can use his new mind sense to track it through the earth. He locks on to the worm's buried mind, realizes exactly where it is about to surface, and sees that Tanami has no room to dodge without abandoning the group's safety. At the last second, Zorian yanks Tanami sideways and drops an explosive cube exactly where she had been standing. The worm bursts up a heartbeat later, snaps down on the earth and the cube, and Zorian detonates it from inside the monster's mouth. The blast rips the worm up from within, making it thrash and vomit mangled innards, but its tail still whips Tanami away and leaves her unconscious at the edge of the fight. Zorian rushes to her, checks that she is still breathing and not visibly broken, and dares to hope the worm is finally finished. Instead, the worm sways, recovers, and lunges straight at Zorian again with impossible speed. But the strike stops a hair from his face as some unseen force seizes the worm, and the controlled beast whips aside to kill a winter wolf sneaking up on him. Then the Arania matriarch casually emerges from the shadow of a nearby tree and speaks into Zorian's mind as if this battlefield intrusion were perfectly normal. Zorian thanks her but reminds her they agreed to stay separate during the invasion, and the matriarch answers that what she learned tonight is too important not to pass on. Accepting that, Zorian tells her to make it quick, and the matriarch immediately starts updating his memory packet while the enslaved worm guards them from anything that comes close. 5 minutes later, the matriarch vanishes back into the night, leaving Zorian alone again with the unconscious Tanami and the battle still raging around them. Zorian picks Tanami up and tries to make his way back towards Zack's group, hoping to survive long enough for any of this to matter. He barely takes 5 steps before a jagged red beam fills his vision and the world drops into darkness. Zorian wakes back up in Siren, instantly annoyed that after surviving so much, he got taken out by a plane sneak attack. On the train back, he cools off by sketching magic item ideas, especially a practice dummy that could survive being blasted apart. This time he wastes no time with the Arania and spends an hour in his room making a magic missile rod before heading straight for the dungeon. Instead of waiting to get noticed underground, Zorian actively reaches out with his new mind sense and scans the tunnel ahead. His search catches a rat with an abnormally strong mind, and when his light flares he sees the grotesque truth: the top of its head is gone. The rat hesitantly probes his mind, but Zorian refuses to gamble with telepathic combat against the whole collective behind it. He whips out the new rod and blows the rat apart before it can escape. When he searches with mind sense again, he finds no other cephalic rats nearby and realizes this one may have been only a scout. Before he leaves, a green engineered ooze starts swallowing the corpse, and Zorian carefully gives the acid blob a wide berth. The Arania meeting goes badly at first because the scout he finds cannot speak human style, forcing Zorian through a headache-inducing telepathic pantomime. When the matriarch finally arrives, she only tells him to stay away for a few days until her past self digests the memory packet. Walking back with a pounding head, Zorian admits the truth to himself. Without Arania help, his best move is to get stronger fast. That thought clicks into a plan, and he realizes he already knows exactly who to ask for combat training. The next day, Taven tracks him to the academy training grounds, exactly as he hoped, and finds him openly drilling combat spells. Zorian finally admits he had been stupidly learning combat alone, even though Taven was always the obvious person to ask. Taven happily offers to teach him, but only if he joins her sewer job in return. He accepts the deal, then immediately asks for one condition first. He wants a chance to talk to the sentient spiders before anyone starts burning the place down. Taven stares at him in disbelief when he casually admits he is on speaking terms with giant sewer spiders. He asks her to keep the Arania secret, and Taven promises silence while joking that his weird monster friendships are safe with her team. Once that is settled, Zorian asks for something much scarier, a fire spell strong enough to one-shot a troll. Taven checks his mana reserves, calls him crazy, and warns that a green student should not be hunting trolls. Zorian insists it is for self-defense, and Taven relents enough to offer 2 options: the cheaper homing fire bolt and the brutal but mana-hungry incinerating ray. When she warns that a shaping mistake could blow the spell up in his face, Zorian answers by showing off exactly what he can do. He pulls loose dirt into the air, compresses it into a rough sphere, and flings it like a projectile toward the target. The dirt ball falls apart mid-flight, but the raw shaping control is still enough to leave Taven impressed. Now convinced, Taven decides she can teach him a lot more than she first planned. Over the next few days, Taven gives him a fast, broad combat crash course instead of polishing only one specialty spell. She quickly realizes his shaping skill keeps up with every spell she can cast, even if his mana reserves do not. Her lessons also cover survival magic like spider climb, featherfall, and comfort spells because the dungeon itself can kill an unprepared mage. Taven is even more horrified by his lack of wards, and she drills the idea that pre-fight defenses are what let humans beat magical creatures consistently. She can only teach him the basics there, because combining wards properly is its own specialist craft. Most of the rest is pure combat power, and Zorian finally learns classic spells like Fireball even if he can only cast it twice before running dry. That limitation makes Zorian ask the obvious question: can he train his mana reserves to grow faster? Taven admits there is a way, but says exhausting his mana constantly would wreck the shaping precision that makes him special. She explains the trade-off bluntly: more power usually means less finesse, and some delicate fields of magic become impossible for people born with huge reserves. Zorian pushes the question to absurd numbers like magnitude 60, and Taven says that kind of power would be almost inhuman and crippling to basic control. Her answer makes Zorian quietly reconsider Zack, wondering if his monstrous reserves were never just laziness but some deeper anomaly. Taven reluctantly mentions one short-term boost she has actually used herself, drawing ambient mana faster than the body can safely assimilate it. Zorian already knows the cost of raw ambient mana use: sickness, possible madness, and a miserable trade you only make when death is the other option. Taven admits combat mages sometimes do it anyway in emergencies, then quickly tells him to forget she ever said that. With that dangerous tangent buried, Zorian smoothly drags the lesson back to flashy fire magic and asks about Taven's fire vortex. When the sewer job finally happens, Taven and her two friends let Zorian lead them straight into Arania territory. The matriarch greets him with dry humor, pointing out that he keeps bringing more guests every restart. Taven gets nervous when Zorian and the spiders just stare at each other, until the matriarch casts a voice spell and speaks aloud. Once the watch is explained, the matriarch remembers the incident and says the owner was no innocent victim at all but one of the invaders probing their web. Privately, the matriarch pounces on the real prize and tells Zorian this employer might finally give them a face, a name, and a way into the invasion network. While she keeps two conversations going at once, the matriarch publicly offers the device back as a favor and pointedly says Zorian can repay her later. Taven hesitates, but Zorian plays along, and the matriarch quietly assures him the debt talk is just cover for appearances. She sends one guard to fetch the watch and warns the students that speaking openly about peaceful spiders in the sewers would only cause trouble. When Taven asks why humans attack them at all, Grunt bluntly says some people think a sentient monster inside city borders is reason enough. The matriarch answers with a longer truth: humans can coexist with dangerous non-humans when both sides see profit and rules instead of prey. She explains that Arania moved into Scioria's dungeon after human clearing campaigns and survived by trading information on stronger monsters to cooperative humans. In exchange for secrets, their human allies taught them structured magic, and that let the Scioria web grow rich, powerful, and ambitious. But that success bred rivals, and the matriarch reveals Scioria has changed hands between different webs several times before her own took control. When Zorian asks what would happen if this web were suddenly decimated, the matriarch admits neighboring webs would start probing almost immediately. Her real dream, she says, is formal peace with the city so Arania could live openly above ground and gain human protection against outside threats. That honesty makes Taven bluntly ask if this whole talk is a recruitment pitch, and the matriarch says no, just an attempt to ease fears about Zorian's alliance. The missing guard returns at last, carrying the recovered watch in a leather pouch harness instead of in her fangs. With the job done, the group leaves the Arania behind, but Taven and her friends are still uneasy about an entire hidden spider society under Scioria. Mumble adds one unnerving theory of his own: Scioria's famous spider silk probably comes from this secret arrangement. Zorian mostly tunes them out and studies the fake watch, quickly realizing it is magical but not a real timepiece at all. Using Haslish's methods, he divines its purpose surprisingly fast and learns the device is a ward scanner built for burglary. He still cannot figure out how it works, and even prying at the casing gets him nowhere. So he slips a lockpicking style mana cloud through the seams and finally senses brass gears and crystals hidden inside. That reveals the trick. The clock hands are just painted on glass, and when he presses the face inward the case clicks open. Inside is a dense nest of dials and sigils, too complicated to master on the walk back, which only makes Zorian more determined to dissect it in a future restart. The handoff to the employer goes smoothly, but Zorian wisely skips planting a tracker because the man immediately checks the device with diagnostic magic. Instead, Zorian gets what he really wanted by insisting on a ceremonial handshake and letting the rude man underestimate him as a village yokel. After Taven forces everyone to celebrate with a tavern drink, the group splits, and Zorian heads right back underground. Back with the matriarch, he reports that the device was a ward reader, confirming the employer had been testing Iranian defenses. The matriarch says the real issue is bigger than one stolen tool, because she has finally learned why the invaders thought they could attack Scioria at all. First, she confirms Zorian's old suspicion: the invaders really are from Ulquinabesa, driven by resentment and by the belief that Eldamar is weakened. Then she asks the sharper question neither of them had been asking, even before the time loop: How did those invaders ever expect to take Scoria? Zorian reasons that maybe conquest was never the goal and the real plan was to cripple Scoria hard enough to tie down Eldamar's magical strength elsewhere. The matriarch says he is close, then reveals the key timing. The summer festival is when planar barriers are weakest, and this year a rare planetary alignment makes it far worse. Zorian instantly understands that if anyone wanted to twist space and time on a grand scale, this is exactly the year they would choose. But the invaders were not planning a fancy teleport trick at all. They meant to flood the city with high-level demons during the assault. She lays out the nightmare clearly. Demons would shred the arena, pin down the mages, and leave the city's defenders facing trolls, fire elementals, winter wolves, and iron beaks with almost no help. Zorian asks why none of that is happening now, and the matriarch reminds him the time loop itself blocks summoning from other planes. That sounds like a huge win, until the matriarch explains the demons were never the true endgame anyway. While the city bled, a separate team planned to seize the whole and perform a grand summoning ritual there. When Zorian guesses they wanted a very big demon, the matriarch drops the real bombshell. They meant to summon a primordial. The idea drains all color from Zorian's face, because a primordial would not just wreck Scoria, it could leave half the region in ruins. The matriarch says the invasion leaders never cared about their own expendable forces, and hoped the whole's mana well would let the primordial rampage across Altazia for weeks. Even after hearing how insane the plan is, Zorian cannot dismiss it, because he has already watched these invaders smash through too many impossible defenses. He demands to know who would perform a suicide ritual like that, and the answer is the cult of the World Dragon, fanatics willing to die to bring out a great mother's child. She adds that the cult is probably serving as the invaders' inside network too, which means they need to infiltrate it deeper for real answers. For Zorian, the new problem is brutal. Outside the loop, the invasion will be even stronger than the version he already struggles to survive. The matriarch admits her old long-term plan no longer works cleanly either, because you cannot build a perfect counter when the real war is missing its demonic half inside the loop. Zorian is quietly sickened by how casually she talks about reducing the third time traveler to a ruined mind, but he also has no better answer. When he asks if she has any more disasters to share, the matriarch finally changes direction and says she will not have time to teach him personally this month. Instead, she says she has found him a replacement teacher who can handle his psychic training just fine. A smaller twitchy Urania drops from the ceiling and bombards Zorian with excited telepathic chatter, introducing herself as enthusiastic seeker of novelty. Novelty happily explains that everyone thinks Zorian is basically a psychic baby, so she volunteered to teach him and maybe learn weird human things in return. Zorian finally gives the matriarch a look that asks whether this relentlessly cheerful spider comes with an off switch, and the matriarch is openly entertained by his suffering. Working with Novelty is exhausting for Zorian, because the little Urania is an impulsive chatterbox who hovers in his face and keeps poking him like an eight-legged Kyriel. Even so, Zorian quickly realizes Novelty is easier to trust than the matriarch, because she is terrible at hiding what she really means and genuinely knows a lot about psionics and Urania. Another relief is that Novelty cannot skim his surface thoughts the way the matriarch can, so Zorian finally feels less tense around an Urania teacher. During one lesson, Novelty gets completely distracted by Zorian's alchemy glassware and starts marveling over how humans make transparent containers at all. Her fascination turns awkward when she casually blurts out that Urania once tried keeping human thralls for crafting, then instantly tries to walk the whole admission back. Zorian lets that disturbing detail slide and patiently explains that glass is made by heating sand until it melts and shaping it while molten. Novelty is stunned that humans turn something as ordinary as sand into glass, and Zorian has to spell out that human survival has always depended on making tools and then better tools. When Novelty calls human craft just another kind of magic, Zorian points out that if she wants to build things herself, actual fabrication magic would be the sensible shortcut. Novelty cheerfully admits she barely understood any of that, and Zorian has to drag the conversation back to the actual psychic lesson again. Once they refocus, Zorian admits he has been quietly practicing mind sense during class and can sometimes read nearby emotions, but he is worried someone might notice. Novelty reassures him that basic mind sensing and empathy do not invade anyone's thoughts, so nobody can catch him unless they are already intruding on his mind first. She explains it as the Great Web, a mental plane where every mind sends out ripples, and psychics learn to read those ripples for species, location, and mood. That finally clicks for Zorian, and he immediately asks the practical question of whether magical mind shields interfere with this psychic sensing. Novelty says shielding ruins empathy but actually makes a target easier to notice with mind sense, because active mental defenses make the mind louder. Then she names the one terrifying exception, Mind Blank, a spell that cuts a person off from the Great Web entirely and makes them untouchable to psychic powers. Zorian already knows Mind Blank's ugly reputation among mages, but he quietly notices that it directly contradicts the matriarch's earlier claim that human defenses could never truly stop her. When Zorian presses that contradiction, Novelty fumbles and admits the matriarch was only talking about ordinary shields, not a total psychic disappearance like Mind Blank. Novelty adds that skilled psychics can do a natural version of that trick called going dark, though she pointedly says it is mostly used by assassins, thieves, and saboteurs. She refuses to reveal how Arania handle enemies strong enough to use mind blank, and Zorian decides not to push her into trouble with her own people. The lesson veers again when Novelty says she was taught humans invented magic alone, and Zorian flatly corrects her that Icosian mages built their whole tradition by stealing, trading, and adapting other people's powers. When the talk returns to defense, Novelty proudly says she can absolutely crack human mental shields herself, because Arania hatchlings grow up fighting telepathically almost from birth. Her explanation gets creepier when she describes hatcheries packed with bored spider children who are allowed to roughhouse with psychic attacks as long as they do not fight physically. That image horrifies Zorian enough that he silently vows to stay far away from any Arania hatchery in the future. Then he turns the whole talk into an experiment, and asks Novelty to attack his magical mind defenses so he can see how human spells really hold up against an Arania. Novelty agrees on one condition: he is not allowed to solve the problem by blasting her physically the moment she breaks through. She also explains the ugly difference between quietly slipping around a shield from ambush and smashing through it with brute force, which might hurt the mind underneath. The test itself is brutal for Zorian's pride, because Novelty treats it like a game and slips through most of his clever mental defenses in half a minute. The only spell that truly slows her down is the plain basic mind shield, because unlike his fancier defenses it is just a blunt wall instead of a predictable pattern she can trick. Even that good result comes with a sting, because Novelty points out she only got through by exploiting tiny flaws in Zorian's casting that a normal mage would usually ignore. That realization immediately makes Zorian hear Svim's voice in his head, because this is exactly the kind of imperfection his mentor loves to punish. At his next session, Svim blindsides him before he even sits down by asking if the rumors are true that Zorian has been casting fireballs. Zorian answers carefully, but Svim cuts him off and dismisses a weak student fireball as no fireball at all. Svim scolds him for chasing flashy combat magic before mastering the basics, and Zorian coolly challenges him to show what proper controls should look like. Instead of answering directly, Svim throws him a stack of strange cards made to swallow mana and says he has to burn only the painted shapes on them. Zorian immediately understands the trap in the exercise. He has to pour out a lot of mana very fast and shape it precisely before the card's corner glyphs bleed the power away. His first serious attempt fails completely, with the card only glowing at the corners while the painted circle stays untouched. After several failures he swings too far the other way, burning cards to ash and singing his fingers before he finally starts producing rough, blurry versions of the target shapes. Zorian even manages to run himself out of mana on the shaping drill, which feels absurd until Svim follows it with a lecture on pulling an ambient mana faster through absolute stillness and focus. Then Svim makes it worse by casually announcing they will continue tomorrow, and from that day on he starts claiming every spare hour Zorian has with daily sessions. While Svim is monopolizing his time, the Arania do find the wardbreaker who hired Taven's group, but getting close to him turns into a disaster. The man is too well defended and too dangerous, and after losing two of their own trying to trap him, the Arania are forced to abandon that lead for the restart. So the next two restarts settle into a hard rhythm. The Arania gather intelligence, quietly kill cultists and collaborators, and Zorian keeps improving his combat magic and mind arts under pressure. The campaign is slowly working, the invasion keeps getting messy at each restart, and the matriarch keeps waiting for their mysterious third-time traveler to finally react. Zorian also gets an unexpected surprise when Novelty remembers him from previous restarts, proving the matriarch's memory packet is being shared with several trusted Arania instead of just one. Novelty is openly pleased to be important enough to make that short list, which only makes her more insufferably pleased with herself. After two restarts of non-stop Svim, and with Taven nearly tapped out as a combat teacher, Zorian decides he wants a different kind of progress next. So he goes straight to Ilsa's office and bluntly tells her why he came. He wants to learn teleportation. Ilsa is surprised by the ambition and immediately challenges him to prove he is even capable of handling advanced dimensional magic. Zorian accepts the challenge and starts unloading everything the time loop has taught him, from difficult shaping and spell theory to magic item work far beyond a normal student. By the time he is finished, Ilsa is forced to admit he is advanced enough to graduate already, even if she still thinks leaving the academy now would be premature. After a long pause, Ilsa suddenly makes him a much bigger offer than he expected. She will take him from Svim and train him herself. Her deal includes advanced illusion, alteration, animation, and conjuration first, then lesser dimensionalism, and only after that the basic teleport spell if he keeps impressing her. The catch is heavy but fair. Zorian will become her unpaid assistant, help with paperwork and teaching, and sign on as her official apprentice. Then she adds one last duty that makes Zorian physically flinch. He will also take over as class representative. Zorian assumes that will crush Akoja, but Ilsa reveals the opposite problem. Akoja has been begging to get rid of the job because everyone hates her for it. That revelation throws Zorian, because Akoja always acted like the role was her natural calling, but Ilsa confirms he was one of the only students she trusted enough to hand it to. Zorian accepts the deal, but only after asking why these are the subjects she wants to teach him and demanding teleportation before the summer festival if he can meet the requirements. He also admits teleportation matters to him for a simple reason. In his mind, it is one of the classic signs that someone is a real mage. Ilsa finally answers his first question by admitting all those subjects are branches of the same old obsession. As a young mage, she dreamed of recreating true conjuration. She explains that modern conjuration, solid illusions, and matter alteration all look like possible roads toward making real matter from nothing, so she studied every one of them. Her best attempt was a spell that pulls matter from somewhere else instead of creating it, but it only works in a prepared room and once accidentally stole ancient gold coins from a museum. With that, Ilsa tells him to come back tomorrow for the apprentice contract, and Zorian walks away with a much better arrangement than he hoped for. The next 5 restarts blur together into steady progress, with Zorian training constantly while the Arania get better and better at sabotaging the invasion. The city's early disruptions become so large that Zack can tell something strange is happening, but the chaos starts long before class, so he never traces it back to Zorian. That pushes Zorian to quietly test every classmate instead, and as the new class representative he gets the perfect excuse to probe them with leading remarks and empathy. After all that checking, he comes up empty and agrees with Zack that the third time traveler probably is not in their class at all. From Zorian's side, things are finally starting to feel good. He learns teleportation from Ilsa, and even Zack starts thinking more strategically instead of trying to win the invasion by brute force. One especially strong restart ends with the invaders failing to take the main academy building or the student shelters after the Arania somehow nudge academy leadership into improving the wards. But while the results improve, the matriarch herself keeps getting more anxious, pouring her attention into a private investigation she only calls information gathering and a hunch. Whenever Zorian presses her, she shuts him out with flimsy excuses, and he starts to suspect she has learned something terrible about the time loop itself. Even so, the matriarch becomes more adamant than ever that they must find the third time traveler as soon as possible. Once Zorian rules out his own class, she decides the hidden looper is probably like Zack was at first, someone who is usually away from Scoria and only feeds the invaders key information at the start of each restart. That logic leads to one ruthless conclusion. If they want the hidden looper to react, the next invasion has to fail so spectacularly that it cannot be ignored. On the train to Scoria, Zorian keeps his cool when Kiriel keeps kicking his knee, quietly noticing that the time loop has made him calmer than he used to be. Kiriel claims she is bored, but Zorian's empathy catches a mess of excitement, nerves, and hesitation under the act. When Zorian presses her, Kiriel finally blurts out what she really wants: magic lessons once they reach Scoria. Zorian knows teaching her is inconvenient and may be pointless in a reset month, but he still softens and tells her he'll see what he can do. Kiriel explodes with joy, and Zorian immediately ties the promise to a favor he wants from her later. She asks for a trained magic demonstration, and Zorian shuts it down, hiding that he could overpower the weak ward but does not want the train reporting him. The station announcement for Corsa interrupts them, and Zorian is relieved other passengers will soon absorb Kiriel's attention. At the crowded station, Kiriel is shocked by how many future mages there are, while Zorian half distracts himself trying to count people with mind sense. When Kiriel wonders why mages seem rare, Zorian explains that many just leave rural towns behind once they graduate, and he plans to do the same. Kiriel hates hearing that he will not return to Siren, and Zorian bluntly says their parents will hardly keep him there. He tells her she can visit him any time, and the rough honesty turns unexpectedly warm when he admits she is the only family member he actually likes. Kiriel accepts the affection in her own way by kicking his knee again, and the sibling mood settles into easy banter. Soon their compartment fills with more students, including Ibree and Byrne, and Zorian quietly sees the opening he wanted. When one girl praises him for bringing his little sister, Zorian uses the moment to casually bring up the cult of the World Dragon and a planned demon summoning at the summer festival. The whole compartment freezes, staring at him as Zorian plays innocent and lets the rumor land. Zorian doubles down and describes the cult's public threat to unleash demons during the coming planar convergence in Scoria. Ibree adds a real detail Zorian did not know himself, explaining that dragon cultists revere the whole as a holy place tied to the heart of the world. Once the talk drifts elsewhere, Zorian lets it go, satisfied that he has tipped the first domino in his rumor campaign. After arriving in Scoria in heavy rain, Zorian keeps a rain barrier over the group with a warding necklace and humors Kiriel when she insists on walking Byrne to the academy. By the time they part, Byrne is friendly enough to ask about staying in touch, so Zorian points him toward Amaya's place for future visits. At Amaya's house, the first meeting goes far smoother than before, and she barely protests when Zorian says he has urgent business and heads back into the rain. Zorian's real errand is the Arania, and this time he brings 5 stone relay discs that will let their web coordinate across long distances. Later, back in bed beside a sleeping Kiriel, Zorian gets an abrupt telepathic call from the matriarch in the middle of the night and immediately complains. The matriarch is more interested in the relay than his sleep, and Zorian admits the discs are crude, heavy, and temporary but good enough for this loop. When she asks whether other artificers could copy the design, Zorian grows suspicious and gives her a guarded answer instead of full honesty. The matriarch finally reveals why she called. She has reviewed the memory packet and accepts it as genuine, then cuts the link without apology. As if to finish the irritation properly, sleeping Kiriel steals the last of the blanket, leaving Zorian too awake to return to sleep. He quietly slips out of bed after casting a silencing ward and decides his next relay design definitely needs an off switch. The next morning, Zorian goes shopping for tools and ingredients, since the plan with the matriarch will require a lot of magic item work and he also needs supplies to teach Kiriel. He also hopes Kiriel wins over Kana again, because Kale's alchemy help would be extremely useful for what he plans next. Then he spots the perfect rumor engine, Benesek. Zorian deliberately frames the story as strict confidence between friends, because he knows that is the fastest way to make Benesek spread it. Benesek promises sweetly that he would never betray Zorian's trust, which only confirms Zorian's plan is working. After feeding Benesek a bombing rumor for the summer festival, Zorian returns to Amaya's house to wait for Taven and work on one of Svim's expensive shaping cards himself. Realizing how pricey the cards are makes him grudgingly respect Svim's training budget, even while he still plans to escape to Ilsa's apprenticeship. Kiriel, meanwhile, is quietly drawing a vase of flowers nearby, only glancing up when she notices him casting and then losing interest when nothing flashy happens. Zorian finishes the card while privately trusting that even if the rumor gets traced, the Arania are spreading matching stories elsewhere to muddy the source. Taven arrives, spots the card, and assumes he bought it, which is exactly the wrong thing to say to him. He shoves the finished card at her and dares her to use it, and Taven promptly fails to burn the circle properly. When she accuses the card of being wrong, Zorian snatches it back and demonstrates perfect control by burning only the painted circle into ash. Amaya walks in at the worst moment, dryly catches him making a mess on her table, and warns that any damage will be billed to him. After cleaning up, Zorian hears Taven out about the sewer job and pushes for talking to the Arania first instead of barging in ready for a fight. Taven accepts the giant psychic spider surprisingly well, but since Zorian wants to join the mission she demands a combat test first. Zorian warns that the employer sounds shady, because no honest client should send people after Arania without admitting what they are. He spells out the danger clearly. The Arania are mages with mind magic, illusions, stealth, and a long memory for anyone who massacres their outposts. Taven is furious enough to call it a near-murder attempt, and Zorian has to quickly steer her back toward meeting the Arania before she blows the job up entirely. Then Taven throws him off balance by admitting she feels strange learning he has a whole hidden side she never knew about. Kiriel jumps in to complain that Zorian never told his own sister any of this either, and he bluntly reminds her she used to spill his secrets to their parents. Taven says she will not hold a grudge, but she absolutely intends to keep pestering him until she gets the full story. That is when Zorian stops her and decides to tell everyone, including the very obviously eavesdropping Amaya, what is really going on with him. Zorian starts with the simpler truth. He is an empath who can sense emotions, and the Arania are the ones who helped him finally get that power under control. Kiriel immediately asks what she is feeling, and Zorian admits empathy is not neat mind reading, especially with family he barely understands. When Amaya points out that family should be easiest, Zorian quietly admits their family is dysfunctional and that he and Kiriel barely know each other at all. Amaya gently pushes them toward reconnecting now that they are here together, giving the awkward moment a way forward. Kiriel asks if she might be an empath too, but Zorian says no, explaining that empaths stand out sharply to his senses. Taven digs into the practical side, and Zorian explains that he can sense minds through obstacles and track people at useful range, especially when he focuses. That is enough for Taven to try recruiting him on the spot as a tracker for her team, especially after he casually adds that he already knows divination too. Amaya correctly guesses this still is not the whole truth, so Zorian finally says the dangerous part out loud. Advanced empaths can talk mind to mind, read thoughts, alter senses, and tamper with memories. He makes his line clear right away. He will not do any of that to them without permission. Then he asks for exactly what he wanted from the start, a human volunteer to practice on, because beginner telepathy on Arania minds is too alien to learn from well. Kiriel asks the obvious question about whether he would still teach her magic if she refuses, and his immediate yes convinces her he is asking, not coercing. So Kiriel agrees on two conditions: he keeps anything from her head private, and he starts sharing his own secrets in return. Zorian accepts the bargain, and the unsettling confession ends better than he expected, even if everyone feels a little weird around him afterward. The next day, Taven's promised combat test begins, and Zorian knows he cannot outlast her in a straight fight, so he plans to win through trickery. Taven opens exactly as he expected, with 5 homing magic missiles crashing into his shield almost instantly. Zorian answers with a clever electrical beam that splits and loops around her shield from 3 directions, but Taven still manages to cover herself in time. He throws smoke bombs to blind her, and uses the cover to gamble nearly all his mana on one stronger spell. Taven blasts the smoke apart with gusts of wind, but Zorian finishes first and fires a concentrated force beam straight through her defenses. The hit shatters her shield, throws her hard to the floor, and leaves Zorian staring at his own victory with a brief guilty shock because that spell could have killed her without wards. After quick divinations confirm she is mostly fine, Zorian allows himself to enjoy the fact that he really did beat Taven. By the time they head underground with Taven's team, that victory has made her especially prickly, and even Grunt is curious what happened between them. Zorian bluntly tells Grunt he beat Taven in a spar, which only makes the team dynamic more awkward as they continue searching. Then Zorian finally senses the Urania waiting nearby and leads the team to them. At the meeting, the matriarch claims the stolen watch is gone because another hostile group raided their treasury, but says she knows where those thieves are hiding. Zorian recognizes the whole explanation as a setup, but still plays his part and jabs at the matriarch for how conveniently her problem now overlaps with theirs. When Taven asks who these enemies are, the matriarch says the attackers included a mage and 2 war trolls, and that the base likely holds even more. The price suddenly looks nowhere near worth it, but Zorian nudges the group toward at least checking the place from a distance so they can judge the threat for themselves. That compromise wins out, and the matriarch gives them the location of the supposed enemy base. Deeper below Scoria, the group enters the intermediary layer, the overlooked stretch between the city sewers and the richer, deadlier depths of the dungeon. From a perfect hidden vantage point, they finally see the camp and realize the threat is far beyond a simple sewer job. It is a full invasion force. Grunt drags Taven back down before she can expose them, and the whole group is shaken by the sight of at least 100 trolls and many handlers. Even expecting a setup, Zorian realizes the observation tunnel itself looks unnaturally prepared and guesses the Urania shaped this route just so humans could discover the camp cleanly. He quietly does his part by using a mirror scrying spell to inspect the camp in detail, slipping past its divination ward because he already knows exactly what he is looking at. After several tense minutes, Taven decides they have seen enough and orders an immediate retreat before their luck breaks. They almost escape cleanly, but near a dungeon seal they run straight into 2 hooded mages and 4 trolls coming the other way. Zorian's first warning sign is bad enough. The enemy's minds feel strangely muted, proof they came prepared against psychic detection. The standoff snaps when one mage orders the charge, and both sides unleash spells at once. Zorian sends 4 piercer missiles at the mages, killing the weaker one outright when he fumbles his shield. Grunt and Mumble blast flame into the charging trolls, but one larger, better armored brute pushes through almost untouched. Taven slams the enemy line with force magic and clears most of the tunnel, but that same lead troll somehow holds its ground. Then the troll does something Zorian never expected and roars with magical force, staggering the whole group just before it charges. Zorian throws up a shield to buy time, but the troll is smart enough to smash it apart instead of simply crashing into it. When the shield breaks, the troll kicks Zorian hard in the chest and sends him crashing back into Grunt and Mumble, ruining their next spell. Taven fires a vortex of flame that wipes out the surviving mage and the other trolls, but the lead brute only comes out scorched and enraged. As the troll raises its mace to crush Taven, Zorian is hit with a flash of real horror because this death would be on his plan, not just bad luck. Desperate, Zorian reaches into the troll's mind and discovers Taven's fire has burned away whatever was muting it. He does not try anything elegant and simply blasts the troll's head with meaningless telepathic noise, making it spasm and drop its mace. Zorian throws explosive cubes at its feet and yells for Taven to get back before detonating them. Even the explosion is not enough to finish the monster, and Zorian is left staring at a bleeding, half-crippled troll that is already regenerating. Grunt and Mumble finally end it with twin ice-blue beams that freeze the troll solid where it kneels. Nobody waits around to study the corpse. Taven orders an immediate retreat, and this time everyone agrees without argument. As they flee, Zorian realizes his leg is badly hurt and silently hopes nearly dying for the matriarch's scheme will actually prove worth it. Later, through the relay disc, Zorian confirms to the matriarch that Taven's team survived and that the near disaster only made Taven more determined to report the invaders. He also pointedly warns the matriarch that if she arranged that ambush, he is going to be very angry with her. The matriarch denies arranging it, and when Zorian asks whether her own side of the plan is done, she says yes. Then she drops the real ending note of the chapter. She has already contacted Zack and told him the Urania know about the time loop. Alone with the relay disc in his room, Zorian realizes Zack now knows another time traveler exists, so their quiet game of secrets cannot last much longer. Through the relay, the matriarch says Zack reacted with confusion, surprise, and anger, especially after learning a third time traveler erased his memories. The matriarch admits she told Zack there were several Urania time travelers, making her side look bigger and more dangerous on purpose. Zorian warns that making herself look stronger could make their hidden enemy more cautious, but the matriarch insists baiting him into an ambush matters more. She also confirms Zack agreed to help and even asked for targets to sabotage before the invasion, praising his straightforward nature and teasing Zorian for being paranoid. That jab lands badly, and Zorian suddenly worries the matriarch may sideline him once the third looper is gone and keep Zack under her influence instead. He decides on the spot that he will reveal himself to Zack soon, because letting the matriarch control that relationship alone feels too dangerous. When the matriarch notices his silence, Zorian hides his real thoughts and asks about money instead, glad the rough relay construction keeps her from reading him easily. The matriarch promises about 20,000 pieces by the end of the week, enough for ingredients at least, while Zorian warns expert help could still cost more unless Kale agrees to assist. Then the matriarch abruptly changes topic and tells him Urania sometimes hide tiny message fragments inside the minds of their surviving males. She explains that male Urania are small, skittish, and hard for common tracking spells to classify, so they often survive when a colony is wiped out. Zorian asks why she does not simply tell him whatever matters now, and that question makes the warning feel much darker. The matriarch brushes it off as a precaution for the worst case, says novelty will give him the key next time, and cuts the connection before he can push further. Annoyed but uneasy, Zorian tosses the disc onto his bed and decides he needs his own precautions from now on. Later at Scoria's train station, Zorian kills time by quietly experimenting on pigeons with his growing psychic powers. By probing one bird after another, he learns to feel simple animal states like hunger, sickness, and pain, and can even make them freeze or panic for a second. Scaring them is easy, but Zorian decides the harder test is guiding one to trust him enough to come close on its own. After many tries, one brave pigeon finally hops onto his bench, and Zorian quietly celebrates the small breakthrough. He rewards the docile bird with bread just as Kale's train arrives, ending his little test at exactly the right moment. When Kale steps off with Kana and his luggage, Zorian introduces himself as Ilsa's helper and promises discretion about Kale's daughter. To make things easier, Zorian lifts Kale's bags on a floating disc of force and explains they will be living in the same boarding house. As they talk on the way out, Zorian explains he brought Kiriel because their parents are away, and Kale admits he was nervous about moving somewhere safe for children. Zorian decides to break the tension early and casually reveals that he is an empath, trusting honesty more than hiding it from a future housemate. Kale takes it better than expected, saying a Morlock cannot exactly judge an empath, and he admits he sometimes wishes he could understand quiet little Kana's thoughts. Kana answers that worry in her own silent way by hugging Kale's head and kissing his cheek, instantly winning the moment. By the time they reach home, the awkwardness is gone and the two boys are talking much more openly. That evening, Imaya's crowded kitchen is packed with Zorian, Kiriel, Kale, Kana, Ilsa, and Taven, but for once Zorian feels like he belongs there. Taven retells the tunnel disaster and openly says Zorian saved her life, which only makes him more uncomfortable because he knows he helped cause that danger in the first place. Ilsa cuts in with a smile and bans Taven from dragging her new apprentice into the dungeon again, at least not without her approval. When Ilsa presses him about any other dangerous activities, Zorian tosses her a distraction and casually mentions his giant spider tutor. Ilsa reveals Amaya already told her about Zorian's condition, and though she keeps it discreet, he still feels a quiet sting at being discussed without permission. Kale dryly asks what a harmless spider even eats, and Zorian answers with rats and stray dogs, immediately horrifying Kiriel. The talk turns to city rats, huge enough for Taven to trade stories and for Amaya to hurriedly reassure Kiriel that Scoria is not that bad. When Kale asks the spider's name, Zorian introduces enthusiastic seeker of novelty, and Kiriel instantly declares that the name sounds stupid. Instead of arguing, Zorian spots a better opening and asks Kiriel if she wants to meet novelty herself. Kiriel first refuses because spiders are disgusting, but Zorian needles her with the once-in-a-lifetime angle until curiosity beats fear. She finally agrees on one nervous condition, and Zorian lies with a straight face that novelty will keep her distance if asked politely. As the gathering winds down, Ilsa and Taven leave while Kiriel stays behind to entertain Kana with drawing. Kana's childish scribbles are terrible, but she and Kiriel seem perfectly happy with the lesson anyway. Zorian slips away to his room hoping for a quiet minute of work, but Kale appears at his door almost immediately. Kale says he already worked out that Zorian is not just an empath, because Kiriel talked enough to fill in the gaps. Zorian thanks him for not panicking and immediately turns the table by dryly calling Kale a junior necromancer. The word hits hard enough that Kale rushes inside, checks the hallway, and slams the door to keep anyone from hearing. Instead of answering at once, Zorian has Kale lock the door and throws up quick anti-divination wards, proving just how serious this conversation is about to be. With the room secured and Kale on edge, Zorian finally begins the impossible explanation by saying he is about to tell a story of lost time and a month that will not end. The next morning, Zorian drags himself toward class half asleep and bitterly reflects that magical apprenticeships still mean plenty of unpaid drudge work. He especially resents having class representative duties piled on top of Ilsa's apprenticeship now that every hour of his restart matters. Inside, he finds Akoja already there as always, marks her present, and leaves the messy blackboard alone because cleaning it early would only invite more nonsense. Students begin trickling in, and Zorian silently judges the Ashirai twins too unreliable to ever trust with anything serious. Kale arrives early too, clearly still rattled by last night, and one glance tells Zorian there will be many more questions later. More classmates filter in, including Brian with his little fire drake, until the room fills and the routine finally settles down. Once everyone is in, Zorian finally clears the board with a single spell and drops into his seat, ready to snatch whatever rest he can before class starts. Later, Benesek corners him to beg for special treatment on a missed assignment, and Zorian is in exactly the wrong mood for it. Benesek keeps pushing, but Zorian flatly refuses because Ilsa's deadline already passed, and he has no intention of covering for laziness. Nialu arrives with Kiana and Jade carrying their own late papers, hoping Zorian will bend the rules for them too. He rejects them just as bluntly, and Kiana leaves the papers on his desk anyway, betting he might soften later. The second Benesek finally gives up. Zorian marks every one of the late sheets as overdue and stuffs them into his bag for Ilsa to judge. When the room clears, Akoja quietly admits she is relieved Zorian took the class representative burden from her after years of being trapped in it. Akoja says she kept doing it because responsibility mattered to her, and Zorian realizes arguing would only hurt her more than help. Too tired to deal with the emotional tension, Zorian tries to leave, but Akoja nervously stops him and asks to talk sometime next week about something important. Zorian agrees to postpone it, privately dreading that this unexpected conversation could turn into personal drama he does not have time for. In Ilsa's office, Zorian delivers the pile of collected assignments, and she makes him sit because the real issue she wants to discuss is his mind magic. Ilsa says most mind-affecting magic is illegal, but her private inquiries confirm Zorian's claim that empathy and mind reading are genuinely linked abilities. Zorian explains that human empaths rarely develop true telepathy because they are isolated, poorly taught, and forced to practice in secret if they go beyond passive sensing. Pleased by his reasoning, Ilsa reveals another student requested help with mind magic, and the academy wants Zorian to become that student's practice partner. Zorian quickly sees the benefit, decides the risk is manageable if he guards his deeper memories, and asks who the other student is. Ilsa names Tanami Aope, and that instantly clicks for Zorian because the Aope family has a long reputation for dabbling in mind magic. When Zorian arrives for the first lesson in an empty classroom, Tanami is waiting for someone else, and clearly did not expect him. She awkwardly admits she hoped for an expert, so Zorian tells her bluntly that as a natural mind mage he is the closest thing the academy has. After a clumsy line from Zorian makes her flush bright red, they reset the mood and agree to keep each other's sensitive memories off limits. Tanami goes first, and Zorian feeds her safe thoughts by silently reciting plant descriptions, then sequences of numbers and simple shapes. The exercise teaches Tanami just how structured thought reading can be, and she quickly realizes Zorian really does know what he is doing. Then Zorian demonstrates something even harder by speaking straight into her mind without casting any spell at all. Tanami is baffled that she cannot reply through the link, and Zorian realizes human spell-based telepathy works differently from the one-way psychic method he learned from the Arania. Once she gives permission, Zorian reads her surface thoughts as she visualizes ordinary scenes from daily life, and even that proves challenging in a very different way. Tanami comes away openly jealous of his talent, but Zorian admits he also has an unfair edge, a teacher backed by generations of mind magic practice. That catches her attention at once, because there are not many teachers like that in human circles and her family would know if one existed. Zorian smiles and reveals the truth. His teacher is not human at all, but a telepathic spider from the hidden Arania. Tanami lights up at the idea of a legendary Arania, and Zorian ends the lesson by offering to introduce her to enthusiastic seeker of novelty. Zorian returns to the temple and pauses at the carved doors, because this time he recognizes the monsters in the creation story as real primordials. He mentally matches the carvings to names from his research, and the idea that these things are real leaves him even more uneasy. Batak catches him staring, and Zorian nervously asks for a private talk. Batak happily ushers him into the temple's small visitor room, clearly glad to have company in the otherwise empty place. The moment Zorian says he wants to ask about primordials, Batak chokes on his tea. Zorian refuses to explain everything at first, but he does warn that the summer festival threat is much bigger than rumor says. He tells Batak about the hidden war troll base in the dungeon and how the invasion preparations point to a massive coordinated strike. After a long back and forth, Batak finally accepts the worst part. The invasion is probably just cover for releasing a primordial. Batak promises to alert church investigators, and Zorian hands over a thick stack of notes, while insisting his name stay out of it. Batak finds Zorian's information suspiciously thorough, but Zorian stays silent and the priest lets it pass. Once the warning is settled, Zorian still presses for the truth about primordials, because he wants to know why anyone would go this far for one. Zorian repeats the usual mage answer that primordials are ancient powerful spirits, and Batak immediately tells him that is wrong. Batak explains that true spirits are bodiless souls using vessels, whether they are outsider beings like angels and demons or native beings like fae and elementals. That is why, Batak says, primordials cannot be spirits at all, because they have real flesh and blood bodies. When Zorian asks how the invaders can summon one then, Batak drops the chilling correction. They cannot summon a primordial because it is already here, sealed underground. Batak says the gods seal primordials away instead of killing them because even dying, they spawn more horrors and corrupt whole regions. That makes Scoria even more frightening, because Batak admits a hidden primordial prison under the city is historically possible. With the warning delivered and no better answer to give, Zorian leaves knowing the danger is even worse than he thought. Later, Zorian feels smug about the little social trap he set, because introducing Tanami to the Arania also got him the invisibility spell he wanted. He also knows Novelty thinks he is doing her a favor, which makes the whole arrangement feel even sweeter to him. While they wait, Curiel nervously asks what size Arania are, and Zorian tries to reassure her without really making it sound better. Zorian notices Novelty approaching through mind sense and instantly starts one of their telepathic sparring games. Novelty boots him out of her mind almost immediately, But Zorian is proud anyway because even lasting a little longer means he is improving. Kiriel catches him spacing out, and he casually reveals he was talking to Novelty in his head. Kiriel admits she is jealous of telepathy, because private conversations would have been very useful around their mother. Then Zorian leads Kiriel to the meeting, and both sides do better than expected when a huge black Arania finally enters the room. Novelty blurts out in delight that Kiriel is a tiny human and even asks if she can talk yet, which outrages Kiriel on the spot. Once the first shock wears off, Kiriel insists she is 9 and definitely not a baby. Novelty proudly fires back that she is 10 and already an adult by Arania standards, which turns the whole conversation into a tiny culture clash. The two girls slowly warm up by trading complaints about adults not taking them seriously and swapping facts about humans in Arania. Zorian quietly learns new Arania details too, including their shorter lifespans, web building habits, and how much they actually hunt on the surface. The meeting only breaks when Novelty finally moves closer and Kiriel instinctively retreats, ending things before panic can set in. Even so, Zorian counts it as a win, because Kiriel leaves open the idea of seeing Novelty again. Novelty droops across the couch and sulks that she scared Kiriel away too soon. Zorian points out the real problem was not just being a giant spider, but enthusiastically describing how easily she can bite through bone. Novelty argues that cats do the same kind of thing and humans still call them cute, but Zorian reminds her she ruined that comparison by also calling cats tasty. They settle into waiting, and soon Tanami arrives already half expecting this to be some bizarre Zorian prank. The instant Tanami sees Novelty, all caution vanishes and she calls the giant Arania beautiful. Tanami floods the room with excited questions about where Zorian met her, whether she can touch her, and whether an Arania might teach her anything. When Zorian tries to restore order, Tanami casually admits she even came prepared with a curse in case he was pranking her. Half an hour later, the two of them are getting along so well that Zorian gets kicked out and left completely unnecessary. He lingers nearby just in case, but after another stretch of hearing nothing but Tanami fawning and Novelty basking in it, he decides to step out. Once he is far enough from Tanami's mind sense, Zorian throws up basic anti-divination wards and calls for the matriarch to appear. The matriarch steps out of invisibility and confirms Tanami is neither a time traveler nor part of the invasion. She adds that Tanami's family is actually likely to oppose the invaders, because they do not want Scoria, their power base, destroyed. Better yet, Novelty's new friendship with Tanami gives them a clean way to reach the head of House Aop and make the invasion warning harder to dismiss. Zorian reports that Batak already agreed to alert the church, giving them another source of credibility. The matriarch says her web has already been diverting both cult investigators and official investigators away from Zorian. She also reveals this whole restart is being used as a test run for quietly revealing the Arania to selected powerful people in Scoria. The reactions are mixed, but the matriarch bluntly says human greed may be more reliable than human compassion. Then she passes on another important answer from Zack. The time loop does not reset when Zorian dies, which strongly supports the idea that Zack is the true anchor. That pushes Zorian back toward his spell theory, because the loop behaves more like a confused magical mechanism than an active god making choices. Still, both of them know the fastest way to answers is forcing the third time traveler into the open. As the days pass, Zorian overextends himself between school obligations, trap work, and helping the Arania hunt cephalic rats. Because the Arania's usual ambush methods rely too much on killing power or mind magic, Zorian ends up designing the main trap himself. Kale helps by brewing heavy sedatives, and the matriarch assists with local magical layout because she will lead the actual ambush. The first layer of the ambush is a nasty floor effect that turns stone liquid just long enough to trap the target knee-deep when it hardens again. The second layer is a dimensional lock, because the only easy escape from being fused into rock would be teleportation or phasing. The last layer fills the area with smoke carrying Kale's sedatives, and if all that still fails, Zorian prepares backup caverns rigged mostly for explosions. He also equips the strike team with shielding discs, effect cubes, alchemical tools, and gear for himself and hired human mercenaries, because he expects things to go messy anyway. The cephalic rat hunt is Zorian's own idea, and it works because he tracks them by ordinary locator divination instead of the telepathic links the hive can cut. That lets him find 4 separate swarms, herd them into tight groups with Arania help, and burn them out with fireballs. By the end of the month the rat problem is effectively gone, and one Arania bodyguard finally understands why humans have such a dangerous reputation. Around him, everyone else is busy too. Kiriel pushes hard at magic, Novelty gets dragged through diplomacy lessons, Tanami throws herself into psychic research, and Kale hides a project of his own. Just before the summer festival, Kale finally corners Zorian with what he openly calls a gift and a request. Kale brings up the lich on the invader's side and explains that soul magic can effectively banish a lich by severing the soul-body link and forcing it back to its phylactery. Zorian lights up at the idea until Kale admits the spell normally requires touching the lich, which makes it almost useless in a real fight. Then Kale reveals the real gift, a small silver disc carrying the spell, so all Zorian has to do is make the disc touch the lich instead. The trick still depends on the lich carelessly catching the coin, but Zorian pockets it anyway because it is too valuable not to try. Kale's request is more personal. If Zorian keeps using him in future restarts, he wants those loops used to accelerate Kale's alchemy research too. His plan is simple and clever. Zorian carries finished research results from one restart into the next, so Kale can skip dead ends and keep refining recipes. Kale even hands over the current month's findings and tells Zorian which pages matter most to memorize for the next loop. So Zorian spends the rest of the wait memorizing Kale's notes, and quietly learning from another mage's research process. That quiet prep ends when Kiriel loudly announces that his girlfriend is here, meaning Akoja has arrived for the dance. Akoja is painfully awkward with Amaya and Kiriel fussing over her, so Zorian takes pity and pulls her out before the embarrassment gets worse. At the dance, the evening actually starts off well enough, because Akoja is tense, but less overbearing than before, and the invasion seems to be collapsing outside. Through the telepathic relays, Zorian can tell the attackers are doing far worse than usual, with their bases wrecked, routes contested, and surprise advantages stripped away. Then the hall doors explode inward, and the attack crashes right into the room anyway. Out of the smoke come 3 elite enemies: the crowned black-boned lich, a severe black-haired woman in dark military clothes, and a red-robed mage with his face hidden in magical darkness. Red Robe does not hesitate at all. He points straight at Zack and says he is the target. War trolls and enemy mages flood through the broken entrance behind them, and the whole ballroom erupts into panic and combat. Zorian realizes instantly that Red Robe is the third time traveler, and he has stacked the fight by coming with the lich and the vampire instead of facing Zack alone. Even with other mages trying to help, Zack starts getting overwhelmed because the enemy brought enough support to keep everyone else busy. Kirin still lands a brutal hit, slicing the vampire woman's arm off with a glowing whip and knocking her purple burning sword away. But the woman barely seems slowed, which confirms to Zorian that she is undead too. Red Robe also takes a real hit when students break through his aegis, but he recovers fast enough to wipe them out for trying. The lich is worse than either of them, because even when Zack destroys his armor and crown, nothing seems to mark the black bones underneath. Zorian hates standing back, but he knows charging that fight head-on would probably just get him killed. He only steps in to put down stray trolls and disposable enemy mages that get too close, while watching Zack lose ground. Then the fight swerves toward him when the blasted vampire woman lands near Akoja and suddenly moves on her instead. Zorian reacts instantly, throwing an explosive cube under her feet to break her momentum. While she is dazed, he pours almost all his mana into a sustained incineration beam and burns her down before she can close the distance. When the beam finally stops, almost nothing is left but ash and blackened bones, and everyone around Zorian stares at him in shock. That is when the lich turns and fixes his hollow gaze on Zorian. Kirin tries to exploit that distraction, but the lich casually grabs the glowing whip itself and answers with a red beam that drops both Kirin and Zack in blood. Red Robe angrily complains that the lich almost killed Zack, because he still needs him alive for interrogation. The lich snaps back that Zack is alive enough, and the exchange makes it clear Red Robe is not actually in charge here. Then the lich starts a spell over Zack's head, and Zack suddenly reveals he was faking unconsciousness and tries one last desperate punch. It fails, and Red Robe smashes Zack's head into the floor until he goes limp before resuming the spell. A moment later, Red Robe gets what he wanted and blurts out the answer with disbelief. The Arania are involved. Without waiting for the lich, Red Robe teleports away to tie up that new loose end. The lich mutters that Red Robe is becoming more trouble than he is worth, then turns his full attention back to Zorian. Now almost conversational, the lich admits he disliked the vampire girl but still cannot ignore Zorian killing someone important from a powerful house. That is also how Zorian finally gets the lich's name, because he all but confirms he is Quatakikl. With no better option, Zorian tries a fake bribe and casually tosses Kale's silver disc at the lich. The plan works because Quatakikl arrogantly catches it barehanded, and the soul magic disc instantly banishes him back to his phylactery. Zorian does not waste a second celebrating and runs straight to check whether Kirin and Zack can still be saved. A trained older student pulls him away to handle the medical work, so Zorian instead grabs a telepathic relay and checks on the Arania front. Through the relay, Zorian sees the Arania ambush begin perfectly, with the red-robed intruder walking right into the liquid stone trap and getting stuck. The strike team immediately hits him with sedatives and disabling magic. But something is wrong because the usual effects barely matter. Even pinned in stone, the red-robed man keeps defending himself and fires slow purple beams that kill anyone they touch on the spot. The hired human mercenaries panic after seeing one of their own die and blast straight through the intruder's shield with glowing lances. For one sickening instant it looks like they may have killed the target, until the body simply turns into smoke. It was only a simulacrum, and the real enemy uses the distraction to spring his own counter-ambush from hiding. The relay vision cuts out violently in the middle of the slaughter, and Zorian jerks awake knowing the matriarch is probably dead. The entire plan has failed, and while he is still reeling from that, Zack weakly calls out to him from the floor. Zack is stunned that Zorian managed to banish the lich and starts to ask the obvious question about how he knew that trick. Zorian cuts him off by deciding he has no time for explanations and has to go after the real crisis instead. He ignores both Zack and Akoja calling after him and heads straight for the nearest route into the sewers. By the time Zorian reaches the Arania settlement, it is already a massacre site and Red Robe is gone. As he searches for clues and surviving males, he notices most of the actual damage was caused by the Arania's own desperate traps, not by Red Robe's killing spell. Red Robe's victims themselves are unnervingly clean, with no visible wounds, which only makes the killing method feel more wrong. What truly sickens Zorian is how thorough the slaughter was, because Red Robe even wiped out the nursery instead of only chasing actual threats. All he can do now is gather what the matriarch managed to leave behind, using mind sense and divination to track surviving males one by one. From them he pieces together two separate legacies, a fragmented voice message from the matriarch and a damaged underworld map with marked locations. The message is torn to pieces, but the surviving lines still warn that the time loop is degrading and hint Red Robe can leave whenever he wants. Before he can fully process any of it, the month ends and the restart drags him away into darkness. Zorian wakes at the start of the next loop with Kiriel on top of him, and the panic from the last restart hits so hard he grabs her in a crushing hug. He brushes it off as a nightmare, but once Kiriel leaves for the bathroom and he locks the door, his panic turns into immediate planning. He decides the Arania cannot wait for the normal trip to Scoria, because if Red Robe acts early this loop, they may already be doomed. So he apologizes in his head to his mother and Kiriel and starts casting a direct teleport from his room. He cannot risk teleporting straight into the deep warded settlement, so he aims for Scioria's public teleport beacon instead. The jump lands rough but successful, and Zorian arrives in Scoria with enough mana left to keep moving. He wants to dive underground immediately, but because his reserves are low he first stops to buy whatever equipment he can get fast. The shop's legal combat stock is underwhelming, and Zorian gets frustrated when the merchant refuses to sell him anything stronger without permits. When Zorian bluntly asks for something more lethal, the merchant cheerfully offers an unorthodox answer instead. He opens a plain wooden box to reveal a revolver, and after one look Zorian decides to buy it. Armed as best he can manage, Zorian heads into the dungeon and knows something is wrong the moment no Arania sentries intercept him. The first bodies confirm his fear, because dead Arania lie in the tunnels with no obvious signs of battle at all. Realizing he may have walked into a trap, Zorian quickly layers himself with non-detection, invisibility, spell resistance, and a scarf to hide his face if the invisibility breaks. Inside the settlement, he finds a silent graveyard, with Arania dead where they stood and almost no marks of struggle anywhere. The pattern makes no sense at first, because some male Arania survived while every female is gone, which feels too selective for random collateral damage. As he probes the minds of surviving males, he gets a sick jolt of recognition because these are the same males he used last restart to recover the matriarch's final message. Before he can finish the thought, a portal snaps open behind him and he turns hoping for Zack, only to face Red Robe instead. For 2 long seconds they just stare at each other, both surprised that the other is already here. Then Red Robe whips out a spell rod and fires 5 magic missiles, forcing Zorian to burn his shielding bracelet immediately just to stay standing. Knowing he cannot win head-on, Zorian blasts the floor with disintegration to throw up dust and uses the cover to run. Red Robe hunts him through the tunnels and casually reveals he can still find him because he tracks souls, not just ordinary divinations. That explains why Kale's anti-soul sight lesson just saved Zorian's life, because Red Robe is openly a necromancer. Red Robe then drops the real horror. The Arania are not just dead this restart, he killed their souls so they will always begin the loop dead now. Zorian nearly breaks under that admission, but he crushes the outrage down because survival has to come first. Trying a different angle, Red Robe offers to spare him if Zorian names anyone else the Arania brought into the loop. Zorian stays silent, because lies can be probed but silence gives away nothing. Red Robe loses patience, grabs him by the shirt, and slams him into the cavern wall with terrifying physical strength. When threats still get nothing, Red Robe tries to rip the answer out with mind magic and makes the mistake of underestimating Zorian there. Zorian shatters the crude telepathic intrusion, counterattacks with a brutal psychic scream, and briefly seizes control of the connection. He cannot fully overpower Red Robe, but he does make the necromancer lose his spell rod, buying a tiny opening. Zorian uses that opening to yank out the revolver and empty it into Red Robe's chest at point-blank range. The first 2 bullets punch through before Red Robe can shield, and only the last shots splash against force, leaving him wounded but still dangerous. Zorian runs again immediately, because wounding this monster is not the same as escaping him. A disintegration beam almost takes his head off, proving Red Robe is hurt, furious, and absolutely still in the fight. Red Robe even screams in disbelief that a mage just shot him with a gun, but Zorian ignores the outrage and keeps heading for one desperate exit. He rejects suicide by simple explosives, because a necromancer could still use the corpse, and instead races toward a deep shaft over a dangerous underground lake. Red Robe finally floods the corridor with crackling blue lightning, locking Zorian's muscles in agony just as he reaches the edge. Momentum carries Zorian over anyway, and he falls into the shaft while Red Robe tries to stop him from disappearing. On the way down, Zorian grimly realizes he is fighting to destroy his own body before Red Robe can claim it. Just before he hits the water, Zorian triggers the explosives in his pocket and ends the chase in a blast of light and pain. Zorian jerks awake to a hard hit in the stomach from Kiriel's usual morning tackle, and the first thing he feels is raw relief that his soul survived. That relief curdles fast when he remembers Red Robe, the near capture, and the Arania being wiped out for good. He pushes Kiriel aside, throws on his glasses, and starts pacing because he cannot make sense of how Red Robe destroyed souls when every mage says that should be impossible. He grudgingly admits Red Robe may have uncovered some forbidden necromantic truth, even if that idea clashes with everything Kale and even Quatakikal ever implied. The loss hits even harder when Zorian admits he had come to care about the Arania, and especially Novelty, like family. He blames himself too, because while Red Robe hunted the Arania across the city, Zorian was busy piecing together the matriarch's dying message and never saw the real danger coming. The more he thinks, the stranger it gets. If Red Robe can erase people permanently, why has no one important else started every loop dead? He realizes the bigger puzzle is that the Arania were not time travelers at all, so whatever Red Robe did must be exploiting the time loop itself. That leaves him with one ugly truth: he needs answers badly, and his best source of them is gone. For the next few hours he forces himself through the morning routine, covering panic with a weak excuse about having a nightmare when his mother notices something is off. Even so, he refuses to run, because if Red Robe did trace him to Siren, abandoning the house could get his family permanently killed. He also talks himself down by reasoning that Red Robe may never connect the masked human helper to one of Zack's classmates in the first place. He bets Zack will have enough sense to flee Scoria immediately after getting crushed by Red Robe and Quatakikal, which should make that trail even colder. Backed into a corner, Zorian settles on a temporary plan: board the train as usual, get off later, and stay far away from Scoria until he is stronger and better informed. At school, his drifting thoughts snap back when Ilsa mentions his mage badge, and Zorian suddenly asks if he can collect it outside the academy. When Ilsa says any major guild office in Eldamar can issue it, he quietly adds that option to his escape route. Ilsa leaves with an odd remark about expecting him in class, but Zorian no longer cares much about skipping school once his parents are gone to Koth. Once the train finally leaves Siren and no attack comes, Zorian starts to believe Red Robe probably did not identify him after all. He changes one detail of his plan, staying on past the first tiny village because getting off there would only draw attention and possibly alert his family. Instead he rides to Nigelvar, aiming to walk from there to Teshingrad where he can disappear more easily and pick up his badge. The trip turns miserable when the same storm tied to the first day of the loop catches him on the road in a pounding downpour. He takes shelter in a roadside inn, endures terrible food and suspicious looks, and puts a basic ward on his room before sleeping. The next morning he reaches Teshingrad, only to discover the mage badge costs a brutal half of everything he has saved. Since the badge will take 2 days anyway, he decides to earn the money back by taking whatever local jobs he can find. That sends him into a run of humble work across town, from repairs and hauling to tracking a lost goat and clearing out a nasty rat infestation. The jobs are simple, but they teach him something the academy rarely did: practical magic feels very different when real people need real problems solved. When the badge is finally ready, the guildman hands over the plain little token and notes that the townsfolk appreciated his work. Zorian shrugs off any praise, but the guildman points out that plenty of mages are too proud to bother with work that makes common lives easier. When the man asks what comes next, Zorian admits he is just wondering, so the guild rep starts laying out better paid options in the region. One suggestion is the Sorokian Highlands, where dangerous frontier work pays well, though Zorian immediately dislikes how close that path runs to Scoria. Their talk drifts into the bigger politics of the splintering, with the north being pushed hard because Eldamar wants new resources and new advantages over rival states. Zorian spends the next 2 weeks roaming the countryside, visiting workshops, libraries, alchemists, and villages, mostly so future teleports will have real destinations. Without the academy or a clear target, he falls back on basic shaping drills, and the local mages are surprisingly better teachers than Svim at explaining the steps. By the end of the loop he has built a whole set of small precision tricks, like peeling marble and fruit in layers, slicing paper with a finger, shaping water, freezing it, and drawing patterns in dust with telekinesis. He also keeps drilling mind magic, using empathy on everyone he meets and practicing total control over simple animal minds instead of going near other Arania webs yet. His favorite exercise becomes puppeteering dragonflies into wild little aerial routines, though he still cannot handle more than 3 at once. The travel keeps him busy during the day, but every night the same fear returns: he is still too weak, too ignorant, and far behind Red Robe. As the month nears its end, his imagination turns uglier, and he starts bracing for a future where Red Robe finds his family only after Zorian has already fled. On the final night of that restart, he does not sleep at all and instead watches the sky from a lonely hill, quietly batting mosquitoes away with mind magic. Then the loop resets again, and when Kiriel crashes into him the same way, Zorian grabs her in a fierce hug before she can even finish yelling. He jokes weakly that she is still the same impossible sister as ever, and the moment lands because this time he knows his family survived another month. With no sign of Red Robe again, Zorian repeats the Nigelvar escape route, but this time he skips the overpriced badge and simply teleports back to where he ended last month. Out in the periphery, he learns another lesson fast, away from Scioria's mana-rich environment. Even shaping practice noticeably drains his reserves. He starts missing the academy library too, because once he leaves Scioria behind, finding even slightly uncommon spell knowledge becomes a frustrating scavenger hunt. He also realizes magic detection works far better outside Scioria, where enchanted things and magical creatures actually stand out instead of drowning in background noise. Little by little, he understands why mages flock to cities built on mana wells. Too many useful resources are concentrated there to ignore. Still, he keeps traveling and sets himself a broad goal of visiting every major city in Eldamar so he can teleport freely later. After a third restart passes with no sign of Red Robe, Zorian finally lets himself believe the enemy never traced him. He decides Zack can wait, because finding the other time traveler matters less right now than fixing his own glaring weaknesses. His first priority is soul magic, because until he understands how to resist it, Red Robe can blindside him again, and Kale's list of outside experts suddenly looks very valuable. His second priority is mind magic, because he now suspects the matriarch learned Loop's secrets by tearing pieces of the truth out of other people's minds, and he may need to do the same. Third comes combat, because his last clash with Red Robe proved he needs better traps, cleaner escapes, and real fighting practice instead of theory. That means deliberately seeking danger, a plan that goes against every one of his instincts but no longer feels optional. So he stops drifting and starts planning properly, marking Kale's associates on a map and choosing Nyazov Dveri as the best place to begin. Nyazov Dveri suits all three needs at once: nearby wilderness and dungeon access for combat, a rank 2 mana well for training, and easy reach to more of Kale's contacts if the first lead fails. The next day, Zorian teleports as close as he can and sets out toward his target, finally moving with a real direction again. Deep in the northern wilderness, Zorian grimly skins a winter wolf by hand because the pelt is worth good money in Nyazov Dveri. As he heads for a stream to wash off the blood, he keeps searching for Silver Lake, the hidden which Kale said he would never find unless she chose to meet him. At the muddy stream, Zorian sees how exhausted and beaten up this week of real wilderness hunting has left him, and he hates knowing every restart will erase any hard-earned conditioning. Just as he notices the streambed moving, a huge salamander bursts from the water and lunges straight for his head. Zorian backpedals and fires a 3-shot missile swarm into the monster's skull, killing it before it can crawl fully onto shore. After checking with mind sense that no other ambushers are nearby, he studies the dead salamander and mutters that apparently everything in this forest wants him dead. A harsh female voice snaps back at him, and Zorian realizes the speaker is not a hidden person but a raven perched nearby. Through the raven, the unseen witch barks at him to haul the giant salamander out before the stream carries away what she calls a priceless catch. Guessing he has finally found Silver Lake, Zorian addresses her politely, and the bird laughs at being called miss before ordering him to get to work. Zorian swallows his irritation and levitates the giant salamander out of the creek, deciding he still needs to keep this capricious witch on his side. When Silver Lake finally appears in person, Zorian is startled that this 90-year-old witch looks old in the face but moves through the forest with unnerving energy. At her cottage, Silver Lake butchers the salamander with perfectly steady hands, and Zorian grows even more convinced that magic or potions are keeping her far stronger than she should be. Without looking up, Silver Lake reveals she has noticed Zorian skulking around for days and demands to know who sent him. Zorian openly says Kale sent him, and Silver Lake instantly remembers him as the man who got Freya's granddaughter pregnant, and later married her. When Zorian asks why that marriage mattered so much, Silver Lake bluntly explains that witches and their daughters carry such ugly rumors that many men avoid marrying into their families. Silver Lake wonders why Kale sent someone else to her when he has not visited in years, and Zorian quietly tells her the truth: Freya and Kale's wife died of the weeping. That news genuinely stuns her, and for the first time Silver Lake falls silent long enough to think. While she thinks, Zorian secretly probes the cottage with magic and is stunned by the sheer strength of the wards hiding this place. Silver Lake snaps him out of his inspection by flicking bloody droplets into his face, then casually asks him to carry a message back to Kale. She tells him to say she regrets their last meeting, wants Kale to visit with his daughter, and wants to teach that girl the old witchcraft of her bloodline. Once Zorian asks for the real reason he came, Silver Lake refuses to hear his problem at all until he proves he is worth her time. Even when he points out that she might not be able to help him anyway, the witch just smiles and says that is his risk to take. With no better option, Zorian grudgingly agrees to pay whatever price she sets for her help. Later, Zorian teleports back into a quiet side street in Nyazov Dveri, careful not to let anyone notice a 15-year-old casually using teleportation. On his way to get food, a newspaper boy shouting catches him with shocking news from Scioria. Reading in a quiet corner, Zorian learns the mercenary company hired for the Arania ambush was found murdered to the last man. The same paper says monsters are spilling up from Scioria's dungeon into the sewers and even the streets, forcing the city to prepare a major response before the summer festival. Zorian immediately understands the cause. With the Arania wiped out, one whole hidden layer of Scioria's defense vanished, and now the dungeon's creatures have room to surge upward. He even gets a nasty flash of satisfaction at the thought that Red Robe may have damaged the invaders' own plans by slaughtering the Arania. Then another article makes him pause. The academy is listed among schools losing students, and the paper even names Zorian Kaczynski as one of the boys supposedly withdrawn by his parents. He cannot tell whether the academy or the paper guessed from his absence, but he shrugs it off and moves on. After a week in Nyazavdveri, Zorian admits he likes the town because it is busy enough to value a mage without treating him as anything special. He keeps turning down local work offers because a normal job would only distract him from the much bigger problem that brought him here. While he studies Silver Lake's vague plant clues over the map, a mustached middle-aged man cheerfully asks to join him. Zorian assumes he is about to hear yet another job offer, but the stranger takes his time getting comfortable and ordering a beer first. The man finally introduces himself as Guri Quilly and says he wants Zorian to sell his forest ingredients and magic items to him instead of rival shops. Zorian braces for trouble and pointedly notes he is a certified mage, but Guri makes it clear this is a genuine business proposal, not a complaint. An hour later they strike a deal. Zorian will give Guri first choice on his goods in exchange for access to a real alchemical workshop and better botanical books. When Zorian asks why such a small town supports so many magic shops, Guri explains that Nyazavdveri thrives on adventurers and settlers heading north. He calls it the Great Northern Push, a state-backed drive to settle the Sorokian highlands for land, resources, and strategic advantage. After Guri leaves, Zorian goes right back to the map and to cursing the witch who sent him chasing half the forest for plants. When Zorian finally returns to Silver Lake with the ingredients she demanded, she instantly dismisses the whole job as only an elimination round. She even calls him slow, and Zorian can barely believe it after spending 3 dangerous days gathering everything. Next she orders him to grind illegal red and blue snail shells whose dust can leave him hallucinating and helpless, so he quietly protects himself with a dust shield first. Once that is done, Silver Lake makes him use the same ingredients in an old cauldron and forces him into dangerous traditional potion making he barely remembers. As Zorian works, he grimly realizes the witch is absolutely the type to let a bad potion explode in his face if the time loop did not make death a manageable risk. He botches the first attempt, and every time he is about to ruin it worse, Silver Lake corrects him by smacking him with a willow branch. Looking at the foul purple sludge he made instead of a clear potion, Zorian actually starts missing Svim's marble drills. Silver Lake cheerfully tells him to go gather a whole new batch, clearly expecting him to snap at the wasted effort. Instead, Zorian silently pulls out a spare bundle he prepared in advance, and Silver Lake's delight dips just enough for him to enjoy the tiny victory. She recovers at once, says he will probably still fail again, and orders him to dump the sludge in her crude neutralization pit and start over. As he begins the second try, Zorian realizes the real trap is technique. Traditional cauldron brewing depends on instinctive heat control and improvisation, not the precise methods modern alchemy taught him. Silver Lake notices he is not as helpless around a cauldron as expected and suddenly demands to know who taught him potion work. Zorian admits his grandmother taught him as a child and that she was a witch, though his mother hated those lessons. Silver Lake says that detail wins him no affection, but she has finally decided what price she wants for helping him. Then, with a hunter's glint in her eye, the witch asks if he has ever heard of something called the Grey Hunter. In the northern forest, Zorian moves carefully instead of hunting openly, because this trip is about scouting a Grey Hunter's lair without waking a monster he knows can kill mages. As he circles the area, he studies escape routes and carves explosive glyph traps into trees and rocks, hoping they might buy him one desperate teleport if things go wrong. He nearly reaches the lair cleanly, but a few flying pests ambush him first, and he burns them fast before they can make enough noise to ruin the hunt. From a tall tree near the lair, Zorian finally gets a clear look at the place. A pretty little rocky gully with a perfectly round cave mouth that looks far too harmless. He reminds himself why the hole is terrifying, because a Grey Hunter is basically a giant spider built for speed, strength, magic resistance, steel-cutting fangs, and venom that shuts a mage's casting down. Silver Lake did not ask him to kill the thing outright, but her price is almost worse: steal eggs from the female Grey Hunter nesting inside this cave. He writes notes instead of rushing in, deciding this trip is only reconnaissance, and that he will not throw away restart time on a fight he cannot win for sure. To check whether the mother is inside, he uses a locator spell for a giant spider and gets a hit in the cave, which is close enough to confirm his target. His first scrying attempt fails for a stupid reason, because the cave is so completely dark that the spell shows him almost nothing. So he improvises, pairing an arcane eye with a floating light and sending the glowing scout into the cave while he watches through its vision. The cave answers instantly, and a gray blur smashes the eye before it gets anywhere useful. Zorian snaps back into his own body just in time to see the Grey Hunter leap outside and start searching the gully for whatever disturbed her. Then he spots the real nightmare. The female is carrying her egg sac under her abdomen, so stealing eggs now looks even harder than killing her. A few seconds later, a second detail sinks in. The spider's stop and start search pattern is steadily narrowing toward his tree. He realizes his own camouflage and silencing wards are the problem, because a monster bred to hunt magical prey is sensing the weak magic around him instead of missing it. With the Grey Hunter closing in and no clean answer left, Zorian forces himself to cast teleport as fast as he can. The moment he starts speaking, the spider locks on, dodges his explosive trap, and ricochets between tree trunks to launch straight at him. He vanishes at the last possible instant, leaving behind the image of a giant spider flying at his throat hard enough to stay in his nightmares. After that escape, Zorian puts Silver Lake's egg quest on indefinite hold, too rattled and too realistic to keep charging at something that outclassed him this badly. The humiliation stings even more because it reminds him of Red Robe and the dead Iranian settlement, turning one giant spider into a nasty echo of a much worse failure. To vent the mood and make money, he spends the next day smoking giant trapdoor spiders out of their holes and killing them instead. Still in a foul mood, he starts visiting Kale's other recommended contacts, hoping someone else can help with soul magic. The first lead is simply gone, and at first Zorian stays calm because an eccentric retired mage with 6 familiars disappearing for 2 months could still be normal. Then the pattern keeps getting worse, as more people tied to curses, soul magic, undead studies, and transformation magic turn up vanished, dead, or looted. By the time he adds it up, Zorian is sure someone is deliberately hunting people who know too much about soul magic. He finally finds one contact who is still alive, Vana, a scholar who does not practice soul magic himself but might know who does. Inside, Zorian walks into a house so stuffed with books, statues, preserved specimens, and oddities that it looks more like a private museum than a home. A large fertility statue catches Zorian's eye, and Vana hurriedly explains it away before gleefully accusing his guest of being the mage who has been culling winter wolves. When Zorian asks whether the wolf hunting is a problem, Vana surprises him by approving, because winter wolves have been taking children and terrorizing the region for years. Vana says the authorities claim winter snow slows any response, but he suspects fear is also involved, because locals still whisper about a legendary silver-coated leader called the Silver One. According to the story, that silver wolf once coordinated multiple packs like an army and broke a major hunting force so badly that the legend never really died. Vana admits he does not know whether the Silver One is real, but he is glad someone is killing wolves anyway instead of freezing up over rumors. Only after all that wandering talk does Vana finally ask why Zorian came, and Zorian says Kale sent him looking for advice. Mentioning Kale sends Vana into warm memories and book talk, so Zorian carefully steers the conversation by admitting he actually read 2 of the man's works. Instead of empty flattery, Zorian challenges one of Vana's historical arguments about Icosian influence in Altazia, and the scholar lights up at finally meeting someone who can argue back. The discussion stretches for hours, and by the end Vana is openly pleased while Zorian realizes the old man is far sharper than his rambling style first suggested. Once he has Vana in a good mood, Zorian finally explains the real issue. He believes he was hit by soul magic and needs someone who can identify what was done and how to defend against it. He also tells Vana about the missing contacts, and the scholar grows visibly uneasy as the pattern of disappearances comes into focus on paper. Vana promises to alert the authorities, but with so many obvious experts gone, he has to think hard before offering Zorian a different path. His answer starts with a surprise lesson. Shifters are not just people who turn into animals, but descendants of rituals that fuse 2 souls into one body. Most tribes lost the original soul rituals, Vana says, but some still keep enough knowledge to transform ordinary humans, which means they may understand Zorian's problem better than anyone else left. The catch is that shifter tribes do not like being found, but Vana does know one useful detail. A strong wolf shifter tribe lives in the region. Then Vana gives him the real lead. The tribe leader's daughter Rainy, a red-headed student in Scoria, might be his way in. That revelation hits Zorian hard, because Rainy being a wolf shifter suddenly makes several old details click into place. Zorian leaves with a genuine lead at last, and Vana cheerfully sends him off with one last request to keep killing winter wolves. When Zorian points out that wolf shifters might hate him for that, Vana shrugs it off and says wolf shifters and winter wolves are not allies anyway. Still unsure what this restart should become, Zorian returns to Silver Lake and bluntly tells her the Grey Hunter task is impossible because the mother carries the egg sac on her belly. Silver Lake does not comfort him at all, and instead says she expected him to be smart enough not to die and patient enough to spend months figuring the problem out. That answer catches Zorian off guard, because from Silver Lake's point of view there is no month-long deadline and no reason the challenge should not take half a year. So he admits the truth as far as he can. Anything after the summer festival may as well not exist for him. Silver Lake studies him with glowing eyes, rules out illness, guesses he has enemies, and casually exposes how much she can read without him saying a thing. Annoyed and getting nowhere, Zorian nearly leaves in anger, but one last reckless idea makes him try a different question. He asks, hypothetically, what proof she would demand from a time traveler claiming to know her future self. Silver Lake answers with a cruel grin that she would ask for a Grey Hunter egg sac, instantly proving she either believes him or enjoys tormenting him far too much. He gives up on the conversation, teleports back to his inn in Nizavdveri, and leaves Silver Lake laughing behind him. Back in his inn room, Zorian distracts himself by dismantling a rifle and thinking about whether firearms can be enchanted into something strong enough to matter. As he works, he keeps mentally circling the same problem, because the Grey Hunter does have weaknesses, but every serious plan needs magic, money, or skills he does not have yet. He even considers stealing military-grade guns, then immediately rejects it as the kind of reckless move that could get him caught, drugged, and interrogated by exactly the wrong people. A knock at the door breaks his thoughts, and he quickly hides the rifle under the bed before answering with his shielding bracelet on. It is only Guri, his alchemy contact and workshop ally, so Zorian expects another ordinary commission when he opens the door. Instead, after the pleasantries, Guri skips straight to a very different offer and tells Zorian he wants help robbing his rival. In his room, Zorian is blindsided when Guri casually asks him to help rob a rival. Zorian flatly asks why he would ever agree, and Guri smugly notes that Zorian did not even bother pretending to be morally shocked. Guri says he is not blackmailing anyone, he just guessed Zorian was practical enough to hear out a shady deal instead of causing trouble. Zorian silently admits Guri is right, because turning him in would waste a restart, draw legal attention, and possibly expose Zorian to the Academy and Red Robe's spies. He still refuses, saying whatever his wandering reputation is, he is not going to sink into burglary for Guri's sake. That is when Guri reveals he does not want money stolen at all, he wants secrets. The offer instantly makes more sense to Zorian, because magical espionage is illegal but common enough that entire noble houses treat it like normal business. He still thinks it sounds like a lot of risk for very little gain, right up until Guri shoves a plain brown leather book into his hands. Guri calls it a sample and tells Zorian to read it before giving his answer tomorrow, teasing that there is more where that came from. Left alone, Zorian opens the journal and finds the title page, Aldwin Rafulton's Notes on Breaking and Bypassing Magical Defenses. After reading it, Zorian is a little underwhelmed, but the journal still contains a practical gem, detailed instructions for building magic analysis goggles. He realizes the sample was bait, because even one useful trick per book would save him months, and Guri is probably holding the best material back. Annoyed at his own temptation, Zorian heads out anyway, already suspecting he is going to say yes. On the way to Guri's place, he admits this job overlaps with what he would eventually need to learn anyway: breaking into places, spying on mages, and gathering forbidden information. Since he is in no rush, Zorian takes a longer route and finally pays attention to Nyazov Dveri itself, a fast-grown town layered from an old yellow one-story core into newer multi-story districts. He reaches Quilly and Rafulton Equipment, where the jingling doorbell and packed shelves remind him Guri's store sells almost everything a mage or wilderness traveler might want. Guri pops out from the back, thrilled to see him, and leaves Zorian to browse while he finishes whatever he was doing. When they finally talk, Zorian says the sample was only somewhat useful, but enough to make the deal worth discussing if more books exist. Before going further, Zorian insists on privacy, and Guri proudly leads him to a much better room than expected. The private room turns out to be lined with serious warding glyphs and crystallized mana patterns, and Zorian is genuinely impressed when Guri activates its stronger privacy mode. Zorian bluntly guesses that Aldwin used to handle these jobs, and now Guri needs a replacement because his old partner is dead. Guri admits it, explaining that Aldwin handled the real spellcasting while he focused on contacts, deals, and choosing targets because he is a weak mage himself. When Zorian points out that Guri clearly uses magic items well, Guri says that is exactly the point. Items can compensate, but this kind of job still needs a real spellcaster. That makes Zorian reflect on self-casting magic items and why he still considers them a dead end for now. Hard to build, hard to power, and dangerously unreliable. Guri insists he still contributes by collecting information through connections and expensive favors, which he cheerfully refuses to call bribes. Once Zorian asks for the real target, Guri names Vazen's general store, the biggest magic-related shop in town and his most dangerous rival. Guri explains that Vazen secretly bought formulas, recipes, and production licenses from Scoria, and he needs to know the details before the market shifts under him. Zorian sums it up cleanly. Guri wants advanced knowledge so he can protect himself or strike back before Vazen's new products wreck his business. The key lead is that paranoid Vazen keeps the documents at home instead of in his guarded shop, because he does not trust his own employees. According to Aldwin's old scouting notes, the house has anti-divination, alarmed doors and windows, and a much better protected safe somewhere inside. Guri guesses Zorian can teleport, and Zorian reluctantly confirms he can do it reliably enough if given time to shape the spell. Guri immediately offers Aldwin's trick, a two-part recall spell that lets Zorian teleport to an item smuggled inside the house even if he has never visited the place. That leaves only the safe, and Zorian finally says the obvious part out loud. Without more help, cracking unknown warded defenses like that is beyond him. Guri grins and springs the real offer, promising Aldwin's spellbook and usage notes if Zorian takes the job. 2 hours later, Zorian leaves with 3 new books and an agreed date for the attempt, 3 days before the summer festival, close enough to the restart's end to limit the damage if it fails. For the first time in a while, the restart stops feeling like a waste, because even if the heist goes badly, he already walked away with illegal ward spells he could never get openly. The following days are packed with practice, and Zorian quickly learns Aldwin's spells are awkward to train because most of them only make sense against real wards. He finds one empty warded house whose owner is away and uses it as a secret practice target, as long as he stays out of sight from the road. He also trains on his own warded objects, and surprisingly, on Guri's shop defenses too, which makes Guri's generosity feel a little suspiciously strategic. As he studies, Zorian organizes ward breaking into 3 paths: siphoning to drain them dry, breaking to collapse them by force, and bypassing to slip through without setting anything off. For Vazen's safe, only bypassing will do, because any rougher method would either leave evidence or destroy what he came to steal. Near the festival, Zorian visits Vanna again to ask about the missing soul mages, but Vanna has little news and warns that poking into a police matter would only make them look suspicious. Zorian accepts that the lead is cold for now, though he already plans to investigate the disappearances on his own in a future restart. Vanna also asks whether he found the Shifter tribe, and Zorian admits he gave up because Rainy is still in Scoria and no one else is willing to point him the right way. When the day finally arrives, Guri's ridiculous plan has somehow worked. He mailed a small plaque into Vazen's house inside an advertisement envelope. They watch and wait until Vazen, a neat middle-aged bachelor, finally leaves for work, and the house stands empty. Zorian is dressed to disappear and ditch the evidence later, while Guri stays outside under invisibility as lookout with a stopwatch linked to a warning ring on Zorian's hand. Using Aldwin's recall spell, Zorian teleports straight to the mailed plaque inside the house and lands in silence. The house is empty just as promised, but after searching room after room, Zorian cannot find any safe at all. Even after he adds a layer to the house wards so his divinations can function inside, the spells still fail, which tells him the safe itself is heavily hidden. He checks the usual hiding tricks and comes up empty, with no hollow walls, secret hatches, or moved furniture to betray anything. Just when he is close to giving up, one small detail clicks: the fireplace is much too clean, and that makes him look inside. There it is at last, a hidden safe tucked into the fireplace's left side, awkward to reach and impossible to inspect directly without a mirror. Zorian starts analyzing the safe's warding, but in the same instant he notices a second weak local ward far too late. The trap explodes in his face, blasting the room with fire and choking ash, and Zorian barely gets a shield up in time. His shield saves him from the blast, but the smoke and ash shred his lungs, so he abandons the mission on the spot. He teleports out, grabs Guri from outside, and jumps them both away before Vazen can come back to a smoking house. After the botched break-in, the whole operation is dead, because Vazen will tighten security and Zorian has no interest in challenging even nastier defenses. Guri apologizes repeatedly and fumes that lethal traps like that are illegal, which only makes the situation more absurdly businesslike. Zorian privately blames himself instead, because he should have checked for hidden traps everywhere instead of trusting outdated information. Even so, he decides the restart was not a total loss, because the job still gave him excellent ward-breaking spells and a lesson he will not forget next time. He briefly considers challenging the Grey Hunter before the restart ends, but after too many close calls this month, he decides he has had enough of nearly dying. He goes to sleep, and the restart rolls over with Kiria waking him in the morning as if none of the danger ever happened. In a smoky and Nyazov Dveri, Zorian calmly plays his last card and wins the deciding round because he already peeked into his drunk opponent's thoughts. The loser, Orinus, splutters that Zorian is impossibly lucky, while the others point out the score is even and nobody owes anybody anything. Zorian refuses more drinks, brushes off Orinus's whining about rematches, and heads out because he has something far more important to do tonight. Once outside, Zorian searches for a hidden corner to teleport from and mentally returns to the pattern that started this trip. Soul mages on Kale's list have been vanishing or dying. He remembers that last restart he warned Vanna too early, and the resulting police attention ruined his chance to investigate the disappearances himself. So in this restart he moved fast from the first day and found almost everyone on the list already gone, except 2 men whose deaths happen a few days after the restart begins. One is the priest Alanixosk, who will soon turn up dead for no clear reason, and the other is the alchemist Lukav Teklo, who is supposed to be killed by boars tomorrow evening. Zorian prioritizes Lukav because that attack is easier to stop, and he also wants to see whether those boars are really just boars. He decides not to warn Lukav in advance, because he wants the attack to happen where he can study it and earn the man's trust by stepping in at the right moment. After teleporting near Lukav's house, Zorian keeps low and out of sight, wary of the village's nosy window watchers. He barely waits half an hour before Lukav finally leaves home, and Zorian immediately turns invisible and shadows him from a cautious distance. As Lukav heads toward the road out of the village, Zorian stretches his mind sense to find the attackers first and comes up with nothing. Then the ambush explodes out of nowhere as a pack of boars bursts from the trees and charges straight at Lukav. Lukav reacts first by hurling a bottle bomb and dropping flat, while Zorian makes the wrong call, throws up a shield, and gets blasted half senseless by the flash and noise. When Zorian's vision clears, one boar is blown apart but the rest are already back on their feet, badly injured and still mindlessly closing in on the bleeding alchemist. That unnatural persistence confirms Zorian's suspicion, so he fires smashing magic missiles just to knock the creatures off Lukav for a moment. He follows with a severing disc, a bright cutting spell he has not fully mastered, and sends it skimming low across the ground at leg height. The spell slices clean through boar legs and drops bodies in pieces, though Zorian still misses 2 on the first pass. Lukav recovers just in time to raise a jagged line of earthen spikes, and the last two boars impale themselves trying to reach him anyway. With the fight over, Zorian is annoyed at his own sloppy start, but one look at the mutilated boars gives him the real answer. They have no minds, no blood, and no business being alive. Zorian tells Lukav the boars are undead, and the half-concussed alchemist stares at one still trying to wriggle toward him and erupts in furious swearing. Once he steadies himself, Lukav sincerely thanks Zorian for saving his life. Zorian admits it was not luck and introduces himself as someone Kale sent to find him, which instantly makes Lukav warm up. Lukav launches into fond, slightly gossipy praise for Kale, then invites Zorian inside once the immediate mess is dealt with. Before leaving, Zorian insists on examining the boars, and Lukav agrees that someone definitely sent undead after him. Lukav explains minor undead are basically flesh golems powered by trap souls or spirits, which makes this attack an obvious act of necromancy. Zorian's analysis finds nothing useful, so at Lukav's advice they chop most of the boars to pieces and leave only one intact for the guild investigators. Lukav buries the last intact undead boar deep in the soil, explaining that damaged undead should always be destroyed before their maker can repair them. As they walk toward the house, Zorian carefully asks whether Lukav's friend Alanik is the same Alanik Sask from Kale's soul mage list. Zorian tells Lukav he needs help with a dangerous soul magic problem and cannot discuss it out in the open. Lukav warns that Alanik is probably better with curses, but he is willing to hear Zorian out anyway, especially after being saved. When Zorian mentions Silver Lake as a desperate fallback, Lukav is baffled and flatly refuses to believe she would demand a Grey Hunter egg sack. Once inside, Lukav quickly writes a report about the attack and pays a village boy to run it to the nearest mage guild contact while they talk. An hour passes with Kale's tragic story and concussion recovery, and Lukav finally says his potion has cleared his head enough to hear Zorian's real problem. Lukav admits his house wards are basic but private enough, and Zorian decides they will do. Zorian gives the prepared version of the truth. He was caught in a clash between a lich and another mage, got hit by botched soul magic, recovered, and later realized it still left a mark. But when Lukav presses for the exact symptoms, Zorian refuses and only says the consequences are deeply private. When Lukav asks again whether this could be transformation magic, Zorian finally reveals the symptom he can share. His soul periodically slips out of his body and snaps back. That makes sense to Lukav, who says mishandled soul magic can weaken the bond between body and soul and that Zorian is right to seek help. From there Lukav detours into a blunt lesson on transformation magic, calling normal transformation shells little more than clothes for the soul because they can usually be peeled back off. He warns that transformation is feared because people can overreach, lose themselves, or get trapped in the wrong form, not because the core method is uniquely irreversible. He contrasts that with direct flesh alteration and body chemistry tampering, which he says are the truly ugly paths and much harder to undo. Then Lukav takes Zorian down into a clean basement ritual chamber, a perfect cube with 2 glyph-covered circles laid into the floor. Lukav tells him to leave magical items outside, and Zorian immediately thinks of the hidden steel ring suicide device he never lets out of reach. In the end he leaves his spell rod and other obvious items by the door, but secretly keeps the necklace on because he still does not trust anyone enough to be trapped helpless. Both men sit inside their circles, and Lukav begins a long soul examination that cannot even detect the concealed necklace. After 15 minutes, Lukav rules out any removable soul shell and says the spell must have affected Zorian's actual soul. That matters to Zorian for another reason too, because he has long wondered what exactly fused into him from Zack's soul. After a much longer scan, Lukav says Zorian has 2 separate foreign things woven into his soul. One is an impossibly intricate bit of spellwork Lukav cannot identify at all. The other is a foreign soul fragment, but Lukav says it is already dissolving into Zorian and should be gone in a year or 2. Zorian immediately asks what that fragment might do to him, worried it could still be changing who he is. Lukav thinks the fragment will cause no major shift because Zorian's soul is assimilating it instead of preserving it as something separate. Even so, Lukav warns that the fragment may have nudged Zorian's personality earlier on, before it faded into the rest of him. Zorian admits he has changed a lot since the incident, but he cannot tell how much came from trauma and how much came from the fragment. Lukav tells him not to obsess over it, comparing it to shifters living with much bigger soul changes and still remaining themselves. Relieved but not satisfied, Zorian accepts that answer and asks what comes next for the stranger's spellwork still buried in his soul. Lukav says that part is beyond him and promises to take Zorian to Alanik tomorrow, since the priest is better suited to untangling soul magic like this. Before they part, Zorian probes Lukav about shifters and asks whether he can contact the local wolf shifter tribe. Lukav says he could probably find the Red Fawn tribe eventually, but they hate outsiders prying into their rituals and they like him even less after he once tried to buy their magic. That settles it for Zorian, and he agrees to come back tomorrow evening so Lukav can personally vouch for him to Alanik. The next day, Zorian spends the whole morning drilling the severing disc until he can guide it cleanly, then switches to levitation practice when his mana runs low. As evening nears, he teleports back to Lukav's village and spends an hour in easy small talk while quietly deciding transformation magic still is not his priority. When it is time to leave, Zorian vetoes Lukav's plan to walk and instead teleports both of them near Alanik's temple himself. Lukav remarks that teleporting at 16 is outrageous and even asks if Zorian is related to Diamond Kaczynski, but Zorian smoothly lies it away. Their conversation is cut off by explosions, angry shouting, and rifle fire bursting from Alanic's place up ahead. Zorian instantly reads the situation for what it is. Lukav survived, so whoever is hunting soul magic experts is rushing to kill Alanik before the warning reaches him. Keeping low, they creep closer and find 15 riflemen with 2 support mages trying to break Alanic's wards from outside. Zorian quickly figures out the roles, with one mage collapsing the ward structure, the other shielding him, and the riflemen suppressing the windows with gunfire. Lukav refuses to stand by while Alanik dies, and when he asks if Zorian can handle the mages, Zorian realizes the man is ready to charge in either way. Zorian agrees, tells Lukav to wait 2 minutes, and turns invisible as he starts stalking straight toward the enemy spellcasters. Because the spell is too delicate for running, he can only fast walk under total concentration, but he still gets almost on top of the 2 mages before Lukav moves. Then Lukav explodes into the battle in a monstrous transformed shape, a giant scale-armored bull whose roar carries magical fear. The fear effect breaks some mercenaries immediately, and the rest lose their nerve just long enough for the bullbeast to close the distance under gunfire. The 2 enemy mages realize the charge could break them, so one starts a new spell and the ward breaker pushes harder, which is exactly the opening Zorian needed. Zorian drops the invisibility, drives a knife into the defender's neck, and takes the first mage out before he can react. He instantly follows with a savage kick to the second mage's groin, dropping him to the ground before any spell can form. Then Zorian slams a crude telepathic attack into the fallen man's mind and knocks him unconscious for good. By then Lukav's transformed body is already trampling riflemen, and the attacker's line starts to collapse. A heartbeat later, 3 flaming projectiles rain out from the second floor, proving Alanik is still fighting inside and turning the rout into a full panic. Lukav bellows again, and the surviving mercenaries break and run instead of dying where they stand. With the field won, the beast suddenly folds back into human form, and Zorian gets his first real look at just how practical Lukav's transformation magic can be. Any chance to talk is interrupted when a short, bald man drops straight out of a second-story window and lands in front of them like that is perfectly normal. Lukav yells at Alanik for pulling that stunt, but the priest ignores him and immediately turns on Zorian with a colder question. Why did he let the attackers escape alive? Zorian answers honestly that shooting fleeing men in the back felt wrong, and Alanik's flat response is even more irritating than if he had yelled. Alanik simply says that means Zorian is young and inexperienced, and Zorian instantly decides this priest is going to be difficult. Inside the temple afterward, Alanik stays unnervingly calm about the attempted assassination and refuses Lukav's demand to run for guild help right away. Instead, he has the surviving enemy mage hauled off to the temple basement for interrogation, which raises more questions about this place than Zorian wants to ask. Only after securing his prisoner does Alanik ask what Zorian and Lukav wanted in the first place. Zorian repeats the same cover story he gave Lukav, and Alanik agrees to examine him almost immediately. Alanik sends Lukav out of the room, checks Zorian alone, and finishes the inspection in only a few minutes. His verdict is blunt and precise. Zorian has a marker stamped directly into his soul. When Zorian asks what that means, Alanik explains a marker is both beacon and identification tag, usually used on objects, prisoners, spies, or ward access keys. That explanation slams everything into place for Zorian, because now he understands why he got tied to Zack's loop in the first place. Alanik starts to talk about removing the marker, and Zorian instantly cuts him off because he absolutely cannot risk losing it. Alanik dryly says that is fortunate, because he could not remove it anyway. The marker is woven through every part of Zorian's soul like it grew there. That description rattles Zorian hard enough that he jumps up and paces the room before forcing himself to settle down again. Once he regains control, Zorian asks for 2 things that matter now more than ever: more information and a way to defend himself from soul magic in the future. Alanik agrees to help, but not tonight, because his first priority is the living prisoner waiting downstairs to be interrogated. While Alanik digs through a cabinet instead of heading to the dungeon, Zorian stays quiet in the room, still reeling from the discovery that a self-repairing spell is woven through his soul. The more Zorian thinks about that marker, the less he believes it is just a tag, and the more he fears it could be hiding dangerous safeguards or clues about the time loop itself. One question nags at him hardest: if the marker identifies loopers so clearly, why has Red Robe never used it to hunt him down? Zorian finally speaks up, and Alanik curtly tells him to stop calling him Mr. Zosk and just say Alanik. When Zorian asks how hard it would be to track him through his soul marker, Alanik says it is almost impossible without the original keystone that defines the spell. Alanik adds that Zorian's own marker could work as a focus only if he stood right there willingly, which makes that version of tracking useless in practice. Then Alanik reads between the lines and points out what Zorian really wants to know: whether another holder of the same marker could track him instead. Zorian admits it, asks Alanik to call him by name too, and Alanik goes straight to a shelf to pull out the exact spell book he needs. On page 43, Zorian finds a 10-minute ritual with absurd range that can locate every copy of a marker across an enormous stretch of land. The mana cost is steep but not impossible, and Zorian immediately realizes that a skilled soul mage like Red Robe should have no trouble adapting it to target a marker bound to a soul. The idea hits Zorian hard enough that he blurts out he could be tracked from one end of the country to the other, and Alanik flatly agrees. Alanik is openly baffled that Zorian insists on keeping the marker at all, but Zorian says he has a very good reason and wants to cast the ritual himself later to see how many markers exist. That plan has to wait when Alanik discovers he is out of truth potions, which means the captured attacker is not getting interrogated today after all. Zorian briefly considers using his own mind magic on the prisoner, then keeps his mouth shut because his telepathy is still shaky and exposing it now could ruin Alanik's trust. Alanik postpones their real meeting for a day or two, and Zorian warns him not to die before then because the people targeting him and Lukav clearly are not finished. Alanik shoots back that Zorian should worry about himself, because anyone attacking again would see the young mage as the much softer target. On his way out, Zorian quickly fills Lukav in on what happened and then heads back to the inn to sleep on everything. With Alanik busy for several days, Zorian decides to try Silver Lake again, only to find the exact forest spot completely empty where her cottage used to be. He checks for illusions, mind tricks, and hidden barriers, finds nothing, and is left staring at a disappearance that feels more like dimensional magic than a normal ward. Realizing Silver Lake will not be reachable without her invitation, Zorian gives up on that lead instead of wasting days trying to catch her attention again. So while he waits for Alanik, he starts breaking into the homes of the other missing soul specialists, and combing through them with every divination trick he has learned. Those searches settle one mystery fast. The attackers were already moving before the time loop began, because several homes still carry month-old traces of violence. Even the neat herbalist's house turns ugly under scrutiny, with repair magic on the furniture and badly scrubbed blood on the walls from just 3 days before the loop started. Zorian quietly credits Haslish's forensic lessons, because without them he never would have read those scenes with this kind of certainty. Since he is already there, he also raids useful leftovers, pocketing the herbalist's notes on curse breaking and flagging her plant journal for Kale to look over later. One half-ransacked tower pays off much better when Zorian finds hidden compartments the attackers missed, including high-grade combat staffs, blasting rods, and illegal spellbooks built for killing. Other places hold tempting material too, like mountains of research on familiars and soul bonds, but Zorian leaves anything that does not help him right now. 5 days later Alanik finally calls him back, apologizing for the delay, and saying the prisoner's confession caused bigger consequences than he expected. When Zorian asks what those consequences are, Alanik shuts him down with a mild glare and makes it clear this part is not for him. Zorian lets it slide because he already pulled the truth from Lukav's unguarded thoughts. The captured mage worked for Vazen, who may answer to someone even higher and more protected. That link makes Vazen even more suspicious to Zorian, especially because of the man's business ties to Scoria, so the old document heist suddenly matters a lot more. Zorian starts the real discussion by asking whether Alanik can teach him to defend himself against soul magic. Zorian explains he heard real soul magic usually needs soul perception, and Alanik instantly guesses that a necromancer put that idea in his head. Alanik argues that necromancers obsess over soul sight because they attack other people, but simple self-protection does not need that much precision. He points to Lukav's ritual as proof that long setup can compensate for a lack of direct soul sight, even if it will never be elegant. Still, Alanik admits the hard limit. Without soul sight, Zorian will never move past cumbersome ritual work into flexible high-level soul magic. When Zorian asks if Alanik himself has soul perception, the priest admits he does, but turns visibly uncomfortable the moment he has to explain that exception. Alanik recovers and lays out 2 training paths for him instead of arguing further. The first option is a library of protective rituals that take time and set up but can keep a soul defended for weeks once cast properly. Zorian spots the obvious weakness at once. If he gets caught without those preparations already in place, he is helpless. So Alanik offers a second path: meditation and special potions that could teach Zorian to feel his own soul and eventually cast self-targeted soul spells by invocation. That option sounds far better to Zorian, but Alanik warns it will take months of daily discipline before it becomes truly usable. Zorian accepts that price without flinching, because the time loop makes a months-long investment look cheap. Alanik refuses to let him learn both paths at once, so Zorian proposes a compromise: pick up the ritual basics first, then switch to personal soul awareness training. Alanik agrees, and Zorian explains why he wants at least that much ritual grounding. He still intends to modify and cast a marker tracking spell on his own soul. Then Zorian asks the question he has been expecting all along: what exactly Alanik wants in return. To Zorian's surprise, Alanik says teaching people to defend themselves from necromancers is part of his calling, so the price is mostly effort and reliability. Since Zorian can teleport, Alanik also wants to use him now and then as a courier to distant contacts, carrying letters and packages for free. Half an hour later they settle the deal. Zorian must show up every evening, work seriously, and accept that Alanik will drop him the moment he slacks. Alanik immediately declares they can begin the first lesson right now, catching Zorian off guard with how little ceremony he wastes. Over the next 2 weeks, Zorian juggles those investigations with Alanic's lessons, quickly learning the ritual basics before moving into the long grind of personal soul awareness training. The meditation turns out to be brutally boring, but Zorian forces himself through it because he needs the skill too badly to quit. Then Alanic hands him one of the so-called special potions without warning him what it really does. The instant Zorian drinks it, his senses and thoughts implode into a miserable storm of warped sights, mangled sounds, and total mental chaos. When he finally comes back to himself drooling on the temple floor, he is furious. But Alanic stays completely unapologetic and says the potion cuts years off the process. Worse, Zorian learns this is not a one-time ordeal, because Alanic expects him to drink that thing once every week. As if that were not enough, Alanic also notices how embarrassingly weak Zorian's religious knowledge is and decides to fix that too. So Zorian's evenings become a grim mix of tedious meditation and long priestly lectures about gods, angels, spirits, and humanity's place in the world. One night Alanic finally pauses a lecture on the silence and loosens soul magic laws, noticing Zorian's attention slipping and promising to continue tomorrow. Zorian escapes the temple with obvious relief, but the second he passes the gates, his routine animal skin catches a crow that has no mind at all. That impossible detail slams every alarm in his head at once, and he throws his mind sense outward just in time to realize he is walking into an ambush. He dives aside a split second before rifle fire tears through the spot where he was standing. Almost on reflex, Zorian fires one force missile into the undead crow and another screaming shot into the sky to warn Alanic that a fight just erupted outside his temple. The crow bursts apart, but a hostile mage immediately answers with a force beam while the gunmen drown his position in bullets and pin him behind a shield. He burns an ugly amount of mana just to keep that shield standing, but the attackers waste their opening by emptying their guns all at once. The second that pressure lets up, Zorian slips behind a tree, turns invisible, and runs for a better position. It saves his life immediately, because a massive fireball obliterates the tree he had used as cover a moment later. Mind sense tells him the ambushers are still closing in, so Zorian tries the sensible answer first and prepares to teleport away. The spell fails on a ward wrapped around the area, and that leaves him with only the ugly option he has been trying not to rely on. So he latches onto the nearest gunman's mind and slams it with a telepathic strike, stumbling the man even if he does not drop him cold. He jumps from target to target after that, and at least some of the attackers crumple unconscious under the pressure. Not all of them break, and once the supporting mage catches on, he shields his own mind and slows the damage. The move buys him breathing room, but the rapid telepathic attacks chew through his mana so hard that he is nearly spent by the end of it. Just as he braces to start laying traps, another group teleports in nearby, and for one bad second Zorian thinks the ambush has grown even worse. Then the newcomers open fire on the original attackers instead, and Zorian realizes Alanic really did call in help. Low on mana and not eager to get mistaken for an enemy, Zorian wisely stays out of the rescue fight and waits for the noise to die down. When the fighting finally stops, Zorian returns to find Alanic with a mixed force of guild battlemages and Eldamar soldiers already taking control of the scene. He gets questioned about his role in the attack, but Alanic's backing is enough to keep the authorities from hauling him off to the guild station. The attackers apparently think he used some kind of broad knockout spell instead of telepathy, and one guild leader even praises him for not killing them. Alanic's severe look suggests he either suspects something off about that story or simply thinks Zorian should have hit back harder. Once he is finally allowed to leave, Zorian retreats to his room exhausted, mentally fuzzy, and very aware that the fight pushed him hard. He wants nothing but sleep, but today is too important because he finally finished adapting the marker tracking ritual with Alanic's help. To force himself through it, he downs a wakefulness potion and immediately starts laying out a ritual circle with salt and powdered quartz. After triple-checking the circle, he carefully works through the expensive ritual, knowing a mistake will still cost him a large chunk of mana. When the spell takes hold, Zorian suddenly senses every marker in range and gets an answer he never expected. There are only 2 markers, one at the center that has to be his own, and one far to the south near Eldamar's border. That count makes no sense to him, because he expected either 3 loopers or just himself, not this strange middle answer. He decides he will repeat the spell and later restarts. But if the number stays fixed at 2, then one-time traveler does not carry the marker at all. His best guess is that Zack has a marker but Red Robe does not, which would finally explain why Red Robe never tracked him directly and had to ask basic questions about the other loopers. That would mean Red Robe entered the time loop through some completely different mechanism, and Zorian can only rub his eyes at how complicated this keeps getting. Even so, his immediate path is still clear to him: protect his soul, become stronger in a fight, and turn his rough telepathy into something reliable. Looking back on the ambush, Zorian knows the day was messy, but he also knows he survived it with skills he could not have managed before, and that feels like real progress. Inside Vazen's empty house, Zorian stares at a puddle of green acid chewing through the floor and realizes the stack of documents from the safe is gone for good. The break-in had started smoothly, because Zorian used the same infiltration trick as before and carefully disarmed both the safe's explosion trap and a hidden sleep trap. But the moment he tried to remove the papers, a mechanical defense dumped a brutal acid mixture straight onto the contents. Zorian saves his own hands, but even levitating the papers out does nothing because the acid clings like glue and eats every page anyway. Furious and empty-handed again, he decides Vazen is hiding something far worse than ordinary business crimes, because no sane merchant would destroy his own records this aggressively otherwise. He leaves with a new plan for the next restart, come back even more carefully, and never put his own hands inside that safe again. The day after surviving the temple ambush, Zorian arrives for meditation still uneasy about Alanic's unreadable attitude, but the lesson passes normally and he lets his worries slide. 3 days later, Alanik drags him into the temple's courtyard arena for a so-called test of his combat skills, and Zorian instantly suspects punishment. Zorian tries to argue they should focus on soul training instead, but Alanik answers with silence and a fireball. Because a normal shield would never stop that spell, Zorian snaps up a full Aegis dome and endures the blast inside a wall of flame. When the flames clear, he realizes Alanik used a deliberately weak shot, which means this insane attack is still a controlled test. Zorian tries to trick him with a fake magic missile that is really a force explosion, but Alanik casually erases it in midair. After that, Alanik hammers him with one fire spell after another, and Zorian is forced to keep changing his defenses just to stay standing. Every counterattack fails, because Alanik knocks aside thrown items, blows away cover, and blocks or dispels every spell with insulting ease. Nearly out of mana, Zorian finally fires a lethal ray of force at Alanik's face and collapses the moment the priest sidesteps it. Instead of praising his survival, Alanik says the real point was seeing how long Zorian would cling to non-lethal restraint, and he is disappointed it took this long. Zorian explodes at him for using possibly deadly force in a spar, but Alanik flatly says he controls what his flames burn and carries an artifact that can heal any burn victim who survives. Then Alanik reveals what is really bothering him. During the ambush, Zorian went out of his way to knock out the rifleman instead of killing attackers who were trying to murder him. Zorian insists that was not mercy at all, because his best weapon was his natural mind magic, which let him strike hidden enemies outside their firing range but was too weak to kill them. When Alanik asks what he would have done without reinforcements, Zorian answers honestly that he was ready to lure them into a minefield and blow them apart. That answer cools Alanik's anger enough for him to admit he may have misjudged Zorian and invite him to keep talking somewhere private. In a small temple kitchen, Alanik says the test was real and judges Zorian as skilled but not unusually gifted, with average mana and far too much combat practice for someone his age. From that, Alanik concludes Zorian is not an innocent wanderer at all but someone who has been deliberately hunting trouble for a long time. Alanik says he does not care about Zorian's true identity, but he wants honesty about why Zorian came to Nyazov Dveri and why danger keeps circling both him and Lukav. So Zorian finally admits that the people behind the attack on him are tied to Sioria's leadership, linked to the cult of the dragon, probably a basin, and dangerous enough that he came here partly to get out of their reach. He also tells Alanik about the other disappearances in the region, hoping the stalled investigation might move again if the priest knows what he knows. Hours later, Alanik ends the meeting by sending him away to think, leaving Zorian exhausted and unsure whether the priest will still help him tomorrow. Back in his room later, Zorian is working on a cheap wooden golem when a human mind suddenly appears inside his warded space and nearly scares him into attacking. It is only Alanik, who coolly points out that Zorian skipped his evening lesson while Zorian fumes over the unannounced teleport intrusion. Their mood eases just enough for Alanik to notice the crude golem body, and Zorian explains he is starting with wood because his first prototypes only need to be cheap and workable. Then Zorian asks the question still haunting him, can a soul actually be destroyed? Alanik dismisses the very idea and says necromancers have spent 1,000 years trying and failing to destroy souls, no matter how cruel their experiments became. When Zorian presses him with the necromancer's claim about decades of research inside a time-dilated chamber, Alanik scoffs at the rumor of black rooms and says such setups are far harder than people imagine. The only famous story Alanik even half connects to that idea is the Sovereign Gate, a legendary artifact said to let Ikoja's first emperor spend 11 lifetimes in another world without aging. Alanik still thinks the tale is probably royal propaganda, but he adds that the supposed artifact is often linked with another ancient mystery, the lost Bakura Gate network. He describes Bakura Gates as remnants of an ancient teleportation system spread across continents, though no one today knows how to make them work. After Alanik teleports out again, Zorian finally notices the ugly part. The priest just bypassed anti-teleport wards that should have blocked that completely. He immediately makes a note to rebuild his room's wards from scratch and ask Alanik how he got through them. The next day, Zorian visits Vana for historical answers and is relieved to find the old scholar just as welcoming and just as prone to long speeches as ever. Instead of answering quickly, Vana launches into the history of Ulquanibesa and the Necromancer's War, painting the exiled Abasins as the defeated remnants of necromantic powers crushed by Eldamar. He explains how undead rulers, terrified heirs, angry commoners, and Eldamar's hunger for dominance all helped turn local disputes into a full continental war. The final break came when Sulimnan was forced to ban necromancy after a failed rebellion, pushing necromancers and their allies into open revolt. According to Vanna, the necromancers' own atrocities destroyed any sympathy they might have had, and Eldamar turned that horror into political victory after defeating Quatak army. Only when Vanna finally pauses does Zorian steer him back to the real reason he came, the Sovereign Gate and the Bakura Gates. Vanna dismisses the Sovereign Gate as impossible to verify, but the Bakura Gates immediately excite him enough to start digging through his mountain of books. When he finds the right source, Zorian is startled to see that Bakura Gates are not arches at all but hollow black icosahedrons made of bar-like struts. Vanna explains that these gates supposedly open a dimensional passage between locations instead of teleporting users directly, which makes them impressive but awkward compared to modern platforms. He adds that there are hundreds of recorded gates, and after another long search he even produces a map of where many of them stand in Altazia. One mark jolts Zorian, because the map shows a Bakura Gate beneath Scoria itself, buried deep in the deadly lower levels of the dungeon where almost no one can safely reach it. Even so, Zorian leaves thinking this is probably another dead end, because he still cannot see how any of it really explains the time loop. Then the restart arrives with a painful jolt, as Zorian wakes in his bed under Kiriel's cheerful assault and instantly realizes he is back home in Saren again. He does not know whether Zack died early or someone killed him in his sleep, but he wastes no time and orders Kiriel to stay quiet while he casts a spell. Once she locks the door, Zorian quickly lays out salt and quartz dust and performs the marker tracking ritual right there in his room. The result is the same as before, only 2 markers, his own and another near Scoria that almost immediately starts jumping away by teleport. That convinces him the distant marker is probably Zack, while Red Robe either starts too far away, escapes detection too fast, or somehow does not carry a marker at all. Kiriel immediately declares the spell boring, so Zorian rewards her patience with a sparkling swarm of illusion butterflies and slips out while she is distracted. Later, back inside Vazen's house on a new attempt, Zorian carefully lists every defense he has neutralized this time, including the hidden acid trigger and an alarm disguised as a document seal. Instead of trusting himself, he sends in his second wooden golem, a clumsy but stable prototype built exactly for dangerous jobs like this. For once the plan works, and the little construct reaches into the safe, takes out the document stack, and carries it back to him intact. Then the golem's clumsy grip ruins the handoff, sending the entire stack flying loose across Vazen's floor in a fresh burst of chaos. The papers stay intact, so Zorian quits aiming for neatness, scoops them up into a messy bundle, grabs the golem, and teleports out with his prize at last. After stealing Vazen's papers, Zorian refuses to hide them in his room because he expects Vazen to try brute force divinations once the theft is discovered. To get the papers out of range of city diviners, he teleports around at random and finally jumps deep into the northern wilderness to a cave he remembered from an earlier loop. Inside the cave, Zorian lights the darkness with a conjured lantern, chases out bats and vermin, and starts turning the rough space into a usable hideout. He carves shelves and a stone table from the rock, then gives up on stone chairs and builds rough wooden furniture from fallen branches instead. Then comes the real problem, and Zorian spends 3 long hours layering every anti-divination ward he knows over the cave. Even after checking the whole setup twice, he knows the warding is still mediocre and bitterly admits he needs far better defensive skills. He forces himself to prioritize what matters most: protection from soul magic first, combat training second, and Iranian mind arts third. With that decision made, he stores Vazen's papers on the stone table and starts reading through the whole stack. Hours later, he is so disturbed by what he found that he seriously considers burning the entire stack just to erase it from the world. The biggest reveal is brutal and simple. The man behind everything is Sudamir Kendriai, the mayor of Nyazov Dveri. That instantly explains why reports to the police went nowhere, because a petty local tyrant like Sudamir could bury any investigation before it reached him. The letters also show Vazen is not the mastermind at all, just a merchant supplying illegal goods, shady contractors, and deniable services to Sudamir. What changed 3 months ago is even worse. Sudamir suddenly started demanding riskier materials, larger quantities, and outright assassinations, while refusing to explain why. Zorian realizes the Scoria deal that interested Guri was basically a bribe arranged by Sudamir to keep Vazen cooperative and quiet. The blueprints and recipes themselves are not terrifying, but the businesses behind them are ones the Arania already marked as Cult of the Dragon fronts. That gives him a dangerous new picture. Sudamir is tied to the Cult of the World Dragon, which makes an adjacent connection suddenly feel very real. But even with the mastermind exposed, the core mystery still refuses to budge, because Zorian still has no idea why these people are targeting local soul mages. In the end, he shelves the papers instead of destroying them, then slips back to his room to sleep and let the whole mess wait. After resting on it, Zorian decides not to poke Sudamir any further this loop and plans to save that investigation for a cleaner future restart. As quiet days pass with no one finding the cave, he gradually relaxes and starts to think this restart might stay uneventful. He spends that calm stretch on Atlantic Soulsight lessons, tinkering with Wooden Golem version 3, and checking the marker spell every day even though it still shows only 2 markers. Then, 2 weeks into the loop, the calm shatters when Zorian wakes in the dark to a black-clad figure standing over his bed with a knife. He reacts on pure instinct and blasts the blanket off himself with telekinesis, tangling the assassin in it for one precious second. It barely buys enough time, because the assassin tears free and slices Zorian badly enough for him to know he will lose any straight physical fight. As he desperately looks for an opening, Zorian curses two mistakes at once, soundproofing the room and leaving his combat gear in a drawer instead of sleeping with it. With nothing left but nerve, he shouts that he will blow both of them up if he dies, betting on the explosive necklace he always keeps on him. That hesitation gives Zorian the focus he needs to slam the assassin's mind with raw telepathic noise. The attack does not drop the man outright, so Zorian grabs a paperweight and smashes him in the face hard enough to put him down in a spray of blood. Once he calms enough to think, Zorian realizes going to the police would be suicidal, especially when the assassin clearly got in with a key and the mayor likely ordered the hit. Knowing only one person he can trust with this, he grabs the unconscious assassin and teleports straight to Alanic's temple. Alanik believes him immediately, takes custody of the assassin, and even gives Zorian an expensive healing potion for his cuts. Then Alanik makes the decision Zorian hates. From now on, Zorian is moving into the temple under guard because another attack is almost guaranteed. Zorian realizes he cannot refuse without also losing Alanic's help with soul magic, so he swallows the temple house arrest and stays. That near-death scare turns into a strange blessing, because with nowhere else to go Zorian starts drilling magic missile obsessively until it becomes second nature. Alanik notices that effort and starts reshaping Zorian's combat magic, pushing him toward precision and versatility with fire spells instead of brute force alone. Under Alanik, Zorian grinds through a whole catalog of fiddly fire spells like moving fire rings and tiny autonomous fire birds meant to teach real control. One exercise especially gets under his skin, because Alanik makes him maintain 20 orbiting fire orbs and keeps mocking him for not summoning more. Zorian argues that 50 orbs would burn through his mana and probably burn him too, especially after already injuring his own hand once. Alanik bluntly calls that fear the real problem and sends him to rest for the day when he sees Zorian has become too tense to improve. When Zorian asks if Alanik can really make his flames spare chosen targets, Alanik admits he can, but warns that kind of selective burning takes years of deep fire specialization. Then Alanik reveals he already knew an easier safety trick, and had been waiting to see how long it would take Zorian to remember he could cast a fire ward on himself. No more attacks come after that, and the restart ends on schedule with the marker spell still stubbornly showing only 2 markers no matter how often he checks. Over the next 3 restarts, Zorian keeps his head down and turns the time into pure growth until casting magic missile without tools finally becomes easy and fast. He also gets good enough at sensing his own soul that Alanik starts teaching him real protective soul magic. By the same stretch, he has added even more fire spells, improved his wooden golem design, and tested his combat magic against monsters in the wilderness. But all that rapid progress starts making Alanik deeply suspicious, especially because he recognizes too much of his own teaching appearing far too quickly. In the latest loop, Zorian only keeps the lessons going by promising he will explain everything after the summer festival, and even he knows that excuse is almost spent. Zorian figures he has maybe 2 restarts left before Alanik stops teaching without a real explanation, but he can live with that as long as he secures protection from soul magic first. In the next restart, he finally lifts his ban on snooping around Sudamir and starts probing the mayor's life as carefully as he can. Most of the gossip is useless, but one detail keeps surfacing. Sudamir has been leaving town on frequent official errands, and those trips only became common in the last few months. When ordinary questions dry up, Zorian goes after the softer link in the chain and starts quietly rifling through the lives of Vazen's less careful employees. That pays off fast, because these workers bring records home, hide spare keys in obvious places, and one of them even keeps a daily journal full of useful details. The biggest find is a trail of mysterious packages Vazen keeps sending to a place called Ayaska Mansion, a location his own employees are pretty sure does not officially exist. A map check confirms the address points to an empty patch of northern wilderness, so remote that Zorian cannot even guess how long it would take to reach on foot. Instead of hiking for weeks, he goes to Lukav for practical advice on reaching a place this far out. Lukav dismisses endurance potions as useless for a trip like that, and casually suggests the obvious answer Zorian somehow missed: turn into a bird and fly there. He recommends eagle form in particular, warning it may take more than 1 potion for Zorian to get used to flying, but promising the form is strong, sharp-eyed, and worth it. The price stings, but Zorian decides he can afford the eagle potions if that is what it takes to reach the hidden estate. Later, in eagle form high above the wilderness, Zorian is almost overwhelmed by how vivid the world looks through a predator's eyes. He is still clumsy in the air, but gliding is easy enough that he pushes onward toward Ayaska Mansion anyway. The long flight turns monotonous until the target finally appears, and Zorian realizes Ayaska Mansion is not a code name at all but a real white manor in the middle of nowhere. Circling overhead, he spots not just the worn but maintained mansion, but also a newer blocky warehouse attached to it. Before he can admire it for long, the trees around the estate erupt in angry calls as the local birds object hard to a predator circling over them. A closer look makes Zorian's stomach drop, because these are not ordinary crows but iron beaks, the dangerous hellbirds of the north. He backs off instead of testing whether eagle form magic missile could save him, deciding a pointless air battle would only get him killed for nothing. After finding a clearing west of the estate, Zorian botches the landing badly, face plants into the grass, and transforms back into human form. He memorizes the clearing as a future teleport point, then heads for the mansion on foot because stealth and emergency escape matter more than eagle eyesight now. Invisible and wrapped in silence magic, he slips close enough to confirm the iron beaks cannot detect him by magic alone. Then the security gets even worse when a whole pack of winter wolves appears, led by a huge silver-furred alpha whose mind feels unmistakably sapient. Zorian braces for disaster, but after one tense pause and a suspicious scan from the silver one, the pack moves on without exposing him. The moment they are gone, Zorian retreats into the trees and teleports away, deciding that place is far deadlier than he can handle right now. Back in safety, he puts Ayaska Mansion on hold and concludes he needs far better soul defenses and combat power before he dares step in there again. That decision also sharpens his next goal, because he still has to get strong enough to face other Arania tribes and eventually unlock the matriarch's memory packet in his mind. He knows that mission could go badly in every possible way, so for now his fallback plan against hostile Arania is brutally simple: cast Mind Shield fast and burn everything else. To sharpen that combat edge and recoup the money he burned on eagle potions, Zorian finally turns to the dungeon under Nyazov Vary. At the permit counter, he gets a blunt warning that this branch of the dungeon was never properly pacified and that people disappear down there all the time. The clerk recommends joining a Delver guild for protection, but Zorian has no intention of wasting months on beginner restrictions just to earn permission to move. He descends the long spiral stairs into Delver Village, an underground settlement full of guild houses and businesses serving people who make a living in the depths. He leaves almost immediately, annoyed that the locals want money for basic answers or try to strong-arm him into a guild when he can just read what they know from their minds anyway. 2 weeks of delving later, Zorian finds what looks like a normal patch of glowing mushrooms and immediately distrusts it because his mind sense says the mushroom has a mind. He opens with an incineration ray instead of getting closer, because by now the dungeon has taught him that everything down here wants him dead. The fake mushroom instantly unravels into a tunnel octopus, proving he was right to strike first and kill it from range. After checking the corpse with the thrown rock, he admits mind sense has become his biggest edge, letting him dodge ambush predators and reach richer untouched caverns below. He searches the cave for mana crystals and already dreams bigger, imagining future loops where he blitzes known crystal sites for instant startup money. This particular cavern comes up empty, but he is still in a great mood because the trip has already paid off with several lumps of crystallized mana. He decides to push on just a little farther, only to round a corner and come face to face with a floating pink horror covered in shifting multicolored eyes. For one awful heartbeat the thing seems not to notice him, and then all of those eyes turn toward Zorian at once. The next instant his run just ends, because Zorian wakes in Siren with pain exploding through his stomach and Kyriel sitting on top of him like always. Still reeling, he blurts out furious disbelief that the monster killed him just by looking at him, before remembering he is talking in front of his very confused sister. He covers quickly, hugs Kyriel, and calls it a bad dream before dragging himself to the shelf to check his dungeon monster book for the creature's name. The book confirms the stupid answer is Idist, but offers no useful clue beyond a warning to beware its deadly eyes. He considers checking the marker spell again, but gives it up as pointless because it has never shown anything except his own marker and Zack's. As far as he can tell, Red Robe must be using some different method to ride the time loop, while Zack keeps spending each loop fleeing Scioria and wandering Eldamar in no pattern Zorian can decode. In the end he drops the larger mystery for the moment, and just tries to get his morning back under control by asking Kyriel to please let go of him already. At Siren Station, Zorian waits through the usual late train and bitterly thinks how much time he wastes replaying this same opening every restart. He knows he could simply teleport away at the start of a loop, but the thought of his mother, and especially Kyriel being abandoned again, stops him cold. Trying to cheer her up, Zorian ruffles Kyriel's hair and gets a slap and a fierce little glare for his trouble. When that fails, he makes a real promise. Next time he goes to Scioria, he will take Kyriel with him. Kyriel hugs him hard and demands he not lie, and Zorian realizes he means the promise even though it is wildly impractical. As the train finally pulls out, Kyriel waves like crazy from the platform and Zorian leaves knowing this risky promise still felt like the right call. On the short ride to Teshingrad, Zorian tests his mind sense against the train's anti-shaping ward and realizes the magical static feels a lot like the dungeon's interference. That gives him a useful idea. Instead of brute-forcing teleport practice in the dungeon, he could train against controlled disruption wards first. After teleporting to Nyazov Dveri, he dives straight into the local dungeon and scoops up every mana crystal he mapped in the last restart before the eye-beast killed him. His shortcut backfires immediately when one shop sees the huge haul and realizes he either found a motherlode or has a secret method worth stealing. Instead of easy money, Zorian becomes the center of non-stop attention from delvers, recruiters, and magical spies, and his quiet plans collapse on the spot. His anti-divination wards get hammered so hard that one spy even turns living moths into tiny listening devices, and Zorian only catches it because the insects keep coming back unnaturally. Some people skip subtlety altogether, and when one aggressive group attacks after he refuses their offer, Zorian sends them running. A thief also tries to break into his room and gets electrocuted by his defenses, which earns Zorian a stern warning from local law instead of any peace. After a week of the circus, Zorian gives up on Nyazov-Dveri, admits he has already failed to save Lukav and Alanikir, and teleports south with what valuables he still has. While regrouping, he also learns the obvious lesson: if he ever sells dungeon crystals like this again, he needs bigger cities and a much quieter approach. Since Nyazov-Dveri is blown, Zorian picks a new goal for the restart: find other Iranian webs across the continent, and test which ones might trade instead of attack. He teleports to Eldamar and settles into the Cartographer's Society library, hoping its unmatched map collection will point him toward hidden spider settlements. An old librarian catches him scribbling over a map, and Zorian has to quickly explain that he brought his own cheap copy to ruin, not the library's property. When the librarian asks what he is researching, Zorian bluntly says he is hunting magical talking spiders, which only seems to amuse the old man. The talk turns useful when Zorian asks about the Society's perfect map copying magic and learns it is no secret at all, just something they teach. That leaves Zorian with two gains at once: likely Iranian sites to investigate, and a cheap chance to pick up better mapping magic while he is in Eldamar. One clue jumps out above the rest when he notices Korsa's spider silk trade and immediately suspects the local harmless giant spiders are Irania in hiding. Even after he finds the leads he needs, Zorian lingers in Eldamar because meeting another Iranian web dredges up the grief of losing the one under Scoria. He distracts himself with sightseeing and shop windows, but Eldamar's polished wealth only makes him grumble at how expensive everything in the capital is. The city still impresses him, though, because unlike so many places, Eldamar is clean, heavily patrolled, and missing the obvious rot he expects from a major city. As he asks around, Zorian learns that old war sabotage once burned Eldamar badly enough to harden the city into a fortress, which probably explains why no Iranian colony survives here now. He also pays for private lessons from the Cartographer's Society, and is relieved to finally get an instructor who is competent and painless to learn from. The lessons hand him a whole toolkit of mapping spells, and Zorian especially loves the one that creates a tiny illusionary model of the area above his palm. Tempted as he is to waste a month exploring Eldamar, Zorian finally reins himself in and heads for Korsa to test his Irania theory. In Korsa, he does not bother crawling the whole dungeon and instead walks straight into the spider silk business to demand an introduction to the Irania. The merchant denies everything and throws him out, but that is exactly the kind of alarm Zorian wanted to raise so the hidden web would come looking for him instead. Less than 2 days later, his gamble pays off when he senses an Iranian mind approaching him on a lonely hill outside the city. Zorian calmly opens with telepathy, introduces himself, and shocks the hidden Irania by greeting her in her own medium before she can probe him first. She names herself Seeker of the 8 universal paths of the Sword Diver's Web, and Zorian carefully avoids mentioning his history with the Scoria Irania. Zorian says he came to trade for knowledge and training in psychic arts, especially telepathic combat and memory manipulation. Seeker tests him with a tiny mental probe, and Zorian instantly slaps it down, proving he is far less helpless than most humans she has dealt with. When she asks what he can offer, Zorian puts real bait on the table: custom magical items, human spellcasting help, and sensitive news he claims would matter to the web. Seeker still cannot agree on the spot, but she promises to report everything to her matriarch and gives Zorian sewer contact points for later. Zorian improves the offer by setting down a telepathic relay disc, telling Seeker it can reach him anywhere so the sword divers do not need to hunt him down again. Seeker refuses to carry a possible bomb into the settlement, but she accepts leaving the relay hidden outside and departs with a cautious farewell. While the sword divers deliberate, Zorian keeps moving and spends the next week chasing other webs across the region instead of waiting around Korsa. He only finds one more colony near Tiklin, and although the illustrious gem collectors politely refuse trade because of an exclusive local contract, they still hand him 5 new web locations. Before he can follow those new leads, the sword divers finally call back and say they are ready to make a deal, even though the restart is already running short. At the meeting point, Zorian immediately dislikes what he sees. Only 2 Irania are waiting, far too few for a normal negotiation. The pair admit they are only guides, and Zorian's paranoia spikes as they lead him deeper and deeper into the dungeon instead of toward any open meeting space. He stops in a huge cavern and flatly refuses to go farther, telling them to bring the negotiators here unless this is an ambush. Their bodies stiffen just enough to answer him, and Zorian barely gets his medallion's mind shield up before 2 telepathic blows crash into it. He reacts instantly by smashing one guide with an overpowered magic missile, killing her before the trap can tighten. The second guide lunges at him, but his barrier throws her back and leaves her trapped at Spellrod Point with nowhere to run. When Zorian drops the shield long enough to demand answers, the terrified guide swears she only knew she was supposed to lead him here. He cages her in force instead of killing her, but by then more minds are already racing toward him from ahead and behind. Zorian turns to run for the surface and almost swears aloud when 8 more Irania appear in front of him and seal the retreat. The full count keeps rising until nearly 20 Arania surround him, and coordinated telepathic strikes start battering his mind shield in disciplined waves. He realizes too late that they are not trying to kill him outright, they are trying to crack him open just enough to capture and strip his mind. The next wave finally shatters his shield, and agony floods in as alien minds seize his body and start digging through his thoughts. In the middle of that mental wreckage, a flash of memory reminds him about the rings around his neck and drags one clear instruction back into focus. Even as more telepathic knives rip into him and his thoughts come apart, Zorian clings to the one thing he still remembers how to do: activate the rings. A pulse of mana reaches the necklaces, and the whole world vanishes into light and heat before everything goes dark. Zorian wakes back in Siren late in the evening instead of morning, with no cheerful reset routine this time and a headache so brutal he can barely think. Kiriel peeks in, sees him conscious, and immediately bolts downstairs screaming for their mother that he is finally awake. When Zorian tries to reach out with his empathy to understand the panic, the pain spikes hard enough to stop him on the spot. As his memory starts falling back into place, he understands exactly who did this to him and silently rages at the sword divers for the betrayal. His mother arrives with Kiriel and explains that he slipped into an unexplained coma this morning, so deeply unresponsive that even a doctor found nothing wrong. Then Zorian fumbles badly by blurting out that Kiriel always jumps on him to wake him, accidentally proving he knew what happened before anyone told him. He hurriedly changes the subject to the soup Kiriel brought in, and the awkward diversion works just well enough to get him out of the trap. While he devours the food, Zorian quietly accepts that this whole restart is probably dead, and that he may need the month just to recover and check for hidden damage. As expected, his mother forbids any quick return to the academy, but because she and father still want to leave for Kos soon, Zorian pushes for the version where they go without him. In the end, his parents agree to their original trip if he stays home for a month under neighbor supervision and takes Kiriel with him. Talking to his father again only reminds Zorian why he avoids him, because one snide crack about his fainting son is enough to sour the whole exchange. Once the house quiets down, the rest of the month turns into recovery, with Kiriel's enthusiastic nursing act lasting all of 2 days before she dumps the chores back on him. Kiriel soon pivots from bad cooking to demanding magic lessons, and since Zorian has nowhere to be, he agrees and finds she has far more patience for spells than for housework. Week by week, the worst fear fades when the headaches ease, his powers come back online, and even the scrambled memories of the ambush slowly sort themselves out. By the end of the month, he confirms the sword divers left no obvious permanent damage, and even the matriarch's memory package inside him is still intact. That relief comes with a hard lesson, because Zorian knows he came far too close to losing everything if he had not triggered the rings in time. So he sets his next plan with his eyes open. There are still 5 other webs to test, but if another Iranian colony tries to betray him, he will be ready this time. By the end of his recovery month, Zorian spends the last evening at Siren's summer festival with a thrilled Kiriel, even if he finds the whole thing painfully dull. The next restart begins with the familiar shock of Kiriel jumping on him, and Zorian wakes up already focused on trying the Arania again with a better plan. He decides not to rush straight into another web, so he starts this restart the same practical way as before by heading to Nyazavd very first. Once there, Zorian quietly harvests the mana crystals he already mapped in the dungeon and pointedly avoids selling any of them, so he will not attract another swarm of attention. He also saves Lukav and Alanik from their usual attacks again, partly because he owes them and partly because the fights make good live-fire practice. While thinking ahead, Zorian promises himself that once he learns mind magic, he will come back for the attacker's memories instead of guessing in the dark. His first real problem is obvious. If another web turns on him, he still hesitates too long to use his suicide rings because some part of him desperately does not want to die. He rejects the idea of becoming numb to suicide, so he starts looking for a cleaner emergency system and a real escape route. A precise anti-mind control contingency proves too complex to build safely right now, because he cannot define the trigger well enough or test it without already having a friendly Arania. So he settles for a crude version instead, a manual contingency he can switch on before danger, which will kill him if he blacks out or gets hit with a severe enough headache. He is not thrilled with that solution either, especially because forgetting to switch it off could make him explode in his sleep, but for now it is good enough. For the retreat option, his thoughts keep circling back to teleportation, because nothing else can pull him out of an underground ambush as cleanly. Before going underground, he enchants a large stone outside Nyazavd into a recall anchor, hoping the spell's direct link can punch through dungeon interference. His first tests are only a partial win. The recall works from shallower depths, but deeper down the link strains until it snaps. Over the next few days, he rebuilds the anchor into a much stronger, larger version and finally gets a recall setup that can drag him back through any amount of rock. With his escape tools ready, Zorian spends the rest of the week making traps, portable magic items, and a sturdier wooden golem to bring as very obvious backup. He knows the golem may make the Iranian more cautious or even offend them, but he decides the extra protection is worth that risk. Then he teleports himself and the golem to the web that treated him best last time, ready to try the illustrious gem collectors first. On the way in, Zorian realizes his old mistake. Even if the gem collectors could not trade with him, they still might have responded better if he had brought a gift. He decides crystallized mana is the perfect offering, since it suits their business, and would not look suspicious in their hands. After he uses the proper Iranian greeting, the web sends out its matriarch, she who eats fire and sees gold, with 10 guards and a much more nervous look at his golem. The matriarch repeats that her web still cannot deal with him directly, but this time she gives him 8 possible webs instead of 5. When Zorian asks about the extra 3, she admits those webs are shady, but she figures he can handle himself now. Zorian dryly insists the construct is just his luggage carrier, and the matriarch pointedly does not believe him for a second. Then he has the golem bring forward the box and presents the crystallized mana as a sincere thank you for her help. The matriarch is so startled by the gift that she physically fumbles through a whole-body version of shaking her head and says it is too generous to accept. Zorian calmly pushes back and tells her the information she gave him is worth far more than a few crystals. Just as he starts to leave, the matriarch suddenly stops him and quietly singles out the luminous advocates as a web that will want him as badly as he wants them. She explains that the luminous advocates obsess over rare psychic cases, so they may pretend disinterest even while they are eager to get their claws into him. Once she starts venting about their arrogance, the whole meeting warms up, and she invites him deeper inside for a tour and a longer talk. Zorian accepts the invitation, but before he moves another step, he quietly switches on his new suicide contingency just in case. The tour turns out to be real, not a trap, and the matriarch simply uses the walk through the outer tunnels to trade information with him. As they walk, she gives him a clearer read on the other webs, from the secretive Rose Labyrinth dwellers to the resource-poor but dangerous luminous advocates. She also warns him that the talisman bearers, ghost serpent acolytes, and silent doorway adepts all have enough greed, fanaticism, or theft in their reputations to make them bad bets. That is enough for Zorian to shove all 3 of those shady webs straight to the bottom of his list. In return, he tells the matriarch about studying in Scoria and about the Arania there who helped him master his gift before they were wiped out. When she assumes a rival web must have taken Scoria, Zorian corrects her and says the old web was probably destroyed by some rising monster from the deeper dungeon instead. She says a new web will probably move into Scoria soon anyway, then explains that traveling news between webs usually comes from night runners who hate dealing with humans. Zorian gets the message immediately. Hunting down night runners is a good way to start a fight he does not want. When she asks whether he has ever actually fought Arania, Zorian admits it went badly and brings up the sword divers under Corsa. She has never heard of them, and once she learns they are far away in Corsa, she explains that distant webs know surprisingly little about each other. All she can offer is a blunt guess. The sword divers might have had a cultural reason, but greed sounds more likely to her than anything else. Their talk winds down on good terms, and the matriarch invites him to come back later with news about the other webs. Zorian reads that invitation as a hint for more expensive gifts, but the visit was useful enough that he plans to return anyway. The next day he heads out toward the Rose Labyrinth dwellers and finally starts testing the new leads for real. Finding the Rose Labyrinth dwellers is miserable work, and after a full day of wrong turns and dungeon fights, even a fire-breathing armored beetle nearly takes him out. When he finally reaches the web, their matriarch will not even come out herself, and a Forarania greeting party makes him wait for hours before giving their answer. Their answer is technically yes, but only if Zorian moves into the web, lives by their routine, and effectively puts his whole life in their hands. To Zorian, that is obviously impossible, because the arrangement is both logistically absurd and far too trusting after what happened in Corsa. He asks if the terms can be negotiated, gets a flat no, and retreats with a polite lie that he will think about it. His next stop goes even stranger, because the Yellow Cavern Guardians meet him with obvious nerves and reject him almost immediately. At first Zorian thinks the golem is the problem, but the matriarch snaps that her web has far worse things to worry about. When she cuts herself off, Zorian pieces together the truth anyway. Some dangerous thing from the depths is threatening their web. He offers to help, but she shuts him down and orders him out before whatever is hunting them becomes his problem too. Then, unexpectedly, the river navigators agree to his offer almost on the spot, because telepathic relays are exactly what their scattered outposts need. She even complains that the filigree sages have been hoarding that same kind of relay technology and refusing to share it. That familiar selfishness in magic circles pushes Zorian into a private vow that if he ever gets out alive, he will write down what he learns instead of hoarding it. 3 days later, after delivering working relays and even warding one of their storage caves, Zorian finally gets introduced to his new teacher, Mind Like Fire. Their first lesson starts in a surprisingly comfortable underground guest room built for human visitors, which tells Zorian this web deals with humans more often than he expected. Mind Like Fire says she will begin with a mind shell, a psychic exoskeleton meant to defend his thoughts far better than his current tools can. Zorian brings up his human mind shield spell, and she immediately tells him to show it to her. He activates the shield and seals his mind, only to discover a minute later that Mind Like Fire has already slipped past it without him even noticing. She tears the spell apart with brutal clarity, saying human defenses are rigid, give poor feedback, and cannot adapt under pressure the way a real mind shell can. Zorian still points out one human advantage. Spells keep working without constant focus and expose the caster to less risk of mental backlash. She concedes that point, but only briefly, before moving straight back to business and promising attack and retaliation lessons once his defense is worthy. Very quickly, Zorian learns she is not giving him easy courtesy lessons at all, because she drills him every day and tears his mental shell apart over and over until he collapses from headaches. The pain is awful enough that his suicide contingency would have killed him on day one, but the results are just as real, and his mental defenses improve fast. After the first week, Mind Like Fire starts bringing in other attackers too, making sure he learns to survive more than just her own style. The only real downside is that Mind Like Fire is just as obsessed with perfect basics as Svim, and she refuses to teach anything flashy until his shell meets her standards. The river navigators also prove they are not above squeezing him, first demanding 10 more relays and then asking him to deal with a giant mole beast threatening one of their outposts. He hates the opportunism, but Mind Like Fire is too valuable to lose, so he pays up with more relays and handles the mole by luring it into a trap field. Before that restart ends, he revisits the gem collectors, brings more crystallized mana, and shares what he learned, but this time the matriarch has nothing new to add. At the start of the next restart, Zorian skips the gem collectors entirely, repeats his Nyazov Dveri preparations, and goes straight back to the river navigators for more training. This time, with some skill already under his belt, Mind Like Fire loosens up enough to explain that she is the web's actual mind magic teacher and usually works with children. Zorian takes that revelation with quiet damage to his pride, because he has apparently been sent to the psychic equivalent of an elementary school teacher. Then the break ends instantly when Mind Like Fire tells him to prepare himself, and he throws up his mental shell in time for her opening blast. She follows with probing pinpricks across the shell, but Zorian has already learned not to get cute with fake weak spots anymore. Once she finds no easy opening, she switches to Mind Spikes, the same barrier-piercing attack that the sword divers once used to break him. This time he holds, patching the damage and reinforcing each hit section fast enough to stop her from punching through. Mind Like Fire escalates again, mixing hidden probes into a faster barrage until Zorian is barely keeping the whole shell together. For one brief second it looks like he has finally survived the worst phase of the exercise. Then Mind Like Fire crushes his whole defense at once with overwhelming telepathic pressure, and the pain slams through him hard enough to end the round instantly. Zorian drops the telepathy and swears out loud, furious that she really had to finish him off with Mind Crush after all that. Mind Like Fire answers with a flat yes, gives him 5 minutes, and calmly prepares to do it all again. When Zorian calls her pure evil, she dryly admits all her other students say the same thing too, and his break keeps ticking down. Weeks of Mind Like Fire's drills make Zorian stronger, but the constant repetition leaves him bored and convinced she's stalling him before any real advanced training begins. Since his mental shell already feels solid, Zorian decides to stop waiting and test what the other Iranian webs are willing to offer him. His first stop, the Luminous Advocates, nearly choke the whole idea to death by demanding a ridiculous mountain of money and magical artifacts up front. It takes him more than 3 weeks just to drag the Luminous Advocates down to a remotely workable price, and even 4 restarts later he can only shave off a few days. When he finally gets lessons from them, the Luminous Advocates prove they were not bluffing about quality, and give him several real upgrades. Even so, Zorian drops them after the 4th restart because the time and nerves they cost him are too much, and they still refuse memory manipulation unless he submits to a total memory probe. While those endless negotiations crawl along, Zorian also starts dealing with the filigree sages, who are suspicious of him and annoyed that he already helped the river navigators. He finally finds their shortcut. Once he proves he understands spell formulas and offers to adapt human methods to their webcraft, they start listening within a week. Then the filigree sages show him their webcraft, and Zorian is stunned by how advanced it really is. The moment he sees that practice sphere, Zorian realizes helping them properly would mean learning an entire parallel magical tradition and sinking years into it. He still pushes himself brutally for several restarts and earns their approval, but in the end he admits the project is a fascinating detour he cannot afford. Their mind magic lessons are not enough to justify that effort either, though he does pick up some group combat tricks for handling multiple telepathic attackers. After 2 restarts, the filigree sages can tell he knows too much to be a beginner, so Zorian lies that he learned the basics from the dead Sciorian web. That story finally gets him dragged before the filigree sages' matriarch, who is immediately excited about mounting an expedition to Scioria. Even learning that the Sciorian web was wiped out barely slows her down. She just pivots from making contact to looting the ruins clean. In exchange for transport, protection, and a round trip to Scioria, the matriarch offers Zorian almost anything he wants, including memory manipulation. He refuses to jump at it because it would mean helping scavengers loot his dead allies, and worse, he is not even sure his excuse about Sciorian webcraft is true. Before he makes any promise like that, Zorian decides he needs to personally inspect the ruins under Scioria and see what is really down there. With both the Luminous Advocates and filigree sages shelved for now, Zorian is about to test the 3 shady webs next when Mind Like Fire finally changes course. Mind Like Fire bluntly tells him his defenses are finally passable and announces that from now on they will sharpen his offense instead. Zorian expects his attacks to bounce off her, but when she casually tells him to hit her with everything he has, he does exactly that. Instead of shrugging it off, Mind Like Fire's defenses explode apart, and the attack smashes straight into her mind hard enough to make her screech and thrash. The commotion brings nearby Urania charging in, and for a tense second Zorian is already gripping his recall rod because he thinks this lesson might turn into a fight. Mind Like Fire recovers just fast enough to calm everyone down, send the others away, and save the lesson from becoming a disaster. Once they are alone, she grumbles that getting dropped by a human rookie in front of witnesses is going to haunt her for a while. Then she admits the mistake was hers, because she judged his attack like a young Urania's and forgot that a trained human mage can pour far more mana into a crude strike. Zorian bites back his annoyance at being compared to a hatchling and asks the question that really matters: did he do any permanent damage? Mind Like Fire says no, and uses the moment to explain that a simple telepathic assault usually incapacitates, causes pain and confusion, and may knock someone out, but rarely kills outright. She breaks the rest down into the other three paths after a defense falls: extracting thoughts or memories, temporary surface manipulations, and the darker deep manipulations that can rewrite a person for good. When Zorian flatly says this sounds like another refusal to teach memory manipulation, Mind Like Fire surprises him by saying not exactly. She still will not let him rummage through Iranian minds, but she can at least teach him how Irania senses work and send him harmless memory packets, so he can learn to parse them. That is enough to mollify him, and he immediately begs to switch away from combat drills before the boredom drives him insane. Mind Like Fire agrees, but says he first needs some surface manipulation basics, so she asks what his human academy already taught him about mind control. Zorian conjures the academy's neat little mind control rectangle and lays out the 4 categories: domination, suggestion, puppeteering, and illusion. Mind Like Fire dryly points out she cannot read human script, forcing Zorian to remember that for all their contact with humans, Urania culture is still alien. So he walks her through the whole framework aloud, separating forceful compulsion from subtle manipulation and explaining when each type is normally used. Mind Like Fire calls the breakdown simple but useful, then decides theory time is over and slams him straight into painful practical training. The next week is brutal enough to feel like revenge for embarrassing her, and Zorian realizes every future restart will begin with the same headache-filled payback. Even after a full month, trying to process Iranian senses still leaves Zorian dizzy and miserable, especially once he learns they literally taste the ground through their legs. That ugly lesson also changes how he thinks about novelty, because her habit of touching everything suddenly feels a lot more intimate than he wanted to know. He does still make practical progress, learning to trigger spasms, paralysis, emotional nudges, attention redirection, and even selective sensory failure in other minds. But because the one thing he really needs is still out of reach, Zorian swallows his pride and goes back to the luminous advocates for help. This time he cheats the slow process by spending days raiding the lower dungeon, selling everything valuable, and simply paying their outrageous price 2 weeks into the restart. The luminous advocates tell him he is tackling sensory tapping all wrong, because he is trying to process foreign senses while his own are still switched on. Their fix is elegant and unsettling. He has to learn how to turn his own senses off from the inside so only the borrowed perspective remains. They also warn him not to jump straight to Urania and tell him to practice on ordinary humans first, because even familiar senses can wreck his balance if they come from someone else's perspective. The first time he taps into a random passerby's senses, he nearly collapses on the spot, which proves they were absolutely right. That success creates a worse problem, because practicing on strangers risks exposure, guild hunters, and the ugly possibility of violating innocent people just to get stronger. He realizes the same ethical trap will hit even harder once he starts practicing memory probes, so he decides he needs a target he can live with. That thought sends him back towards Scoria, where he walks the streets on edge and scans every crowd for any sign that Red Robe is waiting for him. He even deliberately enters alleys and isolated corners to bait an attack, but nothing happens at all. Still not trusting it, Zorian uses his recall rod to jump through several trapped anchor sites outside the city before heading to his real hidden base. After 2 quiet days at his remote wheatfield village, he finally lets himself believe no one tracked him there and starts planning a deeper return. Now that Red Robe still has not reacted, Zorian decides his next trip will be into the buried Iranian ruins themselves to see whether any alarm traps were left behind. The idea of returning to Scoria had first sounded insane to him, but the more Red Robe stays absent, the more the city starts to feel usable again. He also admits another reason for the risk: he misses familiar faces, and Scoria holds exactly the kind of hostile minds he could practice on without hating himself for it. If the old matriarch could pull answers from a basin heads, Zorian figures he can do the same, and use those people to train while pushing the time loop mystery from a new direction. He still refuses to move back in immediately, but once he can spend a week in Scoria and even attend a class or 2 without consequences, he knows his exile is nearly over. Across the next 3 restarts, Zorian splits his time between Mind Like Fire's lessons and repeated forays into Scoria, and nobody attacks him even when he searches the corpse-filled Iranian settlement. By now his mental defense and counterattack game are strong enough that even Mind Like Fire admits she has to treat him seriously. She has taught him every basic trick she dares, and once he masters human sensory tapping first, he finally starts making real progress with Iranian senses too. That leaves one last wall. If he wants to profit from her teaching now, he has to start doing deep memory scans on humans first. But when he asks for even the basics, Mind Like Fire refuses outright because true memory practice would mean lowering all her defenses and exposing her private mind to him. She drives the point home by asking whether he would give her the same access to his own memories, and he has no answer except no. His only loose option is still the filigree sage's promise, but after searching the Sciorian settlement and finding little obvious witchcraft, even that deal looks shaky. Then near the end of the next restart, a desperate messenger from the Yellow Cavern Guardians arrives in the River Navigator's settlement begging the matriarch for help. Zorian learns their web is collapsing because a gigantic dungeon beast seized the Yellow Caverns, and their desperate all-out counterattack only got their matriarch and both successors killed. Bridge of Moonlight wants nothing to do with a creature that can beat an entire web, but Zorian is a lot less intimidated by that story. This time Zorian does not even have to make the offer himself. The messenger turns to him the moment the river navigators refuse and begs for his help instead. Once they hammer out a desperate anything-you-want agreement, Zorian recalls them to the surface and jumps them straight to the Guardian's hiding place. The messenger is startled that he already knows where their web is, but she recovers fast and leads him to the nervous remnants of their leadership. Hours later, Zorian stands at the entrance to their lost cavern with two terrified guards behind him and sends an ectoplasmic eye ahead to scout the monster's lair. Through the eye, he sees why the Guardians were so desperate. The place is a stunning underground fungal forest, rich enough to be worth killing over. And right in the middle of that glowing cavern sits the intruder itself, a monstrous frog-like brute crouched in the lake like a king on a throne. After seeing the beast's size and patience up close, Zorian backs out and calmly tells the guards he needs a few days to prepare. 3 days before the restart ends, he comes back with a brutally simple plan for killing the giant frog: drown it in sticky fire. He lowers an ignition stone into a crate packed with flammable alchemical bricks, wraps the whole thing in an illusion that makes it look like an Urania, and advances under invisibility with a steel golem as backup. The trap works even better than expected, because the monster barely hesitates before firing out its long red tongue and swallowing the fake Urania whole. The second its mouth shuts, Zorian triggers the ignition stone and blows the crate apart inside the creature's throat. The beast answers with a nightmare scream and tries to vomit the burning mixture back out, but the fire clings to everything and only makes the damage worse. Then the creature suddenly powers through the agony, senses where Zorian is anyway, and charges him head-on. Zorian trips it with force magic, the steel golem smashes its face, and he follows with a massive fireball straight into the opening. Even scorched inside and out with its eyes ruined, the monster still tears Zorian's painstakingly built golem to pieces in a final frenzy. So instead of risking heroics, Zorian stays hidden and waits while the blinded thing staggers through the forest, misses him completely, and finally collapses dead on its own. His supposed guards have already run for it, but a win is still a win, so Zorian heads back to the Yellow Cavern Guardians camp with the news. When 2 Yellow Cavern Guardians finally come to verify the kill, they just stare at the corpse in stunned silence until Zorian loses patience. After 5 long minutes of that, he clears his throat and pointedly reminds them that this is the part where they pay him. Then the month flips over, and Zorian jerks awake back in his bed when Kiriel cheerfully body slams him to announce the morning in the most painful way possible. He answers with deadpan politeness, and Kiriel refuses to get off him until she starts reminding him that he is leaving for the academy today. That is when Zorian drops the real surprise and asks if she wants to come with him this time. Kiriel explodes with delight, and 5 minutes later Zorian has to distract her with an illusionary bird just to stop the babbling long enough for her to pack. Unlike his sister, Zorian is already completely ready. Last restart bought him the basics of deep mental scanning. Scoria no longer looks immediately lethal, and he finally has a direction again. With that, Zorian sets his course back toward his old life and decides it is time to return to the academy in Scoria. On the train to Scoria, Zorian already knows how this trip with Kiriel usually goes. She starts fascinated by the scenery, then runs out of things to watch and turns all that energy on him. This time he decides he would rather risk a fine than spend hours entertaining aboard Kiriel, especially since the compartment seems free of any detection ward. He also sees a bonus in it. Practicing delicate spell shaping inside the train's disruption ward is exactly the kind of handicap training he wanted anyway. So Zorian turns the ride into a game, suspending a sphere of water in midair while pens and erasers circle around it in a slow orbit. The trick looks simple, but it is actually one big unstructured shaping exercise, and the ward keeps knocking his control just a little off balance. By now he is pretty sure he has pushed his shaping skill to its limit for this setting, and he is just about ready to stop there. Then Kiriel pounces on the moment, and challenges him with a grin. Make a frog. Her smug looks as she thinks she finally found the challenge he cannot top, and Zorian can only shoot her an annoyed stare back. The whole thing had started much smaller, but Kiriel kept daring him to make it harder until he was using all the water he had and every pen and eraser they could spare. He had almost forced her to admit defeat, But this new demand turns the game around because shaping loose water into a frog is far harder than holding a sphere. Zorian breaks eye contact, focuses on the spell, and realizes just how ugly this task is. Water is much harder to sculpt telekinetically than any solid object. Even without the ward and the orbiting clutter, making a proper frog out of that floating mass would be brutal, and inside this compartment it feels almost impossible. Too stubborn to lose to his little sister, Zorian spends another 15 minutes forcing the floating water blob into a frog shape, even though the train's ward makes every bit of control awkward. Halfway through, he gets clever and turns the sculpture into the giant frog monster he killed in the yellow caverns, but the result still looks pretty bad. Kiriel squints at the misshapen thing and bluntly says it is a pretty weird frog. Without missing a beat, Zorian invents a name for it, and claims it is a yellow cavern devil frog, the kind that likes eating little girls. Kiriel immediately calls him out, says he is making things up, and demands that he just admit he lost. Zorian keeps bluffing, insists he technically made a frog, and hurriedly offers to tell her about Sumrak the mage saving a secret society from one of those monsters. Before the spell falls apart on its own, Zorian quickly dismantles the whole construct, letting the pens and erasers drop and pouring the water back into the bottle. With the game over, he starts telling a heavily altered version of his real frog monster battle. In Zorian's version, the Yellow Cavern Guardians become secretive human mages in the far north, masters of spider magic who need Sumrak's help. He also recasts himself as the mighty adventurer Sumrak, charging the monster head-on instead of winning with traps and subterfuge. Kiriel starts out skeptical, but the moment Zorian adds detailed illusions, her suspicion melts and she listens with full attention. That leaves Zorian torn between amusement and annoyance, because these flashy illusions impress her far more than the much harder magic he showed off earlier. He realizes this is not really about difficulty at all. Kiriel simply loves illusion magic more than anything else he has shown her. Just as his story reaches the part where Sumrak closes in on the devil frog in its cavern lair, the train announcer calls out their arrival at Corsa and cuts the tale off mid-climax. With the train moving again, Kiriel flatly refuses to let Zorian stop the story this close to the ending. Zorian hesitates because Ibe is watching, so he awkwardly suggests he could continue only if he skips the illusion effects. Kiriel completely misses his warning glance and loudly puts Ibe on the spot, insisting the nice lady would never report him for doing magic on the train. Ibe, more confused than offended, asks whether the train is not supposed to block spellcasting in the first place. Zorian admits the train does have disruption wards, but explains they only make casting difficult, not impossible if the mage is skilled enough. When Ibe asks if he is really that good, Zorian just shrugs instead of bragging. To Kiriel's delight, Zorian finishes the story anyway and even brings back the illusion effects despite the ward. Ibe quietly tries a few simple spells of her own and frowns when the train ward shuts her down. Zorian briefly considers reading Ibe's surface thoughts to see what she is thinking, but he stops himself because he does not want casual mind invasion to become a habit. He remembers Mind Like Fire taught him how to test for mental defenses without being noticed, but this time he chooses restraint and returns his focus to Kiriel. Once the story ends, Ibe finally joins the conversation and admits the tale itself was not the point for her, the spellcasting was. She is especially impressed when she learns Zorian can do that even though he is only just starting his third year at the academy. By the time they reach Scoria, the train conversation has to end and the three of them prepare to part ways. Just before leaving, Ibe nervously asks Zorian to visit the library sometime in the next week so they can discuss something later. Zorian decides he may as well hear her out, since he already planned to comb through the library for more spells in this restart. Once they are alone, Kiriel immediately decides Ibe must like him. Zorian shoots that down at once and says Ibe is actually head over heels for Fortov instead. Kiriel is left staring in disbelief, because the idea of Ibe and Fortov together sounds impossible to her. When Kiriel pushes him, Zorian admits only that the girl has a crush on the boy, not that they're actually together. Kiriel immediately demands how he knows, and Zorian dodges with a joke about ancient magical secrets. Her deadpan stare kills the joke, so Zorian promises to explain later at their new lodgings, somewhere private. Even while chatting, Zorian keeps sweeping the crowd with mind sense, watching for anyone hidden from detection or aiming hostile intent at them. After several tense minutes, nothing feels wrong, and Zorian finally lets himself believe he has not walked Kiriel into a trap. With the immediate danger seeming clear, Zorian decides he can indulge Kiriel a little and offers to take her to the main plaza fountain. Kiriel says yes without hesitation, exactly as Zorian expected. As they head for the fountain, Zorian is hit by a sour realization. After years of looping and a long absence from Scoria, he has forgotten plenty of small but dangerous restart details. Then the memory comes back too late, because the same route that trapped him in the very first restart is blocked again by a swarm of cephalic rats. The sight catches Zorian so off guard that his first instinct is to burn the whole swarm down on the spot. He stops himself at the last second, knowing that wiping out the swarm could put him on the invader's radar and lead Red Robes straight to him. So instead of escalating, Zorian chooses the smarter path from his first restart and prepares to pull back. Before he can disengage cleanly, the swarm starts probing at his mind, and Zorian instantly hardens his psychic defenses and hits back. The probing stops, But Zorian's counterattack only knocks out a few rats, proving the swarm's shared mind is broad and awkward to damage in one blow. Kiriel's sudden terror snaps Zorian out of playing around with the rat swarm, because whatever he can shrug off could still hit her. He blasts the nearest edge of the swarm with a weak flamethrower just to open space, grabs Kiriel, and runs. The rats don't chase them, which only makes their brazen daylight roadblock feel even stranger to Zorian. As they flee, Zorian grimly realizes how lucky he was to meet the Arania before ever repeating this encounter, or the rats might have ripped the time loop straight out of his thoughts. Once they're far enough away to breathe again, Kiriel timidly asks if they can still go see the fountain. Zorian says yes and points her toward a park, choosing an alternate route around the blocked road. The moment he turns into the park, Zorian remembers the old snag on this route too late, the crying girl with the bike in the creek. At the creek, Kiriel goes strangely quiet and hangs back while Zorian approaches the little girl crying over her lost bicycle. Zorian casually reaches over the bridge and pulls the bicycle straight out of the creek with magic, making the hard part look effortless. Getting the bike back is easy, but calming the girl enough to talk takes more work. Since he can, Zorian goes further and uses spells to dry the bike and scrub off every bit of creek grime. Pleased with himself, he hands over the now spotless bike and tells the girl she can stop crying. The girl sniffs, thanks him shyly, and finally starts settling down. Zorian brushes it off and starts to leave, adding that she should head home too before the weather turns. That jolts Kiriel into action, and she protests that they can't just leave the upset girl alone after all that. To Zorian's surprise, the little girl immediately defends him and insists she can get home on her own. Zorian can't help enjoying that, and he needles Kiriel for assuming the worst before smoothing it over. With the edge gone, the girl finally blurts out the real reason she was so upset. The bicycle was brand new, and her family couldn't afford to replace it. Zorian cuts off Nachka's shaky explanation before she starts crying again, and gently says the bike is back. So now they should just make sure she gets home safely. Kiriel jumps in with instant friendliness, introduces herself and Zorian, and offers to walk with Nachka so they can talk on the way. The girl finally gives her name as Nachka and worries about delaying them, but Kiriel brushes that aside and decides the fountain can wait. Nachka lives close to the park, so the walk is short, and Zorian quietly notes that her parents must have let her wander there alone because home is nearby. Zorian stays mostly silent, but Kiriel talks enough for all three of them, eagerly pulling Nachka into conversation. Nachka starts out nervous and jumpy, glancing around at every odd sound, but Kiriel slowly gets her to relax. By the time they reach her house, Nachka has warmed up enough to admit she is 8, new to Scoria, and just as friendless as Kiriel was hoping for. Zorian tries to slip away once they deliver Nachka home, but her mother spots them and firmly invites both siblings inside. Zorian swallows his reluctance and goes along, figuring Nachka's mother deserves an explanation for why two strangers brought her daughter home. The moment they are inside, Nachka rushes to explain what happened, but she changes the story and claims the bicycle got caught in a rope trap and stuck in a tree. The lie is terrible, and Ree's look makes it obvious she is not buying a word of it. As the visit drags on, Zorian realizes Rei is far more intimidating than an ordinary housewife should be. Her fluid movements, steady voice, and intense gaze put Zorian badly on edge, and if Kiriel were not there he would have left already. Kiriel, oblivious to Zorian's nerves, keeps enthusiastically entertaining Nachka and settles them all into a longer visit. When Kiriel mentions the swarm they ran into earlier, Rei immediately recognizes the creatures and calls the strange brain rats disgusting. At Nachka's house, Zorian warns Rei that the cephalic rats hanging around outside are dangerous telepaths that can read thoughts and maybe even memories. Rei answers with cool confidence that she kills the rats when she finds them, but Zorian quickly tells her that is not enough against a hive mind. He explains the real problem. Every rat shares what it learns, so killing one does not erase the swarm's knowledge, and he urges her to report them to the city. After a long look that makes the moment slightly uncomfortable, Rei says she will speak to her husband and pointedly notes that Zorian knows far too much for a 15-year-old. Kiriel jumps in to defend him with a proud grin, and Zorian is quietly pleased even while pretending he is not. Not wanting to stay until Nachka's father comes home and invites more questions, Zorian stands up and says they should leave for their landlord's place. Rei tries to keep them a little longer by pointing out the heavy rain pounding outside. Zorian says the storm will not let up soon, so he will simply teleport them near their destination and shield them for the short walk. Before they go, Nachka shyly asks if Kiriel can come over to play again, and Zorian agrees even though the rat infestation instantly makes him uneasy. After a quick round of goodbyes, Zorian and Kiriel leave Ree's house and head toward Amaya's place through the rain. The next morning, Zorian tells Amaya he is going to the library, but it is only a cover story. Instead of studying, he teleports straight to Nyazov Dveri and resumes harvesting crystallized mana from the underworld he has already mapped out. He has found so many caches by now that one day is no longer enough to clean them all out, and he realizes it will take several more passes to collect everything. The routine has become so absurdly profitable that Zorian is now annoyed at himself for forgetting some minor resource spots and having to hunt them down again. He cannot help thinking his poor past self would have said something rude if he knew future Zorian would someday be rich enough to forget where part of his fortune was lying around. He returns to Amaya's house, and only about half an hour later Taven comes looking for him. Running on old expectations, Zorian dryly guesses that she wants help diving into the sewers to recover a watch from giant spiders. Taven immediately throws that guess out, saying she skipped the sewer job because better-paying work showed up, and she demands to know how Zorian even knew about the old plan. Back in Scoria, Zorian reminds himself the city is no longer safe to treat like old routine, because the Arania are gone, his hired mercenaries were soul-killed, and dungeon monsters are already slipping upward unchecked. When Taven presses him with a question, Zorian sidesteps it completely and turns the conversation back on her. Taven instantly gets defensive, insisting she absolutely does visit him just because she feels like it, and denying she came to beg for help. Then she reframes it as something much better than a favor, a chance for both of them to earn serious money and make a name for themselves. That catches Zorian's attention at once, because this new scheme sounds far more tempting than the reckless idea she brought him before. Taven explains the real reason. Scoria's monster incursion started much earlier than anyone expected, and the city is already in trouble. On the very first day, an abyssal centipede burst out of the sewers into a crowded street and left a young couple horribly injured. Another attack forced a restaurant evacuation when a massive yellow ooze invaded the wine cellar and started consuming everything in sight. The situation only got worse overnight, and while Zorian was away harvesting crystallized mana in Nyazov Dveri, more people died and the city switched into emergency mode. One of those emergency measures was simple and brutal. The city posted big bounties on confirmed monster kills and pushed delvers and mercenaries to descend into the dungeon and thin the horde before it reached the surface. To Taven, this is exactly the opening she has been waiting for after too long without any chance to prove herself. She lays out her ambition plainly: hunt aggressively, pile up monster bounties, and use the crisis to force the city to notice her. But her current team is too small for that plan, because 3 people are nowhere near enough for a proper hunting party. Zorian points out the obvious problem with her pitch. This sounds like dangerous work, so why is she asking a third-year student instead of stronger fighters her own age? Taven admits she is not the only one recruiting, and more famous people are scooping up the best candidates before she can reach them. She says it should get easier after she starts bringing in results, but right now she cannot afford to be selective. Zorian echoes that line flatly, because before the time loop he would have rejected the offer on the spot rather than be treated like someone's fallback choice. This time, though, Zorian reins in his pride and quietly admits her assessment makes perfect sense based on what she knows about him. Taven quickly backs off the wording, then challenges him more directly by asking if a third year like him can actually carry his weight in a real combat team. Sitting across from Taven, Zorian hesitated because she knew the old him well enough to realize he had no business being this capable. He almost played weak to avoid getting dragged into a huge time sink, but finally decided to take the offer and use Taven's team as cover for what he planned to do this restart. Zorian admitted he had already been into the dungeon, knew combat spells, and would not freeze in a fight. He also laid out the catch: his mana reserves were only average, and even at his best he could fire about 20 magic missiles before running dry. Taven just stared at him, too incredulous to hide how badly that confession broke her picture of him. When Taven finally found her voice, she blurted out that she was shocked he had ever gotten permission to enter the dungeon at all. She pointed out that even the academy had refused to let her in before her 4th year, which made Zorian's story sound even more reckless. Zorian dryly corrected her: he had never said anything about asking permission. That answer made Taven stop and stare at him like he had finally crossed from surprising into genuinely alarming. Zorian pushed back and reminded her she had done the same kind of thing herself. Taven reluctantly admitted she had broken the rules too, but said Zorian's steady mana growth proved he had been taking far bigger risks for far longer. He threw her own old line back at her, coolly repeating that sometimes a man has to take chances. Taven protested that she had meant romance, not sneaking into deadly places, and she sounded almost offended that he had ignored her advice in the one area she actually meant. That jab hit a sore spot, and Zorian kept his bitter memory of failed romantic advice to himself instead of saying it out loud. Instead, he cut through the lecture and bluntly asked whether she wanted him on the team or not. Taven immediately dropped the scolding and eagerly confirmed that yes, she absolutely wanted him. With the argument settled, Taven pulled a membership form from her bag, put it on the table, and moved straight into tomorrow's plan. Over the next few days, Zorian keeps joining Taven, Yurik, and Orin on bounty hunts through Scioria's underworld. Zorian quickly realizes his fighting is only backup here, because Taven and her 2 old teammates can usually crush whatever the dungeon throws at them. He only steps in when one of them starts running low on mana and needs a breather. What really makes Zorian valuable is his huge mental map of the underworld and the divination he uses to scout ahead. Without him steering them, the group would probably spend most of the day wandering in circles looking for targets. To Zorian, the whole team feels dangerously overspecialized for direct combat, and that makes his support role even more important. While they are already down in the dungeon, Zorian also slips in his own agenda and starts checking the invaders' hidden underground bases. He wants to see how the invaders are handling all the new pressure now that bounty teams are combing through Scioria's underworld. What he finds is encouraging. The invaders have pulled back from several exposed bases entirely. Even the bases they still hold are down to token defenders instead of serious forces. That retreat tells Zorian the city's crackdown is already hurting the invasion plan. Outside the hunts, Zorian keeps juggling the rest of his plans instead of letting any one project swallow his time. He finishes harvesting crystallized mana under Nyazov Dveri, and starts unloading the huge stockpile through different stores in and out of Scioria. He also takes Kiriel to visit Nachka again, and this time he stays alert the whole trip in case cephalic rats show up nearby. Thankfully, he doesn't sense any rats around the house this time. During the visit, Zorian finally meets Nachka's father, Saw, and the man is the exact opposite of Ray at first glance. Saw laughs, talks, and acts friendly, but he still manages to come off as terrifying in his own way. When Saw proudly insists on showing him the workshop, Zorian can't shake the feeling that this is an overprotective father's warning. Later, Zorian heads to the library to find out what Ibri wanted from him. To his surprise, Ibri isn't bringing him information at all. She wants magical instruction from him. She explains that outside tutors cost too much, so she was hoping a third year like Zorian might accept a cheaper trade like spell exchange. Zorian finds the idea tempting, but he already has too much on his plate to take on another commitment right now. So he tells Ibri he'll answer after the summer festival, if she's still interested by then. As he leaves it there, Zorian privately notes this might be the kind of offer he'd only have time to accept in some future restart where he never joined Taven's team. Even with everything else on his plate, Zorian still had to sit through academy classes, and coming back after so long made the whole routine feel strangely unfamiliar. The city crisis had changed the class itself too, with Jade gone for safety and Zack missing so completely that everyone assumed his family had pulled him out of Scioria. Then Kirin made the mood even clearer by announcing extra evening combat lessons, treating monster attacks as the new normal. Ilsa went a step further and openly urged any student with real combat skill to join monster culling groups, promising rewards and exceptions for people who proved useful. When Ilsa pointed out Zorian, Briam, Tinami, Naim, and Eston as students already doing it, Zorian was genuinely startled that so many of his classmates had stepped into real danger. And the shakeup kept going, with Capriva joining the hunters a couple of days later while other students were sent home by worried parents. With the class roster shifting and the teachers acting like a city under siege, school felt different enough that Zorian could actually tolerate it for once. A few more days passed, and the panic in Scioria finally began to ease as monster attacks grew less frequent and less severe. The city was not fully safe yet, but it had stopped acting like an overturned anthill and settled into an uneasy version of normal. Once things stabilized, Zorian switched to quietly tracking invaders, cultists, and other people tied to the coming attack instead of rushing in blind. He still refused to strike, because the dead mercenaries and earlier monster chaos had already warped the invasion too much for his old memories to be fully reliable. So for now, Zorian focused on one thing: confirm the right targets, the right timing, and the right place before making his move. But as he watched the invasion network, one detail kept nagging at him. Even after all the timeline changes, the enemy still seemed oddly clumsy. The invaders were less informed than before, fumbling things they used to handle easily, like slipping past wards and staying ahead of Scioria's authorities. That pushed Zorian toward a troubling conclusion. In earlier restarts, Red Robe must have been quietly feeding the invaders a lot more crucial information than he first realized. And in this restart, Red Robe had apparently decided not to bother helping them at all, leaving Zorian with one more unsettling mystery on his hands. When Kale showed up at Amaya's place, Zorian was forced to face a problem he had been dodging. After so many restarts away from Scioria, he barely remembered Kale's old notebook at all. Kale still pieced together enough from Zorian's scattered memories to believe him, but their deal was basically back at the starting line. That made the bigger issue impossible to ignore, because if Zorian kept forgetting useful knowledge between restarts, every future bargain and plan would keep collapsing the same way. It was not just Kale's potion work either. Zorian had started losing the layout of Nyazov Dveri's resource caches, small details from older loops, and even parts of his growing intelligence on Scioria's invaders. He decided he needed a better way to store what he learned, and he needed it fast, so the coming weekend was now reserved for solving his memory problem. Later, Zorian went to Svim's office, knocked, and waited with practiced restraint until the teacher finally called him inside. The moment Zorian sat down, Svim skipped any pleasantries and ordered him to perform the basic 3. Zorian did exactly what he was told, silently and cleanly, because he had turned this into a private war of patience against the most infuriating teacher in the academy. Inside, though, Zorian was dead serious about outlasting him, planning to practice every miserable shaping drill across restart after restart until Svim finally ran out of ways to torment him. Svim answered that quiet confidence by suddenly whipping a marble at his head. Zorian barely tilted his head and let it miss, refusing to even meet Svim's eyes as 2 more marbles came in and missed the same way. Svim raised the difficulty again and told him to close his eyes. Zorian obeyed, spread a diffuse mana field around himself, and still dodged every marble by feel alone. Neither of them gave the other any satisfaction. Zorian stayed unreadable, and Svim stayed just as unfazed by skill that should have looked impossible. Then Svim reached under the desk, pulled out a large container full of marbles, and briskly moved on to the next torture session. Seeing how big some of them were, Zorian was grimly thankful Svim only threw the small ones, but he got no relief at all before the next order landed. Svim told him to levitate as many marbles as possible and hurry, ending the scene with yet another brutal precision drill. In Svim's office, Zorian finally gets every marble in the bowl into the air at once, but Svim dismisses it immediately because he thinks Zorian is still too slow. Instead of moving on, Svim makes him keep lifting and lowering the whole mass for another hour, turning the success into one more punishment drill. Svim keeps nitpicking every detail, ordering Zorian to reshape the marbles into a sphere, then a ring, then a pyramid, while mocking him for not meeting the standard. Zorian swallows the abuse and pushes faster and faster, silently treating the whole thing like a test of endurance. Then his control slips, and the entire mass crashes onto the table in one noisy collapse. The marbles scatter all over the office, and for one brief second Zorian's calm mask cracks into pure frustration. After the racket dies, Zorian and Svim just stare at each other in a stiff, heavy silence. Svim breaks the pause with cold curiosity, and tells Zorian to stop standing there, and collect every marble so training can continue exactly where it left off. Zorian answers with forced respect and obvious bitterness, accepting that the torture is not over and deciding, with total sincerity, that he hates marbles now. In Svim's office, Zorian forces himself to sit still and match his teacher's cold stare instead of snapping. Svim finally tears into him, calling him slow, inflexible, impatient, and the kind of mage who skips the basics for flashier studies. Zorian swallows the insult, promises to practice at home, and Svim dismisses him with zero warmth. The moment he gets outside, Zorian drops the act and hurries away, relieved that his reckless move did not blow up in his face. He admits to himself that he had tried reading Svim's mind during the lesson and hit a powerful shield instead. Since Svim gave no sign he noticed, Zorian decides to test him later by barging in unannounced and seeing if that shield is always active. Back at home, his attention snaps away from Svim when he senses Nachka and Ray inside the house without warning. He heads straight to the kitchen and finds Amaya and Ray calmly gossiping over cookies and plum brandy. When Zorian awkwardly asks why they came unannounced, Amaya gives him a sharp look, but Ray answers without flinching. Ray says she brought Nachka to visit Kiriel because it was unfair to keep making Zorian shuttle his sister back and forth. Amaya backs her up, but Zorian cannot shake the feeling that Ree's poise is too perfect for a simple housewife. Her stillness unsettles him enough that he takes another risk and quietly slips into her surface thoughts. Ray has no mind shield, but her thoughts give him almost nothing except the unnerving fact that she is studying him just as carefully. To shake something loose, Zorian starts asking about why her family moved to Scoria and turns the meeting into a quiet interrogation. For half an hour, Ray calmly explains that her family simply wanted better work, better schools, and a fresh start away from nasty rumors back home. Zorian confirms she is telling the truth, but two things stand out. Ray can somehow hear the girls through closed doors, and she quickly realizes he is probing her. Worse, Ray finds his suspicion funny, and that amused calm tells him she is hiding something even if it is not aimed at him. In the end, Zorian backs off, deciding her secrets can stay buried as long as she is not a threat to him or Kiriel. Before he leaves, Amaya remembers that Kale wants to see him in the basement. Zorian heads downstairs, reflecting that Kale has been unusually reasonable about the time loop because he sees it as a chance to leap ahead. Kale greets him by asking for the ingredients, and Zorian hands over another expensive box for the boys' experiments. Kale checks the shipment and never offers repayment, sticking to the deal that Zorian funds the work if he truly believes in the loop. When Kale asks how often he can buy more, Zorian admits he is loaded because he found an efficient way to harvest crystallized mana from Nyazov Dveri. Pressed on why he gathered so much money in a repeating month, Zorian shrugs and admits the answer is partly convenience and partly greed. Kale immediately understands, because if he had that kind of chance, he would chase wealth too. When Kale asks what makes crystallized mana valuable, Zorian explains that it is stable solid mana and far better than ordinary batteries for powering wards and magical devices. Kale connects that to the new train fuel market, and Zorian notes that rising demand has made the crystals even more profitable. Kale wishes there were a personal mana battery for mages, but Zorian says personal mana loses its owner-specific nature too quickly for that to work. That leads Zorian to ask about alchemical mana boosters, and Kale says Lukav would know better than anyone if such a potion exists. Then Kale turns serious and asks a personal favor. He wants Zorian to investigate the killers targeting his soul magic contacts. Zorian realizes how cold he sounded before and promises he already meant to look into the disappearances once he was stronger and less overwhelmed. Kale offers help and says he may be able to get truth potion recipes for the investigation. Zorian says Lukav already knows one truth potion and could even be brought in directly, which makes Kale suggest involving Lukav and Alanik in hunting the killers. Once that grim topic settles, Kale pulls out a notebook and says they need to discuss Zorian's soul marker. Kale bluntly tells him the marker should not work the way it does, because it was designed to read its host's soul and change its identity if copied onto someone else. Zorian instantly grasps the implication. If that system worked properly, transplanting Zack's marker onto him should have changed the tag instead of matching Zack's. Kale says the answer is simple and alarming at the same time. Zorian's marker is broken. Important parts of it are inert, but the damaged marker still reads Zorian's soul while staying stuck on Zack's identification value, which accidentally works in Zorian's favor. Kale adds one more consequence. That missing function may be why Zorian loops back when Zack dies, but Zack does not reset when Zorian dies first. Zorian is not shocked that the marker is defective, but Kale points out the bigger issue. If Zorian entered the loop through a lucky fluke, that method should not be repeatable. That makes Zorian stop cold, because if his entry was a one-off accident, Red Robe must have gotten into the loop some other way. Kale agrees, and the two conclude Red Robe likely does not have the same marker as Zack and Zorian, if he has one at all. They spend the next half hour spinning theories, from piggybacking on Zack's mind to some kind of soul link, but none of it can be proven. Zorian rejects the idea that Red Robe uses memory packets, because the timing and logistics do not fit what he has already seen. He suspects Red Robe has some proper way to enter the loop, which only makes one mystery sharper. Why is Zack still so important? Kale ends the marker discussion with a warning to avoid any magic that could substantially alter Zorian's soul, because one wrong change might break the broken marker for real. Trying to lighten the mood, Zorian jokes about turning the Grey Hunter Silverlake sent him after into a familiar or even a shifter form. Kale shuts that down fast, explaining that magical bee souls bring violent instincts, and Grey Hunters in particular would be a disaster to bind into yourself or your bloodline. He also warns that making a Grey Hunter into a familiar could get Zorian killed before the bond ever matures. Once Zorian insists he was only joking, Kale offers a safer idea instead: kill the beast, cut it up, and turn the parts into enhancement potions with Lukav's help. That suggestion actually catches Zorian's attention, but Kale's latest batch is already failing, so he pulls him into helping with the next alchemy attempt. Kale needles him about forgetting things between loops, and Zorian complains but agrees that real hands-on practice will help more than rote memorization. The next day, after another smooth magic lesson with Curiel, Zorian slips out determined to solve his growing memory problem. He knows the perfect answer would be true memory packets like the Urania matriarch used, but that mastery is still too far away to fix his immediate needs. So he goes to the academy library and starts hunting for a quicker spell-based workaround. 3 hours later, he finds several spells that can perfectly record sights and sounds into memory, including one that even claims to restore forgotten details. Then the catch lands: every one of those spells sits in the restricted mind magic section, far beyond what a student like him can legally access. Since there is no legal way he gets that pass, Zorian quietly decides he will just steal one. That is when Ilsa sneaks up on him, almost knocking him out of his chair just to enjoy the reaction. She says she noticed him brooding and asks what is wrong, but Zorian knows better than to ask a teacher for help with the crime. He admits he needs a way to flawlessly carry written information in his memory for a trip where he cannot bring books along. Ilsa immediately calls the whole thing suspicious, especially since he is researching spells he is not authorized to learn. When Zorian insists he only needs the contents preserved, not directly readable in his head, Ilsa offers a different trick from alteration magic. Her method is clever: store the book as a mental blueprint, then recreate a physical copy later from blank materials and ink. Ilsa warns the spell combination is advanced, but Zorian answers by silently yanking a heavy metal-bound book off the shelf and making it flip itself open and shut in midair. That display convinces her his shaping control is real, though she still warns they are going to have a serious talk about how he got that good. She does not promise the lesson yet, but she agrees to test whether he can handle the spell safely. Once she is gone, Zorian decides her blueprint trick is useful enough to learn, even though he still plans to steal the better pass later. 2 weeks rush by in a blur of routines: dungeon runs with Taven, lessons for Curiel, alchemy help for Kale, and more soul scans with no breakthrough. He also has to admit that Notchka's friendship makes Curiel far easier to handle, whatever Ree's hidden story may be. One big success is Ilsa's spell set, which finally lets Zorian carry written notebooks across restarts as mental blueprints. Kale is delighted and immediately dumps 4 filled notebooks on him, with promises of more, forcing Zorian to confront the hard limit on how many blueprints he can store. Most of Zorian's mental space is still occupied by the matriarch's memory packet, so he figures he can only hold about 15 blueprints total. The other result of those weeks is that he all but proves Svim keeps his mind shielded constantly, even during surprise visits. Svim finally reacts the only way he ever would, by burying Zorian under 5 new shaping books and a nasty menu of precision drills. But Zorian's real effort is now locked on the Abasins and the cult of the World Dragon as he maps out who works for whom. He starts cautiously, then shifts into a far more aggressive game by following cultists and mercenaries home, reading their thoughts, and slipping past weak wards to search for clues. That snooping reveals that some merchants supplying the invaders do not even know who they are feeding and think it is just another hidden dungeon operation. Some hired muscle know there will be a terrorist strike during the summer festival, but they still have no idea how large the real invasion is. The cult is even stranger, with layers of rank, different stories for different members, and plenty of people staying loyal simply because the cult pays well. Some of them even know the cult plans to unleash a primordial at the festival, yet still dismiss it as nonsense and chase the money anyway. With no sign that Red Robe is guiding the invaders this time, Zorian decides to use this network as practice ground for real memory reading. He picks a small cult meeting led by 3 mages, traps the house in advance, and prepares to take all 8 attendees one by one. The ambush goes brutally well, with Zorian dropping most arrivals by telepathically forcing them to sleep before they know they are in danger. Only the last mage resists thanks to a shielding ring, and Zorian has to smash him into a wall with a force blast to finish the job. After tying them all up, Zorian steels himself and dives into his first captive's memories. The real process is nothing like storybook mindscapes, just a brutal psychic probe branching through someone else's mind in search of what he wants. Because he is still an amateur at deep scans, the first attempt ends in horror as the man convulses, foams at the mouth, and comes out a ruined husk anyway. Shaken and sick at himself, Zorian almost quits on the spot before forcing the guilt down and continuing. The next probes are shorter and less catastrophic, and by the 6th victim he finally drags out a few new names worth investigating. When he finally walks out of that house, he feels hollow and starts wondering if any of this was actually justified. Then he comes home to chaos, with Kiriel crying and the whole household thrown into panic. The blow lands all at once. Ray and Saw have been found brutally murdered in their home, apparently by a monster the extermination squads missed. And the worst part is still hanging in the air, because Nachka is gone without a trace. Zorian wakes before dawn with Kiriel asleep beside him, and the memory of Ray and Saw's murder hits him all over again. As he lies there, Zorian grimly suspects the so-called monster attack was staged, because the cephalic rats had already been watching the Satchel House and the invaders love using controlled dungeon beasts. Kiriel took the news much harder than he did, because Nachka was her real friend, and even the hope that the girl might still be alive could not stop her crying. Amaya finally got Kiriel to sleep with a suspiciously effective homemade calming tea, while Zorian was left rattled by both the murders and his own recent memory probe brutality. Zorian slips out of bed as carefully as he can, sensing that Kiriel wakes for a moment but chooses not to speak. In the kitchen, he finds Amaya, Kale, and even Kana already awake, all gathered in the uneasy silence left by the killing. When Zorian explains Kiriel crawled into his bed after the news, Amaya launches into an angry rant about the city failing to contain the growing monster problem. Zorian can tell Amaya is grieving too, while Kale stays practical and Kana only half understands what happened. Then Amaya remembers the police want to question Zorian at the Satchel House around noon, because he spoke with Ray and Saw shortly before they died. The detective's name turns out to be Hazlush Etc., and that familiar name makes Zorian instantly more wary. Before they can say more, Kiriel shuffles into the kitchen, and everyone silently drops the subject. At noon, Zorian reaches the Satchel House and is struck by how normal it looks from outside, which makes the official monster story feel even shakier. A stern-mustached policeman makes Zorian wait outside instead of letting him in, ruining his hope of quietly inspecting the crime scene first. While he waits under the policeman's suspicious stares, Zorian's old fear of law enforcement flares up hard enough that he briefly considers reading Hazlush's mind. He decides probing the ordinary officers is safer, only to find their thoughts drifting to dinner and office fantasies instead of the murder. So Zorian nudges the conversation toward the case, hoping their thoughts will finally cough up something useful. Instead, one officer's mind slams him with a new reveal. Ray was a cat shifter, and the man clearly thinks that alone makes her family criminal. The other policeman covers the awkward moment by repeating the official line about a dungeon creature getting inside, but the first officer silently doesn't believe that story either. When Zorian asks about Nachka, both policemen go visibly uncomfortable, and their thoughts tell him they do not expect the missing girl to come back. Hazlush arrives at last and immediately leads Zorian away from the house for a private talk. Hazlush bluntly lays out the case. Ray and Saw were found dead with 2 giant centipedes torn apart nearby, and Nachka was missing without a trace. The detective admits he softened the details around Kiriel because she was already in pieces, but Zorian stays quiet and lets the man think he still feels guilty about it. When Zorian asks how giant centipedes got in without wrecking the house, Hazlush can only say the front door had been left unlocked. Pressed harder, Hazlush finally admits this probably was not a real monster attack at all. The detective says the trouble is not a lack of leads but too many, because the Satchels were cat shifters and that opens the door to all kinds of criminal entanglements. Hazlush gives Zorian the ugly version of it. Cat shifters blend into cities, keep their feline senses in human form, learn magic like everyone else, and often thrive in theft, smuggling, spying, and worse. Zorian pushes back that Ray never seemed like that kind of criminal, but Hazlush flatly says every cat shifter claims innocence, and this case makes him doubt the Satchels were exceptions. Once Hazlush dismisses him, Zorian stays nearby and waits for the detective to leave before sneaking back to investigate on his own. He avoids entering personally and sends an ectoplasmic eyeball through the house instead, checking first that the wards do not react. Inside, the bloodstains make the tragedy brutally clear. Ray died near Nachka's room, trying to hold the attackers back. The 2 giant centipedes are still there in pieces, chopped apart by a powerful cutting attack, proof that Ray fought like hell before she fell. Nachka's room tells the rest of the story. Her door is smashed in, the bed is overturned, and she is gone, so escape is no longer the likely answer. After finding nothing else, Zorian gives the area one more careful look and spots a faint symbol carved into a severed centipede head. The mark is a secret lower cult sign of the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon, and that confirms the Sashal attack was tied to the invasion after all. Leaving the house, Zorian decides the cult of the World Dragon is about to get a lot more visits from him. From that day on, Zorian blows up his normal routine, because Kiriel stops caring about lessons and he drops classes and Taven's group to hunt cultists instead. He starts hitting 2 or more cult locations a day and ruthlessly memory probing every captive, no matter how ugly the process gets. One surprise from those raids is that Sidamir Kandriide belongs to the cult but operates so independently that even the cult is irritated with him. The cult also yields emergency caches hidden through the city and surrounding villages, and Zorian immediately marks them down as future loot and funding. But the Nachka trail keeps slipping upward. The first kidnap team only passed her to another group under orders from above. When Zorian tracks down that second group, they are just another dead end, because they handed Nachka to an unknown high-ranking cultist and know nothing beyond that. What all of them do know is the same chilling rule: Nachka had to be delivered alive, unharmed, and untouched, or they would die for failing. That strange order convinces Zorian Nachka was probably the real target all along, but he still cannot tell why she matters so much. He starts wondering if she is meant to be a sacrifice for the primordial, yet even that theory does not explain why the cult wants Nachka specifically. With only 2 days left and the cult already setting ambushes for him, Zorian accepts he will not crack the mystery before this loop ends. Then he reframes the disaster as an opportunity. If Nachka's kidnapping repeats next loop, he can tag her and let the cult lead him straight to its hidden leaders. He also realizes that if she really is meant for a primordial ritual, following her could expose the cult's ritual site and maybe even clues about the time loop itself. Later, a quiet Kiriel finally comes to his room and asks if they can talk. Before he can do much more than agree, she runs over and throws herself onto him just like old times. Zorian dodges the real issue for a second by teasing her about running around the house barefoot again, and Kiriel gives him a tiny guilty pout. After an awkward silence, Kiriel blurts out that she is sorry for being difficult. Zorian quickly realizes she is repeating their mother's cold idea of what grieving should look like, and he firmly tells her she did nothing wrong. Kiriel admits the real hurt is that she thought Zorian had been avoiding her all week. He tries to explain he was giving her space, then hesitates and finally tells her the truth. He had been out trying to find Nachka. That hits Kiriel hard, because she had been hoping anyway, and now she knows he really did try. Zorian pulls her into a hug and quietly admits he still did not find Nachka. Even so, Kiriel feels better just knowing he searched, while Zorian reminds her she is only 9 and should stop blaming herself for grieving. To lift her mood the rest of the way, he spends time playing cards with her and praising her drawings until she finally cheers up. That evening, Zorian heads down to Kale's warded basement workshop to collect the last notebooks Kale promised him. As the door shuts, the room's privacy wards cut off the house above, giving them a safe place for dangerous conversations. Kale points him to the finished notebook, but Zorian says he also stumbled onto something new while thinking about cult wards. Zorian remembered the Arania had once stolen a ward scanner from the invaders, so he forced himself to visit their destroyed settlement and look for it. He did not find the scanner, and that makes him suspect the colony has a hidden section or secret storage he never uncovered. Kale still argues the Arania may have been ejected from the loop rather than truly soul-killed, but Zorian pushes the theory aside because the practical point is that the ruins may still hide useful resources. When the talk winds down, Kale reveals he is taking Kana out of Scoria on festival day and offers to take Kiriel too, so she will not be trapped in the invasion. Zorian hates the choice in front of him, because he wants Kiriel safe but also needs freedom to move during the altered invasion, so he promises Kale an answer by tomorrow. On the final day, Zorian checks his preparations for the invasion and still cannot shake the feeling he might be forgetting something obvious. Trying to kill time, he goes to browse Amaya's little library and finds her staring at the shelves like the house has suddenly become too quiet. Amaya admits the silence is getting to her because Kale, Kana, and Kiriel are gone for the day, but she stayed behind to protect the house if festival chaos turns into looting. Their quiet talk is interrupted by a knock at the front door, and neither of them expects who is standing outside. Amaya calls out that Zorian's date is here, and he walks up to find Akoja on the doorstep looking flustered and formal. Akoja explains that Ilsa told her to accompany him to the dance since neither of them had a partner, and Zorian instantly realizes Amaya must have helped set this up. He hates the timing because he had planned to spend the evening freely tracking the invasion, but his empathy tells him brushing Akoja off now would hurt her badly. So Zorian tells Akoja to wait inside with Amaya while he handles urgent errands in the city first, then slips past her before she can really object. A heartbeat later he teleports away, because if he has to attend the dance, he is still going to prepare the city for remote scrying first. Later, as they walk toward the academy together, Akoja surprisingly keeps things calm and simply asks what was so urgent. Zorian only says he had to cancel and rearrange plans, while privately thinking about the marker stones he planted across Scoria to watch the invasion unfold. As they chat, Akoja fills him in on classmates he barely saw this loop, reminding him how completely his school life has fallen off the board. The dance itself goes much more smoothly than their last awkward outing, because Akoja now seems careful with his boundaries even though he cannot figure out why. Then the first flares strike the city, and Zorian quietly slips away from Akoja to begin scrying the invasion in real time. What he sees is instantly wrong. This artillery barrage is sloppier, with some obvious targets hit, whole civilian blocks blown apart, and every temple in the city marked for destruction. The ground fighting is worse too, not because the invaders are smarter, but because they are less coordinated and more prone to pointless rampages through civilian streets. At the academy, their poor choices keep backfiring, because they target the heavily warded main building instead of the vulnerable support structures and fail to break the defenders' organization. This time the teachers get students into the shelters cleanly, and the evacuation that once looked suicidal suddenly works exactly as intended. Watching all of it, Zorian realizes he may finally be seeing the invasion without red robes inside help. His theory is cut short when Ilsa arrives at the shelter and orders every combat-capable student outside to help defend the academy. Outside the wards, the enemy has massed a real assault force: war trolls, winter wolves, skeletons, razorbeaks, flying drakes, and 2 huge thunder lizards at the front. Ilsa warns him the thunder lizards are massively tough and can blast lightning straight ahead, which is exactly the kind of surprise he never faced in earlier loops. Before the invaders are even fully assembled, their commander loses patience and sends the whole horde charging with the thunder lizards leading. Zorian reaches for the thunder lizard's simple minds and is thrilled to find they are pliable enough for him to interfere. When they open their jaws to blast the defenders, he jerks their aim sideways and makes each thunder lizard hit the other with its own lightning. Their rage explodes exactly the way he hoped, and Zorian fans it until the 2 monsters turn on each other and start fighting to the death. The rest of the invasion simply flows around the distracted beasts, and the academy battle crashes into full chaos. By the end, the defenders do drive the invaders off, but the battlefield is littered with bodies and the cost is far higher than Zorian expected. Zorian himself only survives one desperate moment because he empties 5 smuggled blasting rods into a pack of winter wolves before Kirin reaches him with reinforcements. After the fighting, Kirin claps a heavy hand on his shoulder and calls him out for being the student who kept turning the biggest monsters against the enemy. Kirin even thanks him for saving Nora from a flying drake, then immediately says they need a very serious talk about what Zorian can actually do. Zorian just checks the time, gives a dry laugh, and tells Kirin the loop is about to end anyway. Kirin starts to question that impossible statement, but before he can get a word out, the world goes black and Zorian wakes back in Siren at the start of the month. The new loop opens almost the same as the last one, with Zorian bringing Kiriel by train to Scoria and keeping her entertained with flashy magic and edited stories about his adventures. He only chats briefly with Ibri this time, because without a timely display of magic she is much less interested in him. At Scoria station, Zorian helps Kiriel off the train, and she stares around at the huge city hub with wide-eyed curiosity. Kiriel asks to browse the shops, and Zorian agrees with one strict rule: she gets one souvenir and nothing absurd. For the next hour and a half, Zorian trails after her through store after store while quietly using the crowd to train his overloaded mind sense. He anchors himself on Kiriel's mind and practices pulling individual thoughts out of the city's psychic blur, trying to stop crowds from shutting down his empathy every time. Kiriel finally picks a beautifully crafted snow globe, and Zorian buys it with relief because it is expensive but nowhere near as ridiculous as he feared. On the way toward the plaza, Zorian deliberately takes the park route that avoids the cephalic rats, because he refuses to let those mind readers get near Kiriel's unshielded thoughts. That small detour changes their first meeting with Ray completely, because Kiriel never mentions terrifying mind-reading rats and Ray stays much warmer and less guarded around him. Zorian lets Ray and Kiriel talk him into staying longer, because he knows this is his best chance to quietly read Ree's mind before she grows suspicious. When Ray wonders how a boy from tiny Siren got into Scioria's elite academy, Zorian explains the school cares more about exam results and influence than birthplace. Zorian proudly says he ranked in the top 50 on the entrance exam, only for Kiriel to blurt out their mother's claim that Damon's fame helped him get in. That hits a nerve fast, and Zorian snaps that his admission had nothing to do with Daimon or Fortov before Ray cuts in and tells him not to take it out on his little sister. Embarrassed by his own reaction, Zorian apologizes and the room falls into an awkward silence. Ray carefully steers the talk onto Daimon himself, and Zorian tersely confirms that yes, his other brother is the famous Daimon Kaczynski. For Nachka's sake, he gives the clean version. Daimon is a successful adventuring archaeologist who hunts dangerous ruins, rare creatures, and valuable discoveries. When Ray mentions Daimon has vanished from public news, Zorian says he is in Koth hiding some major jungle discovery until he chooses to reveal it. With Ray relaxed, Zorian turns the friendly talk into quiet intelligence gathering and starts reading her surface thoughts for the truth behind the family. What he picks up is grimly human. Only Ray and Nachka are cat shifters. Ray used to be a criminal, and she and Saw fled town so their daughter could grow up away from that stain. That only makes Zorian angrier about what the cult is going to do to them, and he realizes he may not be able to coldly wait for Nachka's parents to die just to chase leads. He reins himself in anyway, deciding to postpone any drastic move, watch how this loop develops, and eventually put a tracker on Nachka just in case the kidnapping comes again. By the time the visit ends, heavy rain has started, and Zorian refuses Ri's suggestion to wait it out because he already knows the storm will last. Instead, he wraps himself and Kiriel in a weather shield and walks them all the way to Amaya's house without a drop touching either of them. The next few days settle into productive routine as Zorian harvests crystallized mana in Nyazov Dveri, sells it around Scoria, joins Taven's monster hunts, and confirms his stored notebooks survived the restart. Once classes begin, he decides to push himself socially and approach Rainy, because a real wolf shifter might know something useful for his growing shifter investigation. He overthinks the approach for a full day, worrying she'll mistake him for yet another suitor, before finally deciding to just ask her directly and accept the risk. When he asks to speak after class, Rainy gives the tired look of a girl expecting another confession, but she still agrees. After the room empties, Zorian discovers Rainy has intentionally kept Kiana beside her, turning the talk into a guarded little interview. Rainy apologizes for the lack of privacy, but Zorian can feel Kiana is only bored and impatient, not truly worried. The whole setup almost makes Zorian laugh, especially because if he were chasing anyone here, it would honestly be Kiana, not Rainy. He starts to offer a privacy bubble anyway, warning that Neela's little group is hanging by the door trying to eavesdrop. Rainy is instantly fed up, marches to the door, and sends the hidden listeners fleeing down the corridor before the talk can continue. Once she sits back down, Zorian drops the real question immediately by asking whether Kiana knows about shifters. Rainy is rattled that he knows at all, and Zorian explains he learned about shifters from Vana in Nyazov Dveri. Kiana confirms she already knows and bluntly asks what he actually wants from Rainy, making it clear she is here to protect her friend, not play along. Zorian says he has met some cat shifters and wants another shifter's opinion on a few things, nothing romantic and nothing immediate. Rainy decides she can help after all, because the secret is already out, and she bluntly warns him that cat shifters usually come with trouble. She refuses to set a meeting on the spot, promising she'll choose the time and place later, and Kiana sums it up with a dry "don't call us, we'll call you." As they rush off to the next class, Zorian counts the talk as a win even though the watching classmates have already started whispering about it. While waiting for Rainy to follow through, Zorian throws himself into another problem and starts combing the dead Arania settlement for a hidden treasury. His mind sense finds no surviving females, only the occasional dungeon intruder or one of the remaining male Arania still lurking in the warded ruins. He captures every male Arania he finds to practice memory reading and squeeze out any clue about where the colony might have hidden its valuables. The males turn out smarter than he expected, and one 3-spider ambush nearly gets a bite into him before he escapes. By the end of the search, he still has nothing, so he gives up for the day and asks Kale if the corpse examinations found anything more useful. Kale admits the bodies make no sense at all, because they show no traces of soul magic even though their souls are clearly gone. The only solid detail Kale can offer is the time of death. The Arania all died after 2 in the morning, which means the time loop starts almost 6 hours before Zorian wakes up. That revelation hooks Zorian immediately, because if the loop begins that early, he might someday force himself to wake at the true start instead of missing those hidden hours. Kale then remembers he promised to take Kana to the park, so Zorian ends the expedition and recalls them both back to Amaya's basement. Back at the recall stone, Zorian privately appreciates the spell again, because it cuts through magical interference better than most teleportation tricks he knows. After Kale leaves for his own plans, Zorian goes looking for Kiriel and finds her in the kitchen telling stories to Amaya while playing with the miniature golem he made for her. Seeing that little golem reminds him how much his new notebook method changes everything, because for the first time he can carry real design work across restarts instead of rebuilding it from memory every loop. He greets them and smoothly turns the evening toward business by asking Kiriel if she is ready for her magic lesson. Kiriel says yes with full confidence, right until Zorian asks if she actually read the first 3 chapters he assigned her. When she admits she may have skipped a few parts, Zorian clearly realizes that means she barely read the lesson at all. Even so, he calmly starts the lesson by placing a small black mana absorption cube on the table and explaining that it glows whenever her mana actually comes out. Kiriel asks if he learned with something like this too, and Zorian explains the Academy's glass balls are cheaper, weaker mass-produced tools compared to the cube he made for her. When she realizes it must have been expensive, Zorian shrugs the cost off and tells her the only thing he expects in return is that she actually take the lessons seriously. Then he adds one sharper note: she needs to truly read those 3 chapters before the next lesson, and he wants the lying to stop too. By the end of the first week, Zorian feels the loop is going well overall, especially because Red Robe has once again abandoned the invaders to a clumsier, less informed attack plan. Red Robe's continued absence raises new questions for him, but the practical result is simple. Zorian gets room to launch more raids on cultists and invader cells without that hidden mastermind smoothing their path. Those raids still give him no breakthrough, but each memory dive pushes him closer to unlocking the Matriarch's memory packet, so he counts the grim work as progress anyway. He also revisits hidden invader caches and loots one poorly guarded stash full of unlabeled potion bottles, which he passes to Kale for analysis. Kale's enthusiasm keeps Zorian from feeling too guilty about piling on more work, especially since the Morlock boy seems delighted by every strange problem he receives. His monster hunts with Taven go better too, because this time he secretly uses foreknowledge of nest sites and migration routes to make her team look brilliant. Taven starts giving him suspicious little looks, but since she never calls him on it, Zorian keeps using that impossible knowledge while he still can. He even pushes his library scheme forward by scanning visitors at the Academy Library and searching for a high-level pass whose owner rarely uses it and might never notice it missing. The week's biggest private victory comes in Svim's office, where Zorian performs so well that his usually merciless mentor quietly lets the session run past the exact stopping time. Zorian notices the break in routine immediately and takes it as proof that he is finally getting under Svim's stony skin. He only speaks up because he has another training session to reach, and when Svim asks what could possibly outrank his mentor, Zorian says Professor Zalady arranged mind magic practice with another student. Instead of shock, Svim responds with curt irritation that Zorian failed to mention this sooner, then dismisses him and orders him back on Monday so he can see that mind magic for himself. That leaves Zorian intrigued and a little wary, because now he has to wonder what exactly Svim plans to do with his telepathy once Monday comes. From there he heads to the arranged classroom and, just as expected, finds Tanami waiting as his official mind magic practice partner again. Tanami is incredulous that he is the other mind mage, and Zorian answers her first with a telepathic greeting that makes her flinch on reflex. She complains that he is late, but once he explains Svim trapped him in extra shaping drills, even Tanami admits that is a decent excuse and suggests rescheduling future meetings. Their practice itself follows familiar lines. Tanami wants telepathy and surface thought work, while Zorian uses her to keep training the much harder art of functioning through someone else's senses. Tanami improves quickly under his guidance, but Zorian knows the real long game here is broader than practice alone, because getting closer to her could become very useful and very dangerous later. Eventually Tanami blurts out the obvious question and demands to know where he learned mind magic so well when he keeps one-upping years of her formal training. Zorian bluntly calls it a secret for now, saying maybe later if they know each other better, which leaves Tanami annoyed but grudgingly accepting the boundary. Before that argument can go further, someone knocks on the classroom door and cuts the session short. Zorian opens it to find Kiana outside, and she immediately checks past him to make sure they are alone before speaking. He cuts off whatever judgment is on her face by stepping outside and insisting the matter in there is private. Kiana says she only came with Rainey's answer at last, a private meeting tomorrow morning at a restaurant, and she presses the folded address into his hand. Then she warns him not to spread the address around and adds that the restaurant owner is Rainey's friend, so he should not get any funny ideas. Just to make it worse, she mischievously passes along Rainey's extra message that this is absolutely not a date, even if it very much sounds like one. When Zorian complains that she is supposed to be on Rainey's side, Kiana just sighs that he is almost as humorless as Rainey and walks off before he can answer. Back inside, Zorian tries to brush the interruption off as a personal matter, but Tanami is already staring at him like she has solved the scandal. Tanami flatly announces she heard he was chasing Rainey, and now she cannot believe he actually got her to agree to something. Zorian firmly insists it is not a date, but Tanami jumps straight to the idea that a mind reader like him could have exploited Rainey's weak spot somehow. He recoils at the accusation and says he would never violate Rainey's privacy like that, only for Tanami to cheerfully admit she absolutely would in his place. When he asks if she really wants to say that out loud, Tanami fires back that she does not believe for a second he developed this level of mind magic by staying perfectly legal and responsible. Zorian tries to shut the whole line of talk down and steer them back to practice before it gets any worse. Tanami ignores that completely and pivots into pure jealousy, demanding to know what all these boys see in Rainey that she does not have and deciding it must be the red hair. Zorian can only bury his face in his hands, because what started as a good day has now collapsed into exactly the kind of nonsense he was hoping to avoid. Near the restaurant, Zorian arrives early for his meeting with Rainey and kills time by casually practicing telekinesis and mind sense on the busy street. His mind sense picks up a tiny hidden presence in a bush, and he leans in until he finally spots a perfectly camouflaged praying mantis. Amused, Zorian spends several stubborn minutes trying to telekinetically pull the mantis free without crushing it, only for the insect to suddenly spread its wings and escape. When he checks again for Rainey, he senses her before he sees her and heads back to the restaurant entrance to wait properly. Rainey rounds the corner but hesitates instead of coming over, so Zorian pretends he has only just noticed her and gives her an easy wave. Rainey apologizes for cutting it close, and Zorian answers that he was early and kept himself busy with practice. When she asks what he was doing, he shows her by floating his pebbles in a smooth ring above his hand, and Rainey just stares like she is reconsidering him. The second Zorian enters the dining hall, the place explains its name with a giant preserved catfish hanging overhead, and Rainey quietly enjoys his reaction. At the table, Rainey surprises him again by ordering grilled trout and vegetables instead of a heavy meat meal. While they wait for the food, Rainey asks him to explain what he has learned about the cat shifters connected to Ree's family. Zorian gives her as much as he safely can without exposing how he knows too much, nervously aware that some of his information should be impossible for him to have. After hearing him out, Rainy says the cat shifters probably are not targeting him, but warns that they are still dangerous people to have around. She bluntly adds that cat shifters have a bad reputation among wolf shifters because they mix heavily with Icosian magic, especially illusion, mind magic, scrying, and other shady arts. When Zorian asks if different shifter groups usually avoid each other, Rainy says no, this break is specific to cat shifters and goes back to politics and identity. The food arrives before she can go deeper, and Rainy tears through her meal so fast that she ends up staring impatiently at Zorian while he eats at a normal pace. Once he finishes, Rainy starts from the beginning and explains that shifters used to live in their own tribes and territories long before Icosian rule. She says the older native peoples hated shifters, while the Icosians treated them more like unusual mages and tried to absorb them into their empire instead of wiping them out. But that assimilation never fully stuck, and Rainy says wolf shifters fought hardest to keep their autonomy while cat shifters chose a very different path. Zorian sums it up bluntly. The cat shifters gave up autonomy to integrate more closely, and that split the shifter world. Rainy confirms it, and says both sides mostly avoid each other now, even if she carefully stops short of calling them outright enemies. When Zorian asks how well the cat shifters are doing, Rainy has to admit they are a political success story that the government loves to point to. So Zorian asks the obvious question, if classical magic helps so much, why do the wolf shifters not train more of their own mages? Rainy smiles and points out that her own presence in Scoria is already proof that the tribes know they need that kind of magic now. Then she explains the catch. Outside trained mages often become a backdoor for the central government to interfere in tribal politics. On top of that, traditional elders often reject those returning mages as too influenced by outsiders, and many end up leaving the tribe in disgust. When he asks what changed, Rainy says weakening centralization after the old alliance and new settlement pressure on tribal lands finally made trained mages worth the risk. She adds that every time a tribe needs outside help to defend its own borders, its so-called autonomy gets a little weaker. Zorian can tell there is still a more personal reason she is hiding, and he quietly decides not to push when her anger spikes under the surface. Instead, he asks for a wider rundown of the other shifter groups, and Rainy jumps at the chance to change the subject. Rainy lays out the big factions. Cat, Raven, and Owl shifters embraced assimilation, Viper shifters tried and failed disastrously, and Wolf, Deer, and Boar shifters anchor the autonomous side. She adds that Bear and Fox shifters still lean toward autonomy, but both have growing factions that might drift the other way. Then she gets to the outliers. Eagle shifters vanished into the Winter Mountains, Seal shifters were nearly wiped out and fled overseas, and Pigeon shifters were artificially created but ended up doing surprisingly well. When Zorian says he is surprised more people do not make new shifter lines, Rainy says the real problem is raising the children without centuries of tradition to keep them stable. The talk eventually drifts to the monster invasion, and Zorian carefully dodges questions about what he actually does on his hunting team. Rainy admits the crisis has shaken her badly because she thought she was one of the best students, only to realize that in a real fight she is not ready yet. Zorian has no good answer for that, and the meeting ends on a subdued note before they part ways. The outing still counts as progress to him, even if Rainy leaves him with the bill for both meals. Later, Zorian turns over the restricted library pass he stole and realizes the library's higher security is much weaker than he expected. Instead of tough checks, the restricted doors simply accept the pass and let him walk into the mind magic section without anyone stopping him. He feels almost foolish for waiting this long, though he still suspects the truly deepest sections would have stronger protections. Afterward, he heads for Svim's office and suddenly finds himself weirdly unable to focus on the obvious door right in front of him. The moment he snaps his mental shield shut, the trick breaks and he realizes Svim planted a crude compulsion that made visitors dismiss the door as irrelevant. Already irritated, Zorian knocks and walks straight in, only for Svim to dismiss his failure with a cold one-word verdict, pitiful. Zorian takes the insult in stride and reminds him that he already asked Ilsa for a proper mind magic training partner because he knows he has gaps to fix. Svim says that because Zorian is a natural mind mage, it is his job to turn that raw talent into something competent and safe. For one brief second it almost sounds like praise, and then Svim ruins it by calling Zorian's current results embarrassingly inadequate. When Zorian asks why a shaping teacher is lecturing him about mind magic, Svim reveals he also teaches defense against hostile magic and private lessons for talented younger students. Zorian admits his gift is not just passive empathy and shielding, but actual telepathic reach into other minds. That is exactly what Svim wanted to hear, because he orders Zorian to attack his own mind and compare their mental shields. Zorian happily starts with light probing attacks, looking for weak points before he risks anything stronger. Svim's barrier is solid enough that Zorian stops holding back and drives a focused mind spike into it hard enough to crack it. But before Zorian can capitalize, the damaged shield instantly knits itself back together, leaving him stunned. He hammers the shield again and again with the same result, realizing Svim can regenerate the defense faster than any psychic Zorian has practiced against. Refusing to lose, Zorian switches from brute force to the Arania attack patterns Mind Like Fire taught him and starts probing the shield like a real psychic opponent. That exposes the flaw. Svim does not feel weaker probes and never reinforces the spot being targeted, because his barrier stays uniformly smooth everywhere. So Zorian picks one point and crushes it continuously until the shield's regeneration fails and cracks spread wider and wider. A few tendrils slip through and scorch Svim's surface thoughts hard enough to make him flinch and sharply order Zorian to stop. When the headache settles in, Svim admits the result was fascinating because Zorian fights less like a classical mage and more like a natural psychic creature. Zorian immediately asks if that bizarre shield was a spell, and Svim says no, it was unstructured magic built through mind magic shaping exercises. That revelation throws Zorian, because he never realized shaping drills could accumulate into real unstructured abilities beyond formal spellwork. Svim explains that enough related shaping exercises naturally build into larger abilities, and mental defense is one of the oldest, most refined examples. Zorian suddenly reinterprets past encounters and realizes several people, like Alanik, Ray, and even Zack, probably had similar trained mental defenses all along. When he asks if unstructured telepathy is possible too, Svim says yes in theory, but only at a weak, limited level for people without Zorian's natural gift. Pressed for the comparison he promised, Zorian tells Svim his shield repairs faster and has fewer flaws, but it is too uniform, too predictable, and gives poor feedback. Svim immediately decides that means today's lesson will be rebuilding Zorian's own mental defenses until they can recover just as quickly. Zorian points out that ordinary mind spells should bounce off him anyway, so Svim demonstrates why surprise matters by suddenly aiming a spell rod at his face. The first blast is not mind control at all but a dispelling wave that strips Zorian's mental shield away in an instant. Then the knockout spell lands, and even though Zorian resists it through sheer experience, the point is brutally clear. Svim says a proper mind mage would have rebuilt the shield before the second spell was even cast, and Zorian knows there is nothing to say to that except start over. And that becomes the nightmare of the session. Svim repeatedly blasts his shield apart until Zorian starts to hate every second of it. After that Monday, Svim largely turns their regular lessons into mind magic drills, hammering Zorian's defenses while assigning long lists of shaping exercises. Most of those exercises are embarrassingly easy for him, but the restricted library finally starts giving him less intuitive techniques he can actually learn from. Even so, he decides he will not bother recreating this exact setup in future restarts because Svim is useful but still a miserable teacher to deal with. His official mind magic meetings with Tinami are no better, because she mostly uses them to interrogate him about who taught him so much. Then Tinami apparently gets petty, and lets news of his meeting with Rainy spread through class by Monday morning. When Rainy speaks to him later, she knows it was not really his fault, but the damage is done and she no longer wants to be seen with him in public. Benesek loudly congratulating him in front of everyone is what really kills the whole thing, and Zorian is left wondering why he ever tolerated that idiot. With his social plans wrecked for the rest of the restart, Zorian throws himself back into Iranian treasury hunting, personal experiments, and stalking the invaders instead. His experiments and enemy surveillance keep moving, but the Iranian treasury still refuses to reveal itself no matter how hard he looks. So he decides to take the filigree sages up on their offer and also visit the Yellow Cavern Guardians again, hoping better memory reading skills might finally change something. Week by week, his raids and interrogations sharpen his memory reading, but the important targets start traveling with heavier guards and tighter precautions. Rather than force it, he decides to leave those harder targets for a future restart before they know he is hunting them. As the loop nears its end, he eases off direct attacks and limits himself to looting caches and watching the cult move pieces around the city. Those cache raids do not uncover the big secret, but one stash gives him a lot of cash and another leaves Kale sorting through advanced combat potions for future use. Then, just days before the festival, his surveillance finally catches the alert he wanted. Cult leadership orders a low-ranking team to kidnap Nachka. He intercepts the team in the sewers while they are still marching giant centipedes toward the Satchel House. His first plan is to seize the centipedes' minds and make the disaster look accidental, but the controller Mage reacts fast and slams his own control down first. So Zorian switches to his backup plan and hurls one of the stolen combat potions into the middle of them. The bottle bursts into glittering blue death, freezing the controller and 3 centipedes solid on the spot. That attack reveals his position, and the surviving cultists answer with a barrage of spells that forces him onto the defensive for a moment. But with the controller dead, the last centipede is easy prey, and Zorian turns it on its own masters before they understand what changed. One cultist gets bitten, the group collapses into panic, and from there Zorian wipes out the rest of them even after they kill the centipede. With the ambush over, he leaves wondering how badly the cult needed Nachka and whether they will come back for her with something bigger. To his surprise, Nachka is never attacked again. Instead, the cult kidnaps the 8-year-old son of a prominent pigeon shifter military officer, leaving the parents alive and drawing far more public attention. That finally clicks the pattern into place for Zorian. The cult urgently needs some shifter child for the primordial ritual, but it does not actually have to be Nachka. Later, at home, Kiriel calls him over while painting a face onto the upgraded wooden golem he made for her, now complete with long brown hair because she demanded it. She immediately asks who he is taking to the dance tomorrow, and Zorian shuts the question down on instinct. Kiriel keeps pushing and casually reveals that Kale told her Zorian is dating a red-haired girl, which catches him completely off guard. Then she decides he obviously needs a girlfriend, turns to the golem named Koschenka for support, and the little doll solemnly nods along. Before she can enjoy that victory, Zorian cuts her off with a flat order to shut up. At the start of the invasion night, Zorian keeps one eye on Amaya's house with a scrying beacon, half annoyed that he still cares whether Ilsa sends some surprise date after him. He forces himself back to the real job, stalking the edges of the invasion and hunting for small groups he can ambush without wasting mana or exposing himself. What keeps twisting the knife is watching invaders butcher helpless families in random houses, and knowing he has to let some of it happen because dead mages tell him nothing. Zorian keeps reminding himself that clean ambushes matter more than heroics, because if he kills everything or makes too much noise, Quatakikal will notice. He also cannot shake the possibility that Red Robe might still be somewhere in the city, waiting for one obvious time traveler mistake. Then he finally spots a manageable target, two Abasin mages standing apart from the main force with skeletons and war trolls around them. Using the eyes of a scout bird, Zorian scouts them more closely and appreciates how useful the invaders' own iron beaks are in the dark. On a hunch, he tries to dominate one trailing iron beak, and the bird actually breaks from its flock and lands beside him. Realizing no one is contesting the spell, Zorian decides the iron beaks may be a bigger weak point in the invasion than he thought. He hands the dominated bird a potion vial and painstakingly pushes the idea into its mind. Carry this, do not crush it, and drop it on the mages. Zorian braces for a messy distraction at best, because domination gives him obedience, not puppet-perfect control. Instead, the iron beak performs beautifully, slipping behind the two mages and dropping the vial exactly where Zorian wanted. The vial bursts into yellow knockout gas, and both the Basin mages crumple almost instantly while their undead and troll guards remain standing. With their controllers down, Zorian easily turns the war trolls on the skeletons and lets the bodyguards tear each other apart. A few savage feather volleys to the trolls' eyes sends the last two brutes charging after the iron beak, leaving the unconscious mages wide open. For the first time that night, the whole ambush goes almost perfectly, and Zorian barely has to fight at all. After dragging the two bodies into cover, he dives into their memories with the same 4 questions he always asks: Red Robe, the ritual, the invasion's real goal, and anything about time magic. The first answer is a dead end. Even a higher-ranking commander knows nothing about any red-robed ally, and Quatakikal brutally punishes anyone who tries to desert. That all but kills Zorian's idea that Red Robe could be one of the Abasin invaders, though the cult still remains a possibility. Then the commander yields a much bigger secret. Among officers, it is an open rumor that the primordial ritual will happen at the Hole. Zorian feels stupid for missing something so obvious, especially since he already knew the cult treated that giant pit as important. The invasion's purpose stays murky, but the ordinary Abasins follow Quatakikal almost on faith, treating the ancient lich like a harsh but holy genius who must know what he is doing. He almost writes off the last question too, until one memory reveals that Eldamar maintains a heavily defended time magic research facility deep in the dungeon. That instantly clicks with one of the matriarch's marked map locations, and Zorian starts to suspect this hidden facility may be tied directly to the time loop. He digs harder and learns the facility is supplied by descending through the hole to an artificial tunnel in the wall, not by walking the dungeon proper. Trying to squeeze out more, Zorian pushes the crude probe too far and the man's mind collapses into unusable chaos. With nothing left to gain, he kills both prisoners and turns to leave. Instead of an enemy, he finds the same iron beak calmly watching him from a nearby windowsill. The domination has already faded, yet the bird feels no resentment at all, only ugly satisfaction that the Abasin mages are dead. Zorian tries a simple offer, sending the bird an image of them hunting more invaders together. The iron beak answers with a screech and a blast of pure bloodlust, making even Zorian step back. He takes that as an enthusiastic yes and starts sending it to scout for more vulnerable targets, while he looks for other birds he can turn. He brings down 2 more small groups after that, but neither gives him anything new before Quatakikal suddenly appears right in front of him. The lich blasts him in the face with a jagged red disintegration beam, and Zorian dies before he can put up any defense. In the next restart, Zorian keeps the same overall routine but handles every early task more efficiently, from invasion scouting to crystals, monster hunts, and replacing Kiriel's golem Koschenka. The invaders still show no sign of future knowledge, making this the 3rd restart in a row where Red Robe has simply abandoned them. That leaves him with a new question. If Red Robe poured so much effort into optimizing the invasion, why stop now? Thinking like a paranoid enemy, Zorian decides Red Robe may now believe a whole hidden network of time travelers is hunting him, which would make fleeing Scoria the safest move. He also clings to another possibility. If the Arania were only ejected from the loop instead of truly soul-killed, Red Robe may see any more invasion tuning as wasted effort. If all else fails, he is ready to start throwing himself at the deep time magic facility over and over until he breaks in, maybe with Zack's help if it comes to that. Once classes start again, Zorian makes a choice and goes back to Rainy instead of continuing official mind magic practice with Tinami. Rainy agrees to set up a meeting, and Zorian decides she is the easier path to pursue right now. Benesek tries to loudly make a scene about it, and instead trips over his own feet, sparing Zorian one more headache. Since getting close to Rainy will take patience, Zorian looks for another classmate to work with in the meantime and settles on the golem fanatic Edwin. He is briefly nervous because they barely knew him before, but Edwin turns friendly the moment golems enter the conversation. Edwin praises the miniature golem design stabilizer work, but bluntly points at a cluster of ugly compressed nodes that he thinks should not be there. Zorian explains those ugly nodes are the only reason the prototype works at all, and he asks Edwin to help find the deeper flaw. When Edwin realizes Zorian actually built one, his curiosity turns into outright excitement. He immediately asks to work with Zorian, serious enough that even Zorian is caught off guard by how fast this is moving. Naeem dryly warns that golems are basically all Edwin does in his free time, and Edwin fires back that Naeem is just as obsessive about training. Zorian agrees to spare a few hours every couple of days, and Edwin happily signs on just for the chance to see his own designs tested in practice. Asked why he is so busy, Zorian casually lists independent study, alchemy, utility magic, shaping, combat practice, and monster hunts until Edwin calls the whole thing unfocused but impressive. Naeem latches onto the monster hunts, and when Zorian says he treats them as combat practice, Naeem delightedly declares him a fellow idiot risking his life for training. Before Zorian can answer properly, the usually withdrawn Eston Greer steps in from behind and asks to comment. Zorian cannot help remembering Eston once looked suspicious as a possible looper, but everything he has learned since says the intimidating boy is just a normal classmate. Eston calmly points out that most students can join monster hunts for more than one reason, including the chance to sharpen themselves in real battle. That turns into a proposal. Eston, Naeem, and Zorian should meet to compare styles, spar, and help each other improve. They decide to ask Ilsa for space, and Eston specifically wants a place with real ground because his magic does not work well indoors. Ilsa tells them not to wait for formal approval at all and just grab an empty hall, since that kind of unofficial combat practice is already normal at the academy. So the three of them tour the grounds and settle on a walled outdoor training section with plenty of soil and rock for Eston. Their first sparring session reveals Eston's secret edge, an innate earth manipulation bloodline that lets him float protective boulders around himself like living shields. The trick is impressive, but Zorian quickly learns its limits and catches Eston off guard by looping a magic missile around behind him. When Zorian escalates to an 8-missile swarm, Eston just gives up and asks him to tone it down next time. Zorian also keeps his own display deliberately narrow, using only polished shield work and absurdly refined magic missiles, and even that is enough to dominate both of them. Naeem in particular discovers that fighting someone who has perfected the same basic tools is a miserable experience. After losing the magic rounds, Naeem and Eston switch to hand-to-hand fighting and cheerfully force Zorian to admit he would embarrass himself there. Their fistfight makes one thing obvious fast: Naeem is a serious martial artist, polished enough to beat the bigger Eston cleanly. Once the sparring ends, the three trade shaping exercises and training methods, and Zorian quietly leaves satisfied that the new group is worth keeping. At the next meeting, the small practice circle suddenly gets bigger when Briam, Capriva, and Rainy show up asking to join. Naeem and Eston instantly dump the decision on Zorian and casually act like he is the group's leader now. He accepts, partly because refusing Rainy in public would be a terrible start to getting closer to her. The trouble is that all three newcomers are rough in actual combat magic, each leaning on a different crutch instead of polished spell dueling. Zorian still manages to make the session work, but being the leader means most of the fixing, coaching, and extra responsibility lands squarely on him. Afterward, Rainy quietly seeks him out and hands him an envelope with the time and place for their meeting. It is the same restaurant as before, which fits with what Kiana said about the owner being Rainy's friend. Around the same time, Zorian also closes a valuable deal with the filigree sages, transport and guard work in exchange for multiple mind magic teachers and prisoner memory readings. The deal also gives him a share of whatever they recover, which matters less for profit than for letting him watch exactly how they strip the dead web for future loops. The filigree sages solve one mystery almost instantly that Zorian failed to crack for an entire restart. The treasury is hidden off the web's deep garbage shaft. Once inside, he finds the vault packed with silk, money, gems, restricted books, alchemical stock, and all kinds of practical Arania goods. He is especially pleased that the sages will let him copy from the rare books, which is more than enough loot to keep him busy for the rest of the restart. And the treasury is only the beginning, because the sages uncover a second hidden route leading toward a sealed Arania magic research room that even they still cannot open safely. They also reveal that a strange lumpy wall Zorian once literally dug out by mistake is actually an archive of memory stones storing the web's records. That archive matters because it contains the Sciorian web's dealings with surface humans, which Zorian might be able to reuse for his own plans later. After one of these salvage meetings, Zorian returns to Amaya's house and is surprised to find Taven waiting for him before their next planned hunt. The moment she looks up, he knows this is not about scheduling, because she is upset and asks to speak in private. He leads her to his room, locks the door behind them, and braces for bad news he does not understand yet. Instead of explaining, Taven slams a light blue mana crystal onto his furniture and demands to know why he has a whole crate of them hidden under his bed. When Zorian objects to her going through his things, Taven snaps that it was Kiriel and Nachka who found the stash while playing princess and making crowns for themselves and their dolls. Zorian still does not see why the crystals matter so much, and that only makes Taven finally explode. She pounds the wall and shouts that it matters because he is absurdly good at everything, from alchemy and golems to divinations, combat, and even teaching his own group. She refuses to let him downplay it, because she can already tell he is stronger than her at the one field she built her whole life around. Taven breaks down completely and tells him she focused for years, sacrificed for this, and still cannot understand how he outruns her while mastering a dozen other things too. Zorian blurts out the closest thing to the truth he can manage, insisting that she is genuinely impressive and that the only reason he caught up is because he cheats. Taven's answer is immediate and desperate. Then show me how to cheat too. Before Zorian can even respond, she grabs him in a sudden hug and starts sobbing into his shoulder. He slowly returns the hug, completely out of his depth, and the scene ends with Zorian trapped in a problem he has no idea how to fix. Back in his room, Zorian is still stunned that Taven did not get angry or suspicious first, but broke down crying instead. When he asks if she feels better, Taven lightly punches his shoulder, proving she is finally calming down. Taven grumbles that she came ready for a proper fight and hates that he stayed calm enough to make her look foolish instead. She asks the real question at the center of it all. Was he always this talented, or was their whole friendship built on a lie? Zorian answers with a flat no, and Taven studies his face long enough to realize he is not lying about that part. That only makes Taven feel worse, because it means he really did surge past years of her work in just a few months. Zorian pushes back and insists that in a straight fight she would still beat him most of the time. Taven refuses the compliment, because his growth is so absurd that even if she is ahead now, she feels doomed to be left behind almost immediately. Trying to explain without explaining yet, Zorian says time flows differently for him, and that only makes Taven stare harder. He refuses to clarify until she admits what is really hurting her, and his smug little smile makes her call him evil. Taven finally says it outright. If he can master her specialty this easily, maybe all the work she built her life around was never worth much to begin with. When she starts tipping toward another collapse, Zorian pulls her into a quick hug and tries to shut down that idea before it can crush her again. Taven pushes him back and blurts out the uglier part of it. She is stuck as a teacher's assistant in a non-magical class, nowhere near the career she wanted. Zorian asks why her battlemage parents have not helped more, and he instantly steps into another raw nerve. Taven explains that her parents do have a mentor in mind, but he is a cautious old family friend who would keep her on safe pest jobs forever. Even with that family pressure hanging over her, Zorian still tells her she is an excellent combat mage and that his growth does not erase what she already is. Taven admits the praise still rings hollow, because she could not find a mentor, her team stalled without him, and everyone around her keeps acting like she is not ready. That is when Zorian finally gives her the real answer. He is not suddenly brilliant because she is lacking, but because he has had more than 4 years to train since they last met. He even says he is technically older than she is now, which only makes her look at him like he has grown a second head. Still, he uses that impossible claim to underline the point. Even after years of extra practice, he still cannot casually crush her in a fair spell duel. When Taven demands a plain answer instead of riddles, Zorian decides to trust her and tells her the truth about the time loop. He explains that every death or festival night throws his soul back to the start of the month, and that his impossible growth is really just countless ordinary months of practice stacked together. He even tells her that she herself taught him a lot of the combat magic she is upset about, which makes her snap at the word jealous instead of the time travel. But once that passes, the horror hits her properly, because from her side of things the loop sounds like dying every few weeks and being replaced by a younger copy. Zorian says he thinks of it as memory loss rather than true death, mostly because believing millions really die every restart would have broken him already. Then he adds another ugly layer. He is not the only looper, and one of the others wants to destroy Scoria. Instead of fleeing, Taven abruptly starts searching his drawers until she finds a notebook and pen. She sits back down with the notebook on her lap and a thick book for a desk, ready to hear the whole story from the beginning like a serious investigation. After a long explanation, Taven leaves with pages of notes and a head full of questions, still unsure but no longer dismissing him outright. Zorian counts that as a win, because if she really accepts it later, he might finally have someone besides Kale to discuss the loop with. The next day, that small hope is immediately balanced by Svim, who has heard about Zorian's training group and is furious that he is playing teacher. Svim's solution is brutal and simple: 3 mentoring sessions a week instead of 1, because if Zorian insists on leading people, he will be trained harder. Later, over a meal at the same restaurant, Rainy is much more relaxed this time and even has wine with dinner. Rainy quickly notices that he already seems to know most of what she is telling him, and she calls him on it. Zorian bluntly admits he wanted to compare her answers against what he already knew and see if she was lying to him. Rainy snorts at that, but admits she really did test him when she came to his training group to see how he would treat someone weaker. Her verdict is favorable because he treated her fairly, either dismissing her nor smothering her with pity, and that is enough for her to keep coming. Then Rainey turns the conversation around and asks what drives him to push himself so hard in every field. After a long pause, Zorian settles on the safest honest answer he has: independence from a family that has never really valued him. Pressed for more, he explains that he is the third son and the family disappointment, mostly because he is not his famous older brother Daimon. Rainey responds with a pointed hypothetical about being the favored firstborn and then getting replaced by a more brilliant younger sibling, and Zorian immediately suspects this is her real story. Even so, Zorian answers that he still would not fight for his parents' favor, because he would always rather build his own life than chase their approval. Their meeting ends on that unresolved note, and on the walk back to Amaya's house Zorian wonders whether he gave her the answer she was actually looking for. He spends the rest of Saturday with Edwin on a bigger, more ambitious steel golem, only scaled down because building one over a meter tall would break the law. The next morning, Zorian heads straight into the tunnels under Scoria, determined that the hidden Arania research room will be opened one way or another. At the dead settlement, Circle of Fortune greets him and bluntly admits the filigree sages are rushing because they fear rival webs could seize the site first. In the hidden room with the ceiling entrance, Zorian joins two Iranian ward breakers and learns the setup is ugly: electrocution, superheated air, and a cave-in trap, all tied to a detection layer they cannot read. Using the ward analysis device from his jacket, Zorian finally cuts through the hidden detection layer that had stumped everyone else. Once he says he can disable it, most of the Arania wisely clear out, but Circle of Fortune and the two ward breakers stay with him anyway. After a long, careful effort, Zorian and the ward breakers neutralize the traps and open the door without triggering a single visible defense. That victory lasts only an instant, because a separate internal defense explodes from inside the room the moment the entrance opens. Zorian slams the force platform downward to save them, and the whole group crashes painfully onto the cave floor below. Before anyone can recover, sickly yellow gas starts pouring from the ruined entrance, and Zorian immediately decides nobody is breathing that in. Holding his breath, he seals the opening with force and drags the poison into a tight floating sphere before turning it into harmless dust. Circle of Fortune escapes unharmed, but the two ward breakers inhaled some of the gas and have to be rushed back for treatment. When Zorian later scouts the room remotely, he finds the interior completely wrecked and covered in dangerous green slime, so the whole salvage attempt is declared a bust. Circle of Fortune orders the entrance sealed off and tells Zorian this failure still saved lives, because the original brute force plan would have killed the entire assault team. Leaving that mess behind, Zorian goes to find his three mind magic teachers in another corner of the dead settlement. Thanks to his new lessons, he can finally catch fragments of their native telepathic language and realizes they are discussing three powerful neighboring webs and the threat of war parties. Voice of Peace welcomes him warmly, Hammer insults him while grudgingly admitting he was useful today, and their little teacher dynamic is exactly as prickly as ever. Memory of Sublime Glories asks for a practice subject for the next lesson, and Zorian calmly says getting one will not be a problem. But before the lesson starts, Zorian asks Memory of Sublime Glories to examine the huge Iranian memory packet lodged in his mind, because he fears it may already be decaying. She smugly reveals she already noticed the packet from the edges of his thoughts, and Zorian is once again reminded how rude Iranian telepathy can be. Reluctantly, Zorian opens his mind enough for her to inspect it, still tense enough that his hidden explosives stay very much on his mind. Her verdict is the one he dreaded: the packet's boundaries really are falling apart. She estimates it might hold together for a few more months, but if he wants to be safe, he should open it within 2. When Zorian desperately asks whether the decay can be stopped, she says only the maker could repair something this elaborate with ease, and she is not that person. She can teach him the basics, but for real repair work she points him toward the Luminous Advocates, an option he clearly dislikes but cannot ignore. Zorian immediately changes the lesson plan and tells her to focus on memory packets and repair from now on. By the time he gets home that evening, the failed salvage and the decaying memory packet have left him exhausted and deeply discouraged. Amaya brightens the moment by telling him a female friend has been waiting for him in the basement, and Zorian immediately guesses Taven. Amaya teases him about young women leaving the house in tears, and Zorian protests so fast and awkwardly that she only gets more curious. In the basement, he finds Taven and Kale already deep in discussion, comparing notes about the time loop like an actual little research team. Taven admits she does believe him now, or at least enough to accept that everything she could check lines up, and Kale also finds his story convincing. When Zorian asks how to convince her in future restarts, Taven says any sudden proof would be so invasive and bizarre that she would probably assume he was spying on her or was not really Zorian at all. Zorian suggests a gentler approach next time, but Taven visibly relaxes only when he makes clear he has no intention of repeatedly driving her to the same tearful breakdown. Zorian quietly admits he was never comfortable with the idea of making her cry again either, and the honesty embarrasses her more than any argument did. Kale cuts the moment short, and reminds them they still have practical issues to sort out. Taven immediately presses him on the biggest one: why he still has not contacted Zack, when Red Robe threatens both loopers and Zack should be an obvious ally. Zorian explains that contacting Zack could expose him to Red Robe, and even in the best case Zack would derail his schedule and ruin the subtle operations he needs to finish first. He does promise this is only temporary, because once he finishes investigating the invaders and opens the matriarch's memory packet, he intends to meet Zack properly. Taven accepts that answer more easily than expected, and teasingly notes that Kale warned her Zorian might be a lot more stubborn because of some supposed grudge. Zorian flatly denies holding a grudge against Zack, even as he glares at Kale for saying that in the first place. With that issue settled, Kale tears a page from his notebook and hands over the list he and Taven made together, full of next steps for the loop. After telling Taven about the time loop, Zorian is thrown off by how seriously she takes it, because instead of charging ahead she quietly listens, takes notes, and comes back with a real list of questions. Her whole list boils down to 4 sharp complaints: why he hides the loop from most people, why he avoids the authorities, why he spreads his studies across too many fields, and why he still is not taking combat magic seriously enough. Zorian privately finds that last complaint absurd, because only days ago Taven was crying over how terrifyingly strong he seemed, and now she is scolding him for not training harder. Taven does not care about the contradiction at all and simply decides the answer is brutal daily sparring until his combat magic catches up. The next few days make him regret agreeing, because Taven stops treating him like a talented amateur and starts fighting like she fully expects him to survive only if he gives everything. One day he arrives exhausted straight from another punishing swim lesson, and Taven only grins, twirls her staff, and asks if he is ready. When he gives a flat, miserable no, Taven immediately starts the match anyway. Her opening move is a force lance, and Zorian throws himself aside instead of shielding because he already learned the hard way that the spell punches through his usual defenses. He fires back with a gust of wind to blind and unbalance her, but Taven shuts it down with a weather shield and hurls a fully powered fireball instead. Zorian burns mana on a dispelling wave to erase the fireball, knowing that if he hides inside an Aegis she will nail him the instant he stops moving. That fear is confirmed when another force lance follows right behind the fireball, proving she really did plan to catch him flat-footed. Zorian switches to bait, tossing out a simple magic missile swarm because he knows Taven likes to blast those aside with a giant force ram. He follows the bait with a lightning ray that force magic cannot block, and this time Taven notices the setup only halfway through and barely dodges. Zorian uses that tiny opening to teleport behind her and slam a blast of force into the hurried Aegis. She barely gets up in time. He tries to return the favor with his own force lance, but Taven slips away and answers with another packed missile swarm that he dispels in one shot. He teleports again to dodge another force ram and sends back a more sophisticated missile swarm, each projectile curving along its own tricky path. The duel grinds on for minutes until Zorian runs out of mana and has to concede, relieved that at least this time he is walking away without fresh bruises. Taven immediately lectures him that running dry in a real fight gets you killed, and Zorian shoots back that getting speared through the lung is not exactly safer. She has to admit he has a point, and the two of them cool off on a bench while she brings the conversation back to the list she and Kale made for him. Zorian explains that telling more people about the loop only raises the chance that Red Robe traces him, so unless someone can offer something irreplaceable he would rather keep them ignorant. Even telling Taven was probably reckless, but he keeps that part to himself and instead says almost nobody would believe a time traveler quickly enough to help. He adds that Zack already tried warning the authorities and got nowhere, and Taven points out that by Zorian's own description Zack is kind of an idiot. Zorian admits Zack is still better suited to convince officials, because Zack is straightforward in a way Zorian never will be and people would notice him hiding things. That answer only makes Taven narrow her eyes and realize he is still not telling her everything. He deflects and moves on to a more practical warning. Someone high in Scioria's administration is almost certainly working with the invaders, so going to the city is especially dangerous. He ties that suspicion to the cult of the World Dragon, saying its leader likely holds a powerful government post, which would explain all the contracts and exemptions the cult keeps receiving. Taven admits that part of his story still rattles her the most, even if the looming end of the month erasure keeps swallowing every other fear. When the talk turns to his scattered studies, Zorian says she is not wrong, but the loop keeps throwing emergencies at him, and he also just cannot stay locked on one topic forever. On combat magic, he repeats that he still sees it as secondary, but he keeps coming because free practice is free practice if only she would stop trying to murder him. Taven mockingly reminds him that as a time traveler he cannot really die, and Zorian has to spell out the rules she somehow missed. The loop resets when Zack dies, not when he does. The look on her face makes it obvious she truly had not thought that through, which feels a lot more like the Taven he recognizes. After muttering about sensitive little flowers, Taven shifts gears and tells him he is aiming too small by relying only on her when Scioria is full of combat teachers he could exploit through the loop. She explains a nasty truth of the profession. Many mages refuse to teach anyone already shaped by rivals, or anyone talented enough to become future competition. That means the loop gives Zorian a rare opening to learn from one teacher after another, even through contracts and deals that would never bind him for real. Zorian is surprised she is the one saying this, because from her angle it sounds like cheating experts out of the secrets they spent a lifetime earning. Taven bluntly says she would do it in a heartbeat, and that most of those same experts would do exactly the same in his place. Zorian admits he has already done versions of that before, but he also keeps a mental list of everyone he means to repay once he finally gets out. That strange mix of selfishness and conscience leaves Taven uncomfortable, because every time she thinks she has him figured out he says something that scrambles the picture again. Their awkward honesty slips back into familiar teasing when he says the feeling is mutual, and she indignantly shoves him. Then she stands and starts planning ahead again, promising more variety by bringing grunt and mumble next time and maybe calling in former classmates to test his reflexes. Zorian finally asks the question that has been bothering him. Why is she helping this hard when only days ago she hated the idea of him overtaking her in combat magic? Taven answers with complete sincerity that his life is on the line, and once she grasped that, her jealousy started feeling small and ugly compared to the chance of losing him. When she quietly tells him not to die because he is the best friend she has, Zorian is left deeply uncomfortable and unsure how to answer something that honest. He can only promise that he will try, because anything stronger would be a lie, and then he awkwardly steers the talk toward whether the loop can be used to benefit her too. Taven sadly assumes there is no point, because combat growth depends on shaping habits that cannot simply be handed over in notes. Zorian counters that he can still build her a loop-assisted training program by testing shaping exercises, cataloging useful combat spells, and recording what works best for her. He points to Kiriel's improved lessons as proof that repeated testing works, and argues they can break Taven's growth into optimized month-long chunks instead of one impossible leap. He even points out her weak divination as a support skill worth fixing, which makes the offer feel less like theory and more like a real roadmap. Taven hesitates anyway, because now the idea excites her but also makes her feel guilty for asking more of his already crowded time. Zorian decides he owes her enough to make room for it, and reassures her that they can share the workload with notes and face-to-face handoffs before the festival. That is all it takes for Taven to fully buy in, finally getting the chance to cheat the loop a little for herself just like she wanted. He promises to bring the first batch of spells and shaping exercises tomorrow, then leaves amused by the thought that she has just agreed to spend days grinding drills like one of Svim's students. Later in the ruined Iranian settlement under Scoria, Zorian waits while memory of sublime glories probes the mind of an Abasan mage he captured deep in enemy territory. To pass the time in the mana-disturbed depths, he practices personal levitation and casually disintegrates small stones by hand. When the Arania finally withdraws, she brings back no time loop secrets of course, but she does reveal something broad and ugly. The Abasans are scared of the continent, and think now is the best moment to strike. She explains that Ulquin Abasa fears the continent's technological rise, and while one faction wants peace, this attack is meant to make Aldemar look weak and destroy any chance of reconciliation. Zorian doubts Aldemar would stay restrained if attacked like this, but the next revelation shows the Abasans prepared for that too. Near the start of the month, the Abasans secretly captured Fort Oriclo, the island fortress Aldemar would need as a staging point before it could even think about invading Ulquin Abasa. That turns the fort from Aldemar's knife at Abasan throat into the invader's hidden relay point, but the transport route the prisoner remembers still sounds impossible to Zorian. He points out that only 2 stops between Ulquin Abasa, the Sorokian highlands, and the depths beneath Scoria would be nowhere near enough for ordinary mass teleportation. Memory of sublime glories calmly corrects him. They are not moving troops the way he teleports at all, but through a stone construct that opens a dimensional passage like a door. At Zorian's request, she projects the device straight into his mind, not an archway, but a skeletal stone icosahedron cradling a strange gate that looks circular from every angle because it is actually spherical. The Arania adds that the design was inspired by ancient Bakura gates, whose stabilizing framework the Abasans copied well enough to keep their own gate permanently open as long as it is fed mana. That answer leaves Zorian stunned, because a permanent gate explains how the invaders can hide, reinforce, and supply such a massive force beneath the city. He immediately starts thinking like a thief and saboteur, realizing that if he could seize one of those gates fast enough he might punch straight into the heart of Abasan operations or even Ulquin Abasa itself. He also badly wants the design for himself, though the thought comes with the uneasy hope that it is not some soul-powered monstrosity only Kwatak Kikl understands. When he asks again about the hidden time magic facility, the Arania bluntly says he is probably hunting the wrong people because ordinary Abasan invaders do not know or care about it. Her advice is simple and dangerous. If the previous Arania web learned something important, they probably got it from a government official connected to the facility, not from enemy troops. Zorian has to admit the logic is sound, but he still decides not to pick a fight with Scioria's government yet, and the 2 part for the day with lessons scheduled for tomorrow. Weeks pass in a steady grind rather than a breakthrough, with Zorian diving into memory packet repair, Iranian lessons, libraries shaping drills, new spells, and repeated golem work with Edwin. One especially promising prize from the Iranian treasury is a set of illegal teleport variants that might punch through weaker wards and make him far more mobile during the invasion. He also keeps meeting Rainey, and even though most of the shifter politics she shares seems unlikely to matter, the conversations are pleasant enough that he does not mind. During one meeting, Zorian asks what being a shifter really offers over ordinary transformation magic, because from the outside the advantages seem thinner than expected. Rainy explains that shifter forms are faster, safer, and come with built-in instincts, which means a bird shifter can actually fly and a wolf shifter can truly understand what its nose is telling it. She adds a stealth edge too, since shifters can change at will without strange gestures, potions, or obvious setup, then casually asks whether his interest began before or after he met the cat shifters. Zorian says he already knew about shifters and, a little too casually, reveals that Vanna once directed him toward Rainy by name for help with a personal problem. That instantly hooks her curiosity, and when she presses, Zorian realizes too late that he may have created awkward questions he cannot safely answer. To shut the matter down, he finally gives the blunt version. A necromantic spell once spliced a foreign soul fragment into his own, and he had been desperate to understand what happened. Rainy backs off at once, apologizes for prying, and relaxes only when he says a priest already helped him learn how to sense and protect his soul. Then she asks a very shifter kind of question. If a foreign soul piece was added to him, did it leave him with any useful ability? Zorian can only admit that he still has no idea what the marker really is or what it does, and Rainy immediately wonders why he has not tried sensing that specific part of his soul. That catches him completely off guard, because his priest never taught anything about sensing individual soul components at all. Rainy realizes the gap and explains that shifters learn this kind of soul awareness as children, because they need it to understand and manage the altered parts of themselves. When he asks if she can teach him, Rainy says yes without much fuss, treating it as simple shifter basics and a fair return for the help he gave her in the practice group. Zorian accepts immediately, seeing no downside to trying a supposedly simple method that might finally tell him something real about the marker. Once Rainy shows him how, the actual technique turns out to be straightforward if you already have a personal soul sense. The result is better than he dared hope, because he can actually feel the marker woven into his soul instead of only guessing around it. What he still does not get is instinctive understanding, so unlike a true shifter he can perceive the structure without grasping its function. Rainy is unfazed by that, and tells him mapping soul interactions takes shifters months anyway, so he should keep trying before deciding the method hit its limit. Zorian agrees to give it a little time on weekends, filing the marker study away as another small but promising thread instead of another crisis. As the summer festival draws near, his attention shifts hard toward end of restart preparations, because this time he wants to try something more ambitious than before. He decides that during the invasion he will infiltrate the Basin main base, pass through the dimensional gate himself, and see where the enemy's hidden route truly leads. And if he makes it through, he plans to come back with something better than scraps of intelligence by interrogating someone far more important on the other side. At the practice grounds, Zorian braces himself, while Eston rapid-fires magic missiles at him, and Zorian uses the drill to study Eston's casting while shaving his own shield cost down to the absolute minimum. These days the group has mostly stopped real sparring with him, because Zorian is too strong to hold back cleanly, so he has turned himself into their living target, and resident spell coach instead. When they switch roles, Zorian hammers Eston with full-strength missiles, but Eston's floating earth spheres absorb every shot without even cracking. That frustrating wall reminds Zorian he has hit a plateau with raw missile power, because the spell boundary starts collapsing if he tries to pack in any more mana. Even so, his efficiency has become absurdly high, and Zorian realizes years of loop practice have made his favorite combat spell far cheaper than the standard mana rankings were ever meant to measure. Kirin once told him the true pinnacle of magic missile is total invisibility, and that idea keeps nagging at Zorian because his own shots still shine. Since most of the group cannot survive his normal shots, Zorian has been forced to learn the opposite skill too, making magic missile deliberately weaker without ruining the spell outright. After days of tinkering, he discovers that a very low-power missile turns into little more than a faint warp in the air, which finally lets him spot and fix tiny flaws in the spell's structure. That gives him a new theory: start with a nearly invisible weak version, perfect it, and only then scale the spell back up until the full-strength attack disappears too. When he finally calls a mana break, Zorian notices the real side effect of all this tutoring. He is relearning what mages his own age actually struggle with, which may help him look normal again. The break ends when Edwin marches in with their newest golem, clearly too proud to hide what he and Zorian have been building. Kellic is small but convincing, a smooth-moving steel helper with a huge mana battery, and Zorian quietly feels validated for bringing Edwin into the project. Edwin announces with full drama that Kellic is perfect, and the little construct obediently gives the group a brief, stiff wave. Then Edwin admits the one thing he still needs tested is Kellic's defenses, and he invites the whole group to try breaking it. Eston immediately punctures Edwin's confidence by opening the ground under Kellic and burying the golem up to its neck in packed earth. Edwin can only laugh awkwardly and concede the point before asking Eston to dig Kellic back out for the real test. Once the barrage starts, the golem lives up to the hype and shrugs off a storm of group-cast magic missiles, including Zorian's. Eston's heavy earth attack still cannot crush Kellic, and all he really proves is that pinning the construct down works much better than trying to smash it apart. Capriva's acid fails too, leaving the golem ugly but unharmed and Edwin still visibly smug. Only Briam's juvenile fire drake gets a real reaction out of Kellic, heating the metal body enough for Edwin to call the test before his masterpiece cooks. Zorian counts the trial as a success, but he immediately locks onto the golem's obvious weakness too. If enemies can bury or restrain it, toughness alone will not save it. As the group packs up for what is probably their last session before the summer festival, Zorian is surprised by a small stab of sadness at losing people who actually respect what he can do. When everyone else is gone, Rainy lingers behind and finally asks whether he learned anything useful about the extra pieces attached to his soul. Zorian admits the marker really does have command-like switches inside it, but he has only found one that gives him any clue what it might do, and he still plans to test it later. Rainy warns him not to experiment alone in case the marker knocks him flat, and Zorian lies smoothly that he will be careful. But Zorian can tell that question was only a pretext, so he pushes gently and asks what is actually eating at her. Rainy finally confesses she wrote home asking to return for the summer festival, and her family made it painfully clear she was not welcome. She explains that her tribe's chiefdom passes to the firstborn son, but because her parents had no boy, she was raised as the heir instead to avoid a succession crisis. Rainy says she threw herself into that role with real pride and worked hard enough that even her critics eventually shut up. Then everything collapsed when her mother unexpectedly had a son, and Rainy already knows exactly how ugly that sounded the moment she says it. The new baby turned out to be a prodigy, and once that became clear, the tribe began stripping Rainy's claim away no matter how much she had already proven herself. What still stings most is that the person arguing hardest for her removal was her own father, which is why she knew the fight was lost. Zorian puts the politics into words for her. They are treating her as a threat to her brother's legitimacy, not as family. Rainy admits that may be true, but the deeper wound is that she no longer knows what to live for if the tribe she was shaped to serve does not want her back. When Zorian asks if her schooling here is basically exile, Rainy says yes, and that being trained by outsiders conveniently destroys whatever claim she still had. Zorian cannot understand why they still refuse even a short holiday visit, and Rainy dryly admits she was vicious enough to her little brother last time that her parents now seem afraid she might kill him. She talks until the anger burns down, and by the time the night quiets around them, Rainy looks more drained than relieved. Before she leaves, Rainy awkwardly asks if they can keep meeting like this even though his reason for approaching her is already over, and Zorian agrees at once. Even as he sees how happy that makes her, Zorian knows the loop will erase it all soon, and he quietly decides not to keep rebuilding this friendship until he can meet her for real outside the loop. By the day before the festival, Zorian has finished all the ugly preparation work, from stopping Notchka's kidnapping again to packing the gear for his gate run and securing the filigree sages. He meets Taven and Kale in Amaya's basement to collect everything they have learned this month and lock it into memory before the reset wipes them clean. Taven shoves over her notebook and grumbles that she is almost grateful the month is ending, because Zorian's endless shaping drills have been miserable. Zorian answers by reminding her he has survived SVIM for years, then makes her demonstrate the results instead of trusting the written summary. After watching her work, he decides Taven has made solid progress, but he still cannot resist slipping into harsh SVIM-style criticism until she threatens him into stopping. Kale, meanwhile, reveals he compressed his notes into denser books on purpose because Zorian's memory spell stores the whole physical pattern anyway, and the trick works. Once a quick test proves he can still reproduce the tiny text cleanly, Zorian memorizes the whole stack for later restarts. As they wrap up, Taven starts the usual goodbye for the next restart, and that is when Zorian admits he is not coming back to Scoria for a while. He tells them the matriarch's memory packet is degrading too fast, so preserving it and improving his memory reading skills now matters more than repeating school routines. Kale takes it in stride and warns that his next round of research will need riskier contacts, and probably illegal materials, so future discussion will have to be handled carefully. After parting with them, Zorian goes to find Kiriel because there is one more thing he wants before the month ends. He asks Kiriel to show him her drawings, and she comes back beaming with a thick stack that captures everything that caught her eye this month. Zorian is genuinely impressed, especially when he sees how accurately she recreated Scioria's train station and the tiny storefront details he forgot almost immediately. Then Kiriel almost exposes Notchka by blurting out that one sketch shows her kitty form, and Zorian calmly reveals he already knew. Pressed for details, Kiriel admits Notchka slipped up about using magic and she simply nagged her until the secret came out. Wanting to keep the month with him, Zorian tries to memorize the whole stack, but Kiriel instantly gets protective and suspects he is about to do something horrible to her work. Her suspicion turns out to come from Fortov once burning her drawings as a joke, which makes Zorian roll his eyes and silently add one more grievance to the list. Once he convinces her the spell is harmless, Zorian memorizes every page and hands the precious stack back untouched. Kiriel returns a moment later, more observant than he expected, and asks the real question: if he can just look at the drawings later, why did he need to memorize them now unless he is going away? Zorian admits he is leaving after the summer festival, but tries to soften it by saying she will barely notice he is gone. Instead of panicking, Kiriel simply demands a gift for when he comes back, and Zorian agrees with weary amusement. When invasion day finally arrives, Zorian heads straight into the tunnels beneath Scoria because his only real chance at the dimensional gate is to sneak through during the chaos above. His gamble is simple and reckless. If the Abasins strip the gate base to support the surface attack, a lone infiltrator might slip past the skeleton crew before anyone can shut the portal down. To make that opening, he hunts through the deep tunnels for something vicious enough to cause trouble but not so terrifying that the defenders will panic and lock everything down. He settles on a pack of hook goblins, ugly little bat-like killers that are dangerous enough to make noise and stupid enough to use as bait. Then he waits long enough to confirm his guess was right, watching the Abasins pull patrol after patrol away from the base to feed the invasion on the surface. At last he mentally whips the hook goblins into a frenzy and sends them screaming into one of the checkpoints, turning the whole cavern base into chaos. The distraction works even better than expected, because the checkpoint he planned to hit next has been foolishly abandoned by its own guards. He walks straight into the heart of the Abasin base, passing one rushing mage who ignores him after a quick mental nudge that he is nobody worth noticing. Only at the dimensional gate itself does he hit a real obstacle, 4 mages and 2 war trolls who stubbornly stay at their posts. Just as Zorian is about to give up on subtlety, a panicked defender rushes in to report that the hook goblins broke through and begs them to call Quatakikl. The gate captain flatly refuses, horrified at the thought of bothering the lich over hook goblins, and sends 2 mages and both trolls away instead. That absurdly lucky mistake leaves only 2 men on the gate, and Zorian waits until the others are far enough away before making his move. He lobs sleeping gas into the pair, and when the leader staggers half awake out of the cloud, Zorian puts him down with a piercer to the head. With the last guard unconscious and the gas blown clear, Zorian rushes up to the dimensional gate before the rest of the base can realize what happened. He forces himself not to stop and study the artifact, notices the room on the far side looks strangely empty, and confirms with mind sense that no hidden guards are waiting there. Suspicious but out of time, Zorian takes a breath and steps through the gate anyway. The instant he lands on the other side, a ward brushes his soul protections, recoils, and tags him as an intruder. Behind him, the portal crackles with lightning, shrinks fast, and snaps shut before anyone can follow. Zorian stays calm, confirms the arrival room is empty, and blasts the only door apart instead of touching what might be a trapped handle. As he searches the building beyond, his confusion grows because this is not a rough wilderness camp at all but the basement of a large, luxurious mansion. The answer hits him when an undead boar lunges at his leg, instantly telling him he has landed in the Sorokian highlands at Ayaska Mansion. A pair of black-clad undead knife fighters closes in with the boar, and one of them keeps moving even after taking a piercer through the head. Forced to spend precious resources, Zorian throws down a Dispel grenade, and the pulse strips the undead of their animating magic in one sweep. That victory barely helps, because it is already his 3rd Dispel grenade of the mission, and the sheer amount of undead means a real necromancer has to be nearby. Realizing dying here might be far more dangerous than usual, he starts to fall back toward the gate room and hurriedly scatters explosive cubes as a trap. Then the living presence he feared finally appears. Sudamir Kendrii himself steps into the corridor like a cheerful host welcoming a guest instead of an intruder. Sudamir politely asks why Zorian has invaded his home, and Zorian stalls with sarcasm while backing him deeper into the trapped hallway. The moment Sudamir reaches the kill zone, Zorian triggers every explosive cube at once and gets the worst possible answer when nothing happens. Sudamir smugly explains that his mansion wards shut down explosions inside the house, and adds that even if the trap had worked, killing him would not have been so easy. With his ambush dead and a necromancer staring straight into his soul, Zorian abandons the fight and reaches for the one marker command he actually understands. Sudamir immediately senses something strange and demands to know what he is doing, which only confirms how dangerous staying here really is. Zorian activates the marker anyway. His vision drops into darkness, and he jerks awake back in Siren to Kiriel's ordinary good morning, alive and intensely relieved that the command really was a forced restart. At the start of the restart, Zorian stays alone on the train instead of getting off right away, still too distracted by last month's disaster at Ayaska Mansion to trust his timing. He turns inward and touches the switch hidden in his soul marker, feeling its meaning clearly, end everything now and return to the beginning. That realization hits hard, because Zorian now has a restart button no enemy can easily steal, block, or interrogate after the fact. With that safety net, dangerous ideas jump back onto the table, like raiding Ayaska Mansion again or hitting a basin forces hard enough to draw Quatakikel's attention. He immediately sees the weakness too. If he is killed, drugged, or knocked out before using it, the switch still does him no good. So he starts thinking like a soul mage, wondering if he can build an automatic trigger that restarts the loop the instant he dies. Then another implication sinks in. If his switch ends the whole restart, Zack and Red Robe probably got dragged back early too. He decides that risk is acceptable, since they already know other time travelers exist, and the shortcut still helps him far more than it hurts. His thoughts drift to the last restart's gate raid, and he admits he expected to die long before learning as much as he did. Instead, he discovered the base was undermanned enough that a future run with a small golem force might let him wipe the defenders out and study the gate at leisure. Golems would also be perfect against Sudamir's undead, because necromancy cannot bully minds and souls that are not there. But the memory sours when he remembers how badly Sudamir cornered him, forcing him to trust an untested escape in a fight he had already lost. He tells himself the danger may not have been quite as absolute as it felt, but without understanding Sudamir's personality and necromancy limits, he cannot be sure. That uncertainty turns into a plan. Sudamir is a public figure as mayor of Nyazov Dveri, so Zorian can start digging into the man from ordinary sources. He also commits to attacking the gate and probing Ayaska Mansion at the end of future restarts, since the new revert switch makes that gamble much less insane. His last concern is the mansion's warding, because whatever a necromancer like Sudamir hid in that house, it was far too dangerous to ignore. He briefly wonders if a stolen authorization token could let him slip through cleanly, then decides any easy bypass would probably only carry him into deeper traps. The station announcement finally snaps him out of his spiral, and he gets off the train to visit the Iranian colonies again. Zorian returns to the Luminous Advocates because his old failed negotiations no longer fit the situation. He is stronger, richer, and now understands he offended them the first time. This time he does not rush into bargaining, and simply introduces himself and asks for a meeting later. When he comes back 2 days later, he brings a gift and spends hours acting like a courteous guest before talking business. Only after that does he open with an ambitious offer, and the expected back and forth begins in earnest. The talks still drag on for a week and a half, but that is a huge improvement over the miserable 3-week stalemate from before. In the end, he secures much more than memory packet repair lessons, adding telepathy drills, mental combat practice, and help interpreting Iranian senses. The strange part is that the Luminous Advocates seem most excited by his attempts to understand Iranian senses, even though they admit they are not experts at it themselves. While the Luminous Advocates stall and teach, Zorian spends the waiting time scouting other webs to see if anyone can beat their offer. He visits the Talisman Bearers first and finds a web so focused on magic engineering that their compact spell discs completely blow him away. He cannot use those discs himself, but the dense, elegant spell formula packed into them teaches him a lot about item design. The Ghost Serpent Acolytes are worse, refusing to even meet him because their guardian spirit says he is bad news. That unexplained warning bothers him enough that he marks the web for another visit next restart. The Silent Doorway Adepts surprise him too, because their settlement is built around a real Bakura gate. The moment he asks about it, the Silent Doorway Adepts get visibly uncomfortable and try to steer the conversation elsewhere. They refuse to teach him, but they are eager to trade, especially for crystallized mana. What they offer is a little alarming, because many of those tomes and items are clearly illegal human goods acquired through dubious channels. After some careful bargaining, they sell him information on about 8 more webs known for strong mind magic. He also tours the 7 webs near Scoria and quickly notices that these local groups are much friendlier to humans than the others. But their friendliness comes with ugly local politics, because several of those webs openly try to hire him to attack their neighbors. One web, the Burning Apex, even talks casually about wiping out a rival web down to the last male and child, and that finally shows Zorian how vicious this region really is. That ugly little tour makes Spear of Resolve's old fear of her neighbors suddenly make perfect sense to him. Even so, most of the local webs are still willing to trade peacefully, especially in mind magic and rare dungeon ingredients. Because Arania are natural mind readers, Zorian quickly realizes he cannot hide multi-web tutoring, so he will only be able to study with one local web at a time. He chooses Deep Blue, partly because they seem more peaceful than the rest and partly because their specialty is controlling dungeon monsters. He hopes their methods for handling minds unlike their own will help him understand Arania better, and if not, monster control is still a useful reward. With 2 separate Iranian tutors secured, Zorian notices the Luminous Advocates become much more motivated the moment they have competition. He wisely stops there, deciding a 3rd web would just be greed and probably cause trouble. Most of the restart passes in disciplined study, as Zorian bounces between mind magic lessons, general magical training, and preparations for another Invasion Day raid. He tears through spellbooks from the Iranian treasury, copying useful spells and outright memorizing the ones that look too valuable to risk losing. At the same time, he tests shaping exercises methodically and starts building his own notes on which drills are actually effective instead of blindly trusting bad manuals. By the end of the month, he is ready for another gate assault, and has rebuilt his support force around 6 golems tailored for this enemy. He has also spent a month abducting and questioning Abasins, hoping one of them knows how to pass through the gate without waking Sudamir's wards. That line of inquiry gets him nowhere, so he turns to the public face of Sudamir instead and teleports to Nyazov Dveri to investigate the mayor. Reading minds while chatting with locals, he discovers Sudamir is widely admired as a capable administrator who made the city richer and stronger. The portrait that emerges is oddly respectable. Sudamir is secretive and private, warm in person, strong with wards, and still marked by the death of his wife during the weeping. Even Ayaska Mansion turns out to be a half-known secret, but the locals think the hidden estate is for smuggling and debauchery, not treason and necromancy. When the summer festival arrives, Zorian heads into the dungeon under Scoria and waits for the invasion to begin. His old hook goblin trick is no longer available, so he improvises by seizing control of a female tentacle-tailed scorpion and her huge brood. He sends the Scorpion Mother charging at the Abasin base, trusting the swarm to follow her lead without needing separate commands. While the defenders scramble, Zorian slips inside alone and leaves his slower golems behind until the gate area is under control. He wants the gate mages alive for questioning, which makes the war trolls a problem because anything gentle enough for the mages will not stop monsters like that. So he sets incineration traps away from the gate and floods the area with sleeping gas from a distance until every mage drops. The plan partly works, because the enraged war trolls charge exactly where he wants them to and hit the traps head-on. Then the ugly surprise lands. These are the same fire-resistant monsters he and Taven saw before, and the flames barely matter. Zorian teleports away just in time, but the trolls stay on him so hard that the fight turns into a desperate running battle. He burns through nearly all his prepared explosives and even throws 4 golems into the fight as sacrificial distractions just to stay alive. In the end, freezing rays finally stop the trolls, and Zorian shatters their frozen bodies to make sure they never get back up. That ugly lesson leaves him with one clear note for next time: forget fire traps and bring frost instead. When he checks the rest of the base, he finds the tentacle-tailed scorpions are actually winning on their own. The defenders injure the mother badly, but that only drives the brood into a suicidal frenzy that breaks the Abasin line. Zorian calmly tips the fight further by sniping anyone who still looks competent enough to rally the defense. With the base collapsing, he returns to the gate and clears away the sleeping gas so he can question the unconscious mages properly. Their minds give him the first major breakthrough. Only these few gate mages know how to call Quatakik at all. He also learns the summon method depends on the black teardrop amulet worn by high-ranking Abasins, not just a simple spell anyone can copy. Zorian recognizes the amulet from earlier encounters, but he refuses to probe it too deeply in case that accidentally invites a lich to his face. The second breakthrough is even better. Ayaska Mansion's wards stay calm if a high-ranking Abasin goes through first and everyone after them counts as part of that approved group. He wastes no time, shoving one unconscious amulet-wearing mage through the gate and stepping after him with his 2 surviving golems. When the gate stays open and the wards do not react, Zorian finally gets the clean entrance he wanted. He tells himself to move fast before Sudamir notices, then heads deeper into the mansion with his golems as bodyguards. To his surprise, the inside of Ayaska Mansion looks almost normal when it is not actively swarming him with undead. That calm ends the moment he pushes toward the center and crosses an invisible line that makes the wards probe his soul and reject him. A heavy pressure settles over the mansion as the defenses wake up around him and the hidden undead start moving in. Since stealth is gone anyway, Zorian starts testing the ward scheme directly to learn what it can and cannot do. His first explosive works, but he still does not trust it, because Sudamir's heavier defenses may only engage when the master personally commands them. He tries to scry the gate and escape routes next, only to learn the mansion blocks every divination and every clean teleport he can think of. Even his recall tether trick fails, and the wards quietly make every spell harder to shape without fully shutting his casting down. He could still climb out a window, but with a guaranteed restart in his pocket, Zorian chooses to stay and see what Sudamir does when pressed. For the next half hour, he and the golems grind through wave after wave of undead until Sudamir finally pulls the survivors back. That sudden retreat catches him off guard, because he expected Sudamir to soften him up completely before showing his hand. Since no one is rushing him for the moment, he pulls out the ward analysis device from the Iranian treasury and starts dissecting the mansion's defenses. The wards do not just resist inspection, they actively fight back with smart, shifting interference that feels far too adaptive to be mindless. Then the air shimmers and Sudamir appears as a ghostly projection wearing his expensive brown suit and his very fake cheerful smile. Sudamir opens with mock hospitality, acting offended that someone would dare break into his private residence and tear the place apart. Zorian answers by naming him outright, making it clear this is not a random intrusion and he knows exactly whose house this is. Sudamir laughs that off and pushes back, saying a mage this prepared had to know what he was walking into and should at least introduce himself. Zorian ignores the bait and goes straight for the real accusation, demanding to know why Sudamir helped the Abasins slaughter Scoria. Sudamir's answer is chillingly casual, saying the victims were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time because politics can be brutal. Zorian cannot believe that excuse and presses him, pointing out that the invasion is meant to unleash a primordial, not just win some petty local feud. That makes Sudamir realize how much Zorian already knows, and he drops part of the act long enough to admit the Abasins may simply be overestimating the primordial's threat. He flatly claims Eldamar would kill the primordial within a week anyway, maybe even sooner if it turns out to be just another dumb beast. Zorian calls that gamble reckless, and Sudamir only answers with a smug little sermon that nothing in life comes without risk. Realizing the necromancer is only stalling, Zorian dispels the projection and starts marching toward the mansion center again. Sudamir tries to keep talking with another projection, but Zorian erases that one before it can even begin. Sudamir switches to a disembodied voice echoing through the house and complains that Zorian is being rude. At a locked door, Zorian throws one of his last explosive cubes at the problem, and the warded house simply refuses to let it detonate. That confirms Sudamir can still shut down his custom explosives inside the mansion, just like before. He tests something even more important by throwing one of his old suicide rings at the door, and that fails too. For one ugly second, he has to consider that Sudamir's house might be able to block even his old self-destruct method. Then he tries a plain alchemical explosive instead, and the bottle blows the door apart just fine. That gives him one concrete answer. Sudamir's wards suppress spell formula explosives, but they do not stop ordinary alchemical blasts. Sudamir keeps talking through the walls, amused at how many expensive disposable tools Zorian is burning through just to reach him. The remaining undead start ambushing him from nearby rooms again, not strong enough to stop him outright but more than enough to eat the clock. In the end, Sudamir does not beat him in a direct clash this time, because the loop simply runs out before Zorian can track him down. He takes the failure in stride, already treating it as another rough draft for next time. On the next restart, he first checks the Ghost Serpent acolytes again, hoping the earlier warning might have been a one-off. Instead, he gets the exact same answer. The Ghost Serpent says he is bad news, and even knowing why would itself be bad news. The whole thing is so absurd that he can do little besides walk away and admit the spirit plainly hates him. After that detour, he falls back into the same two-web routine with Deep Blue and the Luminous Advocates, pushing his mind magic even harder. This time the effort pays off, because by the end of the restart he is finally ready to attempt repairs on the Matriarch's memory packet. The repair only half succeeds, but half is still huge, because he manages to halt the packet's decay in by roughly 2 more months. The Luminous Advocates explain the bad side immediately. Every repair damages a foreign decaying packet further, so he probably only gets one more safe patch before destruction becomes likely. That gives him a brutally tight clock, a few more restarts at most to master Iranian memory reading before the Matriarch's packet is gone for good. He quickly realizes drills with cooperative tutors are no longer enough, because he needs practice reading real Iranian memories under real conditions. Friendly webs will never volunteer for that, so Zorian reaches the cold but simple conclusion that he needs Iranian enemies. His first targets are the sword divers, partly because they once tried to ambush him and he has not forgotten it. The first memory reading attempts go badly, almost like when he first started cracking human minds, but he improves fast once he gets his footing. What he finds is ugly enough to justify the raid, because the sword divers prey on vulnerable mages exploring the dungeon and disappear when the heat rises. Once they realize someone is targeting them back, the sword divers retreat deep underground and effectively vanish from his reach. He settles for looting their surface cache stashes out of pure spite and goes hunting for a better target. When he asks Deep Blue and the Luminous Advocates for hostile webs they would not mind losing, Deep Blue surprises him by declining to point him at neighbors and instead offers him a monster hunting job. Their price is brutal: kill a crystal ooze that has been terrorizing their resource gatherers in the deep dungeon. After hearing what a crystal ooze can do, Zorian very sensibly refuses, and Deep Blue is not even surprised. The Luminous Advocates are more helpful, pointing him toward a hostile web they call the Demon Skin Web or the Howling Ones. They explain the nickname too. That web refuses all normal contact and answers any attempt at telepathy with raw screaming. By the end of the restart, his raids reveal who they really are, the challengers of the unspeakable, one of the old magicless Arania webs. Their history is tragic, because they watched magic using Arania waves conquer or absorb all their old neighbors until they were nearly the last of their kind. But tragedy does not make them innocent, because they also raid nearby webs and even human communities whenever they think they can get away with it. That is enough for Zorian, who decides he can raid them back without losing any sleep over it. As the restart nears its end again, he turns back to the real prize and finishes preparing another assault on the gate beneath Scoria. This time he expects his golem brigade to survive long enough to follow him all the way into Ayaska Mansion and give him real muscle against Sudamir's undead. In a hidden cave workshop, Zorian spreads out every note he has on Sudamir and Ayaska Mansion, using the last 3 days before the summer festival to check his assault plan one more time. He is now sure Sudamir is not just helping the invaders but chasing his own hidden goal, which makes the necromancer feel like a dangerous third faction in the coming attack. Zorian still cannot pin down what Sudamir meant by politics, and the endless possible motives leave him with suspicion but no solid answer. Since Sudamir can vanish whenever Zorian tries to chase him outside the attack, Zorian decides the invasion day is still the one moment when the man is most exposed. What convinces him most is Sudamir's refusal to abandon Ayaska Mansion last time, which tells Zorian there is something inside the estate the necromancer values more than his own safety. His thoughts turn to the mansion wards, and the way they reacted to him feels wrong enough that he starts suspecting the house is powered by bound souls. After mapping the terrain around the estate, he has found no mana well strong enough to support defenses like that, so soul power suddenly looks like the only answer that fits. That possibility unsettles him badly, because even if the house is feeding on souls, he knows too little about soul magic to predict what Sudamir can really do. So he reaches for a safer angle. If he cannot risk his own body blindly, he will send in golems that he can control from afar. Inspired by Sudamir's own house projection trick, Zorian designs a telepathic control system that lets him pilot his golem army almost like extra bodies. To his surprise, the setup works beautifully, and the golems answer his thoughts so smoothly that he barely sees a point in ordinary verbal commands anymore. But remote control has real limits too, because Zorian cannot cast through the puppets, cannot trigger his usual mana-activated tools, and knows a prepared mage might still break his link. To check whether his control will hold under pressure, he heads into the crafting chamber for one more round of tests. The 6 combat golems respond cleanly this time, proving he has finally fixed the instability that ruined his earlier prototypes. His real experiment, though, is a fragile human-sized construct built for one job only, pretending to be him. Zorian equips the decoy with senses and a control core tuned to his mind, hoping it will move naturally enough to throw grenades and pass for a real person at a glance. When the pink artificial skin is finally ready, he pours it over the frame and hurriedly sculpts the surface before it hardens. The result is rough and slightly creepy, but Zorian decides goggles, heavy clothes, and a hat should hide the worst of it long enough to fool Sudamir. He still enjoys the idea on principle, but one look at the misshapen fake makes him admit this version is nowhere near good enough to replace him at family gatherings. By the next gate assault, the attack itself has become routine for Zorian, and he tears through the abasin base with his golems almost flawlessly. The only hitch is that his cave drake distraction dies faster than he wanted, which confirms that swarms are better bait than a few big monsters. Even so, all his golems survive and most of his tools remain in use, so he pushes an unconscious abasin through the gate, and uses that approved entry trick to slip into Ayaska Mansion. Once inside, Zorian stays near the gate with one heavy golem while the rest advance, and he pilots the human-shaped decoy deeper into the mansion as his fake frontline self. He even throws unspoken commands through the decoy, hoping Sudamir will believe 2 human intruders are inside instead of one telepath hiding at the rear. At the spot where the wards attacked him last time, nothing happens now, and Zorian realizes the soul-based defenses probably ignore his golems because they have no souls. That advantage ends at a locked door, because the decoy cannot pick it, so Zorian orders a heavy golem to smash the obstacle apart. The instant the door breaks, the mansion finally wakes up against him, and Zorian sends the squad charging for the center before Sudamir can regroup. What really bothers him is that the gate remains open anyway, which feels less like a mistake and more like Sudamir wants intruders and the city linked at the same time. With no better answer, he keeps pressing forward, burning through undead defenders with spell items while the resistance grows frantic and strangely uncoordinated. Sudamir still never speaks, and the house uses fewer destructive traps than Zorian expected, as if the necromancer values the mansion's contents too much to wreck them himself. When a real trap finally appears, it floods a hallway with thick yellow gas that would cripple living enemies while leaving golems and undead untouched. Sudamir commits everything to one last stand, even sending flesh golems, and though 2 of Zorian's smaller golems are wrecked, the defense still collapses. After breaking through the final door, Zorian's decoy steps into the mansion's core, and the sight inside stops him cold. The chamber is a towering ritual engine of silver glyphs and a glowing blue crystal column that pulses like a giant heart from floor to ceiling. Then Sudamir calmly steps out from behind the pillar, proud of the monstrous thing he built, and oddly more interested in protecting it than killing Zorian outright. Zorian guesses the crystal is just a soul battery powering the wards, but Sudamir reacts with offended amusement, as if the insult is almost funny. Laughing harder than he should, Sudamir reveals the truth. This is a well of souls with room for 1,000,000 spirits, not a mere power source. When Zorian questions how anyone could fill it, Sudamir answers with chilling ease that Scioria's dead will do the job tonight. That is when Zorian understands the gate's real purpose. The open link lets Sudamir stretch the soul trap over the city so every nearby death is dragged back here. Sudamir confirms it with no shame at all, explaining that he kept the gate open because every closed minute would cost him more souls. He also tears apart Zorian's whole trick, pointing out the missing soul, the useless gas trap, and the suspicious guard by the gate until he concludes the intruder is only a fancy projection. As he keeps talking, Sudamir's laughter turns hysterical and his twitching worsens so badly that Zorian starts thinking the necromancer has pushed himself into something unstable and dangerous. Then Sudamir snaps, screaming that Zorian is ruining years of planning as his skin writhes and his eyes ignite with blue light. Zorian orders the attack at once, but he is a heartbeat too late, and Sudamir's body explodes into a huge green troll dragon monster before the golems can reach him. The transformed Sudamir is stronger, faster, and horrifyingly regenerative, and he starts smashing Zorian's golems into scrap. Just when Zorian is ready to dump every remaining tool into the fight, the monster opens its maw and breathes fire, instantly destroying the decoy he was riding through. Less than a minute later the last heavy golem goes silent too, and Zorian finally accepts that this berserk version of Sudamir is not a fight he can win head-on. He retreats through the gate into the abasin base and immediately starts probing the dimensional opening instead, hoping to learn how it works before Sudamir reaches him. The gate detects his tampering and shuts down, which traps Sudamir on the far side but also lets Zorian identify one of Quatakikle's hidden anti-tampering measures. He barely has time to think before Quatakikle shows up to investigate, and Zorian ends the restart instead of facing the Lich. After calming down in the next restart, Zorian decides Sudamir can no longer be treated as a side problem, because whatever needs hundreds of thousands of stolen souls cannot end well. He briefly wonders if reporting the soul trap to the central government might be enough, since a magical structure that huge should be visible to anyone who knows what to look for. But the matriarch's decaying memory packet is still his urgent deadline, so for 2 more restarts he stays focused on Iranian studies, and only raids the gate at the end for reconnaissance. Instead of charging the center again, he maps the rest of Ayaska Mansion and searches for other secrets. But nothing he finds comes close to the horror of the Soul Well. He also studies the polished black teardrop pendants worn by high-ranking obeisans, yet all he can conclude is that the unknown black material itself may be the real key. The pendant's eerie durability even reminds him of Quatakical's black skeleton, which only makes the mystery feel worse. While the luminous advocates remain his main teachers, Zorian checks the extra Iranian webs suggested by the silent doorway adepts and finds only 3 that are actually useful. The first useful web, the Mind Temple, sharpens his grasp of memory packets so much that he becomes able to organize his own mind well enough to rely less on notebooks. The next, the Perfect Phantasm Crafters, cannot fix the packet directly, but they do teach him more about how Iranian minds differ from human ones, which matters for reading the memory later. In the end, though, the one thing that consistently improves his understanding is the ugliest method of all, knocking hostile Irania out and digging through their minds by force. Even Lukav's Irania transformation potion helps less than simple mental violence, which says a lot about how hard this problem has become. At the end of the second restart, he tries one last repair on the matriarch's packet and hopes to win several more months. Instead, he squeezes out only 3 extra months, and the disappointing result makes the deadline feel brutally close. With no more repairs left to buy time, Zorian finally returns to Scoria and resumes his usual routine with Curiel, deciding he can hunt Irania when needed without devoting whole restarts to it. He also plans to ask Kale about Sudamir later, because the Morlock is the only friendly necromancer Zorian knows, even if the truth will hit painfully close to home. For now, he keeps the soul well to himself and lets Kale absorb the time loop and invasion notes first, knowing the subject of Sudamir's stolen souls would be far worse. Coming back to Scoria also means suffering through Svim's shaping drills again, and Zorian starts the session expecting the usual boring marble exercises. When Svim suddenly throws in a fusion task Zorian already mastered in previous loops, Zorian solves it too easily and finally gets a real reaction out of his normally unreadable teacher. Instead of stopping there, Svim launches into a long chain of increasingly strange shaping tests, clearly probing for the edges of Zorian's ability rather than assigning normal practice. Some of the tasks are beyond him and others are merely shaky, but Svim keeps moving on until it becomes obvious he is not teaching now, just measuring. Then Svim bluntly asks if he is truly Zorian Kaczynski, because skill this polished should be impossible for someone of his age and background. As Zorian tries a weak excuse, Svim cuts straight through it and says the shaping style is unmistakable, because he recognizes his own methods in Zorian's work. Worse, Svim says Zorian anticipates requests before they are spoken, which means he knows Svim too well for someone who was supposedly never taught this way. Svim finally lays it out. He knows he taught Zorian these techniques, he knows he would remember doing so, and he demands an explanation for the contradiction. Zorian quietly weighs his options, realizes mind magic scrutiny could get ugly fast, and decides that telling the truth is safer than forcing this into a legal investigation. So he admits that the month is repeating in a time loop and that he is one of the few people who keeps his memories between resets. He keeps major secrets to himself, but the core explanation is enough for Svim to understand why Zorian's skill looks like the result of years of forgotten practice. Svim's first reaction is unexpectedly blunt sympathy, because if the story is true, he realizes Zorian has been trapped in those same exhausting lessons for years. He still is not fully convinced, but he offers a startling apology anyway, explaining that his normal teaching method is to spend the first month or 2 being harsh on purpose. According to Svim, that cruelty is supposed to build character and humble students, but in a time loop it only meant Zorian got stuck in the worst phase of his mentorship over and over. Zorian is torn between laughing and punching him, and he honestly tells Svim he wants to hit him for that. Svim brushes the threat aside, puts down pen and paper, and orders Zorian to write a list of things he can verify if he wants this unbelievable story taken seriously. To convince Svim that the time loop is real, Zorian writes down a whole string of small predictions for the coming days, betting that too many accurate details at once will be harder to dismiss. Svim scans the list, pockets it without comment, and says he will verify everything over the weekend before giving Zorian an answer on Monday. Zorian leaves the meeting relieved it did not go worse, already turning his thoughts toward how to tell Kale about Sudamir's soul well. On the way home, a green-haired classmate suddenly waves him down, and it takes Zorian a second to realize it is Capriva Reed. As Capriva heads straight for him, Zorian braces himself, because House Reed's drug and smuggling reputation still makes her hard to relax around. Capriva admits she is trying to reach Amaya's place for a business meeting with Kale and is embarrassed that she somehow got lost. Zorian offers to walk her there himself, and Capriva quickly agrees as long as he helps her hide the fact that she got turned around. When Zorian lets slip that Kale was looking for someone to sell restricted ingredients, Capriva is startled to learn he already knows about the deal. Capriva sizes him up with new interest and says she never would have guessed the straight-laced Zorian was mixed up in anything illegal. Zorian pushes back and asks why she was not offended that Kale assumed a Reed heiress could source contraband in the first place. Capriva snorts that everyone already assumes House Reed is dirty, and she only took Kale seriously because Morlocks have their own blunt, shady reputation. She immediately starts fishing for details about what the ingredients are for and where the money came from, testing how much Zorian will reveal. Zorian admits the materials are for medical research, but when he asks if she plans to report them, he quietly reads her thoughts and confirms she is telling the truth when she says no. After that, the mood loosens into academy gossip and nosy small talk, and Zorian notes that Capriva is far more chatty with him than usual. At Amaya's house, their landlord welcomes Capriva so warmly that Zorian is not sure whether Amaya has no idea who she is or is simply that good at hiding it. Amaya firmly declares that food comes before business and drags the whole meeting toward cookies and drinks first. When Capriva asks for beer, Amaya casually pours a glass for both of them, and Zorian secretly transmutes his own into something non-alcoholic before anyone notices. The ingredient deal with Kale goes through, but what should have been a short errand sprawls into most of the afternoon. Capriva even meets Kiriel, and the two get along so easily that Zorian immediately starts worrying about what his little sister might say around a read. In the end, Zorian decides not to obsess over the arrangement, because Kale set it up and Kale can handle most of the fallout, while Zorian focuses on his own endless list of problems. For the weekend, Zorian plans 2 straight days of fighting hostile Arania and practicing memory reading, but his first target turns out to be a nasty choice. The burning apex web flips the attack on him with brutal teamwork, telepathic pressure, and a battlefield trap they had already prepared. A detonated boulder blows up beside him, and even with a shield up, Zorian comes out with a badly injured arm, cuts all over, and a pounding headache. Realizing he is outmatched for now, Zorian activates his recall stone and retreats. Kale's healing potions keep the damage from becoming serious, but Zorian still needs several days to recover and has to shelve the whole Arania plan. Since the weekend is already wrecked, Zorian finally gives in to Kale's old request and agrees to take him into the northern wilderness to gather rare natural ingredients. On Sunday, the trip turns into a wandering field lesson as Kale enthusiastically explains where rare plants grow, how to harvest them, and why herbalists guard that knowledge so fiercely. Zorian grumbles that buying ingredients would save time, but Kale explains that the best wild materials are so scarce and in demand that they rarely even reach shop shelves. Kale keeps going, laying out how many magical plants refuse cultivation, lose their essence under the wrong conditions, or take too long to mature for anyone to bother farming them. Trying to help despite his injured hand, Zorian harvests tricky river grass and hands it over, only for Kale to instantly spot the stalks he ruined. With that area picked clean, Kale asks for a jump deeper into the forest to chase even rarer finds like ghost ivy or moonflowers. After Zorian teleports them, Kale marvels again at how convenient it is and asks how long it would take him to learn that kind of spellcasting. Zorian says it could take Kale a year or 2 normally, or just months if Kale lets him design a shaping regimen like the one he is making for Taven. Kale says he does not want to ask too much of him, and Zorian quietly answers that Kale has already earned that much over many restarts. That opening prompts Kale to ask about the disappearances around Nyazavdveri, because many of the victims were people he knew and he still wants answers. Zorian finally admits he does know what is happening there, and starts telling Kale about Sudamir's soul-trapping operation at Ayaska Mansion. Kale reacts exactly as badly as Zorian feared, exploding with fury and demanding that they go inspect the soul trap immediately. Zorian spends nearly an hour talking him down, arguing that charging in wounded, unprepared, and half-blinded by rage would be suicidal. Once he calms down enough to think, Kale points out the horrible implication that every time Zorian died during the invasion, his soul was probably dragged into that same trap with everyone else. Zorian shrugs that the time loop still pulls him back anyway, which only makes the mechanism behind it seem even stranger. Kale admits that while Zorian's soul seems to survive the collection process intact, Sudamir is far beyond his own level in soul magic and may simply be too much for him to help against. Pressed for alternatives, Kale suggests a warrior priest Lukav knows or even the priesthood in general, because they take necromancy seriously and could verify Sudamir's crimes in person. Zorian says that could work in another restart, but he worries a major strike on Ayaska Mansion would expose too much and draw a Red Robe straight toward him. Kale argues the opposite, saying Red Robe already imagines an army of time travelers, so occasional big moves might actually help sell that false picture. The debate fizzles out without a solution, and the silence between them turns heavy as Kale broods over how little help he can offer. In the end, Kale cuts the outing short and asks Zorian to take them home. Monday arrives, and before Zorian can choose a calm time to visit Svim, the teacher barges into his first class and pulls him out on the spot. Once they are shut inside the office, Svim answers Zorian's question by handing him a stone orb instead of a verdict, and ordering him to channel mana into it. The orb lights up, and Zorian quickly realizes it is checking his personal mana signature against the Academy's records. Svim explains that the Academy has had his signature since first-year training orbs, and that the law requires the government to keep those records for identity disputes and investigations. With the imposter theory mostly dead, Svim finally says Zorian has convinced him there is something real behind the story, but not enough yet to make him accept time travel outright. He spends the next hour and a half drilling Zorian on the time loop's rules and edge cases, listening so intently that the whole interview starts to feel unnerving. When Zorian mentions that the material world is cut off from the spiritual realms inside the loop, Svim immediately latches onto it as the first detail that makes the impossible scale sound less absurd. Svim reasons that any sane spell designer would limit such a spell's true scope, maybe even faking the heavens beyond the necessary area, and tells Zorian to check with astronomers for irregularities. He also tells Zorian to include that severed spirit world detail on any future-proof list, because it strengthens the case far better than Zorian realized. Then Svim hands him a long nonsense code, revealing he keeps contingencies for memory tampering and wants Zorian to use this exact string to prove himself in future restarts. Zorian memorizes the code perfectly by sealing it into a memory packet, and Svim is satisfied enough to stop treating him like a possible enemy. With the suspicion eased, Svim turns the question back on Zorian and asks what he actually wants now that this strange confession has cleared the air. Zorian bluntly reminds him that he is supposed to be his mentor, nudging Svim to finally offer real magical guidance instead of endless silent suffering. Svim says he needs to test Zorian properly first, but promises that Friday will start a more serious program built around fixing weak fundamentals and pushing him into dimensionalism. Because dimensionalism touches things like time manipulation, Svim thinks it is the one field that truly fits Zorian's bizarre situation, and for once the idea actually sounds promising. When the meeting ends, Zorian walks out of Svim's office feeling better than he ever has after dealing with the man. Over the next few days, Zorian's injuries finally clear up, but Kale stays buried in necromancy books and a half-built spell item, clearly not ready to revisit the Sudamir problem yet. Zorian suspects Kale is still annoyed about how long he waited to reveal the soul trap, especially since Taven took the truth about the time loop much better when he told her earlier this time. Bored during recovery, Zorian recreates Kiriel's old drawings from memory and shows them to her just to see how she reacts. Kiriel refuses to claim them as hers, criticizes the artist instead, and gets annoyed when Zorian teasingly insists he just conjured them out of his head. The argument somehow turns into an impromptu drawing lesson, and Kiriel cheerfully informs him that he is actually decent and could get good if he put in the work. That quiet stretch also pushes Zorian to the academy library, where he starts digging into Eldamar's politics because Sudamir's excuse about doing all this for politics still bothers him. The material quickly proves messy, because real power in Eldamar is split between the crown, noble houses, the council of elders, the mage guild, the church, and every other force trying to tug the country its own way. Just as he is about to give up, Tanami sneaks up behind him in the library, and Zorian startles her first by greeting her without even turning around. Tanami recovers quickly, sees the book in his hands, and bluntly asks why he is reading trash like Splinter of Splinters. Zorian honestly admits he is flailing around for political answers, and just grabbing whatever books seem remotely useful. When Tanami asks what kind of political question he is chasing, Zorian says he wants to know why someone inside Eldamar would ever want Scoria burned to the ground. Tanami barely blinks at the dramatic premise and first cuts away external enemies, pointing out that Ulquinibesa is too weak to matter much as long as Eldamar still holds Fort Oraclo. Realizing she actually knows what she is talking about, Zorian asks her for a serious book recommendation on Eldamar's internal politics instead. Instead of naming one title, Tanami drags him all over the library and piles 3 different books into his arms, clearly enjoying the chance to be useful and thorough. Seeing the mountain she has handed him, Zorian admits he probably will not read all of it, and Tanami sheepishly apologizes for overdoing things. Tanami tells him that if he reads only one, it should be Time of Tribulations, because the Splinter Wars and the Weeping reshaped Eldamar so deeply that nothing makes sense without them. She explains that those disasters wiped out huge numbers of old mage families, and the country rushed to replace them with far more first-generation mages than ever before. To Zorian's surprise, she says the issue is not that civilian-born mages are bad, but that they are usually educated through the Mage Guild and end up reinforcing the crown against more autonomous factions. From there she connects it back to Scoria, explaining that the city's bottomless mana supply lets first-generation mages thrive there in massive numbers, turning it into a loyalist stronghold some call a second capital. That means any faction with a grudge against the crown or Mage Guild has reason to hate Scoria, even if almost nobody would actually want to weaken Eldamar by destroying it for real. Zorian notes that many houses still base themselves in Scoria anyway, and Tanami dryly reminds him that noble houses do not exactly wish one another well. Then she brings up House Novita and asks whether he knows what happened after Zack was left as the sole survivor. When Zorian says only that Zack's family died, Tanami reveals the uglier part. Caretaker Tezen's very then sold off House Novita's wealth to allies for scraps while paying himself richly. She says that if Zack were not such an idiot, he would have every reason to hate the city authorities who let it happen and to dream of Scoria burning just out of sheer bitterness. That new angle immediately hooks Zorian, and he tells Tanami he wants to hear a lot more about the Novita story. In the academy library, Tanami confirms Zorian's suspicion that Zack's caretaker Tezen was not skimming money at all. He was gutting House Novita almost down to the bone. Tanami says Tezen's appointment looked perfectly respectable at first, because he was a powerful noble, a skilled mage, and supposedly one of House Novita's trusted allies. But once he had control, Taven sold Novita property to his own house for absurdly low prices and paid himself fat caretaker fees from the wreckage. Zorian stares at Tanami in disbelief and asks how the crown, the Novita's allies, or any decent noble could have let something that blatant slide. Tanami explains that House Sveri was also valuable to the crown, so punishing Taven would have meant alienating one of the few strong allies left after the wars. She adds that Taven spread Novita wealth around generously, including gifts to the crown, which made a lot of critics suddenly less eager to dig deeper. Tanami warns that the theft was hidden inside legitimate caretaker duties, because selling off weakened house assets was expected, and only a real investigation would expose how badly Taven rigged every deal. That answer makes the secrecy click for Zorian, because if the scheme needed digging to understand, it also explains why ordinary academy gossip never exposed Zack's situation. When Zorian asks why Tanami never told their classmates, she says she would not have talked about it behind Zack's back while he was still in their class. Now that Zack has vanished from the academy again, Tanami figures the issue no longer has the same risk of publicly embarrassing him. Zorian asks how much Zack actually knows, and Tanami admits her one attempt to probe the subject went badly because Zack thought she was flirting with him. That image is too much for Zorian, and he breaks into laughter while Tanami protests that it is not funny. After more questions, Tanami cannot give Zorian hard details, but the pattern itself sparks a darker idea in his mind. Zack may be only one victim in a much bigger post-war scavenging spree. Tanami says he is right, because plenty of weakened houses and small families were carved up after the Splinter Wars and the Weeping, sometimes so completely their heirs were left with nothing at all. Compared to those heirs, Zack is almost lucky, because Taven still had to leave him a mansion and a trust fund as a smokescreen against accusations. That sends Zorian toward a grim theory that someone like Red Robe could be one of those ruined heirs, bitter enough to want Scoria destroyed no matter who gets caught in it. He cannot prove any of that yet, but he quietly decides that once he opens the matriarch's memory packet, he should start checking on people with that kind of motive. The meeting winds down when Zorian notices Tanami getting a little suspicious about his fixation, though she still asks to meet him again for a favor. Zorian leaves the academy and heads home, only to realize the moment he steps into Amaya's house that absolute chaos has already beaten him there. He learns that Capriva arrived with Kale's alchemical supplies at the worst possible time, right when Rei, Nachka, and Taven were also visiting and the house was already full. With Kale hidden away and Amaya distracted, the children handled the introduction, and Kiriel innocently revealed that Kana was Kale's daughter. That kicked off the first explosion, with Kale panicking over the secret, Kiriel apologizing, Capriva openly amused, and Amaya trying to keep the whole mess from spiraling. While everyone fixated on that drama, Nachka got curious about Capriva's packet, tore into it, and inhaled enough hallucinogenic dust to trigger her shifter traits. Suddenly there was a second crisis, because Nachka was hissing with claws and a tail while Rei realized her daughter's hidden nature had just been exposed in front of everyone. Rei blames the dangerous package, Capriva defends herself, Kiriel blurts out that Nachka can already turn into a kitty, and poor Amaya has to play peacemaker all over again. When Zorian hears the full story, he deadpans that he was gone for only a couple of hours and somehow the whole house managed to implode without him. Faced with a wall of irritated looks, Zorian quickly shifts gears and says everyone is blowing things up bigger than they need to. He reassures them that Capriva is not going to spread rumors about Kana and that nobody in this room actually cares that Rei and Nachka are shifters. Rei snaps back that Nachka could have inherited it from her father, but Zorian pointedly lets that dodge slide and keeps the talk on the real problem. He boils the whole mess down to one actual issue. Nachka got drugged, and because the supplies were there for him and Kale, he feels responsible enough to offer compensation. Capriva insists she secured the package, and Rei reluctantly admits Nachka probably punctured it herself with her claws while opening it. Before Rei can brush off the offer, the still slurring Nachka cuts in and boldly asks Zorian for a doll like Kiriel's. Once he realizes she means Koschenka, Zorian says that is doable as long as Rei is fine with it. Rei immediately asks the practical question, whether this magical toy is going to explode if a child handles it roughly. Zorian assures her the toy only runs on ambient mana and wood, so if it breaks it will simply stop moving instead of blowing up. That is enough for Rei to agree, while also calling Nachka out for shamelessly milking the accident for a reward. Then Zorian feels Kana's silent attention drilling into him and guesses, almost on instinct, that she wants a doll too. When he asks if she wants one as well, Kana nods so frantically that the entire room finally bursts into laughter. With the crisis fully defused, Zorian sighs and promises 2 new toy golems by the weekend. Capriva jokingly complains that she wants a doll too, only for Zorian to shoot her down because she is far too old for that trick. Kiriel sweetly offers to let Capriva play with Koschenka during visits, and Capriva is charmed enough to ruffle her hair. When Capriva jokes that Kiriel is too nice to be Zorian's sister, Kiriel rushes to his defense by saying he is like a hedgehog, prickly first and nice once you get close. By Friday, Svim pulls Zorian out of the office routine and into a restricted training ground, saying they are finally moving on to serious magic. Svim says his astronomy checks have found no useful cracks in reality, because the sky still behaves too normally for an easy answer about the loop's boundaries. Still, Svim says his research into time magic found something useful, and he asks if Zorian has ever heard of black rooms. Zorian blurts out the wild rumor version, those impossible chambers where years pass inside while only a day passes outside, and Svim immediately cuts that exaggeration down. Svim explains that the real black rooms are still terrifyingly powerful, stretching a day into about a month by completely sealing the space off from the rest of the world. Because that seal blocks everything, Svim says nothing can pass in or out once the effect starts, not supplies, not messages, not even contact with spiritual planes. That gives Zorian an unsettling piece of precedent, because if black rooms need an enclosed isolated zone to warp time, the loop might be doing something similar on a far larger scale. When Zorian wonders why such useful magic is still half rumor, Svim says black rooms are monstrously expensive and catastrophically unforgiving if organizers miss even one detail. He drives the point home with ugly examples, groups dying of thirst or starvation inside sealed chambers because the supplies or conditions were misjudged before activation. Even when nothing mechanical failed, Svim says the isolation itself bred violence, and one infamous black room ended with every person inside killing each other. After the theory lesson, Svim has Zorian demonstrate his real combat and utility magic, including teleportation, because this warded ground actually allows him to use it freely. When Svim finally stops him, he says Zorian looks like a broad generalist rather than someone built around one mana-shaping specialty. Zorian says spell formulas are probably his real specialty, but Svim surprises him by admitting he never cared for that field and sees it mostly as a crutch. Even so, Svim says Zorian's instinct to master several fields is the right path for someone with his bizarre circumstances, calling it the road of an archmage. That opening makes Zorian ask if Svim himself counts as an archmage, and Svim gives a careful answer that sounds modest but is basically yes. Svim says his own specialty is defending against magical attacks, which forced him to understand many branches of magic even if he keeps that reputation quiet. Then the praise ends, because Svim says Zorian's actual training method is still suboptimal for a true generalist. Instead of collecting lots of shaping drills with quick payoffs, Svim says Zorian should have been investing hard into raw mana manipulation and sensing, the boring basics that make every spell easier later. Zorian admits nobody really taught him that route, and Svim says that is because most books are written by specialists, and most young mages never get pushed into these foundations so early. Svim says Zorian's biggest weakness is obvious to him. His mana sensing is terrible, especially for someone who has supposedly had far more time to grow than his body should allow. He blames part of that on Scoria itself, because the city's thick ambient mana makes young mages sloppy and dulls their ability to truly feel what is around them. He points out that this very training ground is specially warded to keep most outside mana away, and Zorian's failure to notice that instantly is proof of the problem. So Svim tells him to practice outside the city whenever possible, and starts teaching him a brutal set of mana-sensing exercises on the spot. By the end of the session, Zorian is overwhelmed, because Svim has dumped more than 20 sensing drills, several teleportation variants, and a dimensionalism exercise on him all at once. The dimensionalism task sounds simple on paper, just form a dimensional boundary around a random rock, but Svim warns that this invisible structure is the first step behind teleportation and other space-time magic. Zorian immediately realizes why Svim picked it, because the exercise is miserable without good mana sensing and neatly proves how much that weak foundation is holding him back. The days after that pass fast, with Kale still stuck on the Sudamir problem while Zorian keeps himself busy and leaves his friend room to work. Zorian also restarts his Arania raids in a smarter way, hitting minor webs instead of another monster like Burning Apex and finally getting cleaner practice at hostile memory reading. Since he is already rummaging through captured mines, he also starts harvesting small Iranian mine magic tricks, nothing revolutionary, but enough little gains to matter over time. When Zorian meets Tanami again, her promised favor turns out to be weirdly simple. She wants his family tree for a private project of hers. Zorian suspects this smells suspiciously like AOP information gathering, but he still scribbles out the family tree as best he can from memory. Tanami gets even more excited when she learns Zorian has a witch in the family line, which feels exactly on brand for an AOP girl fascinated by strange bloodlines and spiders. Back at Amaya's place, the earlier family scandal strangely makes things smoother, because Rei keeps visiting and her bond with Amaya only seems firmer now that secrets are out. By the weekend promise, Nachka proudly has her own feminine toy golem named Revika, while Kana surprises Zorian by choosing a male white-haired one that the girls start calling Jaglanak. Kana also figures out that Zorian can somehow understand what she wants, so now she simply drags him over whenever she needs a silent translator. As the restart nears its end, Kale finally admits he has run out of ideas and asks Zorian to teleport him near Ayaska Mansion for one last look at the soul trap. Zorian agrees and brings Taven along too, because he wants to inspect the trap from a spell formula angle and needs a real fighter to keep local monsters off them. The visit is short and rough, because while Zorian is still analyzing the area, Taven has to fend off a flock of iron beaks harassing them in the northern wilderness. Even that last attempt is enough for Kale to give up, and afterward he falls into a quiet, subdued mood that Zorian cannot ignore. The next day Kale privately pulls Zorian away and asks for a teleport north of Nyazovdveri, where he wants to visit his wife's grave. After teleporting in, Zorian nearly collapses from the long uphill forest walk Kale casually described as not far from the road. Behind a lonely abandoned cottage, Kale quietly tends two simple graves, one for his wife Namara and one for her mother Freya, who had also been his teacher. When Zorian asks why they are buried in such an isolated place, Kale says the nearby villagers were too superstitious to ever allow a witch and her daughter into their cemetery. Kale says this lonely place was still their home, and that makes it feel more honest than burying them among people who would only have hated them. After a long silence, Kale suddenly apologizes, not for the grave visit, but for stalling Zorian for weeks on Sudamir's soul trap and still having nothing useful to show. Zorian tells him it is fine, but Kale still hands over a small notebook of rough guesses and stressed-out speculation in case any of it helps. Even then Kale still says he feels useless, and when Zorian presses him, the answer finally breaks open into old grief. Kale says Sudamir reminds him too much of watching Freya and Namra die from the weeping while he could do absolutely nothing to save them. To lighten the weight a little, Zorian carefully asks the question he has been sitting on for ages: how Kale ended up a married father so absurdly young. Kale bursts into laughter at last and corrects him that he was 15, not 13, when Kano was born, because he is actually 2 years older than the rest of their class. Then Kale tells the real story, that his mother died in childbirth, his father drowned himself in alcohol, and as an unwanted Morlock child he spent most of his time wandering the wilderness alone. That wandering is how he met Namra, who led him to this cottage, and how Freya eventually took him in after learning how bad his life really was. But Freya's kindness had a hard edge, because Namra lacked the talent for witchcraft and Freya needed an heir who could inherit her secrets. When Zorian points out that witch magic is supposed to be forgiving, Kale flatly says Namra was terrible even for that, so Freya turned to him instead. Kale admits the arrangement became official because Freya made marriage to Namra a condition for teaching him, though he says he would have married her even without that bargain. After that, Kale spends a long while sharing small stories about life in the cottage, and the simple remembering does more to steady him than all the failed research ever could. When they are finally ready to leave, Kale makes one last serious request. If a future restart version of him ever asks about Sudamir or missing soul mages, Zorian should lie and say he knows nothing. Kale says the whole topic only tears him apart and ruins his work when he cannot actually help, so Zorian agrees to keep future versions of him away from it. The new restart opens the usual way, with Kiriel cheerfully dive-bombing Zorian awake. Instead of wrestling her off, Zorian calmly grabs Kiriel with telekinesis and lifts her straight into the air. While she complains that it's unfair, Zorian studies his own mana flow and appreciates how much Svim's training has sharpened his control. When Kiriel makes another grab for the bed covers, Zorian just floats her even higher and enjoys her outrage. Kiriel quickly realizes he might actually drop her, so she hurriedly demands to be put down slowly. Zorian decides not to test his luck and gently lowers her to the floor instead. The prank immediately backfires, because Kiriel becomes thrilled by levitation and starts peppering him with excited questions. When she asks how long he can keep her afloat, Zorian admits he could probably manage for an hour if she cooperates, and that answer gives her an idea. A little later, Zorian carefully floats Kiriel down the stairs so they can surprise their mother together. Their mother catches them halfway through the stunt and stops dead when she sees Kiriel floating beside the stairs. Kiriel proudly blurts out that she's flying, but their mother only rolls her eyes, mutters about mages and children, and tells them to come eat when they're done. Even so, Zorian and Kiriel share a look and silently agree the whole thing was absolutely worth it. On the train to Scoria, Zorian keeps Kiriel entertained by dramatically narrating Sumrak's adventure with shifting illusion scenes. While he tells the story, Zorian weighs a bigger choice: keep this restart quiet, or expose Sudamir's soul trap to the triumvirate church. He knows staying focused would be safer, but Red Robe's total silence has started to feel more threatening than reassuring. The more he thinks about it, the more he believes an official investigation could uncover invasion links he would never find alone, so he decides to go to the church as soon as they reach Scoria. Kiriel snaps him out of his planning by complaining that he stopped right when the story reached the good part. Amused, Zorian dives back into the tale and gives Kiriel the betrayal and combat she was waiting for. After settling into Scoria, Zorian goes straight to Svim instead of waiting for Friday, hoping the restart code will speed things up. The code helps, but not enough, and Svim spends hours grilling him before he accepts the story only provisionally. In the end, Svim tells him they'll continue on Friday and practically throws him out, leaving Zorian mildly annoyed but not derailed. The next day he heads to the same temple as before, choosing Batak's branch simply because it's familiar. Batak greets him warmly, serves tea, and soon asks what brought a young man like Zorian to the temple at all. Zorian admits he usually avoids temples because as a child his uncontrolled empathy made crowded services physically unbearable. He adds that the old priest in Siren blamed his fainting on bad blood from his mother's witch lineage, and Batak says that guests may actually have been partly right. Batak explains that special powers usually come from rituals, potions, possession, or bloodlines resurfacing, so a gift like empathy often means something unusual is buried in a family tree. That sends Zorian's thoughts spinning toward his own family, from Damon's uncanny insight to the alarming idea that Kiriel might carry dormant psychic talent too. Once Batak brings him back on topic, Zorian hands over a sealed anonymous report, and says naming himself would be dangerous. Batak agrees to pass it up the chain, but warns that anonymous accusations can sit for weeks or even months before investigators move. Realizing that delay is useless, Zorian silently shifts to Plan B and decides he will have to involve Alanik directly after all. When Batak asks what advice Zorian wanted, Zorian bluntly says he needs to understand souls, necromancy, and why anyone would imprison thousands of souls in a giant crystal pillar. That finally makes the danger click for Batak, and he quietly pulls the envelope back over and writes urgent across it in big letters. Batak explains that a soul is not just a mana engine but a living record of everything a person is, which is why the gods could once restore bodies, youth, and even possibly make perfect copies. He adds that this is exactly why necromancers chase soul magic despite the atrocities it takes, because it promises almost godlike power over other people. When Zorian asks why soul damage wrecks the body too, Batak says nobody fully understands it, only that body and soul depend on each other and life force is probably involved. Zorian connects the dots himself, and realizes damaged souls would throw a person's life-giving mana out of control, which explains the catastrophic collapse. 2 hours later he leaves the temple, a little surprised that Batak actually invites him back for another conversation instead of keeping his distance. The next day Zorian goes to Nyazov Dveri, but before meeting Alanik he raids Vazen's safe and steals every incriminating paper he can find. But the moment he starts telling Alanik about the undead mansion and the soul trap, Alanik ignores the paperwork and demands to be teleported there immediately. Zorian reluctantly does it, annoyed that all his careful preparation matters less to Alanik than seeing the place with his own eyes. At the edge of the wards, Alanik stands in silence and confirms the truth without casting anything, because he can literally feel the spiritual sinkhole tugging at his soul. Alanik explains that living souls are safe at this distance, but his own soul awareness is high enough to notice the trap anyway, which shows Zorian just how dangerous true soul mages would be to Sudamir. Before they can linger, Zorian spots the mansion's iron-beaked scouts flying toward them and warns that the rest of the guards will follow. Alanik answers by snapping off a chain lightning spell that wipes out the entire flock in one dazzling sweep. Then Alanik casually announces they will not sneak in at all, because the church and the army are going to besiege Ayaska Mansion, and Zorian is helping with the investigation afterward. Zorian protests that he never agreed to this, but Alanik bluntly tells him staying under church protection is safer than trying to vanish on his own. Zorian insists he needs to stay anonymous, and Alanik waves the problem aside like it's already solved, effectively making Zorian his subordinate on the spot. Zorian soon learns just how fast Eldamar can move, because in only 4 days the assault force for Ayaska Mansion is fully assembled. To keep his identity hidden, Zorian follows Alanik around in a face-concealing robe and speaks through a thought-to-speech orb he built himself. The disguise works well enough that most people assume he's some elite church investigator, which Alanik finds quietly hilarious. Even with that cover, Zorian feels badly out of his depth and warns Alanik that Sudamir has probably already fled after seeing this much preparation. Alanik flatly disagrees, arguing that Sudamir has sunk too much into the estate to abandon it without a fight, and that storming an undead stronghold is easier to justify than arresting a powerful mayor first. When the operation begins, the first wave of mages teleports in only to raise a huge anti-teleport ward over the whole area so Sudamir cannot simply escape. The ward goes up cleanly, but it instantly kicks over the hornet's nest and sends endless undead flooding out of both the mansion and the storage building. The sheer scale shocks even Zorian, because Sudamir has far more reanimated troops here than he ever saw during his own earlier raids. Caught by that first surge, the attackers struggle to form lines, and the opening 10 minutes cost them 10 mages and more than 50 soldiers. But once the army steadies itself, the cannons and war golems start smashing the undead horde back into pieces. Then the mages finish a major spell, and 2 giant fire vortexes tear through the reanimated masses, burning everything they swallow and somehow growing stronger as they feed. Whatever survives that punishment is cut down by grenades and gunfire before it can even reach the main assault line. Just when it looks like the attackers have the first exchange under control, the roof of Ayaska Mansion suddenly explodes upward. A monstrous roar blasts the dust aside, and Zorian realizes something huge is inside the wreckage. What emerges is a colossal skeletal dragon, its white bones engraved with glowing yellow spellwork, and its ribcage packed with machinery instead of emptiness. Zorian is stunned, because Sudamir never gave even the slightest hint he had something like this hidden away. The dragon's whole body lights up, ghostly membranes spread across its wings, and it lifts lazily into the air. Then the thing turns and flies straight at Zorian and Alanik, kicking the battle for Ayaska Mansion into a far more dangerous phase. When the mansion roof explodes and a hidden skeletal dragon dives toward the command area, Zorian is stunned that Sudamir kept a weapon this huge secret even from his earlier scouting. Stuck near Alanik because of his cover role, Zorian mutters that the supposedly safest spot on the battlefield suddenly feels like a trap. Alanik ignores the joke and starts an anti-scrying spell, while the whole command post erupts into urgent casting to hide itself from Sudamir's eyes. Zorian keeps his hands off the defense, knowing he understands too little of the battlefield coordination to jump in without making things worse. Then the forest around the mansion spits out a black cloud of iron beaks, and the sky fills with ominous cawing as Sudamir layers a second threat onto the dragon attack. The flock splits into attack groups and rains blade-like feathers on Eldamar's troops, turning the whole front line into a frantic anti-air defense. Eldamar answers hard, with exploding golem blasts and launcher-fired alchemical canisters tearing through hundreds of birds at a time, but the swarm still keeps coming. Watching the battlefield spiral wider than expected, Zorian feels the restart slipping out of his control and briefly wonders if he should cut his losses and end it. He decides not to run yet, even with Sudamir's soul-trapping pillar waiting inside the mansion, because he needs to see how far this battle will really go. The dragon surprises him again by opening its jaws and firing a thin yellow beam instead of charging straight into melee. The defending mages barely catch the shot with a thick ectoplasmic wall, and the beam carves a crater into it before the strange barrier starts flowing shut. Even repeated shots to the same spot cannot break the wall fast enough, and the dragon is forced to keep pushing closer. Two giant fire vortexes swing over to intercept it, and the defenders start throwing every kind of spell they have just to probe for a weakness in the dragon's wards. For a while the dragon's agility and force aegis make the whole exchange look like a stalemate, as if both sides are hammering on armor they cannot crack. Then one mage finds a purple fire spell that eats through the shield, and the dragon abruptly starts fighting much harder to break out of its bad position. It tears apart the vortexes and sweeps its yellow beam across the ground instead, throwing up dust clouds that ruin the defender's aim. That smarter tactic finally convinces Zorian the dragon is being guided by a real mind, not just undead programming, and that makes mind magic a real option. He asks Alanik to lure the dragon closer so he can try to strike its mind, and another mage cuts in to say they already have a trap ready if he can pick the moment. While the dragon keeps pressing in, the larger battlefield stays barely under control because Eldamar starts teleporting in a steady stream of reinforcements. When the dragon commits to another direct charge, the mage warns Zorian that they will hit it with paralysis bolts, and he will get exactly one clean chance. Zorian stretches his mind to the limit, waiting for the dragon to come just a little closer while its beam chews deeper and deeper into the barrier. The instant the dragon enters psychic range, Zorian feels the hidden controller inside it, and knows he can break through. 12 blue paralysis bolts slam into the dragon at once, smashing its mental shield open even though the paralysis itself barely lasts a moment. Zorian drives psychic knives into the exposed mind behind the puppet and briefly steals control away from the controller. He forces the dragon straight into the ground, and the huge undead body plows a trench through dirt and trees before skidding to a halt short of the command area. The whole command post goes silent for a beat, stunned that Zorian actually pulled it off. Zorian warns them the victory is temporary because the dragon is still intact and its controller is already fighting to take it back. Alanik immediately gives the next order, and hidden artillery behind the command area fires living metal rounds into the grounded dragon. Instead of exploding, the shells burst into silvery living threads that coil around the dragon's bones and pin it to the ground. Alanik admits they meant to use the living metal to drag the dragon down out of the sky, but Zorian's crash made the trap work even better. A heartbeat later the controller rips the body back from Zorian, and the dragon starts thrashing so violently that Alanik grimly switches to brute force destruction. The dragon tries everything it has, from dispelling breath to shifting magical fields, but the living metal only tightens and leaves it more helpless. When it cannot free itself, the dragon unleashes a deafening roar that hammers the area with sound and force, though the command wards spare everyone from the worst of it. Eldamar pours spells and artillery into the pinned monster, treating the living metal restraints as sturdy enough to survive the bombardment too. Sudamir answers by launching huge artillery spells from the mansion, and Zorian instantly recognizes the same long-range magic that once kicked off the invasion of Scoria. Because 2 of those shots are aimed right at the command area, the leadership has to abandon position even though that means easing the pressure on the dragon. Even while retreating, Eldamar answers in kind and sends its own artillery spells arcing back toward the mansion. One of Sudamir's artillery shots even lands on his own trapped dragon, betting that the beast can survive what the restraints cannot. The gamble works. When the dust clears, the dragon is crippled but alive, with one leg gone and only a few scraps of living metal still clinging to it. Eldamar's return fire slams into Ayaska Mansion, and a golden dome barely holds the blasts back, left dim and flickering by the impact. With its superweapon damaged, Sudamir pulls the dragon and the surviving wolves and trolls back toward the mansion in full retreat. The iron beaks break hardest of all, scattering in panic and deciding through sheer terror that they are never coming back for Sudamir again. The first battle ends with Eldamar still standing, but nobody mistakes that for an easy siege ahead. Over the next several hours, Sudamir drags the siege out with raids, traps, black-clad undead ambushes, and a now cautious skeletal dragon that punishes every mistake. At first Zorian assumes Sudamir is only stalling while his Abasan allies escape through the basement gate, but as the hours pass it becomes obvious Sudamir truly means to hold the mansion to the bitter end. The outcome still turns against him as the forest is burned clear, the undead reserves run down, and the mansion's wards start looking close to collapse. Then Sudamir does the last thing Zorian expects and simply surrenders, opening the gates and powering down the defenses for capture. Because the surrender feels wrong, Zorian waits for investigators to search the place, and then corners Alanik to ask why Sudamir stayed behind when a gate in the basement could have carried him away. Alanik suggests Sudamir may trust Eldamarian captivity more than long-term dependence on his own allies, even if that alliance looked useful during the war. Zorian pushes back that Sudamir could still have fled on his dragon, and Alanik answers that the necromancer seems too attached to his life's work to watch the place be flattened without him. That answer worries Zorian even more, because if Sudamir values the soul trap so much, Eldamar might decide to keep the device instead of destroying it. Alanik admits the trapped souls will probably be freed, but the monstrous machine itself might survive if Eldamar chooses to turn the estate into a secret research prison for Sudamir. Zorian hates hearing that, and Alanik quietly hints there is still time to make any deal politically impossible if something far more damning comes out first. When Alanik praises the mind strike Zorian used through the bone dragon, Zorian instantly realizes he is being offered a crack at Sudamir's mind and accepts without hesitation. Alanik leads him off at once, warning they should only have a short private window with the prisoner because this interrogation is very much off the books. On the way, Zorian asks why Alanik is not using truth potions, and Alanik explains he wants no obvious magical traces if Sudamir later complains. Alanik also dryly points out that Zorian acts like a rookie in interrogation, while somehow being an expert mind mage, and Zorian wisely lets that go unanswered. Sudamir looks irritatingly well for a captured war criminal, chained and shaping disrupting manacles with an exploding collar, but otherwise untouched and already sick of Alanik's face. Zorian does not bother with subtlety and immediately smashes through Sudamir's mental defenses, leaving the necromancer clutching his head in helpless pain. The hard part is not reading Sudamir's mind but making him speak aloud, especially after Zorian discovers the man put a fresh Hayaz on himself before surrendering. Because the Hayaz blocks talk about the Abasins and the planned invasion, Zorian quietly erases Sudamir's memory of the compulsion itself and neutralizes it without telling Alanik. Once the hidden conspiracy starts spilling out, Alanik stops pretending this is a short covert visit and keeps the interrogation going for hours. Most of what Zorian digs up is exactly what Alanik wants: collaborators, hidden evidence, and names that can bring the whole network crashing down. For Zorian, the ugliest truth is personal. Sudamir really broke after his wife died of the weeping, and all his later monstrosities grew out of trying to drag her soul back. He failed to revive her properly, so instead he bound her soul into Ayaska Mansion itself, which explains why the ward system could think, and why he refused to abandon the estate. The biggest reason he joined the Abasins was Quatakical's promise to turn his wife's disembodied soul into a lich through a modified ritual. His political excuse is uglier than noble too. He wants Eldamar weakened enough to need him, so necromancy and his own future undead existence can be accepted instead of punished. Zorian comes away convinced that all of Sudamir's grand political logic is mostly a lie he tells himself around the simple truth that he wanted his wife back. He also learns how Sudamir controlled the Iron Beaks, by kidnapping their chicks and magically dominating parts of their leadership. Then Zorian steers the interrogation to the primordial ritual and asks why the cult needs a shifter child in the first place. Sudamir corrects him at once. The ritual needs at least 5 shifter children, and all of them are sacrifices. He explains that only very young shifters still carry enough loose primordial essence in their bodies to be extracted at all. Digging deeper through Sudamir's memories, Zorian discovers the necromancer spent years torturing shifters in experiments, and even created the silver one by grafting a human soul onto a winterwolf. Sudamir says the original shifter rituals only worked because ancient mages used blood from the primordial trapped beneath Scoria as a catalyst for true transformation. That finally makes the cult's logic click for Zorian. They want the primordial essence inside shifter children as a key to bridge back to the imprisoned creature. Sudamir confirms the primordial is not really being summoned from afar at all, but released from a pocket dimension prison whose anchor point the cult already found. Before leaving, Zorian wipes Sudamir's memory of the entire interrogation so the necromancer cannot report what was taken from him. As they step out, Alanik comments again on Zorian casting mind magic without words or gestures, and Zorian can feel that line of suspicion getting dangerously close to the limit. By the time Zorian gets back to Scoria, it is already evening, and he finds Kiriel asleep while Amaya has stayed up waiting for him anyway. Going to bed, Zorian cannot stop wondering what kind of chaos the fall of Ayaska Mansion is about to unleash across the city. Over the next few days, Alanik leaves him alone, but Scoria starts convulsing with scandal as important people are arrested one after another. Zorian watches the arrests closely because he already knows from Sudamir's mind how deep the conspiracy goes. At the same time, he keeps attacking Iranian patrols to practice reading the matriarch's memory packet, and the work leaves him feeling more and more like a villain. When some Irania beg him to stop instead of fighting, Zorian cannot stomach it and withdraws, choosing only the more aggressive patrols even though that is slower and more dangerous. A few days later, Alanik finally contacts him by letter, warning that too many people are asking questions and his anonymity is starting to fray. Zorian decides he will end this restart soon, but not yet, because he still wants to see whether the arrests trigger anything bigger. By then Kale has moved into the house, so Zorian tells him part of what he learned from Sudamir. carefully leaving out anything tied to Kale's own buried connections. Kale is startled by the claim that shifters carry primordial essence, but he immediately agrees that extracting something tied to life force would almost certainly kill the children. That leads Kale into a blunt explanation of blood magic. Using life force as fuel is terrifyingly effective, which is exactly why mages keep trying to do it with other people's bodies. Kale adds that blood magic is easy enough to spread, deadly enough to attract monsters, and may even be able to steal bloodlines, which explains why the Mage Guild crushes it so viciously. Before they can go further, explosions start ripping across Scoria, and both of them bolt outside with the rest of the startled household. From the roof, Zorian sees whole sections of the city burning and streets crawling with war trolls and hostile mages, confirming the Basins launched their invasion early. The next hours turn into a blur of defense, because Zorian refuses to leave the household unguarded and instead keeps smashing small invasion groups that push into their area. Between fights he uses divination to watch the rest of the city, trying to understand an invasion plan that feels desperate and badly timed compared to the summer festival attack. Even after Zorian wipes out several battle groups, Quatakikl never comes for him, which suggests the Lich has something much more important tying him down. As his scrying follows the heaviest fighting, Zorian notices everything converging on the whole, with Quatakikl never straying far from it, and the invaders seemingly gambling everything on the primordial ritual. The thought of Nachka being sacrificed flashes through his mind, but Zorian forces himself to let it go because there is nothing he can do now and the loop will reset her anyway. Part of him even wants to see the ritual succeed, because if the primordial really gets out this early in the month, he might finally learn what kind of disaster the loop has been hiding from him. Hours later the fight at the hole reaches a breaking point, with Eldamar surging forward while Quatakikl blankets the area in so much suppressive magic that the battle looks almost unreal. For the first time Zorian even sees someone blast away half of Quatakikl's skull with golden fire, and the Lich still keeps fighting through it. Then space above the hole begins to shudder and split, with jagged black cracks creeping up from the depths as reality itself starts to give way. Zorian realizes in horror that these are not just magical effects but literal fractures in reality. A chunk of space suddenly caves in into a pitch-black void, and a huge dark brown hand studded with mouths and eyes starts forcing its way out. Before Zorian can even study what he is seeing, the marker on his soul activates on its own and the world goes black. He wakes back in Siren to Kiriel cheerfully wishing him good morning, dragged into a new loop at the exact moment the primordial began to emerge. As he goes through the familiar trip to Scoria, Zorian cannot stop wondering whether the loop reset because Zack died or because the primordial was actually released. He even starts wondering if the whole time loop exists to prevent that release, and whether the usual month-long ending only happens because he never interfered with the ritual soon enough before now. Trying to slide back into routine, Zorian welcomes Kiriel to Scoria, but she is staring past him instead of admiring the station. When Zorian turns around, he is blindsided by the sight of an openly furious Zack stomping straight toward him. Zorian barely has time to process it before Zack closes the distance and punches him right in the face. The instant Zorian spots a fist coming at him in Scioria's train station, he tries to dodge, trips over the luggage behind him, and Zack's punch slams him flat onto the concrete. Zorian barely shakes off the daze in time to see Kiriel screaming for help and clawing at Zack so hard that the much stronger boy is stuck panicking and trying not to hurt her. When Zorian gets up, he realizes the whole station is staring and even policemen are hurrying over, so he orders Kiriel to stop before this turns into a real public disaster. Kiriel hides behind Zorian and glares at Zack, leaving Zorian with the same question she has: why would a fellow time traveler ambush him with a punch in the middle of a crowded station? Looking closer, Zorian notices he cannot sense a single thought or emotion from Zack, which means Zack came prepared with mind blank, and Kiriel's nails have left 3 bloody scratches down his forearm. Zack gives him an awkward little wave, and Zorian forces the situation down by declaring this whole mess one giant misunderstanding. To calm Kiriel down, Zack and Zorian spin a flimsy story that they are classmates, and Zack is just making good on an old promise to punch Zorian for being a jerk. Zorian is stunned that Zack actually remembered that threat from the Soulkill restart, and took it this seriously. But there is no time to argue because the police reach them next. Because Zorian backs Zack up, the police do not arrest anyone, but they still fine both boys for fighting in public, and Zack immediately offers to pay the whole thing. Fortov also comes over after hearing the commotion, acts briefly concerned for once, and then vanishes the moment he learns Zorian is fine and the attacker is supposedly a friend. The weirdest part for Zorian is that Fortov asked after them without wanting a favor, which makes the whole encounter feel almost more unsettling than the punch. Once the chaos dies down, Zorian tries to leave for Amaya's place, but Kiriel immediately asks if this suspicious boy is coming with them. Zack says yes because he needs to talk to Zorian about serious things, and Kiriel is not impressed by that answer at all. Kiriel finally snaps that both boys are idiots for acting like that in public, and Zorian softens her up by hugging her and admitting he was honestly touched that she defended him so fiercely. To keep her patient for the day, Zorian promises he will answer any question she has that night, even if it means finally telling her the truth about the restarts. When Zack reacts in surprise, Zorian bluntly reminds both of them that he has told Kiriel about the time loop before in earlier restarts, even if she naturally does not remember it now. As they finally move on, Zorian cannot stop wondering why Zack chose to track him down now after spending so many loops avoiding Scoria. Because Zack has inserted himself into this restart, Zorian scraps his usual opening routine and skips Nachka entirely so Kiriel will not blurt time loop secrets to her. The walk is painfully quiet at first because Kiriel and Zack have no idea how to act around each other. The mood finally loosens when the rain starts and Kiriel begins playing with Zorian's barrier, which somehow becomes the icebreaker that gets all three talking. Since they cannot discuss the loop in front of Kiriel, Zorian and Zack fill the walk with casual spell talk and small demonstrations while quietly measuring each other's real ability. What Zorian learns is humbling. Even though Zack focuses on combat, decades in the loop have turned him into a terrifyingly complete archmage with medical magic, theory, and shaping skill to match his huge mana reserves. Their contest of animated rainwater drakes ends with Kiriel claiming she cannot tell the difference, which is not the judgment Zorian wanted from his tiny referee. Zack brings up Fortov's quick exit, and Kiriel casually explains that Fortov knows both younger siblings hate him and thinks staying away is doing them a favor. For once Zorian asks Kiriel if he is being too harsh on Fortov, and her awkward answer is that Fortov is still a jerk but maybe being cruel back is not helping either. Zack dryly concludes that Zorian's family sounds deeply messed up, and Zorian shuts the subject down before it digs any deeper. When they reach Amaya's house, Zack admits he never even lined up a place to stay, so Zorian immediately decides their real talk will happen in the ruined Iranian colony beneath the city instead. The mention of spiders makes Kiriel instantly more suspicious, while Zack perks up and asks if any Irania survived the disaster below Scoria. Zorian tells him no, the Irania are gone, and when Zack starts waiting outside in the rain, Zorian flatly refuses because Amaya would never forgive him for that kind of rudeness. So Zorian marches both Kiriel and Zack inside and turns Amaya's home into the uneasy new meeting point for this restart. After an hour, Zorian finally leads Zack down into the dead Iranian tunnels and tells him the ugly truth. There were never many time travelers, only Zorian and Irania using memory packets, and now those Irania all start each loop dead. The ruined settlement genuinely shakes Zack, and he admits that when he came looking for it after that disastrous restart, all he ever found were scattered corpses and outposts. Then Zack drops the first real clue about Red Robe. When he searched these tunnels, Red Robe tried to ambush him too. Zack says the ambush failed because without Kwatakiko backing him, Red Robe was not nearly enough to beat him in a straight fight. Red Robe still escaped, and Zack decided the tunnels were too dangerous to wander while being hunted, so he fled Scoria and hid for the rest of that restart. Worse, in the very next restart Red Robe teleported straight through the wards on Zack's home and attacked him in his bedroom while he was still half asleep and in his underwear. That second shock attack is why Zack started leaving Scoria at the start of every loop and layering himself in non-detection magic so Red Robe could never find him that easily again. When Zorian asks why he stopped hiding now and had to open with a punch, Zack finally says the quiet part out loud. He is furious that Zorian kept another time traveler at arm's length and worked behind his back. Even while he is angry, Zack admits he understands why Zorian distrusted direct contact after Red Robe manipulated him and probably watched him for a time. Zorian interrupts to make sure Zack is shielded even now, and Zack answers frostily that his anti-tracking magic is far better than Zorian's, and has held for ages. Zorian admits he can still track Zack for reasons Red Robe apparently cannot, which quietly confirms just how well protected Zack really is. Zack says he stayed away on purpose because he thought Zorian would contact him once ready, but that patience broke when Zorian's last restart triggered the invasion early without involving him at all. As Zack works himself toward another explosion, Zorian hurriedly blurts out that the Ayaska disaster was never meant to spiral that far and he had actually planned to contact Zack after this restart. That answer drains most of the anger out of Zack at once, because if Zorian really was about to come to him, his station ambush suddenly looks almost well-timed. Zorian explains he delayed because he is in the middle of something Zack cannot help with, unlocking the Arania Matriarch's memory packet by training his mind magic far past its current limits. That leads into a blunt explanation of Zorian's mind magic. And when he carefully offers to inspect Zack's mind for whatever Red Robe did to it, Zack refuses without taking offense because that level of trust is still too much. Then Zack points out the obvious flaw in Zorian's whole training method. With Zack around, there is no reason to keep grinding isolated patrols one by one. Zack says he has already fought plenty of Arania webs while searching the continent, knows exactly how to handle flickermind hostile spiders, and can overpower whole settlements without killing everyone. The point lands hard when Zack spells it out. With his help, Zorian could be reading hundreds of Iranian minds every week instead of scraping together scraps from patrols. Realizing Zack is absolutely right, Zorian drops the delay and agrees they will hit their first Iranian web the very next day. Back at Amaya's house that night, Zorian keeps his promise and tells Kiriel he is a time traveler, but she still looks only half convinced. Recreating a stack of her old drawings from memory finally makes the story feel a lot more real to her, even if it still does not fully settle her nerves. Kiriel's final bedtime verdict is wonderfully blunt. She is just relieved Zorian was not replaced by some shapeshifter, because he had been acting suspiciously nice. The next day Zorian takes Zack to a smaller web near Scoria, still unsure whether Zack is overselling himself. Within minutes Zack answers that doubt by walking straight into the entrance tunnel and smashing the defenders apart with brutal precision. Translucent waves of force hurl spiders into the walls, lightning serpents tear through the web, and ectoplasmic threads bind anything that tries to run. Even when the Arania switch to traps, ambushes, and mass attacks after realizing mind magic will not touch him, Zack just dispels, adapts, and keeps bulldozing forward. In less than half an hour the web is broken, and Zorian can do little but stand among dozens of subdued minds and realize Zack is genuinely terrifying. So when Zack asks with smug innocence if this will be enough to work with, Zorian can only admit that it is more than enough. As they exchange what they know, it becomes clear either of them really understands the loop, and Zack admits he always felt sure that ending the invasion was somehow the key even though he cannot explain why. That certainty might support Zorian's theory about the primordial release causing the reset, but the strange cracks in space from the last restart still do not fit neatly, so the matriarch's memory packet remains their best hope for answers. So over the next week they attack a new Iranian web every single day, and Zorian's experience in reading Iranian minds explodes upward. The real breakthrough is that Zorian is no longer reading random guards but leaders and matriarchs, whose minds are twisted by inward-focused Iranian techniques that would have wrecked him if he had ignored them. At the same time classes start again, and Zorian makes a more careful second attempt to bring Svim into the loop instead of pushing too hard too fast. This time Zorian waits until Svim is settled, keeps the argument bare bones, gives him the memorized code, and earns a guarded instruction to come back on Friday. When Friday comes, Svim tentatively believes him and agrees to help again by drilling Zorian's shaping and dimensional magic, just at a slower pace for now. Life at Amaya's also gets harder in a different way, because without Nachka around, Kiriel pours all her free time into monopolizing Zorian instead. To buy himself a few minutes of peace, Zorian starts building her magical toys and puzzle devices from old spell formula books, which works because Kiriel actually loves that kind of thing. Later in the week Kale and Kana arrive, and Kana ends up drawing some of Kiriel's attention in a way that probably suits the younger, quieter girl much better than being a third wheel ever did. Since Kale is always told the truth as soon as he arrives and Zack keeps visiting, the two men finally meet and discover they can talk for hours about alchemy and the weeping. Much later, after all those raids, Zorian and Zack end up resting beneath a tree near Jatnik while Zorian studies a map now crowded with hundreds of newly discovered webs. While Zack hilariously fails to weave an unbroken daisy crown, he asks if they can spare a few days to look for one specific web that might matter more than the rest. The reason is a buried instruction from Spear of Resolve herself. If anything happened to her, Zack was supposed to speak to the Ghost Serpent Acolyte's web. Zorian immediately recognizes the name as the same web whose spirit has always called him bad news and refused to speak to him, which makes the whole lead feel even more important. Even better, Zorian already knows exactly where the Ghost Serpent Acolytes live, so there is no need to search at all. Because the spirit always rejects him, Zorian tells Zack to go alone and never hint that they know each other, just in case that is what is poisoning the meeting. Several hours later Zack returns to Amaya's place with an unreadable face and says the spirit turned him away too for the exact same reason. Bad news. Zorian immediately proposes the crude solution of attacking the web and reading its memories, but Zack vetoes that fast in case the Ghost Serpent can perceive restarts and would remember the insult forever. Instead Zack proposes a much more annoying strategy. Both of them should go together and simply refuse to leave until the spirit agrees to talk. Zorian goes along with it, warns Kiriel and Amaya he will be away for a while, and heads out with Zack toward the judgmental web. Their plan barely starts before it breaks, because the moment they reach the Ghost Serpent Acolytes, the Arania usher both of them inside without resistance. Their confused guides can only say the Ghost Serpent wants to see them now, and they are not paid enough in answers to question why. The escorts bring them into a huge circular cavern with a dark underground lake, a stone bridge, and glowing white crystals overhead that make the ceiling look like a frozen night sky. Hovering above the water is the spirit itself, exactly what the name promised, a giant translucent white serpent with softly glowing pink eyes and an eerie old presence. With one rippling pulse of pink light, the Ghost Serpent orders every Arania to leave them alone, and the entire cavern empties without a hint of hesitation. Once the chamber is sealed, the spirit opens with a question that stops both boys cold. How can there be two of them when only one branded one is supposed to enter and leave? Zack pushes back and asks for a proper explanation, but the Ghost Serpent explodes at him in pure ancient hatred, calling him thief, murderer, liar, and egg smasher. The spirit says the brand is the only reason it is speaking at all, because it remembers what branded ones did in past cycles and cannot understand how that curse role is somehow shared between two people now. Zorian catches the important part, and asks if the spirit knows about the time loop, and the Ghost Serpent calmly says nobody remembers the in-between except the branded one because this has happened again and again before. The spirit reveals that such cycles used to come every 400 years when the planets aligned, but the gate, or its key was lost until someone enacted the system again now. Then the Ghost Serpent's anger surges again as it curses whoever restarted this wretched mechanism, making it painfully clear the loop was no accident of nature. When the spirit tries to dismiss them, Zorian quickly drops to one knee and humbly begs for more, arguing that they were thrown into the loop without choosing any of this. The ghost serpent says flattery will not save them, because branded ones always come back to strip spirits for knowledge over and over, and the safest defense is not to engage them at all. Zack cuts in with a brutal piece of logic. If they really are the masterminds the spirit fears, then telling them how the loop works changes nothing because they would know already. After a long pause, the ghost serpent agrees to explain one thing on the condition that they leave afterward and, if they have any honor, never return even after the next reset wipes this meeting away. The spirit lifts a sphere of water from the lake and unfolds it into a simple diagram showing a line and an inverted triangle balanced on its tip. Using that floating water figure, the ghost serpent explains that the real world is the beginning and the end, while the triangle is the in-between, a world constantly destroyed and recreated between moments. Then comes the real shock. Everyone inside this month is a phantom reproduction built for the branded one to learn from, and when the fuel runs out only the branded one goes on to the end to live the month one final time. Zack recoils at the idea that this world might be fake, but the spirit sharply corrects him. Not an illusion, a reproduction so perfect it is as real as the original it copies. The instant the explanation is done, the ghost serpent cuts the meeting off, summons guards, and dives into the lake with a huge splash that nearly drenches both boys. With the spirit gone, the Arania politely but firmly escort them back out, leaving Zorian and Zack standing in silence outside the settlement and trying to process what they just learned. When Zack finally asks what he thinks, Zorian answers with sudden urgency that he has to open the matriarch's memory packet as soon as possible. Because after hearing the ghost serpent's story, Zorian has formed a horrible new suspicion about what Red Robe has been doing all this time. After the ghost serpent throws them out, Zorian and Zack teleport to a remote spot and immediately clash over what to do next. Zorian insists he needs a few hours alone to think, because the spirit's words gave him a horrible suspicion he is not ready to say out loud. Zack flatly refuses and says they need to talk now, while the whole conversation with the ghost serpent is still fresh. When Zorian says he can remember every word perfectly and still wants time to think, Zack sarcastically offers to sit there quietly and wait. Zack drops the act and accuses Zorian of wanting private time so he can build a neat lie and keep the truth to himself. Zorian fires back that if he wanted to hide things, he would simply refuse to answer instead of inventing stories. Zack apologizes for pushing too hard, but he also warns that leaving him in the dark after everything between them would crush whatever trust they still have. That hits Zorian hard because the ghost serpent's rule that only one can leave sounds exactly like the kind of truth that turns allies into future enemies. He suddenly realizes he is acting just like Spear of Resolve did when she kept secrets from him, and he hates how familiar that feels. So Zorian decides the trust has to start somewhere, and finally agrees to tell Zack everything. Zack blurts out his relief, and the way he jokes about hitting Zorian only reminds Zorian how badly they still handle each other. Before explaining the theory, Zorian points out that Zack already comes to every meeting under mind blank because he is afraid of Zorian's mind magic. Zorian says that fear is reasonable, but if only one looper can leave with everything they learned, their paranoia could get much worse. Zack asks how Zorian jumped to that conclusion, because to him the explanation still sounds like a mess. Zorian starts over with the biggest twist of all. This is not time travel at all. He explains that the looping world is real, not an illusion, and Zack visibly relaxes at hearing that his growth here is not fake. To make the idea concrete, Zorian pulls out paper and tools and recreates one of Kiriel's drawings right in front of Zack. Using that copied drawing as an example, Zorian says the loop works the same way on a massive scale by remaking the whole world from one impossibly detailed blueprint. Zack calls the idea insane, but he admits it also makes more sense of what the ghost serpent was trying to say. When Zack asks where a copied world could even fit, Zorian guesses it is sealed inside a pocket dimension. He argues that only an isolated pocket dimension could sustain the absurd temporal acceleration needed for decades to pass here while almost no time moves outside. Zack sums it up in one line: they are living inside a real copied world, trapped in a sped-up pocket dimension that resets every month. From there, Zorian points out the first ugly consequence: they cannot keep a perfect loop and continue from it, because anything real has to be done after leaving this place. His second conclusion is surprisingly hopeful, because if this world is only a copy, the real Arania in the original world may still be alive. Zorian even suspects Red Robe's soul killing does not destroy souls at all, but merely marks people so the loop stops recreating them. Then Zorian drops the next danger: if the loop runs out of power before they leave on purpose, they may be erased with it. And if the ghost serpent is right that only one person can exit, then the first looper to leave may doom every other one still inside. Zack refuses to accept that outcome and says they simply will not leave until they find a way to save both of them. Zorian has to remind him they are not alone in this game, because Red Robe is still somewhere inside the loop too. That means Red Robe may already be hunting for the exit so he can erase the others without fighting them at all. Zack explodes in frustration and begs for any clue about where the exit might be before Red Robe reaches it first. Zorian says his best guess is the time magic research facility beneath Scoria, because Spear of Resolve obsessively made sure he learned where it was. But he also warns that the place is so secure even Kwatakikl would not attack it without an army, so they cannot just rush in. They pin their hopes on the matriarch's hidden memory packet, which may explain why the facility matters and how to approach it. When Zorian quietly asks what Zack would do if they found the exit first, Zack answers without hesitation that no one gets left behind. Zorian wants to believe him, but even as he is impressed, he cannot stop wondering whether either of them can really afford to trust the other. After that, the two of them throw themselves into Arania hunting with even more urgency, using web after web as brutal training for Zorian's mind magic. The training works so well that Zorian finally understands what the higher Arania are doing to their own minds. He learns the elders constantly reshape themselves from the inside, filtering senses, dulling emotions, and planting compulsions to think more efficiently. That trick fascinates him, but it also looks dangerously easy to botch into madness, catatonia, or death, so he shelves the idea for later. At the academy, Zorian keeps training with Svim as usual but pointedly does not tell him that their whole world may only be a copy. He does ask about pocket dimensions, only to learn that even Svim has never seen one and knows almost nothing useful about them. Between Zack, the Arania hunts, and Svim's classes, Zorian stays so busy that he drops other routines entirely, including monster hunting with Taven. As the end of the restart approaches, Zorian tells Zack he is finally ready to open the matriarch's packet and takes 2 full days off to rest first. Kiriel is thrilled by that decision, because she immediately decides those 2 days mean she gets her brother all to herself. On the second rest day, Zorian lies on his bed reading a ridiculous romance about time travel powered by love and privately finds it much funnier than intended. Kiriel abruptly crashes onto the bed beside him and pretends to read along until she suddenly asks if he always brings her to Scoria. Zorian admits he does not always bring her, and Kiriel instantly bristles at the answer she was clearly dreading. He explains that a third time traveler is hunting them, and the truly sensible choice would have been to keep her away from Scoria entirely. Kiriel loudly rejects that idea, and their talk briefly turns into silly bickering when Zorian jokes that he is just too nice. When she asks why he does not just call the Mage Guild, Zorian says a time traveler would reset around any normal response and probably use it to find him faster. Then Kiriel asks the real question underneath everything, whether she is any help to him at all. Zorian tells her she helps keep him sane, and she huffily reminds him she also defended him from Zack at the train station. That opens the floodgates, and Kiriel admits she is terrified everyone will leave, make new lives, and forget her while she stays behind. Zorian cuts through the panic by hugging her and promising that Zack could never replace her, mostly because Zack is nearly as annoying as she is. Kiriel grandly forgives him on one condition: he is not allowed to forget her. After she says it, the words hit harder than she knows, because Zorian cannot stop wondering what happens to him, to her, and to the originals outside if Red Robe ends the loop first. The idea that he himself is only a copy gives him a fresh headache, but he forces the thoughts aside and pins everything on tomorrow's memory packet. The next day, Kale hands Zorian a glowing yellow potion of self-awareness to help him focus inward while opening the packet. Kale says the potion is safe and useful for inner perception, and Zack cheerfully backs him up because he already volunteered as the test subject. Still wary, Zorian drinks it anyway. The potion hits almost instantly, sharpening his inward awareness so much that the outside world blurs into something distant and unimportant. With that sharpened focus, Zorian dives into his own mind and reaches for the decaying memory packet left by Spear of Resolve. He is not gentle enough, and the fragile packet bursts apart in a violent spray of confusing images that start fading the moment they appear. Zorian desperately grabs at what he can, only to realize the matriarch's mind was so advanced that most of the surviving fragments are almost unreadable to him. One memory is different, though, because Spear of Resolve deliberately made this part understandable and starts speaking to him directly. Her first words are smug enough to sting, congratulating him on getting this far and dryly hoping he had the courtesy not to pry into the rest of her mind. She says most of her information came from the Ghost Serpent acolytes, and warns that their patron spirit might not be happy to see him. Her other leads came from the invaders and the time magic research facility beneath Scoria, and she confirms the whole loop is some kind of fake parallel world that is slowly degrading. Worse, she says their enemy clearly never cared about finding an exit because he had probably already found it, and could leave whenever he wanted. Then the matriarch admits the ugliest part: if she had succeeded, she wanted to join the loop herself and eventually leave before anyone else could. She insists she still meant to help Zorian and Zack if possible, but not enough to stop herself from choosing victory over them in the end. Zorian nearly tears the whole message apart on the spot, but he forces himself to keep listening because the information matters too much. The rest of the message points him toward the real prize. The exit is likely the Sovereign Gate hidden in the time magic facility under Scoria. If the gate does not respond on its own, the matriarch warns it may require the key made from 5 lost imperial treasures scattered across another continent. She also leaves the practical answer he needs right now: a map and the identity of a government inspector she impersonated to enter the facility peacefully. When the potion fades and the room comes back into focus, Zorian tells Zack and Kale what he learned but keeps the matriarch's betrayal to himself. The three of them agree they cannot wait any longer, so Zorian decides to raid the inspector's home the very next day and steal the access he needs. 2 days later, Zack solves the disguise problem with black market shape-shifting potions that turn both of them into bland middle-aged men. Armed with stolen documents, they walk straight into the city office and demand access to the hidden facility. To Zorian's disbelief, the staff barely question anything, not even the fact that there are 2 inspectors instead of 1. Zack even asks about the odd security, and the clerks casually explain that the crown keeps checking on the sovereign gate because the royals are paranoid someone will steal it. They are sent to a fancy magical elevator at the edge of the hole, with armed guards escorting them down into the research complex. One guard chatters through the whole ride while Zack politely keeps him busy, leaving Zorian free to stay quiet and watch. After 2 more checkpoints that barely inspect their papers, they finally reach the facility itself. 2 researchers greet them there, the middle-aged Cranton Keklos and his much younger assistant Ariad. Cranton is so happy to have inspectors who seem interested that he eagerly offers them a full tour instead of just showing off the artifact and sending them away. Over the next hour, he walks them through black rooms for temporal experiments and labs that mix alchemy with time acceleration research. The final stop is what matters, a huge black cube with a door-shaped depression and the same line and triangle symbol the ghost serpent used in its explanation. Cranton proudly identifies it as the Sovereign Gate, though his team thinks it is really some kind of extraordinary time acceleration chamber they still cannot activate. Then Cranton casually mentions the artifact used to sit in the Novita treasury until Tezens very generously donated and used Novita relics to the crown. The comment clearly hits a nerve in Zack, but once the researchers are momentarily isolated with them, Zorian decides they have seen enough. In a few silent seconds, Zorian overwhelms both Cranton and Ariad with mind magic and leaves them standing there in empty stupor. With the researchers neutralized, Zack suggests the obvious gamble and says they should touch the gate. Zorian agrees, but insists they do it together in the hope that the artifact will recognize both of their markers at the same time. They count to 3 and press their palms against the symbol together, only for nothing obvious to happen at first. Then Zorian senses the cube reaching toward his marker as if asking for confirmation, and he decides to answer. He flips one of the marker's hidden switches, the force rushes into him, and the world instantly goes black. Instead of waking in a new restart, Zorian finds himself floating in a black featureless void with Zack right beside him. As they panic and argue, Zorian notices their clothes and spell rods feel fused in place and realizes this is not a physical room at all. Before they can test much more, a smooth, hairless humanoid figure with glowing white eyes appears in front of them. The being calls itself the Guardian of the Threshold and says this void is the control room. Zorian quickly tests the thing with practical questions and confirms they can leave this room and return to their bodies whenever they want. Then Zorian asks the only question that matters now: can they leave the time loop from here? The Guardian freezes for a beat, searches for the meaning, and finally replies with one devastating line: the gate is barred. When Zack angrily demands an explanation, the Guardian says the controller has already left the time loop, so nobody else can leave. That should make no sense because the system is still calling them the controller. So Zorian probes further, and the contradiction only gets worse. The construct can only process one controller at a time, and Zorian finally pieces it together. Red Robe somehow convinced the system he was the rightful controller, and already left. With that, the truth lands in full. Red Robe escaped first, the control room accepted him, and the exit is now closed to everyone else. In the black void beyond the Sovereign Gate, Zorian is stunned that Zack takes the disaster so calmly, with only a hard frown to show how badly the news hit him. Zack finally asks what they do now, and Zorian admits Red Robe leaving first explains far too much. Instead of despairing, Zorian argues Red Robe probably meant the loop to collapse behind him, so the fact they still exist might be their one opening. That thought hardens into a plan. With Red Robe gone, they can stop hiding and focus on survival, escape, and figuring out who he really is before they face him outside. Zorian turns back to the Guardian and decides they need to squeeze every secret they can out of it before this chance is gone. When Zack wonders whether their real bodies even matter anymore, the Guardian clarifies that they are only projected here, not fully removed from the outside world. The Guardian adds one nasty detail: if their bodies are ruined outside, it will pull their souls into the gate for safety, but they will be trapped until the next restart. Zorian starts with the practical question and learns they can remain in this place until the current monthly iteration ends. The loop can end just from time passing, but when Zorian asks for all the other failure conditions, the Guardian flatly refuses because they are not authorized to know. That answer shocks both boys, because being the controller still does not give them free access to the gate's secrets. The Guardian explains that only the Maker and the Maker's agents can know the deeper workings of the gate, and even the Maker's identity is locked away from them. After 10 aggravating minutes of getting stonewalled about the Maker, Zack openly snaps at how maddening this thing is. So Zorian changes tack and asks why every iteration is capped at a month, and the Guardian confirms each looped world is destroyed when the month ends. The Guardian says the 1-month limit exists to keep copied people from diverging too far, because once they become too different, destroying them turns ethically ugly even by the gate's own standards. When Zorian pushes with a hypothetical about a copy that stays self-aware across restarts, the Guardian gives a brutal answer: that would be very unfortunate, because only the controller is allowed to leave. Zack demands to know why that rule exists at all, and the Guardian casually says it is there to stop the controller from smuggling copies into the real world. Then the real horror drops. Only the controller's original soul was pulled into the loop, so any other looper trying to exit would have to replace and effectively kill their original self outside. Zorian quickly confirms the implication aloud. The true controller can leave safely because their soul is original, but everyone else is trapped unless they commit murder. Zack presses the ugly loophole anyway, and the Guardian admits it could theoretically perform that soul swap, but protecting the original world is one of its core duties. When Zorian argues that a near-identical copy should be close enough, the Guardian reluctantly agrees in theory but still refuses, because only the controller is permitted to carry loop knowledge back out. That answer worries Zorian enough that he signals Zack to stop before the Guardian notices just how personally relevant this topic is. Zorian returns to the barred gate problem and learns something uselessly maddening. The Guardian still insists the controller is inside the loop even though the controller also already left. More questioning gets them nowhere, because the Guardian cannot even describe Red Robe in any useful way and only cares about the marker attached to the controller. The next clue is bigger. The marker can be placed by the key, by the maker, or by the maker's agents, which means someone deliberately chose a controller. That sends Zack spiraling into doubt, because if Red Robe could leave too, maybe Zack was never the original looper after all. Zorian cannot answer that, and Zack bitterly points out that the Guardian's confusion may be the only reason they were not erased when Red Robe escaped. Then Zack discovers a hidden feature neither of them knew existed. The controller can mark other people into the loop with temporary lesser markers. The Guardian explains those lesser markers only last 6 iterations, because anything longer would create unacceptable divergence and crueler attachments to people who still cannot escape. When Zorian quietly asks if Zack ever used that power, Zack shuts it down immediately, and says he would never drag someone into that kind of temporary half-life. Zorian asks about a different power instead, and the Guardian confirms the controller can also erase people from the loop by making them start each restart dead and soulless. His real question is whether that damage can be undone, but the Guardian says no because the ability changes the base template itself, and only the maker could reverse it. Even after 20 more minutes, the Guardian still refuses to explain how any of the controller's powers are actually used or what other powers exist. The same wall goes up around the loop's history and purpose, leaving them with only the vague truth that the controller is largely free to use the loop however they want. Finally, Zorian asks the one question that matters most right now, and the Guardian gives them a hard countdown. The loop only has 52 iterations left. The Guardian explains why the time is so short. The loop was activated 1 month before the proper planetary alignment, so every restart now burns power far faster than intended. Then it gets worse. This broken loop has already run for 967 iterations, which the Guardian casually translates to roughly 30 years. Zorian immediately catches the hidden rule behind those numbers. The loop spends power per restart, not by how many days they survive inside it. Zack is horrified to learn that all his early reckless deaths burned through the same finite supply, meaning he wasted huge chunks of their remaining future without ever knowing it. The Guardian's only response is to say Zack was poorly prepared and should complain to whoever marked him once he gets out, which helps absolutely nothing. So Zack forces the final practical question, and the Guardian says the barred gate can only be reopened by presenting all 5 pieces of the key before it. It will not tell them where to find those pieces, but it does reveal one vital tool. The marker itself can sense the key. After 2 more fruitless hours, they finally decide to leave, and only then does the Guardian mention that their bodies outside were damaged too badly to return to. Zack immediately erupts into a furious rant at the Guardian, and after a few minutes Zorian just gives up and triggers the restart himself. Everything goes dark, and the new month begins the familiar way with Kiriel cheerfully crashing down on top of Zorian in bed. The early restart routine plays out as usual with Ilsa and breakfast at home, but this time Zorian quietly decides not to rush into another crisis. He even decides to bring Kiriel to Scoria again, partly because his plans feel premature and partly because he badly needs a breather after the last restart. Before he can even think through how to explain that to Zack, someone knocks at the door, which already feels wrong enough to put him on alert. The visitor is Zack himself, standing on the doorstep instead of waiting in Scoria, and Zorian is startled by more than the surprise visit. For the first time, Zorian can actually sense Zack's mind again, because Zack dropped the full mind blank and left only a shield behind as a quiet show of trust. Zack says their last talk ended too abruptly, and after Zorian apologizes for cutting him off, Zack admits he had lost his temper too. That private moment lasts about 2 seconds before Mother walks in. Kiriel peeks from the kitchen, and Zorian is forced into a very normal family introduction. Zorian introduces Zack as his classmate and friend, which makes Mother gleefully tease him for finally having someone visit the house. Kiriel is dragged out to shake Zack's hand properly, and Zack whispers a quick question about Fortav before Mother overhears anyway. When Zorian explains that Kiriel is coming with them to Scoria this time, she glares at Zack like daring him to object, and he backs down instantly. Mother spends the next stretch politely interrogating Zack, and he dodges the noble truth by describing himself as a wealthy orphan from Scoria. Eventually they all leave for the station, and Kiriel immediately complains that Zack has no luggage while she has been forced to carry her own bag. Zorian makes it worse by warning her about the long rainy walk waiting in Scoria, which only deepens her sense of injustice. At the station they find Fortov already there with friends, and Mother insists on introducing Zack to him, which annoys Zorian far more than he wants to admit. Once he gets Zack away from the group, Zack admits the family seems nice from the outside, and Zorian shuts that down with a clipped warning that the history is personal. Instead of pushing, Zack changes course and says he actually came to apologize for keeping a mind blank around Zorian all the time. Zack says they need to work together for real, so he dropped the mind blank on purpose even if he is still keeping a shield up. Zorian immediately notices the remaining defense is a rough non-structured mental shield, and Zack admits he only ever trained it enough to block casual attacks. Zack explains that most mages treat deep non-structured defenses as not worth the effort, and he now feels stupid for following that conventional wisdom for decades. Then Zack sets a hard boundary and asks Zorian not to invade or manipulate his mind without explicit permission, even if Zack seems vulnerable. Zorian agrees except for passive mind sense and empathy, and when he raises the problem of mind control, Zack still chooses caution over comfort, and tells him to leave his mind untouched for now. With that settled, Zack brings up a different frustration. Zorian can sense the soul marker and he cannot, so he wants to learn that personal soul sense too. Zorian says that kind of training is dangerous enough that they should go through Alanik, who has the right potions and experience to keep Zack from wrecking himself. The train finally arrives, and their serious talk is cut short because Kiriel will be sharing the ride with them. Inside the compartment, Kiriel quickly gets over her earlier wariness and starts peppering Zack with questions about Scoria and the academy until the mood turns almost normal. When Zack mentions she treated him much worse last restart, Zorian explains that version of Kiriel had formed a bad first impression that never really healed. That leads Zack to notice how strange it is that Zorian is cold toward most of his family but deeply attached to Kiriel, and Zorian admits the loop changed that bond for the better. Once the personal talk settles, Zack asks what their plan is for this restart, and Zorian finally says out loud that he wants to take a break for a month or two. Zack accepts that more easily than expected, deciding they should use the time to get to know each other better and let him start working on soul sense. Zorian says he will not be idle either, because now that the decaying memory packet is finally gone, he can focus properly on training under Svim. He is still uneasy about how much to tell Svim about the true nature of the loop, because the reality of copied worlds and erased lives is horrifying enough to shake even him. Zack admits he never had much luck convincing people about the loop, and he is openly baffled that Svim took Zorian seriously at all. When Zack offers to help prove the story with his absurd magic, Zorian decides he will speak to Svim alone first, and only bring Zack in if the teacher wants to meet him. Of course Svim wants to meet the second time traveler, so the very next day Zorian returns to his office with Zack in tow. Before discussing time loops, Svim calmly says he wants to test Zack's magical ability first, and Zack assumes that means something impressive. Instead, Svim says the test will just be simple shaping exercises, and Zack is visibly underwhelmed while Zorian silently decides not to warn him. Svim hands Zack a pen and tells him to levitate it and make it spin, which Zack does so easily that he starts smiling. Then Svim suddenly nails him in the forehead with a marble, breaking his concentration and dropping the pen on the spot. When Zack protests, Svim flatly says he failed, because losing focus that fast is shameful for someone who supposedly trained for decades. Svim twists the knife by saying Zorian would never have let something so small distract him, and Zack can only stare between them like he walked into a trap. And instead of relenting, Svim calmly orders him to start over and do it properly this time. After they leave the office, Zack is still seething and declares that he has never wanted to strangle anyone more in his life. Zorian agrees that Svim really is that much of an asshole, but admits that was part of why he kept coming back to prove himself. Then Zorian innocently suggests that Svim is actually very good at non-structured mental defenses and could help train him, which Zack rejects with instant horror. Zack also catches how much Zorian enjoyed that whole disaster and vows to pay him back someday, which finally makes Zorian laugh out loud. Even though Zack came out irritated, Zorian counts the meeting with Svim as a win because the old mage clearly saw enough talent to keep pushing Zack harder. The next morning, Zorian drags Zack to Alanik's temple house and hopes the priest will agree to teach him soul defenses too. Inside, Zack sticks to their cover story about a soul attack and a marker on both of them, while Alanik listens and judges him carefully. Alanik immediately spots a hole in the story and asks why only Zack wants soul defense lessons if Zorian was hit too. When Zorian admits he can already perceive and defend his soul, Alanik silently tests that claim with a sudden soul strike. Zorian's senses spin out in a nauseating blur until he forcefully shoves Alanik's attack away from his soul. Alanik backs off, calls Zorian's soul defenses shoddy, and bluntly says he needs these lessons too. That rough test flips the whole meeting, and Zorian quickly asks if Alanik is willing to teach both of them. Alanik agrees, though he still knows Zorian is hiding things, and Zorian only offers a vague answer about learning soul perception from a friendly shifter. When Alanik wants to inspect the marker, Zack hurriedly blurts out that they do not want it removed. Zorian snipes about the earlier sneak attack, and Alanik dismisses the whole thing as a harmless little tap, which only makes Zorian madder. As they keep walking, Zack quietly wonders why Zorian keeps collecting impossible teachers like Svim and Alanik. Zorian defends Alanik as strict but fair, and the priest dryly proves he heard every word. Alanik jokes about meeting Svim someday, and Zorian makes such a miserable face that the priest actually laughs. That brief ease leaves Zorian thinking Alanik might become a useful ally someday, though now he has to consider what Zack would think before sharing Loop's secrets with anyone. After the lessons, Zack staggers out of Alanik's home complaining that the psychedelic potion shortcut feels absolutely awful. Zorian tells him the potion was only the fast route, but Zack admits he is too impatient to take the slow, meditative path. While Zack was hallucinating, Alanik kept battering Zorian with weak soul attacks so he could learn to fend them off in real time. Zorian is still puzzled that Alanik only softened toward him once Zack showed up, and Zack jokes that he just looks more trustworthy. When Zack asks what comes next, Zorian offers a trip to Nyazov-Dveri's dungeon because he wants to stock up on crystallized mana. Zack is baffled until Zorian explains that memorized crystal spots in the dungeon are basically a repeatable cache route. That idea hits Zack hard because for years he had to scrape together spending money the dangerous way, even though everyone assumes he is rich. He explains that most of his fortune is locked away or controlled by his caretaker, so in restarts he often had to earn big sums from scratch. Zack says he usually solved that by killing rare magical creatures and selling the corpses, but Zorian's crystal method sounds much safer. Once Zorian explains the market can absorb what they gather if they sell carefully, Zack is fully on board. Later that day they return to Scoria hauling 5 full luggage boxes of crystallized mana after going much deeper than Zorian normally dares. The riskier trip does not uncover a legendary prize, but it does turn up more crystal clusters and some strange cave plants Zorian wants Kale to inspect. Zorian is relieved they did not blunder into anything deadly, while Zack is openly disappointed the deeper dungeons still failed to give him a good fight. Zack calls the trip fun and wants to go even deeper next time, but Zorian immediately shuts that down with a reminder about a monster that once killed him just by looking at him. To give Zack a safer outlet, Zorian suggests hunting the monsters spilling into Scoria instead, the way he once did with Taven. That mention of Taven sends Zack straight into teasing, asking if she is more than just a friend. Zorian insists Taven is only a friend, but Zack keeps needling him and even starts comparing failed date attempts with Rainy and Akoja. When Zorian admits he has barely gone on any dates at all in the loop, Zack is honestly stunned. Zack lectures him like a worldly old man about wasting a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and the two keep bickering until they finally split for the night. By the end of that ridiculous day, Zorian is in a surprisingly good mood, though Zack's teasing leaves him thinking about girls more than he wants to admit. 2 days after the first meeting, Svim unexpectedly calls Zorian in and says he now finds their story plausible enough to move forward. Zorian notices again that people take him more seriously when Zack backs him up, but he keeps that thought to himself. Svim asks why Zack is missing, and Zorian politely admits his fellow looper did not exactly enjoy their last encounter. When Svim demands proof of Zorian's dimensional skill, Zorian calmly wraps a flawless dimensional boundary around a stone. Svim only calls the result passable, but that is enough to confirm he will train Zorian seriously. Instead of more teleport lessons, Svim suddenly announces that today Zorian will learn how to stop other people from teleporting. Svim marks out a square with floating lights and orders Zorian to ward it against teleportation while he tries to break in. Zorian sets the ward, and Svim instantly ruins the test by bluntly dispelling it and teleporting in anyway. Zorian calls that cheating, and Svim shuts him down with the obvious point that a real enemy would never fight fair. They keep refining the ward for 2 hours until Zorian finally builds one Svim cannot casually dispel. The moment Zorian starts feeling clever, Svim still teleports inside by slipping a microscopic dimensional gate through and creating a tiny ward-suppressed pocket. Svim explains that this is a standard way to breach serious anti-teleport wards, and Zorian finally gives up arguing and asks to be taught properly. Over the following days, Zorian juggles lessons from Svim and Alanik, plays with Kiriel, and quietly develops experimental spell formula work with Nora Boole. Without Red Robe breathing down his neck, Zorian worries a lot less about Nora's noisy praise drawing attention to him. He and Zack also keep diving under Scoria to kill monster nests, with Zack mostly hanging back so Zorian can test himself in real fights. Eventually Kale arrives at Amaya's place, and Zorian pulls both Kale and Taven into the secret again, with Kale easy to win over and Taven still stubbornly skeptical. Later, Zorian and Zack relax in a beautiful meadow beside an abandoned village left empty after the weeping. When Zack asks why Kale was so fired up, Zorian explains that Kale now wants to drag local alchemists into his cross-loop research. Zack immediately hears the cost in that plan, and Zorian casually admits he can fund it with hidden basin and cultist caches if needed. Zack hesitates at the idea of simple theft, and Zorian is baffled that stealing from murderous invaders even needs defending. To make the point sting, Zorian reminds him that they once broke into Arania colonies and ripped knowledge from minds that begged them to stop. That lands hard, and Zack awkwardly admits he never really let himself think about how monstrous that looked from the Arania side. After the silence, Zack changes direction and bluntly tells Zorian his combat magic is solid but still too basic for what is coming. Instead of just criticizing, Zack offers to start teaching him more real combat spells. Zorian gladly accepts, even though he already knows raw spell variety is not the same thing as real combat skill. The first lessons quickly reveal the mismatch between them, because many of Zack's favorite tricks burn far too much mana for Zorian to use well. One spell that does suit him is Zack's Hexagon Shield, a spherical barrier of linked panels that can lose one section without collapsing outright. As the lesson winds down, Zack jokes that maybe Zorian will teach him something one day. Zorian instantly bites on that, and says he can teach Zack a combat trick right now. Zack confidently claims his decades of combat practice mean there is nothing useful Zorian can show him. So Zorian points to a distant rock and tells Zack to watch carefully while he casts a spell that looks embarrassingly ordinary. Zack starts out confused because the casting looks like a plain magic missile, and then the rock suddenly explodes with no visible projectile at all. When Zack accuses him of preparing a trick in advance, Zorian smugly explains that a perfectly cast force spell becomes invisible. Zorian twists the knife by asking how long a master combat mage like Zack will need to copy that. 3 days later, Zack is still obsessively trying to brute force invisible magic missiles and refusing to accept that this is a finesse problem, not a stubbornness problem. Zorian tries to offer proper guidance, but Zack insists on figuring it out alone unless he is still failing in a few more days. Once Zack finally sits down to cool off, Zorian seizes the quieter moment to ask about his earliest memories of the loop. Zack grumbles one more time about Zorian pretending ignorance for so long, but he still agrees to answer. Asked about the beginning, Zack says his first memories of the loop are confused and unnatural, not like someone who had been prepared for this in advance. That answer only deepens the mystery, because if Red Robe was the true original controller, Zack still does not make sense as an accidental extra. When Zorian asks about unexplained early resets, Zack says no, which pushes Zorian toward a harsher conclusion about how the loop decides to restart. Zorian spells it out. If Red Robe probably died early sometimes without resetting anything, then Zack's death may be the one trigger the loop truly cares about. They failed to solve that puzzle, so the talk drifts into Zack's old attempts to recruit allies by telling people the truth. Zorian is stunned to hear Zack once told Benesek about the time loop, and Zack admits that backfired into half the school deciding he had gone insane. Zack says he really did try almost everyone he could think of, from students to teachers to city authorities. Then Zorian asks a joke question about Veyers Boranova, expecting another embarrassing story from their shared school past. Instead, Zack looks genuinely confused and asks who in the world Zorian is talking about. Zorian stares at him and carefully describes Veyers in detail, because there is no way a classmate that nasty should be forgettable. And Zack still admits he has no idea who Veyers Boranova is, leaving Zorian with a deeply unsettling new mystery at the very end of the conversation. Zorian and Zack sit in tense silence over 2 handwritten name lists, trying to catch any holes in either of their memories. Zack tries to brush it off by saying he may have simply forgotten Veyers, but Zorian clearly does not buy that for a second. Zorian argues that forgetting an unpleasant classmate is one thing, but forgetting Veyers existed at all feels blatantly artificial. While checking the rest of Zack's longer list, Zorian finds a name he does not recognize at all: Ilanim Cam. Zack explains Ilanim was a student from another group who failed the certification exam and dropped out before 3rd year, which explains why Zorian never tracked him. That makes Zorian realize they need a separate list of students who disappeared from academy life early, because Veyers slipped through that same blind spot. When Zorian points out that Zack remembers plenty of students outside their class but not Veyers, Zack finally gives up and admits the gap is abnormal. After an hour and a half of checking names, Veyers still stands out as the only serious blank spot in Zack's memory. Zack carefully asks the obvious question next: if Veyers was wiped from his mind, does that mean Veyers is Red Robe? Zorian says it is possible, but the sloppy way the memory wipe points straight at Veyers feels too clumsy for someone as careful as Red Robe. Zack dryly jokes that Zorian sounds suspiciously like Red Robe himself, since he instantly knows how he would have hidden the trail better. Zorian brushes that aside and adds a second problem. The old Veyers he remembers was too hot-headed to seem like the patient, discreet enemy they have been chasing. Zack pushes back by reminding him that the time loop changed both of them too, so Veyers turning into someone colder and smarter is not impossible. In the end, Zorian decides the exact identity matters less than the pattern. If someone erased Veyers from Zack's mind, then Veyers is important either way. When Zack asks what they might even find, Zorian says Veyers could be either a normal unaware copy or a soulless corpse if Red Robe escaped by replacing his real-world self. Zack is baffled by the corpse idea, and Zorian admits it is only one necromancy-based escape theory, not something he can prove yet. Their speculation goes nowhere, so the conversation stalls until Zorian quietly asks again if he can inspect Zack's mind. Zack reacts instantly and angrily, refusing to let another mind mage into his head after what was already done to him. Zorian argues the wipe may have been imperfect, because Red Robe's mind magic was not flawless when Zorian saw it firsthand. Zack still refuses, saying Zorian's standards are warped because he is terrifyingly good at mind magic himself. So Zorian changes tack and warns that the memory damage may still be actively shaping Zack's behavior right now. He points out that over decades Zack should have noticed people mentioning Veyers, yet he kept trying to dismiss the whole issue instead of treating it as a major clue. Zorian finally says it plainly: Red Robe may have planted a compulsion that makes Zack avoid focusing on Veyers at all. Zorian even warns that a stronger version could have made Zack forget this entire conversation by the next day, which rattles him badly. Furious, Zack starts pacing and muttering curses about Red Robe while Zorian quietly notices how unstable all those lonely loop years may have left him. At last Zack stops pacing and, with obvious bitterness, asks Zorian to take him back to Svim because he wants mind magic lessons after all. 3 frustrating days later, the good news is that Zack still remembers Veyers, but every attempt to find the missing boy has failed. Even after blanketing Scoria with divinations, they still cannot track Veyers, which means he is either heavily shielded or nowhere near the city. Academy officials and city authorities know almost nothing useful either, beyond the fact that Veyers vanished without finishing his expulsion paperwork. When they contact House Boronova directly, polite representatives still make it clear the 2 boys are not welcome and will learn nothing from them. Since official routes are dead ends, Zorian turns to his classmates and starts with Akoja as she marks attendance outside class. Akoja is briefly startled when Zorian says he wanted to talk to her, and the disappointment on her face says she expected a very different topic. The moment he says Veyers' name, Akoja's mood sours and she admits she was happy when he got expelled. She cannot confirm what happened at the hearing, only that rumors said he attacked a judge, which even she thinks sounds too extreme. When Zorian says Zack wants to find Veyers, Akoja shows a flash of annoyance at Zack's name before suggesting the Boronovas may have hidden their heir under private arrest. Her strict family rant about what would happen if she got expelled leads Zorian to admit that if he ever failed that badly, he would probably just run away from home. Pulled back to the investigation, Akoja says Veyers was actually talented and could produce fire without chants or gestures, exactly what people expect from a Boronova heir. Next, Zorian sits beside Benesek, who jokes that Zack has replaced him as Zorian's friend before getting to the real topic. Benesek has no solid facts about the expulsion either, only wild rumors too flimsy for Zorian to trust. But Benesek does reveal one useful lead: unknown people have been quietly paying for confirmed sightings of Veyers. Benesek thinks the most likely client is House Boronova itself, because if outsiders were doing that, the family should have crushed it already. Zorian's last stop is Tanami, who says the academy was probably already done with Veyers long before the hearing and only needed one more excuse. She also explains that House Boronova is a military house still weakened by old wars, which makes their heir's public disgrace an even bigger problem. That leaves Zorian with a new thought: if Veyers really is tied to the invasion, he may be acting against his own house's interests entirely. Zorian goes to Svim's office expecting Zack to be done already, but finds him still inside and has to wait outside the closed door. When Zack finally comes out, he says the meeting was surprisingly bearable and that Svim actually agreed to teach him mind magic almost immediately. Most of their long meeting was not about lessons at all, but an argument with Svim over Zorian's theory that Zack may be under a compulsion. Even after Svim sides with caution, Zack still refuses any direct mental examination and insists he would rather learn to handle the problem himself. Zorian drops the argument and instead reports what he learned from their classmates, especially that House Boronova may be searching for Veyers too. That makes Zack rethink their plan to raid the Boronova estate, because if the family is searching too, Veyers is probably not there. Pushed by how completely Veyers vanished, Zack even wonders if he somehow walked out of the loop physically instead of using the Guardian. Zorian admits the idea might be theoretically possible, but he refuses to jump to conclusions before they have something real. A week passes with no sign of Veyers, even after searches through settlements around Scoria, but Zorian still feels the restart is going well overall. He has a solid lead on Red Robe, more soul magic from Alanik, and he even managed to convince Taven to accept that he and Zack are time travelers. Once Taven believes him, she starts arranging real sparring partners for Zorian because she thinks fighting people his own level will improve him more than dummies or monsters. Zorian wins about half those fights while deliberately holding back his mental powers and magic items to keep the sparring fair. Taven admits she would like to challenge him for real, but she is pretty sure he would crush her if he stopped limiting himself. Zorian matter-of-factly agrees, saying he could tear down her mental defenses before she had enough power to stop him. Taven also points out his growing stash of experimental potion grenades, which she has already seen tested with Kale. Zorian grumbles that the bombs themselves are manageable, but the research to make them this effective is draining his money fast. He jokes a little too casually that he may have to start robbing the invaders for cash, and Taven immediately says the time loop is affecting him in bad ways. Zorian admits she is not entirely wrong, and after a brief talk about time loop morality they part ways for the evening. The next morning, Zorian and Zack walk into Svim's office expecting another routine lesson and stop short when they see Alanik already there. Instead of the clash they expected, Svim and Alanik are calmly sharing tea like old friends, and Svim tells the boys to sit because the two teachers have something interesting to discuss. Zorian and Zack walk into Svim's cramped office and freeze when they find Alanik already waiting there with him. When Zorian questions the timing, Alanik bluntly admits this was no coincidence, and that he came today specifically to confront them. Zack skips the posturing and asks the real question, and Svim coolly says he already told Alanik everything he knows about the time loop. Svim also makes it clear he feels betrayed that the boys kept so much from him while still taking his help. Zack fires back that dumping the full truth on people usually makes them panic, or dismiss it as madness, so he has no regrets. He even needles Svim for how hard Zorian had to work just to be taken seriously, which nearly turns the meeting into an argument. Zorian steps in to calm things down, and apologizes for keeping them in the dark, even while insisting the secrecy had made sense from his side. Then Zorian asks the question that matters to him most: what exactly convinced Alanik this impossible story might be real? Alanik throws cold water on that hope by admitting he still is not convinced at all. Zack bristles at being grilled by a man who still doubts them, but Alanik says the important part is that they clearly believe their own story. Alanik admits he would have settled for thinking they were a little crazy, but he is still stung that Svim got their trust first. Zorian points out the real problem: if he showed Alanik soul defenses that only Alanik could have taught him, disbelief would immediately turn dangerous. That finally makes Alanik admit one reason he hunted Svim down in the first place was Zorian somehow knowing his techniques. Zorian makes the situation even messier by openly admitting he is also a powerful mind mage. Svim treats that as a sensible skill choice for a time traveler, while Alanik realizes it would only make Zorian look more suspicious, not less. When Zorian walks him through that exact scenario, Alanik can only admit that things would get very complicated. Seeing the mess this already is, Svim drops the niceties and demands one full honest explanation, or he and Alanik will stop teaching them for the rest of the restart. Alanik sweetens the deal by promising that if they tell the truth now, he will explain how to avoid setting off his suspicions in future restarts. Zack shrugs off the risk, and Zorian decides they might as well use this awkward disaster as a test run for a future reveal. But just as Zorian is about to start, Svim asks for Zack to tell the story instead. Alanik explains why. He trusts his own supernatural read on Zack's honesty more than anything he could get from Zorian. That clue lets Zorian finally connect the dots and realize Higher Priest can read truth through a person's aura with soul magic. Alanik confirms it, explaining that aura movement can betray thoughts and emotions far more reliably than body language, unless the target can control their own soul. With that settled, Zack conjures an illusion of the world above Svim's table and starts explaining the loop from the ground up. He says the ancient artifact beneath Scoria does not really rewind time at all but creates a copied world inside a pocket dimension under extreme time dilation. Then Zack shows the copied world stuttering back to its starting point again and again, turning 1 month into a prison of endless resets. After laying out the mechanism, Zack drops the next bomb and says there are 3 people trapped awake inside that false world. He identifies himself as the likely original marker bearer, describes the second looper who tampered with his memories, and finally explains how Quatactical's attack accidentally gave Zorian a working marker too. Zack finishes with the ugliest part: the other looper escaped, the fake world is dying, and everyone inside it has barely more than 4 years left before collapse. And because Zack cannot resist provoking them, he caps it all off by calling their whole lives copied and ultimately meaningless unless they break the system. Zorian immediately piles on the next horrors, listing the Abasan invasion, the cult of the world dragon, and Sudamir's plan to harvest the dead and raise his wife as a lich. That leaves the room in a long, heavy silence until Zack finally breaks it with one last dry question: any questions? Several exhausting hours later, the interrogation finally ends, and Svim and Alanik leave with the core truth but nowhere near all the details. Walking through the city afterward, Zack groans that this restart was supposed to be a breather, and Zorian can only agree it has turned into the opposite. Zorian still thinks the reveal may pay off, because unlike the time loop, the invasion plot and Sudamir's crimes can actually be checked. Over the next few days, the teachers pull them into 2 more meetings and grow more rattled by the invasion than by the loop itself. What really annoys Zorian is that Alanik still has not paid up on his promise to explain how to avoid that suspicion in future restarts. Then on the 5th day, Alanik finally comes to him with the answer. Alanik says future Zorians can pose as junior members of the obscure Mazalian order, especially if they carry forged papers and distract him with another lead about Sudamir. Zorian objects that talking about Sudamir's mansion usually blows the whole month up, so Alanik tells him to use some other crime instead. Seeing how tired and disheveled Alanik looks, Zorian asks the real question: does this mean he finally believes them? Alanik admits he still does not know what to believe, but he has decided helping them is the safest bet if the disaster is real. The moment softens when Amaya catches them talking and scolds Zorian for being a terrible host who never offered their guest anything. To Zorian's surprise, Amaya even talks the overworked battle priest into staying for dinner after learning he barely ate since yesterday. Amaya takes a smug victory lap afterward, and Zorian lets her enjoy being completely right this time. The next day, Alanik comes back with a new lead and asks Zorian to visit Lookav with him, leaving Zack behind on purpose. Alanik explains he wants to discuss shifters and the primordial, and Zorian realizes Zack probably will not mind missing another long talk anyway. When Alanik suggests heading to the city edge for teleporting, Zorian casually shows off by saying the city's beacon can no longer stop him from jumping straight out. A moment later, they arrive outside Lookav's village and keep talking as they walk toward his house. On the way, Alanik lays out his growing theory that the time loop itself may have been built to stop the primordial's release. Zorian admits the timing does look suspicious, since the loop starts early, resets exactly at the release date, and once even snapped back the moment the primordial escaped too soon. Even so, Zorian refuses to call anything about the loop simple, and Alanik tells him to let him handle the opening with Lukav. Inside, it turns out Alanik has already briefed Lukav on the sacrificed shifter children and brought Zorian along because the questions were piling up. Lukav cannot understand why the kidnappers need to kill so many children if primordial essence is only supposed to open a path. Zorian repeats Sudamir's distinction that the essence forms a bridge, not a key, so the ritual needs as much of it as possible. Alanik adds the grim practical truth that even if they needed less essence, they still would never have left witnesses alive. In the end, Lukav cannot give them a clean answer for finding the sacrifices or the prison anchor, only the suggestion to ask the local shifter tribes for help. After Alanik leaves, Zorian stays behind because he has a separate idea he wants to run by Lukav. Zorian proposes using transformation potions to temporarily become magical creatures and steal useful instincts or senses from the experience, especially better magic perception. Lukav tells him the idea is sound and already known, but the necessary potions are so expensive and restricted that normal mages almost never use them. The good news is that Lukav can brew those potions himself if Zorian brings him suitable magical creature bodies and pays a moderate fee. Zorian strongly suspects he is being overcharged, but he still accepts the deal because it opens a path he did not have before. He leaves with one more future project on his growing list. Maybe he should learn to make transformation potions himself. The next few days turn oddly peaceful, with Svim and Alanik still plotting in the background but no longer hounding the boys every minute. Zorian spends the lull half resting and half drifting between drawing, spell theory, and combat lessons from Zack. He also lets Taven drag him into physical sparring because his growing golem expertise has exposed how little he actually understands about real fighting. Taven beats him badly enough to leave bruises, but she also gives him useful advice, proving the lessons hurt less than his pride. Zorian decides she is a solid sparring partner and a terrible teacher, which means finding a proper instructor goes onto the list too. Later, a genuinely quiet day settles over Amaya's kitchen as the household, plus Zack and Taven, gathers around the table for a card game. Kiriel clings to Zorian and gives terrible card advice, while quiet little Kana sits in Amaya's lap and gets treated like a tiny strategic consultant. Despite Kana's random picks, Amaya is still doing better than Zorian, and Zack is suspiciously crushing everyone. Zorian briefly considers cheating with mind magic just to offset Kiriel's sabotage, but before he can, a knock at the door saves him from another loss. He gladly dumps the cards into Kiriel's hands and escapes to answer it, only to find Svim outside announcing that his little break is over. Instead of charging straight into business, Svim steps inside, accepts tea from Amaya, and calmly talks to everyone in the house. Then Svim realizes Taven has been told something about the loop, and Zorian nearly panics at the thought of another explosion. Thankfully, Svim focuses on Taven's training and Kale's alchemy work instead of tearing into the half-truths she was told. Once he gets Svim alone, Zorian quickly explains that Taven and Kale know only part of the truth and asks him to leave it that way. Svim does not approve, but he agrees to respect that boundary and not force the full story onto them. He also asks why Kale and Taven were never mentioned before, and Zorian sheepishly admits he simply forgot because they did not feel central to the main explanation. With that settled, Svim still wants a proper strategy talk, so he has Zorian and Zack join him in Kale's alchemy lab where they can speak in peace. Zack groans at the idea of more questioning, but Svim says this time he came to ask about their future plans, not to interrogate them again. Zorian admits the plan is still rough because they only just learned how trapped they really are, and this restart was supposed to be a short recovery month. Even so, his outline is clear: make money fast, recruit experts, exploit Iranian contacts, trade for mind magic secrets, and raid records and libraries for forbidden knowledge. Svim hears all that and responds with something far colder. Zorian should use mind magic more aggressively, and simply take what he needs from other mages. He says that means stealing spells, training methods, and even the leverage needed to force reluctant experts into helping. To prove he is serious, Svim hands Zorian a thick notebook full of names, addresses, and notes on useful people across the city. Then he calmly says that if those people will not cooperate willingly, Zorian should consider illegal methods to make them useful. The notebook suddenly feels unbearable to Zorian, because he understands exactly what Svim is asking him to become. He tells Svim flatly that preying on innocent people for convenience would change him, and he does not want to turn into someone who can live that way. Svim does not argue the morality. He only says Zorian is free to ignore the advice if the cost to himself is too high. The two of them lock eyes in a brittle silence until Svim finally pushes the notebook back against Zorian's chest and tells him to keep it either way. After that, Svim politely excuses himself and leaves the lab, ending the conversation on his own terms. As soon as he is gone, Zorian slams the notebook down on Kale's work table and bitterly sums up the whole restart in one line: worst vacation ever. Right after Svim left, Zorian stormed out of Amaya's house because everyone could tell something was wrong and kept pressing him for answers he could not safely give. He wanted the city just to cool off, grateful that even Zack had the sense to leave him alone for once. His aimless walk turned into a tour of old memories: his former academy apartment, the rooftop where he watched the wind over the city, the empty Iranian settlement below, and finally the hole itself. Near the hole, Zorian spotted a cluster of cephalic rats hiding in shadow and realized he had almost forgotten the swarm entirely. Since his mind magic now outclassed them, he tried a new approach and pushed a telepathic probe into one rat, hoping to talk the swarm into spying for him too. Linking to the collective was easy, but every attempt at actual conversation made the swarm lash out and cut off any rat he touched. When he kept pressing harder, the swarm simply abandoned the whole little group rather than deal with him. Zorian walked away without killing them, but the idea stuck. If the swarm refused to talk, maybe he could force a connection it could not sever. He sat on a bench and started sketching ward designs for a trap that would lock a cephalic rat to its collective long enough for him to speak to the hive mind. By the time darkness forced him home, the plotting had done what wandering could not and finally calmed him down. On the way back, he admitted to himself why the rat problem felt good. It was solvable, unlike the time loop, the missing keys, red robe, and the mystery of how to escape the fake world alive. He also flipped through Svim's notebook and realized that even if brute magical growth would not solve everything, stronger skills might still be necessary once they actually found the keys. When he finally returned, Amaya was still awake waiting for him, which only made him wonder all over again why she cared this much. Zorian pointed out that he had his own key, but Amaya brushed that aside and only asked if he felt better now. He admitted he did, then summed up his strange day in one deadpan line. He bought Kiriel a hair clip, climbed a building, visited a graveyard, stared into a hole, and tried talking to rats. Amaya ignored all the weird parts and focused on the gift, asking why he suddenly bought Kiriel something. When Zorian asked why she had waited up for him at all, Amaya joked about nightmare tenants before admitting she simply cared too much. Then she got more honest and said Kana and Kiriel made her think about the children she had always wished for. Zorian awkwardly suggested she could still have children on her own, and Amaya burst out laughing at the misunderstanding. She explained the real problem at once. She was not single by circumstance, she was infertile. Amaya calmly added that her husband left after they learned that, and she was mostly over it now even if the subject was still depressing. When Zorian asked if magic could fix it, Amaya said ordinary healers could not and any real cure would be rare enough to cost a fortune. He quietly filed that fact away for later, not because it was urgent, but because miracle treatments might matter someday for Amaya, Kale, or even his own plans. The talk shifted to Kiriel, and Zorian was relieved to hear she had behaved surprisingly well despite how often he had been absent. That relief lasted until he learned Kiriel had broken a couple of plates and never told him, which meant the pieces were gone and he would have to pay Amaya back instead of repairing them with magic. By the end of the night, Zorian had fully decided that his little sister was getting a lecture tomorrow. The next day, he buried himself under a mountain of books, searching for any way to grow faster without crossing the line Svim wanted him to cross. The search was going nowhere, so Zack walking in with a thick medical textbook was almost a relief. Zack grumbled that Kale had started pestering him to exploit the time loop for medical research and proper healing practice. Once they got to the real issue, Zack admitted Svim's proposal made his skin crawl because it sounded too much like what Red Robe had done to him. Even so, Zack refused to forbid it, because he could still see why Svim thought desperate times might demand it. When Zorian asked about Zack's own rise to power, Zack said he did raid enemies for spells and books before, but not by digging through innocent minds like this. Zorian pointed out that he already targeted guilty people when he could, and Svim's whole complaint was that restraint like that would never be enough. After thinking it over, Zack suggested another route entirely. Instead of stealing more secrets, they could use money, status, favors, and persistence to make experts teach them willingly. He explained that House Novita's old debts, his name, and his funds had opened plenty of doors for him over the years, so maybe they could exploit that network now. That gave Zorian a new angle too, because he realized he might be able to lean on Damon's reputation and pass himself off as another once-in-a-generation Kaczynski prodigy. He hated the thought of using Damon's name, but he admitted that right now desperation mattered more than pride. Zack's next suggestion was black rooms, and Zorian confirmed he had already checked. The facility under Scoria should be usable once per restart if they handled it carefully. The catch was timing, because the first activation came too early and the second was the only one they could realistically exploit for a month of isolated training. Even that bonus month had limits, since once they were sealed inside they would be stuck with only whatever books and supplies they had prepared in advance. They still agreed to abuse the black room every restart from now on, and figure out later whether the extra month was worth the boredom. Their joking detour about bringing girlfriends into the black room died quickly once Zorian started listing all the obvious problems. Back to serious research, Zorian said enhancement rituals looked promising, though the best ones were secretive, dangerous, and probably tied to someone high in the cult of the World Dragon. Zack immediately pointed out that many of those rituals permanently tied up mana reserves, which made them a terrible bargain for someone like Zorian. Zorian answered that the right ritual might still exist, and besides, Zack's massive reserves made him the better candidate anyway. Zack did not veto the idea outright, but he made it clear that any ritual touching his magic would need to be extraordinary before he considered it. Then Zorian asked about the simulacrum spell, hoping Zack could teach it to him. Zack said no, because although he had found the spell once, he could never cast it after the scroll demanded awareness of his own soul. That detail caught Zorian's attention immediately, because soul awareness was exactly what Alanik was already teaching them. Unfortunately, Zack could not even remember where he had found the scroll, only a blur of old dungeons, cult vaults, and monster-haunted places from long ago. Zorian told him to keep trying, because depending on how the spell worked, simulacrums could become a major force multiplier for everything they were doing. Before they could go further, Kiriel burst in dramatically and announced that Zorian had another visitor. This time it was Alanik, and Zorian immediately braced for another argument about the ruthless advice Svim had given him. Once inside, Alanik surprised both boys by saying outright that he did not agree with Svim's proposal at all. As a priest, he said, he would never endorse attacking innocent people just to harvest magical progress. Zorian pushed back at once, reminding him that in other restarts he had seen Alanik make plenty of ugly choices too. Alanik did not deny that, but he drew his line clearly. Ruthless tactics belonged against enemies, not against allies or bystanders who had done nothing wrong. Then his tone darkened, because the truth Zorian had told him left no room for comfort. Look, have and Alanik die early without intervention, the invasion still devours thousands, Sudamir still captures souls, and Red Robe is still out there. From there he cut to the point. If finding the 5 keys depended on understanding the marker in Zorian's soul, then Zorian needed much faster soul training than the safe lessons he had been getting. Zorian objected that he was already training with him, and Alanik answered that those were only the safe methods he would normally teach a teenager. What Alanik offered instead was far worse, a method much faster than ordinary training, lethal if mishandled, and guaranteed to leave a lasting mark on the body. The only reason he was even suggesting it was the time loop, since a failed attempt would cost Zorian a restart instead of a permanent grave. When Zorian asked how much faster it was, Alanik stayed maddeningly vague and only said that some depths of soul awareness were unreachable by safe methods at all. That was enough for Zorian, who agreed almost immediately because the risk looked better than staying blind to his own marker. Zack jumped in too, only to learn that the offer was not for him because his current soul awareness was still too weak to survive it. Zack argued loudly that he was willing to risk his life, and Alanik snapped back that Zack would not be risking it, only wasting it. By the time the shouting ended, Zack had grudgingly accepted that he would accompany them but continue only the normal lessons. Privately, Zorian was almost excited, because soul training was usually excruciatingly boring and this deadly shortcut promised actual results. 2 days later, Alanik led Zorian and Zack to a hidden training site in the forest, not a temple, but a literal hole in the ground opening onto a dark staircase. The descent itself was miserable, with light-suppressing wards making both torches and spells useless until they felt their way down by mana sense alone. At the bottom they reached a square ritual chamber, and Alanik still insisted on ordinary torches instead of magical light because any stray spell could warp what he was about to do. Zack said the place looked sinister enough to start a fight on sight if Zorian had not vouched for Alanik already. Once the full diagram was visible, Zorian realized the inner circle was anchoring a soul, and Alanik finally explained the ritual's real purpose. For a while, Zorian had to die. Alanik spelled it out without softening it. He would rip Zorian's soul from his body, keep him conscious as a disembodied soul, and let that stripped-down state teach him what safe training never could. Zack could not resist whispering that Alanik really was trying to kill him after all, and Zorian whispered back that it only counted on a technicality. Alanik immediately shut the jokes down and warned them that if they could not take this seriously, he would end the ritual before it even started. He explained the real danger next. The longer Zorian stayed outside his body, the clearer his soul would become, but the weaker the tether back to life would grow. Even with all that on the table, Zorian did not hesitate when Alanik gave him one last chance to back out. Instead, Zorian stepped into the center and let Alanik spend 15 painstaking minutes explaining each spell layered onto him, from the soul tether to the magical substitute for a brain. The explanation made one thing very clear to Zorian. Whatever else Alanik called it, this training was built on full necromancy, not just harmless soul defense lessons. Before beginning, Alanik gave one final warning that the body itself would suffer without its soul, and even a perfect run would leave Zorian waking up sick and in agony. Zorian still said he was ready, even though every instinct in him was screaming that he absolutely was not. Alanik gave no dramatic countdown at all. He simply grabbed Zorian by the head and tore his soul free in one vicious motion. The pain was almost beyond comparison, and in seconds Zorian lost control of his body, his hearing, and finally everything else. Then awareness returned in a way he had never felt before, because as a pure soul he could see himself with terrifying clarity, and almost nothing else. He panicked at the empty void at first, but Alanik's instructions held, and Zorian forced himself to locate the tether leading back to his body before doing anything else. Once he calmed down, he began tracing the structure of his own soul and the marker woven into it, and the whole thing suddenly made far more sense than it ever had in a body. He would have stayed longer, but the tether started weakening, and the moment he noticed it he triggered the return in a panic. After several sessions, Zorian learned the ugly truth of the method. Dying hurt, but coming back hurt worse, leaving him nauseous and in pain for hours every single time. Still, the The training worked so well that by the 4th session he finally isolated the marker function that detected the keys. The catch was brutal in its own way. The marker could only sense a key at relatively close range, so it would confirm a nearby find but never lead them across the world. He checked all around Scoria anyway just in case, but none of the keys were hiding under his nose. He also found another marker function that told him exactly how many restarts remained before the loop collapsed, which at least gave him a clean way to check the deadline himself. Watching Zorian surge ahead only made Zack more determined, and he threw himself into basic soul training instead of being scared off by the horror stories. Zorian kept to himself that Zack was still a long way from qualifying, because right now the restart was ending and everyone had more urgent work to do. As the month wound down, Kale brought over his latest research notebooks again, and Zorian updated his own records along with notes on Kiriel's and Taven's training progress. This time the notebook pile got even bigger, because Svim and Alanik also showed up with material they wanted carried into the next restart. Svim openly admitted he had been outmatched by the idea and asked for the same memory-carrying arrangement Zorian had already used for his other allies. Alanik only needed one small notebook, since he was not trying to run research through the loop and only wanted names and facts to shorten future briefings. He also reminded Zorian that if they wanted the Deadly Soul ritual again in another restart, they would have to tell him the truth every time, because otherwise he would never allow it. When Zorian tried to wrap things up as if this were their last conversation before reset, Svim and Alanik exchanged the kind of look that meant they were not actually finished. Alanik finally said it outright. During the invasion, he and Svim intended to lead a combat force into the hole itself to disrupt the summoning ritual. At first Zorian was only confused, until Alanik pointed out the real value. If they reached the ritual site, they could identify and interrogate the summoners and local cult leaders in later restarts. That finally clicked for Zorian, though he still warned them that the road to the ritual site almost certainly ran straight through Quatakikal. Svim's response was simple and very Svim, old or mighty. Quatakikal was still only one mage. Zorian agreed to the operation on the spot and added the obvious final piece that no one needed to debate. Zack would absolutely come too. At the invasion meeting point, Zorian realized just how seriously they had taken his warnings, because instead of a modest squad they had assembled nearly 100 mages, some carrying rifles. Alanik, acting as commander, chose not to waste that force by fighting through the whole city and instead hid the group near the hole until the invasion began. He explained they had to let the attack unfold first, because hitting too early might scare the real leaders away from the ritual site before they could identify them. When the invasion erupted, the fighting around the hole turned vicious almost immediately, proving that Alanik and Svim had already coordinated with the city defenders. Even while the others waited for the invaders to be softened up, Zorian could not stop scanning the battlefield for Quatakikal, because the Lich had taught him to expect death from any blind spot. He quietly admitted to Zack that every time he lost sight of the Lich, he expected Quatakikal to appear behind him and blast him in the back. To settle his nerves, Zorian checked his new key detection function the way he had started doing by habit, expecting nothing as usual. This time the marker answered, and the shock of it made him freeze on the spot. He pointed Zack toward Quatakikal standing off to the left, bizarrely calm and just watching the battle instead of joining it. But Quatakikal himself was not the real shock, because Zorian had just discovered where one of the 5 keys had been hiding all along. The key was the crown Quatakikal always wore, the imperial crown itself sitting right on the Lich's head this whole time. Zack could only grimace, and Zorian could only sigh, because the latest breakthrough had somehow made their situation even worse. The push toward the hole starts under cover of fresh artillery blasts, and Alanik orders the whole strike group forward at once. Zorian nearly gets left behind, and the miserable sprint drives home how badly his weak body limits him in real battle. He notices Svim is also relying on a stamina potion, which is a small comfort in the middle of the rush. During the run, Zorian checks his marker and realizes Quatakikal has already teleported off toward the artillery mages. Zorian coldly accepts that the artillery team is probably doomed, because every second the Lich spends away from them matters more right now. The invaders recover fast enough to send a blocking force of mages, war trolls, skeleton soldiers, and iron beaks straight at Alanik's group. Zorian judges the enemy force manageable, but only if they can break through before Quatakikal comes back. The enemy opens with coordinated volleys, and Alanik's battle group answers with a disciplined staggered advance that trades speed for survival. The tactic works brutally well, and the invaders start losing people every exchange while the battle group keeps pressing closer. Panicking, the invaders throw all their monsters and reserves into one desperate rush, and the surprise still costs the battle group 3 dead. Alanik answers by summoning a blazing firebird that tears through the iron beaks and explodes into a firestorm among the enemy mages. Without even watching the blast, Alanik snaps 5 tiny orange stars into the war trolls and incinerates most of them on the spot. A handful of unusually resilient trolls survive singed and staggering, but Alanik leaves them and turns to the skeleton horde instead. The skeletons are too well warded for normal spells to stop them fast enough, so Alanik simply snuffs out the magic animating them and drops the whole horde at once. Svim holds the enemy casters in check, bleeding apart volleys with purple clouds, detonating heavy spells early, and stripping shields away with bright blue shots. Zack skips fancy spell exchanges entirely and starts hurling torn up chunks of pavement like a living siege engine. The 5 surviving trolls never recover from Alanic's blast, and Zack crushes them to death under tons of falling stone. Zorian saves his mana for what only he can do, reaching through the chaos with telepathy to stab weak minds and turn careless mages against their own side. His mind sense also catches 3 invisible flankers trying to circle behind them, and he cuts all 3 in half before they can react. When Zorian feels a rock worm tunneling up beneath them, he marks the spot with a beam of light, and the battle group calmly turns the ambush into an execution. Then the nightmare Zorian expected finally happens, and Quatakikl teleports in behind the battle group for a surprise attack. Zorian doesn't waste time shouting and throws one of his black absorption cubes straight into the Lich's line of fire. The red beam bends unnaturally into the cube and vanishes inside it, but Quatakikl casually knocks the cube aside before it can hit him. Zorian blasts a booming warning through the battlefield, but the Lich has already teleported to the battle group's side for a second strike. Caught a step too late, Zack and the others only half contain the next disintegration beam, and it carves through the battle group, killing and maiming more than a dozen mages. Quatakikl blinks to the left for another pass, but this time he meets Svim instead of an easy opening. Svim plants a dark green shield that locks Quatakikl's beam in place, stopping the Lich from sweeping it through the group again. When the Lich drops the beam, Svim turns that shield into a battering ram and buys the group just enough time to hammer him with a full barrage. Quatakikl accelerates himself, blocks or reflects nearly everything, and answers with a massive sheet of rock before teleporting away again. Even that brief exchange leaves more dead on the ground before the Lich completes the circuit and appears at the battle group's front. Knowing he would only get in the way up close, Zorian stays back and looks for another way to pin the Lich down. Alanik opens the new clash with a golden orb so dangerous that Quatakikl panics and throws up a triple shield to stop it. Zack and Svim hit from opposite sides right behind Alanik, forcing the Lich to split his attention at exactly the wrong moment. The Lich's time-boosted speed lets him dodge the blades and partially dispel Svim's orb, but the spell keeps coming anyway. Right before Quatakikl can blink away again, Zorian finishes the ward he has been carving and snaps an anti-teleport field over the whole area. Pinned in place, Quatakikl takes Svim's orb through the chest as it drills into his ribs and locks him up with crackling white power. Zack's black blades whip back around and sever both of the Lich's arms clean off, finally making Quatakikl look vulnerable. Before Alanik can finish the job, Quatakikl erupts with a dark red shockwave that throws the entire battle group off their feet and batters their souls through normal defenses. Zorian stays standing thanks to his soul shielding, but around him mages stagger or collapse and Zack goes down especially hard. Realizing Zack is in danger, Zorian shoves defense of the ward anchor onto another mage and runs for him. Quatakikl doesn't go for the down men yet because he is busy levitating his severed arms back into place while Alanik keeps him under savage pressure. Zorian drags Zack out of the worst of it, and Zack grumbles that soul magic hurts, which at least means he is still himself. Svim gets back up faster than Zack, but Quatakikl immediately tries to finish both of them with 2 dark red soul attacks. Zorian saves Zack with another absorption cube, but he can only watch the second orb streak towards Svim. Instead of dodging or shielding, Svim casually backhands the soul attack away like it is beneath his notice. The fight grinds on, and even with the battle group recovering to help, too many mages die trying to keep pressure on the Lich. Quatakikl finally tries to dispel Zorian's anti-teleport ward, but the field holds because Zorian anchored it to a carved spell formula instead of leaving it free-floating. The Lich reads the ward structure from that failed dispel, vaults over the battle group, and goes straight for the physical anchor instead. The guards around the anchor are brushed aside like nothing, and Quatakikl smashes the center of the formula before anyone can stop him. With the anchor destroyed, the anti-teleport field collapses and the Lich finally vanishes for real. The battle group regroups around heavy losses, and only 42 of the original force are still alive enough to stand after the clash. They keep pushing toward the hole, and although the fighting gets fiercer, these are the kind of battles trained battle mages know how to win. Zorian realizes Quatakikl has mostly left them alone because their first clash already pulled him away from more important battlefields around the hole. Even so, the Lich keeps taking cheap shots, from airborne bombardment to dumped monsters and suddenly conjured attack swarms. Those ambushes mostly fail because Zorian can track the Lich through the crown key marker and warn the group before each attempt lands. The Thunder Lizards even backfire on the Lich, because once their controllers are gone, Zorian hijacks both beasts and turns them on the enemy. The stolen beasts are so effective that Quatakikl eventually comes back just to get rid of them. As they near the destination, Quatakikl finally stops playing games and teleports in with 15 elite mages for a real second round. His opening move says everything, because the Lich immediately throws a shining green javelin straight at Zorian's chest. Zorian instantly realizes the cubes probably will not stop this one, and he prepares to end the restart before the spell can touch his soul. Before Zorian can do it, Svim snaps open a tiny gate and redirects the javelin into one of Quatakikl's own mages. The elite battle explodes around them, and Quatakikl's side keeps picking Zorian as a priority target whenever they get the chance. The whole fight turns into chaotic magical overload, with monster summons, killer beams, clever counters, and Svim forced to spend almost all his effort just keeping Zorian alive. Zack finally says what everyone is thinking. This stalemate is exactly what the invaders want, because they only need to delay them until the ritual finishes. He proposes the obvious fix: leave Alanik to hold Kwatakikl in place, and send only the 3 of them to the ritual site. When Zorian asks how, Zack just tells them to get close and starts casting something much bigger than a normal movement spell. A translucent white sphere seals around Zack, Svim, and Zorian, then launches them straight into the sky like a cannon shot. Once high above the battlefield, the sphere whips toward the hole and dodges incoming fire so violently it should kill them, except the spell somehow protects them from the motion too. In seconds, Zack drives the sphere down into the abyss of the hole and takes them straight beneath the battlefield. Zorian expects a long search below, but the ritual site almost announces itself the moment they descend far enough. The platform's defenders spot them at once, but Zack turns the incoming sphere itself into a weapon instead of trying to land politely. The sphere slams across the platform, knocking panicked defenders off the edge and into the abyss. After one last violent sweep around the whole platform, the sphere finally drops the 3 of them near the center. Zack admits the spell drained him badly, so Zorian and Svim have to hold the line while he catches his breath. While fighting, Zorian quickly reads the platform and spots the ritual core, a central cube, a circular spell formula, and a floating sphere of blood above it. 7 robed mages are maintaining the working without even looking at the battle, and their scarlet robes match red robes' disguise almost exactly. Zack's earlier crash failed for a reason, because an invisible hemispherical barrier seals the ritual core off from physical interference. Then Zorian notices the sacrificial slab and the pile of 4 dead children beside it, all pale, naked, and cut open for the ritual. Nearby, 3 more children are still alive in cages, stripped naked and held in painful anti-transformation collars. One of the captives is Nachka, and the sight makes the horror feel suddenly personal to Zorian. He forces himself not to stop for them yet, because the children are not the immediate threat and the ritual has to come first. Even while fighting, he uses telepathy to pull the identities and kidnapping details of the 2 unknown boys from their minds, so they will not disappear namelessly. As the platform battle drags on, the defenders steadily thin out, especially after Zack recovers enough to start killing again. But the remaining enemies get desperate, and one of them blasts Zorian so hard that he nearly goes over the edge of the platform. He barely hauls himself back up before a sickly yellow beam comes for him with no time left to dodge. Svim steps in front of the beam without hesitation and takes the hit meant for Zorian. There is no visible wound, but Svim collapses instantly and never moves again. Zorian kills the attacker on the spot, then checks Svim and realizes his mentor really is dead. He forces himself not to break down, because the only thing that can justify Svim's sacrifice now is stopping the ritual before the restart ends. Since Zack can handle the last defenders, Zorian goes back to the ritual and bets everything on telepathy instead of brute force. The barrier blocks magic and bodies, but it does nothing against Zorian's mind magic, so he reaches straight through it toward the 7 ritualists. What he finds is nasty. The 6 outer mages have layered mental defenses, decoy mines, and reactive counters, while the leader is completely protected by mind blank. Unable to touch the leader, Zorian picks one outer mage at random and starts ripping through his mental defenses layer by layer. The targeted mage tries to hold the ritual and fight Zorian at the same time, but that split focus only makes his defenses unravel faster. When the mage finally gives up on the ritual and starts recasting his mental wards, he is already too late to stop Zorian. The moment one outer mage drops out, the blood sphere starts wobbling dangerously, and the rest of the ritual circle begins to lose control. Zorian breaks through the final barrier and dives into the mage's mind looking for names, passwords, locations, and anything else worth carrying into the next loop. The leader finally panics out loud, because they were only moments from success, and now the whole ritual is slipping out of their hands. The blood orb suddenly stills into a perfect red sphere for one terrible second. Then the ritual catastrophically detonates in blinding red light, and darkness swallows Zorian's world. Zorian wakes back in Siren to Kiriel's usual chaos, and that simple annoyance feels like a huge relief after the last restart ended in a wall of terrifying red light. Once he chases Kiriel out, Zorian immediately inspects his own mind and soul, still worried the primordial-linked explosion may have left hidden damage behind. Finding nothing wrong steadies him, but he still can't stop wondering whether the ritual's collapse only killed everyone nearby or nearly doomed the whole city anyway. That thought hardens into a new plan. Next time they cannot just interrupt the ritual late, they need to stop it before it really begins. Then the memory of the ritual site hits him properly, especially Nachka among the captive children, and the horror lands much harder now that the fighting rush is gone. Zack arrives at the house like clockwork, giving Zorian exactly the distraction he needs before those memories swallow his whole morning. Soon they're alone in a train compartment, and Zack jokingly checks whether this restart is another vacation since Kiriel is not with them this time. Zorian shuts that idea down, saying he does need a break but not before they spend a few restarts digging through everything they just learned. When Zack asks about the memory probe, Zorian happily says the risky raid paid off and offers him the highlights first. His first reveal is the robes. The scarlet outfits on the ritual mages were not similar to Red Robe's disguise. They were the exact same inner circle uniform. Zorian explains those robes are custom made for the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon, layered with rare materials and powerful magic, and he immediately decides he wants to steal one for study. Zack instantly escalates the idea from stealing one robe to stealing them all, though the discovery also muddies whether Red Robe wears it as a cultist or just because it is useful. Zorian still thinks Red Robe is probably a real cultist, because he kept appearing so quickly in the loop while already dressed in that hard-to-get uniform. Then Zorian drops the next bombshell. The cult's inner circle has only 15 members, and he already has enough names and leads to start hunting them down. Zack gets openly jealous of mind magic, and Zorian explains why ordinary investigation kept failing. The important cultists are bound by Hayas, but a memory probe ignores that completely. Finally, Zorian names the leader outright, Vadima Tincture, the head of Scioria's local mage guild branch. That revelation immediately explains how the invaders kept operating under Scioria for so long, because the very institution meant to investigate trouble was being sabotaged from the top. When Zack wonders what a man like that could even want, Zorian uses the opening to reveal that the inner circle's real ritual goal is not what their rank-and-file followers believe. Regular cultists think they are freeing a world-ending god, but the inner circle actually plans to bind Panicseth and use him as a living superweapon and miracle engine. The promised reward is grotesquely personal and seductive at the same time: youth restored, bodies remade, and whatever private fix each inner circle member is desperate enough to crave. Zorian adds the real catch: even the cult knows Panicseth's changing nature will break the binding fast, so they have maybe 15 minutes to enslave his mind. Zorian flatly doubts they can do it at all, because the ritualist's absurd mental defenses now look less like protection from enemies and more like a panic shield against Panicseth's own psychic backlash. His reasoning is simple and ugly: if he could carve through those defenses in minutes, a primordial tied to flesh and nervous systems might smash them even faster. After more discussion about the battle, Zorian explains why Quatakikal did not chase them. The Lich was covering Abasin forces and had no clear picture of how helpless the cult leaders really were once the ritual started. The cult hid that weakness from Quatakikal on purpose, afraid he might kill them or sabotage the ritual if he learned they planned to control the primordial for themselves. Once the biggest revelations are out, Zack abruptly asks the obvious question: if Kiriel is not here and they're already far from Sirin, why are they still bothering with this train at all? Zorian admits they can teleport now, but says he wants to make one detour first: Eldamar. He thinks the Imperial keys might have ended up in royal collections, so even if the treasury holds none of them, the palace archives could still point the search in the right direction. Zack actually likes the idea, but warns that the royal treasury is nothing like an easy cult hideout, and provoking the palace can turn the whole month into a royal manhunt. So Zorian settles for reconnaissance, and Zack admits he never even fully broken himself because the royals guard their treasures far better than they guard their people. Zorian says that risk is exactly why he left Kiriel behind, because even inside a time loop he still cannot stomach treating the people around him like disposable collateral. Zack is relieved to hear that, because he had been worried practicality might push Zorian into becoming someone much colder. Even so, Zorian makes it clear this restart will still be a storm of trouble, because they plan to hit the royal family, House Boronova, and the cult's influential inner circle one after another. Zack sums it up as kicking one hornet's nest after another, and Zorian can only stare at him, half impressed and half envious of how much looped experience made this normal for him. Their visit to Eldamar stays quiet only because Zack keeps steering Zorian away from ideas that would trigger palace defenses on the spot. The palace wards are so absurd that Zack claims even staring at the place too long can get you noticed, and this actually rattles Zorian into keeping things simple. Instead of trying anything bold, Zorian performs only visual reconnaissance by telepathically guiding captured pigeons high above the ward perimeter. As far as Zorian can tell, the palace never traces the spying back to them, and they are already gone from the city by the time the remote relay work is done. The next day they move on to the harder problem and go to Svim and Alanik, hoping to convince them that the time loop is real and that they need help now. Zorian wants a careful, patient approach, but Zack pushes for dumping the entire unbelievable story in their laps and seeing whether it sticks. They gamble on Zack's faster method, and the reaction is exactly as rough as expected. Svim and Alanik do not believe them, but the recreated notebook stopped the meeting from collapsing outright. Even that small concession matters, because both older mages agree to at least consider the story instead of throwing the two of them out immediately. Meanwhile, Veyers is still missing, and Zack confirms the boy had already vanished before he even met Zorian at the very start of this restart. By the third day, they decide the only useful lead left is House Boronova itself, so they prepare to break into the manor and seize Andril for interrogation. They know subtlety would take too many restarts, so they choose a brutal night attack instead, break in fast, check whether Veyers is hidden inside, grab Andril, and vanish. The assault starts with Zorian probing the mansion wards for the wardstone, fully expecting the magical scan to alert the defenders. The scan is detected immediately, but Zorian gets what he needs before the household can react and points Zack straight toward the wardstone's location. Zack answers by firing devastating artillery magic straight through the wall, blasting a new entrance into the manor before anyone can mount a defense. Inside, they cut through stunned defenders so fast that the whole mansion is still reeling while the two of them sprint for the wardroom. The wardroom door is nearly indestructible, so Zack ignores it and blows apart the surrounding wall instead. Once inside, destroying the golden wardstone sphere is easy, and the manor's layered protections crash down with it. With the divination wards gone, they scry the whole house in moments and confirm the bad news: Varys is not there. So they pivot immediately to Enro, who is actually trying to rally defenders, and his group becomes the only part of the raid that fights back at all. That resistance falls apart fast once Zorian hits the unshielded mines in front of him, and Enro is knocked out and taken alive. They escape through a chain of rapid teleports, switching methods and directions until they reach a prepared underground room built for interrogation. When Enro wakes in the sealed room and hears they want Varys, he lets out a bitter laugh like this is just one more disaster caused by that boy. He says he truly does not know where Varys is, and Zorian's mind reading confirms that part at least is honest. According to Enro, Varys has been gone for a full week, ever since the Academy expelled him after he lost control and erupted into a fire-centered blast that burned people nearby. Enro even thinks the Academy knew it was magical instability rather than a deliberate attack, but used the incident as an excuse to get rid of Varys anyway. His cooperation keeps coming because he is simply done taking blame for Varys, and their hidden identities convince him he might survive this if he talks. Over the next hour, questioning and memory magic uncovered the real core of the problem. House Boronova rebuilt a lost bloodline ignition ritual and used the unstable version on Varys. The house was desperate because most of its core line had died, and unignited Varys looked too weak to secure his right as heir against ambitious relatives. At first the ritual seemed like a success, because Varys gained the house's signature wildfire magic and could access sealed family areas that only true heirs should reach. Then the flaw surfaced, and the new heir started swinging between manic laughter, despair, and violent rage while his fire answered his subconscious more than his will. House Boronova found exercises and specialists to steady him a little, but the damage was done and the leadership fight inside the family returned even uglier than before. Furious and betrayed, Varys even tried to have his challengers executed, and from there he spiraled into bitterness against both his family and the Academy that failed to fix him fast enough. By now he is heir in name only, isolated even from most of the people who once backed him, and Enril has no outside contacts left to offer as a better lead. With nothing else to gain, they knock Enril out again, dump him safely in a field near Scoria, and spend more time covering their trail before heading home. After that raid, Zorian moves into Novita Mansion so he and Zack cannot be hunted down separately while the city starts boiling over. The attack on Boronova Manor sparks exactly the kind of outrage they feared, and Zorian delays his next strike when he sees how massive the manhunt around Scoria becomes. So for the next 3 days they stay mostly outside the city, chasing old leads Zack knows in a hunt for the simulacrum spell instead. They tear through one dangerous site after another, fighting invisible mountain yeti, jewel wasps, a giant man-eater catfish, a necromancer, and even a demon cult. They still do not find the simulacrum spell, but Zorian decides the time is paying off anyway because the constant field fights sharpen him and the loot gives him new magical ideas to study. Because Zack ignores most formula-heavy spoils, Zorian gets a whole side harvest of magical items and structures to dissect for his own specialties. At the same time, Zorian starts feeding interesting magical creatures to Lucap's potion work, hoping transformation brews might open up useful new senses and abilities. He also starts approaching the experts named in Svim's notebook peacefully first, and while none of them hand over their best secrets, even the lesser lessons turn out to be useful. One specialist in magical sensing is especially helpful, steering Zorian away from dead-end ideas and pointing him toward creatures with truly valuable sensory traits like the Eye Beast. But when he and Zack search the caves beneath Nyazov Dveri for that very creature, the Eye Beast is simply gone, even from the place where it once killed him. 5 days after the first pitch, Svim and Alanik finally call them back, having checked the notebooks and secret codes enough to tentatively accept the truth of the time loop. Svim seems more ready to believe the impossible, while Alanik still wrestles with the idea of time travel even as both men take the invasion and primordial threat very seriously. Together the four of them painstakingly reconstruct the final battle, comparing Quatakical's tactics, the ritual defenses, and everything Zorian tore from the cultists' memories. The child sacrifice details hit Alanik especially hard, and he immediately wants the names of the children so he can put protection on them before the cult reaches them. With allies finally on board, Zack and Zorian begin striking the cult's inner circle directly, this time using quieter, more sophisticated raids than the Boronova smash and grab. Even so, these targets are powerful and well-connected, so the break-ins are hardly invisible, especially because the two of them also rob every useful, valuable, or incriminating thing they can carry. Just as the Boronova scandal starts fading, Scoria gets slammed by a new wave of panic when prominent mages are attacked in their homes and stripped of secrets and property. The outrage grows so large that the Crown of Aldemar announces royal investigators will be sent in, making this an especially miserable time to be anyone running Scoria. Eventually the two of them seal themselves inside the black room beneath Scoria, and with that single closing door they win an extra month inside the same restart. Zack is thrilled they pulled it off, but Zorian immediately points out the truth. Their forged papers failed inspection, and he had to quietly edit the inspector's memories to get them in. Still, the operation worked, and now the room is stacked with food, books, crystallized mana, magical loot, exercises, and even games to survive a month in a mana-starved box. As he talks, Zorian is already holding one of the stolen Inner Circle scarlet robes in his lap, ready to turn even this confinement into another round of study. Zorian cannot understand Zack's energy when the next month will be nothing but drills, reading, and being trapped together in a tiny chamber. But Zack just grins and says this is his first real-time dilation chamber, and the sheer amount of good it could do for them makes the whole thing exciting anyway. Inside Saoria's black room, Zorian sat cross-legged and held a whole system of floating water spheres in perfect balance as a shaping exercise. Zack ruined the calm by lazily pitching a chunk of crystallized mana through the formation, forcing Zorian to fight the wobbling mess back under control. When Zorian finally opened his eyes to glare at him, Zack only sighed that it was too boring, already stir-crazy after just 10 days trapped inside. Zack tossed another crystal, and Zorian flicked it back with telekinesis, but Zack still caught it one-handed like the whole thing was a game. Zorian collapsed the water exercise into a stream and drained it back into the cistern, because honestly he felt the same pressure from the cramped room, no privacy, and broken sense of time. Even so, both of them knew the misery was buying real progress, so they kept grinding through the month instead of complaining. Zack spent the isolation sharpening soul awareness and mental defenses, letting Zorian casually test those defenses between long stretches of boredom and research help. Zorian used the time even harder, splitting his days between stolen cult texts, exotic shaping drills, and theoretical spell formula work he could not safely test in such a tiny sealed room. Because the black room had no ambient mana left at all, even a simple talk happened with both boys slowly drawing power out of crystallized mana in their hands. When Zorian told Zack to finish the cult scrolls, Zack flatly admitted again that he hated reading, especially long demon-worshipping nonsense. Zorian corrected him that primordials were not demons, but Zack brushed the distinction off and kept acting like the books were probably useless anyway. Zorian argued the haul was already worth it because those hidden cult manuals gave them the clearest blood magic knowledge they were ever likely to get legally. That made Zack stare, because from his side it looked like Zorian was collecting every sinister specialty he could find: mind magic, soul magic, and now blood magic too. Zorian admitted he really was interested, and Zack immediately guessed there had to be more to blood magic than just stabbing people for power. Zorian started with the least dramatic version of blood magic, burning your own life force for a dangerous but efficient burst of extra spell power. Zack compared it to using raw ambient mana in a crisis, and Zorian agreed blood-fueled casting was usually better because it wrecked your health, not your sanity. Zorian also pointed out the ugly catch: overdraw your life force too far and you can kill yourself even faster than with raw mana abuse. Still, Zorian said the risk looked manageable for loopers like them, since any lasting damage from training could vanish at the reset. To prove it, Zorian revealed that Atlantic Soul training was already hurting him like life force damage, leaving him drained, sore, and half-sick through the last restart. That stunned Zack, because Zorian had never mentioned the constant pain and weakness before now. Zorian shrugged it off as worth the price and said the reset had wiped the accumulated damage clean, though this time he was pacing himself better. Zack accepted that answer but warned that even recoverable pain could still grind down Zorian's mind if he spent whole restarts suffering through it. When Zack asked about the second kind of blood magic, Zorian bluntly named the infamous one: ritual murder to harvest life force for spells. Zorian explained that stolen life force is brutally hard to control, so blood mages often used it as payment for demon summoning instead of trying to shape it themselves. Zack quickly lost interest in demon payment details and pushed for the real answer, sure the third method was what had hooked Zorian. Zorian lit up at that, because the third path was enhancement rituals that could permanently graft magical abilities onto a person. He laid out the first brutal cost immediately. Enhancement rituals were notoriously dangerous, and one mistake could kill, cripple, or drive the target insane. Then came the long-term price. The ritual made a human more like a magical creature, which meant part of their mana reserve stayed tied up just keeping the new power alive. For someone like Zorian with below-average reserves, that permanent mana loss was severe enough that he usually would not even consider the idea. But the exact price was flexible, and a skilled ritual with the right materials could slash the mana cost from ruinous to merely painful. That was where blood magic mattered because it could weave an enhancement into someone's life so deeply that the cost dropped further, and the result could even become a hereditary bloodline. Zorian finished by saying it was not his top priority yet, but he absolutely intended to experiment with it later. Zack hated the idea anyway, because blood magic still dragged his mind straight back to the abused shifter children from the previous restart. He still made himself trust Zorian, but only after bluntly telling him to stay far away from the part of the field that murdered people and paid demons. Later, while flipping through a book of bizarre shaping drills, Zorian remembered it had come from the Iranian treasury, and also remembered how badly their attempt to crack the web's real vault had gone. He was not discouraged, though, because the security no longer looked impossible to him, just something he would need a few more tries to dismantle. Zack eventually asked the question he always came back to: why was Zorian still obsessing over shaping drills when he was already getting absurdly good at them? Zorian answered like it was obvious. He had not hit his limit yet, and every tiny gain meant less mana wasted on every spell he cast. Zack accused Svim of infecting him with that mindset, but Zorian just fired back that low mana mages had to care about efficiency in a way walking mana monsters never did. Zack puffed up proudly at being called a mana monster, and immediately dropped half the crystals he had been showing off with. That slip turned the talk toward Zack's own mystery, and Zorian asked if he had ever found out why his mana reserves were so wildly abnormal. Zack said no expert had solved it, and the best guess was some undocumented no-Vita bloodline that surfaced rarely enough to stay hidden from the family records. When Zorian joked that maybe Zack was just absurdly lucky, Zack shut that down by pointing out his shaping never matched the full size of his reserve in a natural way. According to Zack, he had the reserves of a magnitude 50 mage but shaped mana more like a magnitude 25 one, which was far too neat to feel accidental. Zorian pointed out that even shaping at 25 was still impressive, and Zack answered that decades of practice only looked grand until someone like Zorian nearly caught up in 5 years. Then Zack surprised him with real advice, suggesting medical diagnostics as a way to map the flow of mana through his body and understand his own magical limits better. Zorian admitted that idea made sense, especially if he kept playing with blood magic later, but he still pushed it aside because it did not fit his current plan. When Zack mocked the idea that they even had a plan, Zorian sheepishly defended it as a very loose one instead of a real schedule. To keep themselves from snapping, they finally set the work aside for a while and just relaxed with cards, board games, stories, and a ridiculous drawing contest. Neither of them could admit whose portrait was better, so even that silly contest ended in a grudging draw. When the 30 days were finally over, Zack stepped out into the forest like a man released from prison and nearly worshipped the sight of plain old trees. Zorian refused to encourage the drama, so Zack escalated by hugging a tree in triumph. The tree hugged back with ants, and a laughing Zorian had to dodge when Zack tried to shake the furious swarm onto him. Once the laughing died down, Zorian steered them toward Alanic's place so they could hand over the report they had compiled from the cult texts. Zack agreed, but only after declaring that he was choosing the place for their We Survived the Black Room celebration because Zorian had no idea how to have fun. Alanik was surprised to find them at his door, but that turned warm fast when he realized they were handing him a serious dossier on the invasion. He admitted he had been unsettled by how lightly they sometimes treated the repeating invasion, and the report reassured him that they really were working on it. Zack admitted it was hard to stay angry about a disaster that reset every month, but he insisted they were not ignoring it. Zorian told Alanik to return the favor with his own findings by the end of the restart, quietly folding the priest into their notebook system. When Alanik asked what they were doing next, Zack cheerfully answered that the immediate plan was getting drunk. After that, Zack said, he and Zorian would go back to hunting the simulacrum spell that he was sure he had seen somewhere in the past but still could not pin down. Alanik actually had an answer for why the spell was so rare. Simulacrum was a major stepping stone toward lichdom, so the Mage Guild watched known users very closely. That warning made Zack realize they should search necromancer and lich hideouts first, which made Alanik stop and ask just how many such places Zack casually knew. 15 minutes later, Alanik had recruited himself into the simulacrum hunt, and Zack was being made to write down every criminal lair he could still remember. A little later, Zack drunkenly accused Zorian of cheating at liquor because there was no way he should still be that steady. He was right, because Zorian was secretly using Haslish's trick to turn his alcohol into sugar and smiling through the scam like it was perfectly fair. Later in the restart, their simulacrum search took them far south to a pirate ship crewed mostly by skeletons and commanded by 3 necromancer brothers. The skeleton pirates had lived well by using undead labor, surprise tactics, and a special ship to overwhelm cheap merchant crews that had no chance once boarded. But on this run the hunters had become the hunted, and the pirates' own ship was already burning and full of magical explosions as Zack, Zorian, and Alanik boarded them instead. Inside the ship, Zorian got stuck hacking through waves of mindless skeletons and complained bitterly that the telepath should not be the one assigned to the least telepathy-friendly job. He had already learned the hard way that smashing their skulls barely mattered, so he switched to cutting off limbs and legs to break the horde apart. When another explosion rocked the ship, Zorian kept his footing by telekinetically gluing himself to the floor and used the chaos to improve his position. As he fought, Zorian noticed the vessel's wards were stronger than expected and guessed they were being fueled by stolen souls or even the skeleton crew themselves. He answered that by conjuring a mass of animated ectoplasmic threads, bundling one whole skeleton mob into a writhing bony ball, and throwing it out through a breach in the hull. When he repeated the trick on the next group, the ward system started collapsing almost instantly, proving his guess and killing his respect for the pirates' craftsmanship at the same time. By the time Zorian reached the heart of the ship, Zack and Alanik had already finished off the 3 necromancer brothers. Alanik guessed Zorian was the one who had dropped the ship's wards, and Zack sheepishly admitted he had forgotten how annoying those defenses were because in later loops he usually just sank the whole ship. Even with low expectations, The three of them still worked carefully through the trapped treasure stash in case the simulacrum spell really was hidden inside. Then Zack suddenly shouted that he had found it, hoisting up a pitch-black scroll case he remembered all too well. Zorian was stunned the pirates actually had the spell, and Zack explained he remembered the case because its trap had infuriated him in an earlier loop. Instead of delicately opening the thing, Zack blasted the trap apart with a magical pulse that sliced the case into a rain of jagged fragments. Alanik asked to inspect the scroll first, and after reading it carefully he confirmed that this one was the real simulacrum spell, not a fake or a trapped version. Once the scroll reached Zorian, he found the spell useful but less convenient than he had imagined, because a simulacrum had no soul or mana of its own and had to share both with its creator. Even with that limit, Zorian immediately saw the value of an autonomous copy that could handle mental work or hit an enemy with a second wave of cheap telepathic attacks. Alanik cut in with the first serious warning. Simulacrums started as degraded copies and only approached the original with practice, never a perfect match. His second warning was worse: keep one active too long, and it could grow into its own person with goals that turned against you. That landed hard on Zorian, because a rogue simulacrum with his mind magic was exactly the kind of nightmare he did not need to create. Alanik added one last rule of thumb: a simulacrum was still enough like its creator that it would hate the same work and refuse the same sacrifices, so it was no obedient slave. With the real spell finally secured and the pirate threat ended, the three left the burning ship and returned to Eldamar. For the rest of the restart, Zack and Zorian kept raiding cult sites and old criminal hideouts anyway, partly for combat practice and partly because they still wanted whatever other useful loot they could grab. Alanik often joined those operations too, but as the month neared its end he became increasingly tied up in his own investigation of the invaders. Svim was invited along as well, but he turned them down with dry old man dignity, and said he was too old for that sort of thing now. 4 days after they left the facility, the Black Room staff finally realized something had gone wrong with the way the two of them had used it. What exposed them in the end was not some clever magical trace at all, but the fact that they had never filed the required follow-up report to the right government office. Zorian found that hilariously stupid, because if they had just submitted the pointless report in triplicate, nobody probably would have looked twice. 3 days before the restart's end, Zack and Zorian finally launched the plan they had been saving all month and broke into the royal palace of Eldamar. They started quietly, but once the palace caught them halfway in, subtlety died and they had to blast their way deeper by force. The defenses eventually became too much, and the pair were forced to retreat before reaching the royal treasury itself. Even that failed run told Zorian something vital, because his marker confirmed one piece of the key was hidden in the treasury, most likely the dagger. The second lesson came even faster. Trying to rob Eldamar's palace made the kingdom outrage itself into a statewide manhunt. Because the crown still did not know who they really were, Zack and Zorian leaned on anti-divination and stolen red-robe disguises while staying constantly on the run. That did not solve the real problem, though, because some unknown method kept letting the royal forces find them again and again no matter where they hid. By the time they were racing toward a small forest near Scoria, both of them were running on frustration and scraps of rest, and Zack was loudly reminding Zorian this was exactly why he had wanted to wait until month-end. Before Zorian could answer properly, the sky split with screeches as the most annoying pursuit unit yet came diving in, 2 giant crowned eagles with battle mages on their backs. Those flyers had become a nightmare because they always reached the boys first, cut off escape routes, and disrupted spells long enough for the rest of the hunters to pile in. A multicolored lightning strike blasted the ground beside them, and Zack snapped that they could not keep this up much longer. Zorian looked towards Scoria and started to answer that the invasion should begin any second, because they had been deliberately luring the chase here for that very reason. Then reality beat him to the punch as artillery flares suddenly rose over the hills and the invasion of Scoria officially began. Zorian had to swallow his ruined dramatic line and just bark out that it was starting right now. A heartbeat later Zack wrapped them both inside his white transport sphere and launched them skyward at terrifying speed. The crowned eagles were good enough to chase even that, so Zack aimed straight through a huge flock of iron beaks and let the panicked birds turn on their pursuers instead. Rather than watch the mess, the two crashed their sphere through a nearby building, killed the few birds that followed, and teleported away before the trap could close again. Zorian had expected the hunt to continue all night, but after the pair dragged their pursuers into a basin forces 3 times, the royal group finally gave up and turned to defending the city instead. Running into Quatakikal during that third collision and losing both giant eagles probably helped convince them the chase was over. With the manhunt finally shaken, Zack and Zorian ended up on the roof of the Academy's tallest building, watching the city tear itself apart below. Zack grudgingly admitted the mage hunters looked pretty impressive when they were attacking someone else for a change. When Zack asked if they were just going to sit there until the reset, Zorian answered with a better idea that had clearly been bothering him for years. His answer was simple and shameless. While the city burned, they should rob the Academy library and finally crack open the restricted sections he had never been allowed to touch. Zack immediately came around, partly because the books might be useful and partly because stealing from the Academy just to say he had done it sounded fantastic. So while invaders and defenders ripped Scoria apart outside, The two of them peacefully rampaged through the Academy Library's restricted holdings because every librarian with sense had already fled. When the restart finally went black, Zorian's last irritated thought was that he had not finished the book in his hands. And right behind that came the much happier conclusion that next time, they were absolutely doing this again. Deep in the northern wilderness, a quiet little gully hides a cave that only feels peaceful because its owner has killed everything nearby. Hovering high above that cave, one of Zorian's simulacrums steels himself for a mission he was literally created to die on. The copy knows the logic of the plan, but now that he exists as the bait, Zorian's survival instinct hits him hard. A telepathic relay around his neck buzzes, and the original Zorian calmly asks the question the copy is dreading: "Are you ready?" The copy is rattled by how confident the original feels, but he answers yes anyway and even passes along a fresh idea about using their shared soul as a telepathic conduit. The original gives a single order: "Go," and the platform drops like a stone toward the cave mouth. As the ground races up, he focuses on the real goal: get the Grey Hunter mother onto the platform so its hidden wards can lock her down and preserve the egg sac. Because the beast keeps outsmarting them and past wins were ugly, the copy burns shared mana on a haste spell right before landing. The platform lands almost softly, and less than a heartbeat later the Grey Hunter mother explodes out of the cave with terrifying speed. For one frozen instant the simulacrum just stares at all those black eyes, huge fangs, and quill-like fur hurtling at him. Then he realizes the spider is not diving at him at all. It is vaulting right over the trap and heading for the original Zorian instead. Annoyed that he is being ignored after all that terror, the copy still tries to salvage the plan with a rope of force. His next ectoplasmic snare barely grazes her, and the Grey Hunter simply tears free and keeps running. Even his overpowered magic missiles miss as the monster zigzags away, proving just how absurd its senses and agility really are. With the ambush ruined, he reports in, gets told to stop wasting mana, and runs after the fight anyway. When he catches up, Zack and the real Zorian are already fighting the Grey Hunter with 2 heavy golems and a swarm of smaller ones. The spider bounces off Zorian's force plate, slips around Zack's black javelins, and dodges every trap hidden in the area like she has seen them all before. Every trick they try fails. Zack's rock sphere breaks, Zorian's ray only scorches fur, force cages shatter, and even a clinging golem gets smashed off against a tree. Still, Zack and Zorian are not going all out yet, because they keep trying to herd the mother back toward the capture platform without destroying her eggs. After a brutal grind, Zorian finally baits her low by leaving an opening under his shield. He snaps open a dimensional gate in front of himself, and Zack blasts the spider straight through toward the platform. Then the Grey Hunter reveals one last nasty trick, firing silk from behind and swinging clear of the platform at the very last instant. That was the last straw, and Zack angrily calls off the careful plan while Zorian gives in with obvious frustration. Even now the spider keeps humiliating the trap, flipping onto a golem and kicking it into the platform instead of touching it herself. So Zack unleashes a giant firestorm that finally burns the mother badly and incinerates the entire egg sac. The mother answers with a scream of pure rage and goes berserk, charging straight through damage to kill Zack. Her fangs nearly reach Zack's chest before Zorian yanks him away in time. This time they are ready for the berserk phase, and a freezing spell, shredding force, and suicidal golem pile-on finally bring the monster down. Standing over the corpse, Zorian mourns the lost eggs while Zack is just relieved he did not get bitten again. Zack points out the corpse is still valuable, because with enough work it can become those rare magic perception potions again. The simulacrum remembers how rare that breakthrough was, because even Lukav could only point them towards stronger alchemists before they finally got the recipe. When the copy walks up, Zack is startled that the spider ignored him so completely. The copy argues the Grey Hunter may have learned trap avoidance from past experience, and that instantly points both Zorians to Silver Lake. Zack laughs at the familiar feeling of getting misled by a client, and teases Zorian because his own copy spotted it first. When the original downplays their differences, the copy forcefully dumps his fear and frustration straight into Zorian's mind. After proving they have already diverged more than the original thought, the simulacrum dismisses himself in a puff of smoke. Later, on a peaceful abandoned field, Zorian gathers Zack, Taven, Amaya, Kiriel, Kana, and Kale around a table full of transformation potions. Zorian offers everyone one last chance to back out, but only Kiriel loudly refuses and Kale grudgingly agrees to let Kana stay. He explains the rules plainly. 6 identical potions turn the drinker into a peregrine falcon, Zack stays human as rescue support, and Zorian will guard the sky. Amaya worries this is wildly expensive for a bit of fun, and Taven calmly assures her that for Zorian and Zack the cost barely matters. Kiriel does not wait for anyone else, she snatches her potion and transforms on the spot. A brand new falcon flails through the grass instead of soaring, proving that being a bird is a lot harder than it sounds. After that, everyone else drinks too, and the whole field fills with confused new falcons trying to learn alien bodies. Zorian quickly realizes he adapts far better than the others, and he starts suspecting his psychic openness helps him handle foreign bodies. So he uses telepathy to show them how a falcon should move, and sometimes directly puppeteers the motions for a few seconds to keep them safe. By the time the potions wear off, everybody has managed at least one real flight, and the group comes down thrilled instead of hurt. Kiriel immediately suggests turning into a dragon next time, and Zorian's failure to veto it scares Amaya and Kale all over again. In another quiet stretch of the loop, Kiriel catches Zorian sketching a bowl of fruit and is baffled that he suddenly has an art hobby. He admits it kind of is connected to that mysterious female artist he keeps claiming help with her old drawings, which sends Kiriel straight into matchmaking mode. Kiriel bombards him with questions for half an hour, and somehow Zorian survives the interrogation without laughing. Elsewhere, Zorian studies an invisible iron sphere packed with layered wards, hidden mechanisms, and a fragile core he must extract without ever seeing it. Enhanced by Grey Hunter potions and expensive lessons, he patiently maps the invisible puzzle with divinations until he can start taking it apart. More than 2 hours later, he finally frees a bright red crystal from the center and hands it over intact. The expert is impressed enough to say Zorian is already better than Diamond was at that age, and Zorian swallows his irritation because the comparison is still useful. When the man learns Zorian does not even use a divination compass, he gives him a list of elite makers and a recommendation letter to open doors. Later in a city park, Zorian finds Zack already done with his own search and feeding scandalously fearless pigeons on a bench. Zack dismisses the city's combat instructors as not worth their time, which leaves Zorian to report on his newer teacher instead. Zorian admits the man is good but still holding back his real secrets, because those skills are too restricted to teach a near stranger properly. That puts the ugly option back on the table, because if they want the royal treasury dagger, they may eventually need to steal knowledge straight from people's minds. Zorian says the criminal contacts he already exploits still do not have what they really need, so the problem refuses to go away. Zack tells him they can manage without turning him into a monster, but Zorian is not sure where that line really is anymore. Even so, Zorian keeps spending their reset-proofless money aggressively by hiring golem makers and formula experts to refine designs across multiple loops. On another day, Simulacrum number 2 gets the worst assignment of all: attend academy classes and see if anyone notices he is not the real Zorian. Nobody notices anything wrong, even when he gets cocky and starts showing off impossible future knowledge on a surprise test. Neela happily chats with him like they are already friends, and the copy realizes some earlier simulacrum must have started that relationship and never told the original. So when Neela asks how he aced questions that were not even in the textbook, he deadpans that he has a time machine and uses it to cheat. To his disbelief, Neela briefly considers that answer like it might actually be true. When he finally admits it was a joke, Neela wistfully says a real time machine would be wonderful for fixing mistakes before they happen. Maybe because he will be gone by tomorrow, the copy takes pity on her and slips her the questions for the next spell formula test. Akoja figures out the general idea from one glance and silently disapproves until he hands her a copy too. Akoja still mutters that cheating is wrong, but the copy walks away convinced that is not going to stop her from studying the answers. 8 restarts pass after the failed royal treasury break-in, and most of that time goes into investigating the invasion, hunting key pieces, and grinding for stronger magic. Zack keeps trying to improve his soul defenses but gets distracted by combat magic, while Zorian spreads his effort around and pushes especially hard into dimensionalism and time magic. That work at least pays off a little, because Zorian adds dimensional gates and self-haste to his growing toolkit even without finding a way out of the loop. They also hunt down extra black rooms across Altazia, adding shorter isolation chambers in Sulamnan and Quenjar to their routine. Now, with 1 day left in the Quenjari chamber, Zack finally snaps and declares he is done. Zorian pegs the real reason at once. Zack is still furious that Alanic's dangerous soul awareness training ended a whole restart the instant it began. In that lost restart, Alanic touched Zack's soul to begin the harsher training, and Zack's marker instantly triggered a reset. Zorian eventually figures out why. Unlike his own defective marker, Zack still has an anti-tampering contingency that treats major soul interference as an attack on the controller. That answer also explains older mysteries, like why Red Robe could only damage Zack's memories in limited ways without blowing the loop immediately. Zorian suspects Red Robe got around the safeguards at least partly by using rough non-structured mind magic, which the ancient marker may not fully account for. Zack finally runs out of anger and admits what really hurts is the feeling that months of work have produced almost no decisive progress. He lists the dead ends one by one. No obvious Red Robe among the cult leaders, no trace of Veyers, no success in the treasury, and no full set of keys. Zorian cuts in there, because while they have not recovered the missing keys, they finally do know where the search has to go next. By throwing money, brokers, historians, and stolen state records at the problem, they trace the remaining pieces far beyond easy reach. One piece lies somewhere in the deepest Zlotic desert, another vanished into the jungles of Koth, and the last was carried off to Blanter. Zack immediately sees the ugly implication. If that information is right, searching from Altazia is almost hopeless, and just reaching Koth could eat a whole restart. Zorian does not deny the problem. He just looks back at Zack and says he already has a plan. Zorian realizes the Koth lead is a brutal problem. Even the minimum straight-line distance from Eldamar is around 7,000 kilometers, so a simple trip there would burn most of a restart before the search even begins. Ship travel is the cheap option, and his parents are already using it, but even a fast vessel still eats 20 days or more and leaves too little time for anything else. The teleport platform network sounds better, but Zack already proved that border checks, schedules, and platform security can drag the trip out for most of a month anyway. Zorian also knows he cannot just bribe or mind control the network into moving faster, because an unscheduled long-range teleport can get treated like an international raid. He briefly toys with wild plans like stealing an airship or flying south in animal form, but those ideas are too messy, too specialized, and still do nothing about losing access to the black rooms. Then the answer clicks into place. A simulacrum can travel without range limits, and a gate spell can span any distance if someone stabilizes it from both ends. With the simulacrum at the far end, Zorian can effectively be both casters himself, leaving the original in Eldamar with the black rooms while the duplicate pushes toward Koth. The plan still has a cost, because one of Zorian's 3 simulacrum slots would be tied up long-term, and he finally has to admit his copies may need safeguards if one ever goes rogue. Even that is not enough unless the simulacrum reaches Koth much faster than 15 days, so Zorian decides to gamble on the silent doorway at Epps and their rumored knowledge of Bakura gates. Soon he and Zack are standing inside the silent doorway at Epps colony, facing a nervous representative named Refuge in Void while 8 Iranian guards ring the chamber. Refuge in Void insists their Bakura gate is only a treasured relic and claims the web has no idea how to make it work. Zorian is already sure they are lying, because every generous offer he and Zack prepared has bounced off the web without even cracking their stance. The only thing keeping the meeting polite is Zack's role as silent muscle, because Zorian deliberately brought him an undermined blank to make the Irania think twice about pushing too hard. When some guards start shifting like they might jump them, Zorian calmly warns that a fight would just get them all killed. Refuge in Void snaps back with a bitter question. If he is that confident, why not just take what he wants by force? Zorian answers without flinching that he is here to negotiate because he is not a brigand, and Zack is only there as a precaution. The Irania finally drop the act just enough to admit the truth. Even at any price, they are not willing to hand over one of their closest secrets. So Zorian plays his real card and tells them bluntly that he and Zack are time travelers who can send warnings back to earlier versions of the web. Refuge in Void tries to dismiss it, but Zorian steamrolls over her with exact predictions about future crystallized mana deals, traps, buyers, and shipments until she can no longer laugh it off. That finally breaks the stalemate, and after an hour Zorian is brought before the calmer Vice Elder Glittering River of Stars instead. Glittering River of Stars is more polished than her predecessor, but she still refuses to discuss Bakura gates until the web confirms his predictions. Zack cheerfully reminds her they can keep trying as many times as needed, and even this polished elder looks rattled by what that really means. The web does not agree to anything yet, but they also do not throw the pair out as lunatics, and Zorian takes that alone as a real step forward. On the way back, Zack notes that the Irania looked especially spooked when Zorian mentioned rewarding other webs after the loop ends. Zorian explains exactly why. Iranian history includes one web rising above the rest and steamrolling its rivals, so any hint of that happening again would terrify them. When Zack asks if he truly means to repay helpful webs later, Zorian answers yes without hesitation. He admits repaying humans is trickier, because unlike the Irania, they are much more likely to trace his gifts back to him and become dangerous problems later. That makes Zack feel guilty, because he realizes he has taken help across countless restarts without really thinking about paying anyone back. Zorian agrees to include Zack when he starts making those plans, and the promise lands like a small but real change in how Zack sees the loop. Even so, Zorian warns that the silent doorway adepts may still refuse any bargain, because from their side a deal with time travelers could look like a trap they can never enforce. So Zorian points to a backup plan. If the Irania never talk, they can seize the invaders' underground gate under Scoria and study the mechanism directly. Zack reminds him that none of the rank-and-file invaders understand the gate anyway, but Zorian says he no longer plans to memory probe anyone for answers. Instead, he admits his old mistake out loud. Analyzing the structure alone would take forever, but bringing a whole team of experts could change everything. Zack likes the idea, but Zorian immediately reins him in and insists they wait for invasion day, when the gate's security is weakest and the risk is manageable. That leads into another argument, because Zorian still cannot believe Zack used to storm the Abasin base head-on instead of trying to sneak in. Zack just shrugs that infiltration is not his thing, and the two spend the rest of the trip arguing over whether almost worked means anything at all when the result was still failure. Back in Scoria, Zorian gets blindsided when one of his simulacrums casually informs him that he accepted a date invitation from a Koja on Zorian's behalf. Zorian hisses that the simulacrum cannot make choices like that alone, but the duplicate instantly points out the ugly truth. The real Zorian probably would have said yes too. The worst reveal comes next. Previous simulacrums have apparently been chatting with classmates behind his back and quietly growing close enough to a Koja that she finally made a move. Zorian realizes his reporting system has a hole in it, because his copies only send back what they think matters and apparently found this little surprise too funny to mention. Out of spite, Zorian first tries to force the simulacrum to go in his place by keeping him alive past the usual 24 hours. That plan collapses immediately when the simulacrum points out a practical disaster Zorian never considered. As a solid ectoplasmic body, he cannot really eat or drink at a tea house date. Zorian grudgingly admits he has to go himself for Akoja's sake, but he still does not let the duplicate off easy. Instead, he promotes that same unlucky copy into the first long-term test subject and dumps the Koth mission on him with maps, forms, and a cruel little good luck. That leaves Zorian with less than 2 days to untangle whatever social chaos his other simulacrums have already started around the academy. When the day comes, Zorian meets Akoja in a tiny tea house that students quietly treat as a romantic spot, so her intentions are impossible to miss. The date is awkward and quiet, but from Zorian's point of view that still counts as a major success, because at least this time nobody storms out or breaks down. As the meeting goes on, Zorian can feel that Akoja wants to ask something important, but she keeps losing her nerve every time the moment arrives. She finally starts by carefully bringing up Zorian's bad relationship with his family, and his old talk about becoming financially independent. Then she reveals her real reason for asking him here. She wants his advice on how to build that same kind of independence for herself. Zorian is confused because he thought Akoja had a good family life, and she admits that part is true, but says her real problem is feeling alone everywhere else. She bluntly says she no longer trusts the academy to carry students like her very far, especially average mages from non-magical families who only have hard work to rely on. Akoja goes further and argues that the academy only opened its doors to people like them because it wanted their money after losing too many elite student sources. What really scares her is the idea of failing after her family spent so much to send her here, then crawling back home as a burden anyway. Now that he actually has life experience to draw from, Zorian gives her practical advice instead of vague encouragement. He tells Akoja to stop spreading herself thin, pick one profitable field, and build real depth there instead. Since she dislikes math, he steers her away from spell formula work and nudges her toward alteration instead. He even points out that Ilsa is an alteration master who already seems to like her, which gives Akoja a concrete path instead of just a hope. To seal it, Zorian offers to help her personally if she gets stuck, and that lands harder than any of his earlier advice. After a long quiet pause, Zorian lightly asks if that was all she wanted, and the question instantly throws Akoja off balance again. He teases that he thought she had asked him out on a real date, and Akoja nearly short-circuits trying to explain that. Well, yes, that part was real too. Then Akoja finally says it plainly, she does like him. Zorian answers as cleanly as he can, telling her he is not interested in a relationship right now even if the bluntness hurts. Instead of exploding, Akoja takes the blow with surprising composure and asks the harder follow-up anyway. Does she have any chance with him at all? Zorian admits he does not know, because from his side they seem too different in the ways that matter. When he names her obsession with rules and reputation as one example, Akoja counters that she already knows that and likes him anyway, which means she is willing to deal with the difference. That answer only makes Zorian more cautious, because he cannot shake the feeling that Akoja likes the idea of reshaping him into something more proper. Still, the meeting ends on unexpectedly decent terms, and they agree to meet again next week in a less loaded setting so he can bring her job and living cost information. Afterward, Zorian is left in the weirdest place possible. He still thinks they are mismatched, yet for the first time he can almost imagine it working. He immediately decides one thing for sure: future class duty simulacrums are going to be supervised much more closely. Far away on the Koth mission, another simulacrum hits a wall when a tattooed mage quotes an outrageous 500 silver just for a teleport to Xixia. The simulacrum has money, but only in the form of portable metal and gems, so every bad deal hurts and every border makes carrying value more awkward. His original idea had sounded clever enough: skip the slow platform network and simply hire teleport-capable mages one jump at a time. In practice, those mages are much rarer than he hoped, often know only a few destinations, and charge extra because helping him dodge border checks is technically illegal. The plan still worked decently inside Altazia, but once he crossed into the Shirvan archipelago and the Zlotic states, a nastier problem took over. He barely understands the local speech, because outside his home regions even common Icosian twists into dialects, and native tongues so different that negotiation turns into guesswork. And the farther south he goes, the more obvious an outsider he becomes, which makes already suspicious people treat him like trouble on sight. This particular mage settlement knows it is the only useful stop for hundreds of kilometers, so everyone here is trying to bleed him dry before he can move on. He consoles himself with one bitter thought at least: however bad this is, it still beats sitting through academy classes. Even while stuck out here, he cannot help wondering how the original's date with Akoja really went, and he looks ready to badger Zorian for every detail in the next daily report. Far north of Scoria, Zorian and Zack stand above a dead stone valley that looks wrong even in the middle of lush mountains. When Zack finally demands an explanation, Zorian admits they came here to ask Earth Elementals about other primordial prisons. Zorian lays out the reckless plan plainly: if Panicseth's prison is too exposed, maybe they should find a different primordial in some isolated place to experiment on instead. Zack immediately understands the real goal behind the madness. Zorian is still hunting for a way to break out of the time loop. Zorian explains his theory that a primordial released inside layered pocket dimensions might stay technically imprisoned long enough to fool the loop. That theory hits a brutal practical wall, because they would need a master of pocket dimensions, and Zack points out how impossibly rare that should be. Zorian grimly reveals the one name he does have in mind, Silver Lake, the witch whose hidden hut already feels suspiciously like pocket dimension magic. They both realize this means getting Silver Lake her Grey Hunter eggs is no side errand anymore, and probably only the start of dealing with her. After planning their route, they float down into the stone maze but choose to continue on foot so they do not insult the earth elementals by flying over their home. An hour later, the valley has turned into a miserable crawl through crumbling ridges and blade-like stone that can maim anyone who slips. Even Zack finally admits the hunters badly undersold how awful this place is, because at their current pace they will never reach the center in time. Instead of risking a flying approach, Zorian pulls out a new idea and drinks a red potion made to imitate part of the Grey Hunter's senses. The potion hits hard, and one step sends a vivid pulse through the ground that almost knocks Zorian over with an alien three-dimensional map of the valley. After 15 awkward minutes of pacing and testing, Zorian gets just enough control over the new sense to guide them forward. With Zorian reading the unstable ground through every footstep, the brutal maze suddenly becomes fast and manageable. Their progress stops cold when the rocks around them break apart, and 6 earth elementals rise out to block the way. One of the giant leaders steps forward, says they are forbidden to pass, and Zorian answers by calmly presenting a tribute instead of a challenge. The moment the Dragonheart stones come into view, the whole mood changes and the elementals decide to escort them inside. The 2 armed leaders guide them into a hollow rock dwelling filled with human-made furniture and trophies that make the spirits feel stranger, not friendlier. Then they meet the elder elemental stone child, and Zorian is caught completely off guard because the terrifying elder looks like a real little boy. Stone child welcomes them with polished human manners and even offers water, which feels more unnerving than comforting. As Stone child casually pours Zack a drink, Zorian realizes this human-like elder may be more dangerous than the hulking guards because he understands people too well. They hand over the Dragonheart stones for real, and Stone child accepts them without greed, which only makes him harder to read. Stone child makes one boundary clear right away: no amount of payment will convince his people to fight for humans. When Zack says they only want to know where the primordials were imprisoned, Stone child actually flinches for the first time. Stone child warns that the ancient blood brings only disaster, and says no one has truly gained anything by meddling with the prisons themselves. Zack steers the topic toward the prisons themselves, and once he explains they are really after the dimensional cages, Stone child relaxes a little. Even so, Stone child warns that trying to crack one of those prisons could still contact the prisoner or trigger whatever guards were left behind. Zorian tries to buy the information anyway, but Stone child admits he does not know where the prisons are buried. Then Stone child spots a better deal for himself and says he can point them to other elementals who might know for a price. Later, after long negotiations with the silent doorway adepts, Glittering River of Stars finally agrees to let them observe a Bakura gate in exchange for time loop favors. Zack cannot resist sounding irritated, and River of Stars snaps back that trusting time travelers they cannot bind has been a miserable decision for her people. River of Stars and Zack trade blunt accusations about payment, risk, and trust until both sides finally back off before the deal falls apart. Once the argument cools, Zorian asks for a way to convince the colony in future restarts, and River of Stars says the elders prepared something. River of Stars sends Zorian a memory packet full of map data and code-like information, and he carefully repackages it so it will survive intact. When River of Stars tries to peek deeper on the way out, Zorian slams her with a vivid memory of his own death, and reminds her he is no easy target. That small telepathic flex earns him noticeably more respect, and River of Stars agrees to lead them to the gate. River of Stars takes them deeper into the colony than ever before, where a hidden chamber contains a black icosahedral Bakura gate on a stone platform. Zack circles the artifact with open curiosity, because unlike Zorian he has somehow never bothered chasing down a real Bakura gate before. Another adept named Marvelous Geode explains the first hidden truth of the gate: it only works because there is a gate spirit inside it. Marvelous Geode says the spirit cannot be sensed through ordinary mind or soul methods, which is exactly why almost no one has ever realized it was there. Her web guessed the spirit existed through pure magical logic, because a device that chooses destinations and opens dimensional passages has to be more than a passive item. As the ritual setup begins, the Arania haul in piles of crystallized mana because the local ambient mana is nowhere near enough to power the gate opening. 15 Arania take positions in 3 rings around the gate and begin a long contact ritual that looks more exhausting than elegant. 20 minutes pass with no visible result, and even Zack starts whispering that the whole thing looks like the same failed motions repeated forever. Watching more closely, Zorian realizes the adepts are not doing one group spell at all but the same soul magic ritual individually, over and over, with staggered timing. He works out the ugly truth: their ritual is flawed, so they brute force the right timing by constantly bombarding the hidden spirit until one attempt finally connects. That answer solves the mystery but gives Zorian a new headache, because turning this into usable human magic is going to be a nightmare. Before he can dwell on it further, a bright flash blooms inside the icosahedron and the gate finally responds. The chamber erupts into organized chaos as the adepts feed crystallized mana into the mechanism until a stable circular passage opens in the air. Marvelous Geode proudly says this was actually a fast activation, which makes Zorian and Zack even less happy about how inconvenient the method really is. She tells them the portal leads to Suleiman, and explains that each Bakura gate gives out its own mental key before another gate can reach it. That is the colony's real reason for dealing with them at all, because human allies who can travel freely could unlock distant gates and make the adepts rich beyond measure. Zorian and Zack step through, confirm the adepts really keep semi-independent colonies around their working gates, and return without pushing their luck in hostile Suleiman. Back in Scoria, Zorian immediately sits down at his desk and starts dissecting every remembered detail of the Iranian ritual because he refuses to believe that clumsy method is the best anyone can do. Sometime later, a telepathic relay at Zorian's side finally brings good news from his long-distance simulacrum. It has reached Koth. Zack is relieved but still disappointed by how slow the trip was, and Zorian reflexively jumps to defend his copy because the route south has been brutal every step of the way. The report also exposes a bigger logistical problem. Every time they enter a black room, Zorian's outside simulacrums disappear, so without stable gates they may have to send one to Koth again and again. Zack suggests piggybacking off a Koth Bakura gate with the silent doorway adepts, but both of them quickly admit the suspicious Urania would make that hard to set up fast. When Zack asks how the ritual analysis is going, Zorian can only grimace and admit the adepts may be using that miserable method because a better one really is hard to find. Then the relay interrupts again with a sharper message. The simulacrum has already found a perfect jungle site and wants to open a gate to Koth right now. Zack needs only a beat before he is on his feet and ready, because the chance to see Koth in this restart is too good to pass up. A single step through the dimensional gate carries them from an underground room in Eldamar into the hot, deafening green chaos of a Koth jungle. Zorian's simulacrum is waiting there looking thoroughly fed up, and his first complaint is not the mission but the maddening noise of the jungle itself. Once Zorian cuts off the rant, the simulacrum gets practical and warns them that the local wildlife is far worse than rumor made it sound. The warnings get specific fast, from giant ants shredding predators to wingless snakes that somehow float through the air. The simulacrum adds one more problem on top of the monsters. Foreigners often get hit by local diseases, so real visits will need medical preparation too. Then Zack raises a much touchier idea. Since Diamond operates in Koth and knows the region, maybe Zorian's hated older brother is exactly the guide they need. Zorian tries to dodge the subject by saying there is no time this restart, but his expression gives away that Zack's logic landed. The simulacrum bluntly backs Zack up, arguing that personal grudges cannot be allowed to sabotage a survival-level search. By the end of the argument, Zorian has not said yes out loud, but he is already thinking ahead to questioning his mother next restart so he can track Diamond down cleanly. Elsewhere beneath Scoria, the Abasan troops guarding their retreat gate are bored, bitter, and convinced nothing important will ever reach them down here. That complacency shatters when someone screams about incoming hook goblins and the first wave bursts into the chamber. At first the defenders are not worried, but wave after wave keeps coming until the attack stops looking like a nuisance and starts looking deliberate. Then a few mistimed headaches break the defense at exactly the wrong moments, and the goblins start reaching melee range. By the time the commanders finally swallow their pride and try calling for help, a whole regiment of steel golems is already charging in behind the last goblins. The defenders finally understand this is a planned Eldamarian strike, not a random dungeon incursion, and panic spreads through the chamber. Their last hope dies off-screen, because Zack has already frozen the war trolls and disabled the mages posted by the dimensional gate before anyone can summon rescue. With the elite support cut off, Zack and Zorian reveal themselves and join the steel golems and hook goblins in crushing the remaining resistance. A lot of Abasans give up once they see how hopeless the odds are, and that creates an awkward problem because either boy wants to butcher prisoners. They settle it the practical way and put the surrendered troops to sleep with gas bombs instead. Just as the chamber is secured, a communication plate at Zorian's hip crackles to life with Alanik asking for the all-clear. Zorian confirms the room is under control, and 5 minutes later Alanik and Svim arrive at the head of a huge mixed team ready to exploit the prize. The crowd gathers around the Abasan gate with barely contained excitement, because this is the first real chance Eldamar has had to tear apart the enemy's dimensional secret. Svim formally tells the gathered experts that Zorian and Zack are in charge of the project, and the whole room gets to work studying the gate before their narrow window closes. After years of dodging his parents whenever he could, Zorian finally sits down with his mother because he needs answers about Diamond. His mother brings up the real issue herself, saying she and father are going to Koth to visit Diamond. Zorian plays it casual and asks why they are traveling so far instead of making Diamond come home for a family visit. Mother admits Diamond is too consumed by his work in Koth to come back, and Zorian quietly swallows the old bitterness of how differently the family treats him. When Zorian points out that the rest of the family is being left behind, his mother almost turns the talk toward making him take Kiriel to Scoria. Zorian cuts her off and agrees on the spot to take Kiriel with him, stunning his mother and delighting the eavesdropping little gremlin outside. With Kiriel handled, Zorian pushes again, pointing out that his parents are abandoning both their business and their usual control just to rush to Koth. His mother hesitates hard enough that Zorian knows this is no ordinary family visit. When Zorian snaps that she cannot demand family loyalty and still hide a crisis from him, she finally asks for privacy so Kiriel cannot hear. Zorian seals the room with layered wards, blocking sound and even a bold little sister from barging back in. Then the real bomb drops. Daimon is getting married. Zorian cannot understand why this sounds like bad news when his parents always push Daimon towards settling down. Mother explains that the fiancée herself is impressive, a noble-born mage from an influential family in Koth. The problem is not the match itself but the cost, because Daimon would almost certainly stay in Koth instead of bringing his wife back to Altazia. Zorian finally sees the ugly truth. To their parents, Daimon marrying abroad means losing both his usefulness at home and easy access to their favorite son. Mother says their letters failed because Daimon claims he loves the girl and refuses to delay the marriage even a little. Zorian privately sides with Daimon on that point, even if he knows his parents also have every intention of confronting him in person. Once she warns him not to spread the secret, Zorian calmly pivots to the details he actually needs to track Daimon down. Mother admits Daimon kept his work secret, but says he planned to meet them in Jasuka after they reached Koth. The useful lead comes from the fiancée's name, Orisa Siki Terramachula, a daughter of a Harameo noble house famous for magical bees and elite tracking. That is enough for Zorian to know he can probably find Daimon through the Terramachula family. But a knock at the door cuts the talk short. The interruption is Ilsa, and Zorian has to shelve the family interrogation for later. Later, everyone who knows about the time loop gathers in Svim's living room to plan their next moves around the invasion and the Abasin Gate. While the others read, Zorian tunes out because he and his simulacrums wrote the reports in the first place. Zack is relieved to learn the Abasin Gate does not seem to contain a trapped human soul after all. Alanik adds that a random soul would not make much sense in a gate like this, unless someone had used a willing mage the way Sudamir used his wife. Zack immediately jumps to the bigger hope. If the gate is only an insanely advanced stabilization frame, then maybe they can copy it. Zorian pours cold water on that excitement, saying that even with an expert army they still need roughly a year to reproduce something this complex. The real bottleneck is time, because their specialists only get a couple of hours with the captured gate before each restart ends. Taven asks the obvious question, why not attack the base earlier, before the end of the restart, if that would buy them more time? Zorian and Zack answer in perfect sync that Kwatakikl really is that dangerous. Then Zorian remembers a pattern in their invasion timelines. At the start of the third week, Kwatakikl usually leaves Scoria for 3 full days. If they strike the Abasin base right as that window opens, they could hold the gate for 3 uninterrupted days instead of a few desperate hours. Zack warns that this version of the attack would be far worse, because they would be hitting a fully staffed enemy base without giving it time to summon help. Zorian decides Alanik soldiers will not be enough and says they need Iranian mercenaries if the assault is going to work. Asked about Sudamir, Zorian answers with chilling practicality, lure him out in town, drop his guards, and kidnap him in broad daylight. The room goes quiet enough for Taven to bluntly tell him he has become a scary person. Zorian explains he wants Sudamir alive because the necromancer hinted he may be unusually hard to kill, and sleep is safer than trusting a clean assassination. Alanik approves on the spot because a living Sudamir means a real interrogation for once. Kale pushes it even further, saying Sudamir should be forced to give up every scrap of magical knowledge he stole along with answers about his crimes. He finally admits why. Too much of that knowledge probably came from people Sudamir murdered, so making him suffer the same fate feels fitting. After 2 more hours of planning, they settle on a rough attack outline and Taven unexpectedly volunteers to join the actual fighting force. Alanik agrees only on the condition that she follows the chain of command, and her tiny flinch says that warning landed. When the meeting breaks up, Zorian stays behind because he has one more private matter to settle with Svim. Alone with Svim, Zorian pulls out the ugly notebook from a previous restart, the list of people Svim once told him to mentally plunder for secrets. Svim dryly assumes Zorian is here because he already drained that whole list and wants more names. Instead, Zorian says he refused to invade their minds, aside from the occasional shallow scan, and simply moved on when people would not teach him willingly. To Zorian's surprise, Svim is relieved to hear that. Zorian says he still wants the knowledge on that list, just not by ripping it out of people himself. His solution is blunt. Svim should approach those mages personally, buy or trade for their secrets, and pass the results on. Svim points out the obvious problem. If he could make them hand over those secrets so easily, he would have done it already. Zorian argues that some of those mages were never truly offered their price, and a wildly rich, credible deal might change their minds. He says that same pitch sounds ridiculous from 2 teenage nobodies, but from a respected archmage like Svim it becomes believable. Svim finally admits the idea has merit, but warns that high-level magical deals involve real fortunes, not a schoolboy's idea of big money. Zorian answers without a speech and simply hands over a bank check large enough to make even Svim raise his eyebrows. With a sly grin, Zorian makes the point land. To him, that monstrous amount is only pocket change. The next week turns busy on every front, but one simulacrum draws the easy assignment, and spends its days quietly attending classes at the academy. He still refuses to truly focus on lessons, so he uses lecture time and breaks to study advanced books instead, especially old Zlotic dictionaries. Neela notices the odd reading choice and walks over, curious why an Eldamarian boy is buried in dictionaries from her homeland. Zorian cannot explain that he is helping another simulacrum in Koth, so he lies and says he wants to visit Zlotic after graduation. Neela lights up at the idea and eagerly offers to host him, show him around, and help him navigate her city when he comes. Zorian immediately sees the value in that, because someone like Neela could become a useful translator and guide when they search Zlotic later. So he keeps the conversation going and asks her to help translate a few phrases he could not find in the books. Meanwhile in Koth, the long-range simulacrum tracks Diamond down with surprising ease once Mother's clue leads him to the Terramachula family. A Terramachula official lies about not knowing where Diamond is, so Zorian simply reads the truth from his mind and gets the exact location anyway. That is how Zorian and Zack end up planted at the Terramachula estate gate, stubbornly demanding to see Diamond while the guards insist they have never heard of him. Zorian is half impressed the house has not tried to throw them out by force, especially since both he and Zack are fully prepared for that option. Eventually a severe middle-aged woman named Alana comes out in white and orange to deal with the disturbance herself. When Alana asks for proof that he is really Damon's brother, Zorian produces the most embarrassing evidence he could find. Alana calmly unfurls the painting of Damon's scandalous old gift, and her dry amusement says she knows exactly what kind of message this will send. 15 minutes later, the bait works and Diamond himself is dragged out to the gate. The reunion hits Zorian with a private shock, because he can now sense that Diamond is psychic too. That revelation immediately breeds new questions, because if Diamond knows how to handle the gift at all, he should have recognized the same thing in Zorian. Diamond confirms his identity the cautious way, using magic first and only then asking if it is really Zorian standing there. Zorian fires back that he only came to say hello, not to interfere with Damon's romance, and Diamond quickly checks whether their parents sent him. When Zorian flatly says he is happy for the marriage and leaves Diamond alone to deal with mother and father, his brother is relieved for exactly 1 second. Then Diamond remembers the painting and realizes Zorian absolutely was trying to get him in trouble in a very specific way. Alana's little comments keep twisting the knife, and the brothers slide right back into old petty warfare. Zorian brings up one of his favorite childhood grudges, the time Diamond kept locking him out of the house for hours just to have the place to himself. Pressed for details, Diamond admits little Zorian responded by learning to pick locks and accidentally getting arrested for trying to break into his own home. Between the old story, the painting, and Alana's raised eyebrow, Diamond realizes staying outside is only making his day worse. So Diamond finally gives in, waves off the embarrassment, and orders both boys inside before he can dig himself into a deeper hole. With the gate finally open and Diamond marching ahead, Zorian follows after him with a small satisfied smile, pleased that the first hurdle is over. At the Terramachula estate in Koth, Zorian is thrown off when he and Zack are welcomed like honored guests instead of treated like troublemakers. The endless smiles, the language barrier, and the forced small talk leave Zorian tense and badly out of his depth. Because the family are mages and likely mind magic users, Zorian forces himself not to read thoughts even though it would make the conversation easier. Then a crude telepathic probe slams into his defenses, and Zorian instantly traces it to a teenage Terramachula girl pretending she did nothing. When Alana notices the pause, Zorian brushes it off instead of starting a public fight he cannot prove cleanly. Instead, Zorian quietly probes the girl back, slips past her flimsy defenses, and gives her a tiny mental shock as a warning. The girl flees in embarrassment, and Alana's uneasy look tells Zorian she probably was not in on the stunt. Soon they finally meet Orissa, and Zorian can see why people call her beautiful, but not what exactly made Diamond fall this hard. Zack immediately declares Diamond has great taste, and Zorian pushes back that looks alone cannot explain this marriage. Zorian even defends his brother a little, insisting Diamond has always had beautiful options and must see something more in Orissa. As if he senses the gossip, Diamond walks over and calls them out for whispering on the sidelines instead of mingling. When Diamond tells Zorian to try harder, Zorian's patience snaps fast and the mood goes sharp. Diamond smooths things over by inviting them somewhere private for a proper talk, and Zorian refuses to leave Zack behind. Then Diamond jokes that Zack might be Zorian's boyfriend, and Zack answers with a kick that Diamond dodges without trouble. Diamond calls that fair payback for the prank they pulled on him at the gate, and Zorian has to admit he has a point. On the way to his workshop, Diamond steers them wide around the bee houses and warns that the Terramachula's combat bees frenzy around strangers. He casually admits the bees once went after him too, and Zorian probes whether the family was trying to scare off the foreign commoner their daughter picked. Diamond says the opposite is true. Local politics made him a valuable match, though the family would have preferred he marry someone less important than Orissa. He says he made his position clear from the start. It was Orissa or nothing, because he wanted her, not the family's status. Their destination turns out to be a modest guest house that Diamond uses as a private workshop because his official room was not secure enough for his work. Inside, the place is packed with maps, old artifacts, and odd devices, and Diamond immediately warns them not to touch anything. Zorian smiles a little too brightly at the thought of Diamond trying to kill them over a broken trinket, and Diamond immediately gets suspicious. When Zorian asks about the expedition, Diamond slumps into his chair and admits he knows he is close to something big but still cannot pinpoint the site. He says he is taking a break to clear his head, but before long he turns the conversation around and asks the real question: How did they get to Koth so fast? Zorian and Zack trade a quick look because they already decided lies would not survive Damon's scrutiny. So Zorian says it plainly. They opened a gate and walked straight from Eldamar to Koth. Damon laughs the claim off at first, because casting gate across a continent should be wildly beyond Zorian. Zorian keeps going anyway and explains that a simulacrum reached Koth first, letting 2 copies cast the spell from both ends. That part finally makes Diamond pause, because the theory actually works even if the caster still should not. Zack presses the advantage and offers proof instead of more argument. Zorian says he can open another gate right now because he left a second simulacrum back home to anchor it. Diamond still thinks this is absurd, but Zack points out that humoring them costs him nothing except the chance to watch Zorian fail. That finally gets a laugh out of Diamond, and he agrees to play along on one condition. Afterward they tell him why they are really here. He refuses to risk a gate inside his workshop, and Zorian agrees they should not test unknown estate wards either. So they head out of the estate, leaving a casual message with the guards that Diamond will be back soon, which Zorian suspects is one of his usual lies. Back in Eldamar, Damon's reaction to the successful gate is not panic but a deep, unnerving silence. Before crossing over, Diamond had treated the gate like a trap, layering checks for illusions, hidden threats, and mental tampering before he trusted anything. He even throws a metal sphere through first as a remote sensor, and only crosses once it confirms the Eldamar side is clean. Even after seeing Zorian's simulacrum and getting teleported around Eldamar, Diamond says almost nothing and just keeps watching everything too closely. After half an hour of this statue-like silence on the hill, Zorian finally tells him to talk. Diamond finally turns and asks the real question weighing on him. If this person is not his little brother, then who is he? Zorian says he is still Zorian, but Diamond flatly refuses because the brother he knows should not be capable of any of this yet. When Zorian asks why he is so calm if he thinks an imposter replaced his brother, Diamond admits rage would be useless against people this dangerous. That forces Zorian to explain the hidden part Diamond cannot imagine. The problem is not talent but time. Zorian tells him it took almost 6 years, rare teachers, and absurd resources to become this good, so he really is Zorian, just 6 years older in experience than he should be. Diamond calls that impossible, but Zack cuts in to remind him that the gate was impossible too until he watched it happen. So Zorian finally lays it out. The world resets to the start of the month on the eve of the summer festival. Everyone forgets, and only he and Zack carry skills forward. Diamond reacts with horrified disbelief at the idea that years of his life have vanished into repetition without him ever knowing. Zack makes it worse by casually adding that the loop has likely been running for decades, not just the 6 years Zorian remembers. Unable to answer right away, Diamond paces the hill muttering to himself and trying to rebuild his view of reality. After several long minutes, he admits he does not believe them yet, but he is willing to hear the full story in detail. Zorian answers by conjuring clean illusionary diagrams of the world and the Sovereign Gate, then starts explaining everything from the beginning. The long explanation still does not fully sell the time loop, but Diamond is forced to admit Zorian really is himself after too many childhood details line up. Strangely, Svim and Alanik help more than Zorian does, because Diamond now finds his own younger brother a little unsettling. While Diamond wrestles with the truth, the rest of the loop keeps moving, and the silent doorway adepts finally agree to work with them again. They also begin planning future trips to distant Bakura gates so their people can collect more gate keys and later restarts. When the Black Room opens again, it is no longer just for Zorian and Zack, because Kale and Svim join them this time. Kale uses the isolation to clean up the mountain of chaotic research notes that has become too unwieldy even for him. Svim spends the time bullying Zack and Zorian back into discipline whenever they slack off, while also testing shaping regimens of his own. Alanik declines because the Black Room offers him little, and Taven refuses to spend a month trapped in a tiny room with 4 men. Zack, naturally, turns that into a dirty joke about giving up his slot so Taven and Zorian can have the room to themselves. Not long after leaving the Black Room, Zorian bursts into Zack's room with a breakthrough he has been chasing for a long time. Inside, he finds Zack calmly talking with Frozen Thoughts, one of the few Arania who actually prefers non-psychic company. Zorian quickly explains the real news. He found a way into the secret research facility hidden in the ceiling of the Sciorian web without ruining its contents. Most of the hidden material seems aimed at translating human magic into forms Arania can actually use, which Frozen Thoughts says fits the whole point of their web's existence. That still excites Zorian, because trading this buried knowledge between different webs could squeeze much stronger concessions out of them later. Frozen Thoughts dryly notes that her own web would probably be even harsher about exploiting an opportunity like that. Zack immediately escalates the idea and suggests they could let her web do the ugly bargaining for them if Zorian would rather not look too closely. Zorian shuts that topic down for now and brings up the one part of the hidden archive that matters directly to him. The hidden project also contains research on teaching human psychics simplified Iranian mental techniques to create loyal human intermediaries. There was supposed to be no direct coercion, just dependence on Iranian instruction and the threat of losing support if the humans stopped cooperating. Zack bluntly points out that this is basically the same fealty system noble houses already use with lesser mage families. For Zorian, the real prize is deeper research on the inner techniques Iranian elders used to sharpen their own thinking. The notes look complete enough that he may finally be able to experiment in that field without casually destroying his own mind. Frozen Thoughts warns that work like this probably left a trail of ruined human test subjects behind it, and Zorian grimly agrees. Still, she gives him a safer starting point and recommends the perfect phantasm crafters, whose self-illusion techniques alter perception without touching most thoughts. Zorian files that away for later, because the current restart is already too crowded for another dangerous side project. Later, back in Koth, Daimon takes Zorian on a private walk around the Terramachula estate and asks what he really thinks of the family. By now, Daimon keeps a mind blank active whenever he meets Zorian, which tells Zorian just how seriously his brother takes his new fear of mind magic. Zack is absent this time because Daimon wanted the talk to stay between brothers, leaving him behind with the tutor the family hired for their language lessons. As they walk, the estate itself feels rich and deliberate, with pearl-white buildings, crystal inlays, ancestor statues, and giant bee sculptures everywhere. Zorian answers honestly that the Terramachula are far more hospitable than he expected from a high-status family. Daimon says that is normal for minor nobles, who are often perfectly polite even when they think someone is beneath them. Then he reveals why he asked. He wants Zorian on his side when their parents arrive to fight over Orisa. Zorian is stunned. Daimon thinks his opinion matters to their parents at all, but he still says Daimon can use his support if it helps. The answer drags old anger back to the surface, and Zorian bluntly says their parents only noticed him once Daimon refused the family business and Fortov proved useless. Daimon lets the outburst sit for a moment, then dryly says Zorian was being so reasonable lately that he almost forgot how angry he normally is. Zorian tells him to stop circling and asks what this meeting is really about. To Zorian's shock, Daimon starts by sincerely praising what he has achieved in only 6 hidden years. He says most people would not have come nearly this far even with the same impossible opportunity, and Zorian can barely answer. When Zorian asks if that means Daimon finally believes the time loop, Daimon quietly says yes. With that settled, Zorian drops the pretense and admits they came to Koth because they need his help finding one of the 5 key pieces tied to the Sovereign Gate. He explains that the lost piece in Koth should be the Imperial Orb carried by an emperor who vanished in the jungle during a failed conquest. Halfway through the explanation, Daimon suddenly stiffens like a thought has hit him from nowhere. Then he blurts out the obvious implication Zorian missed. If the Sovereign Gate is Imperial, the keys must be Imperial artifacts too. As Zorian confirms the orb is one of the first Emperor's 5 regalia, Daimon starts laughing harder and harder until it tips into manic cackling. When Zorian demands an explanation, Daimon finally reveals why this all sounds so absurdly familiar to him. Daimon tells his brother the missing orb is exactly what his own expedition has been chasing all along. While thinking through Koth's history, Zorian zeroed in on the real prize. Emperor Alwantembi vanished in these jungles with imperial treasures, and the lost orb may have gone down with him. Zorian explained that official records went suspiciously quiet about the orb after that disaster, so he suspected the Empire had simply buried the embarrassment. What made Zorian confident was his unfair advantage. He had a reliable way to detect an Imperial artifact at range, something no earlier treasure hunter ever had. Daimon summed it up with a glare. Zorian basically had an inbuilt artifact detector. Zorian admitted it only worked for a certain class of artifacts, but that was enough for him to ask Daimon for help narrowing the jungle search. When Zorian realized Daimon was already chasing the same lead, he felt a burst of relief that their theory about the orb being in Koth was probably real. Daimon confessed he was torn. Zorian's shortcut could finally solve the search, but it also stung that his little brother might steal the big finish. Zorian quickly guessed the deeper problem. Daimon was back at the estate because his team had started losing faith in him and needed a break. Daimon admitted his crew had finally snapped after weeks of researching the same jungle zone and arguing over the lack of results. Daimon still wanted to go, but he insisted on taking a few days to reassemble and equip the whole expedition before trusting Zorian's detector. Zorian pushed for a quick 3-man trip with Zack, but Daimon flatly refused to rush through a monster-filled jungle with so little backup. Daimon reminded him that even powerful mages died to surprise attacks in Green Hell, and his own reputation would be ruined if he cut his longtime team out right before the payoff. So the simple search turned into a full expedition. Zorian and Zack would be hunting the orb with Daimon, Orisa, and 15 more people. Zorian expected their abilities to leak out gradually, but Daimon wrecked that plan by openly telling everyone his younger brother was a hidden prodigy on his level. He did the same with Zack, and even announced that the two of them had an Imperial seal that could locate other Imperial artifacts nearby. Then Daimon made it worse by deciding they would deploy through a gate, exposing to the whole expedition that Zorian could open dimensional passages. That irony annoyed Zorian even more, because Daimon could only cast gate at all thanks to Zorian teaching him earlier in the restart. To be fair, Daimon had picked up the spell in just 2 days, proving he was already terrifyingly good at dimensional magic. Still irritated, Zorian decided to show off right back and arrived with 4 combat golems marching behind him as bodyguards. The look on Damon's face made the whole stunt worth it. Once the gate was opened, 19 people and Zorian's 4 golems stepped into Daiherna, the shadowy jungle the locals simply called Green Hell. An older ward expert named Hasana quietly warned Zorian to stay near the middle, because green hell punished the overconfident no matter how talented they were. Zorian brushed the warning off at first, trusting his mind sense to spot the living threats hidden in the foliage. That confidence cracked when a fissure vine suddenly wrapped around him and tried to drag him into a pit. His bodyguard golems bought him just enough time, pinning the plant back until he blasted the air around himself with fire and forced it to release him. Afterward, Hasana dryly informed him that an older fissure vine would have shredded him with razor thorns, which made the embarrassment sting even more. Zorian conceded the point after that and stayed closer to the group, while Zack kept wandering around as if the jungle had nothing on him. A little later, Zorian suddenly stopped everyone and warned that 2 large chameleon drakes were waiting ahead on the right. Chameleon drakes were the real nightmare of green hell, huge, fast, nearly invisible, smart enough to set ambushes, and perfectly willing to hunt people. But against Zorian, that intelligence backfired, because their bright animal minds stood out to his senses like signals in the dark. Zorian's warning instantly pulled the 3 scouts into action, Orisa with her bees, Kerma with her lotus compass, and Torin with his floating eyes. Orisa's scouting method fascinated Zorian, because she seemed to converse with her bees as naturally as breathing instead of casting any obvious spell. Kerma, by contrast, looked like a pure diviner, using her heavy lotus-like instrument to cycle through difficult scans at impressive speed. Torin was the strangest of the lot, scouting with a swarm of preserved magical eyes that looked ripped from powerful creatures. Once the scouts confirmed his call, Orisa calmly guessed the truth. Zorian was finding the drakes with mind magic. Zorian decided there was no point hiding it anymore and admitted that mental magic was one of his specialties. Torin immediately tried to turn that into a trophy hunt by asking if Zorian could dominate one of the drakes and bring it back alive. After probing their minds, Zorian refused, because the 2 drakes were a bonded pair and one would never abandon the other. Diamond cut the side project off right there and ordered everyone to leave the drakes alone and keep moving. Before Diamond could finish, Zorian sensed the ambushers backing off on their own after realizing the humans had stopped for too long. A few minutes later, Zack suggested bird shape shifting for faster searching, but Zorian shot it down because anything flying low here would become lunch. That exchange gave Diamond the missing insight. If the orb survived all this time, the safest place for it was probably underground. Diamond immediately called for a stop and ordered the team to build a base camp so they could rethink the search around the underworld below them. The group quickly settled on a geomantic ritual to map the tunnels under green hell, even if the whole subject left Zorian feeling oddly out of his depth. While the others worked, Zack wandered off to flirt with Kerma, so Zorian was left alone with his thoughts until Diamond dragged him aside to speak with Orisa. Zorian guessed Orisa's interest immediately. She wanted to know whether his mental power was the same bloodline gift Diamond had. He bluntly called it a personal secret, then immediately offered a trade if Diamond would finally answer some old questions honestly. Then Zorian dropped the real accusation. Diamond had known for years that he was a natural mind mage and still left him to suffer through it alone. Diamond denied it in confusion and said the only thing he had ever been taught was a limited empath trick, not the kind of mental sense Zorian possessed. When Zorian pressed him, Diamond admitted he had suspected something but never wanted to expose his own secret over a guess. That made Zorian snap harder, because a little warning or control would have saved him years of pain in crowds and years of being called difficult. The argument broke down into shouting until Orisa stepped between the brothers and shut it down with a firm, buzzing wall of authority. Zorian hated the intimidation, but he had to admit she was right that the 2 of them were talking past each other. Orisa wisely withdrew after that, leaving the brothers to sort this out without an audience. Once they settled down, Diamond finally explained that he had been empathic since childhood, but his version was weaker, smoother, and easy to switch on and off. He had hidden it from everyone, then later found an older empath at the academy who taught him a few control tricks and nothing more. Diamond never developed a real mind sense, so he could not identify other open people the way Zorian could and had never understood how different Zorian's case really was. When Diamond asked why Zorian never said anything back then, Zorian answered with a bitter memory. Their parents had threatened to throw him in a madhouse if he kept talking about it. Diamond tried to laugh that away as a joke, and Zorian immediately saw that his brother's image of their parents was still hopelessly skewed. Trying to recover, Diamond pointed out that Zorian's lack of guidance had accidentally pushed his gift into something far more powerful than ordinary empathy. He even admitted he only learned there was more to his own gift after meeting Orisa and the Terramachula. That made Orisa's earlier curiosity click into place for Zorian. The Terramachula were almost certainly interested in whether this mental talent could be inherited. When Diamond asked directly, Zorian said inheritance was probably involved, even if bloodline gifts often needed rituals or potions to pass on reliably. Their talk was cut off when a teammate arrived to announce that the geomantic ritual was ready and only waiting for Diamond. So the brothers shelved the family mess and turned back to the real job, finally finding the orb. The ritual revealed a tangled underground maze beneath green hell, and to Zorian it looked like useless chaos rather than a clean lead. Diamond, however, immediately pointed out 5 spots on the illusion and declared those their best starting points. Zorian asked Zack if any of that made sense, and Zack cheerfully suggested Diamond might just be bluffing like an experienced leader trying not to look lost. Diamond heard every word, looked annoyed, and marched the group toward the nearest of the 5 marked areas anyway. They were only halfway there when Zorian's marker finally reacted, and he felt the orb's presence at last. Zorian blurted out that the orb was here, instantly snapping the whole party's attention onto him. He clarified that it was close rather than directly beneath them, then pointed northeast toward a specific stretch of jungle. When Diamond asked what lay in that direction, Kerma checked her device and reluctantly identified it as a chameleon drake nesting ground they had already inspected before. Diamond remembered the same place at once, and Hasana looked smug because he had always argued the most dangerous spot was exactly where the orb would be hiding. Kerma pushed back hard, because they had searched the place remotely and found no sign of a dead emperor, a lost caravan, or any treasure at all. Torin countered that they had never physically entered the nest, and the orb could easily be hidden under stone or behind something that blocked divination. So the expedition moved in again, approaching the drake nest as close as they dared and throwing every remote search method they had at it. The cenote was not even that large, but every skin still came back empty, which only made Kerma more certain that Zorian's detector had to be wrong. Zorian refused to budge and pinpointed the biggest lower cave, the one that looked natural instead of dug out by the drakes. Kerma snapped back that they had checked that cave again and again, even with Torin's rarer eyes, and there was still nothing there. At that point Zorian stopped arguing and made it simple. If he wanted to find the orb, he needed to get into that cave in person. Zack was instantly ready for that, volunteering to carve through the drakes himself, while Zorian stayed behind him and blocked any flankers. Diamond shut that down too, refusing to let the brothers either die alone or claim the prize without the rest of the expedition. Even with Kerma complaining, Diamond chose to trust Zorian's detector and laid out a smarter plan to flush the drakes out into a trap first. The fight started when the expedition hurled irritating gas into the cenote, and nearly 100 chameleon drakes charged out to defend their home. Damon's group had planted a minefield in front of them, but the drakes were too experienced to charge straight in, and instead split wide for both flanks. Zorian could feel exactly why they did it, because these drakes had learned the hard way that humans were deadliest when met head-on. Even so, the clash favored the humans, because drakes were strongest from ambush and far less terrifying once forced into a visible frontal fight. Zorian picked his own target carefully, baiting one drake into opening its mouth for a tongue strike before firing a force lance straight down its throat. The drake collapsed thrashing in the dust, and Zorian barely had time to confirm the kill before the next crisis hit nearby. Hasana stumbled over a rock and went down, and one smaller drake instantly tried to pounce on the opening. One of Zorian's golems smashed into the beast at full speed, knocking it off course and buying the old mage the second he needed to recover. Hasana was shaken more by the irony than the fall, because he had just lectured Zorian about caution and then nearly died to a stupid mistake himself. Looking across the battlefield, Zorian saw the whole line steadily pushing the drakes back. On one side, Orissa's bees swarmed the drake's sensitive eyes and left them panicked and blind for Damon's team to finish off one by one. On the other side, Zack simply carved through anything that came close with 2 floating black swords that ignored the drake's tough hides completely. The drakes finally broke and retreated, and a few of them even blundered through the minefield on the way out and died for nothing. By the time the dust settled, not a single person in Damon's expedition had died. But the victory was incomplete, because the surviving drakes pulled back only as far as the cenote and still refused to surrender the place. At first they just hissed and puffed themselves up, which made Diamond and Torin almost laugh at the nerve of it. Then the mood shifted as the drakes threw back their heads and began a loud, pitiful chorus that sounded far more desperate than threatening. Zorian realized the awful truth before anyone else. The drakes were not crying, they were calling something for help. Before the warning could even finish, a heavy tremor rolled out from the cenote and shook the ground under the entire expedition. Kerma checked her device and saw the cenote water churning, while Zorian felt a huge hungry mind waking up below. That was enough for Zorian to call an immediate retreat, because whatever was rising out of that pit was far bigger and meaner than the drakes. Then the water exploded upward and something huge unfolded from the cenote, too massive and strange to identify at first glance. A second later the shape resolved into the real horror, a gigantic dark blue hydra with 8 draconic heads, all of them staring straight at the humans like prey. Instead of panicking, Zack lit up with dangerous excitement, thrilled that the expedition had finally stumbled into a fight worthy of him. As if answering Zack's challenge, the hydra opened all 8 mouths and unleashed a deafening roar over green hell. At the cenote, Zorian instantly realizes this hydra is wrong on every level, far too huge, hidden from his senses until now, and carrying a bizarre overmind that coordinates its 8 heads. The hydra opens with a roar packed full of wind magic, and the blast hits the whole group like a hurricane. Zack and Zorian anchor themselves with quick magic. Diamond throws up a force wall for most of the team, and Hasana grimly rides out the blast by planting his staff into the ground. 3 slower members of the expedition are blown off their feet and sent tumbling away, alive but badly taken out of the fight. While everyone else is still reacting, Zack is already counterattacking and turns the ground before him into a field of red-lit stone blades. He slams the attack forward in a lethal storm, and the hydra panics and dives back into the cenote before the blades can hit its body. The chameleon drakes around the nest are not so lucky, and Zack's spell impales them or melts them from the inside where the red magic spreads through their bodies. The surviving drakes break and flee the area completely, but Zack is already layering on another spell without even checking the result. Zack fires 2 pale blue projectiles into the cenote, trying to freeze the water and trap the Hydra below. The plan fails instantly when the Hydra dodges inside the pit and then launches itself out with impossible speed, charging the group like a land predator. Damon's team unloads spell after spell into the charge, but every hit gets intercepted by the Hydra's heads and healed away before the main body can be reached. Zorian holds back instead of wasting mana, studies how the Hydra's mind works, and quietly repositions his 4 golems for the first real opening. The Hydra fixates on Zack as the real threat, and Zack looks almost pleased that it picked him. Instead of dodging, Zack calmly prepares 2 more spells, a floating white orb above his head and 8 hidden constructs Zorian can barely sense around him. When all 8 Hydra heads snap at him at once, Damon's side shouts a warning too late. The hidden trap springs, and 8 spectral shark jaws slam into the attacking heads before they can reach Zack. Most of the Hydra's heads tear free in time, but one gets caught cleanly and bitten all the way off. The Hydra screams and lashes blood from the ruined stump, and Zorian realizes this is one loss its regeneration cannot fix fast enough to matter. Zack starts building another Stoneblade attack, but the Hydra suddenly curls into a compact armored ball and vanishes. It reappears beside Damon's team instead, and Zorian can only mutter that of course this monster can teleport too. Zorian decides Zack can handle himself, but Damon's side cannot, so he leaps onto a force disc and races over to help. Hasana follows right behind him on his own force disc, refusing to let the others face this alone. The teleport leaves the Hydra winded for a few seconds, and that brief pause gives Damon's team just enough time to regroup. When it attacks again, the group's shield line shatters almost instantly under the impact. Diamond answers with a giant ectoplasmic version of himself that tackles the Hydra and ties up several heads in a ghostly wrestling match. Kerma joins in with a swarm of tiny drill projectiles that curve with eerie precision toward the Hydra's eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils. Orisa proves she is anything but useless here by turning her bees into blazing orange missiles that burn and explode against the Hydra's main body. Flying in from the side, Zorian adds pressure with a force lance, a burning beam, and severing discs just to keep the Hydra distracted. Even with everyone piling on, 7 heads are still too many, and Zorian has to sacrifice one of his golems to stop Orisa from being bitten in half. Torin survives his own near miss by bursting one of his large floating eyes into a slime dome that the Hydra cannot bite through. Not everyone is that lucky, and one mage gets bitten nearly in half before anyone can save him. Another man only gets grazed, but the venom is so bad that Diamond immediately chops off the poison arm and orders the wounded teleported out. A third man tries to get behind the Hydra and learns too late that its tail hits like a battering ram, shattering his legs in one strike. Diamond finally lands his trap when he tricks one of the heads into swallowing a red projectile with a crystallizing potion hidden inside. The swallowed mixture starts turning that head into glittering white crystal, and for one heartbeat it looks like the whole monster is finished. The Hydra saves itself in the ugliest possible way by having another head rip the crystallizing one clean off before the poison can spread. Now down to 6 heads, it turns on Diamond with murder in its eyes just as Zack, Zorian, and Hasana finally reach the fight together. Hasana immediately turns into the group's shield wall, circling the battlefield and layering barriers to stop any more deaths. By now Zorian understands enough of the Hydra's strange mind to start nudging its aim and timing off target whenever it matters most. Zack comes in the hard way, flying through the air with his spectral jaws and now 4 quiet white orbs drifting around him like spare pieces of a plan no one else understands. The moment Zack reaches the Hydra, his spectral jaws slam back into action and force the monster fully onto the defensive. Pressed too hard, the Hydra unveils another surprise and exhales clouds of bright green poison gas that force everyone to fall back. The fight grinds on brutally, with more heads lost on the Hydra's side and more resources burned away on theirs. Zorian scores a real wound on the Hydra's main body with a shredder sphere, but by that point all 4 of his golems have been smashed into scrap. Diamond loses his giant ectoplasmic summon, yet he still manages to hack the Hydra's tail off in return. From a distance it almost looks like victory, but Zorian can see the truth. The Hydra is close to collapse, and so are they, especially their mana reserves. Neither side wants to retreat, because if the humans leave they lose everything they paid for, and if the Hydra turns its back it might die before it can recover. What no one notices at first is that Zack has quietly added a 5th white orb and spent the whole battle herding the Hydra toward the center of all 5. Diamond plays along and orders a fake panicked retreat, baiting the battered Hydra into charging exactly where Zack wants it. The trap snaps shut as bright threads unfold from the orbs and weave a delicate-looking dome around the Hydra. The Hydra tests the barrier, gets sliced open on contact, and finally realizes the whole battlefield has turned against it. Then the dome starts shrinking, and everyone can only watch as the trapped monster is slowly carved to pieces inside it. At the last second, with only one head left intact, the Hydra curls up and teleports just far enough to escape immediate death. Swaying on the edge of death, it lifts that final head and gives Diamond one last look of pure hatred. Zorian feels a massive surge of power build inside the Hydra, and the whole group flinches a beat too late. The Hydra fires a beam of pitch-black energy straight at Daimon, and he barely gets a small mirror up in time to meet it. The mirror explodes, Daimon is hurled backward with a broken arm, and the beam vanishes as if the artifact swallowed the fatal hit for him. The Hydra stares for one stunned second, then finally collapses dead, ending the battle. The aftermath is uglier than the fight, because one man is dead, several are maimed, and Alechi explodes at Zorian for pushing them into this disaster in the first place. Alechi's grief turns physical and Zack has to step in, while two crippled teammates back the accusation because Zorian looks like the easier target. Daimon tries to calm his team without ever actually defending Zorian, and that silence stings more than Zorian expected. When the shouting shifts into claims that Zorian is mind-controlling people, Hasana is the one who finally speaks up for him. The moment Alechi threatens police involvement, Daimon abruptly changes tactics, drags him aside, and talks to him under a privacy ward. Whatever Daimon says works, and he settles the other two complainers too by promising to pay for the treatments that might restore them. With the blame game finally cooled off, they drop the wounded at a hospital, leave Damon's arm in a cast, and gate back to inspect what all this bloodshed bought them. The first prize is the Hydra itself, because even dead this monster is valuable enough to make Damon's whole team rich if they can sell it properly. The Drake corpses will be sold too, although Zack's brutal spells ruined a lot of them and cut deep into the profit. As they walk the field, Zorian overhears Daimon bitterly mourning the small mirror that saved his life, because it was a divine artifact he thought was indestructible. Torin claps Zorian on the back and cheerfully pushes them toward the real goal again. The orb Zorian insists is waiting down in the cave. Before they go in, the whole group thoroughly checks the cenote again, worried there could be another hidden monster after the way this Hydra appeared from nowhere. They find no sign of another lair or underwater passage, which only makes the Hydra's sudden arrival feel more unsettling. Inside the cave Zorian marked, the orb still cannot be seen at all, but Zorian stays calm because he can still sense it sitting at one exact spot in empty air. He even waves his hand right through the spot to prove the thing is there but untouchable, which sends every diviner and detection specialist crowding around it. After 10 minutes of testing, Daimon finally identifies the invisible anomaly as a hidden world, a pocket dimension entrance. Zack explains the term to Zorian, and the group realizes they may have found the doorway to wherever Awantempi hid his belongings. Daimon admits they would never have found this without Zorian, yet Hasana immediately warns that the hidden world may also be where the Hydra came from. That warning wins out, and Daimon refuses to open the place today, deciding they need to hire more fighters before anyone steps through. Zorian asks to stay and study the entrance anyway, because something about it still feels wrong to him. Daimon agrees on one condition: Zorian can look all he wants, but he is not to touch anything without permission. Over the next 2 hours, Zorian studies the anchor, compares it to his marker, and even gets Daimon to teach him the spells used to confirm hidden worlds. When Zorian finally asks to do something with the entrance, Daimon immediately guesses he and Zack will try it behind his back if he says no. Zack cheerfully confirms that they absolutely would, leaving Zorian annoyed and Daimon rubbing his face like he needs divine patience. Zorian lays out his real theory. The orb is not stored inside a hidden world, the hidden world itself is the orb in a deployed state. Daimon follows the logic at once and asks the obvious question: if Zorian is right, can he collapse the hidden world back into an actual orb? Zorian says he is willing to try, but warns Daimon to pull his people back first just in case the thing reacts badly. Daimon still refuses to leave them alone with it, and instead orders a defensive perimeter inside the cave and a fallback point outside. Irritated or not, Zorian goes ahead the moment Daimon gives the word and tries to connect his marker to the hidden world. After a few tense tries, the air ripples and a glass globe suddenly drops into Zorian's waiting palm. The hidden world really was the artifact, and everyone surges forward to stare at the orb of the first emperors. Up close, the orb is a flawless glass sphere with a ruined, overgrown palace sealed inside it in absurdly lifelike detail. Zack takes one look and instantly loves the idea that the first emperor carried around a real portable palace. Torin is even happier because all he sees is a treasure vault big enough to justify everything they just suffered. Even though he wants to study it himself, Zorian leaves the orb with Daimon for now because picking that fight would only make things worse. As they leave the group, Zack admits the discovery has him conflicted because Daimon deserves help finding it in the real world, but Zack also really wants a portable palace for himself. Zorian warns him not to get too excited when the place may still be full of sleeping hydras, and Zack somehow likes the idea even more. On the way home, their argument drifts into fantasy palace design, with Zack wanting real monsters in his arena and Zorian insisting on safer training constructs instead. Back near Scoria, the assault force is finally ready after recruiting soldiers, mercenaries, arania, golems, dominated monsters, and enough gear to make the authorities nervous. The authorities do come sniffing around, but quick mind magic and forged papers keep the whole build-up from collapsing before it starts. The last concern is Quatakikl, because if he does not leave for Ulquinabesa on schedule, the entire assault plan may have to change. In the end, Quatak does leave as expected, and that green lights the first move against Sudomir. To pull Sudomir out of Ayaska Mansion, Zack and Zorian steal fancy red cult robes and head to Nyazov Dveri to stage a public insult he cannot ignore. They tear through the city on purpose, smashing storefronts, setting warehouses on fire, and loudly denouncing Sudamir as a traitor to the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon. Zorian adds one more nasty touch by driving a herd of wild boars straight into the town square and letting them loose. The city guard responds hard enough to put snipers on rooftops, but Zack and Zorian still handle them without killing anyone. After making enough noise to be unforgettable, they withdraw before the city can escalate and wait for Sudamir to take the bait. Nearly 5 hours later, Sudamir finally enters the city with 12 grim bodyguards and immediately gets mobbed by furious officials and shop owners demanding answers. That is the opening Zack and Zorian wanted, and they hit Sudamir's escort like lightning before anyone can react. Sudamir goes down early. His 12 guards prove nowhere near good enough, and this time Zack and Zorian are not trying to keep the enemy alive and whole. Back at base, Alanik is relieved the kidnapping worked right up until he notices they brought Sudamir in with both arms cut off. Zorian unapologetically explains that a dangerous necromancer without arms is much less likely to kill them with soul magic on the way in. Things get even stranger when Zack admits they could not knock Sudamir out with 5 different drugs, so they simply glued his mouth shut, tied him up, and hauled him here awake. Alanik decides to question Sudamir before the assault starts, and even though Zack and Zorian want to move fast, they defer to his judgment on a large operation like this. The interrogation itself starts almost too smoothly, because Sudamir is calm, polite, and surprisingly willing to answer truthfully under only modest mind magic pressure. But for all that cooperation, Sudamir knows very little that helps with the base and base because his allies never trusted him with their deeper secrets either. Instead of ending there, Alanik steers the questioning toward the one thing that has clearly been haunting him, the mountain of souls stored at Ayaska Mansion. The question finally cracks Sudamir's calm, and his shock tells them they just hit something huge. Under a harder mental push from Zorian, Sudamir grits his teeth and finally admits the souls are meant for wraith bombs. When Zack asks what that even means, Sudamir breaks into manic laughter and happily explains that the bombs would release not one wraith, but hundreds or thousands into a city. Alanik quietly fills in the real horror. Wraiths multiply by eating souls, so a big enough release could swallow an entire city in hours if it is not crushed immediately. Sudamir, now openly unhinged, boasts that enough wraith bombs would let him blackmail nations because no one could risk ignoring a weapon like that. Zorian points out the ugly truth that such a threat only works after he proves it once, and Sudamir calmly says he planned to wipe out Sulamnan first and ignite another continental war. For a moment Sudamir seems to come back to himself, but the pause only gives way to a nastier kind of madness full of violence. His body starts changing right in front of them, swelling into the green horn monster form Zorian recognizes from before. Before the transformation can finish, Alanik slams a sealing strike into Sudamir and wraps him in yellow ribbons covered with sacred script. The ribbons sink into Sudamir's flesh and wrench him brutally back into human form, leaving him stunned that the escape attempt failed. Alanik does not waste the opening and knocks Sudamir unconscious with one more spell, shutting the madness down on the spot. With that, Alanik cuts the interrogation short and leads Zack and Zorian out, because the time for questions is over and the assault on the basin base starts now. Deep under Scoria, Zorian and Alanik gather a strike force in secret, fighters, mercenaries, Iranian allies, and rows of battle golems for a raid on the hidden basin base. What makes the plan possible is Zorian's gate magic, because he can slip a simulacrum past the patrols and open a portal that moves the whole force straight into enemy territory. As he straps alchemical cylinders onto his belt, Zorian quietly realizes he is more nervous than he wants to admit. Zack walks up, notices the worry immediately, and Zorian admits the real issue is risking another fight with Kwatakikl. Zack brushes the fear off and reminds him that Kwatakikl has fought them before without finishing the job. Without even looking away from the map, Alanik cuts in to explain that battlefield necromancy is usually worse than simple killing magic, which says a lot about the old priest's past. That answer leaves Zorian unsettled, but he decides Alanik is probably right that the Lich avoids necromancy in a real fight because it is simply not the best tool. Then Zorian blurts out a more personal fear. The old version of him would have called this whole raid insane, and he wonders if the time loop has ruined his sense of caution. For once Zack takes the question seriously and says life after the loop will force them to slow down, because he has social obligations waiting and even they will need time to relearn real consequences. Zorian is not nearly as reassured as Zack is, because he can already picture his own ambitions dragging him into dangerous conflicts even without giant monsters involved. He shakes that off and refocuses on the mission. Before the main assault begins, he and the hired Arania have to slip into the base and remove anyone who can summon Kwatakikl. Zorian trusts mind magic to beat normal detection, but even he only expects that advantage to last long enough for a fast decapitation strike. When Zorian says he is leaving, Alanik stops him with one last order: leave a simulacrum behind in the command room. Even though he dismissed his other copies to save mana, Zorian decides this one backup link is worth the cost. He starts the spell by shaping a milky orb of ectoplasm and linking it directly to his soul. Then he drives his arm into the ectoplasm and forces it to take his shape, while Zack winces and calls the whole process creepy. Zorian keeps perfect focus through the delicate part of the spell, because one mistake can create a useless, half-formed wreck instead of a real copy. 2 minutes later the simulacrum opens its eyes, almost identical to Zorian except for the brief haze of a newborn mind getting its bearings. Alanik gives him a dry send-off. Zorian mutters about the lack of inspiration, and the assault on the Abasin base finally begins. The infiltration starts smoothly as Zorian hides himself and the Arania inside a floating invisibility sphere and slips them past the outer guards. Once inside, the stealth team splits into smaller groups so they can hit more targets before the alarm spreads. The first complication is the warding, because the base is littered with strong traps and barriers that were never there in earlier runs. For a tense moment he fears betrayal, but the security layout is so sloppy and contradictory that he realizes this mess is just a Abasin incompetence, not a prepared trap. The next problem is worse for stealth. Brown watchdogs can smell the Arania through every cloak, and they cannot be reached by Zorian's mind magic at all. Forced to adapt, Zorian kills the dogs and replaces them with still ectoplasmic copies just to keep the infiltration moving. After that, the assassinations start landing and one Abasin leader after another disappears before the base fully understands what is happening. But the attack hits an old weakness when the Arania cross a hidden threshold near the center of the base and trigger a base-wide anti-Arania alarm left over from past wars. The entire base immediately responds by throwing up mental defenses and reaching for weapons, so the stealth phase is over in one ugly instant. Zorian answers by opening the second part of the plan and telepathically unleashing his hidden monster horde from every tunnel around the base. A giant red centipede leads the first wave, crashing in with hook goblins and cave drakes behind it, and the Abasins are stunned when the beast shrugs off their opening spells. From another tunnel, floating jellyfish-like monsters drift in underlinked shields that fuse together and blunt the defenders' attacks. Then the phalanx toads surge forward in disciplined packs, using spear-like tongues to sweep through the fighting with unnatural coordination. The last shock comes from below, when rockworms punch straight up through the base floor and turn the battlefield into a collapsing nightmare. Even now the plan is balancing on a knife edge, because Zorian knows some surviving leaders can still call Quatakikal if they panic soon enough. At first his gamble works, because the Abasins tried to handle what looks like an Iranian strike on their own instead of calling their terrifying master. The problem is that they recover too fast. The centipede gets overwhelmed by trolls, the jellyfish shield begins to fail, the toads are burned back, and even the rockworms meet enemy worms of their own. Before Zorian can finish the remaining assassinations, his simulacrum sends word that Zack wants in on the fight. Since the stealth plan is already unraveling, Zorian decides there is no point holding Zack back anymore. He syncs with his simulacrum and opens a gate from the command room straight into the middle of the enemy base so Zack can step through. Zack takes one look at the battlefield, asks where the surviving leaders are hiding, and Zorian points out the heavily warded building holding most of them. Zorian barely starts warning him about the wards before Zack fires a tiny red projectile that screams through the air like something far larger. The projectile explodes into spatial crescents that shred the entire structure apart, collapsing the building and burying its occupants under rubble in seconds. Zorian cannot even pretend this is still a quiet raid, so he dryly tells Zack to finish the job before the Abasins realize just how badly outmatched they are and call the Lich in terror. With subtlety gone, Zorian sends the order to Svim and Alanik to launch the full assault immediately. The answer comes back at once, because the rest of their side has been waiting for this moment, and is more than ready to hit back hard. What follows is a brutal underground battle as Alanik's army, mercenaries, golems, and the battered monster horde drive deep into the disorganized base. But even after losing top leaders, the Abasins refuse to fold, with local commanders stepping in fast and stitching together new defensive lines. Huge golems slam into those defenses and meet screaming war trolls head-on, turning the center of the base into a grinding melee. The Arania throw the remaining monsters into reckless attacks, and the Abasins answer with equally disposable war beasts just to buy time. Zack and Zorian spend the fight hunting down every local commander who looks too competent, with rifle shots from Alanik's men quietly finishing some of the work for them. At the center of the settlement, Zorian's simulacrum joins Alanik and Svim near the dimensional gate, only to find the Abasins have already shut it down. Alanik grimly admits they simply do not have enough bodies for a clean victory, and the simulacrum agrees they may have been too conservative with the monster assault. When Svim asks whether the last leaders were stopped in time, the answer from the original Zorian is an ugly maybe at best. Svim argues they may have made a strategic mistake by taking the gate too quickly, because an escape route might have pushed the Abasins to flee instead of dig in. Alanik cuts off the post-mortem and demands a solution right now, not after they are dead. The simulacrum finally blurts out the obvious answer. If the gate is inert, why not rip the whole stabilization frame out of the ground and steal it instead of holding the base? Alanik and Svim are startled that the copy said it first, and the simulacrum bristles at the reminder that people still treat him like a lesser echo. Once they commit, their forces fall back just enough for Alanik and Svim to start cutting the gate pedestal free without breaking the precious frame. They discover the pedestal sinks root-like structures deep into the rock, so the theft turns into hauling away a whole chunk of the cavern floor. Soon the entire frame is floating and slowly moving toward an exit, which is exactly when the Abasins lose what little restraint they had left. The battle changes instantly from a messy defense into a desperate, berserk rush to recover the stolen gate at any cost. When recovering it starts to look impossible, the Basins switch to a new plan and try to destroy the gate outright before anyone can study it. Zack slams a thick prismatic wall in front of the gate just in time to catch 3 incoming spells at once. The combined impact breaks the wall anyway, and only Zorian's fast counterspell stops the surviving fire serpent from slamming into the frame. Zorian explains the fury in one brutal sentence. Quatakikl never lets even allies study his gate, so losing a sample of it would terrify his followers. The retreat turns into a grinding escort battle, with the simulacrum forced to watch as both sides spend lives and mana just to decide whether the gate survives the trip. Zorian's golems begin dropping one by one under the non-stop spell fire, and the damaged ones are turned into walking bombs for desperate countercharges. Even Zack starts to feel the strain, because his spells keep carving up the Abasins, but the pauses he needs to recover keep getting longer. One Abasin mage goes all in and slits his own throat to power a blood-fueled meteor that would have smashed the gate apart. Svim saves the frame by snapping open a chain of dimensional gates that redirects the meteor straight back into the Abasins instead. While scanning the edges of the battlefield, the simulacrum spots a friendly group collapsing under pressure, and realizes no one nearby can spare help. The original Zorian first says to leave them, until the simulacrum points out that one of the survivors is Taven. That changes everything, and the simulacrum teleports straight into the doomed pocket to pull her team out. He opens by knocking down an incoming fireball and bluntly asks why they have not already withdrawn from a position that is clearly lost. Taven refuses to run because 3 badly wounded comrades cannot move, and the rest of the group refuses to abandon their friends. So the simulacrum offers the simplest fix. They carry the wounded to safety while he holds the line alone. Before they can argue further, he rips into the next wave with severing discs and a telepathic body puppet kill that throws the attackers into chaos. When he looks back, the soldiers are gone but Taven is still there, because she decided his life counts too. He finally starts to explain that he is only a simulacrum, but the original interrupts in his head with an angry demand to stop wasting mana and get back to the gate. That split-second disruption comes at the worst possible time, because a fresh volley of enemy spells is already flying at both of them. Taven blocks her side, but the simulacrum suddenly feels his mana vanish as the original spends everything elsewhere, leaving him defenseless for one fatal instant. The volley tears straight through him, and the simulacrum explodes into fading ectoplasmic fragments right in front of Taven. As he fades, his last regret is painfully simple. He should have told Taven from the start that he was never the real Zorian. In the end, the allied force does get the gate stabilization frame out of the base intact, but the victory is expensive, and their numbers are nearly cut in half. Now all they can do is hope Svim's researchers can learn something from the stolen frame that makes the losses worth it. Quatakikl arrives only after the retreat is finished, confirming that the warning did go out during the battle after all. For a few tense days, Zack and Zorian brace for immediate retaliation and expect the Abasins to answer with a rushed invasion of Scoria. Instead, the surviving Abasins start pulling out of Scoria altogether, and the invasion they had feared is suddenly cancelled. After the Abasin raid settles down without triggering an invasion, Zorian reconnects with Koth by relying on Daimon again, even if that dependence still irritates him. The gate opens cleanly, but Zorian walks straight into a warded reception room inside the Terramachula estate instead of the hidden jungle rendezvous they agreed on. Zack nearly crashes into Zorian when he stops dead, then looks around and realizes Daimon has arranged a much bigger audience than either of them expected. Zorian snaps at Daimon for pulling this stunt, and Daimon immediately looks guilty instead of defensive. Daimon explains he had no choice, because he can no longer leave the Terramachula estate, and could not secretly open a dimensional gate in their home. That answer throws both boys off, and Zack bluntly asks the obvious question, is Daimon basically a prisoner here? Daimon dodges the full explanation in public and says they need a private room, but Alana smoothly steps in to make sure the Terramachula stay involved. Zorian does not challenge Alana, but he decides to shut the gate down fast before anyone can think too hard about what kind of distance they just crossed. While Zorian and Zack collapse the gate, Alana starts issuing orders in Gothic, and Zorian only catches enough to realize food and drink are being arranged for a very serious talk. Soon the real discussion begins in a smaller luxurious room with 5 people present: Zorian, Zack, Daimon, Alana, and Orisa. Daimon explains the crisis started when someone on his team leaked news of the orb, and within hours buyers, fixers, and opportunists were swarming him from every side. Caught off guard and not trusting those offers, Damon's group barricaded itself inside the Terramachula estate, where enemies can watch but not quite strike. Zack asks why the powerful Terramachula do not simply tell everyone to back off, and Alana answers that too many dangerous factions are involved for brute political pressure to solve it cleanly. Daimon adds that some local officials are even talking about seizing the orb by force, so the Terramachula are already spending influence just to keep that from happening. Orisa reminds him exactly why greed has exploded. The orb is a vast portable pocket dimension packed with ancient ruins and maybe divine-level treasure. When Zack asks if they have explored the orb yet, Daimon admits they still cannot even deploy it without reverse engineering its hidden control spells. Damon's pointed look makes it clear he knows those control spells matter especially to him, because outside the time loop Zorian will never hand over his own unique way of using the marker. Orisa warns that even if they could operate the orb, they still would not enter it yet because another guardian beast like the god-touched Hydra could be waiting inside. Then Daimon admits what he really wants. Because he is trapped here and stuck waiting, he wants to disappear for a few days and consult old friends away from all these hungry eyes. Orisa immediately objects, because Daimon still refuses to tell her exactly what he is planning, and their argument turns sharp fast. Zack gets tired of the dance and blurts out the answer Daimon was avoiding. If he wants a ride back to Scoria through the gate, he should just say it. Alana appreciates the honesty, and Orisa reacts with stunned disbelief when she realizes these two just opened a dimensional passage all the way from Eldamar. Because neither woman really understands the gate spell, Zorian has to explain the basics of how their long-distance setup works. That explanation creates a new problem for Orisa. If the spell needs a helper on the far side, who is opening the return gate back to Eldamar? Zorian dismisses Fortov as useless and reveals the truth instead. A simulacrum he left in Scoria can cast the spell for them. Alana calmly folds even that surprise into the conversation, and Zorian can tell her composure is real while Orisa is still struggling to hide how rattled she is. By the end of the negotiation, they strike a deal. Daimon will go to Scoria with the orb, and Zorian will leave a simulacrum behind so they can return in exactly 4 days. Zorian thinks the ordeal is finally over, only for Daimon to announce he still has to explain his disappearance to his entire team first. When Zorian, Zack, and Daimon finally step back through the gate to Scoria, Zorian feels huge relief at getting away from the tense estate and Damon's equally tense allies. He immediately starts sorting priorities again. Svim's secret trading plan is progressing, Sudamir still needs a proper interrogation, the stolen basin gate frame is yielding clues, and the silent doorway adepts may be ready to chase a gate key in Koth. But Damon's orb trouble has already killed the Koth gate key plan for this restart, because anyone leaving the estate now would be watched by too many eyes. Daimon hands the orb over to Zorian and Zack in Scoria, partly because they can actually learn more from it, and partly because he no longer trusts carrying it himself. Zorian assumes only he can really use the orb's marker-linked controls, since Zack lacks his hard-won soul awareness training. He is completely wrong, because after only an hour of fumbling with it, Zack instinctively connects to the orb and starts using it naturally. After that first breakthrough, Zack can reconnect with a touch and a stray thought, and Zorian can only stew over how much easier Zack's marker clearly has it. Only a day later, Daimon blindsides Zorian again by insisting he wants to talk to Kiriel and Fortov, even though both siblings know he is supposed to be in Koth. Zorian suspects Daimon mainly wants to ask about him, but he lets it happen and even sends him off alone, already expecting Kiriel to report everything back later. The next day Daimon returns looking genuinely hurt, because neither sibling gave him the warm reunion he clearly imagined. Kiriel did meet him for an hour, but Daimon says she barely spoke, fidgeted the whole time, and seemed a little scared of him. Fortov was worse, because he would not even let Daimon inside, started shouting at him, and finally slammed the door in his face. When Daimon demands to know what he did wrong, Zorian finally decides to answer instead of enjoying the spectacle. Zorian tells him the hard truth about Kiriel first. To her, Daimon is almost a stranger who was never around once she was old enough to know him. Worse, most of what Kiriel knows about him came through Mother or Zorian, and Zorian admits his own version of Daimon was never especially kind. Then Zorian hits the real issue. Kiriel needs help, and she believes Zorian might stand up for her while Daimon never would. When Daimon asks what kind of help she needs, Zorian says it plainly. Protecting Kiriel would mean standing up to their mother. Over the next hour, Zorian carefully explains Kiriel's hidden situation, including the arranged marriage waiting for her and her own wish to learn magic instead. Daimon is shaken that their parents never mentioned any of this to him, and Zorian quietly points out that he never bothered asking about Kiriel either. Daimon concedes he failed Kiriel, but then turns to Fortov, hoping Zorian at least understands what is wrong there. Instead, Zorian surprises him by admitting he has barely talked to Fortov at all, despite years of living in the same city and endless restarts. Daimon is horrified that Zorian never even checked on Fortov during the invasion resets, and Zorian shrugs it off because Fortov is one of his least favorite people in the family. The only consistent thing Zorian has noticed is bizarrely specific. Near the end of every restart, Fortov shoves one lovesick girl into a purple creeper patch and comes begging for healing salve. Daimon takes even that strange clue seriously, then scolds Zorian for being petty and tells him maybe Fortov deserves the same second chance Kiriel got. Zorian pushes back that he was never wrong about Kiriel's flaws. He just stopped caring because once he escapes the loop their parents will no longer be able to control him. That confidence pushes Daimon into a bleak reflection. Their parents are racing to Koth to interfere in his marriage, yet they never notice the family crisis right in front of them. Then the time loop itself hits him again, because everything he has learned and done will vanish from his memory after the festival unless Zorian preserves it. Zorian offers him the same lifeline he gives a few others. If something really matters, Daimon can write it down and trust Zorian to carry the notebook into future restarts. Daimon jokes about whether he even qualifies for that favor, which forces Zorian to admit a harder truth he has been avoiding. With obvious reluctance, Zorian finally says he was wrong about Daimon, who is still annoying but nowhere near as monstrous as the version Zorian carried in his head. Daimon accepts that with mixed feelings, then pivots to something more practical after mentioning he has already spoken with Svim about Zorian's knowledge trading project. Zorian praises the plan as one of his better ideas, since trading across restarts is already pulling useful secrets out of experts who would never teach him directly. Daimon says that is good work, but it is still incremental, and he thinks Zorian is overlooking a much richer source of magical low-hanging fruit. His pitch is simple: use Zorian's continent-spanning gate access to extend the initiative into Koth, where compatible but isolated magical traditions could produce valuable combinations Eldamar never sees. When Zorian asks if he is volunteering to run that project, Daimon admits he came to Koth intending to build exactly that kind of network before the time loop interrupted him. Zorian is honestly pleased with the idea, right up until Daimon sheepishly reveals he also needs a tiny loan from his dear little brother to get it started. A few days later Daimon goes back to Koth, but the orb stays in Scoria because he thinks it is safer there, and Zack has become genuinely attached to tinkering with it. Since Zack draws a stronger response from the orb anyway, Zorian hands him the whole problem and turns his attention to everything else demanding his time. Then a more personal interruption arrives. Taven, who has been strangely absent since the Abasin assault, asks to see Zorian alone. When they finally meet, Taven rejects his offer to teleport somewhere quiet and instead brings him to her family's training hall, where she feels steadier. Zorian asks what this is about, and Taven can barely get the words out as she paces the hall like a caged animal. Pressed to stop circling the issue, Taven blurts out that she is afraid the time loop has already cost her Zorian as a friend. She explains that Zorian already feels like a stranger now, and once he leaves the loop as a hidden archmage, she fears he will only look down on her from far above. Zorian first tries to brush it off, saying he has spent so many loops with her that forgetting her is impossible, but Taven says that is not what scares her. What scares her is the kind of friendship that would remain, not equals anymore, just a vastly stronger Zorian keeping an eye on an old friend out of habit. Zorian cannot deny the imbalance, but in his own head he also realizes their old friendship was never as simple as Taven seems to believe. Instead of arguing, he asks why she ever chose to befriend him at all, given that even he thinks his old self was not much of a friend. That almost makes Taven laugh, and she admits she was not a very good friend either, because she is too blunt, impulsive, and bad at reading people. She says most people find her aggravating, and outside of Yurik and Orin she has very few real friends at all. With Zorian, she says it worked because they annoyed each other on roughly equal footing, but now he is changing and she feels herself being left behind. Zorian sees no honest way to promise their friendship will stay the same, so he chooses a different kind of honesty, and confesses he used to have a crush on her. Taven is so startled she drops the practice doll with a loud crash and stammers out what he could possibly mean. Zorian reminds her of the one time he asked her on a date, and she slowly realizes with horror that he had been serious while she laughed in his face. Mortified, Taven calls herself stupid and then punches him in the shoulder for never telling her she had misunderstood him. She argues he should have corrected her, gotten angry, or asked again instead of silently swallowing the rejection and letting her joke about it afterward. Zorian says it still gave him an answer, because from his side her laughter looked exactly like proof that the idea of dating him was ridiculous. Taven insists that was not it at all, because she laughed only because she thought he was joking by turning her own love advice back on her. After a long, awkward silence, Taven abruptly declares that they are going on a date. Zorian points out that he is over that crush now, but Taven refuses to back down, and says it does not matter, they are still doing this. When he asks whether he gets any say, Taven twists the logic in pure Taven fashion. She is simply accepting his old invitation a little late. Zorian gives in with a laugh, and even though his old crush is truly gone, he still walks away quietly glad that this happened. Zorian spends the evening walking Scoria with Taven, and for once the crowded city feels warm instead of exhausting. He quietly realizes the night feels different because his headaches are gone and Taven is actually pleasant company now. Taven blurts out that the date went better than she expected, then immediately gets flustered trying to explain herself. Zorian saves her from spiraling and admits he is pleasantly surprised too. Taven jokes that she only got this far through trial and error, because plenty of past dates crashed once men realized what she was really like. When Zorian teases her for details, she playfully shoves him and nearly sends him into an elderly couple. Then Taven turns the question on him, and asks how many dates he has gone on during all those years in the time loop. Zorian admits it has happened a few times, and Taven immediately pounces on the answer with mock outrage. He fires back that she has gone on far more dates than he has, and the teasing stays easy between them. As the night winds down, and they drift toward parting, Zorian grows quiet and visibly heavier. Taven asks what is wrong, and Zorian first tries to dodge the answer because he knows it will darken the mood. Pressed into honesty, Zorian admits the depressing part is that Taven will forget this whole evening when the loop resets. He tells her every restart begins with the same suspicious version of her, and it always takes ages just to make her believe him again. When she feels bad, Zorian stops her and admits he himself wasted his first 6 restarts pretending everything was normal. What really hurts him is that this good version of their relationship may never exist outside his memory, or even be repeatable inside the loop. After an awkward beat, Zorian apologizes for bringing that sadness into an otherwise great night. The feeling suddenly makes him understand Zack better, because repeating friendships that vanish every restart would wear anyone down. Taven brushes the gloom aside and reminds him that one serious moment does not erase the fun they had. At the crossroads where they have to separate, both of them suddenly become awkward again. Then Taven hits him with one last blunt piece of advice. If he ever wants a real chance with her, he needs to build some muscle. Zorian takes the shot with good humor, even if it stings, and quietly admits better stamina would help him anyway. They say goodbye and head in opposite directions, leaving the evening on an oddly honest note. Zorian takes the scenic route back to Amaya's place, in no hurry to sleep and still turning the night over in his head. Elsewhere in Koth, Zorian's second simulacrum is unusually content because life inside the Terramachula estate is far better than his usual lonely assignment. The Terramachula know he is only a copy, but they still give him a room, language lessons, and materials for research. Even better, Damon's stranded teammates Kerma and Torin happily trade magic with him because they are bored and curious. Kerma proves open and practical, teaching him divination techniques and even offering future contacts in the field. Torin is even more delighted, because almost nobody wants to learn his creepy organ-based magic in the first place. The simulacrum does not plan to master Torin's whole field, but he immediately sees how its control methods could help coordinate golems and simulacrums. What really puts him in a good mood, though, is dodging the nightmare of personally greeting mother and father when they arrive in Koth. Since he is just a copy, Daimon orders him to stay hidden instead, and he happily obeys. He spends that safety in the estate library, humming to himself and sounding out a children's book because the pictures make learning the local script easier. Orisa quietly enters, checks what he is reading, and instead of leaving, drags over a chair to sit right beside him. Orisa admits she is worried because Daimon will soon bring Zorian's parents here. She bluntly asks him to describe his parents, because Daimon has gone evasive ever since it became obvious they disapprove of the marriage. The simulacrum warns that his relationship with the family is bad enough that anything he says will sound dangerously biased. Before answering, he asks the real question bothering him: is she marrying Daimon mainly for his rare mind magic bloodline? Instead of taking offense, Orisa laughs and sees straight through his protective suspicion toward his brother. She answers honestly that Damon's bloodline matters, but so do her family's interests, and she assumes Daimon is being just as practical about marrying into wealth and nobility. To her, this is not exploitation at all, just two ambitious people lucky enough to also genuinely like each other. Convinced enough to talk, the simulacrum explains that his parents are driven self-made climbers who built wealth and status from harsh beginnings. He adds that their success came with a cost, because they now measure almost everything by family reputation and financial advantage. That insight electrifies Orisa, who realizes they are not judging her marriage by Damon's benefit alone but by what the whole Kaczynski family gets back from it. She rushes off to make arrangements, and the simulacrum can only watch in amused disbelief. Left alone again, he dryly concludes that Daimon fell for her because she is basically a younger version of their mother. When the time comes to pick up their parents from Jasuka Harbor, the Terramachula turn it into a full deception operation because Daimon is under surveillance. 6 versions of Daimon and Zorian scatter through teleport routes, making it look like the important move is the chase itself. The real trick is hidden inside that chaos, because Zorian quietly creates a third simulacrum and sends it off to do the actual smuggling work. After the originals return to the estate, the new simulacrum reaches Jasuka and opens a hidden gate so Daimon can slip in and out too quickly to intercept. Zorian still resents being dragged into this, because now he has to explain to his parents why he is suddenly in Koth using magic far above his supposed level. At Jasuka Harbor, though, the reunion starts much calmer than expected because their parents are too worn out from the ship to fight. Mother questions why Zorian is even here, and he claims he only came to pick them up before returning to Scoria that same day. When father asks how that is possible, Zorian shuts it down with a flat little secret, and father lets it drop for the moment. Mother, still drained from sea travel, only says she hopes whatever trick he used can spare her the return voyage too. The moment they step through the gate into the Terramachula estate, Zorian's suspicious presence stops matching because Orisa and the noble reception take over the whole scene. Mother and father instantly switch to polished smiles, expensive gifts, and endless compliments, hiding their real disapproval so well that Zorian almost has to admire it. 2 days later, Zorian mostly stays away from that family battlefield and focuses on his own work instead. With the simulacrum now operating outside the estate, he rushes silent doorway adepts into Koth near a local Bakura gate. The operation succeeds completely, giving the Arania access to fresh territory and giving Zorian independent travel into Koth without leaning on Daimon. That victory is cut short when his parents summon him back to the estate for a private talk he has been expecting all along. Inside the meeting room, Daimon has already been pushed out, leaving Zorian alone with mother and father at last. Mother opens carefully by saying Daimon told them Zorian is far more powerful and capable than he ever let them believe. Zorian simply admits it, and mother immediately asks why he would hide something that should have made the family proud. He cuts right to the sore point by asking if that support is supposed to sound believable, while they are actively fighting Diamond over his marriage. Mother insists they are only trying to save Diamond from a mistake, but father says the quiet part out loud. They already disagree with Zorian's life choices anyway. Ignoring the insult, Zorian lays out his future plainly. He will move out after graduation, maybe sooner, and build an independent life and business. Father immediately challenges whether he understands how hard business is, and Zorian coolly answers that being an exceptional mage already solves most of that problem. When mother starts to bring up the family business, Zorian shuts that door completely and says he wants no part of it at any price. Then he adds one more bombshell. Once he is independent, he plans to take care of Curiel too. He explains exactly what he means by that. He wants to teach Curiel magic and kill the arranged marriage they have in mind for her. Mother explodes at once, but father just starts laughing, which only makes the scene stranger. Mother says she can tolerate Zorian ruining his own life, but she will not let him tell her how to raise her daughter. Zorian calmly pushes back that without a real explanation, he still intends to interfere. Mother threatens police and parental authority, but she visibly falters when Zorian points out she would never actually go that far. Pressed harder, she finally admits the marriage is only an informal arrangement, but she stays absolute on one point: Curiel must never learn magic. When Zorian demands to know why, Mother blurts out the family secret she has been protecting Curiel from all along. Her mother was a witch, and growing up as a witch's daughter meant living under constant fear, rumor, and social poison. She says sons were ignored, but daughters were treated as future witches too, so everyone looked at her like a danger waiting to bloom. In her eyes, marrying father was luck, and she is determined that Curiel will never have to gamble her future the same way. That is why she has spent years burying the family magic legacy under respectability, and she believes Curiel learning magic would destroy all of it. Zorian finally sees the hidden fear underneath all her status politics, while father pointedly refuses to get involved because Curiel is mother's territory. Still, Zorian asks the one question that matters to him: what if Curiel grows up and does not want this life planned for her? Mother answers that Curiel is only 9 and can be discussed later, which is just enough to make Zorian back off for now. He decides he is not informed enough to force the issue yet, especially now that he knows the marriage plan is not legally fixed. The moment he yields, Mother pours all the remaining outrage into a long lecture about parenting, maturity, and his total lack of experience. From the side, father watches the whole thing with faint schadenfreude, and Zorian realizes he is trapped here for a while. Later, back at work, Zack abruptly announces that he has discovered a completely new function of the orb of the first emperors. Zack walks him through the weird activation method, because Zack can use the orb by instinct, while Zorian has to feel around for every connection manually. When Zorian finally manages it, the orb links him to some strange empty space that neither of them can identify. With no idea what the feature actually does, Zorian hands the orb back and tells Zack to keep experimenting on his own. As the restart nears its end, Zorian looks back on it as one of the most productive loops yet. Studying the stolen Abasin gate frame reveals that its magic was built from embedded thread-like spell structures instead of carved formulas. They still cannot decode how the frame truly works, but tearing it apart has already uncovered groundwork they would have missed if the gate had remained active. Sudamir's interrogation pays off too, enough that Zorian and Alanik decide he is worth kidnapping again in future restarts. From him, Zorian finally learns the truth behind those monstrous transformations. Sudamir made himself a shifter by fusing with a custom abomination of several magical creatures at once. The ritual partly worked and partly failed, leaving him horribly resilient but always on the edge of losing control under stress. The creature mix included at least a troll and a dragon, and just imagining the full composite form makes Zorian shudder. Sudamir also names a hidden layer of invasion support: respectable lawyers, minor politicians, and even a judge kept separate from known cultists so they would look clean. There is no time left to investigate that network now, but Zorian marks it down as another loose end he refuses to ignore later. Then the summer festival finally arrives, and everyone braces for the attack that has defined so many previous restarts. This time, though, nothing happens. The Abasins keep evacuating, the cult of the world dragon stays quiet, and the primordial is never released. Even without an attack, the restart still ends on schedule, and Zorian wakes back in Siren to Curiel's familiar good morning. Deep in Koth's jungle, Zack and Zorian watched a cenote pact with chameleon drakes and planned how to steal the orb of the first emperors back from its lair. Zack asked if Zorian could simply sneak them in, but Zorian admitted the drake's strange four-eyed senses made mind-masking whole groups far too hard. Since stealth would not hold, Zack suggested hitting the nest head-on, but Zorian pushed for a cleaner plan that avoided fighting the whole swarm. Zorian proposed that Zack lure the drakes out first, so he could teleport into the orb cave, grab the artifact, and vanish before the remaining guards mattered. Zack immediately poked at the weak spot in that plan. If claiming the orb woke the Hydra inside, Zorian would be trapped with something he could not beat. Zorian argued he only needed a few seconds to teleport away, and he suspected the giant Hydra could not fit out through the cave itself anyway. Then Zack raised the uglier problem. Even if they escaped, the Hydra could still be hiding inside the orb and burst out later in the middle of a city. They tried the distraction plan anyway, But the Drakes only sent 5 young hunters after Zack because one lone intruder did not seem worth panicking over. Zack wiped out those 5 with ease, but instead of scattering, the rest of the Drakes bunched up around the orb cave and made Zorian's job even worse. Only when Zack escalated to heavy artillery spells into the cenote did the Drakes finally pour out in force and leave the cave thinly guarded. That opening was enough for Zorian to teleport into the cave, claim the orb, and teleport straight back out before the trap could close on him. The theft worked, but the Hydra did not appear at all, so the orb was suddenly safe in their hands and even more unsettling for it. After hours of waiting in the jungle with no attack, Zack grimly pointed out that a Hydra hidden inside the orb was still a disaster waiting for the wrong moment. While they argued over how anyone was supposed to enter the orb, Zorian guessed its owners may have relied on external teleportation magic instead of a built-in access method. Zack kept repeatedly deploying and reclaiming the orb while complaining that any sane designer should have included an easy way in. Zorian said there may once have been a teleport platform inside, but centuries of neglect or a rampaging Hydra could easily have wrecked it. Then Zack deployed the orb one more time, and instead of opening cleanly, it dumped them beside a gigantic furious Hydra that attacked on sight. The fight turned ugly for hours, but with no allies to protect this time, they could stay mobile, wear the beast down, and survive the ambush. Zorian even spent much of the battle studying the Hydra's strange multipart mind, which made the kills slower but taught him more. In the end the Hydra fled into the jungle, and Zack and Zorian let it go because forcing it out of the orb was the real victory. Afterward they concluded the Hydra could not escape while the orb stayed in portable form, which meant their earlier way of probing it had been missing the real condition. With the orb secured, they returned to the small Koth base of the silent doorway at Epps around the local Bakura gate. Giving the Arania a working gate address to Koth changed everything, and this time they accepted the truth of the time loop in barely 4 days. Zorian still sent a simulacrum on the long route to Koth anyway, both as insurance and to lay relay stones for a telepathic link. This alliance mattered because Blanter was otherwise almost unreachable in one restart, and one lost piece of the key was waiting there. Learning that the gate network could cut that impossible trip down to a few days finally gave Zorian a real sense that collecting the whole key might be possible. Zack then brought up Diamond, and Zorian admitted he had already warned his brother that they would be taking the orb for themselves. Diamond had not liked it, but he also knew he could not handle the Hydra in a single month without their help, so he settled for a promise to claim the orb after the time loop ends. Zack accepted that deal, then immediately declared that Zorian now owed him another portable palace of his own. Zorian shut down the fantasy of an instant palace by explaining that pocket dimensions do not create matter, so someone would first have to build the palace to steal it into one. He softened the blow by saying he could probably manage a cottage or a hollowed-out rock, and that was enough to kick off a ridiculously earnest building debate. The debate eventually turned into a full competition, with both of them magically trying to build the most luxurious home they could from raw natural materials. By the end, the empty jungle clearing was dotted with bizarre handmade towers and blocky mansions that only wandering animals would ever appreciate. Later, Zack and Zorian returned to the black void of the Sovereign Gate to see how the Guardian of the Threshold would react now that they possessed one piece of the key. Before asking about the orb, they first confirmed the loop still had exactly 42 restarts left, then burned through a long list of old questions about Red Robe and the loop itself. As usual, the Guardian either did not know or refused to answer anything beyond their authorization, leaving them frustrated but not surprised. When they finally asked whether one piece of the key counted for anything, the Guardian replied that it could only discuss a piece it had actually inspected. That led to another nasty surprise, because merely carrying the orb into the void was not enough, and they had to somehow connect it to the control room themselves. After 2 hours of frustrating trial and error, they finally discovered they had to use their marker as a bridge linking the Sovereign Gate to the orb. Only then did the Guardian recognize the orb as a legitimate piece of the key. The Guardian still refused to grant any higher authority for a single piece, but it would now answer questions about that one artifact's role in the time loop. When Zorian tried to ask about the orb's pocket world, the Guardian flatly said it knew nothing about that mundane function at all. What the Guardian could tell them was much stranger. The orb contained a memory bank meant to store and organize a controller's memories across restarts. The mysterious empty space they had sensed inside the orb was not an entrance after all, but the place where those saved memories were supposed to go. The Guardian explained that they could push selected memories into the bank, keep them through every restart, and pull them back whenever needed until the loop finally ends. It also warned them that everything stored there would vanish with the loop itself, so they would need to refresh anything important before escaping for good. When Zorian asked about capacity, the Guardian said the bank was so vast that even saving whole lifetimes over and over would not come close to filling it. That answer immediately gave Zorian ideas, because a bottomless memory bank could free his mind from hoarding notebook after notebook of carried over work. They guessed the other Imperial artifacts probably had their own loop-related powers too, but the Guardian refused to say anything about pieces it had not inspected. Zorian then guessed that the missing abilities they wanted most were probably tied to the crown worn by Quatakikl, and the Imperial dagger locked in Aldamar's royal treasury. He suspected the dagger removed people from the loop and the crown handled temporary markers, but the Guardian gave them nothing to confirm whether that theory was right. When Zorian asked if one inspected piece would stay on record for later visits, the answer was another dead end. Higher authorization would still require the whole key at once. They spent another hour squeezing every last useful detail out of the memory bank explanation, but eventually there was nothing left to get and they disconnected. This time they returned to the time magic research facility with their real bodies intact, thanks to better forged credentials and 2 grim fake bodyguards built as lifelike golems. They had not come only to speak to the Guardian though, and now they wanted to test the orb inside the Black Room itself. The thought was seductive. If a portable palace could survive inside accelerated time, the Black Room's cramped size would stop mattering almost completely. They did not even need to enter the pocket world to test it, so they simply brought the orb into the Black Room and started the acceleration. The result was immediate failure, because the Black Room shut itself down almost as soon as the temporal acceleration began. After an hour of tense analysis with nervous researchers, they learned the problem was raw volume. The orb had dragged an entire hidden palace worth of space into a tiny accelerated chamber. That enormous hidden volume drained the room dry in less than a second, overloaded the facility, and earned them a deserved scolding for trying it without asking first. The staff also became intensely interested in studying the orb, but Zorian refused for now because handing over an imperial artifact carelessly would invite a government manhunt. Later, once they were safely outside, Zack wondered if making their own pocket dimensions inside the time loop also added hidden strain to the whole system. Zorian agreed in principle, but said the loop was so vast that tiny added spaces should barely matter, unlike the Black Room where the orb was effectively an elephant in a one-man boat. Zack still refused to give up completely and suggested the opposite approach: rebuild the facility to accelerate the orb itself instead of trying to cram the orb into the Black Room. Zorian admitted the idea had promise, but it would require open cooperation from the entire government facility, so for now he only filed it away for later. On an otherwise ordinary Sunday morning, Zorian woke to find Amaya's house effectively under siege by a crowd blocking every way in and out. Inside, Zorian joined the household at the window and stared out in confusion, because he could not immediately guess what had caused this mess. Kale, embarrassed and pale, admitted the chaos was his fault. He explained that his work on better medicines with other healers and alchemists had become impressive enough to attract attention far beyond what he had anticipated. Zorian was not really angry, partly because he knew he should have paid closer attention himself, and partly because the crowd was only a real nuisance for everyone else in the house. Amaya added that the crowd had tried to push inside earlier, but the heavy wards Zorian put on the house had stopped them cold. That helped with the mob, but it also reminded Zorian of another problem. Heavy residential wards needed a permit from the Mage Guild, and he definitely did not have one. So what looked like a small household headache abruptly became a mess involving ambitious strangers, city rules, and the Mage Guild's attention on him too. Elsewhere, in the volcanic caves of southern Altazia, Zack and Zorian sought out Kilnfather, the one elder fire elemental in the region who would actually speak to humans. The place was breathable only with the right spells, and more importantly, they had to avoid harming any of Kilnfather's precious gecko children if they wanted to leave peacefully. Kilnfather looked like a giant gecko of cooling lava and black stone, and the smaller creatures around him were real altered animals he cherished like children. His rule was simple and dangerous: hurt one of those children under any circumstances, and he would turn the whole domain of fire elementals against you. Zorian greeted him carefully and offered a chest of rare materials meant to please fire elementals before risking the real question. Only after Kilnfather accepted the gift did Zorian ask whether he knew anything about the places where the primordials had been imprisoned. At another point in their preparations, Zack and Zorian targeted House Litova's heavily guarded alchemy repository as infiltration practice for a much harder theft ahead. They were not here because Litova's potion secrets were the true prize, but because the Imperial dagger in Eldamar's royal palace was still far beyond their current skill level. So Zorian's plan was to work their way up through weaker targets first, collecting hard-earned experience until the impossible looked survivable. Before they moved, Zack teased him for being squeamish about stealing from mines but much less bothered by stealing notebooks and secrets the physical way. Zorian argued it was different because mind magic was too easy and too tempting, while raids like this were stressful enough that he would never use them casually. Zack warned that even that kind of crime could feel ordinary if repeated often enough, then cut the philosophy short and asked whether they were doing this or not. Zorian answered with a firm yes, and the two of them moved on another training raid that was really about the royal palace waiting later. 9 restarts passed after they first found the orb, and the two of them spent that stretch grinding forward on every front they could open. They trained harder, recruited specialists, practiced steps, and used the orb's memory bank to hold the flood of research notes that no normal mind should keep carrying. They also squeezed Sudamir for everything he knew, worked with Diamond to narrow the Zlotic desert search, and kept pushing on the Abasin Gate and the Bakura Gates. Near the end of that stretch, they finally forced a way into the orb by building a specialized teleport spell after several restarts of painful research. Inside, they discovered there really had been a built-in teleport platform all along, but it had simply broken down over the centuries from neglect. They could repair it for a restart, but because the loop would reset the fix anyway, they eventually just kept using their custom spell since it was more flexible. The hidden world held no second Hydra, but it was still full of dangerous wildlife and heaps of treasure that had mostly rotted, expired, broken, or become obsolete. Even the palace defenses had mostly decayed, turning what must once have been a brutal death trap into a half-broken relic they could slowly strip for anything still useful. In the present, Zorian sat in a quiet meadow inside the orb, while one simulacrum obsessively assembled oversized magical rifle prototypes nearby. The prototypes were brutally loud, and Zorian was already thinking the final design needed much better sound dampening before his copy turned it into a portable cannon by accident. At the same time, Zorian was running a separate combat exercise, controlling golems against a team of Zack, Alanik, Stim, and Taven who were deliberately holding back. The point was not to test how tough the golems were, but to refine Zorian's tactics for controlling and deploying them well under pressure. During a short lull, Zorian checked on his simulacrum in Koth through soul-based telepathy and found it calmly arranging a trade deal alongside Daimon. That easy long-range contact was only possible now because Sudamir's soul magic knowledge had taught Zorian how to use the shared soul between him and his copies directly. Once the exercise ended, Zack, Alanik, Stim, and Taven came over to relax with Zorian in the grass. The peace lasted right up until the simulacrum fired the prototype again and blasted the meadow with another thunderous boom. Taven stared at the oversized weapon and demanded to know why Zorian needed something that was already halfway to being a siege engine. Zorian just smiled and finally revealed the target behind all that work. They were going to kill a giant spider and bring its corpse to an annoying old woman. Before the hunt begins, Zorian's fourth simulacrum is unusually tense because this time the plan against the Grey Hunter might actually work, and they badly need its eggs to bargain with Silver Lake. He also feels the flaw in his new body. Instead of a normal ectoplasmic shell, this simulacrum is bound to a costly human-shaped golem frame that is tougher and cheaper to maintain, but still stiff and imperfect. A message ripples through their shared soul, and the fourth simulacrum confirms he is ready as the attack finally starts. The Grey Hunter bursts from its cave and charges straight at Zack and Zorian, ignoring the hidden simulacrums while the two mages open with coordinated ranged pressure. Zack hammers the monster with heavy force beams, while Zorian uses Kerma's trick and a metal cube focus to send cheaper homing shots into its weak points and steadily enrage it. The rifle team still holds fire, because one reckless shot would make the Grey Hunter notice them and could ruin the egg sack they came for. Their real problem is not speed but timing. The bullet is too fast to dodge, yet the Grey Hunter never stays still long enough for a safe headshot that won't damage the eggs. Then the Grey Hunter commits to killing Zorian first and slams full force into the custom shield around him. The spider pounds the barrier until a few force hexagons crack away, but Zorian's design shifts the whole shield and seals the gap before the monster can exploit it. As the Grey Hunter tries to disengage, Zack springs the trap with 3 dense stone spheres that force it to spin and defend instead of running. Zorian exploits that opening by tossing 2 harmless-looking metal cylinders, and the Grey Hunter makes the mistake of ignoring them. The cylinders explode into a sensory nightmare tune for the Grey Hunter, blasting it with light, sound, magical interference, and scent all at once. Dazed for one precious heartbeat, the Grey Hunter finally stops moving. That is the signal the rifle team was waiting for, and 3 deafening shots tear across the battlefield. One shot goes wide, but 2 armor-piercing bullets punch straight through the Grey Hunter's cephalothorax without touching the egg sac. The monster somehow snaps out of the stun and tries to flee, but the bullets were loaded with crystal ooze essence, so its death is already working through its body from the inside. Realizing it is dying, the Grey Hunter goes berserk, and Zack and Zorian answer by sealing every escape with walls, force, restraints, and blocked portals to its lair. At last the crystallization spreads too far, and the Grey Hunter slows to a stop as its body finally fails. The simulacrums move in to butcher the corpse and claim the egg sac, but the dying monster still destroys one of them in a final savage lash. Even with that ugly last hit, the hunt ends in a real victory. The Grey Hunter is dead and its egg sac survived intact. The fourth simulacrum immediately argues his way onto the Silver Lake visit, insisting he earned the right to see her reaction after helping kill the monster. After securing the body, Zorian and his copies spend a frustrating hour carefully separating the egg sac from the corpse without ruining it. Once the eggs are safe, they hurry out because they do not know how long the eggs can survive without proper care, and they stash the spider corpse in the orb for later use. Zorian brings the pushy fourth simulacrum along, partly to satisfy him and partly because a second Zorian might make Silver Lake take them more seriously. Finding Silver Lake is easy now, and instead of forcing the hidden entrance, they get her attention by parading the dead Grey Hunter outside and loudly calling for her. Silver Lake steps out warily with an iron rod in hand, instantly notices the odd simulacrum body, and sizes the boys up without dropping her guard. Zack opens with cheerful trade talk, but Zorian gets straight to the point and reveals the intact eggs, making Silver Lake's greed flare for a split second. When Silver Lake asks how they knew she wanted the eggs, Zorian bluntly says she told him in a previous loop, forcing the dangerous truth into the open. Zorian explains that the month keeps repeating and only he and Zack remember it, while Silver Lake reacts like she is listening to an entertaining scam. Even after mocking the story, she realizes the answer fits her own question, and the negotiation snaps back to business instead of collapsing. Zorian admits she once buried him under impossible errands when he was weaker, and Silver Lake cheerfully agrees that does sound exactly like her. When Silver Lake claims the eggs might still be worthless to her, Zorian counters by revealing he is an empath and knows she wants them badly. Cornered, Silver Lake admits she does need the eggs, but she immediately tries to devalue them by saying she still lacks one other critical ingredient. That missing ingredient turns out to be parts from a giant brown salamander over 100 years old, a creature common in the area but almost never old enough to qualify. Zorian swallows old anger and finally names his real target, the egg sack, in exchange for a month of Silver Lake teaching them how to create pocket dimensions. Silver Lake probes whether they are even advanced enough to learn that skill, and Zorian answers by opening an impressively stable gate right in front of her. The gate impresses her, but not enough to kill her greed, so she still says the eggs alone are not sufficient payment. Zorian raises the stakes by offering study access to the Orb of the First Emperor, a portable pocket dimension artifact that makes Silver Lake stare at it like she wants to steal it on the spot. Silver Lake counters by demanding Zorian's modified gate spell too, and the haggling turns into a full trade war because Zorian knows she wants that knowledge badly. His extra demand is blunt. He wants Silver Lake to help him gain soul perception without using the church's fragile dirge moth potion or any murderous ritual. Silver Lake casually suggests human sacrifice as the usual shortcut, and Zorian shuts that down instantly, making it clear he would rather abandon the idea than cross that line. She warns that making a soul perception potion in a month is absurdly hard, but Zack cuts in and promises they will gather every dangerous ingredient themselves. Once they confirm they already have basic soul defenses, Silver Lake finally agrees to brew the potion, though she refuses to share the recipe or let them watch. Then Silver Lake hits the most uncomfortable point in the room. If the time loop story were true, every gain on her side would vanish while their gains would remain. Zorian admits she is right, but says that honesty matters because he will need future Silver Lakes to believe they have worked together before. He openly says he is hoping to learn some private fact from her now that can convince her future self the loop is real, and that brutal honesty sends Silver Lake into helpless laughter. Amused and impressed, Silver Lake accepts the deal and rewards his honesty with a huge secret. The eggs and the ancient salamander parts are for a potion of youth. She casually tops that by admitting she already solved old age long ago, meaning the ragged witch in front of them is effectively immortal and centuries old. After enjoying their shock, Silver Lake postpones the real meeting for 2 days so she can prepare her home, and Zorian keeps the eggs with him until then. Her reassurance that the eggs should not hatch immediately is shaky enough that Zack decides they will still treat them like a possible disaster waiting to happen. Silver Lake finishes the encounter by shooing them away like troublesome children, but Zorian leaves satisfied because he got almost everything he came for. When they return, Silver Lake is outside a plain cottage, casually butchering a pair of smaller giant brown salamanders before demanding the eggs at once. She inspects the egg sack so obsessively that she ignores them for a full minute, then finally ushers them through the cottage, which turns out to be only the front layer of a hidden pocket dimension home. Inside, Zorian realizes Silver Lake built a nested arrangement, a fake cottage pocket dimension wrapped around a larger private world with a luxury house, rare herb garden, and warded alchemical workshop. 5 days later, Zorian has to admit Silver Lake is actually teaching in earnest, giving long explanations and even demonstrating the creation of tiny pocket spaces instead of cheating them. Her lesson makes the core rule clear: folding space is easy compared to creating a stable anchor point, because that single anchor determines the size, entrance, and survival of the whole pocket dimension. Neither boy can make even a minor stable anchor yet, and Zorian is quietly annoyed that Zack's larger mana reserves will probably let him master it first. Part of Zorian's problem is self-inflicted, because he is currently maintaining 6 simulacrums at once and draining his own recovery dry. While resting, he reviews what all 6 copies are doing at once: key hunting in Koth with Diamond, raiding dimensional theory books, arranging trades, improving golem frames, and cautiously testing mental enhancements. The mental enhancement work stays deliberately conservative, because Zorian wants better sensory filters and focus aids, not a deranged copy of himself starting a mutiny. His train of thought gets cut off when Silver Lake snaps at him for neglecting the huge cauldron she quietly dumped on him to watch while his mana recovered. Zorian grumbles that she never hired him as a personal assistant, and Silver Lake blithely ignores the complaint while continuing her work. When he demands to know what the cauldron is even for, Silver Lake admits she is trying to squeeze enough regenerative essence out of younger salamanders to fake the age reversal ingredient she still lacks. She explains that giant brown salamanders can regenerate almost anything, and if that essence is concentrated enough, it might even turn back the damage of age itself. Zorian asks why she is doing delicate work in a plain iron cauldron when she owns a first-rate workshop, and Silver Lake immediately turns that into another lesson. She says this rough method is better for the job, then explains the deeper difference between modern alchemy and old witch-style potion making. One depends on expensive equipment and social infrastructure, while the other survives with almost nothing. Her real point is blunt: old covens died because they refused to adapt, but that does not mean the cauldron arts are worthless, so he should stop looking down on them. Zorian grumbles that she built an entire speech just to lecture him, and Silver Lake cheerfully confirms that was exactly the point. When Silver Lake finally calls him back to work and starts another round of nagging, Zorian silently pings the simulacrum researching sensory filters and tells it to hurry, because he needs better ways to tune her out. Deep in Altasia's northern wilderness, Zack and Zorian hunted the soul-sizer chrysanthemum, a rare flower so dangerous that human lands had wiped it out almost everywhere else. They froze under an invisibility globe and let a huge black bear lumber past, refusing to waste energy on a pointless fight in a forest that could still kill them if they got careless. Once the bear was gone, Zack dropped the invisibility and grumbled that gathering Silver Lake's ingredient list had turned into one miserable scavenger hunt after another. Zorian suspected Silver Lake had padded the list with ingredients she personally wanted, but they were too rushed to call her bluff without the real recipe. When Zack worried the Yeti tribe had lied about the flower's location, Zorian said the shaman had actually expected 2 arrogant humans to die here and had no reason to mislead them. The long search turned into dry banter, with Zack whining that fighting a flower sounded ridiculous and Zorian reminding him the murderous rabbits from earlier had been even more embarrassing. After arguing over which ingredients were fake, they had to admit Silver Lake had chosen well enough that every single one still looked plausible. Then Zack circled back to the real issue and asked if Zorian truly needed soul perception badly enough to chase a potion this dangerous. Zorian admitted he was not sure, but if the Guardian only returned souls to their original bodies, he might have to steal back the body in the real world that still belonged to his untouched original self. Zack suggested some kind of coexistence with that other Zorian instead of outright body theft, but Zorian pointed out that even exploring that option would still require soul magic and soul sight. That pushed Zack to confess what was really bothering him. If he was not the true controller after all, he might someday face the same choice. Zorian told him soul perception would be the safer path, but not in this restart, because Zack's marker had already proven it could violently react to soul-based training. A moment later, Zorian finally spotted the target and pointed out a single white flower at the base of a tree that looked far too ordinary for something that ate souls. Seeing it up close killed Zack's jokes fast, because without warning and exact directions they never would have noticed that peaceful-looking plant was a lethal predator. Zorian quietly spelled out the real danger. Unlike monsters that merely killed him, this thing could damage his soul so badly that every future restart might leave him trapped in a permanent coma. After a long, uneasy stare, Zack shook off the dread and said it was time to uproot the thing and turn it into ingredients. Their simple plan immediately turned into an argument, because both of them insisted on being the one to face the chrysanthemum, while the other stayed back as rescue. Zorian argued that his soul defenses were stronger, while Zack shot back that risking one early reset was nothing compared to letting Zorian gamble with permanent death. To prove he always planned for the worst, Zorian even showed Zack the plain gold chain hidden under his shirt and admitted he still carried a bomb around his neck as a backup reset trigger. In the end, Zorian reluctantly yielded and made a deal. Zack would go first this time, but if that failed and burned the restart, Zorian would take the next attempt. But the second Zack started forward, the flower exposed how badly it had outplayed them by twisting toward both boys and releasing a barely visible ripple that covered them together. Zack managed to throw up a shield, but the ripple passed through it anyway and smashed into both of them like a soul-deep stun they could not dodge. Zorian barely stayed upright through the nausea, illusions, ringing ears, and spiritual disorientation, then ripped apart the mental component of the attack from inside his own mind to steady himself. When his vision cleared, he saw Zack on his knees vomiting into the leaves, hit even harder because his mind and soul defenses were weaker, and he had been standing closer. The chrysanthemum chose Zorian first, unfolding its petals into a blue-flamed maw around a black center and locking onto his soul with a growing pull that sent pain through his entire being. That attack gave Zorian the opening he needed, because for the first time he could feel an active mind behind the plant and hit it back with a full telepathic strike. The flower reeled, but it was tougher than it looked, instinctively raising mental barriers and leaning on brutal magic resistance while Zorian kept battering it. Once Zack recovered enough to move, he answered with an enormous ghostly blade aimed straight at the stem. Instead of dying, the chrysanthemum spat out glittering soul cores and shaped them into a dome that stopped Zack's giant blade cold. Zorian realized those shining motes were the indestructible soul cores of past victims, and the flower was using them like weapons and armor. As Zack and Zorian kept grinding it down, the flower realized it was losing and abruptly reshaped the soul cores into long hair-thin whips. Then the absurd thing happened. The chrysanthemum wrapped those glowing strands around branches, tore itself out of the ground, and fled through the trees like a grotesque little monkey. It even fired one more stunning pulse to slow them down, but this time the two of them recovered, chased it, and finally killed it. Standing over the remains, Zack bitterly summed up the whole mess. They had nearly died after being outsmarted by a flower, and they were never speaking of it again. Later, the investigation shifted back to the cult of the World Dragon, where Alanik had used Sudamir's stolen knowledge to track down outside associates the boys had never bothered chasing. When they got inside the Kordonov house, Alanik carefully asked if the name Veyr Sporanova still mattered to them, and the question alone made Zorian go cold. Alanik led them down to the basement, opened one of several iceboxes, and revealed the frozen body of teenage Veyrs inside. The shock quickly turned into suspicion when Alanik explained the body had likely died on the first day of the restart, just like other victims who seemed to have been so killed. Zack jumped to the conclusion that Veyrs could not be Red Robe after all, But Zorian warned that they still did not understand what leaving the time loop did to someone like him. Alanik said the house belonged to Jornak Dokukin, a lawyer friendly with the cult, and warned that if they wanted answers they needed to question him before House Boranova arrived. Upstairs, they found Jornak under guard in a polished study, pacing like a trapped animal and looking exactly like the kind of man who relied on charm and status to stay in control. Jornak greeted Alanik with contempt, mocked him as a church dog, and refused to say a word until guild representatives and his own lawyer arrived. Alanik only hummed, gave Zorian a cue, and let him smash through Jornak's flimsy mental defenses and order him to answer. Under compulsion, Jornak insisted he had not killed Veyers, and said the boy had been staying in his house because they were friends. Pressed on that strange friendship, Jornak begged to tell the whole story without the compulsion clouding his mind, and Alanik unexpectedly agreed to give him the chance. Once the direct compulsion was lifted, Zorian kept reading his surface thoughts while Jornak admitted he had first helped Veyers out of sympathy for a family inheritance fight that reminded him of his own ruined claim. Jornak said he had once expected to inherit from an extinct house, only to be cheated by a better-connected rival with obviously forged claims, so Veyers' bitterness hit painfully close to home. From there, the story was ugly but simple. After getting expelled from school, Veyers had come begging for a place to hide for a few days, and Jornak had let him stay. Then Jornak finally reached the point that mattered and said he had simply found Veyers dead in the guest room one morning with no intruder ever crossing his wards. Terrified that House Boranova would ruin him for a noble's unexplained death inside his warded home, Jornak panicked and hid the body in the basement icebox while he tried to think of any answer at all. Zorian came away disgusted by Jornak's choices but convinced the man was telling the truth as he understood it, which left them with a corpse, a mystery, and almost no time. Soon Mage Guild officers and House Boranova representatives flooded the house, cutting off any further digging and forcing Zack and Zorian to save the real investigation for the next restart. After that, they pushed through the rest of Silver Lake's scavenger list and finally returned to her hidden home with enough ingredients for the soul perception potion. Silver Lake cheerfully admitted she had never made this exact potion before, but she was smugly confident that because she was the one brewing it, it would probably still work. While she worked, she kicked them outside to practice pocket dimension shaping, and Zack immediately turned the waiting time into a competition over who could pack more marbles into a tiny box. Zack won that little contest too, and Zorian had to swallow the irritation of being outpaced again in a field where Zack's huge mana reserves still gave him the edge. Silver Lake took almost 4 hours instead of 2, and when she finally returned she blamed vague instability, a little unplanned excitement, and the need to force the potion into staying safe for about a week. Her claim that she was 97.3% sure the brew would work inspired exactly zero confidence. But the month was ending and Zorian no longer had time to be picky. So Zorian cut Silver Lake off, uncapped the bottle, and drank the whole thick green potion on the spot. For a few seconds nothing happened, and then the sensation turned horribly familiar, as his senses dimmed just like they had under the chrysanthemum's soul-stealing pull. Then Zorian blacked out completely. When he finally woke, 2 full days had passed, and all he could remember from the ordeal was a dreamlike mess of impossible images that felt no more coherent than ordinary nightmares. The important part was that the potion had worked, and by channeling mana through his soul in the right pattern Zorian could now perceive other souls with a strange new sense that still gave him headaches. His only immediate reward for success was trouble at home, because he had forgotten to warn Amaya and Kiriel he would vanish for days and Zack had been left handling their anger for him. Since he was hiding in Silver Lake's pocket dimension anyway, Zorian tried to get something concrete from her that he could use to convince her future self the time loop was real. Silver Lake first drifted into a personal story about being exiled by her coven for studying Icosian magic, but Zorian cut in and said biography was not enough because a clever investigator could uncover that later. He pressed for a real secret instead, and after swatting at him for being a brat, Silver Lake finally remembered an unfinished visitor alert system she had never told anyone about. She explained that a hidden stone in her home would whistle if a matching keystone was activated outside the dimension's entrance, even though she had never actually finished making any of those keys. That was exactly the kind of proof Zorian needed, because if he showed up in a future month with a perfectly matching keystone, even Silver Lake would have to admit something impossible was going on. Near the end of the restart, another surprise hit when Diamond decided to stay in Scoria specifically to watch the summer festival invasion, and then turned up asking Zorian for a family favor. That favor turned out to be a trap for Fortov, because Diamond wanted Zorian to serve as bait so he could force an overdue conversation with their stubborn brother. Zorian hated the idea of ambushing Fortov through manipulation, but Diamond reminded him how much help he had given this restart, and eventually wore him down into a compromise. The compromise was simple. Zorian would let Fortov find him naturally for the usual anti-rash emergency, and once Fortov sat down somewhere public, Diamond would crash the meeting. The plan worked almost too well, because Fortov found Zorian right on schedule and asked for help getting something to treat Ibri's purple creeper rash. Zorian calmly handed over the salve he had already prepared, which only made Fortov stare harder and ask why his weird little brother just happened to be carrying that exact cure. When Zorian said he had talked to Ibri, Fortov was so rattled he barely managed to thank you before Zorian bluntly accused him of pushing her into that patch on purpose. Fortov finally cracked and admitted he had picked the purple creeper assignment because it usually scared people off. But Ibri kept cornering him anyway, and he had gone too far trying to stop her. Zorian was just about to dig further into that messy story when Diamond finally sprang the ambush and walked into the coffee shop. Fortov exploded the moment he saw him. Diamond pushed right back, and Zorian's nice quiet tea was instantly swallowed by another Kaczynski family shouting match. Zorian tried to stay out of it, but both brothers still dragged him into the argument just for sitting there looking smug, leaving him stuck in the middle anyway. On a cool moonlit street in Scoria, Zorian stands outside a coffee shop after getting thrown out with Diamond and Fortov, annoyed less by the embarrassment than by the fact their shouting still solved nothing. Zorian cuts in and tells Fortov the fastest way to get rid of Diamond is to finally say why he is angry, because staying to argue proves he wants to be heard. Fortov snaps that Zorian helped set this up, but Zorian coolly points out nobody forced Fortov to stay once he had what he came for. Fortov admits Zorian has a point, though only after muttering that he really wants to punch him. Diamond immediately ruins the calm by mocking Fortov for acting like a woman, and Fortov's glare comes roaring back. Before they can spiral again, Zorian steers them back to the real issue and asks about Fortov's claim that his academy problems are Damon's fault. Diamond calls the accusation ridiculous, and Fortov explodes that the lack of interaction is exactly the problem. Fortov says Diamond does not even remember the promise that started all of this, and that forgotten promise is what really enrages him. When Diamond asks what promise, Fortov finally lays it out. Before enrolling, he asked for help at the academy, and Diamond promised he could always rely on him. Damon's weak little O makes it clear he remembers now, which only deepens Fortov's bitterness. Fortov says that promise was worthless because Diamond was always busy, unreachable, or brushing him off, making him feel like he had been duped from the start. Diamond insists he made the promise honestly but claims career opportunities came first, then nearly makes things worse by suggesting Fortov could have asked Zorian instead. Backpedaling fast, Diamond admits he failed Fortov but still argues that occasional help would never have fixed Fortov's deeper academy troubles. Listening from the side, Zorian realizes the brothers were never arguing about the same promise at all. Fortov expected to be carried, while Diamond had meant only light support. Diamond bluntly says Fortov basically wanted him to do half the work, and Zorian dryly agrees. Fortov fires back that even a fraction of that support would have mattered, and Zorian immediately agrees with him too. That finally unites both brothers long enough to snap at Zorian together, and he jokingly pretends to seal his mouth shut. The shared outburst takes the heat out of the fight, and both brothers visibly calm down. Speaking more honestly now, Fortov admits Scoria and the academy were always beyond him, and he only agreed to come because he thought Diamond would support him. Zorian cannot sympathize much, seeing the same old lazy Fortov trying to shove responsibility onto someone else. But he lets Diamond and Fortov end things with the promise to talk again next week. The moment Fortov leaves, Diamond tries to dump the problem on Zorian by asking him to design a tutoring plan for their brother. When Diamond tries the "he's your brother" line, Zorian shuts it down and says he is done cleaning up Fortov's messes for him. Zorian turns Damon's own logic back on him and points out that if Diamond can leave notes across restarts to win over their parents, he can do the same for Fortov. Grumbling, Diamond finally gives in and admits the problem is his to handle, though he still asks Zorian for one small favor. A new restart begins, and Zack and Zorian hit Jornak's home immediately, knocking him out, kidnapping him, and tearing through the place for answers. In the guest room they find Veyers dead exactly where Jornak said he would be, confirming that part of his story at once. Using his new soul perception and corpse analysis spells stolen from Sudamir, Zorian examines the body and finds the same eerie result as with the soul-killed Arania under Scoria. The corpse carries none of the marks a ripped-out soul should leave behind, as if Veyers had always been an empty flesh puppet. That result matches their suspicions, and the clean confirmation pushes them on to Jornak himself. This time Jornak is much less defiant, because two teenage attackers barging in and subduing him makes it obvious they are not ordinary law officers. Truth potions and mind magic get them only a little more than before. But one new detail matters. Veyers had been feeding house-born over gossip to Jornak, who passed it to the cult of the World Dragon. Later, Zack and Zorian sit down to sort through what it means, starting from the hard fact that Veyers was either Red Robe or tied closely to him. Zack points out that Veyers' soulless body matches the Arania victims, which means either Red Robe erased him, or that is what a controller's body becomes after leaving the loop. Zorian adds that Red Robe went out of his way to erase Zack's memories of Veyers, which makes Veyers too important to dismiss as a side connection. Zack notes that Veyers even fits Red Robe's build and has enough reasons to resent Scoria, but Zorian warns that appearance is trivial to fake with transformation magic. Even so, after thinking it through, Zorian admits Veyers really does fit the robe in his memory. Zorian says the real answer lies elsewhere. They need to learn exactly what happens when a controller leaves the time loop. Zack pushes back, reminding him the Guardian refuses impossible hypotheticals and that Red Robe may have used some unusual method the normal system was never built for. Zorian argues Red Robe once seemed genuinely worried that many other time travelers could exist, which suggests he knew a simple, scalable way to put people into the loop. Because that method could not be the dangerous marker transfer Zorian experienced, he proposes a cleaner answer. Red Robe probably used a selectively damaged temporary marker. Zack doubts the makers of the system would leave that kind of loophole, but Zorian still calls it the most straightforward explanation they have. From there, Zorian makes the key leap. If temporary markers are meant to expire cleanly, they can test what happens after a looper disappears by putting one on someone and waiting it out. Zack suddenly gets it, and both of them agree the most likely result is that the system simply restores an ordinary version of the person with no loop memories. If that theory is right, then Veyers being a soulless corpse means he probably was not Red Robe after all. Zack still thinks Veyers is their strongest lead, so the question becomes who Veyers was connected to if not Red Robe himself. Jornak is the obvious possibility, but Zorian says there is no real evidence for him and Zack reminds him neither of them was impressive before the loop either. Zorian adds that Veyers had other associates Jornak barely knew, and even Veyers hiding at Jornak's place may have made their connection look closer than it really was. After another long hour of theory, they shelve the argument for now and decide to interrogate Jornak further, and use pieces of Veyers' body for careful divinations. When the heavy planning finally ends, the two slip into a quiet tavern on Scioria's outskirts to unwind and talk about something less dangerous. The waitress gives Zorian a strange look for ordering fruit juice, and Zack immediately mocks him for it. Zorian uses the chance to vent about Diamond dragging him into family drama with Fortov near the end of the last restart. Zack laughs that the Kaczynski family is a disaster, but he also admits he instinctively wants to defend Fortov because he recognizes the shape of those excuses. That makes Zorian realize he just compared Fortov to Zack's old academy self, and he awkwardly apologizes. Zack says it is fine because he knows now that his own reasons were mostly excuses too, and maybe Fortov will learn that eventually. After a long drink, Zack stares at the tavern ceiling and admits thinking about his old future still leaves him furious and horrified. He remembers living alone in a half-empty house, being told to rebuild his house from nothing, and slowly giving up while pretending money would solve everything. The anger spikes hard enough that Zack drains his beer and slams the keg on the table, making the tavern turn toward them for a second. When nobody throws them out, Zack grimly says that is exactly why he should not talk about this while drinking. Then Zack drops a dark joke with real truth behind it. Teaming up with Zorian means he can no longer start restarts by beating Taven bloody to vent his frustration. Zorian tells him it is for the best, because turning that into a habit could leave Zack a fugitive after the loop ends. Still, Zack admits it had been satisfying, then pushes the keg away instead of ordering another drink. With the mood steadier again, Zorian asks what Zack plans to do about Taven once they are finally out of the loop. Zack answers without hesitation that he plans to sue Taven into oblivion over the stolen inheritance, and make him pay through official channels if possible. When Zorian says he has not seen any recent research on that front, Zack reveals he prepared everything long ago, from evidence to lawyers to the best way to blindside Taven. Zack says the only limits are time and process, because those cases take years, but every lawyer he asks thinks he has a real chance to win. Zorian warns that Taven's side probably will not stop at court tricks, and Zack just grins at the danger, and says it will only strengthen his case. Zorian offers help, but Zack says this is mostly a job for lawyers and money, though he promises he will ask if that changes. When they part ways, both know the next stretch will be busy, because it is finally time to visit Silver Lake again and seriously try to prove the time loop is real. At Silver Lake's hidden forest base, Zack and Zorian arrive with everything she wanted most, a gray hunter egg sac, an ancient giant salamander, and the keystone Zorian learned to make from her last restart. They also bring the portable palace orb loaded with combat golems, because if Silver Lake reacts badly they cannot afford to come unprepared. Zack says he is ready, and Zorian activates the keystone to announce them at her hidden entrance. Silver Lake takes her time coming out, probably studying the heavily armed pair from inside, and Zack gets bored enough to start sculpting a giant statue of himself outside her home. Silver Lake finally appears and immediately demands to know how they activated an old stone that should not even have a matching keystone. Zack introduces them with shameless flattery and hints that this is not their first negotiation, even if she does not remember it. When Silver Lake says she would remember brats this brazen, Zorian casually tells her their earlier meeting was wiped from her mind and offers a gift instead. Silver Lake eyes the brandy and sweets for several tense seconds before accepting them and stuffing both into a tiny jacket pocket that impossibly swallows them whole. Zorian cannot help noticing the gap between his own pocket dimension skills and Silver Lake's effortless mastery, and she clearly enjoys that reaction. Once they start explaining, Zack gives her the previous restart in broad strokes without mentioning the time loop yet, trying to get her to accept the facts before the impossible explanation. To back the story, they physically show her the gray hunter eggs and the living ancient salamander, and her eyes light up even though she stays outwardly still. Then Zorian goes further and projects exact illusionary memories of Silver Lake's hidden home, proving he has seen private details no outsider should know. That finally cracks Silver Lake's composure, and she abruptly tells him to stop because she needs to check herself. She starts running one diagnostic spell after another on her own mind, muttering in an alien language while Zack and Zorian wait without interrupting. Not satisfied, Silver Lake inspects the entrance itself and disappears inside, leaving the boys waiting outside for another long 20 minutes. When she returns, she is more disturbed than before because every check says her memory is untouched even though the evidence says these boys have been inside her home. She rattles off the contradictions one by one, from missing traces of mind tampering to the impossible duplicate egg sac, until suspicion boils over into open threat. With one sweeping motion, Silver Lake summons 2 huge earth elementals out of the ground around them. Zack glances to Zorian for the call, and once he gets the nod, Zorian reaches into the orb and drops equally huge war golems into the clearing. Zorian warns that they do not want to fight, but if Silver Lake forces one it will not go her way. Silver Lake answers by stomping the ground and unleashing heavy wards that spread from her entrance to choke the whole area with anti-teleport, fog, soul disruption, and shaping interference. Zorian counters instantly by throwing out a glittering blue ward anchor that rises into the air and wraps him, Zack, and their golems in a dome of yellow light. Silver Lake's offensive wards slam into the dome and stop dead, making it painfully clear that in this field at least, Zorian is ready for her. After a long tense minute, Silver Lake gives up first, dismissing both the elementals and the wards instead of gambling on a losing fight. Zack and Zorian lower their own defenses too, and Silver Lake cheerfully pretends they can all just forget that little miscalculation. Zack agrees, but with a friendly smile that carries a clear warning. He only gives people 2 chances. Silver Lake immediately reads the situation better, realizing Zorian built the defenses, but Zack is the real combat threat she had never even pushed into motion. With the fight aborted, Zorian returns to the mystery Silver Lake raised and says he can finally explain how all these contradictions are possible. He conjures an illusion of their world turning in the air and begins from the top. An artifact from the Age of Gods can snapshot the entire world and recreate it inside a giant pocket dimension. But halfway through, Silver Lake abruptly cuts him off and starts firing sharp technical questions about the Sovereign Gate, the Guardian of the Threshold, and the exact mechanics of the loop. After listening just long enough, Silver Lake says she now has a rough idea what is going on and claims there is a very easy way to test whether they are telling the truth. Enjoying the advantage for once, Silver Lake asks the question that ends the scene on a new lead. Have they ever heard about the primordials? When Zack and Zorian admit they know almost nothing solid about primordials beyond Panicseth's prison in Scoria, Silver Lake says that ignorance is exactly why she can test whether their time loop story is real. Zorian immediately doubts her, and Silver Lake gets offended until Zack bluntly points out that yes, she absolutely does seem like the kind of person who would joke about something this serious. Silver Lake grudgingly asks if they want to hear her out, and Zorian decides her rare knowledge is worth enduring her attitude. Instead of answering, Silver Lake's hideout flares open and another Silver Lake walks out carrying a huge dusty book, which instantly puts Zorian on alert. Zorian quietly uses his newly learned soul perception and is startled to find that both Silver Lakes register as real souls. Before Zorian can figure it out, the second Silver Lake hands over the book, and the first one snaps her fingers. The duplicate suddenly implodes into a smoky black ball and reforms as a raven on Silver Lake's shoulder, revealing it was her familiar using shape-shifting magic. Silver Lake tries to blow dust off the old tome, nearly chokes herself on the cloud, and angrily orders Zorian to come take the thing. The book lands in Zorian's arms with surprising weight, and Silver Lake tells him to read it if he wants the truth. At first the tome pretends to be a harmless cookie recipe book, but Zorian sees Silver Lake watching for his reaction and immediately knows she's testing him. Zorian strips the illusion away with a dispel, and the real title appears, Unspeakable Cults, Volume 4. Silver Lake cheerfully admits she disguised the banned cult book just to see whether these supposed old-time travelers would catch a simple trick. Zorian explains that Unspeakable Cults is infamous because an anonymous infiltrator exposed cult rituals, atrocities, and grotesque experiments in lurid detail, which is exactly why he hates having to read it. He tries to make Zack take over, but Zack flatly refuses and points out that Zorian has a much stronger stomach for this kind of horror. Rather than read the whole nightmare, Zorian attacks the warded book with specialized divinations until he pinpoints the exact chapter Silver Lake wanted. The chapter describes a Zlotic cult that used brain-eating worms to keep kidnapped victims alive long enough to establish contact with a sealed entity behind a dimensional veil. As Zorian pieces the ravings together, he realizes the cult's golden feathered worm sounds less like a god and more like another imprisoned primordial. The key idea is even stranger. The text suggests primordials are not normal creatures at all, but living worlds hidden behind a shell of flesh. Zorian passes the book to Zack, and Silver Lake presses him for his conclusion before Zack can catch up. When Zorian says the chapter implies primordials are living universes, Zack blurts out a baffled reaction, and Silver Lake confirms that is exactly the point she wanted them to see. Then Silver Lake drops the real bombshell. She thinks the entire world of the time loop is literally inside a primordial. Her logic is simple and terrifying. The Sovereign Gate is too absurdly powerful for a normal divine artifact, but it makes unsettling sense if the gods built it out of a mutilated primordial. Zorian can tell Silver Lake's calm pose is partly an act, because even while she waits for their reaction, her foot keeps tapping with nervous energy. Zack asks whether this theory can actually verify their story, and Silver Lake says yes. If the loop world was recreated inside another primordial, Panicsetha's prison in Scoria should have changed in a detectable way. Silver Lake wants to check immediately, and after a little dry back and forth about being trapped copies, the boys agree to go. Zorian tells her they do not even need teleportation, because he has a faster way to reach Scoria. A moment later, Zorian brings all three of them back to Scoria through a dimensional gate and leads Silver Lake straight toward the hole. Because the hole is barely guarded beyond token suicide patrols, the three slip inside without much trouble and descend toward the prison anchor. On the way down, Silver Lake insists her interest in primordials was only casual, but Zorian does not buy that for a second. Watching her closely, Zorian becomes sure that Silver Lake has studied Panicsetha's prison far more deeply than she admits, and may have built much of her pocket dimension expertise on that work. At the right depth, Silver Lake orders them to stay quiet and begins a serious inspection of the prison, while Zack and Zorian wait on nearby rocks. As Silver Lake works, Zorian watches her cast dozens of long, specialized analysis spells with practiced ease, which only confirms she has done this many times before. More than 2 hours pass, and Silver Lake's calm slips into a deep frown and increasingly feverish casting before she finally stops. At last, Silver Lake turns to them and admits defeat. She provisionally believes their impossible story. She explains that Panicsetha's prison is unmistakably different now, even if she still cannot prove every detail of Zack and Zorian's version of events. The discovery unsettles her because the prison has not truly been duplicated at all. It feels like the exact same prison, just viewed through a different perspective. She compares it to a dimensional gate with two ends. Panicsetha's prison exists in the real world and in the loop world at the same time, somehow attached to both. Silver Lake gets genuinely rattled by the implications and snaps in frustration over why the Sovereign Gate would bother preserving access to primordial prisons in a recreated world at all. Zack immediately jumps to the practical angle and wonders whether a prison that touches both realities could serve as a bridge back to the real world. Silver Lake warns that using a primordial prison as a conduit would demand absurd skill, but she cuts herself off the moment Zack casually mentions releasing one of the primordials. After some awkward explanation and damage control, Silver Lake reluctantly agrees to keep teaching them pocket dimensions and even sell them her prison analysis spells in exchange for both ingredients for her potion of youth. But believing them creates a new problem. Silver Lake becomes obsessed with learning everything about them, and when they refuse, she starts spying and unleashing contacts to investigate their money, trades, and identities. That sudden attention is dangerous enough that Zack and Zorian have to lie low for a while, because too many curious people are now looking at all the expensive things they have been doing. With outside operations on pause, Zorian turns his attention to something he can safely test indoors, a table full of stolen divine artifacts. Diamond joins him, but he cannot hide how wrong this feels, because divine relics are supposed to be priceless and untouchable, not dismantled for clues. Zorian reminds him that the time loop changes everything. They can tear the items apart for answers, and next month every relic will be pristine again. Before they begin, Zorian asks about the illusion disc Diamond used on Fortov, curious whether that desperate idea actually worked. Diamond says it did help, because Fortov is talking to him again, and he cleverly used the mystery of the disc itself as bait to reopen contact. Then Diamond brings up something far more useful. He believes he has finally narrowed down the location of the missing key piece in Zlotic. Zorian hopes for an easier sight, but Diamond names the worst possible answer instead, the Ziggurat of the Sun. The place is a nightmare target deep in the Zlotic desert, and worse, it is now occupied by giant sapient devil wasps called Sulrotham. Diamond is still confident the Imperial Ring is there unless the Sulrotham moved it, and Zorian can only grumble that even reaching the Ziggurat will be a problem. Diamond says he may have a solution to that travel problem and tosses Zorian a rolled poster to prove it. When Zorian unrolls it, he finds propaganda for an extravagant experimental Aranhal airship that is almost ready for its first test flight. Zorian takes one look at the poster, meets Damon's eyes, and decides exactly what kind of transportation they are getting next. They are going to steal that airship. Zorian targets the Pearl of Aranhal because this lavish experimental airship can fly for long stretches without relying on ambient mana, which makes it perfect for crossing the Zlotic desert. But after talking it through with Zack, he postpones the theft because half the restart is already gone and Silver Lake's earlier snooping has left too many eyes on them. Zorian's scouting shows the real problem is not just the defenses but the logistics. The ship needs a crew of 10 to take off and land. He decides the theft probably has to wait until Zack can cast Simulacrum, and even then Zorian still needs blueprints to fabricate missing critical components that are not installed yet. That absurd plan makes Zorian pause and realize how far the time loop has changed him, from a boy curious about trains to someone casually planning to steal an airship. He shakes that off and heads to the academy to meet Zenemir Algai, an old language expert he once avoided because the invaders murdered him right after their first talk. Just outside Zenemir's office, Zorian suddenly feels cephalic rats probing from inside the walls and instantly understands why visiting this man once put a target on his back. Even so, he leaves the rats alone for now and knocks, choosing to see what Zenemir is really tied to before acting. He waits nearly 15 minutes while Zenemir finishes with another student, and a quick mental check tells Zorian the student is innocent of the rat network. When Zenemir finally lets him in, Zorian gets straight to the point and asks for help translating highly technical Aranhal Icosian documents. Zorian hands over pages from the stolen airship papers, and Zenemir quickly recognizes the material as dense writing about airship construction. Zenemir lightly chides him for not coming to an academy professor first, making it clear he is friendly but also proud of his own expertise. As they discuss the job, Zenemir confirms he can handle it in a few days, but he also presses Zorian on whether this project means working directly with people from Aranhal. Instead of just taking the fee, Zenemir insists Zorian should learn Aranhal Icosian himself, arguing that direct language skill is worth more than hired translation. Zorian argues it is too much effort for one job, but Zenemir abruptly disappears into the side room to prove his point another way. After a long noisy search and storage, the old professor returns carrying a precarious mountain of dictionaries, notes, and translation guides on Aranhal Icosian. Zenemir lends Zorian the whole pile and promises to translate the rest for free if Zorian first makes an honest attempt on his own. Zorian wants to just pay and move on, but he realizes basic language skill could help when he eventually has to question the airship crew, so he reluctantly accepts. Then Zorian abruptly tests him by asking if he belongs to the cult of the World Dragon or serves Ulquin Ibasa. Zenemir reacts with genuine bafflement and anger, and Zorian's deeper mental read confirms the old man is honestly not part of either group. Satisfied but unwilling to explain himself, Zorian casually rewrites Zenemir's short-term memory and erases the whole exchange. When Zenemir blinks back in confusion, Zorian awkwardly plays it off as the professor dozing for a few seconds. Now sure Zenemir is not the spy, Zorian asks a stranger question instead. Does he know why anyone would want to watch his office? Zorian reveals there are strange rats in the walls, and Zenemir quickly realizes the real target is probably the nearby headmaster's office, not him. Zenemir resigns himself to the paperwork of reporting it, but he agrees to leave Zorian out of the report, and asks him to keep quiet too. On his way out, Zorian circles the academy instead of leaving and checks the approaches to the headmaster's office for himself. He finds cephalic rats hidden along every approach, confirming Zenemir solved the old mystery in one sharp guess. For once, the answer closes a mystery instead of opening a bigger one, and that rare clean progress leaves Zorian feeling closer to the truth. Later, in a hidden cave far from Scoria, Zack, Zorian, Ghost, and Vale train together on the growing pile of advanced magic they still need. Zorian watches Zack pull ahead at pocket dimension work and hates being jealous, even though he knows Zack's massive mana reserves are the simple reason why. Even so, their progress is still limited because the basic expanded container trick comes with ugly rules about mana supply, embedded spell work, weight, and catastrophic failure if the container breaks. That only makes the portable palace orb seem more ridiculous, because it somehow ignores all the limits normal pocket dimensions struggle with. He also cannot stop wondering how Silver Lake powers her own hidden pocket home in a place that should not support it. Instead of getting lost in that, Zorian focuses on Ghost and Vale, two silent doorway adepts who agreed to teach him infiltration tricks in exchange for magic and secrets of his own. The two Arania eagerly test converted human spells on each other, and Zorian quietly supervises so he can later repay every Iranian web that helped him with a huge package of upgrades. For himself, Zorian finally tackles a prize he has wanted for ages, the Iranian trick of going dark, the psychic equivalent of mind blank. Ghost and Vale only taught it after hard bargaining, because shutting your mind away is a shady skill and a dangerous one if used too long. Zorian knows the warning is real, since long-term mind blank is notorious for turning mages paranoid, isolated, and half-mad. The actual practice is worse than he expected, because for a psychic, folding his own awareness shut feels viscerally wrong instead of merely difficult. On his 27th try, he forces himself through the panic and finally folds his mind closed. The result is eerie and claustrophobic but stable, and the sudden silence of a world cut off from the Great Web tells him he really did it. Vale cheers the breakthrough while Ghost immediately downplays it, and their bickering makes the success feel more real than heroic. Their real advice is simple: his first uses will be sloppy, so he must not stay dark for long or the mental damage will hit faster. Zack, still working on his own project, casually compares it to mind blank and recommends the same half-hour limit. Before Zorian can settle into the new skill, Zack suddenly jumps up in triumph because his chest experiment finally works. The big breakthrough turns out to be pure Zack. He has made an expanded chest that stores beer and keeps it cold. Zorian is so annoyed by the reveal that he drops going dark immediately, not fully trusting his mood while the effect is still on him. Much later, Silver Lake finally agrees to meet again, after her own investigations have already burned a huge chunk of the restart and wrecked their momentum. Silver Lake opens by admitting she mostly believes the time loop story now, but that leaves her with the one thing she hates least: no real leverage over them. With no way to force repayment across restarts, she decides the only option is to work with them, and hope they do not betray her later. When Zack mentions Hayes, Silver Lake dismisses them as outdated and too easy to remove in the modern era. Instead, she says her strategy is carrot and poison. She cannot punish them well, but she can make herself extremely hard to exploit. She calmly reminds them that she is immune to truth potions and has prepared her own mind to collapse if anyone breaks in by force, so simply seizing her is a dead end. Then she reveals the carrot, ancient alchemical knowledge, especially her secret for halting age and restoring youth, which she is sure they will want someday. She is blunt about the power dynamic too. If they come to her while young and useful, they can bargain, but if they wait until they are desperate, she will own the deal. When Zack suggests they might solve longevity themselves, Silverlake laughs that off and points out they already outsourced their harder alchemy. Zorian tests one more angle by asking if she wants their help refining the youth potion across multiple restarts, and Silverlake instantly rejects that as giving away her last bit of leverage. Once the deal is effectively set, Zorian bluntly complains that her future selves cannot keep wasting most of a month spying on them before every meeting. Silverlake only shrugs that checking a story this crazy takes time, so Zorian counters by pulling out Kale's notebooks and introducing the idea of notebook transfers across restarts. With that problem solved, the restart ends quietly, and the only real change is that Zorian now carries even more notebooks forward through the orb's limitless memory bank. The next several restarts settle into a hard-working rhythm as they learn pocket dimensions from Silverlake, investigate Veyers and the cult, study Bakura gates, prepare for the airship theft, test divine artifacts, and search the orb's ruins. At the same time, Zorian keeps pushing mental enhancements while Zack edges closer to casting his own simulacrums. And just like that, 6 more restarts disappear into preparation. Zack and Zorian slip into Aranhel's heavily guarded construction camp and finally get a close look at the Pearl of Aranhel. Up close, the ship looks sleek and striking, a white leaf-shaped airship built for speed and range rather than brute durability. Zack gets impatient, and Zorian finally gives the order to start the theft. Their distraction is a pack of golden triclopses, aggressive local magic monkeys that the guards already know how to fear. Zorian waits through his simulacrum's eyes until the camp commits most of its guards to containing the chaos. The moment the base is stretched thin, Zorian calls it, and the raid begins for real. Zack and his copies tear apart the scaffolding and anchor beams while Zorian's side rushes the ship to install missing parts and throw out the remaining crew. Even running on rush prep and no sleep, Zorian is startled by how smoothly the theft is going. The first real snag comes when soldiers barricade themselves in a storage room and shield their minds so Zorian cannot shut them down cleanly. So Zorian solves it the ugly way, sending his golem body copies straight through the resistance and accepting heavy damage. The second snag is worse. With every part finally in place, the Pearl still refuses to take off. Zorian discovers a hidden safeguard wired too deeply into the engine controls to remove in time. With enemy battle mages about to arrive, he burns out the whole section and cripples part of the ship just to force a launch. The Pearl finally lifts off, but it is damaged, slower than it should be, and already has one Aranheli airship on its tail. In the control room, the two thieves discover that flying an airship is far more tedious in practice than it sounded on paper. Zack grumbles about the awkward controls, and Zorian snaps back that navigation is worse, especially after he had to wreck the engine section to get them airborne. When Zack complains that they cannot even see the enemy behind them, Zorian decides to build his own magical display. A 3-part illusion screen flickers into place and finally gives them clear views of the pursuer and their own relative position. The chase looks survivable at first, because the damaged Pearl is still a little faster and one of Zorian's copies is already trying to restore the engines. Then Zack spots another airship ahead of them, and Zorian's quick divinations confirm they are being boxed in. The new interceptor belongs to Mesner, which means Aranhel cared enough about this ship to cut a deal with a rival state. Until now they had tried to keep the theft mostly non-lethal, but getting trapped between 2 enemy airships ends that restraint. They swing the Pearl around and choose to smash the Aranheli pursuer first before the 2 enemies can close together. The Aranheli crew accepts the challenge and launches boarding forces instead of shelling the unarmed Pearl from afar. On the Pearl's outer hull, Zorian's Simulacrum No. 2 ignores the incoming riders because his real mission is to cripple the enemy ship from the inside. He checks his damaged but functional golem body, briefly mocks the legless Simulacrum in his thoughts, and commits to the sabotage run. Then he teleports onto the enemy airship's hull, blasts open an entry point, and forces his way inside. He does not bother hiding, and the first armed crew that tries to stop him gets cut down before they can finish shouting. With his divinations mapping the interior, he keeps advancing toward the flight engines and cuts down anyone else in the way. Ordinary gunfire barely matters to the golem body, but a heavy fire spell finally forces him to defend himself. The spell's caster rushes in right behind it, a big mustached battlemage skating across floor, wall, and ceiling with a glowing red saber. The enemy swordsman even slices away Zorian's first attack spell, proving he is a real problem at close range. Zorian wins by changing angles, hitting him with a soul-based wave of vertigo before the severing whip takes his head. After a brief stare at the corpse, the Simulacrum takes the unusual saber, and keeps going because the real goal is still to bring the ship down. Outside, the wider air battle keeps escalating as both enemy ships stop playing nice and start using cannons and deadlier spells. The Aranheli ship tries one last spiteful ram, but the Pearl dodges long enough for Simulacrum No. 2 to destroy its flight cores. With its engines ruined, the Aranheli airship loses the sky and crashes to the ground below. Left alone against them, the mercenary airship loses its nerve and breaks off instead of dying for Aranhel's problem. Zack and Zorian let the mercenary ship go, too drained to chase, and focus on keeping their prize intact. For the next few days, the stolen airship crosses the empty northern desert with no more pursuers in sight. A pair of distant desert drakes gives them a scare when they first mistake them for dragons, but the creatures prove easy to drive off. The harder problem is finding a usable Bakura gate, because the old maps are a mess of missing, buried, or badly placed sites. After 5 days of searching, they finally pin down a suitable gate, and at least get useful time studying their stolen ship along the way. Once they choose the gate, they leave the pearl hidden in the desert under simulacrum guard and prepare to reconnect with Eldamar. They return to Eldamar through Zack's prearranged dimensional link, because unlike Zorian he still cannot casually soul link with his simulacrums at any moment. Back in Eldamar, they know the next step is winning over the silent doorway adepts so the claimed Bakura gate can actually be used. They also need a full expedition plan for the Ziggurat of the Sun, because a Solrotham stronghold cannot be rushed just because they now have an airship, so they reluctantly leave their stolen prize in the desert with only a few copies guarding it, and hope no one finds it first. At the next planning meeting, their whole inner circle is present, including Silverlake for the first time. Zorian still does not trust Silverlake much, but he has decided their plans are now too important to keep her outside the room. Silverlake strangely fails to recognize Kale, but the instant she sees Alanik, both of them clearly know exactly who the other is. They break eye contact and pretend nothing happened, leaving the room full of tension Zorian pointedly does not touch. Then Zack and Zorian reveal that they were the thieves behind the airship heist now making headlines across the country. Diamond blurts out his disbelief, Svim calls the stunt reckless, Taven calls it stupid, and Zorian dryly blames the whole idea on Diamond. When Alanik asks for the real reason, Zack launches into the long version and explains that the airship is essential if they want to gather the key pieces in time. He drives the point home by saying the theft was also practice for an even worse crime, breaking into Eldamar's royal treasury for the dagger. Taven groans at the thought of robbing the royal vaults, and Kale quietly points out that Zorian does not really have another option. Zorian confirms they plan to try for the treasury and even Quatakical's crown in this very restart, partly for practice if nothing else. Alanik admits he understands the stakes, but he refuses to help with stealing from Eldamar's own royal family. Silverlake suddenly laughs and exposes Alanik's past, mocking the fact that a once ambitious necromancer and thief turned into a pious patriot. Alanik rises, warns Zack and Zorian that Silverlake will betray them the moment it profits her, and decides he is done with this meeting. Silverlake only teases him more, and Alanik leaves without even looking back. An ugly silence settles over the room, with Zorian inwardly exhausted by yet another complication in an already impossible plan. While everyone else sits in the discomfort, Silverlake idly studies one of Kale's experimental potions and pivots the meeting right back to business with one interested question about the ancient lich. Deep in the Zlotic desert, Zorian and Zack cross the broken lands around the Ziggurat of the Sun on foot because arriving in their stolen airship would have started a fight before negotiations even began. Zorian still pushes for the peaceful route, because storming the Solrotham nest would mean fighting hundreds of defenders in their own home along with their children and stores. When Zack says they should rough the wasps up first and talk later, Zorian only half disagrees and admits that plan may be necessary if diplomacy fails. The desert heat starts grinding them down, so Zack dumps water over his head and Zorian reluctantly copies him. Once they judge they are far enough into Solrotham territory, Zorian fires a screaming red signal flare straight into the sky to announce their presence. Less than 15 minutes later, 3 black shapes rise over the horizon and the heavy drone of giant wings confirms a Solrotham patrol is coming in fast. The patrol slams down hard in front of them instead of landing gently, kicking up a violent cloud of dust that only their shields keep out. Up close, Zorian sees why the Solrotham are feared. Huge black insect bodies, twitching antennae, alien unreadable faces, and real weapons sized to kill men in droves. Zorian tries the polite opening and asks if they understand him, hoping this tribe knows enough human language to avoid a miserable telepathic exchange. The wasps answer with frantic chittering and hand signs, and the lead patrol member theatrically plants his spear and gestures for a nonverbal reply. Zorian asks him to think in human language instead, and that request instantly puts the Solrotham on edge. The lead wasp even snatches up a little charm of herbs, bones, and snake leather as if it might shield him from Zorian's mind magic. Zorian tries to calm him by insisting he means no harm, and can only catch thoughts framed in human terms, not the deeper alien workings of a Solrotham mind. At last the lead patrol member gives in and speaks telepathically, but he refuses to share his name because humans are rumored to use names as weapons. Zorian moves on and asks for passage plus a gift audience with the tribe's leaders, carefully hiding the real goal of searching the Ziggurat for a key piece. The answer is effectively no, strangers cannot just enter the tribe's home, and any admission would require days of rituals, signs, and tests to prove they are friends. Zorian keeps probing for details, but the wasp stays evasive, and even Zack's telepathic check-in gets the same grim answer. This sounds like a stall tactic at best. Zack cuts through the ritual nonsense and asks bluntly whether they were ever going to be allowed in, forcing the patrol leader to admit he doubts it. The Solrotham finally says what they both suspected. Humans are dangerous schemers who still covet this place, and the tribe does not trust them. That suspicion becomes immediate danger when a much larger swarm appears on the horizon, and the patrol leader coldly advises them to leave while he still can. Without another word, Zack and Zorian make the same decision and open the fight with a coordinated spell strike. The wasps were ready for betrayal, but Zack's crushing wave of telekinetic force and cutting wind hurls all three away like toys before they can charge or throw javelins. Zorian follows with force javelins, and together they brutalize the patrol just enough to map its defenses and terrify the tribe without finishing them off. When the full swarm finally reaches them, the two mages tank a javelin volley on purpose just to make the point, then teleport away before the larger battle can begin. Back at Kale's workshop, Zorian opens a tense strategy meeting and pointedly thanks everyone for coming despite the bad blood in the room, especially between Alanik and Silverlake. Silverlake immediately needles Alanik about their last confrontation, and Zorian has to cut her off before the meeting derails again. Once Svim asks for the real plan, Zorian lays out the outline. Ambush Quatakikl near the end of the restart, when his routine is easier to predict and his support network is stretched thin. Their first preferred kill move is a soul-severing bullet, because if it works the entire fight could end in one hit. Kale is still stunned that a cheap coin trick ever dropped an ancient lich, but Zorian explains it only worked because Quatakikl underestimated him and caught the object barehanded. Zack backs him up from experience and says Quatakikl usually handles thrown objects effortlessly in real combat, so that opening is not happening twice. Svim questions how such a tiny soul attack could ever inconvenience a lich at all, and Silverlake gives the ugly answer. Quatakikl's own soul defenses kicked his soul back to the phylactery before anyone could trap it. That makes sense to Svim and Alanik. A lich would rather lose a body and every item on it than risk getting its soul captured for good. Even the imperial crown staying on Quatakikl's head fits that logic, because he trusts his power enough to win it back if anyone strips it from his corpse. Alanik warns them not to overvalue the trick, because once Quatakikl sees it coming he can rapidly adjust his soul defenses and shut that window forever. Kale suggests building a real soul jar this time with stronger help from Alanik and Silverlake, but the two veteran soul mages shut that hope down immediately. They explain that an ancient lich spends centuries hardening itself against exactly that threat, so the only realistic permanent answer is to destroy the phylactery. Silverlake then floats the darkest option of all, just soul-kill Quatakikl the way the third-time traveler did to the Arania and erase the problem across future restarts too. Zack says they already considered that, but if Quatakikl restarts hidden behind heavy wards in some unknown base, the crown could become impossible to recover. Even so, Alanik sides with Silverlake that tracking Quatakikl's movements and hidden bases should become a real priority, because this may be the best chance anyone will ever get to find the phylactery. Then Silverlake digs into her bag and produces something concrete, an old scroll for a trap field that can pin undead souls inside an area and stop Quatakikl from slipping away. She offers more than the scroll too, volunteering to help prepare the battlefield with specialized wards and nasty surprises even if she stays out of the final fight. Zorian accepts that help and asks Vim and Alanik to be ready as backup combatants if the ambush collapses into a straight fight. Zack dryly points out the ambush will probably fail anyway, earning a superstition-laced scolding from Silverlake for jinxing the whole operation. Then Zack pitches a reckless training plan of his own. He will imitate Quatakikl with simulacrums so the whole group can practice subduing a discount version of the lich. Zorian instantly hates the idea because no warded training ground will survive that level of destruction, but Alanik unexpectedly backs it on the spot. Alanik even pushes Silverlake to join the exercise too, and that one jab is enough to reignite their personal feud in full view of everyone. The room dissolves into sharp insults. Svim looks ready to blast both of them silent, and Kale quietly slips out before he gets caught in the mess. Zorian privately blames Zack for this whole disaster, and Zack shamelessly insists the practice fight will be great. In the end Zorian loses the vote. Alanik, Silverlake, and even Svim all agreed to hold the mock battle a few days later, whether he likes it or not. That delay leaves Zorian time to focus on the ziggurat attack instead, gathering golems, scouting terrain, and collecting anything useful about Solrotham tactics. Alanik agrees to help fight at the ziggurat as a matter of faith, but he cannot bring the same outside force he used in earlier secret operations because dragging them into Deep Zlotic would never stay quiet. So the new plan is to hire mercenaries and local factions in Zlotic instead, both for manpower and for people who actually know how Solrotham fight. Later in a fancy Scoria tavern, Zorian and Zack sit behind a privacy ward to discuss that hiring problem, with Zorian nursing fruit juice while Zack attacks an absurd keg of beer. Zorian admits his patchwork command of Zlotic dialects is not enough for serious hiring and starts wondering if they need a real translator, maybe even Zenimir. Zack immediately suggests a much more Zack answer: bring Nilu, because she is from the region, easy to convince about time travel, and apparently used to join him on loop-fueled trips. The explanation gets more awkward when Zack casually admits he used to pitch those trips to Neela more like romantic getaways than business. Zorian tells him they should talk to Neela before assuming anything, but Zack adds that her wealthy family might still help with translators if they solve a political problem for them. Before Zack can explain that family crisis, an older well-dressed stranger walks through their privacy ward and politely asks to join them, which is alarming all by itself. Zorian probes him with his mind and feels absolutely nothing, which means the stranger is under mind blank and instantly dangerous. He quietly warns Zack through telepathy, and after an uneasy look between them they still let the stranger sit, because refusing him now would be even worse. The man introduces himself as Sarawada Marenta and calmly claims they have been investigating him and interfering with his business, so he came to discuss a peaceful solution. Neither Zorian nor Zack recognizes the name, but Zorian notices something even worse than the mind blank. The man's soul is perfectly still, smoother than even Alanix. When they deny knowing who he is, the stranger just laughs and hints that he rarely uses his old name anymore, clearly enjoying how lost they are. Zack's patience snaps first, and he warns the man he is asking for a beating, but the stranger only gives them one more clue and says he has been around for a very long time. That is enough for Zorian to put the pieces together at last. Ancient Zlotic Mage, Topter Soul Magic, Hidden Identity, and their current target can only mean one person. Zorian says the name Quatakikl, and the stranger rewards him with a brief flash of sickly green light that strips away the human mask just long enough to reveal the lich's black skull beneath. Quatakikl, still smiling in borrowed flesh, praises them for being intelligent and calmly asks if they are finally ready to talk. In a bright Scoria tavern, Zack and Zorian sit frozen as Quatakikl casually joins their table in a flawless human disguise, unnoticed by everyone around them. Zorian is too stunned to think straight, but Zack breaks the silence by dryly admitting Quatakikl looks a lot more fleshy than expected. Quatakikl calmly orders a drink like any normal customer, and claims his human-looking body is his usual face, while the skeletal form is mostly for battle and intimidation. When Zack calls this meeting absurdly bold, Quatakikl coolly asks if they are really willing to start a fight in the middle of a crowded tavern. He points out that exposing this clash would hurt Zack and Zorian almost as much as him, because the authorities could trace their real identities and start asking dangerous questions. Zorian realizes the smart move would be to end the restart immediately, but curiosity wins out because this may be their only real chance to talk to Quatakikl at all. Zorian pushes back by saying Quatakikl should be the bigger loser if his plans become public, but the lich cuts him off and reminds them they have already chosen not to expose him. Instead, Quatakikl says they only hit supply caches and careless conspirators, which tells Zorian the lich tracked them for some deeper reason than routine harassment. Zack mockingly sums up the situation, and Quatakikl answers with a thinly veiled threat that he could have gone after the people they care about instead of asking for a talk. Quatakikl insists they are enemies but not irreconcilable ones, and tries to steer the meeting towards some kind of agreement. Zack shuts that down immediately, spelling out the invasion, mass soul harvesting, wraith feeding, and primordial release as proof that their goals cannot coexist. Rather than deny the plot, Quatakikl asks the colder question: why do two outsiders care so much about Scoria in the first place? He lays out his logic bluntly. They only have a handful of people they truly care about, and he could arrange for those few to be safely outside the city on invasion day. That offer crashes into Zorian's memories of shifter children in cages, dead civilians, and everyone who ever helped him, and he realizes he truly does care what happens to this city. Zorian throws the question back at him, and Quatakikl answers with chilling honesty that modern concern for war casualties disgusts him. When Zorian reacts with disgust, Quatakikl turns the pressure back on them and asks why they hide their true power and work outside Eldamar's official channels if they are so moral. Zorian finally sees the real angle. Quatakikl is fishing for the hidden faction he assumes must be backing two teenagers this capable. He quickly warns Zack through telepathy not to reveal that they actually have no backers at all. Zack sticks to the moral answer, saying the invasion would start a chain of suffering far beyond Scoria itself. Quatakikl shrugs off the coming wars as inevitable anyway, and says he is only nudging them in a direction that benefits Ulquinibesa. Zorian argues that most powers at least aim for a stable ending, while Quatakikl seems content to keep everyone fighting forever so his island stays safe. That idea actually surprises Quatakikl, who dismisses it as short-sighted because endless interference would eventually unite the continent against Ulquinibesa. Pressed for the truth, Quatakikl casually reveals his real goal: weaken Eldamar and Silimnon so Falkrinia wins the next war instead. He explains Falkrinia is far enough away and weak enough that, after subduing its rivals, it would have little power or desire to turn around and crush his island. A waiter interrupts with drinks, and the sudden normality feels surreal when Quatakikl has a beer delivered for each of them. Zorian pushes his mug away untouched, Zack pours the extra beer into his giant one, and Quatakikl leaves his own drink sitting there untouched as well. During the awkward silence, Zorian studies every move Quatakikl makes and grows even more unsettled because the lich seems to genuinely want a conversation, not a hidden attack. Once the waiter leaves, Quatakikl drops the invasion topic and points out that they have been investigating him for days. Zack snaps back that the lich has been digging into them too, but Quatakikl says that was only in response and hints they may have been trying to contact him for something. When they balk at that idea, Quatakikl cheerfully reminds them that plenty of people seek him out for lost magic, power, or first-hand knowledge from ancient history. He even pitches himself as an honorable lich who deals fairly with non-enemies, clearly trying to make a transaction sound almost respectable. Zack suddenly plays along and says they do want something from him after all. Then Zack whispers the real ask. They want the crown on Quatakikle's head. For the first time all meeting, Quatakikle looks genuinely surprised, and then he breaks into delighted laughter. Once he settles, Quatakikle confirms Zack recognized the crown correctly as one of the first Emperor's artifacts. Zack raises the portable palace orb and says they knew about the crown even before they started investigating him. Quatakikle goes completely still as he recognizes the orb, stunned that a supposedly lost Imperial relic has resurfaced. Zack lies smoothly that any owner who unlocks an Imperial artifact's hidden functions can sense the others, making the orb sound even more valuable than it is. Quatakikle immediately asks if the orb is for sale, and Zack answers by asking if the crown is. After Quatakikle refuses to part with the crown, Zack offers a different bargain. They trade information about what each artifact actually does. Quatakikle says that still leaves him feeling cheated, so Zack sweetens the deal with the location of another Imperial artifact. Quatakikle accepts and finally reveals the crown's power. It stores the wearer's own attuned mana and makes his effective reserves 10 times larger. Zorian blurts out in disbelief, because even before anything else, a 10-fold mana reserve is already monstrous. Quatakikle enjoys their reaction and casually adds that a divine blessing had already doubled his naturally huge reserves before he ever found the crown. He lets that sink in and pointedly asks if making an enemy out of him still sounds like a good idea. Zorian immediately fixates on the blessing instead, but Quatakikle stops him and demands they pay their side of the bargain first. Zack claims the orb is not just a pocket dimension but also an enormous memory bank for personal memories and mental blueprints. Quatakikle finds that plausible and historically useful, but Zack refuses to say how much knowledge the orb actually still contains. For the last part of the trade, Zack says one Imperial artifact, the dagger, is sitting inside Eldamar's royal vault. The Lich just shakes his head at the idea of an Imperial relic collecting dust in a treasury, then falls silent and waits to see what they really want next. Zorian circles back to the divine blessing, and this time Quatakikle says that answer will cost them something divine in return. After a brief decision, Zorian pulls out the mysterious divine dagger they found earlier and offers it up anyway, trusting the time loop to erase the risk later. Quatakikle accepts the dagger and immediately starts analyzing it with layered divination, forcing Zorian to watch every spell like a hawk. He confirms the dagger is truly divine, but warns that not every divine artifact is a treasure because the gods also made pointless joke items. He adds that divine artifacts can even break down over time, though the dagger surviving this long is at least a decent sign. Even after warning him he might be giving up a real treasure, Quatakikle sees Zorian won't back down from the trade. Then Quatakikle abruptly twirls the dagger and pushes it straight into his own chest, where it vanishes without leaving a mark. Completely unharmed, he folds his hands over his chest and calmly asks what exactly they wanted to know. Zorian asks whether doubling mana reserves is the normal scale for a divine blessing, and Quatakikle says nobody can be sure because blessed mages were always rare and secretive. Still, he says his own blessing was probably fairly typical because doubling someone's mana is dramatic, divine, and simple enough to suit a god's whims. When Zorian asks how the blessing actually works, Quatakikle says it is a nearly undetectable stabilization frame of divine energy wrapped around the soul. That frame lets the soul hold and regenerate more mana without ruining shaping skill, and skilled necromancers can eventually notice it through soul perception. Zack asks if anyone can still receive that kind of blessing today, and Quatakikle says only angels can supposedly grant them now, and only to exceptionally pious servants. In practice, he says, the blessing is out of reach for them, a privilege reserved for ancient monsters like him and a few fanatical church loyalists. They squeeze a few more technical questions out of him, but eventually Quatakikle decides the meeting is over and stands to leave. Before going, he hands them a plain calling card with a Scoria address and invites them to contact him again if they want to talk more. With one last grin and a remark that they will meet again soon, Quatakikle turns and calmly walks out of the tavern. After he is gone, the two of them sit in stunned silence for a full minute, replaying every word and trying to decide how dangerous this new opening really is. Zorian finally says the real choice out loud: end this dangerously compromised restart now, or keep playing with fire to see what they can gain. Zack admits Quatakikle has ruined too many plans and beaten him too many times for him to think clearly about this yet. But when Zorian waits for the final answer, Zack's grin returns and he chooses the reckless path anyway, because he has always liked fire. After Zack and Zorian stole Aranjo's prized airship, the whole country reeled from the humiliation, and the scandal spread far beyond a simple failed test flight. Zack and Zorian only watched the fallout from a distance, and once it became clear Aranjo still had no trail to follow, they stopped worrying and focused on their own plans. For now, they simply drifted over the Zlotic desert in their stolen ship, testing its systems and enjoying the fact that nobody could easily spy on them out here. Neela leaned over the railing and happily turned the desert into a history lesson, pointing out Ritam's fangs and romanticizing an old doomed alliance as a forbidden love story. Zorian dryly pointed out that the alliance sounded practical rather than scandalous, and Neela's flat stare made him retreat before he could start a pointless argument. The moment Zorian surrendered and called it forbidden love, Neela lit right back up and begged them to land so she could explore the site and steal a few souvenirs. Zorian agreed mostly because he assumed the desert heat would break her enthusiasm fast, but 2 hours later it was obvious he had badly underestimated her. Watching Neela handle the heat and terrain with ease, Zorian started wondering whether House Iljader's family magic had something to do with it. He asked Zack about House Iljader, only to find him casually carving Zack was here into the ancient stones. Zack admitted he only knew their house had some divination-based gift, and he casually explained that Neela's 3 blue circles were meant to represent eyes. On Zack's advice, Zorian finally decided to just ask Neela things directly instead of quietly speculating about her. He found Neela completely absorbed in chasing small blue lizards, and when he interrupted her, she immediately tried to recruit him into the hunt. Zorian gave in, reached into the nearest lizard's mind, and simply made it walk into his hand. Neela adored the little reptile on sight, even while calling Zorian's method cheating and turning the lizard over in both hands like a precious treasure. After one dramatic moment of temptation, she decided keeping it would be selfish and carefully set it free again. Once the lizard scampered off, Zorian finally asked the real question bothering him. Why had she believed their impossible time loop story so easily? Neela joked about him being an ancient all-knowing time traveler, and Zorian had to cut off her curiosity about time dilation rooms before the conversation wandered away. When Zorian explained that Zack had failed to convince almost everyone else, Neela got briefly flustered by the implication she might just like Zack too much. Once she recovered, Neela insisted there was no mystery at all and said she trusted them because they felt harmless and gave her all the proof she asked for. Zorian pressed once more on how she could be so sure, and Neela dodged him with a bright little smile and a completely unhelpful answer: woman's intuition. Changing topics, Zorian asked why a girl from Zlotic had gone all the way to Scoria for school, and Neela's mood dipped for the first time. She first gave the easy version, saying her mother was from Eldamar, and she had always wanted to see that homeland for herself. Then she admitted the real reason: her father had dangerous enemies in Nelantar, and sending her to Eldamar kept her safely out of reach. Neela framed the whole arrangement with forced cheer, but she still admitted she missed her family, and would be glad to go home after the academy. Later, back at the airship, Neela somehow convinced Zorian to help her carry away a big green rock that seemed completely worthless to him. After happily fussing over the rock for a while, Neela came back with a much heavier question about what would happen when the time loop finally ended. She made him say it out loud: someday the month would keep moving, she would remember this day, and he would too. Neela quietly admitted she did not want to forget a day that had made her genuinely happy. Since she knew they could not save this exact memory, she asked for something simpler and more human. When the loop was over, they were not allowed to act like strangers. Zorian agreed slowly, and Neela instantly bounced back into full cheer, delighted that she had just claimed 2 new friends for the future. When Zorian warned that they would never recreate this exact stolen airship trip in the real month, Neela accepted that without much trouble and pointed out the one thing that still bothered her. She bluntly reminded him that people had died in the airship battle, yet in the same breath said the reset would bring them back, so she still wanted to stay friends. Then she brightened again and pointed out the obvious loophole: if they could open doors between continents, they could still take her sightseeing later without stealing anything. In the end, Zorian could only concede that she was right, while privately wondering if Zack's reckless way of living was rubbing off on him. Soon after, Neela agreed to help them build a network in Zlotic, using her ties in Nelantar to find translators and local contacts they badly needed. They dropped Neela off in Nelantar with 2 simulacrums, and once she was gone, Zack and Zorian turned to the more dangerous problem they had been avoiding: Quatak. A few days after their first encounter with the Lich, Zorian asked whether Zack still wanted to risk making a deal with him, and Zack's answer was an immediate yes. Zack argued that Quatak was the perfect victim for loop abuse. They could trade artifacts or key pieces for rare knowledge, reset time, and do it again with no guilt at all. Zorian's problem was not the morality but the risk, because a monster like Quatak would eventually notice if they kept walking away with his own secrets. Zack countered by proposing a rotation of topics from loop to loop so the Lich would never see enough repetition to spot the pattern. Zorian still could not trust the idea, because Quatak had only acted polite while he believed some hidden power might be backing them. Zack laughed off that concern with one brutal rule: the answer was simply to never let the Lich discover they were actually alone. As Zorian looked over Quatak's copied address, he wondered how much of their meeting had been genuine, and how much had been a mask layered over a disguise and perfect soul control. Zack actually reassured him there, saying Quatak's casual threats and arrogant manner matched the old Lich he had seen in other restarts. From there, Zack gave a grim little lecture on immortals and changing social norms, arguing that Quatak's rudeness and brutality might simply be ancient values surviving into a modern world. That explanation reminded Zorian how people from the same era could already be disgusted by ordinary realities, so a Lich from an empire's past might truly see their moral outrage as naive squeamishness. Once the philosophy was over, Zack made his position plain again. The danger was real, but the chance to steal Quatak's knowledge was too tempting to ignore. Zorian agreed in principle but pointed out that this restart was already too far along to milk a single topic properly, so the real exploit had to wait for the next loop. Zack did not want to ignore the Lich in the meantime, worried that silence alone might push Quatakikl into acting against them. That was when Zorian revealed his real idea. Instead of just stalling Quatakikl, they could recruit him into a raid on Aldamar's royal vault. Zack immediately saw the obvious snag, because both sides would want the dagger in the end, but Zorian admitted that was exactly why the plan had teeth. Zorian's logic was ruthless. Quatakikl would almost certainly betray them for the dagger, and that final clash would be their chance to take the imperial crown from him. Even after deciding on that reckless path, Zorian could already imagine how badly Alanik would hate every part of it. After a long round of preparations, Zack and Zorian finally moved on the Ziggurat of the Sun with a compact strike force built for speed rather than spectacle. They deliberately left the Pro behind, because an airship would be bad against swarming Solrotham and impossible to explain to the hired mercenaries. Instead, Zorian and Zack impressed everyone by opening dimensional gates straight into a nearby Solrotham outpost that a simulacrum had quietly seized in advance. With the troops in place, they split the operation in two: the mercenaries, most of the golems, and one Zack and one Zorian simulacrum would stage a loud frontal assault to drag the wasps out. The idea was simple: if the human artillery teams looked dangerous enough, the Solrotham would be forced to leave the ziggurat and expose the inside to infiltration. Meanwhile, 3 more pairs of Zack and Zorian simulacrums slipped away under magical cloaks to search the ziggurat itself for the Imperial Ring. The real Zack, the real Zorian, Alanik, and 2 elite battle golems stayed back in reserve, waiting for the moment the infiltration either worked or collapsed. At first the distraction force hit a strange snag, because the giant black devil wasps refused to commit, and just circled outside attack range. Then the answer burst out of the sand in front of them, as a colossal brown sandworm rose beneath the swarm and the wasps reacted like reinforcements had arrived. The mercenaries were horrified, because dealing with a full-grown sandworm was already bad enough before anyone even considered fighting it underground. Zack's simulacrum tried a clever workaround by hardening the sand into a high stone platform, figuring the worm could not reach targets lifted off the ground. That hope died instantly when the sandworm shuddered, sprouted glowing yellow wings all along its body, and started flying straight at them. From the ruined outpost, Zorian watched the battlefield through his lynx, and realized the distraction was still doing its job even if everything looked insane. He also discovered something unsettling about the sandworm itself, because even his mind magic could not find a crack in its consciousness to push through. The real trouble was elsewhere, since every hidden infiltrator team got detected near the ziggurat, proving some subtle alarm ward was guarding the structure. One infiltrator pair died charging the front, another died opening a breach in the wall, and only the last team managed to get inside before being trapped in a corridor. On top of that, enemy warriors traced the original arrival point and smashed into the outpost itself, leaving Zorian's reserve position half ruined. With the infiltration failing, Zorian decided they were out of time and ordered the last simulacrum inside to open a gate for the real strike team. Inside the ziggurat, the trap simulacrum spent its last grenades and its partner's life to buy enough space to finish the dimensional passage. The gate finally opened, and Zorian sent his 2 remaining battle golems through first before he, Zack, and Alanik rushed after them. On the other side, they found the Zorian simulacrum's golem body mangled beyond saving, because he had chosen to finish the spell instead of dodging the killing blow. With the corridor briefly clear, Zorian chose the route that looked most dangerous on purpose, assuming their luck meant the ring would be there. As Zorian warned that he and Zack needed to conserve mana after fighting through their simulacrums, 2 elite Solrotham warriors rounded the corner and charged. Alanik answered so cleanly it was almost insulting, killing both elite warriors with 2 tiny compressed fire shots straight through their faces. He coolly told them to leave everything to him, and the very next second the corridor filled with a whole horde of devil wasps and roaring fire. What followed was a brutal grind of retreats and renewed pushes, and by the time they finally reached their goal, the whole strike team was battered. One golem was dead, the other had lost an arm and was skewered by spears, Alanik had taken a nasty chest wound, and Zack was almost dry on mana. They found the Imperial Ring only because its bearer came to them, the Solrotham High Priest himself, larger than the rest and wrapped in bone armor, a staff, and far too much jewelry. Zorian recognized the ring only with the key's marker, because visually it vanished among the High Priest's ridiculous pile of ornaments. In their exhausted state they could not beat the High Priest cleanly, but Zorian still gambled everything on one last precise use of mind magic. For a single stolen moment, Zorian smashed through the High Priest's defenses and forced one simple command on him. Under that compulsion, the High Priest tore the Imperial Ring off his own hand and threw it straight to Zorian. Zorian caught the ring, shouted for Zack to get them out immediately, and the team escaped by teleport just before the furious High Priest could answer. In a sealed study inside the quiet Novita mansion, Zack and Zorian finally sat down to examine the Imperial Ring they stole from the Solrotham. The ring looked oddly plain for an Imperial artifact, just a small silver band with faint sigils that were easy to miss unless you knew what to look for. After a quick visit to the Guardian and some testing, they learned the ring's main gift was soul perception for whoever wore it. That made the ring far more valuable to Zack than to Zorian, because Zack still had no safe way to unlock soul perception on his own. Zorian knew why that mattered, Dangerous methods like Silver Lake's potion pushed people to the edge of death, and Zack's marker might not even let that work. Zack decided the ring was still a huge win, because even if he needed a permanent solution later, he could start training in soul magic right away. Zorian still felt the ring was underwhelming next to the crown and palace orb, especially because they had to spend a week retrieving it every restart. Like every key piece, the ring also had a time loop ability. It could secretly mark souls and track them across restarts. Their tests proved the markers were stealthy, worked over absurd distances, and even ignored divination wards. But the trick had one fatal flaw: any real soul mage would feel the mark go on, which made targets like Quatakiko basically untouchable. Zack argued the ring only felt weak because they had found it too late, after both of them had already built better ways to spy, track, and survive. Then Zack suggested using the ring to monitor high-ranking cultists and obeisants, hoping it might reveal hidden movements they were still missing. Zorian started listing how much tedious map work and personal follow-up that would take, only for Zack to brush it off as just another complicated Zorian project. Zorian reminded him that Zack was the one wearing the ring, and Zack's face fell the instant he realized he had volunteered himself for a mountain of work. With Quatakiko's sudden involvement making the restart dangerous, Zorian moved up the schedule and began collecting everyone's research notes early. At Kale's workshop, Zorian learned Silver Lake had already been bothering him again, and Kale still wanted nothing to do with her. Silver Lake barged straight into the meeting and opened with a blunt verdict that Kale's work was terrible. Kale snapped back that his work was not terrible at all, and Silver Lake only got more insufferably pleased with herself. Silver Lake brushed off their bad history, mocked Kale for being petty, and acted like her earlier cruelty should not still matter. Kale held his ground and pointed out that his potions and research were strong enough to shake up Scioria's medical and alchemical scene if released carelessly. Silver Lake conceded that Kale was talented, but she said a time loop and all those resources should have produced much more than this. Listening to them, Zorian reflected on how wrong he had been about Kale, because the man's careful potion refinements had grown into research that could genuinely matter to the wider world. Kale's work had started with smarter recipes and cheaper production, but by now he was chasing combined treatments, self-diagnosis brews, and even hard diseases that still lacked real cures. When Kale challenged her to say what she would do differently, Silver Lake answered instantly and horribly: far more human experimentation. She argued that a time loop made perfect disposable test subjects out of everyone around them, since any damage would vanish at the end of the month. Kale shut that down immediately, saying he had not chosen medicine so he could hurt people, loop or no loop. He added that even practically it was a bad idea, because any miracle potion born from mass testing would leave a trail of suspicion he could never explain away. Silver Lake dismissed that too, claiming the evidence would reset and powerful people would still come after him whether he followed the rules or not. Kale admitted she might be right about the politics, but he still refused because the ethics were the real line he would not cross. Silver Lake looked to Zorian for support, and he flatly refused to after everything he had seen of what unchecked experimentation could become. Silver Lake muttered that maybe she would have to do things herself, and with her, that did not sound like an empty joke. Then she offered a second idea that hit much better: stop asking governments for help and start anonymously feeding them valuable formulas to steal their progress later. Zorian had to admit that one might actually work, and Kale immediately regretted giving Silver Lake the satisfaction. When their preparations were finally in place, Zack and Zorian went to Quatakiko's contact address and found an ordinary little corner store. They did not even need a password, because the clerk recognized them instantly and sent them through a back door to Quatakiko's waiting room. Inside, Quatakiko sat in his bare black skeleton body as if he had been expecting them the whole time, which was unsettling enough on its own. He explained he had only left a spare body there and jumped into it when he was told they had arrived, then smoothly wrapped himself in his familiar human disguise. Quatakiko admitted he had investigated them and found something deeply strange. They looked like ordinary teenagers, but their money, skills, and secrecy made no sense. Zack shot back that if local powers could miss an entire invasion plot, overlooking two suspicious teenagers was hardly impressive. Quatakiko laughed, but he pointed out that his side still relied on infiltration and impossible magic, while Zack and Zorian seemed to have appeared from nowhere at all. When he pressed them about seeming not to exist until a few weeks ago, Zorian refused to answer, and the room settled into a sharp, suspicious silence. Then Zack finally laid out their offer. They wanted Quatakiko to help them break into Aldemar's royal treasury and steal an imperial artifact. For 2 long hours, Zack and Zorian walked the Lich through their plans and proved they had already solved most of the treasury's defenses. The real sticking point was the final door, where silent entry was impossible and brute force would only work if someone at Quatakiko's level carried the hardest part. Quatakiko first called the whole thing stupid and accused them of trying to bait him into ruining his own invasion, but greed kept him listening. As expected, the negotiation jammed on the Imperial dagger, because Quatakiko would not help unless that prize was his. Zorian and Zack never meant to win that point anyway, because just getting inside would let them study the treasury's wardstone for future runs. So they reluctantly agreed to let the Lich take the dagger in exchange for first pick of everything else, and Quatakiko suddenly became much friendlier. Half an hour later, they had a pact and a meeting time in Eldamar City 2 days ahead. 2 days later in Eldamar's treasury corridors, Zack and Zorian walked like they belonged there, escorted by 4 quietly dominated guards. Zorian kept subverting hidden detection fields as they advanced, quietly editing the defenses fast enough that no alarms went out. At a staff checkpoint, Zack breezed past with a greeting and Zorian flashed a badge, and the uncertain guards let them through. Behind them, Quatakikl followed in silence until he finally commented on how unnervingly clean Zorian's mind-controlled guards looked. He even tried recruiting Zorian on the spot by praising Ulquinid Base's more relaxed laws on mind magic, and Zorian could only stare at him in disbelief. Soon they reached the real problem, the final reinforced treasury door that could not be opened without putting the whole complex on full alert. This was the point where brute magical assault replaced stealth, and Zorian bluntly told the Lich they needed the help he had promised. The 3 of them hammered the local wards together, and Quatakikl immediately showed skills so overwhelming that he made Zack and Zorian look small by comparison. The warding scheme fought back with telekinetic force, temperature shocks, sleeping light, and razor bursts from the walls, but none of them backed off. When defenders started rushing in behind them, Quatakikl casually blasted the ceiling and collapsed the corridor to bury the first wave under dust and rubble. With the wards broken, Zack and Zorian used copy keys, and before the huge door had even opened properly, Quatakikl twisted the first crack into a man-sized portal. Inside the treasury, a pair of enormous black golems with web-firing guns moved to pin them down. Zorian answered by opening the palace orb and deploying his own heavy golems to keep the treasury guardians busy while they pushed deeper inside. When Quatakikl asked where those golems came from, Zorian admitted he had built them himself and earned a rare note of respect from the Lich. The treasury itself turned out to be a maze of sealed vaults, but their marker let Zack and Zorian home in on the dagger anyway. The instant they found it, Quatakikl claimed the Imperial dagger for himself and stared them down, but they had no intention of fighting him here. Instead, Zack and Zorian made simulacrums to search for the main wardstone and loot other vaults, only to find Quatakikl creating matching simulacrums to shadow every one of them. Zorian eventually traced the hidden wardstone under the metal floor, and even a brief look gave him exactly the kind of insight he had come here to steal. Meanwhile they swept valuables and mysterious artifacts into the palace orb for later, because there was no time to judge what mattered on the spot. Then the defenders finally punched through the collapsed corridor, and the real running battle inside the treasury began. They had stayed too long, the wards blocked an easy gate escape, and without Quatakikl this restart might have ended right there. Instead, distant screams and explosions rolled through the complex, hinting that Quatakikl had already prepared another answer outside their sight. A nearby wall suddenly burst inward as a huge sphere of black metallic bones smashed through and unfolded into a skeletal crocodile. The bone beast tore through the defenders, and Quatakikl laughingly told Zack and Zorian to jump on if they wanted out alive. They fought their way clear of the treasury, riding the Lich's grotesque pet through Eldamar like a nightmare stampede. The crocodile finally sacrificed itself to absorb one last coordinated barrage, and only after clearing the city wards did the 3 of them teleport away. Half a day later, the 3 of them were hiding in a cramped cave under a random field, and Eldamar was still tracking them no matter where they ran. Zack and Zorian compared notes telepathically, frustrated that neither of them could find any visible mark, tether, or soul tampering on themselves. Quatakikl sat down and dug inward with soul perception, and Zorian could feel that even the Lich's usually calm soul was churning hard under the strain. Then Quatakikl stood up with the answer. The pursuit was coming through a tether made of divine energy. That explained everything, because divine magic was what powered relics like his own soul frame, and neither Zack nor Zorian had any fair way to detect it. He still could not sever the tether, only sense it, and said it would naturally fade after a couple of weeks, which was far too slow to matter now. But Quatakikl had already found a loophole. If they moved farther than the divine tether could reach, it would finally snap. He started explaining how absurdly far and fast they would have to go before Eldamar could move the anchor item with them, clearly expecting that to corner them. Instead, Zack and Zorian casually told him they could just go to Zlotic, or even Koth, flipping the advantage right back on him. They even invited the Lich to come with them, fully expecting he would never trust an unknown gate that much. To their surprise, Quatakikl stepped through anyway when they opened a gate to Zlotic. On the ruined desert side, Quatakikl looked over the dead land of Zlotic and quietly mourned what had once existed there before the cataclysm. A few minutes later he confirmed the tether was gone, but his empty tone put Zorian instantly on edge. Then Quatakikl dropped the real bomb and said none of this was real, and Zorian's flinch told him he had hit the truth. Now fully focused, Quatakikl circled them like a predator, and finally pieced together the clues they had left all over him. He remembered the spirit world suddenly going silent, the Arania beneath Scoria dying for no clear reason, and the ways Zack and Zorian behaved like wealth and death inside this month did not really matter. His conclusion was wrong in the details but dangerous enough. He decided the whole thing was some giant illusion, and swore he was taking answers from them by force. He attacked first, shedding his human disguise and revealing the black skeleton beneath as green soul light flared around him. This time Quatakikl skipped ordinary battle magic and went straight for their souls, guessing correctly that their bodies were not what mattered most. But Zack and Zorian had come ready for that too, and their soul defenses held long enough for them to answer with more conventional killing spells. Then Zack and Zorian triggered the trap they had prepared in Zlotic ahead of time, revealing that this desert site had always been meant as Quatakikle's cage. Quatakikle answered instantly by crushing one of his bracelets, and 4 black bone cubes packed with trap souls unfolded around him into counterwards. With the trap getting pushed back, Zorian opened the palace orb and brought out Alanik, Silverlake, and Svim to join the ambush. Outnumbered 5-1, Quatakikle had to abandon his pure soul magic approach and fight for real as the desert exploded with heavy spell fire. Zorian expected the Lich to run, but instead Quatakikle fought like a man possessed and poured everything he had into one opening. A sudden wind blast scattered the whole group because the loose desert sand gave them nothing solid to anchor against. He followed that with a huge pulse of soul magic that looked like the real attack, but it was only a distraction. The real target was Svim. Quatakikle stripped away his defenses, including Mind Blank, and slammed a mind spell straight into him. Zorian instantly dove into Svim's unprotected mind and grappled Quatakikle there in raw telepathic combat. Zorian realized Quatakikle was not trying to enslave Svim at all, just tear useful memories out of him fast and dirty before anyone could stop it. Alanik's counterattack helped break the moment, and Quatakikle withdrew from Svim's mind looking shaken but probably satisfied. Then Quatakikle abruptly called for them to stop and threw his crown onto the ground in front of them. A moment later he tossed down the Imperial Dagger too, offering up both priceless artifacts without a trace of the greed he had shown before. Quatakikle said the artifacts were meaningless to him now, and Zorian immediately guessed he had learned enough from Svim's memories to understand the loop. For one dangerous second, everyone relaxed just a little because it looked like the Lich had finally given up. Quatakikle used that tiny opening perfectly, hasted himself one last time, and charged straight at them. Then he detonated his own soul in a suicidal blast, and Zorian's only warning was the instant he slammed his marker's restart switch in panic. Zorian wakes up in his bed in Siren feeling wrecked, half-conscious, and so foggy that even the previous restart is slipping away from him. What finally alarms him is the silence. Kiriel never jumped on him to wake him, which means this restart started very wrong. That thought snaps his memory back all at once, including Quatakikle, the treasury heist, the final fight, and the Lich's last soul attack. The forced memories sink tears through his damaged soul so brutally that he barely gets off the bed before vomiting onto the floor. Kiriel rushes in at the noise, panics, and runs to get their mother while Zorian hangs on by pure willpower. Zorian realizes the reset is trying to force his soul and body back into alignment, and if he blacks out now, the damaged soul could wreck both his mind and itself even worse. After a long, miserable struggle, Mother and Kiriel drag him onto a blanket and move him to a guest room while he shivers through the pain. When his soul finally settles, Zorian learns he only lay unresponsive for about 2 hours on the first day of the restart, but his family is now treating him like he might collapse again at any second. A local healer can find no real illness, which annoys everyone, but it does calm Mother down just enough to stop expecting the worst. As soon as he gets a moment alone, Zorian risks checking his marker and almost sags with relief when it says they still have 25 restarts left. The relief dies fast when he tests his magic and discovers even the simplest shaping hurts so badly that he is effectively powerless for months. That is when it really hits him. He has been leaning on magic for everything, and now even planning the next move feels crippled. He also guesses Zack must be just as badly hit, and that makes the whole situation feel like a disaster waiting to get them exposed to Quatakikle. Instead of just hating Quatakikle, Zorian finds himself grimly impressed by how instantly the Lich believed the time loop and chose a suicidal soul attack to cripple them both. Once the panic settles, his next problem is brutally mundane. He has to convince Mother to let him leave Siren and check on Zack and Scoria. It takes 2 days of arguing before Mother finally gives in, and the weirdest part is Father actually backs Zorian and praises him for refusing to miss school. Mother's last condition is that Kiriel goes with him to keep an eye on him, and Zorian startles her by agreeing immediately. The trip to Scoria is a harsh reminder of how helpless he is without magic, because carrying luggage and dealing with rain suddenly feels miserable again. They end up sheltering in a tiny overpriced inn room, where Kiriel keeps complaining and nearly jumps out of her skin over a huge cockroach. The next day he drops Kiriel off at Amaya's place, and luckily Amaya does not make their sudden arrival into a problem. Then Zorian starts looking for Zack and quickly learns the official story. Zack Novita is missing, and Taven is loudly organizing the search. The setup feels almost nostalgic to him, because it looks exactly like the early loops all over again. Only now he suspects Taven is hiding a comatose Zack to protect himself. He knows exactly how to verify it with the marker link he shares with Zack, but that only creates a new humiliation because he needs someone else to cast the tracking ritual for him. His first try is Svim, and the explanation sounds exactly as insane as it is: time travel, a Lich, soul damage, and a kidnapped Zack. Svim's answer is immediate and brutal: get out of my office. So Zorian tries Ilsa instead, handing over the spell notes, and asking her to cast the tracking ritual on him. When she asks what the spell tracks, he dodges with a desperate act about a missing friend, and Ilsa instantly sees through it. Ilsa also reveals Svim already warned her about his bizarre visit, so Zorian loses the hope of keeping this simple. After pressing him, Ilsa correctly guesses the missing friend is Zack and asks the obvious question: if she finds him, what can a student like Zorian even do with that information? Zorian bluffs that it will be fine, but instead of throwing him out, Ilsa says she needs 2 days because she is taking this to the academy leadership. Ilsa makes it clear she is not helping him sneak into danger alone, and if the academy is going after a missing student, it is going properly. Once the academy commits, the response is startlingly fast, and Zorian ends up in the center of an official operation built around his tracking spell. He is quietly terrified the spell might fail and expose him as a fool, but this time the marker link works perfectly. The spell points to a private estate just outside Scoria with ties to Tezen's family, and the academy force moves in immediately. The estate guards fold the moment the academy shows official authorization, so the hidden basement becomes the only real obstacle. Using Zorian as a living guide, they uncover the concealed room and find Zack exactly where he feared he would be. Zack is in a deeper soul-damaged coma than Zorian was, which convinces him Zack probably woke briefly, lost control, and crashed harder. But rescuing Zack creates a new mess, because the scandal turns public. Zack is moved to a guarded hospital, and suddenly Zorian cannot get near him anymore. Tezen denies everything and pushes to have Zorian questioned instead, so Ilsa warns him the politics around the case are getting dangerous. Zorian knows visiting an unconscious Zack would solve nothing anyway, so he shifts to the one thing he can still do well: alchemy. From what he stole out of Sudamir's mind, he remembers several soul recovery formulas, and a few of them can be brewed into potions for other people. The real problem is money and ingredients, so Zorian grinds through a slow, honest hustle of brewing rare potions, selling them, and rolling the profits into better materials. After more than a week of scraping everything together, he finally brews the 3 soul cures Zack needs. Since the hospital will not let him in, Zorian simply decides to break in anyway. Using sleep bombs and disabling brews instead of spells, he quietly cuts through the guards and reaches Zack's room. Once inside, he force feeds all 3 soul cures to the unconscious Zack and leaves before anyone can connect him to the trail of bodies. The hospital turns the break-in into another scandal, even claiming they heroically fought off the attacker, which Zorian finds almost funny. While waiting for the potions to work, he checks on Alanik and discovers he is already dead because this time Sudamir's assassins got to him in his sleep. The contrast frustrates him, but it also explains the pattern. Without an early warning from Lukav, Sudamir had time to plan Alanik's murder properly. Then the good news finally lands. 4 days after the treatment, Zack wakes up. As soon as he can speak for himself, Zack demands to see Zorian, which shuts down the effort to keep Zorian away. When Zorian finally visits, Zack sums up his condition in 2 words: like crap. Zack is grateful Zorian tracked him down, but he is also annoyed that Zorian seems far more functional after the same soul blast. Zorian warns him they are probably being overheard, and then admits the truth anyway. He cannot cast anything either. That perversely cheers Zack up a little, because if he has to suffer through this, he prefers Zorian's suffering beside him. Comparing notes, Zorian suspects the difference is that Zack briefly woke at the start of the reset and lost the fight to stay conscious. Zack estimates he still needs 4 or 5 months to fully recover, which is bad but at least not hopeless. For the rest of that restart, Zack stays trapped in the hospital and Zorian spends the month dodging harder and harder questions about the whole affair. Before the pressure can truly explode, the summer festival arrives and the restart ends. The next 5 restarts become an enforced recovery break, because pushing their damaged souls too hard could make the injuries permanent. While they wait, Zorian turns the injury into a lesson and studies his own damaged soul in far greater detail than healthy soul magic ever allowed. Zack starts lower but trains even harder, and the scare seems to leave him far more serious about understanding his own soul. They also rebuild their fundamentals, drilling basic shaping and diving into alchemy because that is the one branch their injuries never touched. Since most of their proof and notes are locked away in the palace orb, they stop trying to convince people about the time loop, and mostly just spend time with old allies for the fun of it. One restart they play model students and make themselves absurdly helpful to every teacher and classmate they can find. In another, they use transformation potions to roam around as animals and enjoy seeing the city through completely alien senses. They even spend loops on art and on mundane train travel across Eldamar and its neighbors, making peace with simply living for a while. By the end of the last restful loop, Zorian realizes he is not sorry for any of it, even with only 19 iterations left. Still, he tells Zack the coming restarts have to be serious, because a hit like this near the end would have finished them for good. When Zorian asks if they should stop dealing with Quatakikl, Zack answers with an immediate no. Zack argues they still need the Lich to crack the Royal Vault problem, and on top of that Quatakikl accidentally showed them a better way to beat him. His solution is blunt: stop trying to bury Quatakikl under traps and numbers, and use Zorian's terrifying mind magic instead. Zorian objects that Quatakikl will have mind blank active, but Zack counters that even Svim's mind blank did not stop the Lich. Zack thinks that if he lands a strong dispel at exactly the right instant, he can crack the mind blank just long enough for Zorian to get inside. Zorian admits the idea might actually work, though he suspects Quatakikl may have rigged his soul to retreat into his phylactery if his mind is truly breached. Zack shrugs that even in that case they still get the imperial crown off the Lich's abandoned body, and that is the only prize they absolutely need. With their souls finally healed, the very next restart snaps them back into action. They rapidly rebuild momentum by linking to Koth and Zlotic, recovering the palace orb, stealing the Pearl of Aranhal, and launching for Blantyr. The route ahead is ugly: open ocean, bad navigation, dangerous sea monsters, and the shortest path passing close to Dragon Island. They have already prepared tribute in case the dragons demand payment, but both know a fight is still possible because dragons are proud, greedy, and unpredictable. Even so, Zorian is glad to be moving again, because this restart puts the dagger, the crown, and the search for the staff back on the board. And before any of that can happen, they turn back to the most dangerous alliance in the game and prepare to contact Quatakikl for another trade. Zorian dreads meeting Quatakikl again, because this time they are the ones springing the approach on a Lich who never reacts gently to surprises. But he still needs the Lich, because collecting the key pieces will not solve the real problem of how Zorian can leave the time loop and reclaim a body that already has a soul in it. His best escape ideas all depend on master-level soul magic and dimensionalism, so Quatakikl is too valuable to ignore no matter how risky the bargain feels. Reaching Quatakikl turns out to be simple. Zack and Zorian ask after him at the same corner shop as before, and the shopkeeper acts like they are insane. Soon cephalic rats start tailing them through the city, so Zorian quietly peels individual rats away from the swarm until Quatakikl finally decides to answer in person. The meeting happens in a high-class restaurant booth, where Quatakikl arrives in his polished older human disguise and makes sure the setting shows off his wealth. Quatakikl is immediately intrigued because instead of easing into negotiations, they open by offering 5 divine artifacts and rare materials for his pocket dimension expertise. He warns them that trading hard goods for uncertain information is reckless, because he could simply take everything and feed them worthless scraps. Zorian answers with careful praise, saying Quatakikl's reputation for fairness is exactly why they were willing to bring him an offer this big. The Lich pushes back again, claiming they may be overestimating his skill in such a rare field, but Zorian says they are ready to accept that gamble. Zack bluntly admits they are in a hurry, so they offer generous terms instead of spending weeks testing the Lich and haggling. That answer only makes Quatakikl more curious, because 2 supposed 15-year-olds are handling a dangerous negotiation with far too much calm. When Quatakikl admits he already spied on them and still cannot explain who they really are, Zorian shuts the line of questioning down with a flat "it's a secret." Zorian even throws a question back at him, asking how Quatakikl managed to recruit several cephalic rat swarms when Zorian cannot get them to cooperate at all. The Lich lets that slide, but he raises a practical objection instead. If they look this young, why should he believe they can even use the advanced dimensional magic they want him to teach? Zorian answers by taking off a bracelet he built himself and handing it over as proof that they already know how to create pocket dimensions. Quatakikl inspects the bracelet in silence, and realizes it is not a simple expanded container at all, but a stable self-contained pocket world anchor. That proof decides it, and Quatakikl sweeps all the offered artifacts and materials to himself before agreeing to start teaching them the next day. Just as they are about to leave, Quatakikl suddenly asks who scarred their souls so badly, and the question makes Zorian jolt. The Lich matter-of-factly explains that both of them were catastrophically soul damaged less than a year ago, and he is now even more certain they are hiding impossible things. Zack refuses to explain, and Quatakikl lets them go for now only because something else has his attention, while warning that he will come back later to get answers. Privately, Zorian is relieved, because a future threat outside the time loop matters a lot less than surviving this restart without tipping the Lich off too soon. Once the lessons begin, Quatakikl turns out to be almost absurdly professional, showing up exactly on time every day and teaching with clear, patient precision. To Zorian's discomfort, the soul-defiling warlord may actually be the best teacher he has ever had. The real embarrassment is that Quatakikl is not holding back at all, and the actual bottleneck is simply that Zack and Zorian are not naturally gifted enough to keep up. So Zorian decides to stop playing safe with mental enhancement research and orders his simulacrums to push much deeper, even if it risks damaging his own mind. His first goal is to build a mental calculator, an internal clock in his own head so dimensional timing and precision can happen instinctively instead of through clumsy divination scaffolding. The experiments go badly at first, with some simulacrums getting trapped in bizarre counting trances, but at least none of them are lost for good. At the same time, Zorian starts probing hyper-focused mental states and the Hydra-like idea of synchronizing with several simulacrums as one united self. Because those upgrades would only help him, Zorian also turns to blood magic and enhancement rituals, hunting for creatures whose instincts might grant Zack and him a shortcut into dimensional ability. Still needing something more immediate, he falls back on his strongest edge and designs a custom divination compass built specifically for dimensionalism and pocket dimension work. That project succeeds fast, and Zorian keeps refining the device until even Quatakikl notices how useful the compasses have become. Quatakikl even commissions a few for himself, and in return he hands them the identities and locations of 2 other secretive mages who know pocket dimension magic. While all that study is going on, Zack and Zorian also have to shepherd the Pearl of Aranhal safely toward Blanter, because reaching the next key piece is pointless if the airship dies on the way. Sea monsters never bother them, but 3 dragons circle the ship one at a time, probing for weakness while the boys keep them back with flashy magic and an experimental cannon. The ship survives mostly because dragons are solitary and never attack together, but the prototype still nearly breaks down more than once and drags out the trip. They finally reach Blanter only 5 days before the restart ends, which makes the time left far too short to search the whole continent for the Imperial staff. So their real priority becomes finding any Bakura gate on the continent, because once they know one location, future restarts can reach Blanter much faster. That means dealing with the coast Lizardman city-states, the only local power with records and any chance of knowing where a Bakura gate might be. Because proper diplomacy would take too long, Zack and Zorian go for shock and awe by flying straight over Lizardman cities, teleporting into the center, and showering people with gold, gems, and prized spices. The tactic works fast. Rumors spread that 2 terrifyingly rich human mages in a flying ship are paying huge rewards for Bakura gate information. Plenty of locals try to cash in with lies, but Zorian's empathy lets him sort bad stories from real leads without much trouble. 3 days later, a River King's emissary arrives with a remarkably accurate drawing of a Bakura gate, and that is enough to send the 2 of them racing inland. They soon find themselves waiting in a lavish Lizardman throne room, surrounded by gemstone mosaics that celebrate some brutal old victory. Then the king's entrance turns into full ceremony, with shrill musicians, flower petals, and guards instantly pretending they were disciplined all along. Zack and Zorian can only stare through the spectacle, quietly realizing they have no idea how one is even supposed to greet a Lizardman king. The king finally appears, smaller than his warriors but impossible to mistake thanks to his jeweled headdress, gold ornaments, and black staff topped with glowing amber. 4 huge honor guards flank him with deadly seriousness, making it clear that one wrong move from the visitors would end badly. Beside the king stands a richly adorned high priestess, and Zorian can feel immediately that unlike the guards, she does not merely distrust them, she actively hates them. Later, back at the Ziggurat of the Sun, Zack and Zorian skip another direct assault, and instead try a subtler plan built on Iranian scouts and pressure tactics. They use Bakura gates to set up nearby, send Iranian mercenaries to read Solrotham patrol behavior, and start wiping out hunting parties in hopes of forcing the high priest to respond. Instead of taking the bait, the Solrotham simply seal themselves inside the Ziggurat and stop coming out at all. That leaves them annoyed and guessing whether the colony has enough stored food to wait them out, or some hidden route underground. Then the Irania scout Storm Dream brings a breakthrough. The ring they want is not random jewelry, because the Solrotham high priest knows what it does and actively uses it. Zorian realizes that explains why the high priest became a soul mage at all, and he is suddenly grateful the Solrotham faith seems to hate undeath too much to fill the place with undead guardians. Storm Dream offers 2 ways to pull the high priest out, but the first one is useless because his next ritual appearance is still 2 months away. Her better idea is to ally with a nearby rival Solrotham tribe, because the high priest might support his warriors against local enemies even if he refuses to face mysterious human mages. While they discuss that plan, Storm Dream awkwardly adds one more detail. The high priest carries the same kind of divine knife Zorian has been lugging around without understanding. She explains that the Solrotham treat their knife as a sacred relic that can command an enormous sandworm beneath the desert, which turns the boys instantly serious. Zorian doubts his own dagger can command that exact worm, but he suddenly suspects each knife is keyed to a different guardian creature tied to one of the Imperial artifacts. That thought sends Zack into a delighted tangent about claiming the palace hydra next time, and using it against the sandworm, Quatakikl, or half of Scioria's common sense. As the restart nears its end, they move on to the next big betrayal and ask Quatakikl to help them raid Eldamar's royal vaults for the Imperial dagger one more time. Zorian feels a real sting of guilt this time, because the Lich has spent the whole restart being helpful, even if both sides still know the relationship is built on hidden knives. The raid itself still works. They steal the dagger, fight their way out, stay ahead of Eldamar's pursuit, and follow Quatakikl's solution for the divine tracking tether all the way to a gate in Tizlatic. The second Quatakikl steps through into the prepared desert ambush site. Zack and Zorian slam the gate shut and attack without a word. Quatakikl does not waste a second on outrage, quietly blocking, dodging, teleporting, and returning fire like he expected betrayal all along. The desert explodes into chaos as traps fire, sand turns to glass, undead giants answer Quatakikl's call, and Zorian throws combat golems and simulacrums into the grinder to keep up. Even when Zack manages to sever one of the Lich's legs, Quatakikl calmly reattaches it, and 3 of Zorian's simulacrums die just keeping their creator alive. Then hidden launchers reveal the real trick, flooding the battlefield with swarms of silver discs meant to overload shields and hide a few soul-severing killers among the junk. Quatakikl instantly recognizes the discs as a real threat and gives them intense attention, which is exactly what Zack and Zorian wanted. Busy dodging the false swarm, he misses the one large soul-severing disc hidden in the sand and steps onto it. The hit actually freezes him for a heartbeat, and both boys hold their breath hoping the impossible just worked. But Quatakikle survives, smirks through the damage, and taunts them for thinking a trick like that could actually beat him. That boast gives Zack his opening, and he blasts out a huge dispelling wave that strips away every defense around the Lich at once. For a single priceless instant, even Quatakikle's mind blank goes down, and Zorian lunges with everything he has. He does not try to wear the Lich down slowly, because that would never work, and instead hammers Quatakikle's mental defenses with a brutal succession of telepathic strikes. The pressure works, because Quatakikle is rusty against a truly dangerous mind mage, and tiny flaws start spreading through what used to be flawless defenses. With one final push, Zorian shatters the Lich's mental barrier and tears into his undefended mind. In blind rage, Quatakikle fires a jagged red ray that severs Zorian's left arm, but Zorian keeps going anyway and forces the Lich's body still. Just as Zorian starts digging into long-term memories, Quatakikle abandons the body completely and escapes back to safety, leaving a dead heap of bones behind. Zack blurts out shocked victory, but it instantly turns to horror when he notices Zorian's arm is gone and his friend is barely conscious. Zorian can only mumble that he feels awful before the pain and blood loss drag him into unconsciousness. 2 hours later he wakes up bandaged beside Zack, who explains that his medical training included ordinary trauma care, so at least the bleeding crisis is under control. There is no time to dwell on it, because Quatakikle could grab a new body and come hunting them again within hours. So they hurry into the secret time magic facility under Scoria and ask the Guardian of the Threshold what the newly won crown and dagger actually do. The answer confirms their guess. The crown lets the controller place temporary markers on people and drag them into the time loop for a while. The dagger is even nastier, because its controller power marks a soul so the time loop stops recreating it in future restarts, the same soul-kill effect Red Robe once used. They also learn the crown's normal use is fixed-size mana storage, making it a huge reserve for Zorian, while the dagger's base trick is cutting immaterial spirits. The moment they leave the facility, they drop everything else and start feverishly experimenting with the crown while sending urgent summons to every ally they trust. Thanks to all their experience with Imperial artifacts, they crack the crown's activation method within a few hours. By the time they are ready, a whole crowd has assembled around them, including mages, teachers, Damon's people, House Terramachula allies, Urania, and every dependable conspirator they could gather. They have already been warned about the truth of the time loop, but now the restart is almost over and everyone is waiting for proof they can finally experience themselves. When Zorian steps out to face them, Taven blurts out horror at his missing arm, only for him to brush it off and promise it will come back after the reset. Then Zack breaks the tension with a bright grin, lifts the crown work into action, and asks the room who wants to be first. The new restart begins exactly like the old ones, with Kiriel screaming Zorian awake at full volume. Zorian tests one small hope anyway, shoving Kiriel off him and confirming with relief that she is still just her normal annoying self. He had considered marking Kiriel too, but the thought of trapping a 9-year-old in a repeating month and making her lose 6 months of memories was a line he refused to cross. Once he finally gets Kiriel out, Zorian locks the door and immediately makes a fast ectoplasmic simulacrum because this job cannot wait. The copy vanishes by teleport, already carrying out their pre-planned first move, wipe out Scioria's cephalic rat swarms before the new loopers can be endangered by them. Downstairs, Zorian waits for Ilsa with a knot in his stomach, because this will be the first real proof that their temporary markers worked. When the knock finally comes, Zorian rushes the door before anyone else can answer. Ilsa looks outwardly the same as always, but Zorian's empathic sense catches the truth at once. She is full of uncertainty and definitely remembers. Their awkward first exchange breaks the tension a little, and Ilsa steps inside to talk. As usual, Mother takes Kiriel and leaves them alone, but this time the fake elective meeting drops its mask immediately. Ilsa dryly tosses aside the documents and admits there is no point repeating paperwork she has already lived through. She bluntly asks whether they really traveled back in time, and Zorian confirms the marker worked before he explains anything else. Zorian checks for hidden damage, but Ilsa says her memories seem intact and any lost growth would be too tiny for her to notice after only 1 month. The conversation turns practical fast, with Zorian noting that Kale will be an easier test case because 1 month of improvement should show much more clearly on him. Ilsa admits she barely listened when Svim first pitched the impossible idea, so now she wants the full explanation from Zorian instead of blind trust. Before that, she confesses she already tested a few people to see whether they remembered anything, and Zorian warns her not to let time loop knowledge leak to the wrong powers. When Ilsa mentions Quatakikle, Zorian's mood sours because the Lich already answered their meddling with open revenge. He recalls how Quatakikle burned down both the Novita estate and Amaya's house after they probed his memories and stole his crown, even though the people inside had already been evacuated. Then came the worst lesson. When Zack and Zorian brought the newly marked people to watch the invasion, Quatakikle still found them and the fight leveled an entire street. That is why Zorian tells Ilsa they must hide the loop not just from the Lich, but also from governments, churches, and noble powers that would exploit or crush them. For the next stretch, Zorian walks Ilsa through the loop, the invasion, and the usual course of events, while she drinks in every ugly detail. When she criticizes his numb reaction to Scioria's suffering, Zorian admits the endless repeats, and even stolen enemy memories have deadened the shock for him. Ilsa is even more thrown when Zorian casually reveals that mind magic is not a side skill for him at all, but one of his deepest talents. The scale of it really lands when Zorian tells her he has been trapped for nearly 8 years already, while Zack has endured decades. Ilsa finally calls a stop to the explanation and decides, almost on impulse, that she is taking the train to Scoria with him instead of teleporting. Her reason is simple and raw. From her perspective, the invasion happened only hours ago, and she is not ready to face Scoria again so soon. Zorian agrees, though he quietly decides not to warn her just how relentless Kiriel can be once magic enters the conversation. At the station, Mother and Ilsa settle into easy parent-teacher talk while Zorian tunes it out, and Kiriel stays too excited about Scoria to care. Fortov even comes over to greet them after spotting Ilsa, and Ilsa quickly notices he was never marked. Zorian bluntly whispers that Fortov is useless and unreliable, and Ilsa can only answer with a guarded look at how ruthless that sounds. Once the train departs, Kiriel lasts less than half an hour before peppering Ilsa with non-stop questions. After an hour and a half, even Ilsa's patience starts fraying, so Zorian rescues her with a stream of flashy illusions and stories for his sister. Instead of dismissing them as children's tricks, Ilsa watches the illusions with intense professional interest that Zorian cannot quite understand. To keep Kiriel out of it, Zorian opens a telepathic link, startling Ilsa for a second before she snaps into smooth, practiced mental speech. Ilsa points out what Kiriel cannot see. Zorian is casually weaving sophisticated illusions through the train's disruption wards, and that is anything but normal. From there, Ilsa starts listing off the impossible package in front of her: combat magic, mind magic, illusions, teleportation, dimensionalism, simulacrums, and golem craft, all learned in 8 years. Ilsa finally says the part nobody used to say aloud. By every normal measure, Zorian was supposed to be an average mage. Zorian agrees he is mostly ordinary except for mind magic, and says the loop itself did the rest by giving him unlimited time, rare resources, pressure, and impossible experience. That answer leaves Ilsa a little jealous, until Zorian reminds her the reward comes with a real chance that he and all his work will simply be erased at the end. So Zorian tells her the full ugly picture: red robe, the blocked exit, and the possibility that none of them will keep anything unless they solve the loop properly. Strangely, that shared danger steadies Ilsa, because if Zack and Zorian are doomed by failure too, then at least they are not planning to use everyone else and walk away clean. Zorian admits they need Ilsa not just as a mage, but as someone with connections, favors, and the kind of diplomatic skill their little conspiracy badly lacks. He also wants her help accelerating golem production, because he can animate them himself, but building enough legal-looking bodies is becoming a bottleneck. Hiring outside craftsmen will not work, because ordering 20 combat-ready puppets is the kind of request that gets a person reported to the government. Then Ilsa's own obsession surfaces, as the time loop's constant destruction and recreation of the world reminds her of true creation magic. Zorian knows exactly what she means, and that alone startles her all over again because some earlier version of her clearly taught him far more than she remembers. Ilsa grows almost dreamy over the idea that if a device can recreate an entire world, then true creation may be more reachable than mages think. By the time Kiriel finally falls asleep, the mental conversation fades and the train rolls on with all three of them sunk into their own thoughts. At Scoria Station, Zorian finds not just Zack but also Svim, Kirin, and Taven waiting for him, which is conspicuous enough to make Kiriel go quiet and suspicious. Even Fortov notices how bizarre it looks for Zorian to have a welcoming party like this, though he keeps his distance. After dropping Kiriel at Amaya's place, the marked group moves to a secluded spot and gets straight to the real issue: the markers on their souls. Kirin's first question is the obvious one: can the temporary markers be revoked? Zorian says yes, but only with the imperial crown still in Quatakical's hands, so revoking them is not something they can do freely. Zack adds one small comfort: removing a marker does not erase what a person already learned before the next reset. Svim immediately asks the next loophole, and Zack shuts it down too. Once a marker expires or is removed, it cannot be reapplied to the same person for 12 restarts. Before the strategy talk can continue, Taven suddenly pinches Zorian's arm to make sure the limb Quatakical's severed last restart is really back and healthy. Annoyed and suddenly understanding why she did it, Zorian retreats behind Ilsa like that will somehow protect him from Taven's concern. Asked for the real plan, Zorian says they are trying to make the temporary markers permanent by reverse engineering whatever trick let Red Robe enter the loop. And if that fails, their fallback is harsher but clear: gather the whole key, open the exit, and get everyone out before the 6 marked restarts run out. Taven pushes on the ugly implication, so Zack answers plainly that if they can leave in 6 months, he and Zorian will leave too instead of squeezing more profit out of the loop. That promise lands in a long silence, because everyone knows temporary markers would have been perfect tools for exploitation if Zack and Zorian were that kind of people. Svim finally breaks the mood with the only response that matters now: they should stop worrying in circles and get to work. Over the next days, the new loopers start changing the whole rhythm of the restart almost immediately. Kale reaches Scoria far earlier than usual, and Lukav and Alanik never have to be rescued from Sudamir's schemes this time. Taven quits monster hunting with her team, and Ilsa completely reshapes her classes now that she knows what this month really is. Zorian's simulacrum also finishes its first day mission, wiping out every cephalic rat swarm in Scoria except for a few specimens kept alive for study. With Stim, Alanik, and Silverlake already in the loop, Zack and Zorian no longer waste precious days convincing key allies that the impossible is real. And because the silent doorway adepts do not need to be won over either, the Bakura Gate network is available from the very start. So as soon as Scoria is stable enough, the two of them set their sights on Koth to collect the Imperial Orb and maybe, if things go well, acquire a pet Hydra. Before that though, they make one cautious stop at the Terramachula estate, because even Damon's assurances are never enough for Zorian on their own. The estate is already a hive of activity, and instead of a quick check-in, Zack and Zorian walk straight into a waiting wall of marked allies with questions. What was supposed to be brief turns into a draining question session that eats most of the day anyway. Later, Zorian corners Daimon and complains that this briefing mess was supposed to be his job. Daimon shrugs that he already explained things, but people still wanted answers from the two men actually handing out markers and living the loop. Then the talk shifts to the reason Damon's whole side of the operation matters so much, finding the hidden staff somewhere on the giant, jungle-covered continent of Blantyr. They already have a Bakura Gate on Blantyr, but tracking down one tiny staff across a whole continent is exactly the kind of job Zack and Zorian cannot brute force alone. Daimon confidently says his team will follow him, especially with critical people like Torin and Kerma already marked, though House Terramachula itself will still need persuading. Zorian offers money, materials, and enough resources to bankroll the whole expedition if that will make the Terramachula more cooperative. Damon's face goes through horror and delight at once before he settles on the honest answer. Yes, please send the money. And also he hates Zorian a little for having that much leverage. He explains that openly bribing the Terramachula would go badly, but paying for equipment, mercenaries, and a few unrelated gifts would absolutely help smooth the way. As Zorian makes a note to tell Zack, he finds Zack already waiting by the estate gate with the unmistakable look of someone thinking about the Hydra again. So Zorian ends the day by asking Daimon one very Zack-shaped question: just how legal is it to own a giant magically enhanced Hydra in Eldamar? Deep in Koth's jungle, Zorian sprinted through brutal terrain, while a gigantic 8-headed Hydra tore straight through the rainforest behind him. He only stayed alive because a floating ectoplasmic eye watched his back, letting him dodge attacks without slowing down or turning around. When the Hydra ripped up a rotten log and hurled it at him, Zorian slapped it aside with a bright red ectoplasmic hand and kept running through the shattered wood. Out of patience, Zorian shouted back at Zack to hurry up and figure out the dagger before his mana ran dry. The setup was always about buying Zack time to tame the Hydra, but if Zack failed, Zorian had already decided he would try to claim it himself. Then Zack yelled a ridiculous command at the Hydra and teleported straight onto its back, making Zorian think he had just ruined everything. But the instant the dagger sank in, the Hydra froze completely, all 8 heads locked in confused paralysis instead of tearing Zack apart. Zack celebrated too early, because when he ordered the Hydra to kneel, the beast obeyed and dumped him hard onto a rock. Once he stopped rolling in pain, Zack finally explained the real trick: cut yourself first to resonate with the dagger, then cut the Hydra to seal the bond. He had only discovered that by accidentally cutting himself while fooling around with the weapon during the chase. When Zorian brushed against the Hydra's mind, he was unsettled to find not hatred but a deep, unnatural acceptance of Zack's authority. That strange loyalty did not extend to Zorian, and the Hydra instantly jumped between them when he tried to come closer. Zack had to calm her down by telling her Zorian was a friend and not food, and the Hydra accepted that only with obvious reluctance. Then Zack made it worse by proudly naming the giant Hydra Princess, and Zorian was almost offended on principle. Zorian argued that Princess was a terrible name, but Zack defended it so seriously that even the Hydra seemed to take his side. After that, they spent another hour trying to coax Princess back into the Imperial Orb, because she suddenly wanted to follow Zack everywhere like an oversized puppy. With the orb recovered and the Hydra tentatively subdued, Zack and Zorian moved on to the harder problem of stealing the Imperial Ring from the Solrotham at the Ziggurat of the Sun. Zack immediately wanted to use Princess as a living battering ram, but Zorian pointed out that a full assault could just drive the ring underground and make everything worse. Trying the underground route sounded no better, because Zorian was sure the Solrotham's pet sandworm would notice them and collapse the tunnel. Zack even floated the idea of using the soul-killing dagger on the whole colony, but they dropped that too because one survivor escaping with the ring would be a disaster. That pushed them back toward dealing with neighboring Solrotham tribes, even if Zack's version of diplomacy sounded suspiciously like intimidation with the Hydra. Zorian still wanted willing allies if possible, because he had another job for them, helping track down tunneler toads hidden deep in the Zlotic Desert. He explained that those toads could detect and enter pocket dimensions through ancient hidden reservoirs, which made them perfect for the blood magic project he wanted to start. The problem was that the reservoirs were lost, so they would need desert natives to point them toward toads that mysteriously vanished and reappeared. From there the talk turned to blood magic itself, and Zorian tried to make it sound less reckless by starting with simple, well-known enhancement rituals. Zack still hated how dangerous it sounded, especially because both of them knew his larger mana reserves and healing skill would probably push him into the riskiest tests. Even so, Zack did not back out, saying ugly shortcuts like this might be the only way they ever found a faster route to the primordial prisons. Before they called it a day, they headed into the Imperial Orb for one more delicate mission, getting Princess to let Zorian study her mind without biting him. As the days passed, House Terramachula suddenly launched a huge, frantic expedition into Blantyre to search for the Imperial staff, and other powers immediately started wondering what they knew. What really spooked the spy networks was that the Terramachula openly used cross-continental dimensional gates, making everyone scramble to investigate both the method and the staff itself. Zack and Zorian planned to steal whatever all those spy agencies uncovered later, hoping the collective chaos might reveal something they had missed. At the same time, mysterious gifts of spell research, alchemy, and sensitive intelligence started surfacing across Altasia, with a suspiciously heavy concentration in Eldamar. That flood of leaks was Zack and Zorian's deliberate smokescreen, meant to drown the world in distractions so their newly marked loopers would not stand out too fast. Even with all those resources in motion, the staff hunt in Blantyre quickly turned ugly because lizardman rulers and priests everywhere already carried staves of their own. The one clue they had was that the real Imperial staff should be plainer than the decorated local ones, but that hardly felt reliable once any owner could dress it up. To improve their odds, they decided to risk approaching Quatakikl again for lessons on tracking magic and search spells. Zorian also hoped that topic might explain how Quatakikl had detected them before, because that last failure still bothered him badly. He privately regretted wasting his brief chance inside Quatakikl's mind chasing the Lich's phylactery instead of grabbing simpler answers first. For now, though, Zack and Zorian had another scheme running in Scoria, where they entered the time magic facility disguised as adult royal agents to meet Cranton Keklos. Cranton was so fascinated by the Imperial Orb in his hands that Zorian had to remind him this project demanded total secrecy. Zack played the heavy and demanded results, pushing Cranton to say whether he could turn the orb's pocket dimension into a giant temporal dilation zone. Cranton said yes, but only if the facility got more money, more people, and time to expand far beyond its current scale. Zorian answered by handing over a large promissory note, making it clear this was only the beginning of the funding. When manpower became the sticking point, Zorian promised several dimensionalism experts would arrive unofficially to speed the work along. Cranton hated the idea of outsiders interfering in his facility, and Zack immediately pressed him on whether he really lacked the authority to manage them. Zorian softened the blow by saying Cranton could dismiss them later if they proved useless, and that was just enough to win a grudging agreement. They spent another hour burying him in official-looking documents, trusting that no one in the facility would examine the fake paperwork too closely. Then Zorian added one more change by replacing the next scheduled Black Room group with their own larger team, this time planning to take over properly instead of improvising at the last minute. Cranton clearly suspected some bureaucratic bullying was happening, but not for a second did he realize the whole thing was a con. When Cranton finally asked if all this was tied to the mysterious gifts spreading across the continent, Zack shut him down and Zorian half-confirmed it anyway. They set the expert's arrival for 3 days later, left Cranton promising results for enough resources, and Zorian quietly hoped the real world would let him reward that effort someday. With their circle growing too large for random hideouts, Zack and Zorian gave up on eccentric meeting spots and started holding everything at the Novita estate instead. By now one large room in the estate was full of allies and marked loopers, and after the formal meeting ended the place broke into busy little clusters of side conversations. In one corner, Nora Boole and the Filigree Sage's emissary were so delighted to find a fellow spell formula obsessive that they ignored the whole room around them. Nearby, Alanik and Kirin stared over maps in cryptic silence that made everyone else leave them alone. Across the room, Zack was already trying to bully the Luminous Advocate's emissary into teaching him mind magic, and the giant spider kept insisting it would be pointless for a non-psychic. Not far away, Kale, Taven, Lukav, and Diamond sorted through rare materials while trading ordinary stories, a surprisingly relaxed pocket in the middle of all the schemes. Silverlake, meanwhile, had claimed an entire table for herself and was throwing real enthusiasm into the Basin Gate research now that she had personally lived through the loop. Zorian kept to himself with a table of stolen divine artifacts, still chasing any clue that might explain powers ordinary magic was never supposed to touch. That quiet ended when Svim sat down beside him looking faintly miserable after realizing time loop life meant grading the same student homework over and over again. Zorian joked that Svim could just stop caring, but Svim refused on pure professional pride and decided he would treat the repetition as his own kind of tempering. When Svim noticed the divine artifacts, he questioned why Zorian was wasting time on an impossible subject instead of focusing on the loop. Zorian answered that this was loop work to him, because he suspected divine energies might be involved in the markers and in whatever Red Robe had done to break their usual limits. His best guess was that Red Robe had Quatakikl's help, which would mean their own attempts to alter the markers might be doomed without the Lich's rare understanding of divine power. Svim quietly said he hoped Zorian was wrong, because if Quatakikl had really spent centuries building that edge, they might never catch up in time. With the Imperial Orb loaned out for time magic research, Princess loses her usual home and has to stay outside while Zack and Zorian still use her as their biggest bargaining chip. Because the Hydra needs water to rest, they keep Princess deep in the wet Koth jungle and drag her around through oversized dimensional gates whenever diplomacy or war calls for her. They also test Princess's divine teleport, but it turns out to be only a short hop trick for battle movement and entering the orb, not a solution for long-distance travel. Even with the transport hassle, their alliance campaign goes well because weaker Solrotham tribes are far poorer and less defended than the Ziggurat tribe, so none of them dare ignore two human mages arriving on a giant Hydra with gifts. This time they finally have a real translator, a bearded non-mage named Abak, whose desert contacts had to be reassured before he agreed to work with them. Abak explains why he stays non-magical on the job. Solrotham distrusts spellcasters, and to them a spoken spell sounds too close to ordinary speech to ever feel safe. When they approach another tiny cliffside tribe, Zorian is already doubting the value of recruiting such an underpowered settlement. Zack blurts out why every tribe they meet looks so much worse than the Ziggurat wasps, and this time Abak actually has a solid answer. Abak says the real difference is dungeon access, because the Ziggurat tribe can exploit nearby dungeon layers safely thanks to their giant sandworm, while other tribes cannot. That makes Zack realize the sandworm matters even more than they thought, but the discussion dies when Princess suddenly spots a large flying group coming in from the wrong direction. The incoming wasps clearly are not from the little settlement ahead, so Zorian guesses they are an emissary party from another tribe. The newcomers land in front of them and block the path politely enough, but Princess instantly takes the move as a challenge and nearly charges until Zack reins her in. Both sides agree to meet halfway, leaving their heavy hitters behind to loom menacingly while the actual negotiators step forward. While Abak spends long minutes signing with the envoy, Zorian studies the visitors and realizes they are unusually well equipped for Solrotham, especially their jewelry-covered unarmed leader who looks every bit a priest. Then Abak drops the real news. These emissaries are from the Ziggurat of the Sun itself. The Ziggurat tribe already knows an attack is coming, but instead of threatening them, it asks what would make the humans call it off. To test them, Zack asks whether they think he came to seize the whole Ziggurat, and Abak can barely believe he is being made to say that. The emissary stays calm and answers that 3 outsiders are not enough to occupy a fortress, which means the humans must be after something smaller and portable. When the priest suggests a trade instead of bloodshed, Zorian quietly knows they are asking for something the tribe would never willingly bargain away. So Zack refuses to negotiate through messengers and demands a meeting with the high priest himself. The answer comes back that the emissaries cannot bring strangers to the elders unless they carry some meaningful reply home first. After a quick telepathic exchange, Zack and Zorian settle on a message the high priest will understand. Zorian melts part of a metal watch into a rough copy of the Imperial ring, and has Abak deliver it as their response. The priest studies the fake ring with obvious suspicion, but in the end he pockets it and flies off, which means the message is going straight to the top. Abak complains that the 2 mages are impossible to work with, yet Zack still decides to keep recruiting tribes and squeezing the Ziggurat until the high priest answers. Neither of them truly expects the bluff to work, but the next day the same emissary returns with an invitation to the Ziggurat to speak with the high priest in person. Abak immediately calls it an obvious trap, but Zack and Zorian decide they have to go anyway because if the high priest appears with the ring, they can finish this one way or another. Abak refuses to follow suicidal fools into the Ziggurat, and the argument gets hot enough that the Solrotham emissary decides to intervene himself. The emissary performs a long, ritualized self-cast with buzzing chants and burn offerings, and Zack and Zorian stay on guard until they realize the spell is only changing him. When the ritual ends, the priest speaks in rough but perfectly understandable human language and tells them there is no need to pressure their companion. Zack is irritated that the wasp could have spoken all along, but Abak points out the priest's human tongue is crude enough that using a trusted translator still made sense. With Abak left behind, Zack and Zorian follow the emissary into the Ziggurat of the Sun and find, to their surprise, that no ambush comes. Instead they are led straight into the temple, where the high priest waits above a roaring sacred fire with honor guards and lesser priests packed around him. The room sinks into a long, ugly silence as both sides size each other up and even Zack refuses to make the first move. Then the high priest calmly removes the genuine imperial ring, holds it out on his palm, and simply tells them to take it. Zack can barely believe it, but the high priest is just as baffled that the humans built up a whole campaign instead of walking in and asking. The priest explains that the Solrotham are children of angels, so if their divine parents ordered the ring surrendered, no one here would dare resist. When Zorian says the spirit world is cut off, the high priest reveals that right before that silence, angels personally warned the tribe a powerful human mage would come for this ring. The order was simple: if that human arrived within the month, the tribe was to hand the ring over without struggle. That revelation leaves both boys reeling, because it sounds dangerously close to proof that the angels knew the time loop was coming and may even have been involved in giving Zack his marker. Zack presses for more, but the high priest says the angels left no description and no personal message, only a strange assurance that losing the ring would be temporary in the end. Before they can chase the mystery any further, the high priest throws the ring down, and Zack catches it as both of them confirm through the marker that it is real. The high priest declares the heavens have spoken and the meeting is over, and the lesser priest politely but firmly escort the two humans back out. 4 days later in Blantyre, Zack and Zorian join Damon's expedition through the jungle because none of them can stop thinking about what the angels just revealed. The more they turn it over, the stranger it gets, because if angels made plans around the loop, then their silence toward Zack makes less and less sense. Even Alanik has no clean explanation, only the old priestly answer that angels work under restrictions mortals cannot see and often refuse to explain. Zack jokes that Princess solved everything after all, proudly spinning the imperial ring on his finger now that the impossible errand somehow worked. Zorian shuts that down and turns to more practical work by asking Kerma how his new divination compass feels in her hands. Kerma admits the upgraded compass is impressive and valuable, even if it feels a little bigger than what she is used to. Torin immediately mocks the idea that it was free, since Zorian has all of them combing an entire continent for a stick and paying in reset money. Then Taven bounces in to demand her own gift, teasing Zorian for spoiling strange women while neglecting an old friend. Zorian deadpans that bringing Taven to exotic Blantyre despite her lack of useful skills is already her present, and she has to admit he has a point. Even so, Taven is thrilled just to be here, because this kind of artifact hunt in a far-off jungle is exactly the adventure she always wanted. Zorian finds her enthusiasm both annoying and oddly satisfying, especially because she already proved she is no helpless tourist when she casually burned through a patch of carnivorous plants. The team eventually reaches a humble riverside lizardman village where local rumors say a reclusive sage knows everything about the region's history. The villagers are more curious than frightened, because most of them have never seen a human before and the group arrives with guides instead of obvious weapons. That curiosity quickly becomes a problem for Zorian when bold children start poking him, and one of them decides the short, bespectacled human must be some kind of fairy. While Diamond handles the long gift exchange with village elders, the rest of the group waits outside and hopes the locals can persuade the elusive sage to meet them. To buy himself some peace, Zorian animates a mud person for the children to wrestle, carefully making it strong enough to entertain them but not strong enough to hurt them. As Zorian cleans his glasses and fumes through the delay, a strange old lizard man suddenly speaks beside him without ever touching his mind sense. The newcomer calmly reveals he is the reclusive sage, and even worse, he has arranged things so only Zorian can see and hear him. Asked why he chose Zorian, the sage says he liked the human who took time to play with children, which leaves Zorian staring because that was never the reason. The sage refuses to explain how he bypassed Zorian's senses, brushing it off as one of the perks of being ancient. Zorian checks the sage's staff with his marker just in case, but it is not the imperial staff they came to find. When Zorian describes the missing artifact, the sage falls into a long, eerie silence, drawing little shapes in the dirt and thinking for what feels like forever. The answer is disappointing at first. The sage cannot remember anything directly useful about the staff itself, but he does offer a dangerous lead, pointing Zorian toward a dragon mage the lizardmen call the Violet-Eyed Disaster, a centuries-old thief who covets powerful artifacts. His logic is blunt and hard to ignore. If the staff matters this much, that dragon may already have chased it down or stolen it herself. Before Zorian can ask anything else, the sage simply vanishes from beside him as abruptly as he arrived. Groaning, Zorian heads off to tell Zack and Diamond the formal meeting is no longer needed because the sage already found him first. Later in another restart, Zorian jolts awake in total panic when a bucket of ice-cold water crashes over him in the middle of the night. When he finally looks up, he finds Kiriel by the door clutching the dripping bucket like a guilty criminal caught in the act. Kiriel blurts out that she was trying to make him reveal his true form, because a book said sleeping doppelgangers lose their disguise if startled with water. Her reasoning is painfully simple. This Zorian has too many friends, too much magic, and worst of all, he has been way too nice to her. Zorian realizes he has been getting careless around her, but first he points out that if she really feared a monster, charging in alone was an awful plan. After drying himself with magic, he confirms he is really Zorian and swallows the mean little impulse to prank her back with a fake transformation. He settles for a petty punishment instead, picking Kiriel up and dropping her right onto the soaked part of the bed she created. Once the sting is out of it, Zorian decides she deserves at least part of the truth, and starts explaining why everything around him has felt so strange lately. And as time keeps rolling forward, their long list of projects finally starts paying off, with the staff search, pocket dimension research, black room training, and other plans steadily bearing fruit over 5 more restarts. Chapter 89 opens on a rare quiet day, with Zorian, Taven, and Kale resting in a sunny clearing deep inside the great northern forest. The calm works because all 3 have grown strong after 5 loops of training, with Taven now a real combat mage, and even Kale able to hold his own. While they play cards, Taven tries to peek at Zorian's hand with a sneaky spying spell, and he crushes it instantly with an amused look. Kale quietly notices the cheating attempt too, though he barely cares about winning and treats the whole game as a way to unwind. Zorian stays honest in the game, but the walk has already left his body aching, a reminder that every restart begins with him pushing himself hard from day one. The peaceful mood breaks when Zorian hears a loud crunch and turns to find Kale casually eating a big yellow root he pulled from the wild. Taven is horrified that Kale would eat something he just rinsed in a river, but Kale doubles down and chews even louder to spite her. Zorian keeps a straight face because he knows Kale grew up in places like this and probably understands the forest better than either of them. Taven finally gives up in a huff, but while throwing up her hands she accidentally flashes her cards, and Zorian immediately adjusts his play. After a little more lazy chatter, berries, and cards, the three finally get moving again and return to the ingredient hunt that brought them here. As they search, Kale leads with his field knowledge while Zorian and Taven support him with steady divinations and magical scouting. Kale keeps stopping for odd finds that only make sense to him, steadily packing plants, insects, and stones into the oversized bag Zorian made. The easy outing also makes Zorian think about how rare moments like this have become now that every marked looper is scrambling to solve an impossible deadline. Kale finally says the thought everyone has been avoiding and asks if this is really the end for the temporary loopers. Zorian remembers how much progress they made studying the temporary markers, even tearing into the divine parts through ruinously expensive work with Quatakikl, but the answer still slips out of reach. When Kale presses him for the truth, Zorian admits flatly that they have no chance of fixing the temporary markers before the month ends. Taven surprises him by saying she has made peace with the possibility of disappearing, because they did all they could and the borrowed time was still worth having. Kale is similarly calm, pointing out that even failure still leaves them about 13 more restarts of borrowed life. Zorian pushes back and reminds them the real fallback was never the marker project anyway, but escaping the time loop itself. Taven jokes that Silver Lake made it sound like Zorian was wasting time, and Zorian fires back that the old witch acts like everyone should work without breathing except her. Pressed for actual odds, Zorian says the soul transfer route has decent chances and the physical exit they truly want is still around a 30% possibility. Even with that hope, Zorian can barely read their reactions anymore because every temporary looper learns stronger mental defenses after realizing what his mind magic could do. Kale says he wants no part of stealing his original body's life, and if they physically escape he only cares about taking Kana with him. Taven admits she might have accepted a soul exit in theory, but she is nowhere near skilled enough to survive it, so a physical crossing is her only real shot. Zorian agrees that for almost everyone, physical escape is the real plan, and soul transfer is only a grim last resort. Kale takes the talk one step further and asks the question nobody wants to face. If they do escape, what happens to the lives their originals are already living? Taven admits she tries not to think that far ahead, because she does not want to ruin her original's life but also has no idea how she would stay away. Kale says his answer is simpler. As long as he has his own Kana, he can hand over his notes and walk away from the rest. Zorian is more honest than that and admits he would try to guide his original into being better, without actually taking his life away. He also admits that Zack and he kept this whole issue out of group discussions, because trying to settle it now could split the loopers apart before the real fight even starts. Even so, the pressure has already broken people, with a few marked allies asking to forget everything and one Arania becoming violent enough to be stripped of her marker. As the last effective restart begins to race away from them, Zorian can only hope nobody else breaks before the end. The chapter then shifts to the risky edge of their research, where Zack and Zorian combine enhancement rituals with blood magic despite how easily both can kill a mage. They start small, learn through mistakes that vanish with each reset, and even seek out scattered Morlock blood mages for hard-won advice. Now, a week and a half into this crucial restart, they gather Silver Lake, Svim, and Diamond for the next proof of concept, making a miniature version of the Palace Orb. The idea is brutally ambitious. Tear a real house and its land out of reality, compress it, and anchor it inside a portable glass globe. When the final phase begins, Zorian steps forward with 5 simulacrums, linking himself to them through the coordination trick he learned from Princess the Hydra. He also activates the Tunnler Toad enhancement and his custom mental upgrades, trading some mana forever for much sharper dimensional perception and control. Around him, Zack warms up his Void Soul Deer power, Diamond shows off shocking growth in dimensionalism, Silverlake prepares her own strange methods, and Svim stands ready as steady as ever. At a silent signal, all 5 begin casting and the air over the estate explodes into filaments, black beams, white rings, and violent spatial distortions. A watery spatial membrane forms around the house, but ugly black cracks keep splitting across it, and the team has to seal each failure point before the whole ritual tears open. The work drags on for hours with planned recovery pauses, because none of them have enough mana to force this through in one unbroken push. At the critical point, the membrane turns pitch black, the ground cracks open, and a burst of spatial blades destroys one of Zorian's simulacrums. Even with that loss, the black mass keeps collapsing smaller and smaller until the whole chunk of reality looks ready to vanish into a point. At exactly the right moment, Zack hurls the glass globe into the collapse while the others scatter 16 stabilizer cubes to cage the process. Seconds later the whole estate is sucked into the globe, leaving only a crater and a floating sphere with its stabilizers orbiting around it. The stabilizers finally shatter with a deafening boom, but the globe survives intact, and the pocket mansion is a complete success. Everyone gathers around in real excitement, and Zack explains that a tiny permanent gate hidden inside the mansion now draws mana from a deep dungeon cavern to keep it running. That reveal confirms they finally copied Quatakicle's permanent gate method, even if it is still too slow to replace Zorian's simulacrums for travel. Svim brings the celebration back down to earth by asking the one question that matters. Is this really enough to build a gateway out of the time loop? Zorian says they have a chance, but Silverlake immediately snaps that the chance is still too low and another 6 months would have changed everything. Zack refuses to indulge that fantasy, because there is no time left to fix the temporary markers and no point pretending otherwise. Silverlake lashes out that Zack and Zorian can afford to stay calm because they will still exist even if the temporary loopers are erased. Zorian fires back that if this attempt fails, he and Zack lose almost as badly, because marker protections would lock the others out for 6 restarts and leave only one last desperate try. When Svim presses her, Silverlake bluntly says they should have experimented more freely on disposable people and even tried recruiting Quatakikl into the group. Zorian and Zack shut both ideas down at once, arguing that the Lich is far more likely to ruin them than save them, and one mistake could burn through every remaining restart. Daimin tries to restore momentum by pointing to the plan for a much larger black room using the Palace Orb, but Silverlake still refuses to trust it until she sees results. In the end, they leave the successful pocket mansion behind and head back to Scoria still arguing, because even a breakthrough only buys them more problems to solve. Another long-running problem also finally breaks open when Damon's staff hunt in Blanter turns up a real lead on the missing Imperial staff. The clue is a dragon mage called Violet Eye, whose impossible long-range escapes make Daimon suspect she is using some kind of divine artifact. By hounding her again and again, Zack and Zorian confirm the truth. The artifact she keeps using to vanish is a plain-looking staff. That lead turns into a full battle on a jungle mountain, where Violet Eye tears through Zorian's combat golems and hammers the slope into smoking craters. Violet Eye dives on Zack with a terrifying white-hot fire breath, but he meets it head-on with a black spatial shield that simply erases the flames. She follows with enchanted wind that collapses the shield, but Zorian interrupts with explosive cylinder shots to break her charge before she can finish Zack. When Violet Eye swings her tail like a flail, Zack warps space just enough to make the killing blow miss. That tiny opening lets Zack's stone hand seize the dragon, and although she starts tearing free, Zorian's simulacrums blink in to exploit the moment. Zorian forces a brief psychic stumble into the dragon's mind, and Zack immediately drives a crystal spear at her while she is off balance. She blasts everything around her with a roar and an omnidirectional shockwave, knocking the simulacrums away and turning a direct hit into only a bloody glancing wound. Badly worn down and out of teleport charges, Violet Eye tries to flee on raw speed, counting on the old trick of exhausting her enemies and coming back later. Instead, she flies straight into Alanik, Svim, and Daimon waiting ahead, and her furious roar tells Zack and Zorian the trap has finally closed. While the others take over, Zack and Zorian finally sit down amid the wreckage to recover, with Zack laughing that the dragon is getting a taste of her own exhausting hit-and-run style. That victory leads to the moment they have chased for ages, all 5 pieces of the key finally gathered in one place before them. The staff turns out to be the Imperial Staff, a terrifying travel artifact that stores 6 hidden recall points and keeps them even across restarts for a true controller. By the time they get the staff, they already have the orb and ring, so only the dagger and crown remain to complete the set. The dagger is hard but manageable, because Zack and Zorian now know the royal treasury well enough to steal it without Quatakikl's help. The crown is a much uglier success, because taking it puts Quatakikl openly on their trail, while the restart is still only half over. Even knowing that danger, they cannot resist using the completed key right away, because it might unlock answers they could never reach otherwise. Word spreads fast, and soon a crowd of allies gathers around them to stare at the plain-looking artifacts and wonder what the Guardian will do. They decide to take the whole group to the Sovereign Gate at once, relying on a short soul bond trick to pull temporary loopers into a place they normally cannot enter. Inside the dark void, the Guardian of the Threshold appears as usual and calmly greets Zack like nothing is different. Zack bluntly asks about the completed key, and after a long pause the Guardian confirms it is valid and offers him his privileges. Zack takes every privilege immediately and orders the gate unbarred without hesitation. The Guardian says it is done, but in the same breath its body starts twitching, stuttering, and bending in impossible ways. Then the entire crowd vanishes at once, leaving Zorian alone in the void with the convulsing Guardian, and no way back to his body. As Zorian realizes he is trapped, countless mismatched eyes snap open all across the Guardian's body and focus on him. The thing inside the Guardian speaks in a booming inhuman voice, calls Zorian by name, and introduces itself as Panicseth. When Zorian realizes he is talking to the primordial itself, Panicseth starts smoothing its body into a more human shape and offers him a contract to get out alive. Zorian rejects the offer on instinct, but Panicseth coldly warns that nobody has ever gotten out alive without its help, not even the other man who tried. That hint makes Zorian ask about Red Robe, but Panicseth brushes the identity aside and lays out the deal plainly: swear to help free it, or die. To push him harder, Panicseth keeps changing into faces Zorian knows, testing what affects him and proving it can reach into his mind somehow. When it finally turns into Kiriel and begs for freedom in her voice, Zorian snaps and shouts that it is not her. Panicseth calmly explains that the gate's old safeguards have been failing for years, which is why it could always watch him, but only chose to speak now that the way is finally open. It even promises extra rewards once free, but the actual price never changes. Survive now by agreeing to help unleash a primordial later. Zorian refuses again, and this time Panicseth stops pretending there will be another chance. Instead, Panicseth says the offer no longer matters because someone else has already accepted it. Before Zorian can demand a name, the void collapses back into noise and he finds himself returned to the crowded gate chamber with everyone shouting in panic. It quickly becomes clear he was not the only one confronted by the primordial, because the whole group is rattled by the same private terror. Then Zorian does a head count, and the worst detail of all slams into him at once: Silverlake is gone. With the Guardian gone and Silverlake missing, the group gives up on the silent void and rushes out of the Sovereign Gate to see what happened. Outside the gate, they find Silverlake's body sprawled on the floor, dead without a mark on her. Zorian recognizes the death immediately. Silverlake was soul-killed, the same way they had seen happen to the Urania and other victims before. The room turns ugly fast when Zack, furious beyond reason, burns Silverlake's corpse to ash before anyone can stop him. Zorian almost snaps at him for destroying evidence, but Alanik quietly stops him, and Zorian lets the argument die. They decide to take the real discussion back to the Novita estate, but the facility staff blocks their exit because one member of the party has suddenly vanished. Since they cannot admit Silverlake died and was cremated on the spot, Zorian has to rewrite staff memories so half the facility forgets she ever came inside. The paperwork is even worse, because the facility's physical records are protected against tampering and take real effort to alter. Even after the cover-up works, Zorian knows Silverlake's loss has blown a hole in their plans, especially their project for improving the Imperial Orb. At the Novita estate, the shaken group regathers after a short break and starts piecing together what Panicseth did to them. They confirm that everyone but Zack was dragged into a private meeting, while he was left alone in the dark with no way out. The first part was similar for everyone. A twisted guardian appeared in some personal horror shape before slowly melting into something more human. After that, the encounter split wildly, with some people tempted by deals and others just toyed with like Panicseth was studying them for fun. Diamond is especially furious when Panicseth treats him less like a person and more like a source of information about Zorian. They also realize the meetings did not last equally long, because Panicseth stretched time for people who looked more promising and rushed through the rest. That makes Silverlake's betrayal feel even more believable, because if she showed the most interest, Panicseth had all the time in the world to work on her. Zorian worries that Panicseth might have been reading minds, but Svim says the creature never copied anyone from his memories at all. Kale backs that up by explaining Panicseth copied Kana instead of his dead wife, then claimed it only used what it had observed inside the time loop. Ilsa adds the biggest reveal yet. Panicseth said the Sovereign Gate is not made from a primordial but bonded to one, and right now that primordial is Panicseth himself. In blunt terms, that means Panicseth is the time loop, so he can watch everything happening inside it. The room tries to reason through that terrifying idea, with Orissa and Zack comparing a primordial's awareness to someone noticing every ant in a nest without truly understanding each one. A brief joke about Zorian once trying to herd cats cuts the tension for a second, until Alanik snaps the meeting back to the real danger. Alanik warns them that even if Panicseth mixes truth with lies, a creature that sees humans as animals will only ever manipulate them. When Ilsa needles him about his own long conversation, Alanik calmly admits Panicseth tried to sell him on faith, duty, and the risk of releasing a primordial into the world. Orissa says Panicseth told her he only wanted freedom for himself and the other primordials, and would hurt people only if they got in his way. Alanik says Panicseth pushed a sharper argument on him instead, claiming the gods must have left contingencies behind, so a true believer should not fear setting it loose. Even Alanik admits he does not buy that story, because if divine contingencies were enough, Panicseth would not be gambling so hard on escape. Orissa adds one more detail. Panicseth expects to tear himself out of prison badly wounded and then hide for centuries until he recovers. Comparing more cases, they confirm Panicseth never copied anyone who died before the loop or relatives the target never met during the loop, which makes the no-mind-reading claim feel more plausible. Then Zorian turns to the people who dug deepest into the contract itself: Svim, Kirin, and the Urania Night Dream. The contract is brutal. Swear a death pact to free Panicseth within a month, and he will incarnate you into a fresh body in the real world at the start of the month. But Panicseth also builds a death seal into that new body, so if he is still imprisoned by the festival's end, the agent just drops dead. If Panicseth gets out before the deadline though, the seal vanishes and the agent owes him nothing more. Kirin suspects that also means an agent could take the deal and still work against Panicseth, but the primordial cut him off the instant he asked. When Kale hesitates that maybe Silverlake meant to betray Panicseth later, Kirin shuts that down with a harsh, ugly laugh. Zorian cannot deny it anymore. Once he understands the offer, Silverlake's choice feels horribly predictable. Alanik says they should never have expected better, because Panicseth offered Silverlake guaranteed survival, mysterious rewards, and a disaster she would not live to regret. Zorian adds that Silverlake had always been fascinated by primordials, especially Panicseth's prison, so she may have thought she could outplay him. Taven objects that an immortal should think long-term, but Zack counters that from Silverlake's point of view, immediate death inside the loop was the worst gamble. Zorian and Zack push the point further, arguing that Silverlake never even trusted copies of herself, which says a lot about how little she cared for any version but the one standing here. That sparks angry second-guessing about why they ever recruited her, until Svim coldly reminds everyone that without Silverlake's unique skills, they would never have gotten this far. When Zack asks for every last clue, Zorian repeats the line Panic Seth gave him. Someone had already accepted the offer, so convincing him no longer mattered. From there, Zorian makes the next ugly leap. Red Robe likely made the same deal long ago, which would explain his obsession with making the invasion succeed once he gets outside. He also thinks each successful escape bars the gate again, which would explain the Guardian's old line that the controller had already left. Ilsa points out that they still have the key, so Zack could probably unbar it again, but the room quickly realizes no sane enemy would ever let them back into the gate now. The argument keeps going, and Zorian can only sit through it in silence, knowing this nightmare is far from over. Later, Zack and Zorian head straight for Silverlake's dimensional refuge to strip it for clues, secrets, and anything useful she left behind. They break through her defenses only to find she ruined them one last time. The entire pocket dimension is already a smoking crater. Zorian concludes a dead man's switch must have destroyed the place when Silverlake died, leaving almost nothing worth salvaging. The one real clue left standing is a set of disguised linking stones that fed the refuge mana from matching stones deep in the dungeon below. That teaches Zorian exactly how her refuge worked, and also how easily it could have been destroyed from below if anyone had known where to strike. With simulacrums left behind to sift the ruins, Zorian and Zack move on to the next urgent step, going back to the Sovereign Gate for answers. They know the trip is dangerous, but they still need to check whether the Guardian survived, whether the gate is barred again, and what the thing really is. Back inside the Black Void, they are relieved to see the familiar glowing Guardian floating in front of them. But when Zorian asks if the gate is open, the Guardian just stares past him and says nothing. The Guardian answers the exact same question only when Zack repeats it, confirming the gate is barred again. That is bad enough, but the real blow lands when the Guardian keeps refusing to acknowledge Zorian at all. Pressed by Zack, the Guardian bluntly explains that he now responds only to the true controller. The Guardian calls Zorian an anomaly who slipped past the safeguards, and says the error will be corrected when the world resets at the end of the month. Zack demands to know why the system only figured this out now, and the answer is even worse. Presenting the complete key triggered a full inspection that exposed Zorian. That means the moment they used the key properly, Zorian was quietly marked for erasure. Zack angrily checks what his new controller privileges actually do, only to learn they mostly just lock pretenders like Zorian out. The Guardian even apologizes that Zorian is such a frustrating anomaly, which somehow makes the whole thing feel more insulting. Strangely, Zorian does not break down. He just narrows his focus and decides this only means their escape attempt absolutely has to work now. When Zack looks horrified and guilty, Zorian steadies him instead and points out they were always going to present the key eventually. The one useful answer they get is that Zack can still use the key to unbar the gate again, but he refuses to do it right now. They are about to leave and come back later in a better state of mind when the Guardian suddenly starts convulsing again. This time Panic Seth does not isolate them, but takes over the Guardian right in front of both boys and twists the glowing body into blood-red branches and tentacles. A moment later the mass pulls itself into the same unsettling female shape Panic Seth used with Zorian before. Panic Seth claims getting through the gate's safeguards is difficult, but says Zorian has become interesting enough to justify another visit. Then Panic Seth drops the real offer. He says he has kept enough of Zorian's access intact that if Zorian wrecks Zack's mind and uses the key, Panic Seth will send him outside with no contract at all. Panic Seth says he already has enough agents, and killing the true controller inside the loop would be far more valuable than recruiting one more pawn. That makes the larger truth snap into focus for Zorian. The time loop was likely built to help Zack stop Panic Seth, which means the Primordial and the controller were always meant to be enemies. Panic Seth openly agrees that things had been going better before Zorian found the key, because Zack had lost track of his mission and Red Robe was already outside working for him. He also compares his own awareness to Zorian's mental memory, claiming he sees everything in the loop but only focuses on details when he chooses to review them. Then Panic Seth tries to bond with Zorian by saying they are both trapped beings willing to do ugly things to survive. She argues that Scioria's destruction is just collateral damage from a prison built around her, and even says Zorian is no morally cleaner if he is willing to let his outside self die. When Zorian points out that he dies without escape and Panic Seth does not, Panic Seth counters by describing centuries of conscious imprisonment as torture beyond anything he can imagine. Then Panic Seth points at Zack and gives one last poison dart, warning Zorian that no matter how friendly Zack seems, the two of them are destined to end with one killing the other. Zack explodes at that, but Panic Seth ignores him so completely that when he charges, he just passes harmlessly through her body. Panic Seth ends the meeting by telling Zorian to choose before the restart ends, and the next instant both boys are thrown back into their real bodies outside. Back in the facility, Zack completely loses it and starts hurling expensive instruments around the room in raw frustration. Zorian stops one flying device in midair and tells him, with dry understatement, that his temper really needs work. After pacing himself half calm, Zack grabs Zorian by the shoulders and urgently asks if he actually believed Panicseth's claim that they are destined enemies. Zorian does suspect something is wrong with Zack's mind, but he knows saying that now would only tear them apart, so he lies and says he does not believe it at all. Relieved, Zack says they cannot let Panicseth divide them and insists they have to trust each other now more than ever. Zorian agrees, then twists the moment just enough to remind Zack that he is the one who now has to explain the wrecked room to Cranton. Zack groans, admits Zorian is right, and for once fully agrees that his temper really is a problem. At the Novita estate, Zorian is buried in failed plans when Svim bluntly tells him their current path is dead without Silver Lake. Zorian looks around and realizes everyone is listening, while Zack sits on the floor trying to sense the divine energies in his blessing and controller marker. The group had already heard that Panicseth marked Zorian for death too, and instead of panicking, they started treating him as one of their own. Even so, Zorian finally admits Svim and Alanik are right, and asks what new plan they actually have. Svim's first move is to tell Cranton and the Black Room researchers that they are time travelers, or close enough to the truth to satisfy their suspicions. Svim points out the researchers already suspect they are people from the future, because their inside knowledge is too close to the facility's own work to ignore. Zorian still doubts that honesty alone will solve their real problem, because the staff is already working hard and they still do not have enough time. That is when Svim calmly reveals the real plan: kidnap every skilled mage they can use and force them to work. Svim lays out the ugly toolkit too: blackmail, threats, and Zorian's mind magic used as intimidation and as a way to retry failed negotiations. Zorian pushes back that mind magic cannot force real creativity, and all they would get from broken people is useless compliance. Svim agrees on the limits, but says fear is enough, and the rest of the loopers are ready to carry the moral burden of managing the captives. The idea hits Zorian hard, and he bitterly jokes that they have turned into a villain organization already. Svim hands over a marked map and explains that the only way to buy time now is to push their Black Room project far beyond its current limits. Zorian recognizes the blue markers as every known Black Room project on the continent, and realizes they plan to raid them for people, notes, and equipment. When Zorian asks what happens to people who still refuse, Svim coolly suggests exiling them through a portal into the Blanter jungle until they break. Then Svim unveils an even bigger blueprint: the small facility beneath Scoria expanded into a huge underworld complex around the whole. Zorian immediately sees the catch: a hidden expansion on that scale would drag the Eldamarian authorities down on them. Svim admits the answer is ugly too, because they want to work with the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon. Zorian reacts with open disgust, remembering the cult as greedy fanatics who sacrificed shifter children to crack Panicseth's prison. Svim argues that without Silver Lake, the cult leaders are the best remaining experts on Panicseth's prison and might help them figure out a way out of the loop. When Zorian says they already stole every secret the cult had, Svim counters that now they need what those fanatics could discover if properly taught. The real horror lands a second later. They intend to teach the cult everything useful, lock them in the improved Black Room, and squeeze answers out of them later if needed. Alanik finally speaks up and backs the plan, saying he was already willing to work with someone as dirty as Silver Lake when necessity demanded it. That reminder hits Zorian hard, because he knows Alanik has old scars from his past and would not say this lightly. Zorian breaks the tension by throwing a pen at Zack's head, and Zack catches it without opening his eyes. Zack admits he heard most of it, and says he has no better idea either. Zorian accepts the dark plan, but adds one more ruthless improvement: if they want a spectacular Black Room, they need a top-tier dimensionalist. Then he reveals exactly who he means by asking Zack how attached he is to Quatakicle's stolen crown. Zack already knows where this is going, and complains as Zorian drags him off to talk to their favorite lich. Soon after, a wheat field somewhere in Eldamar is burning as masked Zack and Zorian clash head-on with Quatakicle. This is their third fight in a few days, because the battles themselves are part of the negotiation and prove they are not just lucky thieves. Quatakicle has been hunting their whole group since the crown theft, but he still does not know the masked boys in front of him are the ones who robbed him. A red attack rushes Zorian. He strips away its outer layer with one spell, and a deadlier green core arrow almost hits home. One of Zorian's simulacrums sacrifices its arm to stop the green arrow, while his shield catches the burst of metal shrapnel. At the same time, Zorian sends invisible severing discs at the lich while Zack hammers him with giant fireballs and boulders. Princess joins the fight as a huge hydra, tearing down an eagle and its riders while Eldamar's intervention force learns this battlefield has no safe side. The authorities even tried artillery from afar, but Quatakicle destroyed those positions too, leaving smoking sights in the distance. When Princess teleports right beside the lich and Zack keeps him busy, Zorian's hidden discs finally cut off one of Quatakicle's arms. Now that Zack wears the Imperial crown instead, the lich can no longer count on simply outlasting them with endless mana. After several more brutal minutes, both sides finally stop and stare each other down over the ruined field. Zack breaks the silence by taking off the crown and taunting the lich with the thing he wants most. Quatakicle answers with a red disintegration beam, but the shot bends around Zack and misses without touching him. Only then do the boys finally say they might be willing to return the crown if the lich is ready to talk. Quatakikl silently carves a time and address into a warm stone and tosses it at their feet before teleporting away. Zorian never planned to tell Quatakikl about the time loop, because the Lich would never betray his original self just to save a copy of himself. What they really need from him is simple and urgent, enough expertise to make the Black Room work spectacularly. At the meeting itself, Quatakikl arrives in human disguise to a private restaurant room, and Zack and Zorian come unmasked as their own show of trust. The Lich dryly repeats their offer back at them, help improve Eldamar's Black Room by a ridiculous amount, and get the crown back in exchange. To show he is not bluffing, Zorian opens a tiny gate above his palm that leads to a featureless patch of ocean nowhere near land. After Quatakikl scans the portal and confirms it reaches some unreachable spot at sea, Zack springs the real threat. That finally rattles the Lich, because losing the crown in the deep ocean would be practically the same as destroying it forever. Zack drops the bluffing and says the truth out loud. If this fails, they are dead, so they have no reason to leave the crown recoverable. Zorian presses from another angle and points out that Quatakikl wants Black Room knowledge badly, especially for a nation of undead that could exploit long-time dilation better than anyone. Then Zorian sweetens the deal even further by revealing they can offer research stolen from every Black Room project on the continent, not just Eldamar's. For the first time, Quatakikl sounds genuinely impressed when he realizes they really did raid every facility they could find. The negotiation drags on, and even while he keeps acting cool, Zorian can tell the Lich is slowly giving in. Quatakikl's main objection is simple: why should he trust them to return the crown after he helps? Zorian shocks him by saying they will hand the crown over immediately if he agrees, because they need his help more than they need the artifact now. When the Lich asks why they think he will not just laugh and leave, Zack says they are betting on Quatakikl being an honorable sort of undead. Before sealing it, Quatakikl asks one question of his own: why did they ever think trying to work with him was a safe move? Zorian trades answers for answers and finally asks the mystery that has always bothered him: why would Quatakikl help release something as catastrophic as Panicseth? Quatakikl calmly says he never expected Panicseth to roam free for centuries, because he trusts the angels to crush or reseal it within days. His real gamble is uglier than that. He only needs the primordial to cause enough chaos before the angels stop it, and he even worries they might stop it too quickly. He is even happier because the recent shutdown of communication with the spiritual world might be weakening angelic interference further. With the answer given, Zack asks for the deal plainly, and the Lich finally says yes. Zorian immediately adds one more ugly favor: they already kidnapped the cult leaders too, and now they want Quatakikl to help break their resistance. The Lich mutters that those fools getting captured is no surprise, but he also understands the boys are serious and dangerous. Then he holds out his hand for payment, and Zack reluctantly surrenders the Imperial crown. The moment Quatakikl puts it on, glowing geometry races over his skin and his human disguise briefly drops, exposing the black skeleton beneath. Crown reclaimed, Quatakikl simply tells them to take him to the cultists because he will make them cooperate. After that, the whole operation moves fast, and to Zorian's surprise the kidnapped researchers mostly choose to work instead of dragging everything down out of spite. A lot of them even become genuinely excited once they understand how massive the project is and believe they might really be allowed to keep the research later. Quatakikl also keeps his word and turns out to be vastly better than Silverlake as a dimensional expert, which only makes it more frustrating that they still cannot trust him with the time loop itself. Later, Zorian and Zack privately wonder if Quatakikl might have been the one who helped Red Robe modify a temporary marker into something permanent. They cannot prove it, but they suspect the trick only works before the gate finishes processing the marker at the end of its first restart. Their dealings with the cult start much uglier, because the cultists were kidnapped, blackmailed, and furious that Zorian also evacuated the city's shifters so no child sacrifices could happen. The shouting even turns into a brief exchange of combat spells before the boys force the situation back under control. What finally wins the cult over is not trust but the Sovereign Gate, which Zack and Zorian present as a divine artifact that can serve as a far better key to Panicseth's prison than shifter blood ever could. The explanation is deceptive but true enough, and the cultists get so dazzled by the artifact that they never realize what the gate actually is. With everyone pushed into place, the plan starts working better than Zorian dared hope. The underworld is excavated, the geomantic web is reshaped, and layers of ruinously expensive wards are built around the Imperial Orb. By the end, even Quatakikl seems uneasy at how much wealth, labor, and magical force they have poured into this one desperate machine. Still, the project finishes on time, and 6 days before the restart ends a huge crowd of loopers, cult leaders, and researchers enters the Imperial Orb to spend 5 months inside while only 1 day passes outside. Quatakikl wisely stays outside, because Zack and Zorian would have killed him and stolen the crown back the moment the orb sealed shut. Inside those stolen 5 months, the group trains, manufactures supplies, and prepares every part of the final escape in secret. But Zorian has a private side project too, and he keeps it hidden from most people, including Zack. In an isolated corner of the orb, he gathers the Arania loopers, Svim, and Diamond for one specific purpose. He tells them he does not just want stronger mind magic anymore, he wants to learn how to break through Mind Blank itself. The others immediately understand how dangerous that goal is, and the secret research begins. When the group finally leaves the Imperial Orb, only 5 days remain before the summer festival and the final attempt. Those last days are spent turning the time magic facility and the entire hole into one giant exit ritual site covered in carved formulas and ward stones. The cultists they trained for months finish analyzing Panicseth's prison and hand over their results, still thinking Zack and Zorian really helped their cause. Their original escape plan is gone now, because only Silver Lake had the finesse to use the prison itself as a clean bridge between the loop and the real world. The replacement plan is far rougher: crack Panicseth's prison open and sacrifice the Imperial Orb to act as the bridge instead. That creates two brutal costs at once. Panicseth will get a chance to push into the breach, and the orb can no longer be taken out with him. To stop the prison from immediately bursting fully free, they surround the ritual area with multiple dimensional membranes and hope the theory holds. Losing the orb also means losing almost all the research and stored materials packed inside it, so the group spends tense days arguing over what they can carry through. As the summer festival arrives, Zack and Zorian decide they should kill the cult leaders before the ritual, but the cult unexpectedly claims they are happy to step aside. Zorian does not believe that sudden goodwill for a second, but Quatakikla is staying too close to them for a clean move, so he has to let it go. With no clean way to remove them, the group settles for final preparations and waits beside a ritual they know is as fragile as it is ambitious. Just before they begin, Zorian quietly tells Zack the truth of it. If this fails, Zorian is almost certainly dead for good. Zack tries to cling to the chance that the Guardian was wrong, but neither of them really believes it enough to rely on it. So Zorian makes the grim backup explicit. If everyone else dies and only Zack survives, then the whole future rests on him alone. Zack, pained by the thought, promises that if Zorian falls he will still take care of Zorian's original self in the real world. Zorian actually finds that promise comforting, and the moment ends because the ritual is starting now. Inside the hole, the final ritual begins on a floating platform with the Sovereign Gate on a central dais, and layers of dimensional membranes sealing the whole space. The participants arrange themselves into 3 circles, with Zack, Zorian, Svim, and Diamond at the center because they have to bear the hardest dimensional work. For the first 5 minutes, everything looks controlled, with only warped air above the platform showing that the impossible is starting to work. Then the walls of the hole suddenly shake, blue light flashes through the carved formulas, and something outside the membranes hits the ritual hard enough to rattle the whole cavern. Svim orders everyone to stay focused, but the next tremor is even worse, and the controlled opening spins violently out of control. A jagged black crack tears open in the air, and Panicseth's power immediately starts spilling through. Dark brown thorn-covered tentacles burst out first, forcing the outer rings to scatter before the ritual can collapse completely. As the crack widens, a giant 3-lobe eye becomes visible behind the dimensional barrier, making it clear Panicseth is truly pressing against the prison from the other side. The plan is not dead yet, so fighters from the outer circle rush in to hold the tentacles back while the core casters keep suppressing the breach. Taven cuts one of the hand-like growths in half, only for the severed piece to sprout claws and tackle her to the floor. Kirin blasts the thing off her, but Taven is dragged away bleeding so badly that Zorian cannot tell if she will survive. Elsewhere, one of the Arania tries to block a tentacle and learns too late that its thorns are razor blades, not just spikes. The tentacle wraps around the Arania and slices straight through her body, turning her into a mutilated corpse in an instant. When that same tentacle starts swinging the corpse like a bloody flail, panic ripples through the ritual lines and their control starts slipping even faster. Zorian realizes the breach is about to overrun them, so he pulls out an emergency measure he was desperately hoping to save for later. He throws the spheres at the rift, and they snap into a spinning ring around it just as the tentacles lunge to tear the formation apart. The rest of the group buys him one crucial heartbeat by hammering the tentacles with every spell they have. That heartbeat is enough, and the ring erupts in white light that slams the breach smaller and drops severed tentacle mass onto the platform. The relief lasts only seconds before the fallen tentacles start writhing together into an ovoid chrysalis. Alanik reacts first and burns the cocoon with white-hot fire, but even combined attacks barely slow whatever is forming inside. At the same time, the Sovereign Gate begins glowing and the familiar silhouette of the Guardian of the Threshold starts taking shape above it. Seeing both disasters at once, Svim snaps the decision everyone was trying to avoid: use the orb now. Diamond throws the Imperial Orb at the breach, and the 4 central casters start forcing it into the prison structure with layered dimensional magic. When the fusion still resists them, Zorian starts burning through prepared tools and even his own life force to force the merge through. The others do the same, and at last the Imperial Orb swallows the rift and transforms into a stable black exit sphere ringed by 3 smoky tori. They have an exit at last, but the fully formed Guardian immediately raises a hand and fires a blinding white beam at the group. Halfway to them, the beam splits into more than 100 thinner rays that curve through the air like living hunters. Simulacrums and golems rush to intercept, but the tracking rays punch through the defense line and kill Ilsa, Nora, and 2 Arania on the spot. Their own counterattacks vanish harmlessly into the Guardian's glowing body, making it clear they cannot beat it by normal force. Before Zorian can start evacuating people, the primordial chrysalis bursts open and a 6-limbed nightmare charges the center of the platform. Anyone who tries to stop it gets flung aside, and the monster shrugs off spells that should have torn lesser creatures apart. The Guardian lifts its hand for another strike just as deeper explosions start pounding the ritual grounds from outside the dimensional membranes. Zorian immediately realizes the nightmare answer. Someone outside is attacking the ritual too, and Quatakikal with the cultists is the obvious guess. The Guardian fires again, and this second wave of tracking beams is even harder to blunt than the first. Kale tries to shield his little daughter with his own body, but one beam drills through both of them and kills them together. Kiran manages to stop a beam, only to get caught from behind by the charging primordial beast and cut in half before he can turn. More explosions hit outside, the formulas stabilizing the bridge start to flicker, and a tiny crack appears on the Imperial orb itself. At the edge of the platform, Taven finally dies of the wounds she took much earlier, one more quiet loss in the middle of the carnage. Looking at the collapsing bridge, the dead, and the monsters closing in, Zorian understands with sick clarity that they are all about to die. Then Diamond suddenly decides that if anyone is getting out, it has to be his brother. Without hesitating further, Diamond slashes open his own wrists, and starts shaping a blood-soaked stabilization spell with trembling hands. He pours every shred of life he has into the failing exit, and the cracking orb and shaking bridge steady just enough to hold. Svim sees the opening instantly and orders Zorian to go, because Zack and Svim can barely keep the bridge stable even with Damon's sacrifice buying them time. Zorian hates it, but he also sees that the others could have made a selfish dash for the exit already and chose not to, because they are holding the line for him instead. So Zorian hands his share of the burden to Zack and Svim, leaps into the air with a flight spell, and races straight for the exit alone. Panicseth's beast screams and lunges faster, while the Guardian teleports directly into Zorian's path and opens fire again. Other loopers throw themselves into danger to block some of the Guardian's beams for him, buying him the last few feet. Zorian is only inches away when the primordial beast fires a serrated bone spike straight through his back and out his chest. He knows the wound is fatal, so instead of trying to save his body, he triggers the contingency he built for this exact moment. His soul tears free from the dying body and shoots into the exit before either the Guardian or the beast can stop it. In soul form, Zorian races through a dim tunnel of space and time, navigating mostly by the advanced dimensional perception he spent months sharpening. But the same spatial enhancement that helps him now is also coming apart, because the body that anchored part of it is gone. Behind him, the tunnel starts collapsing too, which means Zack and Svim finally lost the fight to keep the path open and nobody else made it through. He pushes on alone until the tunnel finally ends and he spills out into the real world as a disembodied soul. Even with fuzzy senses, he quickly remembers the next step and tracks the bond leading to his original sleeping body. A few rough divinations and teleports later, he reaches his old room and finds his pre-loop self asleep in bed, still unaware that the invasion has not even begun yet. Soul Zorian does not hesitate, and plunges straight into his old body's chest, starting a brutal fight over who gets to own that body. The struggle is real, but the result never was, because the original Zorian has no chance against everything the Looper version has become. When he opens his eyes again, Zorian is back in his own room in his original body at the very start of the month, before even Kiriel's wake-up ambush. To prove this is real, he raises his hand and sees the captured soul of his original self hovering above his palm as a small white orb. He stares at that soul for a long time, because he had planned for this possibility, but facing it now is still different. In the end, he cannot bring himself to do anything crueler, so he closes his hand and lets the original soul pass on to the afterlife. Then Zorian gets out of bed, cracks his knuckles, and starts moving, because now that he is finally in the real world, there is no time to waste. Back in the real world at last, Zorian discovers his emergency plan worked only halfway, because possessing his old body did not preserve the tunneler toad ability he had anchored inside the time loop. The anchor unravels inside his mana reserves, leaving them in chaos for 4 or 5 critical days when he can least afford weakness. Instead of panicking, Zorian carefully shapes a spell through the instability and forces out one flawless simulacrum anyway. The simulacrum immediately lies down on the bed and devotes itself to stabilizing their shared mana, giving Zorian just enough usable spellcasting to keep moving. With his magic barely functional again, Zorian jumps to the next emergency, and decides to wake Zack before Red Robe can murder him in his sleep. He gambles that Zack still carries their shared marker, and the ritual answers with a distant soul light in the direction of Scoria. Zorian burns a huge chunk of mana to brush Zack's soul across the distance, and jolts him awake for real. After confirming the wake-up worked, he cuts the link, waits to recover, and makes 3 more simulacrums to split the disaster into parallel jobs. Zorian debates protecting his family first, but he cannot justify delaying the larger crisis after so many allies died trusting him to handle the real world. He makes the selfish but practical call to leave his parents uninformed for now and rely on a house-guarding simulacrum until they leave for Koth in a few days. When the last preparations are done, one copy stays on the bed, another goes to secure the house, and Zorian teleports to Scoria with the final 2 under heavy disguises. They arrive in Scoria and split immediately, because every minute now is a race against whatever Red Robe and Silverlake are doing. One simulacrum heads for Jornak's house to test the ugly possibility that Red Robe might really be Veyers or someone tied closely to him. Near the house, he slows down and finds the ward subtly altered, which is exactly the kind of careful move Red Robe would make. After slipping past the upgraded defenses, he finds the house abandoned and stripped in a hurry, with drawers yanked out and valuables already taken. That tells him Veyers and Jornak were not kidnapped at all, but evacuated by someone who knew exactly what mattered and had time to prepare. He cannot prove who Red Robe is from this alone, but the connection is strong enough that he gives up on the house and redirects towards Silver Lake instead. A second simulacrum dives into the tunnels under Scoria, driven partly by strategy, and partly by the raw need to see whether the Arania really survived outside the loop. Instead of a reunion, he arrives to find the Iranian settlement already in a bloody fight with Red Robe. This Red Robe is only a simulacrum too, methodically slaughtering Arania to break their nerve before his mana runs dry. Zorian joins from behind with an incineration ray, and the two silent simulacrums start circling each other in a cold, probing wizard duel. Some furious Arania keep trying to jump in and die for it, while Zorian does his best to hold Red Robe's attention and stop the massacre from getting worse. Then Red Robe abruptly decides the fight is no longer worth it, and recalls himself away, leaving Zorian with a narrow but real win. Zorian refuses to chase a disposable copy and waits for the surviving Arania to approach on their own terms. Once they hear him answer with telepathy and ask for Spear of Resolve, the local spiders hesitate in shock before their matriarch comes personally. Seeing Spear of Resolve alive hits him hard, because he remembers both working with her and being betrayed by her in another future. She thanks him politely and asks what he really wants, and Zorian admits they have known each other before even if she cannot remember it. When the matriarch dismisses that as impossible, Zorian drops the careful approach and bluntly tells her he came from the future. To prove he is not bluffing, he removes his mask, gives his real name, and offers to show memories no outsider should ever possess. He rattles off exactly the kind of secrets that should be impossible to know, from their hidden rooms and treasury to private personalities and trading networks. That finally shakes the whole web, and after a burst of outrage from her subordinates, the matriarch decides to open her mind and see the memories for herself. For hours, Zorian lays their hidden history bare through telepathy until the matriarch is visibly disturbed by how completely he knows them. When she struggles to understand how this could happen, Zorian cuts through it with the brutal truth that in his future Red Robe wiped them out, and he was too weak to stop it. An elder accuses him of looting their city after their deaths, and Zorian does not even deny it because survival mattered more than pride. The matriarch tests him by asking what he will do if she refuses, and Zorian calmly answers that he will just take his future knowledge to another Iranian web. That is the moment he knows he has them, because their fear of being left behind finally outweighs their mistrust. Meanwhile, the original Zorian reaches Novita Estate, and finds the mansion already burning under a fresh magical assault. His wake-up call saved Zack, but only barely, because the attack is already underway when Zorian reaches the actual fight. Only Red Robe is here, no Silver Lake, and this attacker is just another simulacrum rather than the real man. The moment Zorian joins in, Red Robe dismisses the copy and abandons the attack instead of risking more mana on a lost fight. Then Zorian notices the real damage Red Robe managed to do, because Zack is standing there with a huge bleeding slash across his chest. Zack tries to thank him for the wake-up call, but his knees give out and he collapses before he can finish. Zorian can tell Zack will live, but the blood loss means one of his strongest allies is now nearly out of action for days. Zorian picks Zack up with lightning magic and starts hauling him toward help, grumbling that the idiot is way too heavy for a crisis like this. Even half-conscious, Zack notices something is wrong with Zorian too, and Zorian admits his mana reserves are unstable from the collapsed Tunneler Toad anchor. That means both time travelers are crippled right out of the gate, and Zack explodes in frustration at how badly the exit has already gone. Zorian counters that Red Robe is not having a perfect night either, because one copy failed to kill Zack and another just got chased off by the Arania. Low on mana and out of patience, Zorian teleports them into a closed potion shop and breaks in for emergency supplies. He forces the strongest wound-closing and blood-restoring potions down Zack's throat, and the color starts coming back to his face. Zack immediately proves he is still an idiot by trying to stand, only to crumple again and confirm he still needs a hospital. Before they move on, Zack reveals he stayed behind after the exit just long enough to see that the time loop reset with ordinary versions of Zorian and Silver Lake still inside it. That leads Zack to the question Zorian did not want, because it means there really was another Zorian left behind when he took his old body. Zorian answers bluntly that he killed his original self and sent the soul onto the afterlife rather than trap him in a ruined half-life. He defends the choice by saying the alternative would have been years of stasis or life as a powerless ghost forced to watch a stranger live his stolen future. For once, Zack has no easy answer, and the silence between them turns deeply awkward. Zorian shuts the topic down, picks Zack up again, and starts talking strategy instead because there is too much left to do and too little mana to do it with. As he walks, Zorian realizes their enemies are probably juggling the same impossible priorities, and he can only hope they chose worse than he did. Elsewhere, the third simulacrum reaches Silver Lake's hideout and finds no obvious battle outside, which only makes her next move harder to read. Not wanting to waste time on delicate divinations, he just starts shouting insults at the pocket dimension until old Silverlake storms out furious. Her careless approach tells him almost at once that the time-looping Silverlake has not warned or recruited her yet. He presses anyway, asking if a version of herself has visited, and Silverlake answers with a test lightning bolt instead of words. Zorian backhands the spell aside like Svim would, and Silverlake instantly gets much more cautious. Now sure she knows nothing, Zorian briefly considers killing her, because old Silverlake would be a treacherous ally even if saved. Instead he throws her an illusion stone containing a warning and tells her to change her wards and seal any hidden entrances immediately. He leaves her with one last blunt line that he decided not to kill her, and vanishes before she can drag him into more games. His instincts still say Silverlake's hideout is the wrong place to wait, so he turns his attention toward making sure Alanik, Kale, and Lukav are not the real targets. Back in Siren, the house guarding Simulacrum has the opposite problem, because he has already secured the Kazinski home and now has nothing to fight except boredom. That boredom leads him straight to Kiriel's room, where he decides years of accumulated sibling payback are finally due. He sneaks to her bedside, studies a few prank options, and settles on the old classic instead of anything Messier. He bellows a cheerful greeting into her ear, and Kiriel wakes screaming, flailing, and tumbling right out of bed. Kiriel angrily tries to hit him, while he laughs like he desperately needed exactly this kind of normal little moment. After she changes, Kiriel notices he is strangely awake so early, and he dodges the truth by saying he could not sleep. When she asks to see magic, he spends the next half hour entertaining her with spell tricks until the original tells him to stop wasting mana. Kiriel deflates when he says he has to go, and her silence makes it obvious she still wants the promise he kept making in the loop. Remembering all the promises he made to her, the simulacrum stops her before she can leave and makes one reckless choice the original definitely would not approve. With a grin, he asks Kiriel if she wants to come with him to Scoria, and the joy on her face makes him decide the trouble will be worth it. Back in Siren, Zorian fumed at his own mistake. He had left the job of disappointing Kiriel to a simulacrum, even though his copies always got reckless once they knew they were temporary. The simulacrum refused to back down, reminding Zorian that he had already promised Kiriel the trip and daring him to come cancel it to her face. When the copy pointed out this might be Kiriel's last believable chance to visit Scoria before school and family fears closed that door, Zorian was forced to admit the argument hit home. Even so, he still thought bringing his little sister into the center of a fight with Red Robe and Silverlake was a terrible idea. After the simulacrum cut the connection, Zorian decided he had to handle the mess himself instead of leaving it to a copy any longer. He could afford that detour because his sturdier golem simulacrums were already covering Scoria, and with Zack still badly weakened there was no point starting a bigger move yet. So Zorian returned to Siren, told the offending simulacrum to disappear for a while, and quietly stepped back into his own place at home. Kiriel instantly caught the vibe and challenged him before he could speak, planting her feet and declaring there would be no takebacks on the trip. Zorian backed off the real fight and settled for calling her out over his missing schoolbooks, which made Kiriel nervously promise they would somehow return to his room. As Kiriel hurried off, Zorian could feel the displaced simulacrum silently enjoying his embarrassment, which only made him mutter at the idiot under his breath. Soon after, Ilsa arrived with the academy papers, and the moment Zorian opened the door she coolly guessed exactly who he was. Her polite smile hit harder than expected, because this Ilsa remembered none of the year they had fought through together, and Zorian was suddenly forced to face how many old bonds were simply gone. When Ilsa asked if he was alright, Zorian brushed it off and casually popped the seal on the academy scroll with practiced control. Ilsa praised his talent and compared him to Diamond, and though the old jab still annoyed him a little, it no longer stung the way it once had. Their meetings slipped into familiar routine as Ilsa suggested Amaya's place because Kiriel was coming along, informed him that Svin would be his assigned mentor, and took his elective choices almost instantly. That smooth routine comforted him for a second, then turned chilling when Zorian felt as if he had slipped straight back into the time loop, and this whole month might vanish again. He knew the evidence said the loop was truly over, but even after Ilsa left, that irrational dread still clung to him. Later, on the train to Scoria, Zorian forced himself to save mana for the real fight and refused to entertain Kiriel with magic, even though the trip quickly became painfully dull. With no spells allowed anyway, he fell back on old loop stories with the names changed, but Kiriel eventually complained they were too ridiculous to believe. They switched to a drawing contest instead, and Kiriel happily kept crushing him over and over because she loved winning more than fairness. When the train stopped at Corsa, Ibri peeked into their compartment, and Zorian surprised her by cheerfully inviting her to join them. Then Byrne wandered in asking for a free seat too, and just like that the quiet compartment turned lively. Kiriel immediately bombarded Byrne with questions about the academy, while Ibri hid in her book and let the others carry the conversation. When Byrne asked about their surname, Zorian matter-of-factly confirmed that Diamond was their brother but made it clear they barely had any real connection to him. The talk shifted to the shocking attack on the Novita estate, with Byrne eagerly repeating the fresh news that the mansion had been heavily damaged and Zack had gone missing for hours. Zorian stepped in and calmly said Zack was fine, feeding them the cover story that the missing heir had simply been out drinking and dancing all night. When Ivory hinted Zack had a bad reputation, Zorian defended him at once, calling him magically talented and only a little too reckless. Kiriel immediately latched onto that and demanded to know why she had never heard about this friend, which made Zorian tease her as an untrustworthy little tattletale. By the time Scoria came into view, the whole group was talking so naturally that they left the compartment together and got swept into the packed crowd by the exit. The crush of bodies barely bothered his trained mind, but it did leave him quietly observing the first years around him with a tired, detached calm. One eager first-year girl asked him to show some magic, and Kiriel immediately spoiled the idea by announcing that the train wards made that impossible. Zorian backed her up by explaining the wards were there because students kept setting things on fire and vandalizing the train, leaving the girl deflated and Kiriel solemnly agreeing that one jerk always ruins it for everyone. At the station, Zorian briefly worried Baron would keep following them, but the problem solved itself when Baron explained his parents had arranged an escort because the Novita attack had everyone spooked. That small change struck Zorian as a warning of how far Red Robe's attack was already rippling through normal life, even for people far outside the real battle. After exchanging contact methods with Baron and Ivory, Zorian parted ways with them and led Kiriel deeper into the city. But instead of heading straight to Amaya's, he deliberately brought Kiriel to a park bridge where little Nachka was sobbing over her bicycle in the creek below. Zorian patiently calmed Nachka down, got the story out of her, and then lifted the bicycle out with telekinesis while Kiriel watched from the side. He even cleaned the bike with more magic, which immediately gave his telepathically linked simulacrums a chance to mock him for wasting mana on something nice. When Zorian asked if she had an umbrella, Kiriel cut in and insisted they should help Nachka get home, immediately pushing herself into the role of new friend. Nachka finally agreed, and as they walked with her, Zorian quietly scanned the area and noticed the usual cephalic rat presence was missing, which fit the bigger underground war already raging in the city. That quiet walk also sharpened his private resolve. Shifter children like Nachka were still critical to Panicseth's release, and saving them now mattered to him for deeply personal reasons too. At Ree's home, Zorian kept things light and simply introduced himself and Kiriel as the two who had helped Nachka on the road. Kiriel nearly blurted out the whole creek accident, and Nachka panicked so hard she popped her claws and clamped onto Kiriel's arm to shut her up before her secret slipped. Ray was horrified by the near exposure and the scratch on a guest, but Zorian smoothed the whole thing over by acting like he had noticed nothing strange. Ray also brought up the attack on Zack's place, which drove home again just how widely that one strike had spread through city gossip. When Ray jokingly called him important because of Diamond, the academy, and noble classmates like Zack and Tinami, Zorian could only deny it while she clearly remained unconvinced. Then Ray looked out at the sheets of rain and bluntly decided the siblings were staying the night, because taking Kiriel into that storm with only an umbrella would be irresponsible. Zorian tried to refuse out of pure embarrassment, but the moment he checked with Kiriel, her answer made it obvious she had no desire to brave the weather either. Ray cut off his apology before it started and went to fetch blankets, while Kiriel and Nachka immediately celebrated the sleepover in excited whispers. Once he stopped fighting the obvious, Zorian decided there was no real harm in taking the shelter being offered. A little later, Ray brought him tea for Rain watching, and the quiet kindness of the gesture softened the mood even further. Ray casually confirmed she knew he had seen Nachka's claws, and when Zorian admitted it did not bother him, she accepted that answer and moved on without making it dramatic. Then Ray gave him the real point of the moment. Storms are not something you rage at, only something you shelter through until they pass. Zorian took a quiet sip and understood the lesson, even if he knew the storm he was really facing would not be so easy to outwait. Elsewhere that same night, Zorian's simulacrums and Zack's copies were hammering cult leaders and invader hideouts for money and supplies, but Red Robe had already warned too many of their targets for the raids to become decisive. Below Scoria, the Arania and cephalic rats were fighting hard, and whenever Zorian's side pushed too far, Red Robe's simulacrum appeared to keep the rats from being wiped out. Zorian's golem bodies were slowly gaining the edge in those skirmishes, which meant Red Robe would have to answer somehow if he wanted to keep that underground asset alive. At the same time, other simulacrums were negotiating with regional Iranian webs, especially the Silent Doorway Adepts, because opening a route to Koth had become urgently important. Zorian was sure those talks would succeed once the Adepts heard about the Bakura Gate addresses, but keeping that web safe from Silver Lake while the deal was underway was suddenly its own problem. They also moved Kale and his daughter early, with a disguised Zack simulacrum posing as a school official and teleporting them straight to Amaya's place before Silver Lake could target them. For now, that made Amaya's house the safest place for Kale too, at least until Zorian could open the route and evacuate him farther out to Koth. Meanwhile, the same simulacrum that caused the Kiriel mess got one useful assignment at least. It gathered mother and father and teleported them away to Luja with their memories adjusted so the abrupt trip felt normal. He also pulled the mana-stabilizing simulacrum out of Zorian's bedroom, leaving the Kaczynski house empty enough that even a spiteful visit from Red Robe would only find a building to burn. Taken together, the situation was going decently, but one thing still bothered Zorian. Silver Lake had vanished, and Red Robe was reacting too passively for someone who should have been desperate. From Zorian's point of view, he and Zack still held the real trump card because they could expose the invasion to Aldamar's government at any time and instantly ruin the enemy plan. That was exactly why Red Robe's restraint made no sense, and with no better answer yet, Zorian could only wait, recover strength, and hope the missing piece revealed itself before the enemy struck. The next morning, Zorian and Kiriel leave Ri's warm storm shelter and head back to Amaya's place. Amaya is only mildly worried, since the storm was bad enough that she guessed they had found shelter somewhere overnight. Zorian also meets Kale properly this time, but without their usual train station routine, the Morlock boy stays wary and distant. When Zorian almost thinks in terms of a restart again, he jolts himself hard and forces the truth back into his head. The time loop is over. After settling Kiriel in and speaking with Amaya, Zorian leaves a simulacrum behind to guard the house and goes looking for Zack. He finds Zack alone at the academy fountain, sitting on the edge and absently trailing his hand through the water. Zack admits the restored fountain feels strangely normal to him, and that realization drives home just how much time his loop life swallowed. Zorian points out that even he forgets ordinary details, because only the memories he deliberately preserved stayed perfectly sharp. Zack changes the subject and suggests they go to the cafeteria, partly because he misses a taste of normal school life. On the way, Zack asks what Zorian plans to do after this month if they survive the invasion and everything after it. Zorian says the future is too unstable to trust yet, but if they make it through, he wants to build a research facility and chase breakthroughs in the nature of mana. He even dares to revive an old dream he once dismissed as childish, inventing something that changes magic itself. Zack warns that talent and money alone do not rewrite the world, but Zorian shrugs it off because he does not care if he fails. When Zack jokes that marriage might make him care about wealth after all, Zorian snaps back that Zack has no right to sound like some old married man. Then Zorian turns serious again and says that before any big plans, he wants to repay the people who helped him inside the loop without exposing himself. He admits most of their notebooks and research were lost, but insists the most important work survived in his memory and can be rebuilt over time. When Zack asks about Kale's notes, Zorian says he kept them safe but still refuses to drag Kale into this mess too early. Zorian would rather keep the time loop secret from almost everyone, but he knows they may have to tell a few key allies if they want people to evacuate to Koth. He says the silent doorway adepts are negotiating in good faith, and a route to Koth should be ready within days without mentioning time travel at all. That matters to Zack because once Princess joins them and they secure the Imperial Orb, he wants to stop waiting and smash Red Robe's whole operation head-on. Zack admits the waiting is driving him crazy, especially because unlike Zorian he cannot constantly feel what his own simulacrums are doing. Zorian reassures him that their copies are working fine, but also admits they still have no clear idea what Red Robe is really preparing. The moment they step into the cafeteria, Benesek loudly waves them over with his usual cheerful lack of shame. Zorian reluctantly joins him out of old habit and guilt, while Zack happily tags along. Benesek is thrilled that they are upperclassmen now, and he and Zack immediately turn it into loud idiocy about girls. When Benesek asks how Zorian and Zack suddenly became friends, Zorian gives him a suspiciously dramatic summary involving a punch and Kiriel attacking Zack. Benesek gets even more distracted by the idea that Zorian actually brought his little sister to Scoria, and Zorian has to endure the mock sympathy. The joking stops when Benesek brings up the attack on Novita Mansion and says the whole week suddenly feels dangerously wrong. Then he drops a second shock. Something brutally slaughtered multiple villages in Holacker, and the rumors already speak of a bloodbath. Zorian's mood instantly crashes, because this is the first real clue they have gotten about whatever Red Robe has been doing in secret. Later that day, back at Amaya's place, Zorian keeps turning over the Holacker news while he and Zack send simulacrums to investigate. Before he can dwell on it for long, Taven arrives looking for him because she wants to recruit him for tunnel work. Zorian does not want to tell her about the loop or the invasion, but he also cannot let her walk into a death trap in the tunnels. He bluntly tells her the job is a setup, and warns her to stay away from it. When Taven pushes back, Zorian reveals that the so-called giant spiders are actually Arania, intelligent telepathic predators who can drop unprepared intruders instantly. He keeps going and says the missing item was never innocently lost at all, because its owner was spying on the Arania and got caught. Taven demands to know how he could possibly know all that, and Zorian is almost amused she believes him this fast. Then Zorian tells her the truth he can share. He is friendly with the Arania because they have been teaching him to control his telepathic powers. To prove it, he speaks directly into her mind, and that psychic touch finally scares her for real. After forcing herself to calm down, Taven checks whether he has been reading her mind and starts eyeing this whole secret side of him as deeply shady. Zorian deflects by teasing that she is just mad he never invited her on this shady adventure, and she immediately admits that is exactly part of the problem. He casually blocks the punch too smoothly, accidentally showing a level of reflexes he never used to have before the loop. Taven recovers by insisting he should have taken a proper bodyguard underground, clearly volunteering herself for the role. When Zorian mentions that he has been hanging around Zack Novita instead, Taven scoffs at the idea that some third-year student could compare to her. Her boast that she will have to fight him to broaden his horizons finally breaks Zorian, and he bursts out laughing in her face. Taven's visit leaves the house in chaos, but for Zorian it still brightens a day that had been sliding into grim speculation. Meanwhile, the simulacrums push through Holacra's mountains, heavy military patrols, bad maps, and expensive travel to reach the attacked villages. What they find is far worse than rumor, because the first village is almost completely exterminated and the survivors number only 3. The next villages look the same, revealing a coordinated force of war trolls, monsters, undead, and teleporting raiders that hit more than 10 settlements in one night. By the time Zack and Zorian added up, the dead easily number in the thousands, and Holacra's authorities are only delaying the panic by sealing the area off. At first they cannot make sense of the killings, because it does not look like a normal blood magic sacrifice and the pattern makes no obvious ritual sense. So they take the evidence to Alanik, one of the few people they had already decided to trust with the truth. Even if he still doubts the time loop story, the notebook in his own handwriting is enough to make Alanik take their warning seriously. After reviewing the Holacra reports, Alanik firmly rules out a massive demon summoning or any similar blood magic operation. But as he keeps thinking aloud, Alanik starts circling toward a far uglier possibility, a soul-gathering operation on a huge scale. The moment he mentions the impossible logistics of collecting thousands of souls, Zack and Zorian realize the attackers have a shortcut he does not know about. Zorian explains that Quatakical's side has Sudamir's well of souls, and Alanik immediately digs into the notebook for the missing context. After reading it, Alanik confirms the truth they all feared: the massacre was a soul harvest. And once that clicks, the purpose becomes obvious too. Sudamir is stockpiling the souls now so he can mass-produce wraith bombs in advance. Even with that new threat hanging over them, Zack and Zorian still decide to attend the first day of classes before the month fully swallows them. Their reasons are practical as much as sentimental: scout Ayaska Mansion, wait for Koth access, and grab what may be their last chance to pass as ordinary students. At the classroom door, Akoja immediately calls Zorian out for being late with her usual clipboard-powered authority. Instead of bristling, Zorian just smiles and apologizes, which throws Akoja off balance for a second before she regains control. When she warns him not to make lateness a habit, he casually admits he will probably be missing plenty of classes soon anyway. Zorian breezes past her into the room in an unusually good mood, already attracting attention by acting nothing like his old self. He chooses his old spot near Bryum, and Bryum's young fire drake immediately reacts to him with open fear and hostility. Bryum hurriedly soothes the familiar, but the creature keeps staring at Zorian like it senses a danger it cannot understand. Zorian lets it pass and congratulates Bryum on getting a familiar, though the drake's instinctive fear leaves him quietly unsettled again. Waiting for class to start, Zorian cannot help wondering whether he can really pretend to be an ordinary student now that he has outgrown this world so completely. Ilsa arrives and starts the first lesson, giving Zorian exactly the kind of boring normalcy he thought he was signing up for. Then the classroom door slams open and a tall blonde boy swaggers inside like he owns the room. When Zorian meets his bright orange slit-pupiled eyes, he instantly knows who just walked in: Vayers Boranova. Before Vayers ever reappears, Zorian has already been stuck on one ugly possibility. Maybe Zack spent months helping weak, unstable Vayers survive the loop, only for that same boy to betray him and become Red Robe. But the theory never fully fit, because Vayers was dead at the start of every restart, and after escaping the loop Red Robe had gone out of his way to evacuate the original Vayers instead of discarding him. Those questions suddenly turn real when Vayers walks straight into class alone, alive, and apparently unprotected, leaving even Zorian too stunned to react for a second. Instead of sneaking in, Vayers makes a point of choosing a seat near Zorian and Bryum and loudly slamming his books onto the desk like he wants a fight. Ilsa demands to know what he is doing there, and Vayers coolly claims he is only attending the class he already paid for. When Ilsa reminds him he was expelled after attacking people at his disciplinary hearing, Vayers flatly rewrites the story and insists he merely lost control and burned furniture by accident. He keeps pressing the same point with ugly stubbornness, arguing that the academy took his money knowing his magic was unstable, so it has no right to throw him out now. Ilsa refuses to argue academy law with him, and tells him to take his complaint to the legal department instead of hijacking her lesson. Vayers refuses to budge and declares that until someone physically stops him, he will keep attending the classes he paid for. Watching him now, Zorian immediately realizes this is not Red Robe at all but the original Vayers, with his old rotten attitude, weak mental defenses, and none of the caution a time traveler would have. That only makes the situation stranger, because Red Robe had saved this boy at the start of the month, so letting him stroll into class and make a scene feels dangerously pointless. Zorian considers simply reading Vayers' mind, but the green marble pendant on his chest is a noisy little mental shield that would shriek the moment anyone tampered with it. So instead of striking immediately, Zorian starts covertly scanning the room for traps, spies, or some hidden catch behind Vayers' reckless little stunt. The argument keeps escalating until Vayers pounds the desk and shouts that the academy is shamelessly trying to steal his tuition after expelling him. Ilsa finally snaps back that he is wasting everyone's time with this performance, and orders him to leave her class. Vayers answers with a threat, his orange eyes flaring as the notebook on his desk suddenly catches fire. He doubles down and swears he will burn the whole place down if anyone tries to force him out. Before Ilsa can talk him down, Briam's fire drake finally loses patience and launches itself across the room at Veyers. The drake crashes into Veyers' table, scattering books everywhere and turning the shouting match into a real firefight. Veyers scrambles away, falls hard, and detonates a short-range fireball around himself in blind panic. The drake answers by charging straight through the flames and pouring its own fire breath into the blaze. The classroom breaks into screams as students bolt for the exits, and the whole room turns into a panic stampede around the burning clash. Zack and Zorian stay eerily calm at opposite ends of the room, quietly bending the flames away from their classmates with invisible force and chilling magic. At the same time, Briam fights to drag his enraged familiar back, and Ilsa struggles to contain the fire and restrain both combatants before anyone dies. To keep their secret help unnoticed, Zorian nudges Ilsa's attention away with light mind magic so she stays focused on the very visible disaster in front of her. With the room in chaos, Zorian shares a silent look with Zack and decides this is the perfect moment to crack Veyers' defenses. Zack cloaks the pendant in an illusion so it looks harmless, and in the same heartbeat Zorian punches through the shield and dives into Veyers' mind. Once Ilsa finally separates them and Zorian quietly forces both sides to back down, Briam drags the drake away and Veyers suddenly drops unconscious. Zorian is ready to suggest taking Veyers away himself, but Ilsa turns on him and Zack first and says their reward for staying is that they are now official witnesses. They play along at once, because being dragged into the official fallout is actually perfect cover for Zorian to keep tearing through Veyers' memories. Ilsa levitates the unconscious Veyers onto a disc of force, and while her back is turned Zack quietly crushes the pendant into scrap under his illusion cover. Ilsa also orders Briam to come along, making it clear Veyers started the mess but Briam still needs to answer for losing control of his familiar. The whole battered group heads for the headmaster's office, and outside the door Ilsa even pulls a Koja and a few gawking students in as extra witnesses before canceling class for the day. As the official questioning drags on for hours, Zorian hands his body off to a distant simulacrum and pours his full attention into the memories inside Veyers' head. Later, after Veyers wakes up, spits threats at everyone, and storms out, Zack asks the question Zorian is already expecting. Did he learn anything useful at all? Zorian says the answer is mostly no, because Veyers does not know Red Robe's identity, and the memories of his evacuation at the start of the restart were scrubbed so thoroughly they are useless. Still, Zorian does uncover one important truth. This ridiculous classroom stunt was Veyers' own idea, something he had been stewing over long before this month even began. That clicks the whole old mystery into place, because if original Veyers always showed up at the start of a restart to cause a scene, Red Robe would have needed Zack to forget him completely so his sudden absence would not stand out. Even after solving that piece, Zorian still cannot shake how reckless it was for Red Robe to save Veyers and then let him wander into danger like this. Zack pushes back that neither of them would murder the original Veyers over someone else's crimes, and he even calls Zorian out by comparing it to bringing Kiriel into a dangerous city because her wishes mattered to him too. In the end they settle on the simplest answer. Red Robe has cut the original Veyers loose, and the boy will probably crawl back to his family or to his lawyer friend on his own. Then a new problem arrives on the doorstep. A plain white envelope addressed to both of them appears at Novita Mansion. After checking the envelope for traps, they open it and find a short formal message thanking them for showing mercy and asking for a meeting. There is no signature, but both of them know exactly who sent it, and worse, they both know they cannot afford to ignore the invitation. Much later that evening, Zorian heads toward Amaya's place alone, still turning over the letter and wondering what Red Robe could possibly think they still have left to negotiate. Then he suddenly stops in a city park after sensing a familiar mind and soul signature near the little fountain ahead. Sitting there is a beautiful young black-haired woman Zorian has never seen before, yet he instantly recognizes who she really is when she smiles at him like an old enemy playing cute. Before approaching, Zorian notices a large raven watching from a nearby roof, which only makes the meeting feel more dangerous. When Zorian gets close, a privacy ward quietly rises around the fountain bench, and he finally greets her by name, Silverlake. Silverlake cheerfully boasts that being young again feels incredible, with a clearer mind, stronger body, and none of the old age grinding her down anymore. Zorian dryly asks whether this is even her real younger face, and Silverlake shrugs that nobody alive can contradict her vanity now anyway. Zorian points out that she has been unusually quiet until now, and Silverlake brushes it off as the kind of messy setbacks that can steal days from any plan. When Zorian asks about the raven, he twists the knife and says losing her old soul-bonded familiar in the loop must have damaged her badly before she recovered into this new body. Silverlake fires back that Zorian has also been moving slower than usual, and the jab lands because his own arrival in the real world was clearly not smooth either. Then she gets to the real point. What truly makes her dangerous is not raw spellwork, but everything she knows about Zorian and Zack's skills, habits, contacts, and methods. Zorian asks why she came at all and bluntly wonders if she is not afraid he might kill her right there in the middle of the park. Silverlake laughs at the idea and reveals her insurance. If she dies, a dead man's switch will dump everything she knows straight into Red Robe's hands. Zorian believes her, because Red Robe's recent moves really do suggest he never got the full deep briefing Silver Lake could have given him. When she fishes for gratitude, Zorian refuses and coldly says any advantage she gave them was only accidental fallout from her own selfish bargaining. Silver Lake tries hiding behind wounded witch pride, but Zorian has no interest in the performance and turns to leave, threatening to start by shooting the raven. That is when Silver Lake finally drops the bait she really came to offer, telling him there is still time to join her because Zack is not the kind of friend he thinks he is. She claims Zack made a death pact with the angels, not Panicseth, and the deal is brutal. He must stop the primordial and also make sure nobody who knows about the time loop is left by month's end. She twists the knife further by saying that includes loop-born survivors like her and Zorian, and even ordinary people Zack told would have to die or be mind-wiped for him to live. Zorian demands proof, and Silverlake says Panicseth only hinted at it but Red Robe filled in the details later, which means the claim may be second-hand yet still horribly plausible. She insists Zack would know the contract is there whether he remembers its origin or not, because soul-branded pacts cannot be escaped by simply erasing memories. As she points out Zack's old lonely obsession with stopping the invasion and his refusal to involve others, Zorian cannot deny that several pieces of Zack's behavior suddenly make awful sense. Even so, Zorian refuses to believe Zack wants him dead and argues that if Silverlake had stayed loyal, the three of them might all have escaped the loop together instead of collapsing into this betrayal. Silverlake stands by her choice, saying she would never trust her life to a plan with tiny odds of success when the supposed ally at the center of it might still have to kill her afterward. Zorian ends the conversation by saying he still trusts Zack far more than he could ever trust her. The rooftop raven suddenly takes off, and moments later the young woman also transforms into a raven and flies away in the opposite direction, making the whole meeting feel like one more layered trick. As he walks off, Zorian strongly suspects the woman he spoke to was only the familiar in disguise and the real Silverlake was the raven that stayed farther from his reach. He deliberately takes a dark empty alley to get away from the crowd, but instead of relaxing he stops cold and calls out the shadow that has been tailing him all this time. After a long stubborn stare, Zack finally steps out of the darkness and admits he secretly followed Zorian from Novita because he had a bad feeling. Zorian says Silverlake's ambush probably saved him from missing the tail entirely, then asks the question that really matters now: did Zack hear everything? Zack's slumping shoulders are answer enough, and Zorian's anger spikes as he realizes Silverlake was telling the truth about the contract. Pressed to explain himself, Zack says he never knew the full details and only lived with impossible instincts he could not properly describe or talk about. When Zorian asks whether that silence is chosen or forced, Zack says it is forced, because he literally gets tongue-tied whenever he tries to explain. Zorian pushes one step further and asks what would happen if he used mind magic to dig the truth out anyway, and Zack answers with chilling seriousness that he would have to kill him. That lands hard enough to leave them both in an ugly silence, because for one moment the friendship is staring straight across the possibility of murder. Zorian then voices the deeper fear underneath it all. Zack has already decided to die at the end of the month rather than kill his friends to survive. Zack confirms it in his own way, saying that if survival means murdering the people who matter to him, then all the power and knowledge he gained would be worthless anyway. He slumps against the wall and bitterly wonders what his old self was thinking when he accepted such a monstrous bargain in the first place. By the time the moment settles, Zorian understands the new shape of the disaster. Beating Red Robe and Silverlake is no longer enough, because now he also has to find some way to keep Zack alive at the end of the month. After their latest crisis, Zack drags Zorian to a lively tavern, and Zorian lets him drink first before pushing the talk back to the angelic contract. Zorian asks whether telepathy can slip past the contract, and Zack reluctantly lowers his mental defenses so they can test it. The test fails in a creepy way, because Zack's surface thoughts go blank only when they touch the mysterious rules binding him. Zorian realizes the contract is expertly scrubbing only the forbidden thoughts and hiding the tampering so well that most mind readers would miss it. When Zorian suggests reading deeper memories instead, Zack snaps out a reflexive no before he even thinks it through. That warning leads to the ugly truth. When Red Robe once read Zack's mind, Zack became obsessed with hunting him down and destroying him. Zack explains that a simple mind wipe or total mental destruction would have been enough revenge if he had ever caught Red Robe. The rage faded only after Red Robe vanished beyond Zack's reach, which tells Zorian the contract punishes exposure by forcing Zack to silence whoever learns too much. To test who makes that call, Zorian lies that Ilsa knows advanced mind magic, and Zack instantly upgrades her fate from memory wipe to execution. That slit gives Zorian his answer. The contract is forcing behavior, but Zack's own judgment decides how extreme the response becomes. Zorian then circles to the other danger and pins down that Zack can talk about the time loop inside the loop, but if that knowledge escapes into the real world he dies. Since Zack cannot explain the contract and barely understands it himself, Zorian makes the risky call to summon an angel and demand answers directly. Zack warns that calling angels could get Zorian killed on sight, but Zorian says the risk is his to take because they need a way around the contract. When Zorian points out that the contract is probably tangled together with Zack's divine mana boost, both of them realize renegotiation may cost Zack half his reserves. Zack reacts like Zorian just threatened to cripple him, gulps his drink, and still grudgingly accepts that losing the blessing is better than dying. Zorian reveals he already knows a priestess in Scoria who can contact angels, Kylie Quosi, an obscure but capable diviner tied to a half-abandoned temple. 3 hard-push days later, Kylie finally agrees to the summoning after Alanik vouches for them and hears that Zack may be carrying a forgotten angelic mission. While the temple prepares, Zack and Zorian keep moving on other fronts, including using the silent doorway Adept's passage to Koth to seize the Imperial Orb. The old evacuation plan is quietly falling apart, because moving everyone while hiding the truth of the time loop now looks almost impossible. Princess is bound to Zorian instead of Zack, because no one wants a divine contract crisis mixed with a loyal Hydra at Zack's side. Svim is also brought into the time loop-aware circle, because they are already too deep to hide this from him, and they badly need his help. On the appointed day, Zack, Zorian, Alanik, and Svim arrive at Kylie's temple and are welcomed inside by the ever-polite Batak. Inside, the temple hall has been transformed into a full ritual chamber with a huge blue summoning circle, attendant priests, and one icy blue-robed superior watching from the side. Batak quietly tells Zorian this is no small favor anymore, because their rushed request has pulled church attention from far above. Zorian realizes Alanik has been pulling strings behind the scenes, and Alanik only gives him a tiny shrug that says he meant it. The preparations drag on through chanting, incense, bells, and old church ritual, leaving Zorian wondering how much of it is real technique and how much is tradition. When the actual summoning starts, Batak quietly explains they are only trying to call a low-ranking angel first. Then the ritual lurches sideways, the blue-robed priest panics about a hijack, and Kylie realizes a higher angel has overridden the original summons. The substitute angel is so powerful that the priests start collapsing from mana drain before its body can even finish forming. Zack shoves past the hesitation and starts feeding his huge mana reserves into the ritual, with Zorian, Alanik, Svim, and finally Batak following him. The angel greedily drags every last bit of mana from the room, nearly emptying Zorian the moment he joins in. When the vessel finally stabilizes, a burst of fire surges outward, making Zorian think for one ugly second that they are all about to burn alive. Instead, the flames reverse and condense into the strangest angel Zorian has ever seen, a burning tree-shaped cross covered in eyes, ringed in silver script, and ghostly wings. The angel's gaze makes Zorian feel judged down to the soul, and when he recoils he realizes everyone else in the hall has vanished. The angel explains it has isolated them for privacy, and warns that its time in the material world is short, so they need to ask quickly. Zorian opens with the core question, and the angel flatly confirms that Zack really did make a contract with them. Then the angel drops the first nasty surprise. Zack was never mind-wiped about the contract because he never knew who made it in the first place. According to the angel, they approached Zack in a dream, hid their identity, and got his younger self to accept the bargain blind. Zack sputters that even he would never sign some mysterious dream contract, and the angel bluntly says his reckless stupidity was part of why they chose him. When Zack demands why he was left ignorant inside the loop, the angel says the exit information was always there but locked behind success. The rule was brutal. Only after Zack stopped the invasion without exposing the time loop would the contract tell him how the loop worked and how to leave. The angel even says that if Zack broke under the endless restarts, it would have been better for him to remain trapped in the Sovereign Gate forever. Then the angel flips the interrogation around and demands to know what actually went wrong inside the time loop. Zack and Zorian give a fast summary of the loop, stressing Panicseth's interference, Red Robe and Silver Lake escaping into the real world, and Zorian's own impossible existence. The angel is unimpressed and calls the mission manageable, saying Zack should have beaten an unaware enemy long before a rival time looper complicated things. Zorian presses on why the angels did not simply warn the church, and the angel says that kind of direct meddling in mortal conflict would have been even worse. When Zack bitterly asks why he was chosen at all, the angel says he was the best candidate under a long list of restrictions and ethical limits. Zack asks whether Zorian might have qualified too, and the angel answers with a blunt no because Zorian fails almost every criterion, especially mentality. Zorian immediately asks where he stands now, and the angel calls him a forbidden existence guilty of grave sins but still tolerable if Panicseth stays imprisoned. The mercy has a hard limit. If the primordial is released, the angels will intervene openly and erase every complication, Zorian included. Zack seizes that opening and asks for the contract to be renegotiated, but the angel says divine magic is beyond even them, so they cannot alter it. They cannot remove it either, because it was designed to be nearly impossible to break once attached. The only concession the angel offers is this: if Zack somehow finds his own way around the contract and still stops Panicseth, the angels will look the other way. That answer horrifies Zack all over again, because it means that without this explicit promise, even beating the contract would have earned him divine punishment. As the angel's time runs out, Zorian demands the full contract text since Zack is forbidden from saying it. The angel fires a ray of orange light into Zack's chest, and the contract starts unfolding in front of them as page after page of burning legal text. Zorian expected a short hayas, but the contract is a monstrous legal document, so long and dense that he can only survive it by memorizing everything on sight. The angel sums up the core clauses. Zack must stop the invasion, keep the time loop from escaping, avoid toppling nations, stay away from forbidden mind and soul magic, and silence anyone who forcibly sees the contract. Zorian reaches for the exact definition of who counts as knowing about the loop, but the angel just points out that he already has the full text now. On the last question, Zack asks whether Panicseth's release means the end of the world, and the angel says probably not, but it would trigger scorched earth safeguards left by the gods. Then the angel swoops down, rips a chunk of temple floor like soft clay, and shapes it by sheer inhuman precision into a glossy inscribed cube. The angel places the cube in Zorian's hands and tells him to use it to summon the same angel for the final battle. When Zorian asks how it knows there will be a final battle, the angel only repeats that some futures are clearer than others, and then it disappears. The crowded temple hall snaps back at once, and the others rush in with questions after seeing Zack and Zorian vanish and return. Zorian barely answers, because he is too busy studying the cube's alien script and realizing they still have one more dangerous meeting ahead. Soon after, Zack and Zorian use their ongoing simulacrum skirmishes to pass letters back and forth until a real meeting with Red Robe is arranged. They choose a warded academy rooftop at midnight as neutral ground, hoping the public location and updated wards will make an ambush harder for everyone. When both sides arrive exactly on time, Zorian's group brings Zack, Svim, and Alanik, while the other side brings Red Robe, young-bodied Silverlake, and Quatak Kiklin human guys. Silverlake immediately acts pleased with herself and needles Zorian again about joining them, which only makes Zack simmer harder. Red Robe pretends to apologize for Silverlake's freelancing and claims her recruitment attempt was just a foolish fantasy, not his plan. Nobody on Zorian's side buys that for a second, and the rooftop falls into a brittle silence where everyone looks ready to attack. Zack finally breaks the silence and demands that Red Robe stop wasting time and say why he called them here. Red Robe answers by saying there is no point hiding anymore and pulls back his hood to reveal Vaer's face. He presents the reveal as a gesture of good faith and insists he is not the monster they think he is. Zorian immediately tears that apart, saying a fake identity is not goodwill, and he flatly refuses to believe Red Robe is really Vaer's. Svim backs him up by producing an Academy Mana signature tester, making the truth suddenly very easy to check. Red Robe laughs at his own mistake, mocks Silverlake for never noticing, and admits Zorian saw through him immediately. With that opening, Zorian names him at last, Jornak, Vaer's lawyer friend and Zack's old loop contact. Zorian goes further and says Jornak must have used Vaer's friendship with Zack until his esoteric order ties and time loop agenda became too dangerous to hide. Jornak dismisses the cult as irrelevant to him and says his real reason for staying was simpler, power and knowledge that were too useful to abandon. He says that once he started digging, he found corruption, theft, murder, and another war brewing, and decided the loop's stolen advantage should be used to remake the world. Zack fires back that Jornak's version of saving the future involves slaughtering 500,000 people and feeding their souls into a wraith machine. Jornak coldly replies that things did not need to become this extreme, but some ugliness was always necessary and Zack refused to dirty his hands. Then Jornak drops the Vaer's disguise entirely and shifts into his true adult face, confirming what Zorian had already deduced. Seeing Jornak's real face and intensity, Zorian finally understands why Vaer's had to disappear from the loop and from Zack's mind. Zack cuts through the speech and demands the real reason for the invitation, and Jornak finally says it. He wants a truce until the summer festival. Jornak proposes that both sides stop raids and wait for one decisive clash at the end of the month instead of bleeding each other before then. Zorian immediately points out that the offer only helps Jornak, because agreeing would mean giving their enemy space to prepare in peace. Jornak's smile turns ugly as he reveals the real leverage behind the truce: wraith bombs hidden across the continent, assassination plans that can start a fresh war, and one last ally he has secured. On the Academy rooftop, both sides freeze in a tense standoff, knowing one bad move could turn the meeting into a fight. Zorian realizes the rooftop was chosen because either side can finish the other here without exposing everything and letting the losers escape. While Jornak holds up his crude flame token, Zorian sorts through the threats and decides the wraith bombs are bad enough, but the bigger mystery is why Jornak is so confident about Oganj. He quietly asks Zack by telepathy why Oganj matters so much when Zack already killed him once inside the loop. Zack admits, a little offended, that beating Oganj was not luck but it only worked because the loop let him study the dragon over many tries. He says that without surprise, perfect timing, and advanced knowledge of Oganj's habits, he is not sure he can win a straight fight in the real world. Then Zack drops the real problem. Oganj is weaker than Quatakikl, but he has 2 Dragon Mage students, which makes the threat much uglier. Jornak cuts in and claims Oganj could rally not just 3 Dragon Mages, but a whole wave of angry dragons against Eldamar. He argues that worsening human expansion has already pushed dragon relations to the brink, so if Oganj moves, 20 or even 30 dragons might follow him. Zorian hates it, but he can see the logic. A roaming flight of dragons could outrun armies, burn through northern Eldamar, and leave the country too busy to stop Panicseth's release. He also recognizes the difference between them now. While he and Zack chased personal power, Jornak spent the loop building leverage through politics, factions, and other monsters' ambitions. Zorian finally says the obvious out loud. Delaying the fight only helps Jornak and Silver Lake survive their own deadline, so this offer is still just blackmail. Jornak calmly agrees and admits he wants the truce because the conflict is already getting too visible for Scoria to contain. He says that if they corner him before the festival, he will answer with the ugliest options he has left because a slim chance to live beats giving up and dying. Zack answers flatly that it is still brazen blackmail, no matter how neatly Jornak explains it. Jornak pushes back by listing why he thinks they will cave. They kept the crown out, spared Veyers, and still showed up tonight. Svim cuts through the speech with one brutal question. If the roles were reversed, would Jornak accept this deal himself? Jornak hesitates, then admits he would never take his own offer. When Svim asks how that can possibly be reasonable, Jornak answers with chilling honesty. He would accept mass death if it won him power, and he knows they would not. That answer lands because Zorian knows Zack and especially Alanik would never gamble away Eldamar just to squeeze the enemy harder. Both groups fall silent and switch to hidden magical discussions, but Zorian notices Jornak's side is mind blanked and harder to read. In that pause, Zorian is quietly glad Spear of Resolve stayed away, because against enemies like these she would have been a vulnerable target, not a useful trump card. Zack asks the next practical question. If they accept now, what stops Jornak from returning tomorrow with even more demands? Jornak says the deal is already tilted in his favor, so he sees no reason to press further unless they break it first. He flips the fear around and says he is the one who should worry, because they could use the truce to build up and betray him whenever they spot an opening. Zorian realizes the truce is basically toothless, and everyone here expects to break it the moment the balance shifts. Zack warns him darkly that if Jornak comes back for more concessions, he will attack immediately and accept the fallout. Jornak takes that as a yes and smugly asks if they have an agreement. Before they can answer, Silverlake gleefully twists the knife by saying they also need this pause because Zack may not survive the month. The whole rooftop chills over, and Zorian realizes Silverlake exposed Zack's contract now because it pressures them to accept the truce. Zack demands to know how Jornak learned about the angelic deal when even Zack himself did not fully understand what he had agreed to. Jornak says Zack had already guessed angels were behind it long ago, and even raided church archives for old contract examples. He reveals that Zack brought those examples to him, and together they pieced out the general shape of the contract without ever seeing the real text. That explanation clicks for Zorian, because the contract he saw looked less like holy scripture and more like brutally modern legal writing. Then Silverlake offers a sly loophole. Their contract only says Panicseth must be released, not that he has to stay free. Zorian immediately calls that out as madness, because Panicseth clearly expects to crush everyone once he is out of the god's cage. Silverlake insists the gods built brutal contingencies into every primordial prison, so Panicseth should come out badly weakened and may be vulnerable for a moment. She even toys with the idea that a master telepath backed by hundreds of Arania might muddle Panicseth long enough to shove him back into the seal. Zorian shuts that thought down on the spot, and Silverlake breezily backs off while still selling the truce as a happy ending for everyone. Quatakikle finally speaks up and dryly reminds her that a plan where Jornak and Silverlake survive while everyone else loses is not a happy ending for him. That prompts Zorian to ask the question he has been saving. Why is Quatakikle helping Jornak make peace instead of pushing Eldamar into even worse chaos? Quatakikle says he is not chasing blind destruction at all, but a political outcome that favors Ulquin Ibesa. Zorian deliberately nudges him with a coded remark about Falcrinia becoming the local hegemon, signaling that he knows more than he should. Quatakikle is visibly intrigued that Zorian seems to know him so well, but he refuses the bait and ends the line of questioning. Jornak and Silverlake clearly sense there was another conversation hidden inside that exchange, but they let it go, and the bargaining drags on. After another hour of threats dressed up as terms, the two sides finally settle on a truce that nobody truly intends to trust. Later, after everyone leaves, the dark rooftop stays empty only until two figures teleport back in, Zorian and Quatakikle. Quatakikle asks what this is about, and Zorian bluntly says he means to talk the Lich out of the invasion. Zorian starts by naming Quatakikle's assumption, that even if Panicseth is freed, the angels will eventually stop him before the damage spreads too far. The Lich pauses at how precise that guess is, openly wondering how much help Zorian got from his other self inside the loop. Zorian answers by pulling out the angel's inscribed cube and revealing that he summoned an angel and got warnings straight from the source. Quatakikle studies the cube and admits Zorian must have reached a very high-ranking angel to get something like that. Zorian says Silverlake only understood part of it, because the prison's contingencies are woven into the world itself and could trigger global fallout, not just local damage. He adds the second warning: if Panicseth gets out, the angels will be free to descend directly and clean up every dangerous loose end they can find. And that warning includes Quatakikle himself, because the angels would have every reason to destroy the Lich who helped make the whole disaster possible. Quatakikle weighs that in silence, then says Zorian is probably exaggerating because angels still operate under limits and Liches are built to survive reckless gambles. Zorian is disappointed but not shocked, and starts to leave after realizing the Lich will not be talked out of this. Then Quatakikle stops him with a sudden warning: Koth is not safe, because Jornak has reverse-engineered permanent gates and is already sending a simulacrum there. Zorian jolts in alarm as the Lich explains that moving his loved ones there would just bundle them into one easy hostage pile. When Zorian asks why he is helping, Quatakik bluntly says he does not like Jornak and has no interest in seeing a loop-trained empire builder take the whole continent. He would rather see Zorian and Zack win than watch Jornak become the next emperor, because at least they have no political ambition to match him. Asked whether that risks his own invasion, Quatakik only says they both accepted this truce because each still believes he can win later. With that, the Lich promises they will meet on the battlefield and vanishes before Zorian can press any further. Not long after, Zorian goes to update Spear of Resolve about the truce and everything it means for the underground war. But instead of the usual dark tunnels, the two of them are calmly walking through Scioria's busy main square in broad daylight like this is perfectly normal. The illusion gets stranger when nearby children drop a ball, and Spear of Resolve deftly stops it with one leg and returns it like a polite passerby. Using a sound spell instead of telepathy, Spear of Resolve says the truce was probably unavoidable, and she is relieved that Jornak's immediate catastrophe was delayed. When Zorian notes that Jornak's threats barely touched her web directly, the matriarch quietly admits the wraith bombs terrify her most of all. She explains that wraiths can pass through stone, shrug off most mind magic, and would turn Scioria's underground into a death trap for every Arania. Even so, she warns that this is only a delay, because Jornak is almost certain to use those threats for real before the month ends. They leave the square and head into a nearby restaurant, still carrying on the impossible sight of a teenager dining with a giant spider. Since the chairs are built for humans, the staff stack wooden boards on one seat so Spear of Resolve can stand high enough to use the table. Once they settle in, Zorian asks the uncomfortable question of how many Arania in her web know about the time loop. Her answer is blunt and awful for him. Basically all of them know by now. Zorian asks if the web could submit to memory modification, trying to claw together any path that might save Zack from the contract's rules. Spear of Resolve says it might be possible, but only with painful political cost and no guarantee it would solve the bigger problem. She points out that even if her web paid that price, it still would not fix Quatakikl, Svim, Alanik, or Zorian himself. Zorian says Svim and Alanik are not completely against losing some memories, but he still cannot answer the Lich problem, or what to do about himself. When he asks about his own case, the matriarch cuts him off immediately, and says no one can carve the loop out of his mind without smashing the person he became inside it. That answer leaves Zorian shaken, because he realizes Zack already accepted dying if it saved him, while he is not sure he could be that selfless in return. Trying to pull himself out of that spiral, he asks what she thinks of this whole city outing and whether anything about it feels off to her senses. Spear of Resolve says the illusion is impressively convincing, but her tremor sense still catches little mismatches and some background conversations turn to gibberish if she listens too closely. Zorian admits recreating Iranian senses is brutally hard, and the matriarch is genuinely impressed that he learned their perspective well enough to get even this close. When he reveals he even shape-shifted into an Arania during the loop to understand them better, Spear of Resolve muses that maybe she should try being human for a day herself. As the strain catches up to him, Zorian says that is enough for today and admits he is getting mentally tired from holding all of this together. Then the whole city scene blurs and melts away, revealing that the square, the restaurant, and every passing civilian were nothing but a mental illusion around them. Back in the underground cavern, Spear of Resolve says the trick still needs work if Zorian wants to use it the way he hopes. Zorian agrees and asks for her help, and the matriarch immediately says this is exactly the kind of mind magic problem she excels at. After a few more minutes, Zorian decides to head home and sleep on the impossible mess this day handed him. But before he can go, Spear of Resolve stops him and says she is not comfortable depending entirely on him as their only line of contact. Her solution is simple. She has decided to assign him an Arania liaison. Zorian cautiously agrees, and Spear of Resolve sounds far too pleased as she says she is sure they will get along perfectly. A small Arania suddenly skitters into the cavern, bounces right up beside Zorian, and starts circling him with shameless excitement. Then a bubbly voice bursts into Zorian's mind, enthusiastic seeker of novelty, or just novelty, cheerfully introduces herself and immediately asks if he wants to be friends. After the shaky truce, the open fighting in Scioria finally stops, and both sides settle into a tense calm instead of daily attacks. The truce does not mean trust, though, because Zack and Zorian keep spying on the invaders while the invaders openly spy right back. Even in the lull, Zorian cannot stop thinking about everything that already went wrong, from failing to escape the time loop cleanly to Zack's contract putting a deadline on his life. Instead of wasting the breathing room, Zorian throws himself into artificing, using the work to prepare for the final battle and steady his nerves. His workshop looks like controlled chaos, with damaged golems by the wall, magical cylinders in a corner, and one expensive cube-shaped device taking shape on the table. Novelty wanders through the room like a delighted tourist, touching everything she can reach and turning Zorian's workshop into her newest human curiosity. Instead of being irritated, Zorian feels oddly nostalgic, because Novelty reminds him of the early loop days when the Arania were his only real allies. Novelty suddenly demands to know what he is building, and Zorian only makes her more excited by calling it a secret project. Her first guess is ridiculous but sincere. Maybe he is making a giant spider golem, because in her mind everything would obviously be improved by more spiders. When Novelty claims humans find Arania cute, Zorian has to gently explain that humans usually find spiders terrifying, and giant spiders only make that worse. Novelty vibrates with wounded indignation, while Zorian privately wonders whether ribbons, glitter, and pink paint could somehow make even her look adorable. Once she calms down, Zorian goes back to work and overlays a mental illusion on the metal plate so he can test the finished spell formula before carving anything for real. He rapidly reworks the design in his head again and again, using his enhanced mind to skip the slow, wasteful trial and error most artificers would be stuck with. That speed matters even more now because most of his old spell formula blueprints were lost when he crossed into the real world. Then Zorian senses Novelty poking a dangerous metal sphere behind his back and instantly freezes her with telekinesis before dragging her away from it. Novelty is genuinely rattled, because from her point of view he did powerful human magic without any visible spell casting at all. Zorian explains that the whole workshop is threaded with hair-thin mana lines, an invisible web that lets him feel anything moving through the room. When she asks about the sphere, Zorian reveals it is a pocket dimension prison built to capture giant spiders. Novelty cannot understand how something so tiny could hold a prisoner until Zorian spells it out. It is bigger on the inside, with enough room to fit even her. Her next concern is practical and a little grim. What if someone gets trapped inside and starves before he remembers to check? Zorian reassures her that he built safeguards into it, then admits the real problem. He forgot those safeguards might not treat an Arania correctly because the trap was designed for ordinary giant spiders. That only makes Novelty more uneasy, because now she wants to know why he is building spider-catching tools in the first place. He shuts that line of questioning down with another secret, and tells her it has nothing to do with the Arania. A beat later her fear loses to curiosity, and she admits she actually wants to climb inside just to see what a pocket dimension prison feels like. Zorian tells her to wait a few days instead, because he plans to show her a much larger version with an entire palace inside and someone named Princess waiting there. That makes Novelty suddenly reassess him, because now the human mage who scared her also seems weirdly kind and familiar. She finally blurts out the real question: did they know each other in the future he came from? Zorian admits that she taught him mind magic a few times, which instantly makes Novelty decide she deserves respect as his former senior. Zorian immediately cuts down her victory lap, and the two bicker over whether Arania maturity counts more than human age. Then her tone drops, and she asks if he would teach her human magic after all this is over. Zorian agrees to add her to his already ridiculous list of promises, as long as she waits until this deadly month is over. Novelty swears patience is her best trait, and Zorian answers with one flat word that says he does not believe that for a second. Elsewhere in Scoria, Zorian's third simulacrum waits in a familiar tavern disguised as a graying middle-aged man named Kizur. The place matters to him because this is where he once learned divination from Hazlush etc., and now he is about to recruit that same detective in the real world. When Hazlush arrives, both men size each other up in silence before the detective cautiously takes the offered seat. Hazlush immediately dislikes the cloak and dagger approach, especially because the letter gave him no real name to work with. A quick divination tells Hazlush the face in front of him is fake, and the simulacrum calmly confirms it. He gives the throwaway name Kizur and drops the bigger shock right after it. He is only a disposable simulacrum that will vanish when the talk is over. To prove it, he lets part of his arm dissolve into glowing ectoplasmic smoke and then reform right in front of the detective. Even after that, Hazlush keeps his cool and asks the obvious question: why bring something this dangerous and political to an ordinary detective? The answer is simple and ugly. Kizur cannot safely go to anyone high-ranking, because if the wrong people learn what he knows, the consequences get even worse. Then Kizur pulls a bulky paper holder out of a jacket pocket that should never fit it, showing off another impossible bit of space magic before handing over the real evidence. As Hazlush reads through the packet, his skepticism steadily gives way to a hard, grim silence. By the time he finishes, he needs hard alcohol just to say out loud how insane it is: a full invasion, permanent gates, and the local mage guild helping to hide it. Hazlush decides the only possible explanation is that Kizur must be a defector from the conspiracy. But Kizur denies that while admitting the enemy still has leverage over him. When Hazlush asks whether going public could really be worse than monsters and undead overrunning the city, Kizur answers yes without hesitation. That leaves Hazlush asking the real question: if he should not expose any of this, what exactly is he supposed to do with it? Kizur admits he does not know the perfect move himself, and is gambling that a seasoned investigator might see a path he cannot. After thinking it over, Hazlush asks who else already knows, proving he has started treating the conspiracy as real. Kizur names priests like Kylie, threatened shifters, and a few trustworthy investigators, and Hazlush immediately notices the secret has already spread farther than he expected. When Kizur casually adds that he is a mind reader, Hazlush answers with a burst of profanity, and hurriedly throws up mental defenses. Even so, Hazlush commits to quietly contacting the others and trying to form a plan, while accepting that the wrong move could still get him killed. Before leaving, Kizur gives him one more safeguard: a sealed envelope that must not be opened until the end of the month. Inside is a post office key and a dead man backup plan, in case the month ends with Kazur gone and the truth needing to reach the right people anyway. Then the simulacrum ends the meeting on his own terms and dissolves into ectoplasmic smoke before Hazlush can say much more than complain about the rudeness. Later at Amaya's house, Zorian arranges a deliberately casual gathering so Svim can quietly become a familiar face to the people he may soon need to evacuate. The surface scene is ordinary enough, with cards for the adults and dolls for the children, but Zorian knows the whole visit is really part of Invasion Day planning. Zack and Zorian already decided they should not be the ones dragging everyone to safety, because adults trust a respected teacher like Svim far more than two suspiciously capable teenagers. Ilsa is supposed to back him up later, and Amaya's presence should make the warning believable enough for friends and family to leave the city without hearing the impossible truth. Ray treats the whole thing as a teacher making an unusually diligent home visit, which is exactly the harmless impression Zorian wanted everyone to have. Svim slips easily into the social rhythm and starts talking about how the academy lowered standards after the weeping, a serious lecture hidden inside a card game. As the adults talk, Zorian notices Taven watching him and looks away from the problem he keeps postponing, whether to let her fight in the invasion or force her into safety. He hates the choice because protecting Taven might mean taking away the same hard-won freedom he always resented adults trying to deny him. The mood lightens when Kiriel proudly shows off her newest toy, a little golem Zorian built, and she dressed up to look like a doll. Svim quietly reaches out to Zorian through telepathy and points out the obvious problem. Any decent mage will realize that toy is far too advanced to be normal. Zorian admits that is intentional, because the cute doll is actually a heavily armed bodyguard built to protect Kiriel without scaring her. He even hopes Kiriel's friends will get jealous and ask for one too, because that would let him plant more hidden protectors around the people he cares about. When the gathering breaks up, Zorian heads back toward his room feeling almost normal for a moment. Then a simulacrum's findings slam into his mind at once, delivering the results of days spent studying Zack's contract. The first major discovery is brutal. If the divine safeguards on Panicseth's prison activate before the month ends for any reason, Zack automatically fails his mission. The contract does not care what Zack believes about that event either, which tells Zorian this clause is probably the hard core of the whole agreement. The second discovery crushes an easier workaround, because the contract defines time loop disclosure in exact detail, and closes off nearly every obvious loophole. Reading those rules makes one thing feel even uglier to Zorian. The angels clearly hate the idea of anyone learning about the time loop. That leads him to a darker suspicion, because once the month ends the contract expires, and nothing obvious stops Zack from eventually telling the world anyway. If that future truth is unacceptable to the angels, then stopping Panicseth might only be one part of what they really expect, and Zack and Zorian surviving afterward may not be part of the plan. Still, one useful weakness remains. The contract judges time loop violations through Zack's own senses, thoughts, and memories, so hidden knowledge stays hidden if Zack never realizes it. Zorian sees possible mind magic angles there, but Zack's restrictions around mental magic suddenly look less like ethics and more like another deliberate lock on him. He also notices a loophole that does seem safe. The contract does not forbid passing along research notes people wrote for themselves inside the loop, as long as the notes never openly explain where they came from. That loophole matters immediately, because Zorian still has to warn Diamond and the Terramachula that Red Robe is turning their estate into an ambush point. And to make Diamond believe he is the real Zorian, he will probably have to use the brother's own time loop notes as proof, even though he dreads that conversation already. Zorian reaches the Terramachula estate in Koth without trouble, and this time he knows the local customs well enough that the guards go to fetch Diamond almost immediately. While he waits, Zorian flips through Damon's coded notebooks and deciphers them effortlessly, more to steady himself than to learn anything new. Restless and a little tense, he starts taking in the estate with his magical senses, where the bees look like streams of glittering stars to him. Instead of waiting like he was told, Zorian slips away from the gate and starts wandering through the managed jungle around the estate. The detour calms him a little as he follows the paths, quietly pushing away snakes and biting insects with magic while admiring the flowers. He stops at a huge white flower buzzing with bees, and Diamond finally catches up to him with immediate brotherly irritation. Seeing Diamond again hits Zorian hard, because the last Diamond he knew died helping him escape the time loop. Diamond asks why Zorian is staring, and Zorian can only answer that it feels like he saw him just days ago. Diamond laughs it off with swagger, then immediately notices that Zorian feels different now, calmer and more self-assured than before. Diamond clears off a fallen log with a casual gust of wind and sits down, finally asking the real question. Why is Zorian here, and how did he even get to Koth? Zorian says he used teleportation because he had no choice and needed to warn Diamond immediately, which only makes Diamond more alarmed. After discreetly checking him with divinations, Diamond gives a weary sigh and decides Zorian is clearly in serious trouble. Diamond offers help like an exasperated older brother, then gets even more suspicious when Zorian says he has plenty of money to spend on extreme measures like this. Then Zorian drops the real warning. Ulquinabesa and the World Dragon Cult plan to invade Scioria during the summer festival, release the primordial under the city, and harvest everyone's souls. Diamond reacts with incredulous sarcasm, and Zorian keeps piling on the details about the hidden gate, and the cult's reach inside city leadership. Zorian admits the invasion itself may be beyond Daimon, but warns that the enemy now plans to target Daimon and the Terramachula as hostages against him. Even then, Daimon refuses to believe him and gets up to leave, done with what he sees as Zorian's nonsense. So Zorian quietly takes out the Imperial Orb, and the sight of it stops Daimon cold. Daimon can barely process why Zorian has the artifact he has been chasing, and Zorian answers by handing over the notebooks they wrote together inside the loop. Greedily clutching both orb and notebooks, Daimon retreats to the log and starts reading in growing shock as passages reveal work he somehow remembers planning but never doing. One passage finally breaks him, and Daimon demands to know whether he really wrote notes. He has no memory of writing. Zorian confirms the notebooks are real but refuses to explain how, insisting that too many lives depend on his silence until after the festival. When Zorian asks for the orb back, Daimon hesitates, thinks, and finally returns it, which is the first real sign that he is taking this seriously. Daimon admits the notebooks are too detailed to dismiss, yet the idea of losing years of memory still feels impossible to him. Zorian pushes past that, and warns him again that the Terramachula estate is now a target because he once planned to shelter Curiel and his friends here. Daimon pushes back on the scale of the threat, but Zorian reminds him that permanent gates mean the invaders can strike anywhere. Then Daimon catches another problem and sharply asks why Curiel is with Zorian at all instead of with their parents. When Zorian says he only left Curiel in Scoria for a few hours, Daimon explodes, because that travel time makes no sense and neither does anything else anymore. Daimon finally voices the core fear under all his anger. His 15-year-old brother should not be able to do any of this, so who is Zorian really? The accusation cuts deeper than Daimon knows, but Zorian buries that pain and points back to the notebook as proof that impossible things have already happened. Zorian offers one concrete concession. If Daimon survives the month and protects the Terramachula, he will get the full explanation after the summer festival. After a long angry stare, Daimon makes his decision and tells Zorian they are going to Scoria together right now. Daimon says he needs to confirm everything personally and check on Curiel himself, which is the closest thing to trust Zorian is going to get for now. Zorian points out that Daimon cannot just vanish from Koth for days without warning his fiancée's family, and that practical detail finally makes Daimon stop and think. Muttering at himself to focus, Daimon delays the trip just long enough to explain things to the people depending on him first. Elsewhere, deep inside the ziggurat of the sun, Zorian and Zack stand before the Sulrotham High Priest in a tense audience lit by the tribe's sacred fire. The High Priest reveals the angels already warned the Sulrotham that these guests were coming. When Zack asks if they also explained why he and Zorian came, the priest casually says they are here to seek help in a coming war against ancient evil. The Sulrotham agree immediately, because to them fighting and dying for heaven is not a burden but a glorious calling. The priest praises the angelic mark on Zack, and Zack's sour response nearly starts a pointless argument before Zorian smoothly cuts in. With one polite interruption, Zorian turns the audience into a war council and moves the conversation straight to battle plans. Back in Scoria, one of Zorian's simulacrums paints a small abstract sigil on an alley wall, hiding a powerful telepathy node inside what looks like ordinary graffiti. When the final lines connect, the hidden formula flashes once, and the node comes alive. The simulacrum activates it and dives in mentally, linking into a vast invisible network of glowing points spread across almost all of Scoria. For a brief moment Zorian feels just how much of the city this system could watch or invade, and that terrifying reach makes him pull back before anyone notices. He leaves the completed node behind and heads off to place backups, humming to himself because he knows some of the hidden sigils will eventually be scrubbed away. In an empty academy classroom, Zorian shocks Tanami by telling her he can put House Aope in contact with the Arania. He downplays the spiders a little, but this is really Zorian quietly drawing House Aope into the invasion preparations because he needs every capable ally he can get. Tanami admits he is far more interesting than she thought, because she never imagined he was the kind of person sneaking into tunnels to learn from giant sapient spiders. Her curiosity shifts into criticism when she asks why he keeps skipping class, since that kind of reputation can stick. Zorian says his mentor approved the absences and that he should be back after the festival, though the answer is careful and incomplete. Tanami agrees to keep meeting with him, and Zorian accepts because these sessions also help him measure what normal human telepathy is supposed to look like. His last comment earns him an odd look from Tanami, hinting she already suspects there is much more going on with him than he is saying. Above Ayaska Mansion, Zorian takes an even stranger risk by shape-shifting into an iron beak and circling the flock that guards the estate. Because the flock recognizes him as another iron beak, they tolerate his approach instead of attacking at once. Zorian spends hours probing their minds and souls, hunting for the leaders and the weak points in the invaders' control over them. He discovers the flock was never truly loyal, only blackmailed through seized nests and bent leadership, which gives him exactly the opening he wanted. Too subtle for the enemy handlers to detect, Zorian steadily turns that resentment into a hidden promise of revenge. As the summer festival draws near, the whole city starts to feel like a powder keg, and even people outside the secret plans seem to sense the pressure. Zack and Zorian respond by evacuating most of their loved ones out of Scoria, this time splitting them across 5 separate safe locations instead of putting everyone in one basket. Svim and Diamond both help with the evacuation, and Diamond cooperates despite still simmering over all the answers Zorian is withholding. Still, Diamond makes it very clear that once the festival is over, he is coming back for the explanation he was promised. The evacuation still hits a wall when Taven refuses to hide, treating the coming battle as a chance to finally prove herself in real combat. Zorian knows the worst part is not her confidence but the fact that his enemies see her as one of his people, making her a much bigger target than she understands. Rei also refuses to go into hiding, saying she can defend herself and cannot afford to let her poor family's house be looted or destroyed. Before Zorian can solve that problem, Rei unexpectedly invites him to her house on her own, which puts him instantly on edge. Inside, he finds 2 unexpected people already waiting, Hazlush, who gives him only a curious look, and Rainy, who looks pale, hollow, and badly shaken. Rainy is stunned to see Zorian and cannot believe he is supposed to help with anything this serious, since to her he is still just a student. Rei answers with a knowing look and makes it clear she thinks Zorian is far more than he pretends to be. At Rei's urging, Rainy finally drags herself out of her shock and starts explaining why she needed help. Then Rainy quietly reveals the new crisis at the end of all this mounting tension. Her brother has been kidnapped. In Rei's house, Zorian stays silent while Rainy finishes explaining how her family begged her to help after her little brother was kidnapped. When Zorian gently guesses that Rainy is shaken because her family turned to her, she flinches and admits she had no idea how an academy student could save him. Rainy says the police led her to Detective Etc., but her thin hope crashes when Zorian bluntly admits he is not sure he can help either. Hazlush needles Zorian for being too calm, but Zorian gives him nothing except the cold answer that panic would not help. Behind his calm face, Zorian realizes this kidnapping was probably not aimed at him at all, just another desperate hunt for shifter children needed to free Panicseth. He asks why Rainy is here with Rei, and Rainy explains that Hazlush brought her because he thought Rei might know something about attacks on shifter children. Hazlush reveals he has already been tracking people who hunt shifter children, and the cultist-style metal communicator in his hand shows he is deeper in this case than Zorian expected. Rei finally lays out why she dragged Zorian into this, saying his scent is all over the secret evacuation effort, and too many adults treat him like the one in charge. Hazlush piles on by pointing out that Diamond suddenly returned from Koth, hinting that Zorian's family is moving because some hidden emergency is real. Zorian admits Diamond is in Scoria but hides everything else, which only makes Rainy blurt out the obvious question of whether they all think he is some kind of secret agent. Rei stops dancing around it, and tells Rainy the ugly truth. Kidnappers usually take shifter children for their blood essence, and her brother may already be marked for sacrifice. Hazlush quickly softens the blow by saying the ritual is tied to the summer festival, so Rainy's brother is still useful alive and there is a little time left. Pressed again, Zorian says the painful part out loud. If he knew where the children were being held, he would already be moving to save them. Rei admits she does not know what Zorian can do, only that he is tangled in something big, and she is willing to manipulate him if it gives Rainy even one real chance. When Zorian calls it an ambush, Rei cheerfully admits it, and reminds him he has been hiding things from her for weeks too. Rei pushes one step further and asks if their first meeting was staged, but Zorian casually says Nachka really did drag him into her life by accident. That easy answer backfires when Rei laughs and reveals Nachka remembers Zorian as the heroic boy who chased off bullies and escorted her home. Before the teasing can drift any further, Rainy snaps and demands a straight answer about whether Zorian can help her brother or not. Zorian starts to refuse, then suddenly sees the opening. Kidnapping Rainy's brother may have given the enemy a trail only Rainy can follow. He looks Rainy in the eye and says he actually can do something now, but only if she helps him do it. Hazlush straightens at once, and Rainy can only stare when Zorian tells her that being just an academy student is exactly what they have in common. Far away in an abandoned Luja warehouse, Zorian, Zack, and Alanik stand before another hidden wraith bomb and realize this is already the 4th one they have found. Zorian grimly says Scoria almost certainly has more bombs still hidden, because the enemy would never protect Corsa more heavily than their real target. Zack pushes the scale of the threat even wider, warning that Jornak probably planted more bombs in the capital and maybe even in other countries he hates. Alanik sees the nightmare clearly. Even a few missed bombs could drown whole districts in wraiths and leave years of cleanup behind. When Alanik asks if they finally know how to neutralize one safely, Zorian has to admit the answer is still no. Zorian explains that Jornak refined these bombs too well, so for now the only safe plan is to deliberately trigger them inside heavy containment wards and trap the wraiths after release. Alanik accepts the church will have to contain this one too, but he still argues they should keep setting off every bomb as soon as they find it. Zorian pushes back because capturing Jornak alive could force the real disarming method out of him and avoid detonating all the hidden bombs at once. He adds the nastier detail next. The bombs are set to go off if Jornak dies, which means killing him outright may be exactly what their enemy prepared for. Zack calls that pettiness on a monstrous scale, but Alanik quietly says it feels like more than strategy, and more like revenge against the whole world. As if to underline that horror, the bomb's surface twitches with trapped faces and hands before going still again. When Zack jokes that Alanik sounds experienced, the priest admits he was once a very angry young man and shuts the subject down there. Zorian lets the silence stand, privately wondering again why Alanik keeps helping them so much, and deciding he is still better off not prying. He breaks the quiet with another problem, telling them Silver Lake has vanished after stripping her hideout and leaving no trail. Zack worries she might join the enemy, but Zorian judges that she got spooked by powerful attention and ran instead of picking a side. Alanik answers with worse news, saying several foreign mercenary companies have likely been hired for the final battle. Seeing the enemy turn reckless, Alanik urges them to strike now instead of letting those preparations finish. Zack says he is ready, but the delay has always been Zorian's call because Zorian kept searching for a way to save him first. Asked quietly if he found that answer, Zorian says no in a flat voice, and Zack admits he has already written his final will. With that hope exhausted, Zorian finally sets the date. They will attack 2 days from now, after one last attempt at the shifter lead. Outside Scoria, Zorian's hidden ritual chamber waits like a machine built for one impossible search, with blood circles below and star-like gates floating overhead. Rainy, Ray, Hazlush, and 3 of Zorian's simulacrums gather inside, with 2 simulacrums disguised as grim adult mages to hide just how much of this operation is really Zorian's. For once even Ray sounds uneasy, because this room makes it painfully obvious that Zorian is backed by power far beyond anything a normal student should touch. Hazlush is even more rattled, staring at the sheer wealth burned into a one-use ritual and realizing he has stepped into something far above police work. The Zorian look-alike simulacrum plays dumb, which only makes Hazlush warn him that he is messing with truly dangerous forces. At the center, Rainy sits by the bowl and quietly works up her nerve, chanting to herself while the disguised simulacrums wait in a steady triangle around her. Zorian's side has built the whole spell around one brutal advantage. Rainy is her brother's blood, and blood plus lingering shifter essence might pierce any wards hiding the children. If this works, they will not just save Rainy's brother, they will rip away the sacrifices Panicseth needs and cripple the enemy on the eve of the festival. But Zorian knows the risk is ugly. Rainy gets one try, and even a perfect casting can still fail if the children are hidden somewhere outside the search net. The simulacrums wait without rushing her, because the real danger is not the spell design but Rainy needing to cut herself, endure the pain, and shape magic she barely understands. At the edge of the chamber, Hazlush checks that they cannot disturb the ritual, and the wrong Zorian jokingly boasts about being naturally cool enough to handle this. While Rainy prepares, Ray quietly tells the simulacrum she investigated the family and learned the ugly truth. Rainy's brother replaced her as clan heir when he was born. When Hazlush wonders if that means Rainy might sabotage the spell, Ray reads her more clearly and says guilt is exactly why she will fight desperately for it to succeed. Then the room goes still, because Rainy has finally decided she is ready. Rainy begins chanting for real and slashes her palm 3 times, too deep and too rough, but with enough commitment that there is no backing out now. When her blood falls into the bowl, the whole chamber answers at once as red diagrams ignite, the cube pulses, and the white gate stars above start beating like tiny hearts. Thin blood threads rise from the bowl toward the gates, and Rainy nearly collapses as the spell tears life force out of her along with the blood. The disguised simulacrums catch her before she falls, and Rainy forces herself to stay conscious long enough to finish the last gestures with her good hand. The moment the spell locks in, blinding light floods the chamber and too many possible locations crash into the simulacrum's minds at once. Rainy alone would have been overwhelmed here, but Zorian's simulacrums take control of the impossible search and start forcing the chaos into one answer. A few seconds later, one simulacrum finally smiles and says the word they all needed to hear: success. In the war room, Zorian suddenly receives the message, looks up from the battle maps, and cuts through every argument in the room. Zorian gives the order without hesitation. They found the children, so the attack starts now. One day before the summer festival, peaceful Scoria shatters at noon when hidden artillery across the city opens fire on enemy positions outside the walls. The enemy was ready for that move, and their own barrage slams back in hard enough to set the city itself on fire. As buildings burn, rogue fire elementals start wandering the streets and turning the battle into a spreading urban disaster. Then the second wave hits, as skeletons, war trolls, giant lizards, and iron beaks pour out of the underworld beneath the city. Some of those monsters die instantly to hidden traps and unseen defenders below, proof that Zorian's side had predicted the invasion routes after all. But enough still reached the surface to drown Scoria in chaos. And with the city burning on every side, the final battle has truly begun. Scoria is burning under artillery, sapient fire, and invading troops, but Zorian is grimly relieved because the city is holding together far better than in the old loops. He decides that he and Zack still cannot step into the city fighting, because if they do, the invasion leaders will answer in person and turn Scoria into a battlefield for monsters. So one of Zorian's simulacrums leads a full assault into the tunnels below, aiming straight for the basin base and the dimensional gate they need for retreat. That pressure works exactly as intended, because the invaders are forced to divert most of their troops underground instead of throwing their full weight at the city above. Today Zorian is doing something he normally fears fusing his simulacrum so tightly that it feels less like copies and more like one mind steering several bodies at once. Deep in the tunnels, his simulacrum marches toward an enemy barricade without slowing down, backed by a huge bodyguard golem and an army waiting on his thoughts. 2 brilliant projectiles scream toward him, and his bodyguard golem casually slaps both spells out of the air before the blast can touch him. Zorian answers with cold efficiency, dropping one enemy mage with his heavy rifle and having synchronized Golem's gun the second one down through his panic cast shields. When the enemy throws a barrage at him, armored golems simply step in front and soak it, turning his whole advance into a brutal demonstration of layered force. At Zorian's command, his monster swarm crashes into the enemy undead, and this time his controlled beasts fight like a shared mind instead of a messy mob. Then Zorian senses 10 rockworms tunneling in from all sides and instantly realizes the enemy is trying to break his army from the rear. He telepathically orders the whole army forward, and even Alanic's human recruits flinch at the voice in their heads before forcing themselves to obey. The Abasins time their trap well, sending war trolls to hit from the front just as the rockworms are about to erupt inside Zorian's formation. But Zorian rips through the Abasin mind control on the rockworms and flips the ambush back on them in an instant. 8 rockworms burst out into the charging troll line, smashing into the biggest war trolls and ruining the whole attack before it can land. With the troll leaders pinned, Zorian's anti-regeneration golems grind the regiment down and keep marching like a metal tide. One trapped troll stumbles close enough for Zorian's bodyguard golem to grab it, whirl it overhead, and throw it like a siege projectile. The hurled troll smashes the stone core of the barricade's ward system, and the enemy fortification dies all at once. Zorian instantly exploits the opening with frost grenades, and his human allies pile on with spells and bullets until the Abasins break and run. Just as he is about to order pursuit, Jornak appears in the air in his familiar red-robed form and blocks the path himself. Jornak accuses him of hiding his real abilities, and proves the danger immediately by idly killing and crippling several soldiers with a chained lightning strike. Zorian immediately orders the humans back, refusing to spend them against what is clearly only one of Jornak's simulacrums. When Zorian fires at him, Jornak brushes the shots aside and sneers that rifles are filthy weapons, calling Zorian even more honorless than he is. Zorian refuses the bait and orders an attack, sure Jornak is really just trying to stall until the enemy can regroup. Both of them haste themselves and trade spells in the same heartbeat, melting and shattering the tunnel walls without landing a clean hit. In the middle of the clash, Zorian admits this whole push was partly a distraction, and Jornak showing up personally means that part has already succeeded. He has one real choice now: drag the duel out safely, or gamble on destroying the simulacrum and risk losing his whole force if he fails. He chooses the risk, unleashing his army again and summoning a ring of tiny orange fire stars around himself, each one packed with fireball force. Then the fight turns bizarre, because Jornak starts smashing man-sized golems away with his bare hands and regenerating major damage almost instantly. Zorian sends in his giant bodyguard golem to overpower him, but Jornak slips away and throws 3 silent dimensional grenades over its head. Hair-thin fractures of broken space slice the bodyguard apart, and Zorian can only watch his best shield collapse into hundreds of pieces. That finally makes Zorian angry enough to switch tactics and charge Jornak himself while driving him back with the full swarm of fire stars. Jornak takes the bait, wraps himself in red lightning, and punches straight through Zorian's simulacrum chest in one savage blow. But that was the trap, because Zorian grabs the arm stuck inside him and drives hundreds of mana threads into Jornak's ectoplasmic body. Jornak realizes too late that he is unraveling faster than Zorian's puppet body, and his simulacrum flickers apart into smoke with a shocked curse. Zorian wins, but his own simulacrum drops in a ruined heap the moment Jornak is gone. When his soldiers finally creep back in, Zorian dryly orders the nearest bearded man to cut off his head and carry it, since that is the only useful part left. At the same time in Koth, another Zorian stands near the Terramachula estate studying a small hidden Abasin base that still holds Jornak's hostage portal plan open. Zorian thinks the force looks half-hearted, but Orisa sharply points out that even a smaller surprise strike here could have been a disaster for her house. When he says a house full of B-mages should handle this easily, Orisa reminds him that she is exceptional and most of her people are trackers first, fighters only when cornered. She still wants the attack, not because it is safe, but because the permanent portal linking continents is too valuable for the elders to ignore. Her plan is to win before a real fight starts by sneaking enough bees inside that the defenders only realize the attack when the swarm is already on top of them. Zorian warns that one surviving mage could still close the portal, so Orisa answers with the only sensible rule here: be patient and kill them all at once. Then Orisa casually catches Zorian being absurdly suspicious, because he can tell her there are exactly 20 living people in the base, and where every one of them is. He tries to downplay it as ordinary psychic talent, and Orisa instantly calls that bluff too by comparing him to Daimon. Knowing he has already lost that exchange, Zorian retreats into sarcasm and tells Damon's fiancée to please protect him like a helpless younger brother. Orisa answers by sicking a few bees on him, ending the conversation with exactly the amount of dignity he deserves. Zorian's attention is split across several fronts, but the place that matters most is Ayaska Mansion, because that is where the kidnapped shifter children are being held. So Zorian's real body joins Zack, Svim, Alanik, Diamond, and the rest of their strike force in a full assault on the mansion grounds. Zorian rides on Princess through a forest choked with undead, and her 8 heads tear apart anything reckless enough to get close. Beyond the undead come war trolls, winter wolves, iron beaks, hidden rock worms, and one more ugly surprise waiting on the mansion roof. The sight of 3 living dragons guarding the manor tells Zorian exactly who they are, Oganj and his 2 students, and also that the defenders were ready for this raid. To answer a hidden threat of his own, Zorian silently turns the enemy's iron beaks on invisible mages sneaking nearby, and their screams give the ambush away. Then he sends Princess charging straight at the mansion, and her challenge roar nearly provokes one of the younger dragons into breaking formation on the spot. Alanik and the church mages back the push with a fire twister that devours undead and grows stronger on the souls trapped inside it. Before Zorian can enjoy that advantage, hundreds of red bat-like demons pour out of the mansion and fill the sky. Alanik grimly identifies them as demons, and another ally immediately claims the sky battle by sending the Solrotham to intercept. Even while Princess keeps tearing through the ground war, Zorian starts feeling uneasy because the defenders are buying time instead of truly trying to stop them. He fingers the angel's cube in his pocket, nearly uses it, and then stops because every instinct tells him this is the wrong moment. Instead he confers with the others, and the next move is big enough to force the dragon guards to react. The Solrotham holy beast rises into the air like a nightmare, and charges straight at the trio of dragons over the mansion. At the same moment, Zorian clears Princess's path toward the mansion, while Zack, Svim, Alanik, and Diamond rocket upward in a milky white sphere to challenge Oganj directly. The dragons split cleanly, with one student diving on Zorian and Princess, one peeling off toward the holy beast, and Oganj taking the flying strike team for himself. Oganj opens with terrifying dragon magic, forming a white sphere so overloaded with mana that Zorian can feel it from far away. Svim barely saves them by teleporting the sphere away, and its distant detonation still hits the battlefield like a second sun. Sudamir immediately screams at Oganj for nearly blowing up the mansion he is supposed to be defending, and Oganj roars back that he knows what he is doing. Meanwhile, Zorian tries to cripple the dragon student coming for him with a force lance to the wing, but the dragon is cautious enough to shield in time. The young dragon answers with shaped fire attacks, but Princess is outrageously agile for her size and keeps dodging while throwing debris and unlucky wolves back at him. Zorian cannot get into the dragon's mind through its shields and natural resistance, so he settles for one thing the beast still has plenty of: pride. The bait works, and the irritated dragon dives lower to trap them in a translucent blue dome before charging a finishing fire spell. The dragon forgets one crucial detail, because Princess can teleport. She reappears almost on top of him, and Zorian lashes the dragon's torso with severing whips that bite deep without cutting all the way through. Zorian anchors the whips to Princess and tells her to pull, dragging the screaming dragon out of the sky and into a vicious ground wrestle with the Hydra. Trusting Princess to survive on her own, Zorian jumps free and races toward the other dragon fights in a white flying sphere. By the time he arrives, the separate clashes have mashed together into one chaotic sky war of dragons, the Holy Beast, Ironbeaks, and Zack's team. The Ironbeaks have apparently decided on their own that the dragons are unbearable, so they keep throwing themselves into the fight as a furious living distraction. Inside the mansion, Sudamir grows more frantic by the minute, shouting commands and insults until he finally snaps and unleashes his hidden dragon. The roof collapses, and Sudamir's skeletal dragon rises from the ruins at last. Oganj dismisses the thing with a snort, but Diamond does not wait for it to join the air battle and tackles it off the roof inside a giant ectoplasmic body. Diamond manages to pin the skeletal monster for a moment, but it quickly becomes clear he cannot hold it alone. The others are too tied up with living dragons to help, so Zorian reaches into the Imperial Orb and drops a colossal metal golem straight into the fight. The Colossus barrels in and hammers the skeletal dragon's skull, ruining its chance to take to the air even if the first blow does not fully break it. Then a strange ripple rolls out of the mansion and every fighter stumbles at once as Sudamir quietly admits he hoped he would not need this trick. The sick lurch hits Zorian like a failed teleport, and Zack's panic curse over the mind link tells him this is much worse than a simple spell wobble. When the dizziness clears, the mansion is still there, the Colossus is still pinning the skeletal dragon, but the land beyond is suddenly, unmistakably Scoria. He realizes what Jornak and Sudamir did. They did not move the whole city, they simply switched Ayaska Mansion and the surrounding battlefield with a piece of burning Scoria. Zorian answers the reveal with one practical order, having the Colossus crush the skeletal dragon's skull completely while he grimly accepts that every road has led back to Scoria anyway. And with the battlefield now merged into the city, Oganj throws back his head and roars as the fight begins again over Scoria itself. Ayaska Mansion now sits inside Scoria beside the hole, dropped into the city with a perfect ring of wild forest that even slices through nearby buildings. Catching his breath, Zorian realizes the enemy leaders skipped the dragon fight because Quatakikl, Jornak, and Silverlake were all tied up finishing this huge teleportation ritual. He bitterly thinks they should have attacked harder from the start, then forces himself to drop the regret because there is no time left for what-ifs. Zorian also sees the one lucky part: the ritual must have started long before their assault, so if they had arrived any later, the mansion would have appeared in Scoria before the attack even began. Surveying the field, Zorian realizes Princess and the Solrotham's giant sandworm were too far away to get teleported, so both divine beasts are effectively gone from this fight. Even so, those beasts tied up 2 dragon mages, leaving only Ogange above the mansion, which is bad news because he is the strongest of the 3 and now every mist spell threatens a crowded city. Zack's whole team, the Iron Beaks, and the Solrotham all made the jump with the mansion, and together they are barely keeping Ogange from tearing Scoria apart. Before anyone can settle, Ayaska Mansion opens up and starts vomiting war trolls, undead, monsters, and enemy mages into the city. Seeing how many clear Basin troops are mixed in, Zorian realizes Quatakikl committed far more foreign reinforcements than they guessed, gambling that the mansion can later extract them all. He quickly redirects the Iron Beaks and signals the Solrotham to hit the new invasion wave before it can rampage through the city. He also alerts the academy, and its staff and organized defenders finally leave their defensive posture to join the fight near the hole. After that, Zorian stops micromanaging the city battle and simply waits, restoring mana because he knows the real enemy leaders still have to show themselves. Then Quatakikl, Jornak, and Silverlake finally walk out together, calm and proud as if the battle around them is only background noise. Zorian immediately notes all 3 are shielded by Mind Blank, which means any easy mental interference is off the table. At the same time, another exit spills out a red-robed procession escorting a shaking armored carriage straight toward the hole, making it obvious the release ritual is still moving forward. Zorian spots an even worse surprise on the ruined roof, a second Quatakikl holding a glowing red gem, clearly a simulacrum preparing a demon summoning. When the roof simulacrum raises the gem and a blood-red circle blooms around him, Zorian knows the demon call has begun and it is finally his turn to answer. Zorian pulls out the angel cube, deploys the imperial orb, and brings out his own larger metal cube as Diamond moves in beside him. Diamond warns that the thing on the roof is summoning something huge, and Zorian bluntly answers that it is demons and asks whether Diamond can hold off the 3 masters marching toward them. Diamond is not thrilled by the idea of facing Quatakikl, Jornak, and Silverlake almost alone, but Zorian reminds him Manhwa will back him up. Zorian carves a blue summoning circle into the ground and starts the angel ritual, even admitting with his body language that this is risky enough to make him sweat. The angel cube drinks an ambient mana like a starving sun, and Zorian realizes the device is bypassing the usual lethal limits by channeling that flood on its own while he only shapes it. Even for Zorian, shaping this much power is brutally hard, and he can only keep going by splitting attention with his simulacrums while his hand starts to shake. The moment his summoning starts, Quatakikl, Jornak, and Silverlake drop the dramatic walk and sprint straight at him to break it. Diamond burns mana to throw up huge golden shields while Manhwa steps in front of Zorian, turning himself into a moving wall against disintegration beams, lightning, and thrown potions. Manhwa proves he is no clumsy brute, hurling rubble with shocking accuracy and charging hard enough to keep interrupting the enemy casters. Jornak tries to repeat his old trick by throwing spatial crack bombs at Manhwa, but the giant golem walks straight out of the web untouched. Panicking, Jornak tries a short teleport, and Manhwa's ward twists the spell badly enough to leave him dazed and almost under the golem's foot. Quatakikl yanks Jornak clear at the last second, but that leaves him and Silverlake lined up just in time for Manhwa to smash them with a giant force blast. Quatak weathers the hit, but Silverlake gets blasted away, and for a few precious seconds one of the 3 threats is gone from the field. That opening closes fast when 2 giant skeletal crocodilian beasts burst out of the mansion and slam into Manhwa, pinning the colossus down. Quatakikl openly mocks his own allies as barely adequate, and his taunt about literal time travelers makes Diamond freeze in confusion for a split second. Before Diamond can process that reveal, Quatakikl calls up 2 more simulacrums, and all 3 liches blur forward together. 9 tiny red stars streak toward Zorian so fast Diamond can only shred 5 with shields and stop 1 more with his divine mirror before the last 3 get through. Zorian still refuses to flinch from the summoning, trusting his larger cube to wake up on its own and move between him and death. The big cube splits into 8 smaller cubes, wraps Zorian in a faint blue sphere, and Quatak's last 3 red stars die against it without even cracking the shield. Quatak responds with a savage barrage, so Diamond immediately ducks into Zorian's protection and lets the adaptive cube shield them both. The defensive cube proves terrifyingly sophisticated, swapping protections on the fly and even firing bomb marbles of its own to break larger attacks before they land. By the time Silverlake and Jornak recover, they still cannot fully support Quatak because Manhwa is forcing them to keep one eye on the giant golem at all times. Once Quatak admits brute force is wasting mana, he shouts for Ogange to help crack Zorian's shell instead. Quatak leaps into the sky like a launched projectile, while Diamond chooses the safer target and turns his pressure back on Jornak instead of chasing the Lich. That choice saves Diamond, but it rattles Zorian anyway, because the thought of losing his brother almost shakes his control over the angel summoning. Up in the air, Zack and Alanik fire on the rooftop Quatak simulacrum to break the demon ritual, but Quataka's support and the mansion wards keep the summoning intact. Then Ogange spots the real weak point and decides not to kill the other mages first, but to erase Zorian with one overwhelming blast. A screaming fireball the size of artillery comes down at Zorian, and he still does not move, because his 8 cubes have one more trick ready. The cubes form a ring, trap the fireball inside a zone of slowed time, and quietly swallow the whole spell into storage before rebuilding Zorian's shield. Ogange can only glare in rage as Zack re-engages him, and Quatak realizes Zorian's angel summoning is now finishing faster than the demon call. Quatak abandons the duel and flies to his simulacrum to speed up the demon ritual, forcing Zorian to push even harder through the pain. Zorian narrows down to nothing but the golden cube in his hand, and then the crushing pressure suddenly vanishes. A colossal angel erupts above him, a burning black tree covered in orange eyes so huge that even Ogange and Ravaz suddenly look small. The angel did not come alone, because a flock of living white wing orbs and 4 larger mask-ringed lion-like angels appear around it as an escort. Their arrival freezes the sky battle on the spot, driving Ogange back toward the mansion while Zack, Alanik, and Stim drop beside Zorian for a precious breather. But Quatak finished too, and when Zorian looks back at the mansion he finds a full demon army spread out in front of it. The horde is a nightmare mix of species, from grinning black cat things and eyeless 4-armed humanoids to spider-legged egg demons, thorned rose monsters, armored legionnaires, and floating grubs. Even with all that, the most dangerous thing there is the giant headless torso floating over them, wrapped in bone armor with one enormous purple eye watching everything without fear. When Zorian accidentally meets that eye, his soul jolts and his vision starts to blur until a black branch from the angel slams down between them and breaks the contact. Zorian hurriedly reinforces his soul defenses, and for a few heavy seconds both sides just stare across the ruined field, waiting for someone else to blink first. Jornak breaks the silence by pointing out the ugly truth. If they unleash this fight here, Scoria could be flattened. Zack shoots the argument down instantly, because if they back off now Panicseth gets released and the city dies anyway. Jornak presses harder, claiming the angels never meant for Zack and Zorian to live through this, and that even victory was designed to end with the heroes conveniently dead. The angel gives no answer at all, and that silence leaves Zorian with no comforting way to dismiss Jornak's accusation. Jornak lays out his own motive with raw bitterness, saying he has a real chance to survive and change the world, so sacrificing the city that wronged his family is worth it to him. Zack refuses to debate any further and tells the angel to stop stalling, because every second gives the cultists and their sacrifices more time to reach the hole. The angel only says not yet, and Jornak, irritated that the standoff still holds, decides to raise the stakes himself. With one amplified snap, Jornak triggers hidden bombs across the city and black geysers of wraiths erupt from 3 distant points. Zorian answers with a snap of his own, and the wraith swarms instantly veer away and vanish into hidden traps he seeded around the city ahead of time. Jornak is visibly thrown by that failure, and Zorian quietly enjoys giving him no explanation beyond the fact that they saw this move coming. Before the argument can continue, a new force appears in the distance. Giant eagles carrying Aldemarian battle mages are finally approaching the city. The arrival is completely unplanned, and Zorian feels a fresh spike of worry because he has no idea how those soldiers will react to angels, demons, and time loop survivors sharing one battlefield. The angel is not surprised at all, and with a final command that now they fight, it surges forward at the demon horde. The demons answer with a roar and rush out from the mansion grounds, turning the standoff into a full angel versus demon clash over Scoria. Watching the angel tree and the giant demons slam toward each other over Scoria, Zorian can only think the same grim thing Jornak said out loud: this city is about to be destroyed no matter who wins. Then the 4 lion serpent angels break away from the tree, spread to the forest's edges, and lock the whole battlefield inside a pale yellow cube. Enemy spells hammer the barrier at once, but the cube barely reacts, proving the angels just trapped the whole battle inside something terrifyingly tough. Zorian and his allies pull close under his cube defenses and stop wasting mana, letting the enemy's probing shots splash harmlessly against his shield while they wait for an opening. The 2 titans collide. An orange flame and purple lightning explode across the enclosed battlefield hard enough to vaporize anyone caught too close. For a while the whole area turns into panic and motion, but Zorian quickly sees the grim upside. Both sides' strongest fighters are now hiding behind absurdly strong defenses, and neither side can break the stalemate yet. That stalemate finally breaks when the demon torso starts losing ground, forced backward by the angel tree's raw strength. Once it has momentum, the angel turns ruthless, shredding undead and demons with branch limbs, burning war trolls to ash, and letting its wing ball attendants herd victims straight into its reach. Even better for Zorian, the angel keeps drifting close to Ayaska Mansion and pounding its wards until the mansion visibly strains under the pressure. Quatak, Ikl, and Ogange are finally forced out from the mansion to help the demon hold the angel back, and Zorian instantly sees that as the opening they needed. Zorian reshapes his defense cube into a broad flying platform, loads his allies onto it, and sends them hurtling toward the melee to try to shove one of the enemy elites into the angel's killing branches. Murva cannot fit on the platform, so Zorian sends the metal colossus charging after them on foot, and the golem simply smashes through the demon line like a runaway fortress. As the platform closes in, Zorian sees the demon mounting a comeback with Ogange and Quatak supporting it, and the angel is suddenly on the defensive for the first time. Then a swarm of grub-like demons swarms their platform, and Zorian realizes too late that their glowing spit melts force shields far too well for comfort. At the same time, the ground erupts under Merva and a giant rose-shaped demon wraps him in thorny tentacles strong enough to stop even his full-speed charge. Before Zorian can sort it out, the angel's voice slams into his mind and bluntly tells him to stop wasting time here and go stop Paniksetha's release instead. When Zorian protests that the barrier is trapping them, the angel coldly reveals the cube was only meant to hold their enemies, not him. Zorian barely starts to answer when space warps open in front of him, and one of the angel's burning branches appears out of nowhere to wipe out the grub's swarm in a single strike. The same branch swings down at the rose demon, and when the monster dodges the wood itself, the angel's orange fire peels off into ghostly jaws and serpents that burn it underground in panic. The angel cuts the telepathic link with one last order to go, and a triumphant roar nearby reveals Ogange has ripped away one of its black flaming branches for the effort. So Zorian turns the platform straight at the glowing wall, and Zack blurts out that it looks exactly like they are about to ram themselves into an unbreakable barrier. Zorian snaps back that the angel just told him the wall will let them through, and even now Svim is staring at the spellwork with more admiration than fear. A heartbeat later the wall parts around them like a curtain of light, and the whole group bursts safely out of the angel cage. From the outside the barrier is completely opaque, and Zorian immediately realizes how dangerous and useful that is. Jornak is now trapped inside while he and Zack can race for the hole. He keeps one worry to himself though, because his hidden plan still needs everyone gathered in the open later, and right now too many enemies are sealed away. Before they can reach the hole, Eldamar's giant eagles scream down in front of them and block their path, treating Zorian's group like rogue mages to be arrested on sight. The commander orders them to land immediately, and Zorian knows fighting royal forces here would waste too much time, mana, and goodwill. Since the riders ignore Merva, Zorian quietly sends the golem on toward the hole alone while he stalls in the air. Then everything changes again when Ogange tears a hole in the angel barrier and bursts out with Jornak, Silverlake, and Quatak riding on his back. The eagle riders freeze at the sight of an adult dragon, and Zorian instantly digs into their weak minds and turns both the birds and their commander against Ogange. Forced by Zorian's mind magic, the commander shouts for everyone to kill the dragon, and Ogange takes the bait exactly like Zorian hoped. With the riders peeled away, Zorian sends the platform forward again and leaves Ogange to waste time slaughtering the very force that just tried to stop them. Everyone except Zack gives Zorian a strange look after that casual mind control, and Alanik immediately asks the question Zorian did not even think to ask first. Are those riders going to survive? Zorian answers flatly that some of them will retreat if they take enough losses, and the coldness of that answer shows how much the loop has already changed him. The argument dies because Jornak, Silverlake, and Quatak are already rushing after them in high-speed flight, desperate to keep Zorian from reaching the cultists alone. While Zorian's main body is locked in that chase, his simulacrums are still spread across Scioria, feeding on reports and desperately keeping his hidden citywide glyph network from being broken. Because they cannot afford to spend much mana, those extra bodies mostly fight with cheap but surgical mind magic instead of brute force. So all over the city, little impossible moments start tipping the fight. Frightened defenders suddenly remember where to regroup, families avoid deadly routes, and invisible ambushes get exposed at the perfect second. Other interventions are much less subtle, with enemy minds turning on each other, sudden battle visions guiding defenders, and ordinary animals running delicate enemy spells at just the right moment. Above it all, Zorian repurposes Sudamir's iron beaks into flying scouts and assassins, steering whole flocks by controlling only their leaders and turning them into mage-hunting strike teams. Even with all of that, the invasion is simply too big, and Zorian is forced to watch whole parts of the city burn because helping everywhere would empty the mana he still needs for the real fight. The worst part is how numb he feels about it, because after so many loops and stolen memories, even this final irreversible slaughter no longer shocks him the way it should. When his attention swings to the hole, he discovers the cultists were hit by an ambush either side predicted, cats and pigeons suddenly dropping onto them with actual magic and weapons. The cat shifters slash throats and blind men in the opening seconds, and one cultist loses his balance just from locking eyes with the wrong cat for a split second. Before the cult can recover, grenade-carrying pigeon shifters dive in and blow the whole escort route into chaos. Zorian realizes with real surprise that Rainy and Haslush built more support than he expected, because shifters and city police are now hitting the ritual team together. But the cult's leaders are still serious mages, and once they recover from the shock they start killing the shifters and police fast enough to break the assault's courage. Zorian refuses to let that collapse, so he redirects Iron Beak flocks to the hole and quietly starts steering more defenders there from across the city. The pigeon shifters adapt almost instantly, slipping into support roles in midair and shielding the Iron Beaks so the birds can keep ripping apart enemy casters. The cat shifters prove just as useful by dropping human form into the fight, and to Zorian's amusement many of them turn out to favor mind magic almost as much as he does. Then Merva finally crashes in, shrugs off the cult spells, and starts physically turning the whole fight around by himself. Even so, Zorian decides this still is not the moment to slam the door shut, because if Jornak realizes Panicseth cannot be freed, he might start triggering far worse contingencies out of spite. Back with his main body, Zorian finds himself pinned down by Silver Lake's bizarre alchemical pets, a reforming lizard, a crackling tentacle orb, and a giant acidic ooze the size of a building. The thing that irritates him most is how intelligently the creatures fight, because they are not acting like monsters at all so much as murderous living potions with planning behind them. Silver Lake keeps cackling from behind the ooze and mocks Zorian for sending Va away, enjoying the fact that her creations are actually holding him in place. She twists the knife by claiming the invaders found Kiriel and Nachka's hiding place too, but Zorian forces himself not to take the bait even though he already knows they really are under attack. Instead, Zorian fires back that the cult still has not even started the ritual, so tying him up here only proves Silverlake and her side are running out of time. Silverlake answers with the real twist. The children were only bait, because she and Jornak themselves carry enough of Panicseth's essence in their bodies to crack the prison open. That ugly revelation lands hard on Zorian, because the logic is awful enough to be true. Silverlake piles on more pressure by raining alchemical bombs around him, and even the explosions hatch into smaller liquid beasts that start swarming his defenses. When Silverlake points him toward Ogan's battle, Zorian checks through his iron beaks and sees the Eagle Riders fought bravely but are still getting cut to pieces by a dragon mage they cannot hold much longer. She even offers him one last deal for the Imperial Orb, but by then Zorian has finally spotted the opening he needed. He catapults the orb creature and reforming lizard away by ripping up the street beneath them, then detonates the hidden charges inside the wall chunk he buried in the ooze. With the path open, Zorian teleports straight in front of Silverlake and walks right into the trap ward she had been waiting to spring on him. But Zorian's mind splits the problem across all his linked selves at once, and before the ward can finish forming he identifies the flaw and sabotages it from the inside. The ward implodes, Silverlake reels from the backlash, and Zorian blasts her relentlessly until her shields fail and half her head bursts apart under a force projectile. He keeps going and destroys the rest of her head too, but instead of dropping dead, Silverlake's ruined body starts healing at a speed that turns the whole kill into a nightmare. Even burning her down to a charred skeleton does not stop the regeneration once the ooze forces him to break off, and Silverlake laughs through the blood to tell him he still cannot kill her. Zorian keeps firing anyway, and Silverlake admits the real game is attrition. She thinks his mana will run out before her borrowed immortality does. Then the long silent angel barrier finally shatters apart, and Zorian looks up to see the answer. The angel tree won. The victory clearly cost the angel dearly, with trunks severed, branches stripped, eyes missing, and only a handful of broken attendants left in the air. Even wounded, the angel does not hesitate and launches itself straight at Oganj, forcing the dragon to split his attention again. That is all Zorian needs, so he throws down the pocket prison he saved for a bad moment, and unleashes the Grey Hunter right in front of Silverlake. For the first time in this fight, Silverlake truly panics, screaming curses as the murder spider closes on her and strips all the smugness out of her posture. Zorian keeps his distance because he does not control the beast at all, and the last thing he wants is for the spider to remember he exists. When Silverlake starts using the giant ooze's sheer mass to keep the spider off her, Zorian prepares to interfere again. He never has to, because the ooze suddenly shudders and collapses into dead slime as someone else quietly takes control of the field. A warding circle flashes into place around Silverlake and the spider, and Zorian realizes with disbelief that he knows exactly who uses that kind of ward. Then the hidden caster steps out of the shadows, and it is not some ally at all but the original old Silverlake herself. Young Silverlake is outraged, but old Silverlake stays cold and methodical, circling the ward with her staff and reinforcing the prison instead of trading insults. Old Silverlake finally explains herself with brutal honesty. If this really is her future copy, then she knows perfectly well that leaving such a copy alive means losing her home, power, and life to it later. Young Silverlake screams that she should have killed her older self on arrival, but old Silverlake only gives a tiny shrug and keeps reinforcing the cage. Seeing that bizarre civil war can take care of itself for a minute, Zorian turns away because Jornak's white mist is finally thinning and another opening is arriving. He flies straight to the hole and immediately starts cutting cultists down with a severing whip, while his cube blocks the return fire for him. At the same time he seizes direct control of Manhwa again, and the metal giant's attacks suddenly become much sharper and deadlier than before. That is enough to break the cult's nerve, and once they realize Zorian and Manhwa are tearing straight through them, their discipline starts collapsing into open panic. The reaction is immediate. Oganj breaks away from the angel and rushes for the hole even after taking a deep slash in his flank, and Quatak blasts free of his own fight to intercept first. A quick glance shows Zorian that Daiman, Svim, and Alanik survived Quatak's breakout badly hurt but alive, and he forces himself not to waste a second on relief. Knowing Quatak will reach him first, Zorian gives Manhwa a silent farewell and turns the Colossus into a trap instead of a shield. Manhwa opens his chest like a metal flower and reveals the imprisoned Soulsizer Chrysanthemum, turning his own body into a massive amplifier aimed straight at the incoming lich. The amplified flower cannot steal Quatak's soul outright, but it does exactly what Zorian wanted and knocks the lich out of the sky long enough to leave him exposed. That is when Zorian's cube releases the time-frozen attack he stole from Ogange, sending a dragon-scale incandescent projectile straight at Quatak before he can recover. Quatak sees the hit coming and chooses retreat over destruction, abandoning this body an instant before the attack turns the whole area into a blinding fireball. Merva's chest closes again, and the giant simply goes limp, because he spent every last drop of his own mana making that trap work. Ogange arrives roaring in outrage over another human trick, and Zorian answers none of it because he is already moving toward the crater where Quataka's body disappeared. Inside the molten crater, only one thing survived untouched, the imperial crown that had been sitting on Quataka's head all along. Zorian yanks the divine crown into his hand with a force whip and immediately notices something else nearby too. Zack and Jornak have finally reappeared from the white mist, both looking wrecked. Zack is bleeding and limping, Jornak is gasping in shredded robes but suspiciously light on real injuries, and Zorian starts to suspect the time traveler heals much like Silver Lake does. Zorian gives Jornak a maddening little smile and twirls Quataka's crown at him, and Jornak snaps back that the crown means nothing in the short term even though the anger in his voice says otherwise. Ogange cuts across that moment with another savage attack on Zorian, and the dragon makes it painfully obvious that of everyone here, he hates the trickster human the most. Zorian tests the angel over telepathy and gets a blunt answer he hates. Whether it can beat Ogange outright, or even keep him fully occupied for an hour is basically a coin toss. That answer pushes Zorian into a desperate gamble, because if Ogange is only here for payment, maybe a better payment can tear him out of the war entirely. So he telepathically warns the angel to catch, then hurls Quataka's crown up toward it, and loudly offers Ogange the artifact if he leaves Scoria right now. Ogange immediately understands the value of the crown, but then greed kicks in and he demands the Imperial Orb too before he will go. Jornak explodes in rage at the betrayal, but Zorian does not hesitate for even a second and throws the Imperial Orb to the angel too. The angel formally swears by the heavens to hand over both divine artifacts if Ogange stays away from the city for 24 hours, and that oath is enough to make the dragon believe it. Ogange accepts and simply flies away from Scoria, leaving Jornak seething as the angel follows after him to keep the deal secure. Jornak does not break though. He only attacks Zack more wildly, breathing harder and harder as the walls close in around him. And Zorian finally decides this is the moment he has been waiting for, because there will not be a cleaner opening than this one. His mind merges fully with every simulacrum still active in the city, turning all of those separate bodies into one coordinated intelligence at last. At the same time, the hidden glyph network he spent so long protecting ignites across Scoria, extending his reach over the whole city in one move. Then the Arania make contact with him too, adding their minds to the operation just as his citywide net comes online. With everything finally in place, Zorian short teleports right up to Zack and Jornak and lunges at both time travelers at once. Zack stands at the end of the time loop stunned by one impossible fact. Somehow, he really won. For a long time, victory had felt like a childish fantasy, because every attempt to stop the invasion ended with the month resetting again. He knew beating the invasion was the key, but after countless loops his ideas dried up, his growth slowed, and he finally started to believe his best would never be enough. Then Zorian entered the loop with fresh ideas and the stubborn drive Zack had almost lost, and that spark pulled him back into the fight. Instead of fighting for control, Zack let Zorian take the lead and chose to support him, trusting his friend to find the way out. That path finally brought Zack to his last battle, trapped alone with Jornak inside a fogged-round dimensional labyrinth. Jornak treated him like a blunt weapon and bragged that this prison of mists came from Panicseth and could never be escaped. But Zack immediately recognized the trick. Just like the time loop, the prison was anchored to its maker, which meant Jornak himself was the exit. He let Jornak clip his leg with a kinetic attack just long enough to set up a one-of-a-kind dimensional counterspell. When Zack hit the prison's core, the entire mist world started thinning apart and dumped both of them back into the real city. They returned just in time for Zack to witness Zorian finish off Quatak, and the sight hit him with a messy mix of relief and jealousy. Jornak answered that setback with rage, and Zack met him head-on in a brutal exchange that reminded him fighting was the one thing he still believed he was great at. Even while trading killing blows, Zack searched Jornak's face for any trace of the friend he was supposed to remember, and found absolutely nothing. His hatred for Jornak was real enough to drive him, but it also felt useful, because killing this dead-eyed traitor gave Zack a purpose when everything else had gone numb. Off to the side of the wider battle, Zack also saw Zorian somehow force Ogange to leave, though he hated that the price was giving away the Imperial Orb. Still, Zack fought under the shadow of the Angel contract, convinced that even if they survived today he himself did not have long left. Then Zorian suddenly teleported into their duel, and Zack's first reaction was annoyed disbelief because this was supposed to be his fight. Without wasting a word, Zorian lunged straight at Jornak and charged a spell Zack did not recognize. Jornak answered by whipping out the Imperial Dagger, and his expression made it brutally clear he had been waiting for exactly this opening. Zack fired a desperate spell to break them apart, but he was a fraction too late. Zorian trusted his floating defense cube to block the divine blade, but the Imperial Dagger sliced through it and drove straight through his neck. At the exact same instant, Zorian's charged hand blasted a hole through Jornak's chest and sent strange blue waves resonating through his whole body. Then the damaged cube erupted, hurling both bodies away and blasting Zack backward into a building. Zack recovered fast and ran to Zorian, expecting to help, until one look made him stop cold. Zorian lay motionless with blank eyes, the dagger buried to the hilt in his neck and jagged metal from the explosion driven all through his body. Zack still checked with healing magic anyway, as if refusing to believe what he was seeing. The spell confirmed it, and Zack broke, whispering at his dead friend in raw, helpless disbelief. One ugly truth hit him next. Zorian had done this on purpose, sacrificing himself so Zack could survive. He tried to argue with the idea out loud, insisting Zorian was too selfish and too tied to his own life to throw it away like that. Needing proof, Zack rushed over to Jornak's body and found him just as dead, his heart destroyed and his soul seemingly ruined by Zorian's final strike. When Zack looked around after that, the whole city had gone eerily still, with people collapsed unconscious in streets and buildings everywhere. His diagnostic spells showed most of them were not injured badly at all, which made the mystery even stranger. He eventually found Svim, Alanik, and Diamond all unconscious together, and the sight of Zorian's brother made the loss hit even harder. Zack read Svim's mind first and discovered something deeply wrong. Svim had no knowledge of the time loop because his entire memory of this month was simply gone. He checked Alanik and Diamond too, and both had been stripped of the entire month in exactly the same way. That was enough for Zack to mutter the obvious answer in awe and dread. Somehow, Zorian had done this. Then a more terrifying possibility seized him. If Zorian could erase everyone else's memories, maybe Zack himself was being fooled too. The need to know became irresistible, and Zack immediately turned his magic inward, testing his own mind, the city, and the unconscious people around him for any sign of deception. Every test came back clean, but Zack still could not trust it, so he started wandering the city and reading the memories of random strangers. He was not looking for battle secrets anymore, only small human details no fake mind should be able to carry convincingly. After checking more than 100 people, he finally admitted the same thing over and over: these minds were real. The pattern never changed either, because anyone who had known about the time loop had lost this whole month, while everyone else simply woke up with ordinary memories intact. Even the Arania beneath Scoria had erased the month from themselves, which meant Zorian had somehow persuaded an entire telepath colony to bury the loop forever. By the time he accepted the truth, the final score was brutally clear. Jornak was dead, Silver Lake was dead, and Zack was the only person left who remembered any of it. He could not bear looking at Scoria anymore, so he walked out past the walls to the quiet hill where he and Zorian used to sit together. He stood there for a long time in numb silence, too drained to answer even when someone briefly checked if he was all right. At some point fireworks began rising over the city, because summer festival night went on even after the invasion. And with those lights over the city, Zack finally faced the truth he hated himself for feeling. Panicseth was still sealed, the angel contract had been satisfied, and he was going to live past this month. He really had won, but the victory belonged to the last surviving Novita and the last surviving Looper only because Zorian paid for it with his life. Zack dropped to his knees and cried as the angel contract finally dissolved inside his soul, leaving him free at last and utterly broken. Jornak tells himself the simple truth he wants to believe most. He is the last surviving Looper, and he has finally won. His mind jumps back to the restart when Zack kept causing scenes around Scoria and dropping obvious hints that something impossible was happening. Jornak only took Zack seriously when the boy casually asked him to review stolen legal documents that no normal person could have obtained. Because Jornak already knew how corruption really worked in Eldamar, those documents convinced him Zack had done something impossible from inside normal time. After obsessing over every strange thing Zack had said, Jornak confronted him with the wild guess that he was a time traveler. Zack just laughed and admitted it, saying they had already spoken in earlier loops and he had lived through the month many times. Jornak believed him because his own life felt stalled, bitter, and wasted, so even an insane miracle looked worth chasing. The two became close fast, and Zack even explained that he had first reached Jornak through Vaers. That month felt exhilarating, with Zack pulling a strange circle of informed friends around him and living as if the reset made consequences negotiable. But as the month neared its end, Jornak saw the real horror of the loop. Everyone he had just come to matter to was about to vanish from his future. One night, after too much drink, Zack admitted he eventually cut people off in later restarts because getting attached and losing them over and over hurt too much. That confession hit Jornak harder than it should have, and he became desperate to find any way to survive past the reset instead of being discarded. Jornak pushed the whole group to pressure Zack until he finally admitted there was one way to make someone a temporary looper. The price was brutal but simple. A divine artifact held by a lich could grant only 6 restarts, and Jornak decided 6 months was better than oblivion. For a while those extra 6 loops became the happiest period of Jornak's life, and he really did mean to stand beside Zack. Then the second deadline came, and the temporary loopers started panicking as their hard-won lives and progress were about to vanish again. Jornak and Zack also began to clash for real, because Jornak cared about power and reform at the top while Zack still thought like a teenager chasing personal revenge and fun. When Jornak bluntly described what he would do with Zack's power, the look Zack gave him convinced him their friendship was already breaking beyond repair. Zack gathered everyone and swore he had no hidden answer, promising he would make them temporary loopers again someday if he found a way. Even Zack's private promise to preserve Jornak's research meant nothing to him, because he no longer trusted Zack to remember, care, or come back for him at all. So Jornak crossed the line in his own head and decided Zack had betrayed him first. He was not especially gifted himself, so he leaned on desperation, manipulation, and the stronger loopers around him until he had a faction of his own. Then he reached out to Quatakikl, and once the Lich agreed to deal with him, betrayal turned into a full plan. Back in the present, Jornak is still irritated that Panicseth's prison trick failed to keep Zack trapped for long. He was even more furious when Zorian knocked Quatakikl out of the fight with an absurdly obscure soul-sizer flower. Oganj abandoning the invasion for the Imperial Crown and Orb pushed Jornak's bitterness right back to the surface, because to him everyone eventually sells him out. Even then he still believed he could recover, because if this attack failed he was ready to drown the whole country in bombs, assassinations, mind control, and dungeon horrors. He hated that it would ruin the country he wanted to rule, but staying alive mattered more than ruling cleanly. Then Zorian suddenly teleported right beside the duel, giving Jornak an opening he instantly recognized. For one beat, Jornak remembers how badly he mishandled Zorian back in the loop, fleeing too early because the Urania made him think Zack might have built a whole army of loopers. Learning later that Zorian had slipped into the loop by sheer luck only made Jornak resent him more. Jornak drew the Imperial dagger with practiced confidence, trusting the artifact he had spent years studying more than anyone else in his life. He thrust the dagger straight at Zorian, and the blade ignored the cube's layered shield as if mortal craftsmanship meant nothing. Zorian still saved himself by wrenching his body out of the kill line and hurling the ruined cube away an instant before it detonated overhead. Seeing Zorian momentarily exposed, Jornak decided to gamble everything on one last brutal push. He crushed the small black bottle hanging at his neck and unleashed the hidden weapon he had been saving. Hundreds of wraiths flooded the air at once, turning the whole area cold and filling it with whispering soul hunger. Jornak knew the horde would attack him too, but he trusted his soul magic to outlast both of his enemies inside the chaos. His confidence came from years of hideous soul magic practice, built on torture, trafficking, and every ugly bargain he had been willing to make. When Zack and Zorian tried to retreat and regroup, Jornak kept denying every escape and accepted wounds rather than let either one slip away. At last the pressure broke them, and in Jornak's eyes both loopers fell and were devoured by the wraiths. He withdrew, waited for the wraiths to drift off, and only then returned to make sure Zack and Zorian were truly dead. Convinced at last, Jornak let himself breathe and laugh, because this looked like the victory he had sacrificed everything for. He did not linger long, though, and immediately went looking for Silver Lake. What he found was not an ally but Silver Lake's empty skin, neatly punctured and drained from the inside by something monstrously strong. That death bothered him because Silver Lake was weak by comparison but still slippery and defensive enough that almost nothing should have killed her this cleanly. Still, after the first chill passed, Jornak decided one less scheming partner might actually make his own future simpler. With Silver Lake gone, Jornak took over the last step himself and rallied the surviving invaders and cultists to release Panicseth. Because the sacrificial children had been rescued, he chose to feed the ritual with his own primordial essence instead of wasting time trying to recover them. He hated the cost, but the idea of surviving the time loop war only to die before freeing Panicseth felt even more humiliating. The release ritual worked cleanly, and space itself cracked open above Scoria. Panicseth burst into existence, and began dragging his immense fleshy body out of the pocket prison by anchoring his limbs into roads and buildings. Jornak did not stay to celebrate, because champion or not, he trusted the primordial even less than his human allies. He felt Panicseth's death pact vanish without warning, a silent proof that his side of the bargain was finally done. The cultists were foolish enough to stay near Panicseth with dreams of controlling him, and Jornak already knew they were about to die for that arrogance. Then Panicseth's first resonant roar shook the city so hard that weakened buildings collapsed on the spot. As the primordial's rampage began in earnest, Jornak teleported away, determined to be nowhere near Scoria when the city finished coming apart. Later, Jornak made his way to the battered Iaska mansion, which had survived the Angel's fury just long enough to be teleported out to Ulquin-Ibesa. Sitting in one of the few usable rooms, Jornak finally allowed himself to enjoy what felt like total success. Then Quatakikl walked in wearing his human guise, and Jornak had to hide just how much the Lich still frightened him. Jornak knew better than anyone that his permanent looper status only existed because Quatakikl had helped him perform Panicseth's method. The Lich's payment had been nastier than simple favors, because he forced Jornak to carry a self-aware soul seed that would spy on the loop and return to him in the real world. That uncertainty left Jornak permanently afraid of how much Quatakikl might already know about everything he had done. Quatakikl opened lightly by calling the whole operation a success, and Jornak agreed at once. Jornak still questioned why Panicseth's damage seemed so limited, warning that Scoria would fall but the wider country would survive and retaliate. The Lich answered with almost cheerful cynicism, saying war with the mainland would actually be good for his homeland. When Quatak asked whether Jornak himself was worried, Jornak just answered with a stubborn little truth of his own: he won. He even jabbed back that the fight should never have been so close if Quatak had not gotten himself killed by a flower. Quatak brushed the insult aside and calmly said soulsizers were simply interesting, which only reminded Jornak how hard the Lich was to read. Under the surface, Jornak was already certain the two of them would soon become enemies and had arrived ready for betrayal. So when Quatak asked what he would have done if the invasion had failed, Jornak instantly kept his real contingencies to himself. He even checked his mental defenses and found his mind blank still intact, which should have meant Quatak could not pry anything from his surface thoughts. And yet he started talking anyway, rambling about delayed evidence hidden in Corsa and letters already sent toward the royal residence. Mid-sentence, Jornak finally felt the wrongness of it, and realized the man across from him was acting subtly unlike Quatak. He sprang from his chair and demanded to know who this really was, because he no longer believed he was speaking to the Lich at all. The impostor only asked why he thought that, so Jornak answered with violence, and blasted a red beam straight through his forehead. When the fake Quatak merely sighed and mused that he still could not imitate the Lich convincingly, Jornak's panic finally broke through. Jornak stammered that this was impossible because he had killed Zorian and protected his own mind perfectly, but his certainty was already collapsing. He checked his mind again and again, found the mind blank still there, and finally understood the real answer: none of this was real. The impostor calmly said they should try this again, and Jornak realized his victory had been replayed over and over so someone could milk him for information. That realization hit him like a worse version of the time loop itself, because now he was the one trapped in an endless script built to exploit him. He tried to hold on long enough to trigger his contingencies out of spite, but his thoughts were already fading out from under him. When the reset finished, Jornak was back beside the corpses of Zack and Zorian with only one thought left in his head: he had won. And the chapter closes on the cruel truth that Jornak's fake triumph keeps starting over again and again and again. Zorian finally lets himself admit it. After all the looping, planning, and impossible gambles, he actually won. He never wanted a hollow victory where Jornak and Silverlake were stopped, but Zack still died and Zorian spent the future running from Eldamar. So the real problem became Zack's mind blank, because Zorian knew the boy was hiding the one secret he had to reach to save them both. Most people thought breaking mind blank was pointless, but Zorian already had one dangerous clue they did not. That clue was the Soulsizer chrysanthemum, a nearly erased nightmare of a magical flower that people feared too much to study properly. Zorian had felt its attack himself, and he never forgot how the flower bypassed every defense by hitting body, mind, and soul together. That gave him the breakthrough idea: if mind blank sealed the mind away, maybe he could still reach it through the brain and the soul. With help from mind magic and soul magic experts, he turned that theory into the manifold resonance spell. The spell was ugly to use, it needed bare skin contact, 3 minds working in sync, and targets started resisting it after only a few tries. But it did the impossible, and that was enough for Zorian to plan a real ending instead of another desperate patch. So in the final battle, he teleported straight between Zack and Jornak and lunged with glowing hands before either of them understood what he was doing. Zack reacted first, firing 2 blinding white beams that would have taken Zorian's head off if his defense cube had not twisted space aside. Jornak answered just as fast, drawing the Imperial dagger with practiced ease and stabbing for Zorian's face. Zorian refused to gamble on what that artifact could do, so he gave ground instead of forcing the contact immediately. Zack started to demand an explanation, still reeling from what looked like a betrayal. Before he could finish, Zorian's planted marble triggered and ripped all the air out of the space around them. The rushing air yanked all 3 together, and this time Zorian was the only one ready for the collision. The instant they slammed together, Zorian grabbed both their hands and cast manifold resonance through skin contact. A faint blue wave rolled over both loopers, and their mind blanks failed to save them as their bodies went limp. A moment later, both of them were trapped inside a dream world Zorian controlled completely. The scale of that fake world was enormous, with Zorian, his simulacrums, and many Urania all helping hold the illusion together. He even fed the illusion with real sights from living people across the city and iron beaks in the sky so it would feel true from every angle. To sell the story, Zorian had to rewrite short-term memories and make Zack and Jornak relive their victory again and again until every detail felt right. He also had to fake Quatakical's permanent death, because Zack's angelic contract would not count the job done otherwise. Zorian knew Zack would test the illusion by reading minds, so instead of faking people badly, he bridged Zack into the real minds of survivors all over the city. That brutal bit was real. Zorian had erased the entire month's memories from everyone who knew about the loop so Zack's contract would see a clean ending. He softened that damage where he could by leaving memory crystals for people like Svim, Alanik, and Diamond, even though he knew that was only a poor substitute. The Urania were trickier because they were helping run the illusion, so only the few Zack actually spoke to had their memories removed. Zorian was almost absurdly grateful that Zack never learned enough about Uranian society to realize how hard they really were to fool. Jornak's private illusion had a different purpose. Zorian needed every dead man's switch and hidden contingency the man had prepared for his own death. A simple memory search was not enough, because Jornak was too slippery and too experienced at burying the dangerous parts. So Zorian kept talking to him in different guises, probing for the plans Jornak would never just leave sitting on the surface. When manipulation still was not enough, Zorian warped Jornak's sense of time until the man thought days and weeks had passed and started revealing what he expected next. Outside those mind prisons, the invasion itself was collapsing because nearly all of its leaders were already gone. Once the Basins realized Kwatakikl was no longer on the field, they finally sounded a retreat. Sudamir had somehow kept the core of Ayaska Mansion alive through the Angels' attack, even though most of the estate was blasted apart. The surviving Ebasins rallied around the wreck, and Sudamir translocated the whole mansion out of the city before anyone could stop him. Zorian had to let them go, because he was tied up holding the ending together, and his best allies were unconscious beside him. Later he learned Sudamir kept jumping the mansion until it reached Ulquin Ebasa, which made the attack's political blame painfully obvious. Even worse, everything Zorian had pulled from Jornak's head suggested Kwatakikl was probably delighted by that outcome. On the brighter side, Kiriel and Kana both survived the attack, and that relief hit Zorian hard. That relief was tempered by loss, because Kostyenka died saving Kiriel and joined Mva among the heroic golems. For one ugly moment, Zorian almost considered wiping Kiriel's memory and replacing the damaged golem with a perfect copy. He shut that idea down immediately and decided he had already tampered with enough memories for one lifetime. Even with the costs, Zorian counted the result as a real win. Zack lived, his family lived, and he lived. Still, one loose end kept nagging at him. He found Silver Lake's body as nothing but an empty skin with the rest of her eaten away. That made no sense to him, because Grey Hunters usually preferred magical beasts and found humans disgusting. His best guess was that all the primordial essence in Silver Lake's body had turned her into prey worth eating. When he still could not find the Grey Hunter anywhere on the surface, Zorian realized the monster had probably slipped underground. That meant an immensely dangerous predator had vanished into the one place he had no real hope of tracking it down. In the end, he forced himself to let that problem wait, because the real deadline had already passed. Zack's angel contract dissolved harmlessly now that the mission was satisfied. Jornak's fate was much uglier, because his own death pact turned on him and began tearing his flesh, mind, and soul apart at once. After a few sickening seconds, Jornak collapsed into an unsightly pile of goo and the threat was truly over. Only then did Zorian open his eyes and let the giant spell collapse, hit all at once by just how exhausted he really was. He was not alone in that room, because Diamond, Svim, and Alanik had already found him and were watching with grim, unsettled faces. They had clearly seen enough from the memory crystals to understand the broad shape of what he had done. Alanik broke the silence with a flat warning, "We need to talk." Zorian ignored the confrontation for the moment, and grabbed paper instead, because some of Jornak's contingencies were about to trigger very soon. As he wrote, he rushed them through the most urgent traps and countermeasures so they would remember what to stop after he dropped. When he finished, Zorian forced himself to his feet, shoved the written list into Alanik's hands, and his body finally gave out. Zorian collapsed unconscious at last, victorious, utterly spent, and finally allowed to rest. Zorian jolts awake in pain with Kiriel sprawled on his stomach, and for one horrifying second he thinks the time loop has started all over again. Once he realizes he is safe in Scoria, Zorian immediately figures out Zack taught Kiriel the exact words that triggered him. Kiriel cheerfully admits it, so Zorian flips her off the bed and grumbles that Zack is still getting petty revenge a month later. As he gets dressed, Zorian listens to the noisy house and reflects that Amaya's place has turned into an overcrowded refuge because the academy dorms were wrecked in the invasion. He walks into a kitchen so packed with classmates, children, books, and breakfast that there is not even a chair left for him. Between Capriva's teasing and Edwin's practical advice, Zorian has to drag in his own chair and fight for a sliver of table space. Amaya drops food in front of him before he can object, and Zorian can only surrender to the morning chaos. When Zorian asks for Zack, Ilsa tells him Zack already left for another court meeting in his fight against Tezen. Zorian quietly reflects that Zack refused to wait before suing his caretaker, gambling on the city's post-invasion chaos to stop Tezen from burying the case. Akoja worries Tezen might hit Zorian to get at Zack, but Zorian answers that Scoria is too full of soldiers and investigators for that to be smart. He does not say that Tezen already sent scouts to Amaya's house, and that those men simply disappeared before they could act. Ilsa announces the house is warded and officially doubling as a makeshift classroom, then starts the day's lesson before reconstruction work steals more of her time. Even the younger kids fall silent to watch as Ilsa demonstrates real spell work right in the middle of the packed kitchen. With the academy still closed, Zorian has become one of the students keeping serious training alive instead of letting the month turn into a holiday. His group gained real credibility because he convinced teachers to help, and because even workaholic Akoja abandoned her own group to join his. When Kale complains a spell still fails, Zorian pinpoints the real problem at a glance. Kale's shaping control is not good enough yet. Kale groans that Zorian sounds just like Svim, and Capriva points out that makes sense when Svim is basically the mold that trained him. Edwin complains that Zorian is the only student in history who actually likes them, and Ilsa dryly reminds them that genius teachers always have a few students tough enough to appreciate them. Kiana sulks over Svim calling her shaping inadequate, and Zorian bluntly tells her she is already far better only because Svim keeps pushing her. She fires back with a grumpy teacher's pet, and Zorian privately notes that even reluctant students like her are improving because this group keeps refusing to coast. After Ilsa leaves and the group slowly disperses, Zorian stays behind because Rainy keeps glancing at him like she still has something heavy to say. With the invasion over and no crisis chasing him, Zorian finally lets himself sit still long enough to hear her out. Rainy awkwardly thanks him for helping her find her little brother, admitting she should have said it much sooner. Zorian brushes the credit away, saying he only connected her to the right people and that the rescue happened because she rallied the shifters. Rainy insists the cat shifters and pigeon shifters did the real rescuing, while the police push her into being the public face of the whole story. Zorian can see that the newspaper fame is not the real issue, so he presses her to say what is actually weighing on her. Rainy admits her family has invited her home, and she is scared they might punish her for promising tribal help during the rescue. She says she did not come to ask for help, just to complain to someone other than Kiana before the uncertainty eats at her. Zorian tells her the papers would turn on her in a heartbeat, but her family probably just wants to understand where they stand after she surprised them. Their talk is cut short when the crude Aope stone at Zorian's waist starts buzzing for his attention. Rainy immediately guesses it is about the Arania, still half amazed that giant underground telepathic spiders have become part of Zorian's normal life. Zorian explains the Arania were the ones who first recognized his empathy was spiraling out of control, so he owes them a great deal. He also knows the Arania Alliance has exposed his mind magic to more people, and that fear is already starting to follow him around. Before they part, Rainy tells him she is leaving for home tomorrow and will not be back until the academy reopens. Zorian answers that they will meet again in class, and they separate on a hopeful but uncertain note. Elsewhere, Akoja guiltily admits to herself that the invasion's aftermath has been the best thing to happen to her in a long time. Before the attack she felt bitter and stuck, like all her effort only made other students resent her without opening any real doors. Seeing Scoria shattered changed that, because fear and loss hardened into one clean decision. Next time war comes, she refuses to be helpless. She is certain Eldamar will retaliate against Ulquinabasa soon, which makes serious training feel urgent instead of optional. Other students are fleeing Scoria and even her parents want her transferred, but Akoja refuses to leave. Part of that is her crush on Zorian, but more importantly she believes his study group is easily the best chance she has to truly advance. That creates an awkward new problem, because the letter she sent home made her parents want to meet the boy she clearly failed to sound neutral about. For now she goes shopping with Capriva and Kale to replace what the invasion destroyed, still slightly amazed these are the people she now considers decent company. Kale casually reveals that Zack bought him a damaged building he can turn into a proper alchemy lab. Capriva is openly jealous, and Akoja can only sigh that Zorian probably talked Zack into being that generous. The three of them agree that Zorian and Zack somehow act like lifelong friends even though they only got close over the summer. Capriva adds that Zorian clearly has his own serious money source, which only deepens Akoja's sense that he is far less ordinary than she once thought. Then Kale asks a much stranger question. Have either of them found a book or notes in their room that they never bought and never wrote? Kale says someone slipped advanced magical notes into his locked, warded room, and the material feels almost perfectly tailored to him. Capriva explodes in envy at his absurd luck, but Kale is too unsettled to enjoy it. What truly disturbs Kale is that the notes use his exact wording, codes, and symbols, as if years of his own missing research had been dropped into his hands. Neither girl can explain something this impossible, so they file the mystery away and continue their shopping with uneasy silence hanging over them. At the same time, Crown Investigator Elier Init is deeply frustrated because someone saved Scoria with power and organization he cannot trace to any known player. He is used to mysteries leaving blurry suspects behind, but this time the evidence is plentiful and still points to nobody he recognizes. That realization bothers him more than the invasion itself, because true power should not be able to appear out of nowhere. One clue leads him to the wreckage of a massive golem, and he demands to know whether his experts have identified the maker. The researchers admit no known golem maker built it, because the core's spell design is unbelievably efficient and stripped of the usual layers of secrecy. For one brief moment Elier thinks they may be able to copy the design and gain something valuable from the disaster. That hope dies immediately when they explain the shattered core is still missing enough of the design to make replication impossible and ruinously expensive. Elier moves on to another thread of the mystery, the strange books and notes that have begun appearing as gifts in people's rooms. His team says the few confiscated examples contain novel magic tailored to each recipient, but rumors spread so fast that people have started hiding the rest. Even when advised to return the seized books to win trust, Elier refuses to let go of evidence he suspects is tied to Scioria's unknown saviors. His investigation is also getting strangled from every side by politics, because the church, the military buildup, foreign threats, city reconstruction, and the Koth Gate all outrank his questions. Still, Elier decides patience will beat mystery in the end, because no hidden force stays perfect forever, and he plans to be ready when it slips. Meanwhile, Daimon is having the most stressful and exciting month of his life after waking up in Scoria with an entire month missing from his memory. Once he learned the truth, Daimon only mildly resented Zorian for erasing that month, because he knows he would have made the same brutal choice to save a friend. He also cannot ignore the upside. Zorian handed him a treasure of research, and the Terramachula now share control of a permanent gate linking Koth and Eldamar. That gate is so valuable that Daimon now spends his days acting as a bridge between two sides who both want the profits badly. The strangest truth of all is still Zorian himself, a looper who replaced the original Zorian by killing him and taking his place in this world. Daimon surprises even himself by accepting that without much outrage, and simply tells Zorian he did what he had to do. Now Daimon waits at Scioria's train station with all three younger siblings, bracing for their parents to finally arrive. Daimon notices immediately that he is the only one excited, because Zorian looks detached, Fortov looks nervous, and Kiriel is hiding her anxiety behind a toy snow globe. When their parents step off the train with barely any luggage, Daimon instantly realizes they expect this to be a very short visit. Mother barely says hello before demanding to know why her children are still in dangerous Scioria instead of packing for Siren. Before Daimon can smooth things over, Zorian flatly says no, making it obvious this version of him is no longer cowed by their parents. That fearless attitude unsettles Daimon more than he expected, because it shows just how little this time-traveled Zorian still feels like their old family-bound brother. Daimon quickly reframes the issue by telling their parents Zorian is leading a serious study group and keeping up with his education despite the closure. Kiriel blurts out that she likes staying in Scioria because she finally has friends here, only for Mother to shut her down on the spot. The moment Mother barks at Kiriel, Zorian's mood turns dark, because protecting her is the one family line he absolutely will not let be crossed. Mother and Father shift to Fortov next, openly treating him as a failed student who could at least have been useful by escorting Kiriel home. Fortov finally snaps back in anger, and Daimon has to step in again to promise he is already helping him turn things around. When their parents dismiss that as temporary, Daimon changes the battlefield and hints that he can now travel between Koth and Eldamar far more easily than they realize. He offers to take them to meet his fiancée's family right now, using their original Koth trip as bait to redirect the entire conversation. It works for a moment, and Daimon almost believes he has steered the family away from disaster. Then Benesek barrels over to greet Zorian like an old friend, surprising Daimon because he has never even seen the two interact before. Benesek casually blurts out that Zorian has been serving as an ambassador for giant spiders, and Mother's face freezes on the word spiders. Daimon can only sigh, because the family crisis he just dodged has come roaring right back. Later, Zorian walks through Scioria feeling quietly satisfied that the city is recovering and that neither he nor Zack has been exposed for what they really did. That good mood keeps getting interrupted by uneasy glances from strangers, and today the reason is impossible to miss. He is openly escorting Spear of Resolve through the city with Tanami, while the giant telepathic spider treats the horrified attention like a small personal triumph. The Arania are still not legally accepted, but enough people know they help defend Scioria that forcing them out has become politically difficult. Zorian asks how negotiations are going, and Spear of Resolve admits they have only managed to block expulsion, not win real recognition. Tanami says expecting more was naive, and Spear of Resolve calmly replies that she already has an evacuation plan if Scioria turns hostile. When Tanami asks where the colony would even go, Spear of Resolve matter-of-factly says they would simply seize another web's home by force. The talk shifts to the academy reopening soon, and Zorian spots Taven happily working with the growing demand for combat mages in the recovering city. Tanami reveals her family arranged private tutors for her instead of relying on any student study group, and Zorian privately admits that is probably the better plan. Then Spear of Resolve asks Zorian for a favor: keep an eye on Novelty when she starts attending some academy classes as an observer. Zorian protests that human classes will bore Novelty instantly and blurts that he could teach her himself, which earns him a doubtful look from Tanami. Spear of Resolve explains this is not really about education anyway, but about making students see an Arania up close and survive the experience. Tanami asks why Novelty of all Arania was chosen, and Spear of Resolve says the web has very few members willing and suited to deal with humans at all. She adds that Novelty's clownish energy is useful because humans keep mistaking her for harmless when she is actually a full-grown specialist in handling them. Once the walk ends and the others split off, Zorian keeps roaming the city alone because standing still feels wrong after living in crisis mode for so long. He browses newspapers and notices quiet signs that people are already putting his secret gifts of knowledge to use. That reassures him, because paying back old allies with tailored books and notes will take years, and he needs to believe it matters. He has even started writing a book on mind magic, though he already knows publishing anything that dangerous will be a problem of its own. As night falls, his mind drifts to unfinished problems like Princess the Hydra, the Iron-Beak flock that now follows her everywhere, and his crippled golem Colossus Mava. The ugliest practical problem is money, because life outside the time loop no longer hands him easy war loot, while his old spending habits are still draining him fast. He even had to stop selling some of his creations because the money came with far more attention than he could safely afford. Under the full moon, Zorian tries to laugh at himself by deciding that money trouble may be the most normal problem he has ever had. A random drunk loudly agrees with him from nearby, turning Zorian's private moment into one last absurd reminder that ordinary life really has returned. With that, Zorian finally gives up on wandering and heads back toward Amaya's house to sleep. Deep underground, an unnamed hunter mother guards a clutch of eggs that changed after she fed on powerful 2 legs. The feast left her with a new purpose so strong that she knows these eggs and the brood inside them are special and worth dying for. Along with that purpose came a relentless inner urge telling her to go deeper underground, into territory she would normally fear. She is afraid of what lives in those depths, but fear loses to the need to protect and raise whatever is about to hatch. So she keeps descending anyway, carrying her altered brood deeper into the world where whatever destiny changed them is waiting. Zorian jolted awake in pain when Kiriel dropped onto his bed, but instead of flailing he moved with eerie precision and bounced her right back. Kiriel awkwardly explained that their mother sent her to wake him, and Zorian's flat answer only made the moment feel stranger. When Kiriel excitedly asked if he was happy to return to the academy, Zorian blindsided her by asking if she wanted to come to Scoria too. Kiriel could barely believe it, but Zorian refused to explain himself and pushed her to give a simple yes or no. She immediately shouted yes, and when she asked how he knew she wanted that, Zorian dodged the question and walked out before she could pin him down. At breakfast, Zorian stared down a cold bowl of porridge and had to hide a much darker truth. After his change, dead food barely appealed to him at all. His mother noticed his expression, but Zorian only said he wasn't hungry and kept quiet about craving living prey instead. When his mother brought up Kiriel going to Scoria, Zorian treated it like the simplest decision in the world. Mother warned that Kiriel was a handful. Kiriel immediately protested from the next room, and Zorian just answered with another long, unsettling stare. That stare finally rattled his mother enough that she asked if he was alright, because he had been acting wrong all morning. Zorian barely listened to the lecture that followed, because his new senses suddenly picked up Ilsa teleporting nearby like a bright magical flare. He cut his mother off by saying someone was coming, and a knock at the door proved it a second later. Later, Zorian escorted a thrilled Kiriel through rainy Scoria under a transparent forest dome while she kept poking outside it just to splash him. Kiriel finally asked why he had been so weird all day, and Zorian brushed off the idea that he was secretly failing at school. He hid the real answer and gave her a safer one, saying he was just lost about what kind of life he wanted after graduation. As they kept walking toward Amaya's house, Scioria's wards lit up across Zorian's sharpened senses until the whole city felt both beautiful and dangerously appetizing. That flood of magic immediately twisted back into hunger, and Zorian grimly realized he should have forced down the porridge after all. After settling Kiriel at Amaya's place, Zorian went out alone to find Zack because whatever had changed between them, they still had invaders and cultists to fight. He found Zack drinking at an outdoor bar on Scioria's edge, sat down without a word, and started that same unnerving stare all over again. Zack finally snapped and admitted he wished he had stopped the shifter ritual, because whatever Zorian had become was hard to look at. Zorian answered without anger, saying he had problems now but he still preferred this new self to the old one. When Zack pressed him on why he had ever taken that risk, Zorian finally admitted it came from fear of being too weak to matter. He laid it out bluntly. The coming fight felt too big, his own talent felt too small, and the ritual made him stronger in ways he could no longer deny. Zorian insisted he wasn't dying or miserable at all, but he casually admitted the ugliest side effect was his appetite. Zack immediately laid down one hard rule: no eating people, and Zorian answered that humans didn't even register as good prey. Instead of digging deeper into that nightmare, Zorian abruptly steered the conversation towards something he actually wanted to do: go hunt invaders and cultists. Zack reluctantly agreed and even admitted this reckless streak was one part of the new Zorian he actually liked, though Zorian's genuine smile still unsettled him. Down in the tunnels beneath Scoria, an Abasan patrol walked straight into a brutal surprise when Zorian and Zack attacked from both sides. A screaming war troll charged Zorian first, but he treated the huge sword swings like a slow, obvious drill. He dodged a spread of enemy spells the same way, twisting through force spears and a flying stone sphere without even bothering to shield himself. When the troll tried to tackle him, Zorian sprang to the ceiling and came crashing down feet first to knock the beast cold. He rushed the main group next and turned their whole barrage into a joke, bouncing off walls, baiting spells into each other, and wasting almost no mana doing it. Instead of blasting through their shield head-on, Zorian picked out a flaw in the shielder's work and punched a force lance through the weak spot to drop another defender. He deliberately left the flawed shielder standing, because a bad shield mage was more useful to him than a good replacement. Then the fight changed at once when Zack hit the patrol from the far side and 3 enemy mages teleported in behind Zorian as a hidden trap. Zorian sensed the teleport instantly, but a rifleman in the main group forced his attention forward because bullets were one of the few attacks his magic sense didn't track cleanly. The shots hit his chest and legs and simply bounced off his iron-hard skin, but that was enough to end his casual testing. He threw up a glowing spherical shield for 2 precious seconds and used that tiny window to trigger a full transformation. When the shield broke, a giant gray hunter burst out instead of a boy and charged the main patrol head-on. He ignored the teleporting trio completely because his sharpened senses caught the bombs they were carrying and exposed their whole suicide ambush. In that form, minor spells shattered on his carapace while he bounded across walls and ceiling with dizzying speed. Once he hit their line, the patrol's shields collapsed under brute force and perfect flaw-finding at the same time. He didn't slaughter them, though, because the point was interrogation, so he bit mage after mage and flooded them with magic-disrupting poison instead. By the time the patrol broke apart in panic, Zorian was already thinking ahead to an even safer way to deliver that poison at range. Back at Amaya's house, Zorian settled into his room and quietly enjoyed ward crafting again, because even his predator half still understood the appeal of building and defending a home. Nearby, Kiriel lay on the floor sketching birds with surprising detail, and Zorian found himself noticing again how patient she had been with the new, unsettling him. Wanting to say something kind for once, Zorian called to her and delivered the most Zorian answer possible. If he was ever starving, he would eat her last. Zorian jolted awake to a sharp hit in the stomach as Kiriel bounced on top of him, chirping her usual annoying morning greeting. He recognized the restart instantly, knocked Kiriel unconscious with a telepathic command, and got moving before she even slid off him. Still barefoot and undressed, Zorian strode downstairs while rebuilding his mental enhancements, forcing his flawed reset body to support the mind he used to have. When his mother tried to question him, he dropped her unconscious too and kept walking without even looking at her. By the time he stopped, his mind was sharper again, but he knew even this was only the first layer of a recovery that would take many more restarts. Then he made a simulacrum and fused its mind into his own overself, treating the copy like another limb of the same person. Working as one, Zorian and his copy stripped the house for useful supplies, with Damon's old room getting special attention. To keep that shared mind working over long distance, they quickly crafted matching icosahedron gate amulets, crude but good enough for a few hours. After they put the amulets on, the simulacrum carried Mother back to bed, while Zorian erased the workshop mess with a flick of casual magic. At the front door, Zorian opened up right as Ilsa arrived, and he slipped into her thoughts before she could even say hello. Reading her embarrassment for him, Zorian instantly reshaped his pajamas into proper clothes and shocked Ilsa on the spot. Instead of explaining, he quietly deleted the moment from her memory and welcomed her inside while she reeled from the missing gap. Zorian told Ilsa his mother had gone back to sleep, and she started setting up a privacy ward for their talk in the kitchen. Before she could begin the official academy talk, he hit her with a dead serious question about having endless time after everyone else had turned into shadows. Ilsa brushed it off as ordinary teenage alienation and steered him back toward the formal business, exactly like every other time. Zorian let the script continue, because he'd already tested this conversation many times and knew nothing real would come from it. Elsewhere, Zorian's simulacrum crossed a rural hill in Eldamar, still perfectly linked to the original through the matching gate amulet. At the top waited a Bakura gate beside the ruins of an old research camp, and Zorian ignored the wreckage to focus on the gate itself. He cast a special resonance spell to speak to the gate spirit, treating the eerie machine-like soul inside as just another puzzle he'd learned to use. When the gate opened a passage to Koth, the simulacrum stepped through and immediately started jumping toward the hidden Imperial orb. Back in Scoria, another Zorian got off the train with nowhere he actually needed to be and started wandering through the crowded station for no reason except time itself had stopped mattering. As he walked, he automatically dipped into the minds around him and saw the whole city as an endless blur of shadow people thinking shadow thoughts. He kept tampering with his marker in public as he walked, gambling with the loop itself because this first cycle was the best time to reshape it. Rain started falling, but the drops bent away from him while he wandered all night instead of going to the academy. At the city outskirts, 2 guards tried to help the soaked teenager go home, and that ordinary concern irritated him enough to wipe their minds and leave. His wandering finally brought him to a small hidden mansion outside Scoria, the secret place where Tezen stored Zack's unconscious body at the start of the loop. The guards and wards were nothing to him, so he slipped inside, disabled the entire watch, and took control of the mansion. Once it was secure, he rewrote the guards' minds and sent them back into the city under compulsion to buy alchemical supplies with every coin they had. Only after that did Zorian drag a chair beside Zack's bed and look down at the other time traveler still unconscious from soul damage. After scanning Zack, Zorian made 2 more simulacrums and threw all 3 bodies into repairing the damage that Zack's soul had done to his body. He still couldn't truly heal the soul itself on demand, but his medical skill was enough to fix the body's backlash and make Zack stable. Instead of waking Zack early, Zorian moved to a larger room and tore apart the mansion's fancy furniture to build himself a proper workshop. Then the Koth simulacrum returned and dumped the Imperial Orb and several other stolen divine artifacts onto the new table. Zorian's goal was brutally simple: rip the Imperial Orb's memory bank free and attach that endless storage function to his own soul. Before he could start, Zack woke up much earlier than expected and began stumbling toward the workroom with a splitting headache. Zorian sent the simulacrums away for more ingredients and stayed behind alone when Zack finally reached the room. Zack stared at the room, recognized Zorian, and could barely process why his classmate was waiting for him in a secret mansion full of magic junk. Zorian matter-of-factly explained that Taven had hidden him here after the soul damage, which only made the whole situation sound stranger. When Zorian casually mentioned soul recovery potions and lessons from the time loop, Zack shot upright in shock despite the pain. Zack's relief turned into horror when he realized how skilled and casual Zorian sounded, and he blurted out the fear that he might have been unconscious for years. Zorian told him it had only been a few months, then laughed when Zack felt relieved, because to him a few years no longer meant anything. He bluntly said the ride never ended, and when Zack started insisting they could still escape by stopping the invasion, Zorian finished the sentence for him. Zorian admitted that Zack, Jornak, and Kwatakiko were the only people he could really talk to anymore, because everyone else had become too unreal to him. Pressed to stop being mysterious, Zorian finally gave Zack the real horror. There was a second-order time loop beyond the normal one, and he had been thrown back to the beginning over and over even after escaping. When Zack demanded to know why he remembered none of that, Zorian explained the rule. Only people who successfully exit a loop carry their soul and memories into the next cycle. Then he told Zack the part that hit hardest. Zack had not failed. He had chosen to stop after his 12th loop because he was sick of doing this. Zorian confessed that the previous Zack had made him promise to keep all of this secret, and that he had broken that promise immediately because he never meant to honor it. Zack rejected that old promise on the spot, and said he was glad Zorian had told him instead of carrying this nightmare alone. He promised they were in this together now and swore that whatever his old self had done, he would never quit on Zorian. Hidden behind a damaged building, Zorian stares in disbelief as Zack tears through the invading monsters like this is routine for him. What rattles Zorian most is not just Zack's power, but the way he casually dodges iron beak feathers with the ease of someone who has done this 1,000 times. Zorian gets so absorbed in watching Zack that he misses a winter wolf sneaking in behind him. He reacts too late, and the wolf crashes into him with its jaws clamped around his forearms instead of his throat. Zorian screams as the wolf knocks him flat, and for one awful second it looks like he is about to die right there in the street. The wolf loses its balance in the fall and rolls away, but Zorian is too injured, dizzy, and half-blind to escape before it comes back. A blinding force bolt from Zack smashes the lunging wolf into a house wall so hard the entire body caves in. Even through the pain and blood loss, Zorian has the absurd thought that Ilsa would be furious about the collateral damage. Zack cuts his way through the remaining monsters, reaches Zorian, and drags him to safety. In a brief hiding spot, Zorian finally sees how bad the bites are, with deep chunks of flesh torn out of both forearms. When he spots his glasses intact on the ground, Zack is already digging out medical potions for him. Zack bluntly tells him one potion will stop the bleeding and the other should heal him, even if he does not know the proper name of it. Zorian hesitates for a second over the cost, and Zack immediately snaps that bleeding to death over pride would be idiotic. That ends the argument, and after drinking both potions Zorian's bleeding stops, and the pain eases enough for him to think straight again. Grateful and a little overwhelmed, Zorian starts offering Zack a life debt, and Zack cuts straight to the real issue by asking why he was wandering out here. Zorian admits he was searching for Akoja because she left the dance because of him, and Zack immediately decides they are going to find her. As they cross the burning city, Zack does not sneak around the invaders at all, and just bulldozes through everything in their way. When skeletons and an enemy mage attack, Zack simply opens the ground under them and drops the whole problem out of sight. By now Zorian has stopped questioning how impossible Zack is, because the boy already saved his life and clearly knows far more than he should. They finally find Akoja barricaded inside an upper room of a wealthy vacant house where she barely escaped a winter wolf pack. The wolves are gone, but the claw-marked frozen door shows just how close they came to tearing their way in. Akoja refuses to open up at first, so Zack and Zorian spend several tense minutes talking through the door and trying to convince her hiding here is not safe enough. Zorian privately thinks waiting here for the military to restore order sounds reasonable, which makes Zack's certainty feel even more ominous. At last they hear furniture scraping as Akoja starts dismantling the huge barricade she built behind the door. Instead of blaming him, Akoja flings herself into Zorian's arms the moment she opens the door. The relief lasts half a second before the hug crushes his bitten arms and Zorian yells in pain. Horrified, Akoja demands to know what happened, and Zorian admits a winter wolf bit him. Zack chips in that he already gave Zorian a healing potion, joking that he is just being a baby about it now. The sight of the bite marks leaves Akoja visibly shaking, dragged right back into her own terror from the wolf chase. Zack snaps them out of it, and says they can talk later, because the real goal is getting both of them to the academy shelters. When Akoja nervously suggests staying hidden until morning, Zack grins and produces a teleport rod like he has everything handled. He explains the rod will teleport anyone touching it after a 30-second delay, so Zorian and Akoja grab on at once. Then Zack lets go and steps back, making it obvious he has no intention of leaving with them. Zorian and Akoja both protest, but Zack insists he still has something to do in the city and tells them not to worry about him. Akoja chases after him with the rod in her hand, dragging Zorian along because they cannot afford to lose contact with it. The instant they step through the ruined doorway, Zorian feels sudden dread and body checks Zack out of the way of an incoming red disintegration ray. Zack curses that his hunter found him, and when Zorian looks back, the teleport rod is already rolling out of Akoja's shocked hands. A second later the rod teleports away without them, and Zack is furious that their escape just vanished. Then the dust parts and Zorian's stomach drops, because the thing waiting outside is not a normal enemy at all but a lich. The lich dismisses Zorian and Akoja with one soul-cutting glance and fixes on Zack as the one who has been killing his minions. Zack orders the other two to run and opens the fight with a barrage of missiles before they can argue. The lich blocks the attack one-handed and answers with purple beams, including one that explodes near Zorian and fills his legs with stone shrapnel. Zorian collapses instantly, and with his arms already wrecked he cannot even drag himself to safety. Another massive blast shakes the street, and the pain and concussion finally knock him unconscious. When he wakes moments later, Akoja has dragged him behind rubble and is crying over him while the fight still rages nearby. Seeing she stayed behind for him, Zorian grimly tells Akoja she has to leave because Zack cannot beat a lich, and he is only buying them time. Akoja refuses, admitting she cannot carry him and silently making it clear she will not abandon him either. Before he can press the point, the fighting stops and some invisible force suddenly paralyzes both of them. They are yanked through the air and dumped into a painful heap with Zack, all three alive but completely at the lich's mercy. Over them, the lich coldly explains that immortality means little if a soul is mutilated before it can move on. Then he chants in an alien language, and a wave of pain and wrongness hits so hard that Zorian cannot even tell what is happening anymore. A burst of bright light wipes the battlefield away, and Zorian jolts awake to his sister's usual attack from the top bunk. By the time he reaches Scoria, Zorian can no longer deny it. Somehow he has been thrown back to the start of the month. He heads to class expecting the answer to be Zack, only to find Akoja waiting outside like she has been desperate to corner someone. The moment she sees him, Akoja grabs his arm and hauls him into an empty corridor to ask if he remembers the burning city and the lich too. For one awful beat Zorian says nothing, and Akoja starts to wilt like she thinks she really has gone crazy. Then he admits he remembers, and the relief that hits Akoja is immediate and overwhelming. Zorian asks if Zack is here, and when Akoja says no, it is clear she wants answers from him just as badly. Akoja's next instinct is to drag Ilsa into this immediately, convinced that if two students tell the same story the adults will have to listen. Zorian hurriedly pushes back, warning that blurting this out could get them locked up before anyone believes them. Akoja is disgusted by that logic and says this is too important to hide just because they might be imprisoned and questioned. Trying not to panic, Zorian begs her to wait a few days so they can understand what is happening before they go to anyone else. That is when Akoja admits, awkwardly and too late, that she already told Ilsa and several other people before talking to him. When she lists her parents, the police, and even classmates, Zorian can only take off his glasses and wish literally anyone else had been pulled into the loop with him. Deep in the dungeon, Zack and Zorian push through tunnels so strange that even Zorian starts feeling uneasy. After an hour without a single serious attack, Zack stops and points out how wrong that feels in a place this dangerous. Zorian quietly guesses the silence means one bigger predator already owns this whole area. That idea lands hard, because this deep almost every creature reacts to light, which means their own illumination is advertising exactly where they are. The stress finally slips out when Zorian mutters that this whole expedition was a bad idea. Zack answers with a grin, arguing that the time loop makes this their one chance to explore impossible depths no sane mage would try in the real world. A tiny flying bug bumps into Zorian's attention, and he catches it to inspect one more piece of the dungeon's wrongness. The harmless insect is so disturbing that Zorian flicks it away and gives in to the same dangerous curiosity driving Zack. Zack nods like this is the only possible answer and declares they keep going until they die or reach the bottom. So they press on without picking unnecessary fights, hoping to slip past the ruler of the moss tunnels if they can. After getting turned around again and again, Zorian finally realizes the whole maze is built from gentle spirals curving toward one central point. Hours later they finally reach the convergence point and step out into a chamber so huge it stops them cold. The room is lined with neat circular tunnel holes, but the real spectacle is the impossible construct floating at its center. Zorian can't stop staring, but the more he tries to understand the ribbon sphere, the more his eyes water and his vision blurs. Before he can think it through, Zack grabs his shoulder and silently warns him that something else is here. Floating in front of them is a pale serpentine creature with a bone-rose head and four twitching, many-jointed arms. The creature doesn't attack, and that unsettles Zorian more than a normal ambush would have. Zorian briefly wonders if it's trying to communicate, but deep dungeon minds have already taught him that mind magic here is mostly useless. When Zack and Zorian edge backward, the serpent glides after them just enough to keep the pressure on. Zack finally says what both of them are thinking and votes to attack before this creepy interest turns into something worse. Before either of them can strike, a shrill whistling echoes through the chamber like a train rushing closer through the dark. The serpent's composure shatters instantly, and it bolts into the nearest moss tunnel in obvious terror. That reaction is all the warning they need, and both boys sprint after it without wasting a single word. They keep running until the whistle fades, and whatever scared the serpent never follows them back into the moss maze. A few hours later they finally leave the moss region behind, shaken enough to mark it on their map, and promise themselves they will come back better prepared. Then the next obstacle appears, and it is not a monster at all but a whole stretch of deeper tunnels drowned in water. Even with magic to help them breathe and move, both of them agree that fighting deep dungeon predators underwater would be pure suicide. So they make camp on an artificial platform high on a cavern ceiling, where fewer things can reach them. During the break, Zorian asks about supplies while choking down another miserable bite of dry rations. Zack shrugs that they packed plenty, though he is already sick of eating the same bland food over and over. Zorian pulls out a glass and old pyramid and projects an illusion map of everything they have explored so far. Looking at the cramped, downward path and the flooded dead end below, Zorian suggests dropping the spiral search and just moving far away in one direction. Zack agrees, frustrated that their fast descent stalled out here but willing to treat this as just the first try. Zorian silently realizes he already expects there to be more expeditions like this, even if he wishes he had someone besides Zack to share them with. That thought breaks when noise erupts below, and both of them lean over the edge to see what found their hiding spot. On the cavern floor, two bizarre dungeon beasts square off under them instead of looking up. Zorian immediately suspects they came for him and Zack, only to run into each other first. The yellow tentacle beast loses patience first and lashes out with ghostly force whips that carve the stone. But the jelly dog survives the strike untouched because the whips skid off an invisible spherical shield around its body. That emboldens the jelly dog, and it fires a wave of multicolored light that leaves the stone untouched but makes the tentacle beast suddenly want to retreat. Just when the fight starts to fizzle, Zack gets annoyed and shouts from the ceiling for them to keep going. To make his point, Zack blasts the rocks behind the tentacle creature and forces both monsters to remember they have an audience. Zorian protests on instinct, then has to admit Zack's ruthless logic makes sense if they end up fighting one of these things later. Even under pressure, the two beasts refuse to brawl properly and instead circle each other while watching the ceiling for a chance to flee or strike upward together. Then a third challenger crawls into the cavern, and this one is so huge and unnatural that it instantly changes the whole balance. It looks slow and clumsy, but it advances straight at both monsters like it already knows it can win. The tentacle beast tests it with the same force whips, but the black thing's rubbery flesh simply deforms and refuses to break. Then the slow monster explodes forward with impossible speed and crashes right into both of them before they can react. The tentacle beast gets trapped the worst, glued in place while toothy organs open along the branches and start eating it alive. The jelly dog's magical shield keeps it from being pinned the same way, but it still can't wriggle free of the many grasping branches around it. And the monstrous tree is still not done, because after catching two meals it roots itself to the stone floor and reaches for the prey above. The instant those branches shoot up at them, Zorian curses, throws up a spherical shield, and kicks into flight. Zack reacts just as fast, and the creature rips their platform off the ceiling while its branches slide harmlessly across their magic barriers. They pelt it with spells as they retreat, but the thing shrugs off almost everything and only fails to chase them because it is anchored to the floor. They do not wait to learn whether that rooting trick can change, and they flee the cavern with the trapped monster's shrieks echoing behind them for a long time.